Amidst floods and plagues, with famine as a mere embellishment, one finds oneself born into an era rife with adversity, where each life is so fleeting that its conclusion is but a glance away. Aware of her unexpected transition to the Middle Ages, endowed with the peculiar ability to perceive spirits, Phyllis commenced gathering a plethora of information to prepare for her future. Through diligence and audacity, she ultimately secured a learned ghost as her mentor, mastering the invaluable skill of writing. With this newfound ability, she established her footing in a world where 99% of the populace remained illiterate, inadvertently infiltrating the castle of account, and by the age of 20, she achieved her cherished aspiration of becoming a scribe. Her current assignment involved crafting a book of hours for the newly appointed count. What a splendidly suited occupation for her penchant for idleness. Phyllis felt a sense of fulfillment in her life. Her days were spent diligently transcribing texts and illustrating them, interspersed with delightful gossip shared with the various spirits residing in the castle. The struggles of landowners outside, along with the conflicts involving the church and the monarchy, seemed utterly irrelevant to her. Even if she were to be drawn into them, she would feign ignorance, for no one could thwart her leisurely pursuits. With a singular desire to embrace tranquility, Phyllis entertained such thoughts, even as she dispatched a spy attempting to infiltrate the castle through the lavatory. Yet, one fateful day, while transcribing a wanted notice for another department, she encountered a description of a witch. It was said that a witch could converse with all living and dead beings, and that a powerful witch could even exert mental control over her interlocutors, bending them to her will. Phyllis was taken aback. The witch was, astonishingly, herself. In the Republic of Aska, Phyllis wearily opened her eyes, discovering herself suspended in midair. Gazing upward, she saw a cloudless sky looking downward, an unfamiliar town unfolded before her. The entire world was eerily quiet and devoid of color, as if a gray filter had been applied to her vision, rendering everything in muted tones. This must be a dream, she mused drowsily. After all, her last memory was of having worked tirelessly for 3 consecutive days to meet a deadline, collapsing onto her bed the moment she submitted her manuscript. Logically, she must be ensnared in slumber. Upon deeper reflection, the peculiar scene before her provided further affirmation. The town she hovered above appeared to be nestled within the mountains, its narrow, steep roads and structures predominantly constructed of stone, starkly contrasting with modern cities. As she controlled her ethereal form to glide downwards, she observed the townsfolk traversing the cobblestone paths, their garments reminiscent of those depicted in historical documentaries, distinctly different from contemporary attire, yet eerily familiar to the very manuscript she had recently completed. The Middle Ages, a period rarely mentioned in daily discourse, had resurfaced in the public eye following numerous adaptations in literature and film. Recently, Phyllis had been illustrating for a game inspired by the medieval era of the Old Continent. Given the limited scale of her studio, she bore the brunt of the artistic responsibilities as the lead artist. With the extensive research she had conducted, it was improbable for her to forget such details so swiftly. The thought prompted a smile even in her dreams. She was consumed by her work, a testament to her dedication that left her in awe of herself. Realizing she was indeed dreaming, Phyllis felt a wave of relief wash over her. Having been engrossed in work since graduation, she had not ventured on a journey in many years. This remarkably vivid dream, coupled with her retained self-awareness, offered a rare and delightful experience. Embracing the spirit of exploration, she began to wander the quaint town. A medieval city may lack many things, but it must surely possess a church, and thus she sought the heart of this settlement. This was no arduous task. The streets of antiquity were less congested than modern thoroughfares, and a simple glance from above would suffice. In her dream, it seemed she could accomplish anything. Just as the thought crossed her mind, her body became weightless, floating like a feather. However, before she could fully ascend above the structures, a group of children nearby caught her attention. These children appeared quite young, the smallest being around 5 or 6, and the oldest just over 10, standing defiantly in 2 opposing factions. To say there were 2 teams would be an exaggeration rather. A solitary girl found herself isolated from the others. In an instant, Phyllis was captivated by the sight of this girl. In a world rendered in shades of black, white, and gray, the mere glimpse of color would seize anyone's gaze, and this girl was the only splash of vibrancy within her view. Driven by curiosity, Phyllis approached this burst of color, keenly observing the girl's every gesture. Though the sounds were inaudible, the girl's body language conveyed her earnest attempts to communicate. Her small hands animatedly mimicked her words, yet all she received in return were derisive and disdainful looks from the surrounding children. Just as Phyllis drew near, intending to decipher their conversation through lip reading. The isolated girl suddenly bent down to pick up a pebble and hurled it forcefully at the leading boy of the group. The boy, caught off guard, was struck by the small stone, inciting his fury. Reacting swiftly, he raised his fist and lunged at the girl. With their leader attacked, the boy's followers immediately sprang into action, pushing the girl backward until she found herself teetering on the edge of a small, unprotected slope. Before Phyllis could utter a cry, the girl's wide eyes betrayed her as she tumbled down the steep incline. Without a moment's hesitation, Phyllis leaped after her. She reached out, and for a fleeting instant, their hands seemed to connect in midair, but in the blink of an eye, they were separated. Phyllis grasped nothing, watching helplessly as the girl with the brown eyes rolled down the hill. She hovered, stunned, for what felt like an eternity, her gaze shifting from her own hand to the motionless form of the girl below, where a crimson stain marked the earth, filling her heart with an overwhelming sorrow. In her daze, her body involuntarily drew closer to the small, still figure. As she bent down, Phyllis felt her gaze lock onto the girl's widening dark pupils. In the next heartbeat, it felt as though a hand had violently wrenched her mind from her skull and thrust it into a juicer, a torrent of dizziness and pain crashing over her like a tsunami, rendering her completely unconscious. It seemed as though someone stood beside her, as if voices were murmuring, perhaps engaged in a quarrel. In her hazy state of consciousness, Phyllis sensed the presence of an unfamiliar language. Yet, as the buzzing gradually faded, those strange sounds began to coalesce into something she could comprehend. "It's not my fault. It was her. She struck first." A youthful voice exclaimed. "She said a lot of peculiar things at first. She wanted to strip us of our clothes and even threw a stone at me. Everyone saw it." Silence. A deep voice resonated above her, serving as a signal, causing the chattering to abruptly cease. Simultaneously, the heaviness weighing on Phyllis's eyelids dissipated, and an urgent impulse surged from her heart, prompting her to suddenly open her eyes. At first glance, everything was a blur, so indistinct that Phyllis thought there was something wrong with her vision. She struggled to close and reopen her eyes repeatedly, and finally, amidst the gasps of onlookers, she gradually began to discern her surroundings. She found herself lying on an exceedingly uncomfortable hard bed, surrounded by several individuals, both adults and children. Unfortunately, due to the poor lighting, her still somewhat blurred vision prevented her from distinguishing their expressions, though she could vaguely hear someone exclaiming, "She's awake. Holy Mother! Holy Mother!" With the utterance of a particularly deep male voice, those who had gathered around the bed immediately dispersed, and a robust figure intruded upon Phyllis's sight with a commanding presence. She could only make out his thick, bushy beard before she could discern his face. He abruptly enveloped her in a powerful embrace. The force of the hug was such that it expelled the remnants of confusion from her mind, causing her to widen her eyes in astonishment. Now, it was not merely sound that reached her ears, everything before her was imbued with color, a stark contrast to her previous experience. Most importantly, she could feel the warmth radiating from the person holding her. She sensed his rapid breathing, the tremor of his arms, and even the thumping of his heart. What was this? Was she still dreaming? But could dreams be this vivid? "Oh dear, let go quickly, Master Massimo. You'll hurt her like this." As countless thoughts raced through Phyllis's mind, two men stepped forward to pull the figure away. One of them supported her shoulder, ensuring she did not fall back onto the bed. "What a poor child. How do you feel now? Can you sit up?" A gentle yet somewhat exaggerated tone reached her ears, and Phyllis turned to look, soon meeting the face of a smiling man. He was clad in a long black garment that nearly covered his shoes, his plump body crowned with a round face, featuring a comically bulbous nose. If one overlooked his attire, he could easily be mistaken for a jovial chef sprung from the advertisements of a bygone era. However, what astonished Phyllis most was his hairstyle. By all appearances, this gentleman had yet to reach the age where one typically begins to lose their hair, yet his crown was already shining with baldness. It resembled a coconut that had been half-shaved. As Phyllis was captivated by the gleaming dome above, the others in the room were also observing her. Fortunately, none of them possessed the ability to read minds, thus no one could fathom her rather impolite thoughts. The occupants of the room assumed this unfortunate girl had yet to recover from her fright, and the plump chef, oblivious to her peculiar gaze, offered comforting words before beckoning another tall, slender man dressed in black. "Brother Marco, come quickly to examine her injuries." "A monk?" As he spoke again, Phyllis finally shifted her gaze toward the other man. In stark contrast to her companions, the man named Marco maintained an austere expression, his forehead creased with several deep furrows, and his gaze directed at Phyllis bore no semblance of kindness. As he leaned in to inspect her wounds, there was even a hint of disdain in his demeanor. Phyllis acutely sensed that disdain, but as she glanced at Marco's similarly sparse coconut hairstyle, and then at her noticeably shriveled hands, the tumultuous waves of realization surged within her, leaving no room for further contemplation. A city built of stone, the peculiar attire of its inhabitants, the monks clad in black with shaved heads. Everything led her to an extraordinary hypothesis. She had traversed time, coincidentally landing in the Middle Ages, and had become ensconced in the body of a young girl. The mere acknowledgement of this fact caused her heart rate to escalate uncontrollably. What did the Middle Ages signify? Barbarism, feudalism, famine, plague, appalling sanitary conditions, the Inquisition, witch trials, burning at the stake. The thought of the latter sent alarm bells ringing in her mind. Where on earth was she? Had she been transported to a genuine historical era, or to a realm reminiscent of reality, or perhaps to a world inspired by a novel, comic, or game? How grateful she was for the richness of modern entertainment. The myriad of possibilities flashed through her mind, causing her forehead to feel as though it might ignite. What should she do now? Although she was unsure why she could comprehend the language here, she could not ascertain whether she would be able to speak it. Even worse was the fact that the burly man who had first embraced her was evidently a relative of hers. If she inadvertently revealed a flaw upon speaking, and it became apparent that she was not the original owner of this body, she might indeed be cast away as some sort of demon. The more she pondered, the more daunting her predicament appeared in less than a minute. Her forehead was slick with cold sweat, and her head began to spin once more. Marco, who was tending to her head injury, soon recognized something amiss. Noticing the frail girl's body beginning to sway, he quickly reached out to steady her shoulder. Phyllis? Feliciana. The black-clad monk called her urgently, and seeing her unresponsive, he summoned his companion. Brother Peter, lay her down, but be careful not to press on the wound. The nearby rotund monk promptly acknowledged, and together they eased her back into the bedding. Feigning unconsciousness seemed a prudent choice, Phyllis mused as she lay down with assistance. Her body evidently required rest, and this provided an opportunity to glean more information about this world. There was no need to rush, she must proceed slowly, assured that everything would be fine. Throughout her work experience, she had encountered all manner of individuals and bizarre events. As long as she maintained her composure and thought calmly, solutions would surely outweigh the obstacles. As Phyllis lay down, reassuring herself in this manner, she felt her heartbeat gradually returning to a normal rhythm, yet an accidental glance left her utterly stunned. Above her, as Marco assisted her in lying down, an inexplicable bulge suddenly protruded from behind him. In the next instant, a decaying zombie, festooned with rotting flesh, erupted from his face, emitting a monstrous roar and lunging toward her with its gaping maw. Ah! All the psychological fortitude she had just built crumbled in the face of this horrifying scene. Phyllis emitted the loudest scream of her life, a visceral surge of adrenaline ignited by the intense visual shock. Her previously limp hand, resting on the blanket, suddenly clenched into a fist as she closed her eyes and swung forward with all her might. Ah! Accompanying the monstrous shriek was a brief cry of pain from the monk, Marco. This unfortunate figure clad in black could hardly have anticipated that a girl who seemed on the brink of fainting just a moment ago would suddenly erupt into violence. Caught completely off guard, he was struck squarely in the left eye and staggered back 2 steps, narrowly avoiding a public fall thanks to a table behind him. As the scream of the zombie faded away, it vanished entirely, and Phyllis's rationality returned. Feeling the weight of everyone's astonished gazes upon her, the foreboding sense of impending doom surged to its zenith once more. The black-clad monk remained hunched over, clutching his eye and emitting pained groans, while those near him rushed forward to inquire about his condition. Their reactions were, indeed, entirely so normal that Phyllis quickly realized that none of them had witnessed the demon that had just appeared. This was disastrous, truly disastrous. Her clenched fist burned with an intense heat, yet Phyllis found herself unable to utter a single explanation. Had she been a mere child, she might have frightened herself to tears or blurted out the horrific vision she had just witnessed. But as an adult, she quickly grasped that she could not voice such revelations. The monk, clearly a cleric, would undoubtedly be tarnished with the label of possessed by a demon should she recount every detail of her experience. Moreover, if she truly found herself in the deeply religious milieu of the Middle Ages, she could scarcely imagine the reprisals an ordinary person would face for slandering a member of the clergy. Countless explanations were rapidly dismissed in her mind, leaving seemingly only one path before her. Faint, just faint. Now was the time to lose consciousness upon awakening. She could pretend to have remembered nothing. I told you, she's insane. Just as Phyllis was about to feign a swoon again, a boy standing at the threshold excitedly pointed at her and shouted, I told you she was crazy, but you didn't believe me. Now you see it, don't you? She's a complete lunatic. 002 The Republic of Aska. All debate ceased with the boy's smug proclamation. Who would stoop to argue with a madwoman? Even Marco, nursing the bruise on his face, merely rubbed his eyes in silence, glancing at the burly man standing by the bedside. I think she should be fine now, Master Massimo, the black-clad monk remarked coolly, giving a slight nod to the owner of the house before picking up his satchel and striding toward the door. Hey, Marco. The stout monk sitting at the head of the bed hastily rose, but upon seeing his companion exit without a backward glance, he could only sigh in resignation and address the silent man beside him. Please don't take offense, Master Massimo. That's just his nature, he means no harm. No, it's I who have troubled you to come here. I truly don't know how to thank you. The burly man replied hoarsely, please convey my gratitude to Dean Camillo. Once Phyllis is feeling better, I will certainly express my thanks in person. You needn't worry, the child's recovery is far more important than anything else. Brother Peter's voice was as gentle as his stature, and after exchanging a few pleasantries with the man, he took his leave. What a strange fellow. I told you, ever since her parents died, she hasn't been right. Perhaps she is possessed. Silence. A faint murmur of discussion drifted in from the doorway, audible even to Phyllis, who lay in bed, while the burly man standing nearby heard every word clearly. At first, he said nothing, but upon hearing certain keywords, his expression suddenly shifted, and he seized a hammer from the table, striding angrily toward the door. The group of children gathered at the entrance squealed in alarm and scattered before he could reach them. With the children gone, the man showed no inclination to pursue. He took a few strides to the door and slammed it shut, leaving only the sound of his heavy, furious breathing echoing in the room. Phyllis lifted her gaze slightly towards the door, only to catch a glimpse of a slightly stooped silhouette. From her earlier fleeting glance, she could discern that the man referred to as Master Massimo by the two monks, though still robust, was not young. His grizzled beard and deeply etched wrinkles suggested he had entered middle age. Even if he hadn't yet reached 50, he was certainly in his 40s. Coupled with the children's remarks, Phyllis surmised he was likely the grandfather of this body, though she could not ascertain whether he was from her mother's side or her father's. As she pondered, the man at the door steadied his breathing and returned to her bedside. Did you see those things again? His question came as a shock, so abrupt that Phyllis could not mask her surprise. Her face instinctively reflected her astonishment. There was no need for her to confirm or deny. Her fleeting expression had already led him to his conclusion. Seeing the girl gaze at him with wide, round eyes, a profound sorrow welled up within the depths of his own. Sleep now, my dear child. Just rest. Before Phyllis could react, the middle-aged man tenderly brushed her forehead with his calloused hand and murmured, I saw rabbit meat for sale at the market today. I'll buy some for us. Tonight, we shall have stew. As silence enveloped the room, Phyllis, no longer buoyed by adrenaline, felt a wave of dizziness wash over her once more. Perhaps sensing her newfound safety, or perhaps comforted by the man's deep voice, she could not hold on any longer and closed her eyes. It seemed that in this child's body, even her vitality had waned. Phyllis vaguely heard someone calling her name, but her eyelids felt as though they were magnetized and would not budge. In a hazy state, she sensed her body being gently cradled, someone offering her a mushy substance at her lips, and in a semi-conscious state, she swallowed whatever flavorless morsels were presented to her. This state of confusion persisted for a day or perhaps several days until Phyllis finally awoke to find a different person sitting by her bedside. Blessed Mother. Poor child, you have finally awakened. A young woman wrapped in a scarf hurried to support Phyllis's shoulder as she attempted to sit up, placing down her iron comb and wool. Don't rush. Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? Noticing the girl look at her as if she were a stranger, the woman quickly introduced herself. You may not recognize me, I am Caterina, married into the Perry family after this year's Lent. The cathedral construction site is in dire need of labor, and Master Massimo. Your grandfather has taken a 2-day leave and cannot remain at home, so I've been asked to care for you during the day. In that brief statement, the woman resolved many of Phyllis's lingering questions. She had anticipated. The man referred to as Master Massimo was indeed a relative of her current form. Fortunately for the individual before her, the young woman named Caterina had minimal interaction with the original owner, which significantly eased Phyllis's nerves. Confronted by the young woman's concerned gaze, She found herself instinctively uttering a rather unfamiliar language. "Thank you." Although the girl's voice was somewhat hoarse and her speech slightly stuttered, Katerina responded with a warm and relaxed smile upon hearing her gratitude. Rumors had circulated that the child of the Massimo family had succumbed to madness following the death of their parents, which had instilled a sense of fear within her prior to arrival. She had worried that if the child awakened in a fit of madness, she would be unable to control the situation. However, it seemed that rumors were merely that the girl before her bore no resemblance to a madwoman. With this thought, Katerina's compassion deepened, and her tone softened further. "Your voice sounds hoarse. Would you like to get up and have a drink of water?" Phyllis nodded and quickly accepted a glass of water from the woman's hand. Just as the cool liquid was about to touch her lips, a sudden realization struck her. Is this water truly clean? It was not that she suspected the woman had tainted it, but rather that the medieval-like world surrounding her offered little sense of security. Even in modern times, numerous intestinal and parasitic diseases stemmed from consuming unclean water. Judging by the water's temperature, it likely had not been boiled, and she wondered how many bacteria she might be ingesting, or if this boat's digestive system could endure this trial. After hesitating for a second with the cup raised, Phyllis feigned swallowing a sip and set the cup down, cautiously glancing at the young woman. "Excuse me, you mentioned I could have a meal." Seeing her articulate such a clear request brought a broader smile to the woman's face. "The porridge is already prepared. I shall fetch it for you. Please wait here a moment." She placed the girl's shoes at Phyllis' feet, ensuring she could sit steadily before bustling out the door. Porridge. At least it had been cooked, so it should pose no issue. With that thought, Phyllis managed to put on her shoes and gingerly stepped down from the bed. The perspective of having transformed into a child was drastically different. Everything felt novel. Though she was unaware of the original little Phyllis's age, judging by her current height, which barely reached halfway up the dining table, and her slender frame, she surmised the child was likely around 6 or 7 years old. Once she had laboriously climbed onto a chair and settled herself, the woman returned with a bowl of porridge and a wooden spoon, placing it meticulously before her. Phyllis glanced outside. It seemed to be around 7 or 8 in the morning, which was typically her breakfast time. However, only a bowl of porridge lay before her, and the young woman had resumed her wool spinning, evidently not intending to join her for the meal. "Aren't you going to eat with me?" Out of courtesy and the desire to converse further, Phyllis initiated the dialogue. The woman, engrossed in her task, paused momentarily before shaking her head with a smile. "It is not yet the 3rd hour. You eat your meal. Do not mind me." "The 3rd hour?" Observing the fully brightened sky outside, Phyllis silently dismissed the notion of 3 o'clock and refrained from inquiring further, beginning to consume the porridge before her in silence. To be frank, the porridge was not unpleasant. It had a rather unique flavor. Unlike the porridge she had previously consumed, which was cooked with milk, this bowl appeared to have been made solely with water. However, perhaps to accommodate her as a patient, it contained some cheese crumbles, giving the porridge a faintly salty taste alongside the cheese flavor. Though the porridge's flavor was somewhat bland, and a few grains seemed to be either unhulled or gritty, this meal far exceeded Phyllis's expectations. At that moment, a distant chime of bells echoed. Soon after, footsteps approached from outside, growing steadily nearer. Driven by curiosity, both individuals at the table instinctively craned their necks to peer outside. The dwelling they occupied was built on a slope from the perspective of the outer door. They were currently on the 1st floor. However, from the dining table's window, the height was nearly equivalent to a 2nd floor due to the incline. Thus, from Phyllis' vantage point, she could see a group of people ascending neatly from the base of the slope. At the forefront was a man clad in a black ceremonial robe, resembling a priest. Following closely behind were 2 men dressed in black, holding candles, striding forward with solemn expressions fixed ahead. In stark contrast to their demeanor were 2 gentlemen, one tall and one short, who trailed behind them. The taller man sported a neatly trimmed beard, looking to be in middle age, while the slightly shorter one appeared to be a youth of around 10 years, both wearing expressions of shared sorrow. The reason for their somber faces seemed evident, as a grand coffin, draped in an ornate shroud, followed closely behind them. "By the Holy Mother, Lord Peluso is personally attending the funeral. It seems the rumors of their close relationship are indeed true." Katerina, upon recognizing the funeral procession, immediately made a gesture of prayer, murmuring a few words of supplication, and only resumed her seat once the coffin had passed, continuing to spin the wool in her hands. "Lord Peluso is truly unfortunate. I heard that the old gentleman passed away on his way back due to a chance encounter with bandits. They were unable to meet one last time." Phyllis took one last glance at the lengthy funeral procession following the coffin before returning to her seat. Do you know who the deceased was? She deliberately sidestepped the unfamiliar name mentioned and inquired directly about the identity of the departed. Is Lord Peluso a relative of his? Oh, certainly. That old gentleman was Lord Peluso's uncle. I have heard he was once the most esteemed professor at Asker University, but was expelled from the family by his father due to some matters in his early years. The woman casually recounted this as if discussing everyday gossip while continuing to spin the wool. But in the end, they are family. Old Peluso has been gone for many years. Lord Peluso maintained a close relationship with his uncle, and in the end, he was buried with the family crest. Despite being a married woman, Katerina appeared to be only 17 or 18. Once she began to gossip, her previously composed demeanor vanished, and her voice took on a lighter tone. Phyllis listened quietly, though her brow furrowed in contemplation. While she had indeed never heard of Peluso, the term Asker University struck a familiar chord. Yet, upon further reflection, that fleeting sense of familiarity slipped away like sand through her fingers. Moreover, this world had evidently progressed to the point of establishing universities, though she was uncertain if it resembled the kind she was familiar with. With an increasing plethora of questions, Phyllis soon finished the porridge before her. Katerina proved to be a diligent caretaker. Once she was assured that Phyllis no longer felt dizzy and could be left alone, she took the bowl to wash it clean. Upon her return, she inquired if Phyllis would like to go upstairs to play with dolls. Only then did Phyllis realize that the bed she had been sleeping in was not her own. It seems that the esteemed Master Massimo requires constant care for his granddaughter, making it inconvenient for her to ascend and descend stairs. Thus, she has been sleeping on the ground floor. Phyllis is utterly perplexed as to why she has found herself in this world, and she cannot ascertain the whereabouts of the original little Phyllis. However, since she is here, even if it is merely to seek the original soul of this child, she is determined to live her life to the fullest. To survive, she must endeavor to comprehend her surroundings. After expressing her gratitude once more to the woman before her, the girl grasped the handrail of the staircase, which was of a similar height to herself, and slowly made her way upstairs. Shortly, she discovered the room that was ostensibly hers among three. In contrast to the bare bed downstairs, which had nothing but a blanket and a pillow, the upstairs room bore evident signs of a child's presence. At the head of the bed lay a linen doll stuffed with straw, somewhat prickly to the touch and lacking the softness of cotton. Nevertheless, the doll's meticulously sewn stitches and its cleanliness suggested that it was cherished by its original owner. Additionally, at the foot of the bed stood a small box containing several wooden figurines and animal carvings, a spinning top, and an assortment of inconspicuous small stones and feathers. The box was filled with various trinkets, none particularly valuable, yet all the wooden items were polished to an exquisite smoothness, devoid of sharp edges, reflecting the care that had gone into them. It was evident that this child had been nurtured with great affection by her family. Phyllis glanced at the spinning top engraved with the letter F, then at her own hands, which bore no calluses. Recalling the myriad of sounds she had heard upon awakening, she was suddenly engulfed by a tumult of emotions. Clutching the wooden top, Phyllis returned to her bed, unable to resist envisioning the likeness of the room's original owner. If she had perceived something akin to a demon from the cloaked monk, had this little Phyllis also witnessed the same? Perhaps that was the reason for her erratic behavior despite her fear. She still endeavored to expel such foul entities from others, which led her to grasp the boy's clothing and hurl stones at him. Others could not see what she saw, and thus deemed her mad. With this thought, Phyllis inhaled deeply and wiped her face, striving to regain her composure. The events had transpired, and debating who was right or wrong at that moment would offer her no solace now. What mattered most was that the individual inhabiting this body had changed. While she could manage to interact with someone unfamiliar to her, the return of little Phyllis's grandfather was imminent. How should she present herself? Should she divulge the entire truth, or remain silent and observe the unfolding events? Both options harbored their own risks, and she found herself at a loss as to which would be the more prudent choice. She recalled the words of Master Massimo just before she succumbed to slumber. If her conjecture was correct, little Phyllis must have conveyed her ability to see ghosts to her grandfather. If she were to impersonate little Phyllis, should she reveal the truths she had witnessed? Caught in a web of turmoil, Phyllis lay back on the bed, the spinning top clutched in her hand, staring vacantly at the ceiling. Perhaps it was due to overthinking or the lingering effects of her injury, but she suddenly felt an itch atop her head and instinctively reached up to scratch it. This was a perfectly ordinary gesture, however. The peculiar sensation at her fingertips sent a jolt of unease through her, prompting her to sit upright. She sensed that she had just crushed something. Retracting her hand for a closer inspection, the marks on her fingers confirmed that it was no mere figment of her imagination. A terrifying hypothesis began to take shape in her mind, but due to its sheer horror, Phyllis found herself instinctively reaching again for her head, her fingers tightening suddenly after a moment of exploration. Upon identifying the wriggling louse she had pinched between her fingers, a horrifying sound echoed in her mind, akin to a string snapping. In a time fraught with calamities, floods preceding plagues, and famine serving as a cruel embellishment, each individual's life feels so tragically brief that its conclusion can be glimpsed at a mere glance. Thus, upon realizing she had traversed into the Middle Ages and possessed the uncanny ability to see spirits, Phyllis embarked on a quest to gather diverse information in preparation for her future. Through her relentless efforts, she ultimately found a knowledgeable ghost to mentor her, acquiring the invaluable skill of writing. With this newfound talent, she established her place in a world where 99% of the populace was illiterate, inadvertently infiltrating a count's castle and, at the tender age of 20, fulfilling her dream of becoming a scribe. Her current assignment involved the creation of a book of hours for the newly appointed count. What a perfect and leisurely occupation. Phyllis felt her life was complete. Her days were spent meticulously copying texts and illustrating them, while also engaging in delightful gossip with various ethereal ladies within the castle. The power struggles among lords and the conflicts between the church and the monarchy seemed utterly irrelevant to her existence. Even if she were to become entangled in such affairs, she would feign ignorance, for no one could deter her from her leisurely pursuits. With a singular desire to enjoy life's simplicity, Phyllis maintained this mindset, even as she dispatched a spy attempting to infiltrate the castle via the lavatory into the depths of the waste. Until one fateful day, when she was temporarily reassigned to transcribe a wanted poster, she encountered for the first time a description of a witch. It was rumored that a witch could converse with all living and dead beings, and a powerful witch might even exert mental control over those with whom she spoke, bending them to her will. Phyllis was taken aback. The witch in question was none other than herself. In the Aska Republic, Phyllis awoke, weary, to find herself floating in midair. Gazing upward revealed a cloudless sky. Looking downward, she beheld an unfamiliar town. The entire world was eerily silent and devoid of color, as if a gray filter had been cast over her vision, rendering everything in muted tones. Surely, this must be a dream, she mused. After all, her last memory was of working tirelessly for 3 consecutive days, submitting her manuscript just before collapsing onto her bed. Logically, she should be ensconced in slumber. Analyzing further, the evidence became undeniable. The town beneath her appeared to be constructed upon a mountain, with narrow, steep pathways, and the buildings were predominantly stone, starkly contrasting with modern cities. As she controlled her body to float lower, she observed the townsfolk traversing the cobblestone streets, their attire reminiscent of historical documentaries and reconstructions, a far cry from contemporary fashion, yet closely aligned with the manuscript she had recently completed. The Middle Ages, a period seldom mentioned in daily discourse, had re-entered the public consciousness through a plethora of literary and cinematic adaptations in recent years. Phyllis had recently been illustrating for a game set against the backdrop of this very era. Given her studio's diminutive size and severe lack of personnel, as the lead artist, she had been shouldering the entirety of the artistic responsibilities. Having researched extensively, the imagery was still fresh in her mind, and she could hardly forget it so swiftly. At this thought, a smile crept across her face. Even in her dreams, she was absorbed in her work, a testament to her dedication that she couldn't help but admire. Yet, with the realization that she was dreaming, a sense of lightness enveloped her. Since graduating, she had been consumed by work, and it had been years since she had ventured out to travel. To have such a vivid dream that allowed her to retain her self-awareness was a rare and delightful experience. Embracing this tourist mentality, she began to explore the quaint town. In her mind, a medieval city would be incomplete without a church, and so Phyllis set about searching for the center of the town. This was no formidable task. The ancient streets were sparsely populated compared to modern times, allowing her to soar into the sky for a swift overview. It seemed she could accomplish anything within this dream. Just as this thought crossed her mind, her body felt light again, lifting like a feather. Yet, before she could fully hover above the buildings, a group of children nearby captured her attention. They appeared quite young, some barely 5 or 6, with the oldest just over 10 standing defiantly in 2 opposing factions. To say there were 2 teams would be an exaggeration. Rather, a solitary girl was isolated by the others. Instantly, Phyllis was captivated by the sight of the girl. In a world rendered in shades of black, white, and gray, the mere glimpse of color would seize anyone's attention, and that girl was the only splash of hue in her view. Curiosity compelled Phyllis to approach this vibrant figure, observing every gesture with keen interest. Though the sounds were inaudible, the girl's body language conveyed her efforts to communicate, her small hands animatedly miming while her lips moved fervently, only to be met with mocking and disdain from the other children. Just as Phyllis drew closer, intending to decipher the dialogue through lip reading, the isolated girl suddenly bent down to pick up a small stone and hurled it with force at the boy leading the opposition. The boy, taken by surprise, was struck and instantly enraged, reacting by swinging his fist towards the girl. With their leader attacked, the boy's cohorts began to push the girl back, forcing her toward a small, unguarded slope. Before Phyllis could utter a sound, the girl, wide-eyed, tumbled down the steep incline. Without a moment's hesitation, Phyllis followed, reaching out her hand. In a fleeting instant, their hands almost touched, but in the next moment, they separated abruptly. Phyllis grasped nothing, watching helplessly as the girl with the brown eyes rolled down the hill. Suspended in midair, Phyllis remained in a daze for what felt like an eternity, her gaze shifting from her empty hand to the small body lying motionless below, a crimson stain marking the earth. An overwhelming sorrow surged within her heart at the sight. In her stupor, her body moved uncontrollably towards the small figure. As she leaned down, she felt her gaze lock onto the girl's widening dark pupils. In the next heartbeat, it felt as if a hand had violently extracted her consciousness and thrust it into a blender, a wave of dizziness and pain crashing over her like a tsunami, rendering her utterly unconscious. Pain. This was the first sensation Phyllis registered, followed closely by a piercing, high-pitched hum that pierced her mind, compelling her to awaken from her stupor. Before her brain had fully returned to consciousness, her senses broke through some barrier, arriving in a new realm before her vision could catch up. No, it's her, the stone. Stop. Phyllis struggled to open her eyes, but as in all her past dreams, her eyelids felt as though they were glued shut, refusing to part. Instead, the sharp buzzing in her ears began to be replaced by a cacophony of indistinct voices. It seemed as though someone was standing beside her, as if someone were speaking, perhaps even arguing. In the midst of her hazy consciousness, Phyllis felt she could hear a foreign tongue. Yet, as the buzzing gradually faded, those unfamiliar sounds began to coalesce into comprehensible words. That it's not my fault. It was her. She was the one who struck first. A somewhat juvenile voice exclaimed loudly. She said many strange things, initially trying to strip us of our clothes, even hitting me with a stone. Everyone saw it. Silence. A deep voice resonated from above, serving as a signal for the chattering voices to abruptly cease. Simultaneously, the heaviness on Phyllis' eyelids dissipated, and a surge of urgency from the depths of her being compelled her to open her eyes wide. Upon her first glance, everything around her appeared blurred, so much so that Phyllis wondered if something was amiss with her vision. She made an effort to close and reopen her eyes repeatedly, and finally, amidst the gasps of the onlookers, her surroundings slowly came into focus. At that moment, she lay on an exceedingly uncomfortable hard bed, surrounded by several individuals, both adults and children. Regrettably, the poor lighting hindered her still somewhat blurred vision from discerning their expressions. She could only faintly hear someone exclaiming, "She's awake. Holy Mother! Holy Mother!" With the utterance of an unusually deep male voice, those who had gathered around the bed quickly dispersed, making way for a burly figure who intruded upon Phyllis' line of sight with an imposing presence. She could only make out that the man had a thick, bushy beard before she could fully see his face. He abruptly enveloped her in a strong embrace. The force of the hug expelled the remnants of confusion from her mind, causing her to widen her eyes involuntarily. Now, it was not just sounds she could perceive. Everything before her was now imbued with color, a stark contrast to her previous state. Most importantly, she was acutely aware of the warmth emanating from the person who held her. She could feel his rapid breath, the trembling of his arms, and even the thudding of his heart. What was this? Was she still dreaming? But could a dream feel so tangible? Let go quickly, Master Massimo. You might hurt her like this. As countless thoughts raced through Phyllis' mind, two men standing nearby stepped forward to pry the man away. One of them gently supported her shoulder, preventing her from collapsing back onto the bed. What a poor child. How are you feeling now? Can you sit up? A gentle yet somewhat exaggerated voice reached her ears, and Phyllis turned to see a smiling face. The man wore a long black garment that reached down to cover his shoes, his plump body crowned with a round face, adorned with a bulbous nose. If not for his attire, he could easily be mistaken for a jovial chef straight from a vintage advertisement. However, what astonished Phyllis the most was his hairstyle. By all appearances, this gentleman should not have begun losing his hair, yet the top of his head was already shining bald. He resembled a coconut that had been half-shaved. While Phyllis was captivated by the gleaming dome, the others in the room continued to observe her. Thankfully, none of them possessed the gift of mind reading, and thus, none could guess her rather impolite thoughts. At this moment, the people in the room believed that this unfortunate girl had yet to recover from her fright. The jovial chef, seemingly oblivious to her peculiar gaze, offered her a few more comforting words before beckoning to another tall, slender man dressed in black. "Brother Marco, come and see if her wounds are still an issue." "Brother?" As he spoke again, Phyllis finally moved her eyes, slowly shifting them to the other man. Unlike her companion, the man referred to as Marco wore a perpetually stern expression, his brow furrowed with deep lines, and his gaze towards Phyllis was far from friendly, bearing an air of disdain as he approached to examine her wounds. Phyllis keenly sensed that disdain, yet upon glancing at Marco's similarly bald head, then down at her evidently shrunken hands, the tumultuous thoughts swirling in her mind rendered her unable to ponder anything else. A city constructed of stone, people adorned in unusual attire, a monk clad in black with a shaven head. Everything led her toward an astonishing hypothesis. She had traversed time, inadvertently arriving in the Middle Ages, and had taken over the consciousness of a young girl. The mere realization of this sent her heart racing uncontrollably. What did the Middle Ages signify? Barbarism, feudalism, famine, plague, deplorable hygiene, the Inquisition, witch trials, executions. The thought of the last item sent her internal alarm bells ringing at their peak. What place was this? Had she crossed into a true historical era, or a realm reminiscent of reality, or perhaps a world from a novel, comic, or game? She was immensely grateful for the richness of contemporary entertainment. The myriad possibilities flashing through her mind made her head feel as if it might ignite. What should she do now? Although she could not fathom why she understood the language here, she was uncertain if she could articulate her thoughts. Even worse, the burly man who had initially embraced her was evidently a relative of hers. If she were to inadvertently reveal any inconsistency, exposing that she was not the original owner of this body, she might well be deemed a demon or some such entity and cast away. The more she contemplated, the more acutely aware she became of her dire predicament. In less than a minute, a cold sweat had formed on her forehead, and her head began to spin once more. Marco, the monk checking her head wound, soon sensed something was amiss. Noticing the petite girl's body beginning to sway, Marco quickly reached out to steady her other shoulder. "Phyllis? Feliciana," the black-clad monk called her anxiously. Seeing no response, he immediately summoned his companion. "Brother Peter, quickly lay her down. Be cautious not to press on the wound." The rotund monk promptly replied with an okay, and together they gently ensconced her back under the covers. Fainting seemed like a rather appealing option, Phyllis thought as she was assisted back down. Her body clearly needed rest. This would provide her the perfect opportunity to glean more information about this world. No need to rush, take it slow surely, everything would be fine. What sorts of people hadn't she encountered in her line of work? What bizarre events hadn't she faced? As long as she kept her composure, as long as she thought calmly, solutions would surely outnumber the difficulties. As Phyllis lay down, soothing herself with such thoughts, her heartbeat gradually began to normalize. However, an inadvertent glance caused her to freeze in shock. Above her, as Marco helped her lie down, an inexplicable bulge suddenly protruded from his back. In the next moment, a rotting zombie burst forth from his face, emitting an inhuman shriek as it lunged toward her with its mouth agape. Ah! In the face of this horrifying scene, all her carefully constructed mental fortitude shattered into a million pieces. Phyllis let out a scream of unprecedented decibels, the intense visual stimulus sending her adrenaline soaring. Her previously relaxed hand, resting softly upon the blanket, suddenly clenched into a fist as she closed her eyes and swung forward with all her might. Roar! Accompanying the monstrous shriek was the sound of a sharp gasp from the priest, Marco. This unfortunate cloaked figure could hardly have anticipated that a girl who was on the verge of fainting just moments before would suddenly erupt and strike. Caught off guard, he was struck in the left eye, staggering back 2 steps. Had there not been a table behind him, he might have collapsed in front of the crowd. As the scream faded, the zombie completely dissipated, and Phyllis' rationality returned. Feeling the weight of everyone's astonished gazes upon her, a foreboding sense of dread surged to its peak once more. The cloaked priest remained hunched over, clutching his injured eye and groaning in pain, while those nearby rushed to inquire about his condition. Their reactions were entirely understandably so much so that Phyllis quickly realized none of them had witnessed the sudden appearance of the demon. It was over. This was a complete disaster. Her clenched fist burned with intensity, Yet Phyllis found herself unable to utter a single explanation. Were she but a child, she might have cried out in terror or babbled incoherently about the horrifying sight she had just witnessed. But as an adult, she swiftly recognized that she could not voice these thoughts. The black-robed priest was clearly a man of the cloth. Should she divulge what she had seen, it would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation, branding him as possessed by a devil. Furthermore, if she truly existed in a medieval era steeped in religious fervor, she could scarcely imagine the retribution she would face for slandering a clergyman. All possible justifications were quickly dismissed in her mind. It appeared she had only one option left: feign unconsciousness. At this moment, it would be best to faint and, upon awakening, act as if she had no recollection of the events. "I told you, she's insane." Just as Phyllis was about to play the part of the fainting girl again, a boy standing at the doorway pointed at her and shouted with delight, "I told you she was crazy, but you didn't believe me. Now you see it, don't you? She's a complete lunatic." 002 Ask a Republic. All debate ceased in the wake of the boy's triumphant proclamation. Who would engage in a dispute with a madwoman? Even Marco, nursing his bruised face, merely rubbed his eye in silence and glanced sideways at a bearded man standing by the bedside. "I believe she should be fine now, Master Massimo," the cloaked priest stated coldly, giving a slight nod to the house's owner before picking up his bag and striding toward the door. "Hey, Marco." The rotund priest sitting at the bedside quickly rose to follow, but seeing his companion exit without a backward glance, he could only sigh helplessly and address the silent man beside him. "Please don't take offense, Master Massimo. That's just his nature. He means no ill will." "No, it's I who have troubled you with my errand. I genuinely don't know how to thank you," the bearded man replied in a hushed voice. "Please convey my gratitude to Dean Camillo. Once Phyllis is well, I will thank him in person. There is no need to rush. The child's recovery is of utmost importance." The priest, Peter, spoke with a softness that matched his physique, exchanging a few pleasantries with the man before departing. "What a strange fellow. I told you, ever since her parents died, she hasn't been right. Perhaps she is possessed by a devil." Silence. Murmurs of speculation drifted in from the doorway, audible even to Phyllis lying in bed, while the bearded man beside her heard every word distinctly. Initially, he remained silent, but upon hearing certain keywords, his expression shifted dramatically. Grabbing a hammer from the table, he strode angrily toward the door. The children gathered at the entrance screamed and scattered before he could reach them. With the crowd gone, the man showed no inclination to pursue. He swiftly approached the door and slammed it shut, leaving the room echoing with his heavy, furious breaths. Phyllis raised her head slightly to glance toward the door, but all she could see was a slightly hunched silhouette. From her previous brief glimpse, she could discern that this man, referred to as Master Massimo by the two priests, though still robust, was no longer youthful. His graying beard and the deep wrinkles on his face indicated he was well into middle age. Even if he were not 50, he was certainly in his 40s. Coupled with the children's comments, Phyllis surmised he was likely the grandfather of this body, though she could not ascertain whether through her mother or father. While she pondered this, the man at the door had already composed himself and returned to her bedside. "Did you see those things again?" His question came so unexpectedly that Phyllis, caught off guard, could not mask her astonishment, her face betraying her surprise before she could even respond. His instant judgment was clear in her wide, round eyes, which now shimmered with an almost palpable sorrow. "Sleep now, dear child, a good rest will suffice." Before Phyllis could react, the middle-aged man gently brushed her forehead with his calloused hand and murmured, "I saw a rabbit meat for sale at the market today. I will buy some for dinner." As tranquility settled in, Phyllis, no longer buoyed by adrenaline, felt a wave of dizziness wash over her once again. Perhaps sensing her newfound safety, or perhaps finding solace in the man's low, soothing voice, she could not hold on any longer and closed her eyes. It seemed that in this child's body, even her energy had waned. Phyllis vaguely heard someone calling her name, but her eyelids felt as heavy as lead, refusing to budge. In her stupor, she sensed her body being half lifted, and something mushy was offered to her lips, which she swallowed without tasting in her half-conscious state. This dazed state persisted for a day, perhaps even several days, until Phyllis finally awakened to find a different person watching over her. "Blessed Virgin, poor child, you have finally awakened." A young woman, her head wrapped in a scarf, rushed to support Phyllis as she attempted to sit up, setting down her iron comb and wool. "Don't rush, are you hungry? Would you like something to eat?" Seeing Phyllis regard her with the eyes of a stranger, the woman hastily introduced herself. "You may not have seen me before. I am Katerina, who married into the Perry family after this year's Lent. The cathedral site is in dire need of labor, and Master Massimo, your grandfather, has taken 2 days off and cannot stay home any longer, so I am here to care for you during the day." In just a brief sentence, the woman resolved many of Phyllis' lingering questions. As she had anticipated, the man referred to as Master Massimo was indeed a relative of her current form. Fortunately for her, the young woman before her, named Katerina, had little connection with the original owner of this body, which significantly eased Phyllis's nerves. Caught in the young woman's concerned gaze, Phyllis instinctively opened her mouth, compelled by a peculiar force to utter a rather unfamiliar language. "Thank you." Though the girl's voice was somewhat hoarse and her speech slightly stammered, Katerina responded with a gentle and relaxed smile upon hearing her expression of gratitude. Rumors had circulated that the child of the Massimo family had recently gone mad following the death of both parents, and Phyllis had harbored some apprehension before her arrival, fearing how she might cope if the child were to awaken in a fit of madness. However, it seemed that rumors were merely the rumors. The girl before her bore no semblance to a lunatic. With this thought, a deeper layer of compassion welled up within Katerina, prompting her voice to soften further. "Your throat sounds, sir. Would you like to rise and have a drink of water?" Phyllis nodded, and soon received a glass of water from the woman. Just as the cool liquid was about to touch her lips, she suddenly recalled a crucial concern. Was this water truly clean? It was not that she suspected the woman of having tampered with it. Rather, the medieval-like environment around her instilled a profound sense of insecurity. Even in modern times, numerous intestinal and parasitic diseases arose from consuming contaminated water. Judging by the temperature of the water, it appeared to have been unboiled, and she couldn't help but wonder how many bacteria might accompany it, and whether this body's gastrointestinal tract could withstand such a trial. After a moment of hesitation with the glass in her hand, Phyllis ultimately pretended to swallow a sip, setting the glass down and tentatively inquiring, "Pardon me, you mentioned that I could have a meal." Upon hearing her articulate request, the woman's smile widened. "The porridge is already prepared. I shall fetch it for you momentarily. Please wait here." After placing the girl's shoes at Phyllis's feet and ensuring she could sit steadily, Katerina hurriedly exited the room. Porridge. At least it had been cooked, so it should pose no issues. With that thought, Phyllis donned the shoes herself and cautiously stepped down from the bed. The perspective of being a child brought a significant shift, rendering everything around her novel and intriguing. Though she was uncertain of the original little Phyllis's age, given her current height, which barely surpassed the dining table, and her slender frame, she speculated that this little one might be around 6 or 7 years old. When she finally managed to climb onto the chair, Katerina returned with a bowl of thick porridge and a wooden spoon, placing it neatly before her. Phyllis glanced outside. The sky suggested it was around 7 or 8 in the morning, typically her breakfast time. Yet, before her sat only a bowl of porridge, and the young woman resumed her task of carding wool, evidently without the intention of joining her for a meal. "Will you not eat with me?" Out of courtesy and a desire to engage in conversation, Phyllis took the initiative to ask. The woman, momentarily taken aback, shook her head with a smile. "It is not yet the 3rd hour. You eat your meal. Do not mind me." "The 3rd hour?" Observing the brightening sky, Phyllis silently dismissed the notion of 3 o'clock from her mind and chose not to press the matter further, instead beginning to eat the porridge before her in silence. To be fair, the porridge was not unpleasant. It possessed a somewhat subtle flavor. Unlike the milk-based porridge she was accustomed to, this bowl seemed to have been made solely with water. However, in consideration of her status as an invalid, it contained some cheese bits, lending the dish a faintly salty flavor alongside the cheese. While the taste was somewhat bland, and some grains either remained unhulled or perhaps contained sand, the food before Phyllis exceeded her expectations considerably. At that moment, a distant chime resonated, followed shortly by the approach of footsteps outside. Driven by curiosity, both Phyllis and Katerina leaned forward to peer out at the sound. Their dwelling was situated on a slope from the front door. They were on the 1st floor. Yet, from the dining table's window, there was nearly a full floor's distance from the sloping ground, rendering it akin to a 2nd floor. Thus, from Phyllis's vantage point, she could see a procession of individuals ascending the slope in neat formation. At the forefront was a man clad in a black ceremonial robe, resembling a priest. Following closely behind were 2 men dressed in black, each holding a candle and marching solemnly forward, their expressions grave as they gazed straight ahead. In stark contrast to their demeanor were 2 men who trailed behind, one tall and one short. The taller man sported a neatly trimmed beard and appeared to be middle-aged, while the shorter, younger one seemed to be merely a boy in his early teens. Both wore expressions of similar sorrow. The reason for their apparent grief was likely revealed by the grand coffin draped in an ornate shroud that followed in their wake. "By the Holy Mother," Lord Peluso has come to personally attend the funeral. It seems the rumors of their close relationship are indeed true. Katerina, upon recognizing the funeral procession, immediately made a gesture of prayer, silently reciting a few words of supplication. Once the coffin had passed, she resumed her seat and continued carding wool. Lord Peluso is truly unfortunate. I heard that the old gentleman met his demise during an encounter with robbers on his return journey. They were unable to see him one last time. Phyllis cast one last glance at the lengthy funeral procession trailing behind the coffin before returning to her seat. Do you know who the deceased was? She deliberately ignored the unfamiliar name mentioned and directly inquired about the identity of the departed. Is Lord Peluso a relative? Oh, indeed. That old gentleman was Lord Peluso's uncle. I have heard he was once the most esteemed professor at Aska University, though he was expelled from the family by his father due to some past grievances. As she continued to card the wool, the woman spoke as if sharing casual gossip, but in the end, they are still family. The old Peluso has been deceased for many years. Lord Peluso was quite close to his uncle, so he was ultimately interred beneath the family's crest. Although she was now a married woman, Katerina appeared to be only 17 or 18 years old. Once she began discussing gossip, the composure she had previously exhibited dissipated, and her tone grew lighthearted. Phyllis listened quietly, yet her brow furrowed in contemplation. While she had indeed not heard the name Peluso before, Aska University sounded vaguely familiar. However, as she tried to think more deeply, that fleeting sense of familiarity slipped away like sand through her fingers. Moreover, the existence of a university in this world was astonishing. It remained to be seen whether it resembled the kind of university she remembered. With an increasing multitude of questions swirling in her mind, Phyllis swiftly finished the porridge before her. Katerina proved to be an attentive caretaker. Once she was assured that Phyllis no longer felt dizzy and could be left alone, she took the bowl to wash it and returned to ask whether Phyllis wished to go upstairs to play with dolls. Only then did Phyllis realize that the bed she had been sleeping in was not her own. It seems that the esteemed Master Massimo requires constant care for his granddaughter, making it inconvenient for her to navigate the stairs, thus resulting in her sleeping on the ground floor. Phyllis is utterly bewildered as to why she has found herself in this world and is uncertain of the whereabouts of the original little Phyllis. However, now that she is here, even if it is merely to locate the true essence of this child, she is determined to live earnestly. If she is to continue living, it is imperative that she familiarizes herself with her surroundings. After expressing her gratitude once more to the woman before her, the girl grasped the stair railing, which was roughly at her height, and slowly ascended. Before long, she discovered the room that ostensibly belonged to her among the 3 chambers. In contrast to the bare bed downstairs, which held nothing but a quilt and a pillow, this upstairs room bore unmistakable signs of a child's habitation. At the head of the bed rested a linen doll stuffed with hay, somewhat prickly to the touch, and devoid of the softness that cotton would provide. Yet, considering the meticulous stitching and the doll's cleanliness, it was evident that it had been cherished by its original owner. Additionally, at the foot of the bed lay a small chest containing several wooden figurines and animal carvings, a spinning top, and an assortment of inconsequential pebbles and feathers. The chest was filled with various items that, while not precious, were polished to a smooth finish, devoid of sharp edges, reflecting a careful hand in their creation. This child must have been nurtured with great care by her family. Phyllis glanced at the engraved F on the wooden top, then at her own hands, which bore no calluses, and recalled the myriad of sensations she experienced upon awakening. A complex amalgamation of emotions washed over her. Clutching the wooden top, Phyllis returned to her bed, unable to resist envisioning the original owner's likeness. If she could perceive something akin to a demon from the cloaked figure, did this little Phyllis also witness the same? Thus, her erratic behavior might be explained despite her fear. She felt compelled to exorcise the foul entity from others, leading her to grasp the boy's clothing and hurl stones at him. Yet, as others could not see it, they deemed her insane. With this thought, Phyllis took a deep breath, wiping her face to regain her composure. What has transpired is in the past. Debating who was right or wrong at that moment serves no purpose for her now. What is paramount is that the individual inhabiting this body has undergone a transformation. While dealing with someone unfamiliar is manageable, in a few hours, little Phyllis's grandfather will return. How should she present herself then? Should she reveal the entire truth, or should she maintain silence and observe the unfolding events? Both choices harbor inherent risks, and she finds herself at a loss as to which would be the more prudent course. She recalled the words of Master Massimo before she succumbed to slumber. If her suspicions are correct, little Phyllis must have confided in her grandfather about her ability to see ghosts. If she is to impersonate little Phyllis, should she disclose her own observations? Caught in a web of indecision, Phyllis clutched the top and collapsed onto the bed, her gaze vacantly fixed on the ceiling. Whether due to mental exhaustion or the lingering effects of her injury, she suddenly felt an itch on her scalp and instinctively reached up to scratch. This was a rather mundane action, yet the peculiar sensation at her fingertips sent a shiver down her spine, prompting her to sit up abruptly. She sensed that she had just crushed something. Retracting her hand for a closer inspection, the marks on her fingers confirmed that it was no mere figment of her imagination. A dreadful hypothesis began to take root in her mind, yet its sheer terror caused her to hesitate, and in a moment of mental paralysis, she reached once more to her scalp, her fingers tightening suddenly. Upon discerning the squirming lice she had grasped, a sound akin to a snapped string echoed in her mind. In the Republic of Asker, within the grand Asker Cathedral, Massimo halted abruptly as he passed the rear chamber, his gaze transfixed by the sight above. The weather outside was splendid, with brilliant sunlight illuminating the stained glass rose window perched at the apex of the arch. The circular window was meticulously divided into 9 segments by a grid of straight frames. At its center sat the Virgin Mary, clad in blue, her hands clasped in prayer, surrounded by 8 other sections depicting well-known biblical narratives of the Virgin and several saints. Massimo stood mesmerized by the figure of the Virgin, her expression obscured by the radiant light, as if drawn by an unseen force into the chamber. Kneeling upon the floor, he clasped his hands tightly and began to pray. The sunlight streaming through the stained glass enveloped him like a celestial garment, rendering the scene particularly sacred amidst the cathedral's ambience, which was not entirely silent. An elderly monk in black robes happened to pass by and was captivated by the sight. Recognizing the familiar figure, he gestured for the acolyte, accompanying him to proceed. Choosing instead to stand quietly by and observe, unaware of this presence behind him, Massimo eventually reopened his eyes to gaze once more at the Virgin above. After once again forming a gesture of prayer, he braced himself on his knees and rose slowly to his feet. "May the Virgin bless you, Master Massimo," came a familiar voice from behind. Turning, Massimo's gaze met the warm, compassionate eyes of Dean Camillo. After a moment of surprise, he stepped forward, bowing slightly in greeting. "May the Virgin bless you," he replied. Dean Camillo hesitated for a moment. Then, somewhat sheepishly, he offered an apology. "I am truly sorry for not arriving at the monastery sooner to express my gratitude. Recent circumstances have been quite challenging. I am aware of your difficulties. Master Massimo, you have enough troubles without this small matter weighing on your mind." The elderly dean interjected gently, raising his hand to halt Massimo's words. "Moreover, I am quite concerned about Feliciana's injury. Has she not yet awakened? Should we ask Brother Marco to check on her again?" Though he almost uttered a polite refusal, the image of his granddaughter's pale face flashed through his mind, prompting him to lower his head further. "If it is convenient, of course. We are all children of our Lord, and it is only right to assist one another." The old dean chuckled warmly, inquiring about any other troubles that may be afflicting him as they walked together outside. As they exited the cathedral, they encountered a funeral procession carrying a coffin. Respect for the deceased is one of the most fundamental courtesies, especially when the chief mourner is the head of one of Asker's most illustrious families. Thus, as the sizable procession passed, pedestrians paused in reverence, some removing their hats or bowing their heads in prayer to honor the departed. Massimo and Dean Camillo were no exceptions. They stood respectfully to the side until the coffin had passed, before once again raising their eyes to behold the interior of the cathedral. Although some of Professor Palisso's views are rather radical, my lord knows that he possesses a noble spirit, deserving of such a grand funeral. The old monk muttered a few more prayers towards the coffin before turning his gaze back to the man beside him. "This year may not bode well, Master Massimo. The earthquake last winter might have been a portent. My lord is quite displeased. I have heard from the pilgrims that many have perished on the island of Sycra since last year, allegedly due to an epidemic. I sincerely hope these are mere unfounded rumors." Noticing the man gazing vacantly at the funeral procession, the old dean sighed once more and discreetly pulled him to a quieter corner. "I swear, Master Massimo, my intentions are entirely selfless, but regarding Feliciana, have you truly considered Brother Salvatore's counsel? I have heard from Brother Marco about her condition. If things continue as they are, your work will surely be affected. She is now your only relative, and with several years until she comes of age, if your work suffers, both your lives will become quite difficult." Seeing a flicker of vulnerability in the man's expression beneath his beard, he continued, I understand this may be troubling for you, but life in the convent is not as dreadful as you might imagine. At least there, she will be shielded from external disturbances. Moreover, spending a few years in proximity to the radiance of the Virgin may foster her maturity. When the time comes, you could even bring her out for marriage. Massimo's beard twitched, as if he were about to respond, but he remained silent until the old monk finished speaking and then closed his eyes briefly. I will consider it, he replied with great difficulty. I need time, Dean. You know I have only one daughter and one apprentice. They possess but this single child. She is the sole family I have left in this world. I require time to ponder this matter. I understand fully. This is indeed a challenging decision for you. The old monk reassured him, patting his shoulder. There is no rush to decide. Brother Salvatore will not be leaving Asia until next month at the earliest. When he arrives, you can discuss it further with him. As he watched the old monk's retreating figure, Massimo fell silent once again. Yet the work must continue, and he had to walk along the outer wall of the cathedral to the other side, 9 years prior, to challenge the neighboring city-state of Phyllis. The 9-man committee of Asca officially approved the expansion of the Asca Cathedral. The affluent 9 families enlisted the renowned sculptor and architect, Master Giovanna, to design the expansion plans and oversee the construction while hiring numerous local craftsmen, determined to transform Asca Cathedral into the largest Virgin Mary Cathedral in the world. As a native stonemason of Asca, Massimo was among the first to respond to the call, also serving as one of Master Giovanna's principal assistants. Over the past 9 years, he witnessed the magnificent structure depicted in the blueprints gradually take shape under his hands. As a stonemason who had been working with stone since the age of 8, being fortunate enough to partake in such a monumental endeavor was a source of pride he could boast about for a lifetime. Yet, it appears that my Lord always reveals his sense of justice precisely when one feels most triumphant. The earthquake at the end of last year, though not particularly severe, fortuitously caused a stone to fall from above a construction site, striking the head of his most cherished disciple and son-in-law. Upon hearing the dreadful news, his only daughter fainted and departed this world, taking with her the unborn grandchild. The agony of a white-haired man mourning a black-haired one made Massimo feel as though he had aged a decade in mere months. Yet he could not succumb to despair. He had a granddaughter to care for, still so young and reliant on him for her livelihood. The wages of a craftsman have always been proportional to the work done, and although, as a master mason, he had accumulated some savings in recent years, he could not allow his household to fall into a state of financial ruin. Moreover, given the peculiar circumstances surrounding his granddaughter, particularly in the aftermath of this calamity, it seemed improbable that she could venture outside normally. Under these conditions, it might indeed be more prudent to send her to a convent. If such a decision were to be made, a substantial donation would certainly need to be prepared to ensure her well-being. As he pondered these various matters, Massimo did not delay his work. He swiftly traversed the construction site, assessing the progress of the project, chastising a few idle workers attempting to shirk their duties. Before long, it was time for lunch. When the sun reached its zenith and the church bells tolled once more, Master Giovanni, the chief inspector, arrived for his customary inspection of the site. Renowned as one of the most esteemed architects and sculptors on the Eno Peninsula, Giovanni's attire was markedly superior to that of the other laborers. In the prime of his life, his meticulously groomed brown hair and beard complemented his tall stature, while his high cheekbones radiated a healthy flush, accentuating his rugged facial features. The piercing gaze from beneath his thick brows would silence even the most garrulous apprentices. Massimo, my old friend, you have finally returned. Upon reuniting with his assistant and dear companion, Giovanni's spirits brightened as splendidly as the weather itself. He embraced his friend, clapping him heartily on the shoulder, and bellowed in his customary booming voice, "How is Feliciana's condition? Is she able to rise yet?" Observing his friend, who, despite being of similar age, appeared far more youthful and vibrant, Massimo could only manage a wry smile. "Not just yet. However, she wakes several times a day. She can swallow the food I offer her, but I must still request Brother Marco to come and examine her." As he recounted this, Giovanni's expression darkened increasingly, culminating in an uncharacteristically vulgar exclamation. "You should not let those vile brats get away with this. They ought to be made to answer to their parents. If that fails, take it to court. What sort of creatures are they? All I wish for is her safe awakening. If it comes to it, I would trade my life for hers. Do not speak in such a manner. Giovanni interrupted his discourse, scrutinizing the pallid visage of his old friend, his gaze settling upon an inconspicuous abscess beneath the man's beard. Before he furrowed his brow and advised, for the sake of your unfortunate granddaughter, Massimo, you ought to be more attentive to your health. What ails your neck? Perhaps it was a bite from some insect. Massimo rubbed his aching eye sockets, looked up, and managed a forced, weary smile. Let's not dwell on such matters. We should discuss the current progress. Master Massimo, you are here. As the two engaged in conversation regarding the ongoing project, a youthful voice abruptly interjected. Turning towards the sound, they recognized a familiar face, a local carpenter's apprentice often seen at the construction site. I encountered the sister-in-law of the Perry family while on my way home for lunch. She asked me to convey the joyous news that your granddaughter awakened this morning and is already able to walk. The young apprentice exclaimed cheerfully, "Would you like to return home and see her?" Upon hearing such delightful news, Massimo was naturally elated. Yet, considering his prior absences, he hesitated, fearing a negative impact from his return. "What are you waiting for? Go and see her," Giovanni urged, sharing in his friend's joy and noticing Massimo's reluctance. He playfully nudged his shoulder. "It is still the lunch break. You can return in time." "Very well. Then I shall take a quick look." With his superior's consent, Massimo swiftly gathered the blueprints and hastened towards home. Giovanni, observing his friend's hurried departure, couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head, before personally inspecting the project's progress on site. However, just as he reached the area of the cathedral where the cloister was undergoing expansion, a sudden commotion erupted from within. Moments later, an individual rushed out, calling, "Quick, summon a doctor. Someone has fainted." Noticing that the person was clearly not clad in ecclesiastical garb, Giovanni raised his voice in warning. "Dr. Paolo is away, and the monastery lies below the hill. If you are in haste, it would be prudent to seek the deacon in the church. They typically possess some medical knowledge." The man, realizing the truth of Giovanni's words, expressed his gratitude in a flurry and hurried back into the church. His panicked demeanor sparked hushed whispers among the craftsmen gathered for lunch, and Giovanni furrowed his brow in concern. Finding the man rather unreliable, he exchanged a few brief words with his apprentice before striding into the cathedral to assess the situation. The disturbance had already attracted the attention of those on duty. As Giovanni approached the epicenter of the chaos, two deacons clad in black arrived, directing those around them to carry the afflicted individual to a resting place. "Wait!" One of the deacons suddenly changed countenance, urgently instructing the others to lower the person. He advanced and pressed upon certain areas of the collapsed individual, ultimately rising, pale-faced, while supporting his companion. "He has passed away." The butler, clad in black, gazed around in disbelief, particularly at those laymen who donned garments akin to the deceased's. Who was he? How did he meet his end? What were you all doing prior to this? The others exchanged bewildered glances, none able to immediately comprehend this sudden turn of events, their astonishment evidently overshadowing their fear. "We did nothing at all." One voice broke the silence after a moment. "We all came to mourn Professor Paorusso. It is said he bequeathed his entire estate equally to the impoverished of the town. Such a benevolent soul surely deserves our homage. That man must belong to the Paorusso family. I have seen him in the funeral procession." They had initially left several to guard the coffin, but perhaps during lunchtime, the rest went to eat, leaving him alone. Another person pointed at the corpse, still shaken, and added, "My lord can attest, we truly did nothing. I was just speaking with him. He appeared quite normal, albeit a bit fatigued, even having a slight nosebleed. But who would die from a mere nosebleed? Holy Mother, what good does it do to speak of this now? Quickly, notify the Paorusso family." Under the butler's direction, the gathered crowd finally dispersed from around the body, leaving only Master Giovanni, who stood there in a daze. His gaze seemed ensnared. His body moved stiffly like a marionette as he approached the corpse and slowly crouched down. Noticing Giovanni's unusual behavior, the butler inquired, "Master Giovanni, do you know this man?" "No, I do not." Giovanni, in a daze, extended his hand and gently turned the man's head to the side, tugging at his collar, as the side of the neck was fully exposed. Several conspicuous black spots and a sizable abscess, as large as a fig, came into view for all to see. The Republic of Asca, city of Asca, is a quintessential mountain town, as its name implies, built atop a hill. The cobblestone streets within the city ascend and descend at various angles, with the grand cathedral naturally positioned at the pinnacle. Departing from the cathedral to return home, the path is nearly all downhill. And since Massimo's residence is not far from the church, he arrived breathlessly at his doorstep after a brisk 10-minute walk. Phyllis never anticipated that before she could devise a plan to manage the multitude of lice that plagued her, she would soon face her ultimate final examination. Confronted by the robust, middle-aged man who rushed towards her, she instinctively felt overwhelmed, a sensation magnified by her youthful frame, which caused Massimo's eyes to well with tears. Seeing that his granddaughter was truly unharmed, he first expressed gratitude to the neighbor who had assisted in watching over her, politely inviting them to return home for some rest before he quietly approached the girl. He utilized the light filtering through the attic window to examine the injury on her head. All is well. All is well. May the Lord bless. May the Holy Mother bless. The man's voice, a blend of laughter and tears, stirred a peculiar discomfort within Phyllis. Before she could utter a word, she found herself enveloped in the arms of the stranger. The sensation of being embraced by an unfamiliar man was undeniably peculiar, particularly given the considerable expanse of his beard. Caught off guard by the bristly facial hair, her initial reaction was one of fright rather than gratitude. After having been startled by the lice on her own body, she couldn't help but worry that this bushy beard might conceal other unwelcome surprises of a parasitic nature. However, as she struggled to extricate herself from his grasp, she was taken aback to discover that this man, who bore the title of her grandfather, was weeping. It was at that moment she truly beheld the visage of this nominal ancestor. Massimo's face bore the marks of a life spent under the sun. His complexion several shades darker than hers, or that of Miss Caterina downstairs. His face was somewhat square, his hair sparse, while his beard nearly obscured half of his features. Wrinkles adorned his skin, particularly the pronounced furrow between his brows, suggesting a perpetual frown, not to mention the graying hairs of his eyebrows and beard. The more she scrutinized him, the more pronounced his age became. Initially, she had estimated him to be no older than 50. Yet in comparison to the elderly figures from her memories, her certainty began to waver. Phyllis's parents were two irresponsible miscreants, and after the government stripped them of their parental rights, she began living with her grandparents. They raised her, instilled in her the values of independence, and provided her with everything they could until their demise. Although her biological grandfather bore no resemblance to the man before her, for a fleeting moment, she discerned a familiar emotion in those unfamiliar eyes. "I'm sorry," she murmured, her head bowed in shame, unable to meet his gaze. "I'm fine now. You needn't worry." Whether this response was characteristic of young Phyllis, Massimo seemed oblivious to any incongruities, emitting a few choked sounds of acknowledgement before lapsing into silence. Once he regained his composure, he firmly grasped his granddaughter's hand and softly expressed his need to return to work, assuring her he would be back for dinner once his duties were fulfilled. Phyllis dutifully bid him farewell, finally allowing herself a moment of relief. Turning around, she abruptly noticed that Caterina, who should have been on the first floor, was nowhere to be found. Recalling the polite remarks Massimo had made before ascending the stairs, coupled with the fact that it was now midday, she surmised that Caterina had likely returned home for lunch. With the rare opportunity of having the entire house to herself, Phyllis promptly shook off her earlier melancholy and began to explore the premises, particularly the restroom. Now that her injuries were healing, she could not continue relying on a urinal. It would be rather suspicious to be unaware of where the toilet was located. The kitchen, primarily a place to boil water, also piqued her interest. Unbeknownst to her, she was infested with countless lice. Even if she could not take a bath, she felt compelled to wash her hair, lest she succumb to madness. After swiftly traversing the entire house, Phyllis had to concede that this dwelling exceeded her initial expectations by a considerable margin. It was a quaint little structure predominantly fashioned from stone, comprising 2 levels for habitation. The ground floor was multifunctional, accommodating the kitchen, living room, dining area, bedroom, and even a bathroom. Of course, the term bathroom merely referred to a large wooden tub, ample enough to hold 3 Phyllises, tucked away behind a partition in the corner. On the second floor, aside from her own modest room, one chamber presumably belonged to little Phyllis's parents, while another was cluttered with various items. The toilet was situated in a small room that jutted slightly from the wall, barely large enough for one person. Peering down through the central hole of what appeared to be the commode, she could clearly view the alley and the open sewage channel below. Clearly, The design of this toilet was exceedingly simplistic, embodying a practical approach devoid of any embellishments. Having previously researched relevant materials, Phyllis was somewhat prepared for these domestic realities. Yet the tangible encounter with such stark conditions still delivered a considerable visual shock. Regrettably, her prior life had equipped her with limited skill points. Though she understood how these elements might evolve in the future, articulating their operational principles was an arduous task for someone like her, who had not taken physics in high school and had struggled with algebra. After all, in modern society, one need not be a polymath. A single skill suffices to secure employment and sustain oneself, rendering the absurd notion of constructing a flushing toilet from scratch utterly unnecessary. Setting aside her futile complaints, Phyllis took a deep breath and patted her cheeks, emerging from the restroom. Above the second floor, there was indeed an attic, but the entrance was situated in the ceiling, necessitating a ladder for access, which posed a risk given her current height. It was likely not within little Phyllis's daily activities, either, so she simply gazed upward and then returned to the ground floor. However, this brief expedition yielded some rewards. In contrast to the rudimentary toilet, Phyllis found herself quite intrigued by the simple fireplace on the first floor, used for cooking and heating. The game development team she had previously worked with was crafting a fantasy game inspired by a medieval backdrop. The team leader was rather particular, perhaps excessively so, frequently insisting that even the most fantastical worldviews required a foundation in reality. Otherwise, they would lack the historical depth unique to them. During work, Phyllis often found him exceedingly difficult to please. They frequently clashed over whether the game should prioritize efficiency, aesthetics, or authenticity, to the point where she felt like hurling her graphics tablet at him in frustration, never anticipating that such knowledge would prove useful in this moment. According to the majority's understanding, the medieval era she was familiar with commenced with the fall of the Western Lyram Empire and extended until the demise of the Eastern Lyram Empire, spanning a millennium in total. Even though this period is referred to as the darkest millennium of the Old Continent in later generations, a span of 1,000 years is still considerable. Even in ancient times, when societal progress was exceedingly gradual, change was inevitable. The lives of individuals during the early and late Middle Ages exhibited significant differences across various aspects. Take, for instance, the fireplace before her. It cannot be equated with the modern fireplaces we are accustomed to seeing. It is merely a rectangular space constructed within the wall, equipped with a flue that allows smoke from the burning material to escape, an exceedingly simple structure based on principles easily grasped by a young child. Yet, for those who lived hundreds of years ago, achieving such a feat was no small task. Firstly, there was the matter of materials. Before the mechanical revolution, although tools were employed for construction, the primary labor force was human. Quarry workers painstakingly chiseled stone, transporting it down the mountainside and into the city, an undertaking that required immense human and material resources, unimaginable to contemporary individuals. Consequently, aside from the papacy, it was predominantly local lords who possessed the financial means to erect large stone edifices akin to castles. And it was only within such structures that one might find a fireplace, a heating apparatus that squandered valuable stone. Ordinary peasant households typically constructed only a square hearth on the ground floor for cooking purposes. Yet here stood Phyllis, not only in a 3-story edifice almost entirely composed of stone, but also overlooking a street paved with cobblestones. The buildings in her line of sight were predominantly stone as well, and coupled with the mention of a university she had heard of earlier, if this world lacked any supernatural elements such as magic, the city she currently inhabited must be quite prosperous. Aska, she mused, convinced that this name resonated with a sense of familiarity, though she could not pinpoint why. Just as she was engrossed in her thoughts, a sudden exclamation erupted from outside the window. "By my lord, you rude miscreants!" The voice, unmistakably that of an elderly man, conveyed profound shock and indignation. Yet the tone itself was ethereal, starkly contrasting with the emotions embedded in his words. Startled by the voice, Phyllis instinctively approached one of the windows near the door and peered through the crack. In an instant, she was taken aback by the scene unfolding before her. On the cobblestone path, gleaming under the sun, an elderly man in a long robe with a thick beard had tumbled to the ground, desperately struggling as several figures, resembling zombies, grasped at him. Strangely, despite the man's vehement curses, the passers-by appeared oblivious to his plight, laughing and chatting as they walked by. Some even passing directly through the man and the zombies. Such rudeness. You are all utterly barbaric, he bellowed, still grappling with the zombies. Yet when someone brushed past him, he turned indignantly toward the passerby, exclaiming, "Can you not watch where you are going? Whatever has become of the young generation's manners?" Just as Phyllis stood there mesmerized, one of the zombies, its face marred with decaying flesh, seized the opportunity to rip off one of the elderly man's hands. The elderly man, caught unawares, emitted a scream that was utterly different from any he had previously uttered, one laced with an uncontainable terror. You must not come any closer." It seemed he had finally grasped the grim reality of his situation, transforming from resistance to a desperate desire to flee. Yet, the moment for escape had long since passed. Several zombies had already pinned him to the ground, relentlessly tearing at his flesh and devouring anything they could shred. One particularly audacious creature even climbed atop him, feasting voraciously. "No, you cannot do this." As he realized his inability to fend off the assailants, the old man let out a despairing wail to the heavens. "Omniscient Father, compassionate Holy Mother, have mercy on your devoted follower. Cast these fiends, who rightfully belong in hell, back to their abyss." His prayers went unanswered, and instead, the zombies, encouraged by his cessation of struggle, hastened their gruesome feast, drawing ever closer to his heart. As the pain intensified, his supplications morphed into a furious tirade. "Curse you, Father! I knew you were nothing but a figment. Neither heaven nor hell exists." The old man, sprawled on the ground, summoned his remaining strength to cry out. "I have never committed any wickedness in my life. I have adhered to the commandments, maintained my purity, and offered my assistance to every soul in need. I have done all that I could. How can you bear to witness a good man suffer so?" Suddenly, a spinning top appeared from nowhere, bouncing twice on the ground before landing with the inscribed side facing him. As the elderly man was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected arrival of the top, a door swung open, and a girl who appeared to be no more than 6 or 7 years old dashed out, reaching him in just a few swift strides. From the old man's vantage point, he saw her youthful face taut with tension, her lips pressed down as if suppressing some fierce indignation. Noticing her intense gaze fixed upon the top, the old man seemed to comprehend something, and his features, contorted in pain, bore a hint of resignation. "Good child, please pick it up and return home quickly. There are dreadful monsters here. Do not approach." Hardly had he finished speaking when he sensed a slight movement in her eyes. In that moment, their gazes locked, an almost imperceptible shift that felt significant, before he could ascertain whether it was mere coincidence. The girl abruptly lifted her foot and stomped down on the nearest creature. No, his attempt to halt her was drowned out by the monstrous screams that ensued. In the following seconds, he watched in astonishment as the girl, while feigning to pick up the top, smashed one creature's head with her hand and shattered another's body with a swift strike. The 3 monsters that had been clawing at him vanished, each met with a chorus of anguished cries. The individual responsible for all these events nonchalantly straightened up, gently blew on the spinning top in their hand, and scampered home on their short legs. Upon reaching her abode, Phyllis swiftly closed the door, leaned against it, and, feeling her legs weaken, collapsed onto the floor. At that moment, her breath was erratic, and her trembling hands struggled to keep the top from slipping to the ground. Yet, unlike the overwhelming terror she felt before, a thrill mingled with her fear as she gazed at her quaking hands. The creature that had appeared before the monk Marco was not a figment of her imagination, and her ability to disperse was equally real. Moreover, despite having vanquished 3 such entities in one go, her body exhibited no discomfort, indicating that her subsequent fainting was unrelated to this encounter. The bad news: this world indeed harbors specters. The good news: these phantoms are weak and can be obliterated with a single blow. It became evident that all fear stemmed from a lack of power. Upon realizing she could eradicate these apparitions without the aid of any tools, much of the anxiety that had weighed heavily on her heart dissipated. Knock, knock. "Phyllis, Phylisiana?" The door behind her was suddenly rapped upon, followed by a woman's anxious voice. "Did you just step outside?" Recognizing the owner of the voice, Phyllis composed herself and turned to open the door, revealing a concerned Katerina standing at the threshold. "My top accidentally flew out. I merely went to retrieve it." Phyllis offered her premeditated excuse, quickly adding before Katerina could inquire further, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have gone out." The girl's obedient demeanor left Katerina at a loss for reprimand, especially since she was merely there to help watch the children. As long as the child was unharmed, it would be bothersome to say too much. You just started to recover. It's best if you stay indoors for now, the woman advised. Is your head still spinning? Would you like to lie down for a while? After such a long slumber, Phyllis felt as though she had compensated for a lifetime of lost sleep and was far from feeling drowsy. What she yearned for most was a bath. If that were impossible, she at least desired to wash her hair. Unfortunately, her injury was to her head, and Katerina would not permit her to wash it at this time. However, it was only natural for a young girl to wish for cleanliness. While Katerina did not consider having lice a significant issue, she nonetheless returned home to fetch a comb, intending to both groom Phyllis's hair and check for any lice. As Katerina uncurled the girl's thick locks, she was surprised to find no lice after combing for quite some time. "This looks quite clean, doesn't it? I haven't spotted a single one," she remarked with a smile. Phyllis, equally astonished, touched her scalp and indeed found nothing. Could it be that the previous occurrences were mere coincidence? Had she fortuitously caught the couple of lice that had just arrived? Phyllis has amassed a wealth of life experiences. Yet her understanding of lice, a species that has largely vanished from modern cities for many years, remains scant. Even though a peculiar sensation lingers in her mind, the outcome is ultimately favorable, leaving her with little to lament. As she contemplates this, she turns to express her gratitude to the woman who has spent considerable time arranging her hair, only to be taken aback by the sight of a familiar figure peering inquisitively through the window. If her memory serves her correctly, the window near the dining table is situated about a floor's height above the slope of the wall. Unless the owner of that head is a 3-meter-tall giant, it is improbable that they could so effortlessly protrude half their body through the window. Perhaps sensing her gaze, the figure hastily retreats behind the wall. Yet it is evident that they are still acclimating to their ethereal form. Even without seeing the face, Phyllis catches a glimpse of a half-arm awkwardly manifesting through the wall, reminiscent of a glitch in a video game. Noticing that the girl has turned her head without uttering a word and appears lost in thought while staring at the window behind her, Katerina feels a surge of compassion and gently urges her to rest. This time, Phyllis does not decline. After expressing her thanks, she ascends the stairs, returning to her room, closing the door, and silently sitting on her bed in anticipation. Sure enough, it is not long before a furtive head reappears at the window, locking eyes with the impassive Phyllis. Since he has already come, why retreat? As she observes the elderly man with a long beard preparing to flee once more, Phyllis cannot help but lower her voice, inviting him to come in, assuring him that she perceives no malice in his intentions. The old man halts at her words. With his back turned, he appears to grapple with an inner conflict, yet ultimately drifts back to the window. "Thank you for helping me rid myself of those monsters. I scarcely know how to repay you," he says, a hint of embarrassment coloring his expression. With a polite gesture, he removes the small cap from his head and holds it to his chest, speaking through the window. "I did not wish to intrude. I only sought to express my gratitude in person, but my current form may cause you fear." If there was any lingering wariness moments ago, Phyllis's curiosity now eclipses her trepidation. She leaps from her bed, approaching the window to better observe the old man's appearance, finally grasping his meaning. The earlier zombie-like entities have evidently inflicted some harm upon him. Not only has he lost his left hand, but his legs are also absent, the tattered remnants of his robe billowing vacantly in the air, resembling a ghostly figure she is more familiar with. From any angle one might analyze, it is evident that this elderly gentleman is indeed akin to those specters, the distinction lying in his retention of human reason and rationality. Just this realization makes Phyllis acutely aware that an exceptional opportunity has presented itself. She harbors a multitude of questions about this strange world, yet many of them cannot be directly posed to those around her due to the need for disguise. The specter is quite different. After all, others cannot perceive it. Even if the ghost were to harbor doubts about its origins, it would be unable to relay such thoughts to anyone else. Yet, this does little to frighten me. Those earlier entities were far more grotesque than you. Phyllis returned to her bedside, sitting down, her legs momentarily suspended in the air, causing her to awkwardly shift them a couple of times before she looked up at the elder standing by the window. "I still do not know who you are. Are you a denizen of this city?" "Indeed, I was born here and shall die here. Even my years of travel cannot alter the fact that I am an Iscarian. Noticing her apparent willingness to engage in conversation, the old man drifted into the room, but remained politely at a distance, standing by the wall with a slight nod. I am the son of Alessandro Peluso. Virgilio Aeneas Peluso sends his regards. The string of elongated names momentarily stunned Phyllis, though she quickly grasped the key term. Peluso? You're the one whose funeral was held this morning. Realizing the rudeness of her statement, Phyllis abruptly halted her words, casting an apologetic glance at the elder. I meant no offense. You are correct. The procession for my funeral did indeed depart for the cathedral this morning. The elder spoke of his demise with a demeanor that remained unperturbed, even finding humor in the situation. I never anticipated such a grand funeral. It seems my generous nephew does not harbor resentment for the lack of inheritance I left him. Some individuals possess an innate ability to face their circumstances with an open heart, and this elder, whose name and age were remarkably extensive, seemed to exemplify that quality. Although people often assert that first impressions can be misleading, Phyllis could not help but feel a burgeoning fondness for the elder due to his affable nature. You mentioned earlier that I saved you and that you wish to express your gratitude. This should not merely be a matter of words, correct? Phyllis fixed her gaze upon the elder and suddenly inquired. The elder paused, then nodded in agreement. That is only natural, but in my current state, I have little to offer you. Phyllis replied, I seek answers to certain questions, some of which may seem peculiar or even offensive, but I hope you will respond truthfully. Oh, that is certainly not an issue. Upon hearing this, the elder's initially wooden expression transformed into a beaming smile, his entire demeanor appearing more vibrant. This is not mere self-praise. You will find few more learned than I throughout the Asker Republic. Ask away. Phyllis pondered for a moment, deciding to address the most pressing matter first to avoid further awkwardness. Could you please repeat your name? As her words hung in the air, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The elder's proud visage seemed to momentarily falter, his eyes, previously narrowed, widened in astonishment. That look of incredulity, tinged with a sense of speechlessness, instantaneously reminded Phyllis of the expression on her grandparents' faces when they first saw her academic performance upon bringing her home years ago. Apologies. I spoke too hastily just now. Meeting the girl's slightly melancholic gaze, the elderly man cleared his throat to ease the tension before slowly replying. I am Virgilio Peluso. If you don't mind, you may call me Professor Peluso, as my students do. Without hesitation, Phyllis accepted this title and inquired. I have heard you are a professor at Arcus University, but I am still unaware of the subject you primarily teach. There is no discipline within the 7 arts that I do not excel in. Even inquiries regarding theology, astrology, or jurisprudence shall not easily perplex me. As he spoke of his expertise, Professor Peluso proudly lifted his chin. Ask away, child. Whatever I know, I shall impart without reservation. Phyllis sensed an odd effect from her polite remarks. Under the encouraging gaze of the venerable professor, she felt an almost compelling need to pose a profound question. After a peculiar silence, she tentatively ventured her first real question. Could you tell me about the history of this city? This rather unchallenging query caused Professor Peluso's brow to furrow slightly. Yet upon noticing that this child likely could not even write, he did not dwell on it. The history of Aska City dates back to long ago, even soon after the construction of Rima City. You must have heard the tale of its founding, yes? Observing the girl's eyes brighten suddenly, he continued, adopting a storytelling tone suitable for a child. The twin sons of a hero, Romulus and Remus, were abandoned in their infancy and fortuitously nurtured by a she-wolf. Upon maturing, they established a city-state upon 7 hills, yet tragically fought against each other for dominion, leading to Remus slaying his brother and naming the city Remus after himself. Before the professor could finish, the girl excitedly raised her hand, interrupting, Is Remus City nearby? Professor Peluso was taken aback by the rudeness of such a question, yet, considering the girl had saved him, he nodded with a good-natured smile. Although Remus City serves as the center of the Papal States, it lies not too far from Aska, albeit the mountainous roads may pose a challenge. If one were to ride or travel by carriage, one could reach it in less than a week, given favorable weather. Remus City, the Papal States. Despite having graduated many years ago, leading to a fading memory of much knowledge, the name Remus was undeniably familiar, impossible to forget even after all this time. In her original world, the continent she inhabited was known as the New World, a title indicative of humanity's later discoveries. Naturally, if there exists a new world, there must be a corresponding old world. From the origins of Remus City, the Remus Empire, which nearly conquered the entire western continent, represents an inescapable chapter in the history of the Old World's West. With geographic names to corroborate her thoughts, could it be that she remained in the world she once knew, merely returned to a time long past? If Remus City was indeed close by, was she now in the Old World's intention of Inno? In the modern world, it is difficult to find anyone unfamiliar with the nation of Itueno. This place not only marks the genesis of the Renaissance, but is also the birthplace of the triumvirate of art. Since the era of the ancient Remu Empire, exquisite artworks born here have continually captivated all who behold them. Remarkably, various cities within Itueno have preserved numerous relics from the past. Particularly, the capital, Remu City, is adorned with ancient edifices from different epochs, earning its reputation as a veritable open-air museum. As someone who has cherished painting since childhood and has pursued a livelihood through art, Itueno remains a hallowed sanctuary for Phyllis. Even if she did not embark on a purely artistic path, for a long time, she has yearned to save money for a journey to Remu City. Regrettably, upon graduating from university, she found herself burdened with student loans, perpetually thwarting her attempts to save. Had she not arrived here, it would likely have taken her an additional 3 to 5 years to clear her debts, and the prospect of amassing enough for an overseas trip seemed uncertain. Suppressing her excitement, Phyllis began to swiftly recall the travel brochures she had perused, striving to mention a few other significant cities belonging to Itueno to affirm her internal musings. What about Veles? In Mediolan, Veneti, and Sicker Island? Her eyes sparkled as she turned to the elderly professor, inquiring if he was familiar with these cities. Cities? I believe you meant city-states, the professor replied, albeit somewhat perplexed, yet with a glimmer of admiration for the young girl before him. The Republic of Veles is quite close to us. It is not surprising that you know of it. However, you also know about the Republic of Veneti and Seekins? Do they truly exist? Phyllis interjected, nearly losing control of her volume in her excitement. Indeed, they exist. I recently resided in Veneti for a time. The old professor responded, his expression shifting to one of amusement as he mentioned the last location. However, his demeanor quickly darkened. But that place is not what it once was. Apart from Veneti, the entire southern region and the port cities are in dire straits. Since last autumn, a peculiar illness has emerged on Sicker Island, claiming many lives. At first, it went unnoticed as it did not manifest elsewhere. Yet just last month, a similar ailment appeared in Veneti, and by the time I left, nearly 1,000 people had succumbed in under a week. This news struck Phyllis like a deluge of icy water, extinguishing all her fantasies. The notions of pilgrimage and travel paled in the face of such a terrifying possibility. What manner of illness can claim nearly 1,000 lives in less than a week? She murmured to herself, suddenly looking up and fixing her gaze on the elderly man. What symptoms accompany this disease? The most terrifying aspect is that this illness exhibits no overt symptoms. Some individuals merely strolled along the streets, as they usually did, only to suddenly collapse and perish, evoking once more that dreadful scene. Professor Peluso instinctively closed his eyes and shook his head. Yet, some individuals exhibited black pustules, particularly in the armpits and groin. What year is it? Before he could finish his sentence, Phyllis leaped from her bed, her eyes wide, and rushed towards the elder, unable to contain her urgency as she inquired, "What calendar is used here? What year are we to declare it to be?" Startled by her fervent approach, Professor Peluso instinctively stepped back, yet his lips moved with habitual speed to provide an answer. "That depends on the country. In Aska, it is the 181st year since the establishment of the Republic, and according to the founding of the Papal State, it is the year 608. 608. Even though she had braced herself mentally, hearing the answer left Phyllis momentarily dizzy. What manner of era was the Middle Ages? The vast chasm of time separating it from the present rendered discussions of it to mere glimpses from the pages of history, leading to a few summary epithets. To conservative traditionalists, it represented the most stable epoch of society, while the mechanical revolution's progeny often denounced it as the most ignorant age. Nonetheless, regardless of how posterity may define it, one undeniable fact remains. As the Middle Ages drew to a close, a terrifying force obliterated the already tenuous foundation of faith. Beginning in the year 607, it claimed over a third of the old continent's populace, once believed to be the very embodiment of death itself. This was the second plague pandemic of the West, more commonly known as the Black Death. The mere mention of the term Black Death was so overwhelming that Phyllis found herself momentarily lost in thought. The game she was currently involved in creating, while set against a medieval backdrop, incorporated a melange of elements from various eras, predominantly those from the Renaissance. After all, most individuals engage in gaming for relaxation rather than education. Thus, the more open Renaissance period was evidently more palatable to modern sensibilities than the confining feudal times. Moreover, the initial outbreak of the Black Death was so horrific that it inspired artists for centuries to infuse their works with the profound terror of that moment, resulting in the enduring legacy of murals and prints themed around the Dance of Death. It was for this reason that Phyllis, while researching, had come across a wealth of information regarding the Black Death. The Black Death typically refers to the plague pandemic that commenced in 607 and ravaged the Old Continent for several years. This formidable epidemic swept through the lands of the West, leaving no nation unscathed and directly claiming a third of the total population at that time. The most terrifying aspect is that the one-third statistic does not merely represent the probability of death from the illness. It is said that once afflicted, survival becomes nearly impossible. Furthermore, that one-third is merely an average. In reality, countless cities and towns have transformed into ghostly abodes, with farms left abandoned. According to contemporary writers, the sheer number of fatalities and the rapidity of death were so overwhelming that some individuals would simply collapse in the streets, devoid of sufficient energy to excavate graves for burial. In many locales, corpses piled up in the thoroughfares, rendering it a veritable inferno on earth. Aska. When she contemplated the Black Death, she recalled with a jolt where she had encountered that name before. It was indeed in the travelogue of Inchueno. The late medieval Inchueno differs significantly from other nations in the West. Even though thought was somewhat constrained, this ancient empire's birthplace retained the legacies of its sages. Coupled with fertile land and geographical advantages, the merchant ships of the Eastern Rimu Empire found it imperative to pass through its ports to continue their westward journeys, thereby facilitating the convergence of advanced knowledge with the goods that traversed its borders. Free trade enabled the inhabitants of the Inchueno Peninsula to amass considerable wealth, leading to a transformation in the once stable social structure, with the emergence of affluent merchants surpassing the ordinary traders. Apart from a few who were born at the pinnacle of the social pyramid, no one was disinclined to ascend. These nascent capitalists were no exception. The ancient Rimu Empire had its own republican period, and drawing upon such ideologies, along with the decline of the Holy Rimu Empire, once the dominant power over the Inchueno Peninsula, cities across the peninsula began to declare independence, evolving into free city-states or republics. Aska was one such entity. Like its neighbor, the city known as the Spring City, Phyllis, the cradle of the Renaissance. Aska was a free city-state jointly operated by early capitalists, once referred to as the Republic of Aska. The reason Phyllis remembered it among the multitude of city names in the travel guide was not only its proximity to Phyllis and the preservation of its historical architecture, making it a prime destination for excursions around Phyllis, but also because the travelogue noted that this city had nearly been obliterated by the Black Death. The former Republic of Aska and the Republic of Phyllis were geographically close, both having originated from the wool trade. They had eyed each other with disdain for ages. Yet their comparable strengths prevented either from completely vanquishing the other. However, the tide turned with the arrival of the Black Death. This dreadful plague descended indiscriminately upon both cities, claiming one-third of Phyllis' populace, while Aska suffered even more devastating losses, with nearly 70% of its population perishing. In an era that had yet to experience the mechanical revolution, human labor constituted the primary source of wealth. The abrupt loss of such a substantial workforce was sufficient to bring a loosely governed free city-state to its knees. After the Black Death, Aska could no longer maintain its former grandeur. The ambitious plans for the cathedral's expansion were tragically halted, leaving it as one of the world's most infamous unfinished structures, languishing in a state of dereliction for over 700 years until modern times. When Phyllis perused travel guides that spoke of the cathedral's crumbling walls, she could still engage in delightful commentary. Yet, confronted with the stark reality, she found her thoughts overwhelmed. The chilling mortality rate of over 66% left her shivering with dread when faced with such tangible catastrophe. She could hardly gamble on her chances of being among the fortunate one-third. One small consolation was that the enigma of the plague, now known as the bubonic plague in contemporary times, had been unraveled by modern medicine. Like many other ailments, its origin lay in a mere bacterium, and the most prevalent mode of transmission was through blood, facilitated by the ubiquitous blood-sucking parasites found on animals. Compared to the prevention of airborne diseases, safeguarding against parasites proved to be considerably simpler. Although lice and fleas were common, maintaining personal hygiene with frequent bathing and laundering of linens would inevitably reduce the parasite population. Moreover, she had previously tested the waters. Her caretaker, Katerina, had shown no surprise at Phyllis's desire to bathe. Nor did she seem to subscribe to the medieval notion that eschewing cleanliness was preferable. This gave Phyllis a glimmer of confidence in her battle against the plague, at least enough to persuade her grandmother. Of course, the most effective solution would be to widely disseminate the cause of the plague, thus preventing further illness and curtailing its spread. However, even in her original era, humanity had only begun to truly recognize microorganisms and delve into research a mere century prior. Now, devoid of a microscope and lacking the means to construct one, she pondered whether, in this age where ecclesiastical texts were still regarded as the ultimate authority, anyone would believe her if she were to proclaim the truth. Phyllis Feliciana, come down here at once. Just as Phyllis was racking her brain for a solution, a woman's frantic call from downstairs abruptly interrupted her thoughts. The hovering Professor Piluso, noticing her momentary paralysis, descended to the first floor to glance outside before resurfacing to caution her, "There are visitors at your door." At that moment, Phyllis transformed into a startled creature, her heart racing at the notion of strangers arriving. "Who are they? What do they want?" "Do not be alarmed. They are likely not ill-intentioned," Professor Piluso reassured her, perplexed by the child's sudden anxiety. "The leader of the group is Giovanni Dacia, a renowned sculptor and architect. I recall that 9 years ago, he was invited to Asca to oversee the design and expansion of the cathedral. I have met him once. Such a distinguished individual would hardly engage in nefarious deeds in broad daylight, under the watchful gaze of the public." However, recalling what Katerina had previously mentioned, little Phyllis's grandfather was currently working at the cathedral's construction site. How could the architect responsible for the church's expansion not be overseeing the site and instead be here? Just the thought of it filled Phyllis with an ominous premonition. Indeed, this intuition was fully realized when she descended the stairs and encountered the legendary architect, Feliciana. Upon seeing the girl come down, the architect, who had initially stood at the door, quickly stepped forward, his anxious gaze scrutinizing her from head to toe, even attempting to grasp her hand. This was a complete stranger. Instinctively, Phyllis recoiled from his touch, her face pale with fear as she darted behind Katerina, the only adult she recognized on the scene. The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback by her reaction, but soon seemed to recall something, bending slightly towards her with an apologetic and anxious demeanor. "I'm sorry to frighten you, Phyllis. Do you still remember me?" Phyllis glanced at the man's pitying expression and surveyed her surroundings, noting that both Katerina and a youth trailing behind the man appeared astonished by her reaction. It seemed that the original little Phyllis must have known this individual. "Giovanni," she finally uttered, looking at the man's face, which she deemed relatively youthful. Torn between calling him uncle or grandfather, she ultimately fell silent, pursing her lips. "It is I. Thank the Holy Mother, you still recognize me," Master Giovanni exclaimed, though his smile was tinged with the brink of tears. After regaining his composure, he continued, "Massimo, your grandfather is unable to return home for the time being. He entrusted me to take you to stay at my house for a few days." Had Phyllis truly been an innocent child, she might have naively followed this so-called acquaintance. Alas, she was not. Whether it was due to the unfamiliarity of the man before her or his clumsy rationale, Phyllis could not bring herself to trust him enough to leave with him. Most importantly, she had just seen little Phyllis's grandfather. They had exchanged words, and he clearly valued his granddaughter immensely. In such a brief span of time, what unforeseen circumstance could arise that would prevent him from coming personally to speak to her, allowing others to take her away instead? "I want my grandfather to speak with me." After a prolonged silence, Phyllis feigned timidity and softly said, "He just told me he would have dinner with me." It was an utterly ordinary statement, yet Master Giovanni fell silent. The apprentice beside him seemed to want to speak, but was silenced by Giovanni, who then whispered instructions to him before the latter hurriedly departed. Your grandfather will arrive shortly, Master Giovanni said gently. However, for your sake, my child, when you see him, remember not to get too close, avoid eye contact, and above all, do not engage in conversation. Do you understand? His words were perplexing. Not to look or speak. Phyllis began to suspect that he intended to fabricate a false grandfather to deceive her. Yet, before she could fully process this, Professor Palisso, who had been lingering by her side, suddenly emitted a brief sound, casting a look of compassion in her direction. Despite the ghost's silence, Phyllis discerned something profound in his gaze, and her heart plummeted. In that fleeting moment, her mind was a blank canvas. Perhaps it was a protective mechanism. Although the answer lay before her, she deliberately turned away, as if by not looking, it would cease to exist. Yet, evasion could not alter reality. After a peculiar silence, a figure appeared at the window. Do not approach. The floating Professor Peleus swiftly interjected, noticing the girl's inclination towards the window. If he truly bears the plague, even a mere glance could transmit the illness to you. Phyllis halted her steps, but did not retract her gaze. Even though the figure faced away, having not changed clothes in under an hour, she could not forget the features of a person so dear to her. It was indeed her grandfather, Massimo, a soul who would be rendered helplessly overjoyed at the mere sight of her awakening. Yet now he dared only to turn his back, barely revealing half of his profile, not even daring to glance into the room. Holy Mother, please bless my poor granddaughter, Feliciana. I am unable to care for her, and must send her to stay with Master Giovanni for a time, he murmured, his slightly stooped figure embodying both worry and resolve. He is my dearest friend, my most trusted confidant. He will take good care of her. Please, Holy Mother, safeguard my poor child, and keep her far from all calamities. Phyllis fixed her gaze upon that silhouette, listening to the voice laden with exhaustion and emotion, and in a daze, she envisioned another presence. Whether it was empathy or the lingering emotions of her body, her feelings abruptly fractured. Her heart remained tranquil, even composed, yet tears streamed silently from her wide-open eyes, cascading down her cheeks. After standing in stillness for a considerable time, until her tears ceased, the girl finally stirred. Giovanni noticed her lips quiver, and, rationally, he wished to intervene, for Massimo was likely afflicted by that dreadful plague, one that could very well be transmitted through their exchange. Yet, contemplating that this might be the last conversation between the grandfather and granddaughter, he hesitated, reluctant to intervene. It was this brief moment of indecision that cost him the opportunity to prevent Phyllis from speaking. To his astonishment, the girl turned to face him. Master Giovanni, please convey to my grandfather that I shall heed his words. He need not worry. Phyllis endeavored to steady her trembling voice, speaking in broken fragments. And please tell him, no matter how busy he is, he must eat well. He should indulge in delicious food, drink clean water, and savor hot soup with salt. For that is the path to good health. The figure at the window gradually crouched down as her words resonated, followed by a barely audible sob. Giovanni, standing indoors, felt the sting of tears in his eyes, inhaling deeply to steady his emotions before nodding solemnly. I will relay his message. You need not worry. Thus, a simple farewell came to a close. Phyllis was unable to pack anything, as she was taken directly by Master Giovanni and his apprentice to a house on another street. There, Master Giovanni prepared a separate room for her. Phyllis instinctively kept her distance from everyone. Since arriving at her new residence, she had confined herself to her room, diligently playing the part of a reclusive child who only dined within the confines of her solitude. Giovanni's pregnant wife initially expressed concern over her husband's hasty decision. However, upon witnessing the girl's voluntary isolation, she felt a sense of relief and refrained from further comment. Enduring the isolation of her room was no easy feat, fortunately. The ghostly Professor Peleus remained by her side, allowing Phyllis to glean some information about the world outside. Yet, the old professor dared not venture too far. According to his accounts, numerous creatures resembling zombies still roamed outside. However, they seemed to be frightened of Phyllis, choosing to steer clear of her presence, thus making it safest for him to remain close to her. Phyllis was indifferent to having a ghost accompanying her. Particularly, the old professor, having taught for so long, often found himself lecturing in place, which, for Phyllis, served as a means of gathering intelligence. There was nothing detrimental about it, compared to such trivial matters. Her thoughts were more preoccupied with the fate of little Felice's grandfather. Unfortunately, The location of Massimo was too far from her own, a place the old professor dared not risk venturing into, leaving her in the dark about his condition, regardless of what the future held or whether she would reveal herself. Phyllis wished for Massimo to survive. Not only was he a relative of little Phyllis, but he was also her only source of support in this unfamiliar world, the sole individual she could trust. She had yet to inquire about the past experiences of little Phyllis, what she had witnessed, and what Massimo knew about the child. There were too many questions left unanswered. If he were to pass away, all would remain a mystery. Most importantly, it was a matter of life. Regardless of her motivations, she did not wish to witness the death of a person who had once stood before her, vibrant and alive. After 2 anxious days, she finally received news. Massimo had indeed succumbed to the dreadful plague, passing away the night after she was sent away. Master Giovanni himself delivered this grim tidings, informing her that the funeral would take place the following day. According to customary practices, a person pronounced dead is typically laid in repose for several days before burial. In an era devoid of medical instruments, this served as the simplest and most effective means of preventing misdiagnosis of death. However, times had changed. Massimo had died after being diagnosed with the plague, and for the safety of the townspeople, his body needed to be interred swiftly. Phyllis recalled witnessing a funeral procession for the first time in this world just days prior. At that moment, she felt a profound sense of wonder regarding the funerals of this era, unaware that she would soon partake in such a ceremony herself. The structure of this procession mirrored that of the one held for Professor Piluso, albeit with a significantly reduced number of attendees. Leading the way was a priest clad in a black liturgical robe, followed by 2 acolytes who were supposed to hold candles. However, most of the clergy in the city had been dispatched to care for the sick, and the mere presence of a single priest to officiate the funeral was already a considerable favor granted to Master Giovanni, leaving no room for further demands. Massimo was a renowned master stonemason in the city of Asca, and as an esteemed member of the Stonemasons Guild, the costs of his funeral ought to have been covered by the guild, with fellow members joining the procession. Yet, due to his demise from the plague, many who had promised to attend the funeral failed to show up, leaving even the number of bearers insufficient. Master Giovanni, in a fit of exasperation, had no choice but to personally fund a few local individuals to assist in carrying the coffin, allowing the funeral procession to commence just as the clock struck the 3rd hour. As the only relative of the deceased, despite repeated discouragement from Master Giovanni and his wife Isabella, Phyllis insisted on joining the funeral procession. The somber tolling of the bells resonated throughout the stone-built mountain city as the procession moved slowly towards the monastery at the foot of the hill. Phyllis shifted her gaze from the gray cobblestones beneath her feet to the surrounding architecture, ultimately looking towards the distant, overcast sky. Truly, Asca, a city that has remained a renowned tourist destination for centuries, boasted buildings and landscapes worthy of admiration. Yet, she could never have anticipated that her first experience of traversing the city on her own legs, her first encounter with its breathtaking beauty, would occur on the path to inter her loved one. As they descended, the houses flanking the road grew increasingly dilapidated, and the sounds of mourning intensified. Massimo was not the only individual afflicted by the plague in the city. Perhaps the number of infections on the mountain was still manageable, as the doctors and clergy could still attend to the needs of the sick. However, those near the foot of the hill were often overlooked by physicians. And if one were to fall ill, all that remained was the act of prayer. Passing by a farmhouse, Phyllis suddenly spotted a familiar face hastily carrying a small package. The cloaked monk, upon seeing the funeral procession, appeared momentarily stunned, removed his hat, stood aside, paid his respects to the deceased, and promptly turned to enter the farmhouse, which echoed with cries of grief. This was Brother Marco, who had previously attended to her illness. Phyllis recalled striking him inadvertently when she first awakened in this body, making the encounter particularly vivid in her memory. Among the monks in the monastery were those who studied medicine, and Brother Marco was likely one of them. Glancing at the ajar door, she noticed a woman dressed as a peasant beseeching the monk, and an overwhelming sense of confusion washed over her. Since receiving the dreadful news, her thoughts had become disassociated from the emotions of the body she inhabited. Rationally, she understood that the man named Massimo was not a relative. The words they had exchanged could be counted on a single hand, and they could only be regarded as strangers. The death of a stranger should not impact her deeply. And indeed, it did not. Aside from feelings of regret and compassion, she felt little sorrow. However, since she had seen the lifeless body lying in the coffin, her mind had grown numb, akin to a rusty bearing, entirely incapable of thoughtful contemplation. In such a state, Phyllis followed the funeral procession to the monastery at the foot of the mountain, observing the priest uttering something by the freshly dug grave, and watching as the coffin was gradually covered by the earth, her gaze unable to stray from it. The ominous clouds slowly dispersed, allowing the sunlight to gently cascade down. Birds chirped, bending the soft branches as they gracefully soared through the sky. Before the grave, a small tombstone bore the name of its occupant, Massimo d'Asca, signifying Massimo from Asca. There was no family name, only a birthplace, a name that resonated with the spirit of the era, belonging to someone she had not yet had the chance to know, who had already vanished. "Phyllis, we must go," came the voice of Master Giovanni from beside her after a moment's silence. "Father Camillo of the monastery is still waiting for us." His words finally stirred her gaze. Phyllis cast one last glance at the grave, now obscured from view, ensuring that nothing ghostly emerged from it before she silently nodded at the man. And together, they made their way to the side entrance of the monastery's church. Father Camillo, as mentioned by Master Giovanni, was one of the oldest living souls Phyllis had encountered thus far. It was upon seeing him that she suddenly realized that, whether gazing out the window over the past couple of days or walking here just now, most of the passers-by she had observed were quite young. Those older were merely middle-aged individuals like Master Giovanni, who would still be considered in their prime in modern times. This elderly man, clearly over 60, was a sight she had not previously witnessed. "May the Holy Mother bless you," the elderly headmaster said compassionately, placing his hand on the girl's forehead, remaining silent for several seconds before greeting Master Giovanni and leading the two of them into his chamber. "Such an unpredictable calamity it is. But it is also a trial bestowed upon us by the Father and the Holy Mother," the aged monk remarked, casting a glance at the still bewildered girl. Master Massimo was a good man, devoted and diligent in his service to the Holy Mother. "I believe he shall ascend to heaven." Phyllis lowered her gaze and nodded silently, appearing obedient, yet her heart remained untouched. She was neither a Catholic nor a Protestant, despite having many classmates and colleagues with religious beliefs. And having received assistance from the local church in the past, she and her maternal grandparents had never subscribed to such faiths. While she did not deny that faith could inspire goodness, she did not reject those with beliefs in her daily life. Yet, some things she simply could not believe. Or, in the words of her grandmother, if the God of the church truly existed and was as just as proclaimed, the world would not be plagued by such rampant crime and warfare. Warmongers ought to meet their demise upon transgressing the divine tenets, rather than awaiting judgment after inflicting harm upon so many innocent lives. However, the circumstances at hand were different. This was not an era where one could freely live without faith. Phyllis understood the necessity of humility when required. Moreover, she had a premonition that the elderly man before her had summoned her and Master Giovanni for reasons beyond mere platitudes. Indeed, after the old dean slowly offered his condolences to the bereaved, the conversation shifted to the crux of the matter. "I believe the notary will soon deliver Master Massimo's formal will into your hands. To avoid any misunderstandings, I wish to elucidate the arrangements he made for you directly." With a couple of muffled coughs, the old dean leaned on his cane and approached the writing desk, retrieving a folded piece of paper from the drawer. "As you are aware, the city has seen a surge in funerals these past few days, and the priests in the church have been overwhelmed. Thus, prior to Master Massimo's passing, it was I who administered his last rites. He made his will while still in a lucid state. Aside from a portion of his estate bequeathed to the Masons' Guild, the majority of his inheritance has been donated to this monastery." Noticing the incredulous look on the girl's face, the old dean hastily added, "My lord can attest that I am not deceiving the estate of that unfortunate man. Master Massimo's wish was to send you to a nearby convent. This sum is merely held in trust with me until a suitable convent willing to take you in is found. I shall transfer it in full to them. I can vouch for the authenticity of Master Massimo's intentions." Standing nearby, Master Giovanni affirmed he was continually concerned about your future well-being as he approached his end. "However, you are still quite young, and according to the laws of Asker, you cannot truly inherit his estate until you come of age. If the will stipulated that all assets were to be left to you, Those funds would either remain with the Masons Guild or require a distant relative to act as your guardian. Thus, the peculiarities of this will found their explanation. Clearly, Master Massimo had greater trust in the monks of the convent than in the guild or a hastily appointed guardian, especially after learning of his affliction with a deadly plague. He likely anticipated a grim future ahead. Little Phyllis, with a body not yet 10 years old, was far from adulthood, and granting such wealth to a child without the capacity for self-preservation would undeniably test the virtue of those around her. Human nature is often found wanting under scrutiny, and with the plague encroaching upon the city, the means by which a child could vanish were numerous. In contrast, donating all assets to the convent was not only morally sound, but would also ensure that, in light of this generous contribution, the nuns would not be unduly harsh to her as a recipient of their support. Phyllis accepted the note handed to her by the old dean, her gaze sweeping over the incomprehensible script, her heart growing heavier with each passing moment. Massimo was indeed a commendable grandfather. Despite his grave illness, he endeavored to chart the best possible path for his underage granddaughter, a plan I found quite admirable. Noticing her prolonged silence, Professor Piluso, who floated nearby, voiced his perspective. Although the convent was isolated from the world and seldom encountered outsiders, larger monasteries and convents typically housed libraries, ensuring that boredom would be far from her experience. Many nobles from Roland would send their daughters there to learn literacy during their formative years. As Phyllis gazed at the note, her eyes sparkled momentarily before she fell back into contemplation. "If you wish to avoid the convent, I can adopt you," Master Giovanni said. Kneeling slightly to assure the girl, "Isabella and I will raise you as our own daughter. Thank you for your generosity, but I wish to honor my grandfather's last wishes." After a moment of silence, Phyllis offered a slight bow of gratitude to both individuals before expressing her appreciation. "Thank you for arranging this funeral for him." The girl's maturity and composure were unexpected, providing a sigh of relief to Dean Camillo. "If you agree, I shall immediately send a letter to the Santura convent in Asia. My dear friend Salvatore will come to escort you away," the old dean remarked with a smile. "You should remember him, right? He visited Asca during the month of purification, and I recall you two shared quite a rapport." Phyllis froze at the elder's affectionate gaze. "Salvatore, you say? Who is that? I don't know him at all." From her current situation, Phyllis felt no aversion to becoming a nun, while the life of a nun would confine her within the convent, limiting her interactions predominantly to fellow nuns and forbidding contact with men. Such restrictions were not particularly daunting for her. She had always been a homebody, her school life revolving between home and school, rarely attending gatherings unless dragged out by family or friends. Her work life mirrored this pattern. Especially after leaving the large firm for a smaller studio, her outings were minimal, primarily consisting of work and essential errands, with her few social interactions occurring at various comic conventions. As for romance and marriage, in an era marked by food shortages, poor sanitation, and inadequate medical care, where childbirth could randomly claim a mother, a life devoted to the convent held a certain allure. Most crucially, Massimo had already bequeathed his estate to the convent. The contract was established, and altering the will would not only contravene the deceased's wishes, but also lack legitimacy. Even if the kind-hearted dean were willing to return a portion of the estate to her, allowing her to become Master Giovanni's adopted daughter, Phyllis did not consider this a prudent idea. Master Giovanni truly cares for the descendants of his old friend, yet Phyllis can discern that his wife, Isabella, is not particularly welcoming towards her. Phyllis finds little to complain about this situation. After all, Isabella is currently with child, and it would indeed be inappropriate to intrude upon her during such a delicate time. If one were to consider the reverse, the thought of her husband suddenly bringing home a child recently exposed to a plague victim would be quite alarming. The very fact that she has not cast the child out is a testament to her kindness, and the notion of raising the child as her own until adulthood is enough to cause Phyllis to empathize with the lady's predicament. While Massimo and Giovanni may be true confidants, the emotional bond they share has already led Giovanni to take considerable risks in sheltering her and covering the expenses for his friend's funeral. Phyllis is aware of a potential path to become a nun, and she does not wish to squander this rare and precious connection between them. Moreover, as Massimo's close friend, Master Giovanni should possess some familiarity with the original Phyllis. Prolonged interaction would inevitably reveal certain inconsistencies. Transitioning to the convent would mean entering a new environment filled with unfamiliar faces, and even if her personality diverges from the original Phyllis, it would likely go unnoticed. However, she was utterly unprepared for the revelation that the abbess's selection of a nun superior was not herself, but rather an acquaintance whose name she could not recall. She was completely unaware of this individual, named something like Sarah. To make matters worse, even Professor Peluso could not assist her, as the name was utterly foreign to him. The most troubling aspect was that this person seemed to connect remarkably well with the original Phyllis. She was left to ponder how she would navigate such a situation. Once back in her chamber after returning from the convent, Phyllis clutched her head in despair, desperately attempting to unearth any remnants of the original body's memories. Regrettably, the memories of the original Phyllis had vanished entirely, leaving her with no clues. Tell me, if I were to exhibit any unusual behavior, such as conversing with you, would I be deemed a witch and dragged away for judgment? After a moment of grappling with her hair, Phyllis finally voiced her concerns to the specter hovering nearby. Which? Are you referring to those women from the myth of Azza who wield magic? Professor Peluso pondered for a moment before responding with a measured tone. Those are merely figures from legends. How can anyone take them seriously? If someone were to witness you speaking to thin air, it is far more likely that you would be perceived as insane. His tone, when he uttered the word witch, was tinged with unfamiliarity and surprise, a sensitivity so minimal that Phyllis immediately sensed something amiss. The witch trials were a significant hallmark of the medieval era, and legends recount numerous absurd cases of judgment throughout the old continent. Such witch hunts did not begin to fade until the modern age, and surely these elements, often overused in novels, games, and films, could not be mere fabrications, could they? Is it really just that? She asked incredulously. Will no one bind me to the pyre and burn me alive? What? Professor Peluso appeared even more astonished than she was, his eyes, concealed beneath drooping eyelids, widened in disbelief. Heavenly Mother, how could you entertain such a dreadful notion? After a futile exchange of words, Phyllis finally gleaned a piece of good news from the professor's indignant tone. At her current juncture in time, the infamous witch hunts had yet to commence, not to mention the later notorious Inquisition, which would not emerge for another century. At present, it resembled a transient court rather than a permanent institution, dispatched only when grave heresies erupted in specific locales. Foolish, rude, the actions of barbarians. The old professor, upon hearing Phyllis's description of the witch trials, began to stomp his feet, his voice rising in a furious outburst. What kind of cruelty could conceive such a method of punishment? What kind of imbeciles would endorse the outcomes of such trials? This is not a quest for truth. It is a mere act of intimidation, a threat to those pitifully ignorant souls, compelling them to submit as vassals. Those who would employ such judgment are either fools or tyrants. Phyllis was taken aback by his vehement reaction and could not resist asking another question. So, the Inquisition did not employ the death by fire? At her inquiry, the professor, who had been pacing in agitation, momentarily paused, his ire seemingly dissipating. There was indeed a time, a century ago, His Holiness the Pope, in his campaign against the Cathars, sanctioned the execution by fire for those who refused to renounce their heretical beliefs. However, during my studies in Roland, I discovered that the origins of that turmoil were not as extreme as legend would suggest. After a brief silence, he sighed deeply, only for anger to return to his visage. The uproar escalated primarily because the king of Roland sought to curtail the papacy's influence over his realm, covertly supporting those heretics in their teachings. Little did he anticipate the pope's ruthless response. Ultimately, he himself capitulated swiftly to the pope, leaving the unfortunate laypeople he had so easily abandoned to perish, unaware that they were mere pawns in the conflict between two tyrants. How swiftly the Holy Father transformed into a tyrant. Reflecting on the elder's previous encounter with the undead, lying on the ground while cursing the gods, Phyllis gained a more nuanced understanding of this scholar, who seemed to have stepped forth from a statue. She believed he would have never dared speak so boldly in life. Indeed, the dead seemed to possess far fewer reservations than the living. Observing the elder's animated expressions, she cast her gaze out the window at the overcast sky. Unbeknownst to her, a gentle rain had begun to fall, and the number of pedestrians on the street had diminished significantly. Within the brief moments Phyllis was lost in thought by the window, Another group hurriedly descended the hill, carrying a stretcher draped in cloth. Though the distance was too great for her to discern whether the figure was alive or dead, she could ascertain that nothing akin to the undead emerged from the cover. Observing the individual being carried away, and then turning her gaze to Professor Peluso, who had expanded the scope of his insults from the Holy See to the lords of various nations, Phyllis found herself pondering a question she had initially overlooked. How does one like him become a specter? It seemed that not all souls transition into ghosts upon death. At least, she had yet to witness Massimo, and this venerable professor appeared quite distinct from those malevolent phantoms who devour one another. He not only engaged in dialogue with her, but also retained his own thoughts and rationality. Currently, he was the sole specter she had encountered. Do you recall how you came to be in this state? After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Phyllis resolved to pose the inquiry directly. When I first laid eyes on you, you were in the street, yet I was told by others that you perished outside the city of Asker. When did you regain your self-awareness? Compared to her earlier tone of curiosity, her voice now bore a palpable weight of seriousness. Professor Peluso regarded the girl with a mixture of surprise and contemplation, as though struck by a sudden epiphany. I cannot precisely recall when I regained consciousness. Perhaps it was after I entered the city of Asker, he mused, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Initially, I was in a state of confusion, consumed by a singular thought. I must return to Asker. I must return to the university to deposit my life's work within its library. I was en route to the university when those creatures attacked me, and it was only after that assault that I truly awakened. As he spoke, the old man's voice abruptly faltered, followed by an anguished cry. My books! My books! Those wretched thieves have stolen my books. My lifelong efforts have been destroyed by those ignorant brutes. In a frenzy, the old professor darted about the room, his spirit manifesting a wild energy. I remember now. Those scoundrels deserve to descend into hell. They are nothing but filthy bugs trampling through the mud. They are utterly oblivious to the destruction they have wrought. Phyllis, having lived for over 20 years, was utterly astonished to witness a spirit in such a frenzied state. Though Professor Peluso had shed his corporeal form and, theoretically, could no longer collide with tangible objects, he still ricocheted about the room like a wayward ping-pong ball, leaving her uncertain whether to label the scene as horrifying or humorous. Please calm down, Phyllis urged, sidestepping to avoid his erratic movements. Perhaps it is not as dire as you imagine. Thieves typically seek wealth. They may not have even glanced at your books. Impossible. I witnessed those dung-eating swine pry the gold from the covers of my books. The elder lamented angrily. To humiliate me, they even tossed the pages into the mud before allowing their horses to trample upon them. Phyllis considered. Books adorned with gold would indeed be difficult for thieves to overlook. Just as she hesitated between continuing her attempts to console him or allowing him to vent his frustrations, a figure standing by her door began to rise, stealthily making its way down the stairs. What has brought you back? Is she reluctant to eat? As Giovanni observed his wife delicately descending the stairs with a tray of food, a subtle expression graced her face, prompting him to furrow his brow in concern. It is imperative that she eats. I must persuade her, he thought, yet hesitated. Perhaps it is not the right moment. After a brief moment of contemplation, his wife set the tray down and drew him into a corner, whispering into his ear. Is it true that there is something amiss with the child from the Massimo family? I just overheard her talking to herself in her room, as if in conversation with someone. Giovanni was taken aback by her words. You truly heard that? What did she say? I couldn't discern it clearly, but she was indeed speaking incessantly, his wife replied. I had previously heard whispers outside that the child went mad after witnessing Martha's difficult labor. She even claimed her mother had not died, but had merely ascended to the heavens. Shoo, Giovanni interjected, casting a complex glance upstairs. I confide in you, but you must not speak of this to anyone. He lowered his voice further. Massimo once told me that after Fanato and Martha passed away, the child began to see peculiar things. His wife gasped softly. So those rumors are true? She truly is no, Giovanni interrupted. Dean Camillo has explicitly stated that the child is merely traumatized and will return to normal after some comforting. Indeed, prior to Lent, Massimo took her to the convent, and she returned to her senses. Seeing the tension ease from his wife's shoulders, Giovanni earnestly continued, the arrangements have been made with the dean. A gray-robed friar will arrive from Asia within a month to fetch her. For now, please endure and engage her in conversation to soothe her spirit. A Upon hearing her husband's plans, the woman finally relaxed, exhaling deeply while forming a gesture of prayer over her heart. Blessed Mother, if it is Dean Camillo who assures this, it must be credible. After her prayers, she gazed upstairs with compassion. She is but a pitiable child. Fear not. I shall tend to her with care during this time. Unbeknownst to her, Phyllis sensed a subtle shift in Isabella's demeanor towards her. Previously, when she had secluded herself in her room for an entire day, Isabella would not intervene. Each meal delivered was merely placed at the door with a gentle knock, allowing them to coexist as distant landlord and tenant, respectfully avoiding one another. However, perhaps now reassured of Phyllis's health, Isabella began entering the room for brief exchanges of pleasantries, instead of leaving immediately after delivering meals. Phyllis could not pinpoint the cause of this change, but noted that the elderly professor beside her had grown increasingly talkative since recalling his pre-mortem obsessions, filling the air with a cacophony akin to 500 voices clamoring in her ears. At first, she found the scholarly vocabulary amusing, but soon it became a source of genuine headache. It was during this tumultuous time that Giovanni's wife, Isabella, emerged as a beacon of solace for her. Perhaps stemming from her habitual demeanor in life, Professor Piluso would temporarily suppress her formidable urge to unleash a torrent of invective when conversing with outsiders, retreating to a corner with a scowling countenance. Once the source of the clamor dissipated, Phyllis naturally adorned her face with a smile upon encountering Isabella. For Isabella, the assurance that the child before her would not become a long-term burden certainly softened her disposition considerably. After a couple of days, as familiarity grew between them, she would even suggest that the girl explore other areas of the house, though venturing outside remained out of the question. This was not a prohibition directed solely at her. Isabella herself had not been frequenting the streets lately, only venturing out for essential purchases. Previously, she would engage with the women of the town in spinning wool, but now she was confined within the house due to the rapid spread of the plague beyond their doors. With the sound of women's grievances in her ears, Phyllis had subtly suggested during her leisure that Isabella consider retreating to less populated areas beyond the city to evade the pestilence, only to receive a look of resigned exasperation akin to that of a caregiver. It was well understood that fresh air promotes health, but such conditions were not feasible. As Isabella lamented while operating her spinning wheel, they had no residence in the countryside, and Giovanni had work to attend to here. The matter could not be abandoned. And the countryside held its own challenges, for within the city, there were officials dispatched by the city council to maintain order, while the outskirts were rife with bandits and brigands. Indeed, moreover, those robbers had become exceedingly brazen of late, even looting the Piluso family's carriage. Mia, the maid sitting nearby and spinning wool, chimed in with a scowl. It is precisely because of the plague that no one has the energy to deal with them. Otherwise, Lord Piluso would never allow such ruffians to roam so freely around Asca. I have heard similar accounts from the people of the Nilo family. They claim the bandits who dared to rob the Piluso household were part of last year's expulsion from the city, with a few surviving guards recognizing some of them. The mistress displayed a markedly calmer demeanor than the maid, reflecting they harbor resentment towards the Council of Nine, claiming that their robberies are specifically aimed at the Asca people, especially those bearing the crests of the 9 noble families. It is unfortunate for that old professor. His timing upon return was indeed ill-fated. The maid, having heard this too, could not help but exhibit a look of sympathy indeed. It is said that he had made his will long ago, intending to divide his entire estate among the impoverished of Asca. What a charitable soul! Who could have anticipated such an ending? Listening to their musings and catching a glimpse of the ghostly professor casting a curious glance their way, Phyllis could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, what misdeeds did those people commit to be exiled from the city? The two women exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a shared sense of helplessness. Because there was no food, Isabella succinctly replied, they are all beggars and the impoverished of the city, surviving primarily through begging. In times of ample harvest, this might have sufficed, but the yields of the surrounding lands have been poor over the past 2 years, causing the price of bread to soar several-fold. Everyone struggles to feed themselves. How could they possibly support so many others? Precisely. Those scoundrels, living off the crumbs we so generously bestow upon them, remain utterly ungrateful. The maid echoed her mistress's sentiments, her tone laced with a more overt malevolence. You are young and seldom venture outside, unaware of the true depravity of those people. During that time, they roamed the city, committing theft and robbery. Countless unfortunate souls had their years of savings snatched away, and some even succumbed to the cold last winter. Certainly, some do not deserve to live. They are nothing but a wretched swarm of leeches. For heaven's sake, Mia, cease your words, the mistress calmly interjected, stating, ultimately, they are all pitiable souls. You are a good girl and should not utter such things. The chastised maid fell silent, yet her rough, vigorous motions of brushing will betray the simmering anger within her. Phyllis instinctively glanced at the elderly professor standing in the corner, only to find him with his head bowed, lost in thought. If Professor Peluso was truthful, he had severed ties with his family and had not been in contact for many years, residing abroad in recent times, which indeed absolved him from any connection to the expulsion of the poor from the city. However, his own demise due to these events evoked a poignant reflection on the capriciousness of fate and its inherent absurdity. Yet, when Master Giovanni returned home, the family once again broached the harrowing subject of the robbery at the dinner table, and Phyllis heard a third perspective. Do you truly believe that those who genuinely require assistance could ever become robbers? The elderly, the infirm, and the weak would perish on the road long before reaching Velis. Master Giovanni mumbled through a mouthful of porridge. Indeed, last year, the Velis charity did take in many of the impoverished we had driven out, and they boisterously proclaimed their actions, mocking our inaction, as if they had not themselves expelled beggars from the city last year. In my opinion, those who returned to Asca to commit robbery might have been incited by the people of Velis, or perhaps they were merely supported by them. This viewpoint evidently resonated with both the mistress and the maid, inciting a fervent diatribe against the duplicity of the Velisians from the entire table of Asca inhabitants. Phyllis had previously sensed an underlying discord between Asca and its neighbor, yet she had not anticipated the depth of their animosity. Although she now considered herself an Asca citizen, the city of Velis remained the birthplace of the Renaissance, and it was beyond her to criticize a city that had long held her dreams. For the moment, she could only immerse herself in her meal. Fortunately, the adults here did not impose their allegiances upon the children, and her silence went unnoticed. The three exchanged a few casual remarks before the conversation shifted elsewhere. As the only member of the household still able to engage with the outside world, Master Giovanni returned daily with invaluable tidings for Phyllis. The current state of affairs outside was indeed grim. While the area where Giovanni resided had not seen a significant outbreak of illness, disease had begun to spread among the artisans and workers, adversely affecting the expansion of the cathedral. The number of the ailing has become quite overwhelming, prompting Father Paolo to write to the bishop, suggesting that operations may soon come to a complete halt. Yet perhaps this is for the best, as the expansion was never meant to be a swift endeavor. During this pause, I can devote my attention to the work at the town hall. As Giovanni finished the last spoonful of his barley porridge, he turned to his wife and inquired, "By the way, has Jair delivered the goods yet?" Isabella replied, "Not yet. This morning, I even sent Mia to his shop, and he mentioned that things have been quite chaotic outside lately, with many caravans failing to arrive on time." "Well, let him be. I suspect he is falling back into his old habits, trying to hoard supplies," Giovanni exclaimed, tossing his spoon into the bowl in frustration. "That cunning merchant, Eyeball, can barely utter 2 truthful statements in 10. Just yesterday, that rascal Batona was bragging about his newly acquired cochineal. Who else in the city would sell such a thing? The caravans must have delivered the goods. He is merely waiting for me to come and negotiate a price hike. Times are tough for everyone. If the increase isn't substantial, it would be wise not to let it sour our relationship," Isabella patiently urged her husband. "After all, there is no other place to procure azurite, and without the paint, we cannot create our art. If we delay, those people will surely hold you accountable." Despite his wife's soothing words, Giovanni remained sulky, crossing his arms in discontent. His gaze swept across the table, and just as he was about to voice another complaint, he inadvertently locked eyes with a pair of wide, astonished ones. "Did I speak too loudly?" he asked, suddenly feeling bashful at the sight of the girl's surprise. Clearing his throat, he adopted a gentler tone. "Have you had enough to eat? Would you care for more? May I ask, what are azurite and cochineal?" With her eyes wide open, Phyllis hesitated for a moment before swallowing nervously and cautiously inquiring, "Are they stones and bugs? How do you use them to make paint?" caught off guard by her question. Giovanni paused before smiling and nodding. Indeed, it requires some special methods. Are you interested in this? At this moment, Phyllis was too eager to consider whether her personality clashed with that of the younger Phyllis, and she eagerly nodded. The joy radiating from her eyes was unmistakable, akin to a ray of sunlight breaking through the gloom of a dreary day, stirring the emotions of anyone who beheld it. Azurite may be scarce, but I recall we have a few pieces of lapis lazuli at home, don't we? Giovanni chuckled, then suddenly remembering something, turned to his wife and said, "If you have time tomorrow, could you turn those into pigments?" Isabella, startled by her husband's suggestion, quickly interjected, "But those are significantly more expensive than azurite. Using them for wall paintings would be quite extravagant." Who said anything about using them for wall paintings? Giovanni chuckled with a hint of mischief. Ambino has received a commission from Lady Trusive, requiring him to paint an image of the Virgin before the Feast of the Assumption this year. Upon hearing the quotation, he readily acquiesced without a moment's hesitation, only to realize upon returning home that his supply of blue pigment was woefully insufficient for painting the Virgin's robes. In a rush, he ordered a substantial amount of lapis lazuli from Jair at an exorbitant price, only to discover that Jair was now attempting to negotiate down the price of stone blue, let alone lapis lazuli, which could skyrocket to an unmanageable sum. With merely 3 months remaining until the Feast of the Assumption, his anxiety was palpable, leaving him little inclination to prepare the pigments himself. The architect stroked his goatee, casting a cunning glance at his wife, suggesting they sell the ready-made product at the previous market rate, thus teaching that greedy scoundrel Jair a valuable lesson. Phyllis had little interest in the quarrel between the pigment merchant and the client, and was too astonished that Master Giovanni was not merely an architect and sculptor, but also adept at mural painting. At that moment, what thrilled her most was the prospect of witnessing the original process of pigment production. In order to keep pace with the evolving times, and for the sake of convenience, Phyllis had largely abandoned hand drawing in favor of digital art since starting her career. However, before the advent of digital drawing, she had spent many years working closely with pigments. Thanks to advancements in modern chemistry, dyes and pigments had become quite affordable in her era. Particularly after entering university, the rise of computer hardware and painting software significantly lowered the cost of creating art, allowing someone of her modest background to pursue this passion. Phyllis naturally cherished painting, even though this love often intertwined with anguish post-employment. The habit cultivated over the years had become second nature. Picking up a pen to doodle had transformed into muscle memory. Yet now, in this exceedingly arduous time, a cascade of troubles besieged her, leaving her with no spare moments to contemplate leisurely pursuits. Especially since awakening in this new body, she had not encountered even a single book in reality. The only written material she had seen was her grandfather Massimo's will. Without paper or pen, she had not dared to hope for access to such refined materials as pigments, yet serendipitously found herself in the midst of observing their creation. Overwhelmed with excitement, Phyllis experienced rare insomnia, tossing and turning until the wee hours before finally succumbing to sleep. Upon waking, her first order of business was to dress and hurry downstairs, her bright eyes fixed intently on the household matron, Isabella, as if fearing that a fleeting glance might cause her to flee. Isabella regarded the suddenly enthusiastic little shadow with a blend of amusement and exasperation, genuinely perplexed as to what was so thrilling about such a mundane task. The production of pigments was a fundamental lesson for every artist, a vital skill for their livelihood, and ordinarily, such knowledge would not be casually divulged to outsiders. Nevertheless, considering the girl's youth, Isabella was more concerned about the potential for mischief during her pigment-making process than about the risk of her stealing the skill. Due to Phyllis's overwhelming desire to observe, Isabella had to repeatedly emphasize the importance of not causing a disturbance before she finally permitted her to accompany her to the backyard. Although Phyllis had mentally prepared herself, the moment she saw Isabella produce several blue stones, she couldn't help but gasp in excitement. "Would you like to touch them?" Isabella asked, noticing the sparkle in Phyllis's eyes as she gestured towards the stones set aside. "If you want to touch them, now is the time. Later, you won't have a chance." Upon hearing this, Phyllis's eyes brightened even further, yet she remained somewhat reserved, only daring to lightly graze the smallest stone before retracting her hand obediently. The paint she was most accustomed to using was acrylic. Renowned for its strong opacity, acrylic paint was more convenient than oil paints, drying much quicker. Most importantly, this modern industrial marvel was significantly more affordable than traditional oil and watercolor paints, making it quite friendly for beginners who were not financially affluent. In her era, aside from watercolors occasionally being available in solid form, oil, gouache, and acrylic paints were predominantly offered in tubes or jars, ready for immediate use. Who would take the time to ponder how a mere tube of paint was crafted? Her awareness of stones being utilized for pigments was primarily due to her previous research while participating in game development. However, the information she gathered was rather vague, and she only remembered that some pigments derived from stones, while others came from plants and insects, which were ground and combined with various substances before being cooked and dried to become color powders. At that moment, the lines of text that had merely existed on paper began to materialize through Isabella's actions. The woman first broke the blue mineral into smaller pieces before placing them into a covered mortar, where she slowly pounded, pressed, and ground them into finer particles. The coarsely ground fragments were then poured into a small stone mill, where a little water was added to prevent dust from flying. Isabella held the handles of the stone wheel with both hands, grinding back and forth until the small particles transformed into a fine powder, which she then carefully collected and set aside to dry in the sunlight. While the amount of mineral was not substantial, and the task could not be completed in one go, simply watching her perform this process made Phyllis's hands ache. Observing the perspiration beading on Isabella's forehead and the slight swell of her abdomen, Phyllis offered to help, only to be firmly declined. "What can your little arms do?" Isabella remarked, wiping the sweat from her brow and waving her hand dismissively. "If you're bored, you might as well go play inside. There is nothing particularly fascinating about this." Phyllis recognized that this phase was indeed tedious, yet she shook her head, choosing to remain seated and watch as Isabella repeatedly performed the same motions. If only there were machines, she mused internally once more. Even if there weren't fully automated ones, a wind or water-driven mill would suffice. At least it would be much easier than grinding everything by hand. However, recalling the rumored price of these minerals, she speculated that even if such a mill existed, they likely wouldn't utilize it. As the girl's thoughts drifted into emptiness, Isabella continued to place small pieces of or into the empty mortar, diligently crushing and grinding them repeatedly until the chime of the bell signaled the arrival of the maid to summon them for lunch. Yet, she had not even completed the first step by then. After a brief respite post-lunch, the woman resumed the meticulous task of grinding the powder. Once all the stones were reduced to a fine dust, she sifted the previously dried powder several times, discarding the larger particles to be crushed further until every fragment was finely powdered. As the sun began its descent, heralding the afternoon bell, Isabella finally completed the processing of all the ore. Before commencing dinner preparations, she retrieved a small pot from the storeroom, suspending it over the fire, and sequentially added 3 different translucent yellow solids. Phyllis could not discern their identities, but the aroma emanating from one indicated the presence of rosin. As the pot heated, the 3 gelatinous substances began to melt. Only when they melded seamlessly did Isabella gradually incorporate the sifted lapis lazuli powder, stirring gently until it achieved a paste-like consistency, which she then poured onto a clean linen cloth laid over a wooden board. Phyllis watched as the woman kneaded the deep blue dough repeatedly, eventually dividing it into several similarly sized portions, mistakenly believing this was the conclusion of the process, unaware that it merely marked the completion of the second step. The blue dough was set aside to rest for 3 days, and only after this period did Isabella embark on the third step. By this time, the cathedral work had ceased, and there was no longer a shortage of hands. Master Giovanni finally dispatched one of his apprentices to assist his wife in the pigment-making endeavor. Isabella complained about the timing, muttering that the most laborious tasks had already been accomplished, yet she did not squander the free labor now at her disposal. She prepared 3 bowls, each nearly the size of a basin. 2 were glass bowls of somewhat inferior quality, while the last was a more casual wooden basin. The woman poured heated water into the bowls and added some murky liquid that Phyllis could not identify. The subsequent tasks were entrusted to the young apprentice standing nearby. This apprentice, named Mario, appeared only a few years older than Phyllis, at most 12 or 13, yet he already possessed several years of experience. He took over the work from the mistress without asking any unnecessary questions, immediately applying a layer of oil to his hands and forearms before kneading the dough in the water. Perhaps due to his youthful age, This young apprentice differed from the typically taciturn Isabella. Noticing a child beside him staring, he felt no discomfort and instead struck up a familiar conversation. To their surprise, the two found themselves engaging in delightful discourse amidst the monotonous task. Thanks to this loquacious young boy, Phyllis finally learned of Master Giovanni's specific undertakings following the halt of construction at the cathedral. Was it not last winter that a tremor had occurred? At that moment, a meeting was either underway in the conference hall or some other activity was taking place when several candelabras and chandeliers suddenly fell. A fire broke out in the hall, which was swiftly extinguished, but several of the murals on the walls were destroyed. The young boy, while vigorously kneading the dough, gasped and recounted. There was a plan for the bell tower to be completed before the festival of creation, but due to an earthquake, part of it collapsed, tragically claiming lives. His voice abruptly halted, glancing at the girl who seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. After a brief cough, he continued, in any case, during the construction of the bell tower, Master Giovanni provided some insights. They sought his expertise once more and mentioned the restoration of the murals in the adjacent conference hall. Those murals are the legacy of Master Lorenzo, whom Master Giovanni has always revered, and such an unparalleled opportunity must not be overlooked. Observing the boy's eyes alight with excitement, Phyllis instantly realized that he too was likely an admirer of that illustrious master. Unfortunately, her recollections of art history were too hazy. The name was utterly unfamiliar to her, perhaps never even mentioned in class. After all, the annals of history are replete with artists who have left their mark, and many unnamed painters remain in obscurity. Even if a teacher could recount all their names, the time allotted to each would be woefully scant. This was akin to the young apprentice before her and his master. Giovanni, the individual who was commissioned at great expense to oversee the cathedral's expansion, must undoubtedly be one of the foremost architects of this era and region. Yet she had no recollection of his name. Was it that his life's work had failed to engrave him in the memory of posterity? Or was it she who was tragically uninformed? Or perhaps everything before her was merely an illusion? After all, it had already been a week since Massimo's passing, and Phyllis was certain she had arrived in the era marked by the onset of the Black Death. Yet, even knowing that a plague ravaged the outside world, those around her continued with their lives, exhibiting only a slight reduction in their outings without any widespread panic. This starkly contrasted her understanding of a plague that decimated a third of the population of the West. Moreover, the ghost who identified himself as Professor Peluso seemed to have vanished after hearing her recount the circumstances of her robbery, not having appeared for several days. And she had not encountered any other spirits. Could it be that all of this was merely a figment of her imagination? Had she truly been driven to madness by her work, resulting in such a surreal yet absurd dream? How could she possess such a penchant for self-inflicted torment? It baffled her that even in dreams, she could conjure nothing but suffering, revealing a disturbing aspect of her psyche. As Phyllis became ensnared in her tumultuous thoughts, the apprentice remained silent, still kneading the dough, observing the girl lost in contemplation. He assumed that his mention of the bell tower's collapse and the loss of life had stirred memories of her father's demise, and in his embarrassment, he refrained from further idle chatter, redirecting his focus to his task. Kneading the soft mixture of lapis lazuli powder, beeswax, natural rubber, and rosin was indeed laborious, the challenge primarily lying in the time it demanded. Lapis lazuli powder exhibits hydrophilic properties, while other impurities remain hydrophobic. With repeated kneading, the pure lapis lazuli can be immersed in water, leaving the impurities trapped within the dough. Therefore, the longer the dough is kneaded in the first bowl of water, the better. Under the diligent efforts of the apprentice, the once clear water gradually transformed into a deep blue hue. After an indeterminate period, the young apprentice glanced at the sky and transferred the dough into a second bowl, continuing to knead for approximately an hour before placing it into a third basin. The concentration of blue in the three containers increased sequentially, with the first bowl exhibiting the most intense color. As time passed, the color in the waters settled, ultimately resembling the purest ultramarine blue in her memory. Gazing at that familiar yet extraordinary hue, Phyllis found herself momentarily entranced. It surpassed cobalt blue in richness and outshone Prussian blue in brightness. Its extraordinarily high saturation made it appear entirely unnatural. Perhaps it is precisely due to its rarity in nature that such a pure color effortlessly captivates attention, which explains its long-standing popularity throughout history. "Isn't it beautiful?" remarked the apprentice, still kneading the dough in the third bowl. "Treasure it well. This substance is now worth more than gold. Perhaps this is the closest you will ever be to it in your lifetime." Phyllis, ignoring the boy's words, approached, squatted down, and stared at the color that settled like smoke, lost in thought for a while. "What comes next? Is drying sufficient?" After a lengthy silence, she murmured, "It is already perfect." The young apprentice, unperturbed by her apparent naivete, raised an eyebrow with pride and replied, "Not yet. We must wait for the color to settle completely before pouring off the clear water, boiling it to remove impurities, allowing it to sit and settle again. It will take about 3 days to entirely eliminate the moisture and sun-dry it into pigment. Moreover, despite the considerable amount of, or used, the resulting high-quality ultramarine pigment will only amount to 1/25 of the ore's weight." He pointed to the settled blue liquid in the first bowl with his chin, indicating the other 2 bowls with a tilt of his head. The second and third grades would fetch a lower price, likely unworthy of Master Ambino's attention. If he did not want it, Giovanni Master would have to keep it for himself. As the boy's voice merged with the afternoon chime, Phyllis found herself unable to focus on his words. An impulse surged within her, a fervent longing that coursed through her veins and heart, compelling her to grasp this exquisite and familiar blue, suddenly thrust into this unfamiliar realm where the lines between illusion and reality blurred. She could only don a facade that was not her own to navigate through. Yet, if she continued to shed her true identity for the sake of safety and conform to the prevailing rules, would she remain Phyllis? Or would she become something intertwined with that exterior, Feliciana? Merely contemplating this question ignited a realization within her heart. A person cannot willingly become another. At least, she did not wish to. She possesses an unchangeable essence, a fervent pursuit that remains steadfast regardless of her surroundings. Even when temporarily forgotten, the mere flicker of a flame can ignite her desire to grasp what she truly yearns for. "What must I do if I wish to paint?" The girl abruptly lifted her head, urgency evident in her voice. "If I wish to use this pigment, must I first become an apprentice to a master artist?" The young apprentice, taken aback by her sudden inquiry, paused momentarily in his actions. To become an artist, of course, one must consider apprenticeship. Yet after a brief moment of hesitation, he shook his head. "I have never heard of a master accepting a female apprentice, nor have I encountered a female artist." Seeing the girl's eyes dim instantaneously, the young apprentice awkwardly fidgeted, attempting to console her clumsily. "This isn't work suited for women. If you truly love it, perhaps you could marry an artist or a merchant, and you might still engage with it." Despite recognizing his good intentions, Phyllis had no desire to continue listening. Just as she prepared to turn away, a hoarse yet unfamiliar laughter echoed from the courtyard entrance. "From a moment of our inception, our Lord's grace has been impartially bestowed upon all. During harvest, women toil alongside men in the fields, and the monks of Aska also partake in the work of carding wool and spinning thread. Since our Lord has never delineated professions by gender, there exists no vocation that a woman cannot pursue." As the words, calm yet resolute, resonated, both Phyllis and the young apprentice turned toward the sound. Master Giovanni stood at the back gate, accompanied by a stranger clad in a gray robe and leaning on a wooden staff, who regarded them with a gentle smile. Phyllis's first impression of him was one of age. Unlike the tall, robust Professor Peleus with his flowing white beard, or the abbey's head, this gray-robed elder was frail, his hunched back suggesting that only by tightly gripping his staff could he maintain his balance. As they drew nearer, further details of the elderly man's appearance emerged. His tattered robe, patched countless times, resembled a quilt crafted from myriad fabrics. The dark skin exposed beneath the garment evoked the image of desiccated bark in winter, and his drooping eyelids obscured his gaze, leaving one to wonder if he could indeed see them. Certainly, the world is rife with prejudice, and it is true that no precedent exists for female artists in the Eno Peninsula, but that does not preclude your ability to learn painting. I know of several convents that house scriptoriums. Though many may not rival the grandeur of abbeys, some produce exquisite prayer books that would astonish even Queen Roland. As the elder spoke with deliberate calmness, he advanced slowly, his back bending further as he approached the girl. "It has been a long time, Feliciana. May the Holy Mother bless your health." The elderly man clad in a gray robe smiled gently and said, "I am Brother Salvatore of Assisi. I hope you still remember me." Upon returning from the courtyard to the hall, The timing was perfectly aligned with dinner. Giovanni, as the master of the house, naturally invited the distant guest to join the evening meal and even requested his wife to bring forth the exquisite wine reserved for guests. The tattered, gray-robed elder, Brother Salvatore, graciously accepted the invitation. However, it was evident from his modest consumption that he was a man of restraint, having partaken only of a small piece of bread and cheese before halting, which relieved Isabella, who had not anticipated an additional guest at dinner. "We truly did not expect your arrival so soon. Please forgive us if our hospitality falls short," Giovanni remarked, scrutinizing the old monk before him. He ventured, however, "Dean Camillo mentioned you were in Assisi and would not return to Asca until next month. Has something occurred there? May the Holy Virgin bless Assisi. Indeed, there have been troubling developments," the gray-robed monk replied, making a gesture of prayer before slightly opening his eyelids. In a voice both aged and soothing, he continued, "I departed Assisi under the guidance of our Lord. An angel came to me in a dream, uttering no words, but silently pointing towards the cathedral of Asca." The old monk's compassionate gaze fell upon the girl beside him, and he spoke softly, "I am deeply saddened to hear such dire news, Feliciana. Yet, you must understand that the living are destined to confront death, a boundary that mere mortals cannot control. Massimo was a devout and kind soul, much like your parents. He is destined to return to the side of our Lord." It seemed that the elderly spoke in a singular tone. Both the abbey's Dean Camillo and the man before them shared this trait. Perhaps due to advancing age, or perhaps the loss of a few teeth, their speech had slowed, necessitating a deliberate pace to articulate their words clearly, as if each syllable needed to be polished before being uttered. While this manner of speaking ensured clarity, the gentle tone and languorous cadence could easily induce drowsiness. A fiery youth might well abandon patience and turn away before they could finish. Oh, but exceptions do exist, such as Professor Peluso, who, like a ping-pong ball, flitted about the room. When he became agitated, his words flew forth with the rapidity of a machine gun. In terms of age, he was not significantly younger than the previous two elders, yet his vigor surpassed theirs combined to the point of being almost overwhelming, leaving one to wonder where his spirit had wandered, perhaps torn apart by those irrational phantoms lurking outside. As she pondered these whimsies, the familiar figure, absent for several days, materialized before her. Though now a ghost, Professor Peluso remained a courteous apparition. He did not simply drift through the ceiling or walls, but stubbornly adhered to human customs. Entering the hall through the door, as I passed by Master Giovanni, the homeowner, I respectfully removed my hat and stood silently to the side. The ghost, who had been missing for several days, suddenly reappeared, and naturally, Phyllis found herself drawn to him, her gaze inadvertently drifting sideways until it met that of Professor Peleus. "What are you staring at?" "I'm perfectly fine," the old professor huffed in mild annoyance, quickly signaling her to divert her attention, reminding her that others were still speaking to her. Following his cue, Phyllis finally redirected her focus to the elderly gentleman seated opposite her, who was patiently observing her. She nodded slightly, her eyes cast down like a bashful child, and murmured, "Yes, I understand. Thank you, and may our Lord bless you." Unperturbed by the girl's unusual demeanor, the elderly monk in his gray robe continued to smile and nodded at her. "I heard you mention your desire to learn painting. Is that correct?" Noticing her continued shyness as she kept her head lowered and fidgeted with her sleeve, he gently added, "As I mentioned earlier, some convents have scriptoriums, and certain scriptoriums train their own nuns to become artists. However, the convents near Asca are rather small, so if you're truly intent on pursuing this, we may need to travel to a more distant location. How far will we have to go?" Before Phyllis could respond, Master Giovanni interjected with urgency, "To my knowledge, there are not many convents operating their own scriptoriums, and even fewer that train nuns to become artists." The old monk did not refute this, slowly nodding before continuing to explain. "Indeed, there are not many convents with scriptoriums on the Eno Peninsula. The closest one is likely the St. Susanna Convent in the city of Yuangon. However, I do not recommend going there. Although Yuangon has freed itself from the Empire's control, it is currently ruled by a tyrant, and no one knows what fate he will bring to that city." Master Giovanni clearly disapproved of sending the girl there, his thick brows knitting further together. The atmosphere at the dining table fell into a lull, as the hostess Isabella and the maid began clearing the dishes to wash them in the backyard. The young apprentice, left behind at the table, glanced around before unable to contain himself, quietly interjecting, If there aren't any on the Inno Peninsula, we could always venture further north. Wasn't it said that Queen Roland favors the prayer books produced by convents? Doesn't that imply there might be some over there? Before he could finish his thought, the apprentice caught a sharp glare from his master, quickly forcing a sheepish smile and shutting his mouth, excusing himself to continue preparing pigments as he hurriedly retreated to the backyard. In truth, he had voiced what I had been contemplating myself. I wondered if Master Giovanni was aware of the Elena convent in Kadong town. Since someone had brought it up, the gray-robed monk broke his silence. Continuing the conversation, Kadong town is quite close to Roland's capital, Lied City. It is a prosperous and tranquil place. The current head of the Elena convent, Sister Sophia, is a humble and kind individual well regarded in the vicinity. As I mentioned before, the prayer book praised by Queen Roland was indeed crafted by her. Coincidentally, I had promised a dear friend that I would visit Lied City this year, and I could conveniently escort her there. I am familiar with the convent. I stopped in LYD for a brief period while working in Roland a decade ago. It is said that the convent was established with the patronage of the royal family of Roland, and many noble maidens from Roland undergo their training there before marriage. I firmly believe that the individual appointed as the head of such an institution must possess a character of utmost integrity. Master Giovanni gritted his teeth, ultimately shaking his head. However, that location is far too distant. The journey from LYD to Aska is exceedingly long. Even on horseback, it would take a month and a half. Not to mention the time required by carriage or on foot. Massimo is the sole descendant, and I vow to protect her. How could I possibly manage such a far-reaching endeavor? Do not be hasty, Master Giovanni. Let us consider the thoughts of the one directly involved, the gray-robed monk interjected, gently pressing down to temper the rising tone of the man. After all, she is merely a child. What could she possibly understand? Yet, this is a place where she will eventually reside. We must honor her perspective. With this, the gray-robed monk and Master Giovanni turned their gazes toward the third individual seated at the dining table, alongside the ever-present Professor Piluso. Phyllis found herself the recipient of 3 distinctly varied stares. Lowering her head, she seemed to ponder for a moment before lifting it again, her clear eyes meeting those of the 2 men across the table. If I were to enter a convent, would that preclude me from attending other convents? She asked candidly. Generally, such a situation is unlikely to arise, replied the elderly monk in his characteristic slow manner, unless an extraordinary calamity were to befall your convent, such as an earthquake or fire rendering the premises utterly uninhabitable. You might be reassigned to another convent by the order to which it belongs. Phyllis mused for a moment before inquiring further. I understand that the tools for painting are not inexpensive. Is it truly possible that the head of the convent in Roland would be willing to teach a child like me to paint? This question seemed beyond the scope of what one might expect from a child, causing Master Giovanni to momentarily pause. However, the monk Salvatore, sitting across from him, appeared unfazed, maintaining a warm smile. I cannot speak for other places, but as the Elena convent never lacks for commissions, Headmistress Sophia is indeed inclined to focus on nurturing more novice artists, the elder remarked calmly. This is a profession, and to embark upon it, much like your father and grandfather began their journey as stonemasons, you must first apprentice under some of the sisters. Initially, you may be assigned tasks involving decorative embellishments, gradually accumulating experience. If you truly possess artistic talent, the headmistress will allocate the task of creating full illustrations to you at the appropriate moment. The elder met the girl's earnest gaze and paused, as if recalling something, before continuing. However, there's one aspect that differs from the secular world. Should you choose to become a nun, according to the convent's regulations, you will forfeit any personal property, including all earnings from your future work, which will be collectively owned by the convent. This was indeed a point Phyllis had not anticipated, yet she merely hesitated briefly before nodding in acknowledgement. The notion of working without remuneration is undoubtedly disheartening. However, in the past, Phyllis was not particularly ambitious. Otherwise, she would not have resigned from a well-established company after several years, choosing instead to become a freelancer at an obscure studio, rather than chasing substantial wealth. She preferred to sustain herself through work that she cherished. Even if her earnings were modest, it sufficed as long as she could afford food and shelter. Life in the convent provided both sustenance and accommodation, and given that it was established under the patronage of the Roland royal family, the living conditions were hardly substandard. Especially considering the acute scarcity of resources in this era, where even the affluent struggle to acquire their true desires. Seeking refuge under the vast umbrella of the convent seemed a prudent choice. After all, the ecclesiastical authority had yet to undergo significant reform, and the clerical identity offered a tangible shield, even if the nuns were not deemed true clergy. Possessing such an identity still commanded greater respect than that of an ordinary individual. Unbeknownst to her, Phyllis weighed the pros and cons in her mind. Master Giovanni merely observed the girl nodding, seemingly having made her decision, his anxious expression becoming increasingly pronounced. "You must think carefully, Phyllis. Venturing to Roland means entering another country." He stood up, pressing his hands against the table, and regarded Phyllis with an unusual seriousness. "Not to mention the uncertainties of distant lands. Living among strangers leaves you vulnerable. If you were to be mistreated, who would come to your aid? Furthermore, they speak a different language in Roland. How will you navigate daily life if you cannot comprehend their words?" "I can learn, Master Giovanni." Phyllis lifted her gaze, sitting upright in her chair, her calm, dark eyes meeting his. "I am still young. There is much I can acquire. But if it is only there that I can continue to paint, I believe I would prefer to live there." You truly are something," Master Giovanni stammered, a mix of disbelief and amusement on his face. "How old are you to think you will always love painting? Moreover, I never heard Massimo mention your passion for art, because the blood of a mason flows through my veins." After a moment of silence, Phyllis, slightly flushed, resolutely raised her chin. "My grandfather was a mason. His blood resides within me. My bones and blood tell me that I am destined to fall in love with art." With this declaration, Master Giovanni found himself momentarily speechless. He gazed into her steadfast eyes, then, shaking his head, pressed a hand to his forehead. "What a stubborn spirit. You truly are Massimo's granddaughter," he murmured before sighing. "No, this matter is too significant. I must consult with Dean Camillo tomorrow before making a decision." Giovanni's inner turmoil was anticipated by Phyllis. Should he ultimately refuse to allow her to journey to such a distant place, she would understand. Driven by selfish motives, in addition to her desire to escape a city fated to witness the demise of 2/3 of its populace, Phyllis also harbored thoughts of fleeing from the identity of Feliciania. If the essence of Feliciania had already dissipated in that fateful incident, and if she were destined never to awaken from this dream to return to the modern world, living her life within this shell, she would undoubtedly not wish to continue as Feliciania. Departing from her homeland posed no difficulty for her, as she felt no sense of belonging to this city. The true homeland of Phyllis lay across the ocean, and under the current circumstances, she was fated never to set foot on that land again. To her, all cities were alike. Gazing from the second-floor window at the figure clad in gray robes as it gradually approached the end of the street, Phyllis finally withdrew her gaze and habitually picked up a wooden comb to tend her hair. Although she had not encountered a third louse since first discovering the infestation, it had become a habit to meticulously comb her hair during her leisure hours, checking for parasites on herself and her bedding. She usually did not interact with the outside world, and, as the plague primarily spread through blood, as long as she maintained a parasite-free environment around her, the risk of infection was minimal. Given the stakes concerning her own life, Phyllis was particularly vigilant about this matter. Fortunately, her mistress Isabella and Master Giovanni were both somewhat fastidious about personal hygiene, ensuring that their home remained relatively safe. As her thoughts wandered, the previously absent Professor Palisso, who had not accompanied her upstairs, drifted back through the window. "I took a moment to observe," he remarked. "The gray-robed monk appears to be a person of good character." The old professor, sensing the girl's glance upon him, spoke somewhat uneasily. Master Giovanni's wife offered him piece of beef, yet he distributed it entirely to the impoverished souls he encountered along the way, leaving nothing for himself. Such individuals are indeed rare in these times. Even within the Tuller order, Phyllis overlooked his discomfort and, while combing her hair, casually inquired as before, "What exactly is the Tuller order?" Noting her lack of inquiry about his recent whereabouts, Professor Palisso felt a mix of relief and disappointment, but nonetheless answered honestly. "It is a type of religious order within the Holy Church. Unlike the Patientis order, which has fixed monasteries, the Tuller order, founded by Saint Natula, advocates that monks should entirely renounce all personal possessions, don unbleached gray robes, and wander freely in a state of complete poverty to preach." As he spoke, he let out a sigh, reflecting, however, over time, disagreements arose among them. There exists a monastery belonging to the Tuller order outside the city of Aska. It is indeed rare to find individuals who still strictly adhere to the tenets of Saint Natula. Upon hearing this, Phyllis finally perked up. Her curiosity piqued. If they possess nothing in Rome about, how do they eat and sleep? Professor Peluso replied, according to the original tenets of Saint Natula, the sustenance of Tuller monks relies on the charity of others. Hence they are also referred to as mendicant monks. Phyllis attempted to answer hastily. As soon as she finished speaking, she noticed the old professor's face, half obscured by his beard, twitching momentarily. Despite holding back, he could not contain himself and bellowed. They are mendicant friars, or you may refer to them as friars in gray robes. Your terminology is utterly disrespectful. The term mendicant implies begging, after all. Observing the old professor's furious demeanor, Phyllis restrained her inner murmurs. Yet this gave her greater insight into why Master Giovanni would rather delay than let her go easily. If that Friar Salvador was indeed a devout Neapolitan friar, his character was beyond reproach. However, as a destitute elder reliant on alms for survival, lacking any notable strength, the prospect of escorting a young girl from Inchueno to Roland across such a lengthy distance was fraught with uncertainties. Rather than risk such dangers, it would be prudent to adhere to the original plan and send her to the convent near Aska, where, should difficulties arise, there would be acquaintances to assist her. As for Phyllis's personal preferences, they seemed trivial in the eyes of the adults, overshadowed by the imperative of ensuring her safety. After analyzing her current predicament, Phyllis could not help but let out a deep sigh. If this were indeed the outcome, she would have to accept it. After all, nothing is more paramount than survival. She had initially believed her small struggles were futile, only to be surprised by a complete reversal in Master Giovanni's stance the following day. Quickly, Liza, pack 2 of Mario's old garments for Phyllis, and include provisions. Be sure to prepare extra bread for her. Before she could descend to the first floor, Phyllis overheard Master Giovanni urgently instructing his wife. Upon seeing her come down, the previously flustered man stiffened, then approached her with an expression of concern. I am deeply sorry. Phyllis, I may have to go back on my word. He knelt down, grasping the girl's shoulders. You cannot remain in Aska any longer, whether in Roland or Argent City. You must leave the city immediately, and the farther you go, the better. This epidemic is not an ordinary plague. Outside the city, corpses litter the ground, and patients are continuously being transported to the monastery and convent, yet there is no way to stop it, not even for Dean Camillo. His voice suddenly faltered, his well-groomed mustache quivering, forming a bitter expression alongside his features. I cannot send you to the nearby convent. That would be akin to sending you to your demise. You must depart with Friar Salvatore first thing in the morning. Hurry and go far away. Perhaps then you will be safe. As he spoke, he produced a small leather pouch from his coat and discreetly placed it in the girl's hands. This contains some money that Massimo had saved in the house, to which I have added a bit. Keep it hidden and do not let anyone discover it. If you manage to arrive safely, use it to send me a letter. Master Giovanni whispered, May the Virgin protect you, Feliciana. Aska Republic 12012 leaving Aska was as abrupt as arriving here, catching Phyllis off guard. It seemed that ever since she entered this world, everything had unfolded in a whirlwind, suddenly transformed into another person, abruptly witnessing the demise of those around her, and being informed that she must forsake everything. The pace of these events left her no time for reaction or remedy. Once again, the situation had undergone a dramatic transformation until Isabella cautiously produced a pair of scissors and broached the subject of cutting her hair. Only then did Phyllis regain her composure and obediently take a seat, though reluctant to accept it. She had to concede that embarking on a long journey here was inherently safer for a boy than for a girl. Cutting her hair short and donning the old clothes of a boy was the last safeguard that Master Giovanni's family could provide for her. With each sharp snip resonating in her ears, strands of deep brown hair cascaded to the floor. Phyllis's hair was thick and dense, and as it was suddenly cropped short, she felt a noticeable lightness atop her head. Just as she contemplated this transformation, she was taken aback by the sound of a sob emanating from behind her. Turning around, she saw the woman she had just met, her tear-streaked face partially obscured by her hands, instinctively turning away when their eyes met. Aunt Lisa, please don't cry. It's not good for your health. The girl with the newly cropped hair leapt from the chair, gently leaning against the trembling figure of the woman. You have another baby in your belly. If you are so sad, the baby will feel that sadness too. I'm sorry, the woman said, gazing at the girl who had approached her, ultimately unable to restrain herself from embracing her. I'm sorry we shouldn't have let you leave at such a time. Actually, we could have managed just fine. You and Master Giovanni have helped me immensely. It is I who should be grateful, Phyllis murmured as she returned the woman's embrace. But Aunt Lisa, after I leave, even if you cannot escape to the outskirts, you must try to avoid people. Master Giovanni should do the same. Until the plague dissipates, it's best to minimize contact with others, even those who appear healthy. Moreover, be vigilant against fleas and lice, those biting little creatures. As long as they do not infiltrate your home, the plague will not enter. Upon speaking, Phyllis noticed the woman looking at her in astonishment. Stealing herself? She adopted an anxious expression and articulated the excuse she had long desired to present. I had a dream yesterday of a woman clad in a blue robe, her face obscured by a halo, who gently stroked my head and spoke to me. The girl's voice dwindled as she continued, her cheeks flushed and her gaze lowered, fidgeting with the hem of her garment. I thought at first it might be my mother, but my mother doesn't wear blue. That color is akin to lapis lazuli. The fabric is smooth as flowing water. I have never seen such a beautiful garment. This flimsy excuse was inspired by the old gray-robed monk she had encountered. In recent days, she had discerned that in this realm, it was far more effective to convey one's thoughts as divine guidance rather than relying solely on logic to persuade another. For those truly endowed with faith, such behavior may be deemed unacceptable. However, Phyllis, being an atheist, felt no moral burden in uttering this benevolent falsehood. Indeed, it must be the Virgin Mary. Before Phyllis could conclude her thoughts, the woman, overwhelmed with emotion, began gesturing in prayer, laughing and weeping as she embraced Phyllis's head. Good child, it is the Virgin. She is bestowing blessings upon you. You shall be safe. Phyllis silently wrapped her arms around the woman's back and gently patted her twice. Although Isabella was the wife of Master Giovanni, the significant age gap between them was unmistakable. This woman, who had just begun to show signs of pregnancy, appeared to be in her early 20s. Some might even believe they were father and daughter. Such age-disparate unions are not uncommon. Rather, they have become a societal norm. In an era devoid of blood transfusions, antibiotics, or cesarean sections, childbirth was a perilous gamble for mothers, a matter of life and death. Yet, since this was a universally experienced event, it seemed less extraordinary. Phyllis touched Elizabeth's slightly protruding abdomen, gently placing her ear against it. If that truly is the Virgin, I wish for her to bless you. She murmured softly, may the Virgin grant you safety. In truth, you did not dream of the Virgin, did you? Upon returning to the room on the second floor, Professor Perius, who had been hovering behind her, suddenly remarked, not only that, but I can see you do not believe in the Virgin's existence at all. Those words were mere deceit. Why? To keep her pure. To prevent vermin from infesting the home? Phyllis turned to meet the professor's inquisitive gaze, startled by her expressionless face. Professor Perius recoiled slightly, but pressed on with his most pressing inquiry. You cannot possibly be Feliciana, can you? I have heard from those around me that although Feliciana is only 8 years old this year, she has been raised in Asca by a devout family. Attending services weekly and frequenting the convent, she cannot be entirely ignorant of what the Tullius order is. Noticing the girl frowning a few steps away, he cautiously drifted back, nearly pressing against the window. Yet he insisted on completing his questioning. Who are you truly? What has become of the original owner of this body? Seeing his comical posture, as if ready to flee at the slightest provocation, Phyllis could not help but smirk. What are you afraid of? Do I appear to be the sort who would resort to violence against the elderly? Observing the professor's continued skepticism, she resignedly sat back on the bed, creating some distance before spreading her arms and stating, my earlier actions were prompted by the sight of you nearly being devoured by those creatures. I took a significant risk then. Besides, no one else can see you or hear your words. Even if you uncover my secret, what purpose would it serve to silence you? As she pondered this, she found herself at a loss for words, gently massaging her temples while murmuring softly, indeed, there is no one else to corroborate your existence. I have long suspected that you might merely be a figment of my imagination. It should be quite effortless to rid myself of such a delusion. I am certainly not a mere illusion. When Phyllis first broached the subject of saving him, Professor Peluso's demeanor had softened somewhat. However, Upon hearing her final words, he stomped his feet in indignation, resembling an enraged rooster. Do you require proof? Cool me. Pose any question you wish. I can answer them all. Phyllis remarked, what a conceited old man you are, observing his haughty posture with his chin raised. She couldn't resist teasing him further. Do you know how one might soar in the skies? At this question, the professor's expression momentarily contorted, his mouth moving beneath his dense beard, ultimately emitting a muffled grunt. Humans cannot fly like birds. The only beings that soar above are the deceased and angels. He retorted with ire. Such inquiries do nothing to resolve our current predicament. Then what should I ask? You may pose any question you like. Arithmetic, geometry, astronomy, or any of the 7 arts. Whatever you choose, I shall provide an answer. Ah, but even if I were to devise a question of which I am unaware, and you answer correctly, how could it prove your validity if those around me also lack knowledge of the correct response? Phyllis scoffed, crossing her arms with a smirk. Successfully steering the discussion further off course, you must reveal a piece of common knowledge or an event that I do not know but others do. Only then can I believe you truly are the late Professor Peluso. Her words were somewhat convoluted, yet the old professor quickly grasped her intent and proposed a feasible solution within moments. Language. You surely cannot speak any language other than the intended Inno tongue, correct? Noticing the girl did not deny this, the aged specter lifted his head once more, proudly declaring, let us not speak of the common tongue of the continent, as that is known to every scholar. In addition, I am proficient in Rolandian, Karstian, Pelubian, and Azurian. For casual conversation, I'm also adept in Olovian, Parisian, Ivalian, and Malian. Did not Master Giovanni claim to have worked in Roland? He ought to speak Rolandian. I shall teach you a few everyday phrases. You can then inquire of him to see if they match. This was indeed a viable method, but upon hearing the familiar name of Malian amidst the string of languages, Phyllis felt a sudden spark of excitement. You speak Malian? She exclaimed, nearly unable to contain her voice, then compose herself to softly urge, quick, say a few phrases for me to hear. Professor Peluso, seemingly perplexed as to why she was so invested in such an obscure language, complied nonetheless. The peculiar arrangement of syllables flowed from the ghost's lips, reaching Phyllis's ears, yet transforming her previously exuberant expression into one of bewilderment. After an extensive monologue by Professor Peluso, he received no feedback, leaving him in an awkward position as he spoke to himself. Noticing the girl's persistent frown, which suggested her lack of comprehension, he couldn't help but mutter something in Malicious. Did you just insult me? To his astonishment, the girl, who had remained unresponsive for so long, suddenly lifted her head, looking incredulously at the specter before her. What did I do to offend you? Why did you call me a fool? Professor Peluso was equally taken aback. You actually understand? Could you be from Malicious? Phyllis opened her mouth, at a loss for how to explain. However, rather than providing an explanation, she stumbled upon a more astonishing realization. From the moment the venerable professor began to speak, she recognized that the nearly unfamiliar language was likely an ancient form of Malicious from this era, differing significantly in vocabulary, pronunciation, and grammar from modern Malicious. Initially, she considered abandoning her attempts to identify any familiar words, yet as time passed, something miraculous occurred. She gradually began to comprehend those seemingly foreign syllables. At first, she understood only a word or two, then 3 or 5, as if several strands of thread entwined to ultimately weave a coherent fabric. By the time Professor Peluso ceased speaking, she had managed to grasp an entire sentence, certainly not missing the final pejorative phrase. I am not from Malicious, yet it seems I know how to articulate thoughts in this language. After preparing herself mentally, Phyllis naturally responded in ancient Malicious, her words causing the professor's eyes to widen in astonishment. I have a peculiar notion that requires validation. Could you please express a few sentences in another language? Initially stunned, Professor Peluso's surprise was soon eclipsed by intense curiosity, causing him to unconsciously drift away from the window toward the girl. Subsequently, he articulated several sentences in the universal tongue, Roland and Azurian, all yielding the same result. Upon first hearing them, Phyllis found them strange, but after a brief moment of reflection, those alien languages transformed into something familiar, as if she innately understood their meanings. This sensation was nothing short of enchanting, yet it also perplexed Phyllis. She was certain her linguistic abilities were limited to her native tongue, modern Malicious. accented with the inflections of the New World. In high school, she had taken a course in Hispana, but due to the arduous task of memorizing vocabulary, she had discontinued it after a semester, revealing her lack of talent in languages. Could traversing dimensions truly alter one's cognitive faculties? Even among the most gifted polyglots she knew, it was inconceivable that one could converse fluently in a foreign language after merely hearing a few sentences. It was not only Phyllis who found this phenomenon unsettling. Even Professor Piluso, after his initial excitement, fell into a prolonged silence. Before this moment, he had always believed that his ability to speak 10 different languages was a remarkable gift. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe that a person could master a language in mere minutes. The man and the spirit remained in silence for a protracted period, both momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, now, Phyllis had completely acquired the Roland language through her experiment, which diverged from the premise she had previously proposed. You were correct in your assumptions. I am not the rightful owner of this body, Feliciana, nor am I the Asker people. Just as Professor Pilius was racking his brain for a second method to prove he was not an illusion, the girl's sudden voice startled him into raising his head. My name is Phyllis Lynn, though I do not know why I find myself here. My last memory is of sleeping in my home, and when I opened my eyes again, I found myself in this unfamiliar body, unaware of the fate of the original child's soul. The girl, with her hair cut short, sat upright on the bed, her deep brown eyes fixed unwaveringly on the ghost before her. She extended a finger to her heart and declared, I am not a believer, so I cannot swear to the deity you trust. I can only vouch for myself. If that child still exists in this world, I shall find a way to return this body to her. She gazed intently at the elderly professor, who was also observing her. After a long silence, the ghost sighed first. I fear she is no longer here. Phyllis's unexpected candor allowed Professor Pilius to relax, his shoulders drooping as he recounted his experiences over the past few days. Recently, aside from checking on university and home, the city has been plagued by the dead. Most souls drift out of their bodies for a time after death, but they remain unaware, often floating near their loved ones before disappearing entirely. A small fraction, perhaps those who experienced intense emotions before death or failed to confess, retain their presence for a longer duration, yet they soon lose their sanity, transforming into the monstrous beings that attacked me. The old man shook his head and sighed, stating that when these entities draw close to one another, they tear at each other's bodies, consuming one another like beasts, as if this would prolong their existence. However, I cannot be certain. I dare not approach to observe too closely. His words echoed Phyllis's earlier conjectures. If the duration of a soul's existence is indeed tied to the emotions and obsessions it held before death, then locating the original essence of little Phyllis may prove even more challenging. A child of 7 or 8 may possess little in the way of obsession, and given that she was unexpectedly pushed down a slope and struck her head, she may have met her demise without ever realizing it. If that is the case, perhaps it could be deemed a form of fortune. Phyllis remained silent for a moment before continuing her inquiry. Have you encountered any other spirits like yourself who retain their sanity? No. Professor Piluso shook his head, beginning a self-reflection filled with poignant sentiment. Initially, my state resembled that of mindless wandering spirits, merely driven by an obsession to return to the university. It was only after being assailed by those entities that I regained consciousness, and then it was you. After our conversation commenced, my chaotic thoughts began to clarify, my memories resurfaced, and those apparitions, seemingly clawing their way from the depths of hell, dared not approach you. You could even vanquish them. Astonishingly, within the span of a few phrases, you managed to grasp a new language. As he spoke, his gaze upon the girl grew increasingly fervent. I am genuinely curious. Who exactly are you? Phyllis never anticipated that one day she would hear such a question posed by another. In her own estimation, she was merely one among billions, an individual of ordinary lineage and appearance, possessing a profession and income that were equally unremarkable. She was the most typical worker ant, the most common bee, toiling daily to sustain her livelihood while nurturing a few trivial hobbies to alleviate her emotions, just like everyone around her, leading a life interspersed with mundane troubles. As for the ghost's claims of her possessing extraordinary abilities, Phyllis believed it was the original Feliciana who was exceptional. After all, based on the information hinted at by Massimo and others, It was not the first instance of a young Phyllis encountering a spirit. Her injury might have stemmed from an attempt to disperse the ghost clinging to another, resulting in misunderstandings that led to her being pushed down a slope and striking her head. As for her newfound linguistic talent, it likely arose from her sheltered environment, having yet to meet a polymath like Professor Paluso, thus lacking the conditions to trigger such potential. Having come to terms with these thoughts, Phyllis had no intention of divulging them entirely to the spirit beside her. Instead, she deftly shifted the topic back to him. Regardless of who I am, as you can see, I will likely depart from Aska tomorrow. What about you? She shrugged nonchalantly while descending from the bed to search for items to pack, casually inquiring, "Are you an Askan, intending to remain here and stay by your family's side?" Professor Piluso felt a momentary embarrassment at her retort, but quickly masked it, clearing his throat before revealing his true intentions. "I wish to propose a transaction." Noticing the girl turning back to him, the aged yet towering spirit straightened his posture and spoke earnestly. "Since you are not the original Feliciana and are quite ignorant of many common facts, I could remain by your side to assist you." Phyllis found his audacity amusing, with no need to feign childishness before him. She could not resist retorting in line with her true character. "Is it not because you fear the filthy entities outside, believing it safer to stay by my side? Yet, one cannot deny that this is beneficial for us both." Professor Paluso, undeterred by the sentiment, boldly raised his chin, asserting that knowledge is invaluable and that his expertise extends far beyond mere language. "As long as you desire it, my lifelong learning is sufficient to help you establish your footing anywhere." Phyllis recognized the truth in his words. Despite having posed numerous fundamental inquiries previously, her understanding of the world remained woefully inadequate. The prospect of having a learned mentor by her side, one whose wisdom was solely for her eyes and posed no threat to her safety, would undoubtedly render her future endeavors far more manageable. However, was the only condition on his part the simple request for asylum? "I prefer contracts that are straightforward and detest post-agreement haggling," she stated candidly. "If there are any additional conditions, you would do well to disclose them now. Should you attempt to introduce further stipulations later, my willingness to comply will depend on my mood." Indeed, the elderly professor blinked slowly twice, a smile breaking through the veil of his white beard. "You know, I am 78 years old this year, older than the current pope. From the moment I entered Aska University in my youth and first perused the natural history by the venerable Cicadus and Victor de Magus's great mirror, I harbored a desire to pen a tome of my own. Beneath my sparse white brows, my deeply set eyes shone brightly. Whether it be arithmetic, logic, grammar, astronomy, geography, flora, or fauna, regardless of whether the texts were sacred tomes held by the church or forbidden writings compiled by heretics, I sought every means to read and ingrain them into my mind. My aim was to compile the most advanced knowledge of this world into a single work. I traversed every land I could reach with all the vigor of my youth, from the western shores of Mali to the eastern peaks of the Celestial Ridge, from the icy expanses of the north to the deserts of the south, until the pain in my knees rendered me unable to walk, at which point I began to write and organize my findings. Even if it could never attain the greatness of natural history or great mirror, I poured my utmost effort into its completion. I had finished it. I had truly completed it. Yet, I never anticipated it would be destroyed for such a ludicrous reason. The old man exclaimed, his emotions stirring once more. "I cannot accept such an outcome. That was the fruit of my life's labor, the sole tangible proof of my existence for centuries to come. I will not allow it to vanish in such a manner." The intense resentment emanating from the ghost seemed to alter the atmosphere of pressure surrounding them, causing Phyllis, facing his fury, to experience a moment of breathlessness. I confess, upon witnessing the destruction of my book, as I saw those brigands plunge a dagger into my chest, I truly felt a surge of hatred towards my lord. I cannot comprehend why he allowed fate to torment me thus. Taking my life was one thing, but to seize from me what I cherished most, those books, was far more precious than my very existence. The apparition abruptly turned towards the girl standing by the bedside. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, his once crimson gaze gradually returned to normal. I had thought myself already dead in despair, yet I discovered that I was not completely gone. I still recall those letters. Every word in the book remains etched in my memory, for they have yet to vanish from this world. Then I encountered you, a living soul capable of seeing me, hearing my words and lifting a pen. You can never fathom the joy I felt upon hearing your desire to visit the convent of the scribes. The elder's tone was tinged with hope as he cautiously approached the girl. I have never feared death, for it is the inevitable conclusion for all, the boundary that mortals cannot transcend. I do not aspire to cross that line. Rather, I dread the thought of a lifetime spent in toil, only to achieve nothing. My books, the knowledge I have acquired, if they could endure, if they could be disseminated, perhaps they could alter many things. He lowered his head to meet the girl's complex gaze. I can impart all that I have learned throughout my life to you. But I have but one condition. Assist me in completing this book and ultimately deliver it to the library of Aska University, or indeed to any university on the continent. As long as it is a place that will preserve it well, a venue where others may read it. His voice, imbued with supplication, echoed in the room. Yet silence lingered for an extended moment. I comprehend your intentions. I can acquiesce to your request. After a prolonged silence, Phyllis finally moistened her parched lips and quietly stated, "However, I must declare in advance that I cannot guarantee 100% success, Professor Peluso. Life is fraught with uncertainties. As is evident now with the rampant plague outside, I cannot assure you of my safe arrival at the convent. Even if fortune smiles upon me and I find stability there, I may still succumb to illness or misfortune. What I can assure you is that I will endeavor, within my capabilities, to record the knowledge you wish to preserve." As she spoke, she extended her hand toward the specter before her, adding, "If you can accept this, I will be delighted to engage in this transaction with you." "Certainly." Professor Peluso was momentarily taken aback by her outstretched hand, then slowly responded, realizing what she had proposed, and excitedly reciprocated her gesture. "A fruitful collaboration, my friend." With the specter's matter resolved, Phyllis could finally begin preparing for the journey ahead. However, in truth, there was little to prepare, for Massimo had succumbed to the plague, and when she was sent to Master Giovanni's home, she brought nothing with her. The essential items, clothes and food, had been provided by Isabella, leaving her with little else to arrange. Of course, nearly half a month had elapsed since then, and one could assume the lice at home had likely starved by now, while some clothing and bedding could still be retrieved, for safety's sake. Phyllis chose not to make such a request. According to Massimo's will, this house would revert to the city's stonemasons guild once his granddaughter, Feliciana, formally became a nun. It may transform into a communal asset within the guild, perhaps to be resold, or become the residence of a guild member. Thereafter, the final vestiges of this family in the world may be obliterated by those who follow. Phyllis stood before the familiar yet alien stone house, her heart awash with indescribable emotions. "Is there anything within that you wish to commemorate?" Beside her, the old monk clad in gray urged gently, "If there is anything you wish to take, seize the opportunity, for it may be your last. I recall you mentioning a spinning top handcrafted by your father. Do you not intend to take it as a keepsake?" Phyllis gazed intently at the small window on the second floor, her mind flitting through memories of wooden animal figurines and the intricately carved spinning top, ultimately shaking her head. "No, thank you." She lowered her gaze and stepped closer to the old monk, apologizing. "I apologize for taking up your time. Brother Salvatore, we may proceed now." The gray-robed monk's gaze shifted from the stone edifice to linger momentarily on the top of the girl's hooded head before he reached up to touch her forehead gently. "Then let us depart," he said. "The caravan arranged by Master Giovanni awaits at the city gates, and we hope to reach Venice swiftly." From a conclusion of Massimo's funeral to the present, merely a week had elapsed, yet as she traversed the cobblestone streets of Aska once more, everything appeared altered. The last time, while the throngs were sparse, there were still passers-by. Now, even with the chimes of the third hour resonating, not a soul was in sight. Furthermore, every household had firmly shut its doors, and not even a window dared to open. If anyone attempted to peer outside and spotted a figure on the street, they would swiftly slam the window shut. Brother Salvatore appeared quite aged, his limbs sluggish, and navigating the hilly terrain of Aska inevitably slowed their pace. Fortunately, Phyllis, with her modest stature and cautious disposition, took careful, measured steps on the steep cobblestones, fearful of stumbling. In this regard, the pace of the elder and the young was surprisingly well matched, making them suitable companions for their journey. Amused by this thought, they gradually approached the stone bridge connecting to the lower district. A colossal Romanesque pillar stood silently beside the bridge, and as one gazed upward along its ornate shaft, The sculpture of a she-wolf nursing two infants became apparent. This depiction commemorates the two heroes who survived on the she-wolf's milk, namely the twin founders of Remus and Romulus, and has long since become the emblem of the city of Remus. Yet, Aska is now the Aska Republic, an independent city-state free from any governance. Why then erect such a symbol from another city within its confines? She pondered this question aloud. Soon, her ethereal mentor and brother Salvatore provided explanations in turn. The city of Ascania was established by Ascanio, the second son of Remus. The quick-witted Professor Peluso was the first to articulate the answer. Remus, who had slain his brother to acquire the city of Remus, also fathered a pair of twin sons. Following Remus's demise, the brothers found themselves embroiled in irreconcilable conflicts while governing Remus. Fortunately, they did not replicate the tragic fate of their forebears. Ascanio took the initiative to withdraw, leaving Remus to found the city of Ascania. In gratitude for his brother's concession, the elder brother, Cinio, pledged to share the glory of Remus with Ascania, which is why the emblem of Ascania mirrors that of Remus. Compared to the astute scholar, the gray-robed monk Salvador only lifted his gaze towards the pillar once the other had finished speaking. As Ascanio, the founder of Ascania, is also the son of Remus, the architect of Remus. Upon learning that his brother intended to forsake his claim to Remus in favor of constructing a new city, Remus's eldest son was deeply moved. To signify their unbreakable bond, he consented to allow the new city his brother was building to share in the glory of Remus, thus giving rise to what is now Ascania. After listening to a similar tale once more, Phyllis had yet to respond. However, the floating Professor Peluso comprehended something, his eyes widening beneath his brows. Were you just testing me? Questioning whether I am your illusion? The specter protested in anguish. You dare not trust me. At that moment, Phyllis could not engage him in conversation and merely shot him a discreet eye roll that went unnoticed by those around her. She admitted to being touched by his fervor for knowledge yesterday, and indeed found herself intrigued by the prospect of crafting a book. Yet, this did not deter her from wanting to probe further. In such an unfamiliar environment, acquiring precise knowledge would heighten her chances of survival, especially in these extraordinary times. Before venturing into the new domain of Roland, she must seize every fleeting moment to absorb all pertinent information about this world. She wished to avoid being deemed a madwoman or a fool due to bizarre behavior or misconceptions. Upon entering the lower district, the scene transformed once again. If the upper district was terrifying due to its oppressive silence, the horror of the lower district stemmed from primal violence and chaos. The first sensation to invade her mind was an indescribable odor. The stench of decay and excrement, which should have been cleared daily, filled the overflowing sewers that lined the streets. As she descended step by step, the strange aroma wound its way into her nostrils, creeping into her chest and abdomen, slowly forming a membrane that seemed to obstruct her breath. Each step Phyllis took was deliberate, as she endeavored to avoid the sewage flowing through the cracks in the cobblestones, only to unexpectedly encounter an outstretched hand. It was a remarkably pallid hand, turned palm down on the stone pathway. The stark whiteness emphasized the filth beneath the nails, and she recognized this ghastly hue, a skin tone so pale it appeared almost blue. In the funeral home, as she bid farewell to her grandmother, the skin that peeked out from beneath the fabric was similarly disconcerting. Just as Felice's gaze inadvertently traced the pallid arm upwards, a frail hand obstructed her view, drawing her closer while simultaneously tugging down her hood. "Good child, do not look up," came the elderly voice from above, maintaining the same calm and gentle tone as before, though the pressure against her head was unmistakable. Realizing the nature of this gesture, Felice could not suppress a shiver. She complied with the force and lowered her head, directing all her attention to the gray stone slabs beneath her feet. She refrained from lifting her gaze again, yet the sounds around her reached her ears unabated. The muffled cries filtered through the door to the street, indistinct and garbled, making it difficult to discern their words. However, more pronounced than the fragmented sobs were the sharp, piercing quarrels and curses. She heard voices arguing over who should carry the corpse from the house, the dull thud of heavy objects being tossed nearby, and the bartering of those tasked with transporting the deceased. Yet, more jarring were the voices of the departed themselves. "It hurts so much. Help me. Save me. I am not ready. Holy Mother, please." Perhaps there were more souls lost in the lower districts than above. Even without looking, She could hear the almost imperceptible murmurs swirling around her. Why are there so many? The voice of Professor Peleus was tinged with a tremor, sounding as if it were drawing closer. So many. It wasn't like this just a few days ago. How could so many have suddenly perished? Fear and unease spread from the voices, an encroaching chill that seemed intent on engulfing her entirely. Despite her mental preparation, Phyllis's breath quickened uncontrollably, her hand clutching the hidden pocket at her chest, now cold as ice. Sensing her distress, the hand that had rested against her head gradually shifted downwards. This abrupt motion sent a shiver down Phyllis's spine. Just as she was about to muster strength to break free, the hand merely covered her right ear gently. "It's all right, dear child. We shall soon leave the city." The elder's voice seemed imbued with a certain enchantment, instantly dissipating the creeping chill that surrounded her feet. Fidice, in a daze, lost track of how many steps she took until the gray stone road beneath her shoes transformed into a dirt path, at which point the hand that had been pressed against her ear finally released its hold. "Monk, we've been waiting for you for quite some time." Upon seeing the pair approach, a man chatting while chewing on a blade of grass immediately straightened up, brandishing his whip as he approached. "Hurry up and get in the carriage. If we don't leave soon, we'll have to sleep outside tonight. By the way, you both Haven T contracted that illness. Have you?" "Of course not." The gray-robed monk readily rolled up the sleeve of his arm, and Phyllis, following suit, lowered her hood and mirrored his actions. The man, lacking any form of courtesy, meticulously examined the exposed skin of the two individuals and scrutinized their complexions, ensuring there were no issues before gesturing for them to board the cart. Though they were termed a trading caravan, the group of over a dozen was comprised entirely of robust young men, each wielding a weapon. The wooden crates on the cart were sealed tightly, rendering any conjecture about their contents impossible from the outside. Phyllis and her companion were assigned to one of the carts. She had intended to leap aboard herself, but her height proved a significant hindrance. After much struggle, she was unable to ascend. Ultimately, a young man traveling with them, unable to bear the sight, hoisted her onto the cart as if she were a mere bundle. Once the cargo and companions were accounted for without error, the leader of the group let out a commanding shout and mounted his horse, prompting the caravan to commence its journey northward along the dirt road. The pace of the cart was slow, yet it was undeniably faster than walking. In less than half an hour, the city gates of Aska had vanished from view. Nevertheless, even when out of sight, Phyllis found herself unable to divert her gaze from that place. Although she was not intimately familiar with the inhabitants of the city, fleeting images of several faces crossed her mind. Master Giovanni, Lady Isabella, the maid Mia, the young apprentice skilled in creating pigments. What would be their fates? And what of the kind-hearted Caterina, who had tended to her for a day, Brother Marcus, who had treated her head injury, and the Abbess Prior, who shared a connection with Massimo? She had not even had the chance to bid them farewell before departing. Tilting her head upward, she observed that today's sky was as vividly blue as the very first time she beheld the world. It was a splendid day, basking in sunlight. This was the 5th month of the year, a time referred to in this era as the month of budding or the month of the celestial tree. May had begun to warm the Eno Peninsula, especially during the day, where the abundant sunlight seemed to dispel all malevolent forces. Phyllis remained gazing upwards, lost in thought while soaking in the sun, until at last her once chilly hands and feet began to feel warm again. As the caravan continued its advance, the number of people alongside the road dwindled, although some passers-by cast malevolent glances. The sight of numerous armed youths riding near the caravan compelled those hostile gazes to reluctantly avert. The wheels rolled on, and as the landscape transformed into lush plains and distant mountains, the young men on horseback finally relaxed their grips on their sword hilts, and faint murmurs of conversation began to emerge from within the caravan. "Hey, monk over there, I hear you intend to take this child to Yuangon City?" The man who first greeted them tugged at the reins and approached the cart, his curious eyes sweeping over the two of them. "I often see gray-robed monks, but it is uncommon to see one escorting a child." This gaze, bordering on intrusive, made Phyllis somewhat uncomfortable. However, as she was still dressed as a boy, she refrained from speaking often to avoid revealing her identity, instead leaning slightly backward in an attempt to hide behind the old monk. "All is guided by our Lord." Brother Salvatore, seemingly unfazed by the man's brusque demeanor, made a gesture of prayer. adopting a gentle tone as he explained that the child had just lost his last remaining relative, with only a distant cousin in Yuengguan City possibly willing to take him in. Although Master Giovanni felt pity for the boy, he could not abandon his work to escort him personally. Instead, he penned a letter and entrusted the child to me, expressing gratitude for your generosity in offering us a ride, for otherwise, we would have no idea when we might arrive at our destination. After all, Master Giovanni had already paid for this journey. Perhaps due to the man's exceedingly amiable disposition, the once arrogant man now bore a hint of humility on his face. When he spoke again, his tone was considerably more serious as he gestured with his riding crop towards two young men mounted nearby. Those are my two nephews, Paganino and Andrea. Should you require anything, feel free to speak with them. Brother Salvatore once again expressed his gratitude as the man spurred his horse to return to the front of the caravan. Once he had departed, the elderly monk turned his gaze downwards towards the child who had nestled beside him. That gentleman is merely curious, harboring no ill intentions. Do not be afraid. He gently patted the girl's head in a gesture of comfort, then retrieved a piece of bread, breaking it in half and placing one portion in her hand. It is nearly lunchtime. You should eat something. Phyllis accepted the bread, but did not consume it immediately. Instead, she surveyed her surroundings to ensure no one else was present before looking up at the old monk with surprise. Are we not going to Roland? Why do you say we are heading to Yuengguan City? Yuengguan City lies in the northern part of the Ichueno Peninsula at the junction between the peninsula and the mainland. Although it is not particularly close, it is evidently much nearer than Roland. More importantly, she was not intending to seek refuge with relatives. The old monk, appearing so earnest and devout that his head seemed to radiate light during prayer, exhibited no hesitation in his fibs. The only caravan departing from Aska recently is this one, destined for Yuengguan City, and upon arrival, it will return south. Master Giovanni's intention is to first visit Yuengguan City. If it proves unsuitable, I will escort you further north. Brother Salvatore leaned down, his eyes partially obscured by his eyelids, and whispered, when traveling, it is unnecessary to articulate everything so clearly. Phyllis, taken aback by his candor, could not suppress her curiosity. Can a monk also lie? Brother Salvatore appeared amused by her inquiry, shaking his head with a smile as he took a bite of the bread. The Lord is merciful. He will forgive me during my next confession. Phyllis nodded, her emotions a complex tapestry, as she bit into the bread, a sense of bewilderment arising from a shattered notion of what she believed to be true. With a crisp crack, a sudden chill surged through her mouth, swiftly followed by a painful taste of iron and rust that spread throughout her oral cavity. What is wrong? Professor Piluso, who had been floating nearby, noticed her sudden bowing with her hand to her mouth, and, fearing something amiss, anxiously circled in the air several times, until he witnessed the girl expel two blood-stained front teeth from her mouth. He was momentarily taken aback before he could no longer restrain himself and burst in a hearty laughter. Amidst the ghostly echoes of his mirth, Phyllis belatedly recalled a long-forgotten pang of childhood. An 8-year-old indeed ought to be losing their teeth. Phyllis had to concede that children are often prone to forget matters of little consequence to them. At this moment, no matter how hard she racked her brain, she could not recall precisely when she began to lose her teeth, nor could she remember how long it took for the new ones to emerge. After all, her own experience of losing teeth had occurred during her primary school years, surrounded by peers of similar ages, all exchanging awkward smiles as they navigated that phase together. Yet now, upon hearing of a child who had lost a tooth while eating bread, nearly all the members of the caravan flocked to observe the incident, some unabashedly displaying their own yellowing teeth, playfully teasing her as if she were a mere child. Watching these idle men loitering about, Phyllis's initial embarrassment gradually transformed into a sense of amusement. While the loss of a front tooth undeniably affected her appearance, she was consoled by the fact that she had already matured into an adult with a skin as thick as a city wall. Once she regained her composure, the matter seemed trivial. At least she still had teeth to lose. It was not too late to care for them. Meanwhile, those who mocked her yellowed teeth would one day reflect on their neglect should they find themselves plagued by cavities. Moreover, primary teeth are destined to fall out eventually. Their early departure now provided her, a girl masquerading as a boy, with an unspoken excuse for silence. Thus, for the remainder of the day, Phyllis spoke not a word, fully embodying the persona of a withdrawn child who had retreated into herself due to her missing teeth. Brother Salvatore, however, felt a twinge of guilt regarding her mishap with the bread, and after thoroughly inspecting her gums, he offered her sincere comfort for a considerable time. When evening fell and the caravan settled into an inn, he even requested the innkeeper to replace her portion of bread with a bowl of porridge to facilitate her eating. Phyllis had no objections to this arrangement. Yet, when all at the table were seated, she glanced at the bowl before her, filled with porridge adorned with bits of meat and egg, and then at the old monk's bowl, which contained only a few indistinguishable pieces of either turnip or radish and broth. She fell silent, cradling her bowl. Even after living in this world for less than a month, she recognized the scarcity of resources compared to her previous life. Just as her caretaker, Master Giovanni, had reached the pinnacle of craftsmanship and was revered for his skills, earning a higher income than the average person, the most commonplace food in his household remained bread and porridge. Even when meat graced the table, it was typically dried or cured, with soft, tender dishes made from fresh meat being an uncommon luxury. Though her body remained that of a child, driven by an innate moral instinct to care for the elderly, Phyllis felt compelled to immediately share some of the meat from her bowl with the elderly monk beside her. However, much to her surprise, before the spoon laden with meat could be lifted, a frail hand halted her movement. "Good child, this is specially prepared for you." Brother Salvatore gently pushed her hand back, his voice soothing. "The journey ahead will be arduous. While the situation is still bearable, you should eat well." "Then you should too," Phyllis replied. "I am a monk of the Natura, and vegetarianism is part of my practice." The old monk smiled, maintaining his unhurried tone. "You need not worry about me. This has become a habit I have cultivated over the years. If I were to eat meat, it would rather discomfort me." Phyllis had previously encountered several friends and colleagues who adhered to vegetarianism, but under the social convention of not prying into others' affairs. Most would not delve deeply into the reasons once someone disclosed their dietary choices. Thus, upon hearing Brother Salvatore's explanation of his vegetarian habit, Phyllis ceased her insistence and quietly resumed eating from her bowl. To be frank, the taste of the meat porridge was rather mediocre. Not only was it bland, but it also carried an indescribable fishy odor. Even though Phyllis considered herself not a picky eater, she felt that consuming such meat was less appealing than the bowl of radish soup in the monk's hands. Nevertheless, out of respect for the good intentions behind it and recognizing the rare opportunity to replenish her protein intake, she endeavored to finish it. Despite the caravan having traveled all day, it was still the first day, and the group consisted mostly of young, robust men, all brimming with energy. During dinner, they exhibited no adherence to dining etiquette, nor did they temper their exuberance in the presence of a child, with lively chatter persisting unabated. The topics of conversation among humans appeared unchanged throughout the ages. Time and again, only a handful of subjects incited fervent discussion. Within the brief half-hour of dining, Phyllis found herself privy to at least 5 or 6 tales of infidelity from various social classes. However, the most scandalous involved an individual who had an affair with his friend's wife, only to discover that the friend was similarly entangled with his own wife, leading the 4 of them to bizarrely decide to live together. "That's nothing," a young man interjected, raising his goblet and standing to amplify his voice above the din. "Have you heard of Lady Nikira Fervinetti? Her husband is one of the wealthiest merchants around, providing her with a life of luxury and comfort. Yet, that could not rescue her from a rusting mind, as she was deceived by a monk into believing he was an angel, and ended up with his Andrea." As his words grew increasingly outrageous, the caravan leader's expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to swiftly interject and silence his nephew. Brother Salvatore is still present. Upon the reminder from his uncle, the young man, who had been animatedly discussing while holding a wine glass, could not help but reveal a hint of embarrassment and hurriedly apologize to the venerable monk, his cheeks flushed. Once seated, he refrained from uttering any further irreverent jests, which inadvertently diminished the merriment of the gathering, prompting some dissatisfaction among the attendees. "We are not speaking falsehoods. Everyone is aware of the matter. So why should we remain silent?" Someone murmured softly, adding, "Moreover, I heard that individual is also a gray-robed monk." Although the latter part of his statement was curtailed by a stern glare from the leader, the gaze of the crowd inevitably gravitated toward the sole monk present. As a companion of the revered Salvatore, Phyllis could also feel the weight of their scrutinizing stares. This sensation of being observed was quite unsettling, and she found it difficult to remain composed, let alone the one at the center of attention. With these thoughts in mind, She couldn't help but steal a glance at the elderly man beside her. Contrary to what others might have envisioned, despite having nearly been berated moments earlier, the elderly monk, with his snow-white hair, appeared utterly unfazed as he calmly wielded his spoon, meticulously consuming every morsel from his bowl, raising his head only after swallowing the last bite. "The tales you have shared today are quite captivating," he began, slightly adjusting his attire before smiling and, in his characteristic slow cadence, gently proposed. "Given that the hour is still early, if you are not yet weary, might I interest you in a story before you retire for the night?" Whether to alleviate the awkwardness or out of respect for the monk, the caravan leader readily acquiesced. Observing his agreement, the others felt obliged to comply. Even though some exhibited clear signs of impatience, no one dared to rise and leave, considering the leader's authority. As a cleric, Salvatore's stories were naturally devoid of salacious or sensational elements, yet akin to how textbooks pale in comparison to popular novels. Tales imbued with moral teachings from their inception seldom evoke as much excitement as those concerning romantic entanglements, bearing such preconceived notions. Phyllis initially harbored little anticipation for the monk's narrative, focusing solely on the necessity of remaining awake. However, as the story unfolded, not only she but all present became enraptured by the monk's words. Like many gray-robed monks devoted to their mission, Salvatore recounted the tale of Saint Natura, the founder of the Talarian Church, and his journey to evangelize in the kingdom of Misar. The distance to Misar was considerable, and the voyage was fraught with numerous challenges. Saint Natura encountered both benevolent and malevolent individuals, and at one point he narrowly escaped being tossed into the sea by pirates to be fed to sharks. Yet, each peril was deftly resolved by the pious and astute saint. To be frank, compared to the previously narrated tales of polygamous lives, the trajectory of this story felt rather mundane, particularly when the old monk recounted how Saint Natura was cast into the sea by pirates, but was promptly rescued by a whale and safely delivered to a small island. Phyllis nearly succumbed to laughter. Yet, she could not help but acknowledge that even though this tale was one of blandness tinged with absurdity, when recounted in the steady tones of Brother Salvatore, it unexpectedly instilled a profound sense of tranquility within her heart. This feeling was indescribable, as if she had returned to the most delightful age of her life, lying on a sun-drenched lawn, the scent of fresh grass filling her nostrils, while white clouds drifted lazily across the azure sky. There was no need to suffer from the pains of past memories, nor to fret over the uncertainties of future sustenance. She simply gazed at the clouds gliding by at a measured pace, wholly savoring the serenity of the moment. For the sake of this rare tranquility, even though she sensed that the trials ahead would be resolved by the great saint, she still propped her chin up and listened intently as the elderly man continued his leisurely narrative. There was even a fleeting moment when she wished he could speak endlessly. Naturally, every story must reach its conclusion. Although Brother Salvatore had yet to narrate the arrival of Saint Natula at the palace of the kingdom of Misal, time compelled him to pause and remind those gathered at the table that it was time for a break. Was this truly the end? The young man who had initially scoffed at the tale snapped back to reality, feeling a pang of loss, and eagerly looked towards the old monk, who was already preparing to rise with the support of his staff. "But you haven't finished yet. You can't leave just like that. If you wish to listen, we shall continue tomorrow, for it is indeed too late today." The old monk smiled gently at the young audience, assuring them, "During our time together, I have many more stories to share." With this promise, the youthful members of the caravan reluctantly allowed him to take his leave. As Phyllis followed suit, she glanced back and noticed others peering in their direction, which caused her to stifle a laugh. "It seemed you two were quite taken by this story." The sudden voice from above startled Phyllis, but upon meeting the old man's gentle gaze, she found herself nodding involuntarily. "This is a splendid tale. Yet you appear somewhat puzzled." After a moment of hesitation, Phyllis admitted, "I truly cannot fathom how a person could escape on the back of a whale. Was that whale merely passing by, or was it summoned by our Lord specifically to rescue him?" The old man chuckled softly in response, the sound of his staff striking the ground seeming to lighten with mirth. "In the eyes of our Lord, the distinction between life and death is negligible. And this is no mere coincidence, Feliciana. True coincidences are exceedingly rare in this world." The aged monk shook his head with a smile, lamenting, however, "Our Lord does have his favorites. Saint Natula was able to escape in such a manner because he understood the language of animals, could communicate with them, and even preach to them. That whale was one of those who had listened to his words, and thus, when he called upon it for aid, it responded. Observing the girl's brown eyes widening in astonishment, the old monk's kind gaze deepened with significance. This is the gift bestowed upon him by our Lord, and thus he is willing to relinquish all that he possesses in the worldly realm, dedicating his life to our Lord. Phyllis opened her mouth, yet no sound emerged for an extended period. Must one truly devote their entire existence to our Lord for the sake of this so-called talent? Who can truly ascertain whether this gift aligns with the desires of its bearer? At the very least, she herself would not wish for this cursed talent, and it is likely that little Phyllis does not yearn for it either. Ultimately, this is not a choice available to them. Saint Natural devoted his life to our Lord, liberating countless souls from adversity. Thus, he was rightfully honored as a saint after his passing. Yet, how many years might pass before another universally acknowledged saint emerges? Who can live devoid of selfish desires until their last breath? I personally find such a feat beyond my capabilities, and naturally, I cannot impose such expectations upon others. Phyllis abruptly lifted her gaze towards the elder, who appeared utterly oblivious. His frail body maintained its forward orientation, and the eyes beneath his drooping eyelids remained inscrutable, leaving one to wonder if they were even open. If one lacks the desire for sanctity, it is perfectly acceptable to exist as a mere mortal. He shook his head slowly, his movements mirroring the languor of his words. If one could traverse life in a stable and ordinary manner, it would indeed be a most fortunate circumstance. Phyllis found herself unable to sleep. It is a source of shame to admit that since her arrival here, whether due to the cessation of coffee and irregular schedules, or perhaps the youthfulness of her body, her sleep quality had remarkably improved. Darkness would bring on drowsiness, and daylight would summon her awake, with not a single dream to interrupt her slumber. Yet tonight, after hearing the words of Brother Salvatore, she felt like a novice cook flipping a patty in a frying pan, restless and unable to find repose. Had he discovered something or remained oblivious? Were those words intended for Phyllis or meant for her? This thought burrowed deep into her mind, refusing to dissipate. As she lay in bed, she found herself distracted by the vision of a swaying sword, suspended by a rope. A sense of danger washed over her, yet she could not lift her gaze to confirm whether the shadow hovering above her was a lethal blade or merely a harmless banana. This tormenting feeling was unbearable, and Phyllis could not remain passive. Thus, starting the next day, after having breakfast at the dormitory, she climbed into the carriage and began to observe the old monk seated beside her in secret. Yet, the more she observed, the less she comprehended him. Brother Salvatore was undoubtedly the epitome of a gray-robed monk. He abstained from meat, refrained from taking life, and even in the wilderness devoid of bells, he would perform his prayers punctually, adhering to the most austere lifestyle. His entire worldly possession amounted to a tattered gray robe, a wooden staff, a water flask, a pair of cloth shoes, and a loaf of bread recently acquired from the innkeeper. In Phyllis's experience, poverty was often accompanied by suffering. Yet this principle seemed to falter in the presence of the old monk. He seemed entirely unperturbed by the thought of how he would spend tomorrow if the bread in his hand were to be consumed. His demeanor radiated an unwavering tranquility. As the caravan once again traversed the countryside and the travelers began to feel the weariness of monotony, he took the lead in singing a song. The old man's voice was not particularly melodious, yet each time he sang the opening lines, the young riders beside him would instinctively join in, and some even took out their flutes, harmonizing with the crisp jingling of the bells around the horses' necks. The bright notes of the flute danced through the air like birds in the forest, weaving joyfully amidst the song, spreading silently and effortlessly like tendrils of spring rain. Before long, the entire caravan was enveloped in a gentle and delightful atmosphere. It was hard to fathom that such a person could commit any wrongdoing. In a moment, a flurry of thoughts raced through the mind, saturated by the modern explosion of information. But every time Phyllis glanced at the kindly, wrinkled profile of the old man, she felt an involuntary urge to dismiss them. Although the concept of feeling is often derided in a world that reveres rationality, this instinct, akin to that of a small creature, had once saved her life in childhood. Thus, even as an adult, she occasionally relied on this intuition in her social interactions. Like now, despite the brevity of their acquaintance, and even though some of his actions and words had already unsettled her, she was certain that she sensed no malice from this old monk. More precisely, the kindness radiating from him was overwhelmingly evident, and it seemed to be a warmth bestowed upon everyone, akin to the benevolent sunlight filtering down from the heavens. This person would not harm me, her intuition declared. Yet, this was unfounded. If this were merely a fade, what then? In the next moment, reason coiled around her mind like a serpent, her nerves remaining taut. Thus, Phyllis's day unfolded in a tumult of tranquility. As night descended and the caravan checked into an inn once more, she distinctly noticed the growing intimacy among the group towards the elderly man and herself, the two outsiders hitching a ride. We have been fortunate. We have encountered no inclement weather these past days. We should arrive in Phyllis by tomorrow afternoon, the caravan leader remarked after dinner, specifically approaching the two of them to say in a hushed tone, "We have several business matters to discuss in Phyllis, and we will likely rest there for 2 to 3 days. Would you like to join us?" Before Phyllis could comprehend why this inquiry was necessary, she heard the old man gently decline. "Thank you for your concern, but I am an old friend of the abbot at the Reiner Monastery, and I must pay him a visit as I pass through." The caravan leader did not seem surprised by this response, nodding in acknowledgement. "I know that place. It is not far from the city gate. When the time comes, I will escort you to the entrance and will inform you once I ascertain the exact departure time." After exchanging their rough itineraries, the leader seemed to remember something as he was about to leave. "By the way, we shall be approaching the outskirts of Phyllis tomorrow. In these precarious times, one feels a heightened sense of insecurity, and should misfortune arise, it is imperative to safeguard oneself. How much more precarious can it become?" In an inconspicuous corner, Phyllis cast a fleeting glance at the specter hovering nearby, swiftly averting her gaze into silence. Presently, Phyllis, much like Aska, has detached itself from the emperor's dominion, establishing a republic. Although such a governance fosters greater prosperity in trade, it harbors undeniable deficiencies in maintaining order both within the city and its surrounding areas. Take, for instance, the current state of the Askan Republic. It lacks its own military force and, in times of conflict, relies primarily on the recruitment of mercenaries. The number of individuals tasked with upholding peace within the city is scant, rendering it nearly impossible to ensure safety in the periphery. Particularly in recent years, successive crop failures have ushered in minor famines, compelling desperate farmers and beggars ousted from the city to swell the ranks of bandits lurking outside its walls. The periodic dispatch of anti-bandit patrols has become insufficient to rein in their growing numbers, exemplified by the tragic fate of Professor Peleus. At this juncture, Aska has yet to be subsumed by Phyllis, standing as a republic of comparable strength. It follows that the vicinity of Phyllis must also be teeming with brigands poised to prey upon the unsuspecting. With these thoughts in mind, Phyllis awakened the next day, brimming with vigilance regarding her surroundings. She envisioned the possibility of an arrow suddenly flying towards the caravan, of assailants brandishing swords charging forth, or even of horsemen emerging from the shadows of the trees. After mentally traversing the myriad depictions of bandits she had encountered in films and novels, the caravan finally approached a distance where the walls of Phyllis were visible. They had reached the outskirts of the city, a location typically fraught with peril for merchants. Yet to their astonishment, no robbers had appeared. Just as the caravan members, on edge, neared the city gates and caught sight of Phyllis's entrance, they realized, to their incredulity, that they had traversed the entire journey without encountering a single brigand. However, before relief could wash over them, an unsettling scene abruptly intruded upon their vision as they were about to pass through the gates. A procession emerged from the city, some pushing carts while others pulled them with horses or donkeys, all under the direction of a guard as they transported goods beyond the city limits. The cargo appeared haphazardly arranged, resembling a disheveled heap of hay from a distance. Yet any individual with a modicum of life experience could ascertain the substantial weight of the goods from the labored strides of the porters. As the two groups drew closer, the young man at the forefront of the caravan, mounted on horseback, suddenly emitted a sharp gasp, startling his brother behind him, who nearly unsheathed his sword. The youthful faces that had, merely days ago, glowed with mirth as they regaled each other with ribald tales over wine, now turned ashen. He fixed his gaze upon the approaching convoy for several seconds, ultimately unable to contain himself, and rolled off his horse, bending over to retch beside the road. His brother, witnessing the scene, hurriedly shouted for those behind to halt. He rode forward and seized the vacant reins, waiting for the horse to calm down. Before he could inquire about the situation from the person beside him, he suddenly became rigid, as if under some unseen control. The caravan was not particularly large, and the commotion ahead quickly caught the attention of those behind. Phyllis could not help but straighten her posture, straining to extend her neck for a better view. But her diminutive stature prevented her from seeing anything immediately. However, she soon gleaned the information she sought from a sudden gust of wind. A foul odor, more accurately, the stench of decay, wafted towards them, enveloping all in its ghastly embrace. The caravan's wagons came to a halt, yet those opposite them did not. The wheels rolled over the ground, emitting a creaking sound as they silently passed by the caravan, with their line of sight unobstructed. Phyllis finally discerned the source of a noxious scent. It was a pile of corpses, human remains, haphazardly stacked together. Some lay sprawled with limbs akimbo, others face down, some with outstretched arms, others revealing only a single foot, and some barely showing half a decayed face from the white, rotting heap, as if they were refuse destined for a landfill. The sheer number and the grotesque arrangement sent a chill down her spine. What has transpired here, O Lord? After a moment of shock, the caravan leader regained his composure and hastily dismounted, approaching the figure clad in guard's attire. A caravan from the south? The guard, draped in the emblem of Phyllis, covered his mouth and nose, glancing at the laden wagons, then appraising the leader with a discerning eye before gesturing dismissively, stating, "If you wish to enter the city, pay the entry tax. There is nothing of interest here." The leader stood dumbfounded as the guard walked away, only to be met with a pair of malicious eyes. "Can you not see what has transpired?" cackled the gravedigger pushing the cart, his face contorting grotesquely with the black sores upon it. "Where do you hail from? Asco or Remu City? Have you never encountered such a sight?" After uttering this, he spat towards the bewildered leader, who instinctively recoiled, prompting the gravedigger to burst into laughter as he continued to push his cart away. "The gates of hell are flung open, my brother. None can impede us. We shall bury them in the earth, and they shall rise from the depths, taking away more of my brethren. None can stop us." The eerie and deranged chant was swiftly silenced by the guard's shouts, yet the caravan remained motionless. It was not until the leader wiped his face and steeled himself that the wheels began to turn once more, spurred by the horses. "Brother Salvatore, I understand this request may seem presumptuous, but could you kindly assist us in securing a brief respite at the monastery's guest quarters?" The caravan leader quietly approached the elderly monk, speaking in a tone nearly pleading. "I had not anticipated the severity of the plague in Phyllis. I wish to send someone to assess the situation within the city." The man appeared somewhat hesitant, but the compassionate monk, sensing his embarrassment, comforted the girl who was retching by the cart before turning to him. "It is indeed the case that monasteries ought to extend their doors wide open to all travelers who pass by." He remarked that, however, the scale of the Rainer monastery is rather modest, with limited rooms available for weary travelers to rest, while food may be in abundance. It undoubtedly pales in comparison to the accommodations offered by the inns within the city. I understand," the leader exclaimed with excitement. "We shall not impose for long. If the conditions in the inner city are favorable, we will seek refuge there." After finalizing their itinerary, the caravan quickened its pace, for the Rainer monastery lay in close proximity to the city gate they were currently traversing. Upon paying the entrance tax, the group did not walk for long before they arrived at the entrance of the monastery, guided by the aged monk. In contrast to the towering Asker Cathedral, this monastery occupies a rather small expanse, with even the principal church not soaring high into the sky, its grayish walls lending it an air of stark simplicity. The number of monasteries on the old continent is already considerable, particularly in large cities and their vicinities, where the presence of convents and monasteries is even more pronounced. These religious establishments were erected and maintained through various means, some grand and others modest, which is quite normal. Yet with the sun still high in the sky, having just passed noon but far from dusk, the gray-blue edifice before them seemed inexplicably closed early. As the caravan leader approached the monastery, he sensed an unusual stillness in the air. After a moment of hesitation, he promptly dispatched his nephew into the city to gather information, then proceeded to knock firmly on the great door. Knock, 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 knock. The sound of knocking echoed without receiving a response. Only the coarse cawing of a crow perched somewhere above, offering a mocking accompaniment. The foul odor lingering in the air seemed to intensify. In recalling the scene upon entering the city, beads of cold sweat began to form on the leader's brow, causing his knocking to become increasingly erratic. "Come over here." Just as the leader was about to resort to forcefully breaking down the door, Brother Salvatore finally descended from the cart. Leaning on his staff as he approached and pointed towards a direction. "There's a side door over there. I shall see if anyone is inside." Under the guidance of the venerable monk, the group finally navigated to the side of the building, discovering the discreet small door. Phyllis, possessing keen eyesight, was the first to notice that the door was ajar, only to witness it abruptly shut moments later. There are people inside. The caravan leader clearly recognized this as well, and with a loud cry, he rushed forward, delivering a forceful blow to the wooden door. "Hey, open up. Aren't you all monks? Why do you shut the door upon seeing us?" He vented his startled anger onto the door before him, striking it with such force that it began to groan under the pressure. "Stop knocking." At last, a voice from within, tinged with fear, emanated from behind the door. We have already told you not to return. We no longer have the manpower to care for others." The leader paused, taken aback by the response, his fists halting in midair. At that moment, Brother Salvatore had also approached, placing a reassuring hand on the man's shoulder, taking his place to engage in dialogue. "Good day, my brother. I'm the Brother Salvatore of Asia, a close friend of Brother Gale. I once penned a letter promising to visit him this year." The elder spoke slowly in his gentle tone, asking if I could relay a message to him. As his words lingered in the air, an unexpected silence enveloped the other side of the door. Just when everyone presumed there would be no reply, the creaking wooden door, somewhat precarious in its state, unexpectedly opened. A head, as bald as an egg, cautiously emerged from within. "I have heard the name," the monk in the gray robe said, opening the door only a crack. Scrutinizing the elder outside, "Are you truly Brother Salvatore of Asia?" "By my Lord above, I would not utter such a falsehood," replied Brother Salvatore. "If you harbor doubts, why not allow him to come forth and meet me?" He cannot come." The young monk suddenly collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. "Dean Gale, everyone is dead. It is all those patients with their strange afflictions. They cannot survive, so why must they drag us all down with them?" The young monk's voice pierced the air like a sharp blade, each rising sob striking the heart, chilling it further. Brother Salvatore, taken aback by the unexpected breakdown, quickly reached down to assist him, offering gentle words of comfort until the young monk's cries gradually subsided. In those fleeting moments, the onlookers gathered fragments of the harrowing tale unfolding within the monastery. This cloister, situated on the outskirts of Phyllis, belonged to the Tula Order's monastic branch, housing the gray-robed monks affiliated with this community. Unlike Brother Salvatore, who adhered to the traditional nomadic lifestyle of begging, the monks of the monastic branch resided within their own monastery, despite the Tula Order's monasteries generally refraining from collecting tithes. Relying on the charity of nearby residents for their daily sustenance, their quality of life was vastly superior to that of their black-robed counterparts. Thus, even the Tula monks appeared more approachable than the black-robed ones, their humble existence fostering trust among the local populace. When troubles arose, it was the gray-robed monks whom the community sought out first for assistance. During this era, monasteries served dual roles as centers of healing and charity. The monks who willingly adhered to the sacred doctrines of Saint Tula were often more inclined to help, as this was the foundation of their faith. Consequently, when a series of afflicted individuals knocked upon the monastery's doors, the esteemed dean opened them without hesitation, welcoming them in and mobilizing all the monks to establish temporary wards, collectively caring for these unfortunate souls ravaged by suffering. If one were to merely recount the events, it would indeed be a profoundly touching narrative. Perhaps, even decades or centuries later, this tale could still serve as a poignant narrative to promote the Tula Church and attract new followers. Yet, such heart-wrenching stories invariably culminate in tragedy. In a mere fortnight, among the 22 monks residing in this modest monastery, including the abbot, only 2 remain alive. Aside from the young monk, who still weeps, there is another who has succumbed to illness and has been bedridden for 3 days, uncertain if he will survive this ordeal. Upon hearing that there was still an ailing monk within the monastery, the leader of the merchant caravan's expression shifted drastically, and he instinctively took a step back, evidently regretting his hasty decision. When his nephew returned with news from the inner city, revealing that some areas were not as severely affected as the outer city, he steeled himself and ultimately resolved to proceed with their original plan to enter the inner city. Before departing, he once again extended an invitation to the gray-robed monk accompanying them, only to be met with yet another rejection for Brother Salvatore. However, this time, his refusal lacked the previous decisiveness. He hesitated and glanced at the child standing beside him. "There are patients in need of assistance, is my brother, and I must remain to care for him," the old monk explained to Phyllis. "But this is not your obligation. You need not stay here with me. It would be far safer for you to go to the inner city. If you wish, you may join them, and we shall reunite in 3 days." Phyllis was taken aback that he would offer her such a choice. After a brief pause, she began to weigh the pros and cons in her mind. Truthfully, this appeared to be an excellent opportunity to distance herself from him. Given the old monk's current demeanor, if he were not an entirely benevolent individual, he would undoubtedly be a masterful deceiver, either a human trafficker or a deranged cultist, especially considering his tattered robes and the identity of a monk. He would surely embody the latter in contemporary entertainment narratives. Even aside from these considerations, venturing into the inner city with fewer patients seemed to be a safer option. Phyllis lowered her gaze, her peripheral vision sweeping over the robust calves of the men around her, ultimately resting on her own small hands tightly clasped against her chest and the pouch concealed beneath her short cloak. Finally, she shook her head. "I wish to stay here," she said softly, her voice somewhat muffled. "I can manage on my own. I can take care of myself." Having made her choice, Brother Salvatore did not press her further. The elder monk then conferred briefly with the caravan leader regarding their approximate timeline, before gently supporting the nearly fainting young monk with one arm while leaning on his cane with the other. Stepping through the small door, this monastery was quite small. Upon entering the church through the side door, one could directly see the altar on the right and the nave on the left. It was just past noon, and the church remained unlit, leaving Phyllis to discern the interior only through the sunlight streaming in through the windows. The benches, which ought to be neatly arranged, were haphazardly piled against the wall, replaced instead by several indistinct blankets, twisted into peculiar shapes, as if some unseen presence were silently lurking in the shadows. Fleeting thoughts darted through Phyllis's mind, only to quickly sink into the depths of her heart. Her footsteps paused momentarily before hastening once more to catch up with the two individuals ahead, leading her into the monk's living quarters. Inside the monk's dormitory, there was another patient. Brother Salvatore could not allow her to accompany him. Before entering, he sought out 2 blankets that appeared relatively clean, settled the girl in the kitchen, and then departed. The place was relatively agreeable. At night, a fireplace provided warmth, and there was no fear of hunger. Professor Perius floated around the kitchen, concluding, "Your choice was wise. This location is undoubtedly safer than the inner city." The weather outside was pleasant, and Phyllis intended to wash the 2 blankets, uncertain of whether they harbored parasites, hoping they might dry by evening. Just as she was about to fetch water, she overheard him say, and could not help but reply, "Did you just venture into the inner city? Is the situation there dire? I didn't fully enter. I merely observed from the outskirts. You know I cannot stray too far from you." The bearded specter mumbled a few words before resuming a serious tone. "I am not well acquainted with the specifics of the situation within Velis, but one glance at the scene at the city gates reveals much. The current circumstances here likely mirror those in Veneti, perhaps even more severe than when it first erupted." Phyllis recalled that Professor Perius had abruptly decided to return to Asca because a plague had first broken out in his previous residence, Veneti, claiming the lives of thousands within a week, prompting his hasty flight from the city with his guards. How many corpses were in that wagon? How many wagons were there? Though they may not have all perished on the same day, Velis surely boasted more than one city gate. Yet, what chilled Phyllis to the bone was the state of those deceased. She had witnessed the customary funerals of this era and understood that even hundreds of years ago, the Eno people placed great importance on the final rites of their kin. They would tend to the deceased's appearance, dress them in their finest garments, solemnly place the body in a coffin, and escort it to the church, where a priest would officiate the funeral. This was a critical step, the last act the living could perform for the dead, a matter of utmost significance that deserved to be treated with reverence. However, here, the corpses were carelessly discarded like refuse, devoid of dignity, haphazardly heaped together in a manner more chaotic than that of slaughtered pigs in a butcher's yard. How many souls had perished in the city, leading everyone to abandon their final respect for the dead, allowing them to be cast out in such a manner? Perhaps the situation was not as grave as we imagined. As the girl's complexion turned pale once more, Professor Piluso felt a pang of guilt within him and attempted to offer solace, saying, "In any case, we shall depart in 3 days. Given the severity of this plague, the other city-states will inevitably hear the news. Even those who were skeptical before must now believe, and they ought to take precautions to some extent." Phyllis understood that he was trying to help her relax, yet the knowledge stored in her mind rendered her incapable of even feigning a smile. The rapid spread of the Black Death was akin to a spark igniting a pile of dry hay. Having traversed from the intended Inno Peninsula to engulf the entire western continent in a mere 2 years, even the island of Mali, which lay across the sea from the old continent, was not spared. No nation could evade the scythe of this grim reaper, nor could anyone halt its indiscriminate swing, claiming the lives of a third of the western populace. It was like water flooding an ant's nest. Even if one ant foresaw the impending doom, what could it accomplish? The deluge had already descended, and all that remained was to surrender to fate. Phyllis, in silence, glanced at the water stains on the ground and began to wring out the remaining moisture from the blanket with great effort. Knock, knock, knock. Just as she was spreading the damp blanket out in the courtyard, a sudden, urgent rapping echoed from the front door of the monastery. Perhaps it was due to the distance or the feeble strength of the knocker, but she listened intently for a while before realizing that someone was indeed at the door. It was a boy, appearing to be around 13 or 14 years of age. When Phyllis rushed to the door, Professor Piluso had already returned from the other side. Hesitating momentarily before remarking with a complex expression, "He must be seeking assistance." Phyllis drew a circle on her face and, utilizing the sound of the knocking as cover, whispered, "Is he ill as well?" "No, he doesn't seem to be," he replied, gesturing to a few spots on his own body. The boy's exposed skin bore no dark spots, yet he appeared grimy, with several areas still bleeding, as if he had fallen and sustained injuries. The monastery ought to extend its doors to all in need of help. Yet not only was she merely a guest here, but the monastery was also unable to assist any more patients. Just as Phyllis contemplated returning to find someone, the knocking slowed, transforming into a series of intermittent taps accompanied by desperate pleas. "Please, I beg you, anyone open the door," the hoarse voice implored. "My mother is on the brink of death. She hasn't contracted the plague. Truly, she hasn't. I do not ask you to cure her. I only beseech you to grant her one last confession before she departs, so she may meet the Holy Mother in peace. I implore you, I beg you." The pitiful tone resonated deeply, as if the speaker had just been rescued from a well of despair, striking at the very core of Phyllis's heart. On a night adorned with silver hooks in the sky, she too had once knocked with all her might on a door. What had she been thinking then? Perhaps she had thought of nothing at all. Never had he pondered whether this act held any significance, nor had he considered whether a normal person would feel fear at the sound of a stranger knocking at their door in the dead of night. Even less had he contemplated the potential dangers it might pose to others. When driven to the brink of despair, it seems that individuals often relinquish their capacity for rational thought. Few can resist the pull of instinct amidst hopelessness, for the human spirit is remarkably fragile. Even when reflecting back, that formidable obstacle transforms from an insurmountable mountain into merely a mound of earth that one could step over with ease. Yet, Phyllis remained steadfast in her belief that had the door that night not swung open before her, the person standing here today would not be who she is now. "Please, stop knocking. Be careful not to injure your hand." On the other side of the door, the boy, who had been leaning against the door panel, suddenly straightened his posture. "Is there someone there?" He hastily wiped away the traces of tears and snot from his face, scrambling to his feet and pressing his body against the door. "I beg you, please, tell my mother. She is truly not afflicted by the plague, I swear. I am willing to believe you. But there are already those infected with the plague here," came the voice from beyond the door. Without allowing him to finish, it continued. "If the monks here accompany you to your home, they may very well contract the disease and pass it on to you and your family. Are you certain you wish to take this risk?" The boy hesitated for a fleeting moment before nodding vigorously. "Of course. In this situation, if you are willing to help my mother, this is nothing." His excitement rendered his speech somewhat incoherent. "Thank you. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Do not rush to thank me. I am not a monk and cannot offer you much assistance." The voice from the other side interjected, clearly and methodically. I can only relay your plight to the monks residing here. If they are unwilling to help, I cannot compel them. By the way, what is your name and where do you live? If it is too far, it may not be feasible." The boy listened, momentarily stunned, realizing that the voice conversing with him seemed rather youthful, entirely unlike that of someone one would expect to find within a monastery. But he could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. He hurriedly declared, "I am Francesco de Palla. My father, Marco, runs the only inn in the town of Palla. My home is not far from here. Our family often attended services at the church of Ilius." "Very well. I shall convey your situation to them," the voice reassured him. "Do not fret. Regardless of their response, I will return." With that, the voice fell silent, and the boy felt as though he had once again lost all strength, nearly stumbling. This was the last place he had dared to seek help. Should he be turned away again, he would have no choice but to return home. But what could he do upon returning? His mother had suffered for so long. If she passed without receiving the final sacrament, would she ever reunite with his father in heaven? The boy gazed at the gray wall tiles, suddenly lost in thought. The once vibrant mind now lay dormant, devoid of thoughts, as time passed by second, with no sound emerging from the other side of the door. The once racing heart gradually began to cool. In that fleeting moment, he found himself questioning what he was truly holding on to. So what if their family frequently donated to the church and monasteries? The priest responsible for the town of Pulla had abandoned his parish, fleeing with all the silverware from the church, while even the priests within the city of Phyllis had become utterly shameless and contemptible. Why did he harbor the illusion that the monastery built on the outskirts of Phyllis, a place they had never set foot in, would extend a helping hand to him? The youth lifted his gaze to the firmament, the harsh sunlight extracting 2 final tears from his eyes. He closed them, inhaling deeply, his hand pressed against the wall, gradually tightening, before ultimately falling limply. Just as he prepared to turn and leave, the door behind him suddenly creaked open. From the dimness emerged an elderly man clad in a gray robe, accompanied by a short-haired child, slowly stepping out of the shadows. "Francisco of Pulla, is it?" The aged monk in gray approached the youth with a smile, introducing himself as Brother Salvatore from Asia. "If you do not mind, I am not a clergyman. Yet I am willing to hear your mother's confession." Pulla was one of the smaller towns in close proximity to the city of Phyllis. However, even though it was relatively near, the time required to walk there was far from short. Without the aid of clock, Phyllis had no idea how long she had been walking. Fortunately, Brother Salvatore's pace was not much faster than her own, allowing her to keep up. In fact, it was only when she caught sight of the town's bell tower in the distance that she began to ponder why she had followed him at all. Or perhaps she had never considered that Brother Salvatore would immediately agree to assist upon hearing her message. This era was unlike the modern world. The people here lacked government-issued identification, such as passports or driver's licenses that could validate one's identity. It was alarmingly easy to conceal one's name and deceive strangers. Against this backdrop, even if the surviving local monk claimed to have heard the name of the boy's father, it could not definitively prove that the individual standing before the monastery was indeed Francisco of Pulla. As Phyllis calmed her racing thoughts, a twinge of regret for her impulsiveness crept in. Yet Brother Salvatore seemed entirely untroubled by such concerns. After meeting the youth and learning that the local parish priest had absconded, leaving many townsfolk without the chance to receive last rites before their passing, he wasted no time in gathering a small basket of items from the kitchen and set off behind the boy. Phyllis initially stood there, staring at his stooped figure. But for reasons unknown, her legs began to follow him, and she easily took the small basket from the old man's arm into her own hands. Perhaps she truly felt an urgent need to confirm something without delay. She had truly grown weary of her own paranoid thoughts along the journey. All she sought was a singular answer, one that, despite its potential risks, was worth the pursuit in her current state. No matter how lengthy the road, it must eventually reach its conclusion. Just as Phyllis's thoughts began to spiral, the trio had arrived at the entrance of the only inn in the town of Prala. The population of this small town was not particularly large, yet as they walked, every household remained shuttered, and the streets were nearly devoid of pedestrians. Occasionally, Phyllis sensed eyes peering at them through gaps in windows or doors, but whenever she turned her gaze, she was met only with the swift sound of wooden boards slamming shut. Under the guidance of the youth, they entered the inn in succession and soon encountered a gaunt woman lying on the bed. Upon first sight of her pallid face, Phyllis almost believed they had arrived too late. However, when the boy, who introduced himself as Francisco, cried out and rushed to the bedside, the woman's lips, which had begun to take on a bluish hue, surprisingly moved, and her eyes gradually opened, her breathing becoming more labored. Phyllis found it difficult to articulate the appearance of those eyes. They resembled glass beads veiled in a thin mist, both hazy and fragile. The woman seemed to have lost her sight. Even with her eyes open, her gaze lacked focus, akin to the trembling lips that could not articulate any words, not out of a desire to communicate, but merely as a primal biological reaction. She was indeed on the verge of death. Phyllis was convinced that she might exhale her last breath at any moment. The anguish of losing a loved one is an experience no one wishes to endure repeatedly. The deeper the affection, the more excruciating it is to witness their departure. A sensation akin to having one's heart repeatedly sliced by a blade, one that lingers painfully in memory for years. Phyllis glanced at the boy's trembling shoulders and, unable to bear the sight, averted her gaze. A soft sigh escaped nearby, so faint that Phyllis almost mistook it for a figment of her imagination. In the next instant, the weight on her arm lifted as the rather substantial little basket was taken by Brother Salvatore. The elderly man, clad in gray robes, slowly approached the woman's bedside, extending his frail hand to gently rest upon her forehead, softly reciting a blessing. His voice remained unchanged, slow yet clear, like a gentle brush, smoothing the creases of worry that had accumulated in their hearts. At some point, the boy's sobs ceased, and the woman's labored breathing began to ease, her tightly furrowed features gradually relaxing. The old man gazed down at the woman as one would upon a child. He continued his incantation while retrieving a transparent glass vial from the basket, pouring a small amount of its liquid into his palm, and then tenderly applying it to the woman's forehead and hands. The woman finally found tranquility. Her unfocused, yet perpetually anxious eyes slowly closed, as if all that had troubled and distressed her had been dispelled, transforming her into an infant once more, revealing a serene smile upon hearing a familiar lullaby. At that moment, Phyllis suddenly beheld a translucent figure rising from the woman. To describe it merely as a figure seems inadequate, for it was so ethereal, more diaphanous than the finest gossamer she had ever encountered. She could scarcely discern its features or expressions. Phyllis held her breath, quietly observing as the shadowy form floated gracefully on tiptoe through the air, meandering lightly within the room for a brief instant before coming to rest beside the boy kneeling at the foot of the bed. It gently leaned down, embracing the boy from behind. Their contact lasted but a fleeting few seconds. Although this scene felt infinitely prolonged in Phyllis's perception, the gossamer form soon began to ascend, akin to a helium balloon released from its tether, rising slowly and steadily until it drifted to the ceiling. May the Lord bless you, and return you to the embrace of the Blessed Mother. As the monk's final prayer resonated, the figure vanished entirely from Phyllis's sight. This was the first time Phyllis witnessed the complete passage of a soul departing from the mortal plane. Despite having previously fought malevolent spirits barehanded and being accompanied by a loquacious, ghostly professor, she found herself gazing upward, lost in thought, oblivious to the fact that the boy had already expressed his gratitude to the monk. "What are you looking at?" The question jolted Phyllis back to reality. Both the elder and the youth turned their gazes toward her. The boy appeared exceedingly perplexed, occasionally glancing in the direction she had been watching. In contrast, the monk's gaze was far more profound. Though not tall, he cast his eyes upon Phyllis's 8-year-old form from a commanding height. Meeting those aged eyes, Phyllis felt her mind go blank. Her lips parted, and before she could rein in her thoughts, she spoke her truth aloud. "I saw a shadow drift from her body, ascending into the heavens." Phyllis distinctly heard herself articulate. She embraced her son, and then she floated away. The boy named Francisco paused momentarily after her revelation, then, disregarding decorum, grasped her shoulders tightly. Did you truly see that?" His eyes, flushed with emotion, brimmed with tears at an alarming rate. "Did you really witness her ascend to heaven?" This sudden shift caught Phyllis off guard. Instinctively, she wanted to deny it. Yet the boy's expression, caught between laughter and tears, along with the pleading gaze he directed at her, compelled her to swallow her words. "Yes." She looked into his eyes with conviction, affirming, "She has gone to heaven. I saw it." The heartfelt words penetrated his ears, and the boy could no longer contain his sorrowful cries. "May the Lord bless you. May the Blessed Mother bless you." He transformed his grip on her hands into an embrace, repeatedly whispering this phrase into her ear. He clearly needed the comfort of a hug. Phyllis thought to herself, and amidst the boy's anguished sobs, she slowly extended her hand, gently patting his frail back. "I never thought you would ever confess to seeing ghosts," sighed Professor Paluso beside the crackling fireplace. "I understand you mean well in comforting that child, but such statements are best left unspoken in the presence of others. I trust you would rather not be regarded as a madwoman?" Phyllis adjusted the noticeably shrunk blanket, paused in silence for a moment, then set it aside before settling down in front of the fire. "I hadn't intended to voice it," she began, but then laughed and shook her head, draping her arms over the chair's back. "Oh well, I do not regret it this time." Professor Paluso gazed at the crown of her head for a while, and suddenly remarked, "Are you testing me again?" "Testing what?" "That gray-robed monk. You seem to harbor a certain distrust towards him." A ghost floated into her line of sight, locking eyes with her as it spoke. "I have been nearly by your side, yet I have not observed anything peculiar in his demeanor. Quite the contrary. Every action he has taken thus far suggests he is a person of noble character. Or has he done something to you when I was not looking? Otherwise, I cannot fathom why you would be so guarded around him." "I do not know." Phyllis closed her eyes, exhaled deeply, and buried her chin in the crook of her arm. "I am certain he is not a villain. Yet I suspect he has discerned that I am not the original Feliciana. Is that so?" Professor Paluso's voice bore a hint of surprise. "What leads you to this conclusion? Did he imply something to you?" "Nothing of the sort. Merely my intuition." Phyllis swallowed what she initially wanted to say, contemplating for a moment before finding another excuse. "His demeanor towards me is not that of an adult addressing a child. Rather, it is more egalitarian, akin to how one would treat another adult. Should it not be so? A humble individual ought to extend equal treatment to all. The monk Salvador is an experienced man. I find nothing unusual in that." Professor Paluso first displayed a look of confusion. Then, as if recalling something, his eyes suddenly brightened. "Wait, are you suggesting that you were originally an adult?" Phyllis sighed. "It is quite impolite to inquire about a lady's age, Professor. So, you were indeed an adult woman before this transformation?" The ghost's curiosity only intensified as it pressed on. "If that is the case, I truly have a question for you. How does it feel to regain youth? Is not the experience of becoming young again simply delightful? I have not yet reached that stage of aging. However, the experience of regrowing teeth is hardly a pleasant one," accompanied by the ghost's laughter. Phyllis could not help but roll her eyes, picking up an oil lamp as she stood to walk towards the courtyard. Her initial thought was that the indoor atmosphere felt stifling, and stepping outside would at least allow her to breathe some fresh air, dispelling the heaviness in her chest. Yet, she did not anticipate that even this unremarkable little courtyard would offer her some small surprises. For instance, just a few steps in, she stumbled over something. Bending down to take a closer look, she discovered that it was merely the tip of a shoe protruding from ground. A curse escaped from Phyllis's lips. However, recalling that she was still within the confines of the monastery, she stifled the unsettling sensation prickling her scalp, murmuring apologies while attempting to cover the shoe with the surrounding soil. In a moment of unexpected revelation, before she could unearth much dirt, a strand of hair suddenly appeared from the very spot she had disturbed, its roots seemingly buried deep beneath the earth. The implication was clear. They transported the dead outside the city for burial, indicating that there were no longer any burial grounds within the city limits. The ghost hovering behind her murmured, "Do not waste your efforts. All you will accomplish is unearthing the corpse." Even without his admonition, Phyllis was inclined to abandon her futile endeavor. She chose instead to sit near the shoe tip, gazing up at the night sky. The weather, much like time, never altered in response to the suffering of humankind. Despite the shadow of death looming over the city, the night sky remained resplendent. In an era devoid of light pollution, the Milky Way shone with such brilliance that it was impossible to look away. A curious tranquility enveloped her after witnessing the passage of a life. Her heart found solace, which truly embodies the essence of self, the corporeal form or the soul. If given the choice, Phyllis would undoubtedly point to the latter. If all souls ascend to the heavens upon death, departing this hellish world, then the remaining husks seem less daunting, akin to mere puppets. Her eyes, reflecting the starlight, softened, her previously furrowed brow unfurled, and the weight of pent-up frustration dissipated with the night breeze. Before returning indoors, she hesitated momentarily, turning to wave at the shoe tip in the courtyard. "Good night, stranger. I hope you too can behold such a beautiful night sky." In the following 2 days, Phyllis remained quietly within the monastery, never stepping outside its doors. During this time, there were those who knocked on the monastery door seeking assistance. But upon learning that there were infected monks within, nearly all responded by fleeing, with only a handful offering prayers through the door, wishing for the monk's swift recovery. Thus, aside from the youth she had encountered on the first day, Phyllis saw no one else. It is human nature to seek safety and avoid danger. She bore no ill will towards those who departed. Rather, it was the selfless assistance of Brother Salvatore that seemed peculiar to her. Moreover, given the current circumstances, she genuinely feared that this saintly elder might one day succumb to the plague and perish unexpectedly, setting aside whether Brother Salvatore truly sought to provide her with a haven. The harsher reality lingered. Should he, as her guide, pass away, Phyllis, an orphan without guardianship, would be left utterly devoid of security. Even in modern times, numerous adults traveling alone may encounter unforeseen accidents, let alone the fact that she now finds herself in the medieval era several centuries in the past. Phyllis certainly harbors no desire to engage in a survival game with her feeble physique. Thus, during these days, aside from preparing meals, her most frequent activity has been to diligently clean the monastery, ensuring that no blood-sucking insects appear within her line of sight. Particularly, with regard to the monk's dormitory that had been sealed off by Brother Salvatore, she stood outside the door, repeatedly emphasizing the necessity of keeping their garments and bedding immaculate. Should any lice or fleas be discovered, they must be washed promptly, and daily provisions of food and water must be adequately maintained. As for why a child would suddenly articulate such concerns, this time Phyllis did not trouble herself to concoct alternative explanations. She simply recounted her dream of encountering the Holy Mother once more. Whether it was her storytelling prowess or the monk's devoutness, Brother Salvatore, after listening intently, solemnly assured her that they would indeed partake in their meals on time and that he would communicate well with those insect brethren to prevent them from approaching him. Did he truly regard himself as Saint Nectarios, believing that all creatures could serve as his brethren in the faith? Professor Piluso could not help but scoff at this notion. However, after a few seconds, instead of receiving an affirmation from those nearby, he observed a contemplative expression forming on the girl's face. "You cannot possibly believe him," he thought. "Then could you kindly speak to them on my behalf, asking them not to draw near to me?" The ghost's voice resonated nearly simultaneously with the girl's, who added, "Of course, it would be even better if they refrained from sucking human blood." A brief silence enveloped the other side of the door, soon followed by 2 chuckles. "Good child, they will not approach you," the elder spoke in a soothing tone. "You need not worry excessively about us. I can discern that Brother Bruni's condition has improved, and with the Holy Mother's protection, I believe he will surely overcome this trial." To be honest, Phyllis was initially skeptical of these words. Yet, actions speak louder than words. On the 3rd morning, when she learned from Professor Piluso that the afflicted monk had begun to walk again, she was genuinely astonished. Through the ghost's recounting, Phyllis discovered that the ailing monk was, in fact, responsible for tending to the sick within the monastery and was one of the final survivors. His understanding of the plague was naturally more profound than that of others. Moreover, from his account, Phyllis learned a startling revelation. The Black Death did not guarantee death in every case, barring sudden fatalities. As long as the patient's constitution remained robust and they received diligent care from those around them, surviving past the 5th day of illness would significantly increase their chances of survival. However, the most terrifying aspect of this disease lay in its extreme contagion. Often, the caregivers would succumb to the illness before the initial patients had fully recovered. In this incessant cycle, the inhabitants of the monastery soon found themselves unable to endure, ultimately collapsing, which left all the patients without caregivers. This tragic turn of events snatched away the last glimmer of hope from many who could have been saved. Upon receiving this distressing news, Phyllis was momentarily rendered speechless. She gazed out at the bright window, and in her reverie, she seemed to glimpse the hunchbacked silhouette once more. If only she had taken it upon herself to care for that individual with greater dedication than others, might that person have had a better chance of survival? This thought was swiftly dismissed by her own mind, setting aside the fact that Massimo would undoubtedly have opposed his cherished granddaughter tending to an infected individual. Even if she had insisted, how could a mere child, struggling to carry a bucket of water, possibly care for an adult man? Especially since Master Giovanni and Massimo were close friends, and the true horror of the epidemic had yet to fully reveal itself. She had no reason to doubt the dedication of those who tended to Massimo at that time. Phyllis took a deep breath, burying her face in her hands. Even though she understood rationally, the pang of sorrow lingered, refusing to dissipate. However, the past was immutable, since she could not alter what had transpired. She resolved to keep it etched in her memory. The deceased were gone, and those who remained must continue their journey. On the fourth day of their arrival in Phyllis, the long-awaited news from the trading caravan finally arrived. The caravan leader had finalized their departure time and sent his nephew to convey the message to the monastery, bringing with him tidings that were neither entirely good nor entirely bad. We have received confirmed reports that the city of Yunguan is now completely sealed off, forbidding any outsiders from entering. The young messenger took a sip of water to clear his throat before continuing animatedly to Brother Salvatore. It is said that when the first signs of the epidemic appeared, the lord of the city issued a decree, sealing off 3 households afflicted with illness using bricks. Even those who had yet to contract the disease within those walls would surely starve to death. What a tyrant! Phyllis, seated nearby, paused in contemplation, overwhelmed by a complex array of emotions. Even in modern times, the most effective method for controlling the spread of an infectious disease remains isolation. Yet, despite the apparent logic of this approach, implementing it proves to be a formidable challenge. Aside from a few self-sufficient villages, the majority of communities rely on trade to meet their daily needs, and isolation undoubtedly disrupts these exchanges, thereby affecting the normalcy of life. Each individual is an autonomous entity, with their own interests to safeguard. Thus, even if a plan could benefit the majority, its execution would encounter various obstacles, whether at the level of a nation, a region, or even within a company or department. At this moment, the once mighty Saint Remus Empire, which had ruled over the Eno Peninsula, was in decline, rendering the emperor a mere figurehead. Republics like Asca had boldly declared their independence, while the empire had remained utterly silent. In such circumstances, to enforce a command across the entire peninsula, it must align with the interests of all city-states therein. For republics like Asker and Veles, which thrive on trade and are governed by prominent families, wealth is paramount. Severing trade routes equates to a death sentence for them. Thus, even in the face of epidemic threats, merchants remain undeterred in their intercity commerce. Consequently, Phyllis could hardly fathom that there existed a lord capable of dismissing all dissent and resolutely sealing the city gates to implement a strict quarantine policy. For the 3 households afflicted by the disease and sealed within their homes, he was indeed a tyrant. However, for those uninfected within city, they owed their survival to such tyrannical actions. Phyllis shook her head, thinking it bore no relevance to her. The city of Yunguan was now under lockdown, and she could not access the convent within. It seemed she was destined to accompany Brother Salvatore to Roland. Yet, the favorable winds had ceased, and it was uncertain whether they would seek another merchant convoy or traverse the distance on foot. Meanwhile, Brother Salvatore posed a similar query. Since Yunguan was inaccessible, did they intend to return to Remo immediately? Her uncle had been troubled by this matter for days. After all, they had yet to clear even 2/3 of their goods and could not simply return. Therefore, they planned to divert their route to Ronan. The young man fidgeted with his fingers beneath the table, casting a guilty glance at the elderly monk opposite him. But this means we would bypass Yunguan. However, even if we went there, it would be futile. Even those seeking refuge with relatives would be considered outsiders and would not be permitted entry. He felt remorseful for the impending breach of contract by the convoy, having even contemplated how to address the compensation issue, when unexpectedly, the old monk broke into a smile. Since entry to Yunguan was impossible, let the boy remain with me for the time being, he explained to the young man. I initially planned to escort the child to Yunguan before proceeding to Lyad, which would align with your route. Once we reach Lugo, we can find a convoy heading north to Lyad. The young man was momentarily taken aback, then elated. There was no need to search, for we had arranged to travel with another convoy heading to Roland. Their destination was the capital of Roland. Allow me to consult with their leader shortly. They will surely not refuse us. Thus, rather remarkably, despite the change in route and destination, Phyllis found herself once more aboard the same cart the following day as they departed the city. However, unlike her previous journey, an additional traveler had joined the merchant convoy, a very familiar face. To my surprise, you are here as well, a youth with a satchel. Upon spotting the elderly monk and the child seated on the cart, brightened instantly and rushed forward, doffing his cap in greeting. Good day, Brother Salvatore. I recently visited the monastery and was disheartened to hear of your departure. It is indeed a delightful coincidence to encounter you here. Surely, it is the Lord's design. The elderly monk was equally astonished upon seeing the youth, and as the boy prepared to board, he reached out to him, inquiring, "Are you also bound for Roland? My parents have passed away, and I can no longer manage the inn alone. I have sold it," the boy replied, a shadow flickering in his eyes. When he looked up again, his countenance was resolute. "I do not know when this plague will end, but both Pulla and Velis are no longer safe. I intend to journey to Ronar city. My uncle resides there, and it is the city of His Holiness the Pope. It must be a place blessed by the Lord." The monk in gray robes regarded the youth with gentle eyes, silently listening until he finished. He neither affirmed nor opposed the boy's words, but softly uttered a prayer and placed his palm gently upon the boy's forehead. "All is guided by the Lord," he said. "May you ultimately find a place that brings you peace." The boy smiled, nodding firmly with his belongings clutched in his arms. The bells of the city rang out, and the caravan once again passed through the city gates, departing from this place. It remained a sunny day, the sun casting down its fervent warmth. As they passed through the gates, Phyllis once more beheld the carts transporting the dead, perhaps influenced too deeply by the arts and literature of later generations. She felt that such a scene should be accompanied by stormy weather. At the very least, it ought to be overcast to truly convey the horror and desolation of the moment. Yet, the reality was that, from their arrival in Velis to their departure a week later, the weather had been nothing but bright and clear. If it were not for the sight of those carts once again, Phyllis might have nearly forgotten that this city was undergoing a massacre. The sun does not concern itself with the thoughts and feelings of humanity, nor do clouds and storms. To nature, the past, present, and future of any creature hold no significance. It operates according to ancient and immutable laws, moving steadily and calmly through time, rendering any praise, condemnation, or fear utterly trivial. As Phyllis gazed upon the flawless azure sky, such thoughts crossed her mind. Perhaps only humanity, in its arrogance, would take certain coincidences as reflections of their own inner turmoil. The elements themselves do not weep for anything. Observing the procession of the dead walking alongside her, she realized her fear of corpses had lessened compared to before. She no longer felt the urge to retch at the side of the cart. However, the sheer number of bodies, coupled with the current temperature exceeding the suitable range for meat storage, still produced a stench that could overwhelm one's senses. Fortunately, the moment of parting arrived swiftly. Upon reaching a designated gathering point, the carts bearing the deceased came to a halt, allowing the caravan to diverge from their path. While Phyllis felt relieved to bid farewell to that dreadful odor, she also found herself curious about how they would handle those bodies. Turning her head to observe what made the gathering point so peculiar. They were digging several large pits there, intending to bury all the corpses, as no graveyard could accommodate so many souls. Suddenly, a voice of explanation emerged from beside her. Phyllis turned her head to see the boy named Francisco also leaning against the side of the carriage, gazing back. "I have witnessed their method of handling the dead. They layer a body inside, cover it with soil, and the next day, another wave of corpses is placed, followed by more earth." The boy continued to stare at the figures transporting the bodies, his previously indifferent eyes seemingly flickering with something, the corners of his mouth curving into a sardonic smile. Akin to the assembly of lasagna, as one pit could indeed hold a considerable number of individuals. Phyllis, before she could express her thoughts on this grim analogy, was interrupted by Professor Palisso, who, feeling nauseated, exclaimed, after hearing this child speak, "I shall never be able to enjoy lasagna again." The conversation abruptly halted amidst the boy's devilish metaphor. However, despite being a ghost who could not partake of food, Phyllis found herself more concerned for her own capacity to eat. Following the harrowing sights in the city of Velis, a palpable gloom descended upon the caravan. Even the young man with the short flute did not retrieve it from his pocket, silently gripping the reins while keeping his gaze fixed ahead. The wheels rattled forward, and soon, the scent lingering at the tip of her nose was swept away by the fresh breeze. The convoy left the dirt path and ventured onto a stone-paved thoroughfare. Although the ride remained bumpy, occasionally encountering a pothole and wild grasses sprouted between stones. This was Phyllis's first glimpse of a man-made road outside the city, prompting her to glance down a little longer. This road was constructed during the era of the Gremont Empire and was said to be over 1,000 years old. However, many stones along this path had been excavated by locals for building purposes, and it was rumored that further ahead, little remained intact. With only the major roads near Remo City preserved relatively well, a familiar voice broke the silence, causing Phyllis's body to stiffen momentarily, but out of courtesy. She turned to face the boy seated beside her. Francisco, the newcomer to the caravan, flashed her a friendly smile before continuing, "By the way, I haven't formally thanked you for your help that day. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude." Phyllis met the gaze of this boy, who appeared to be just entering junior high, an instinctively bitter lip. Truth be told, Francisco had a commendable appearance, with thick brows and bright eyes. His white teeth contrasted with his neatly styled, short, curly black hair. The playful glint in his eyes seemed to emanate an innate warmth, starkly contrasting with the pitiful boy she had encountered days ago, who had just lost his mother, tears streaming down his face. "I merely relayed a message," Phyllis murmured. Conscious of her missing front tooth, speaking hesitantly, it was primarily Brother Salvatore's goodwill. "Please do not say that," he insisted. "I was already immensely grateful that you were willing to convey the message for me." The youth suddenly raised his voice, but under the subtle gazes surrounding him, he quickly regained his composure and whispered, "And regarding what you said earlier, I understand you were merely trying to comfort me. It may not hold much significance for you, yet I am genuinely grateful." Phyllis recognized he was referring to the statement about his mother ascending to heaven, and her gaze involuntarily drifted to the elderly monk resting with his eyes closed on the opposite side of the cart. "I did not speak those words merely to console you. I truly witnessed it." After a moment of silence, she sighed inwardly, yet maintained her previous assertion. "I cannot say for certain whether she has gone to heaven, but I distinctly saw her soul ascend to the skies. How remarkably brave you are. If it were me, I would surely scream in terror." The youth paused, then laughed. "By the way, I still do not know your name. If you are willing, may I learn it?" She realized he was treating her like a child, and while her feelings were complex, she felt a small sense of relief, since he had taken the initiative to be friendly, and, as they would be companions for a while, Phyllis had no qualms about revealing her name. "Felicio," she declared, the masculine name she had chosen earlier, then added, "You may call me Phyllis." "Delighted to meet you, Phyllis." The youth, oblivious to any discrepancies, smiled brightly and seamlessly shifted the topic to trivial matters such as their ages and origins. These basic details were already known among the caravan members, and Phyllis thought that even if she refrained from answering, the youth's articulate tongue would eventually extract the information from their companions. Thus, she chose not to conceal anything. However, she did not allow him to monopolize the conversation. For every question he posed, she reciprocated with a similar inquiry. The young Phyllis, in her youthful form, appeared all the more innocent with wide eyes, and Francisco, sensitive to the atmosphere, engaged in a thorough mutual introduction during their exchange. As the son of an innkeeper, Francisco was indeed distinguished, with skin fairer than the other young merchants, and a sweetness to his words akin to honey. Aside from his initial remark about the hellish depths of a mass grave, all his subsequent comments were measured, never allowing the conversation to falter. Particularly at the dinner table, the youth's remarkable social skills flourished. Although he seemed unfamiliar with these merchants and had little knowledge of the outside world, some individuals possess an innate ability to bridge gaps effortlessly. In the brief span of a single meal, he ensured that 2 members of the caravan would remember his name and left a positive impression, with him in attendance. The group had long since forgotten the unfinished preaching tale of the monk Salvatore and eagerly urged the youth to recount the peculiar stories he had heard at his family's inn. Perhaps it was her own lack that fostered admiration for such individuals. Phyllis had always held a deep appreciation for those who could inspire longing through their very existence. Moreover, it is a rare delight to encounter such a naturally gifted orator. Witnessing the art of eloquence up close is akin to attending an impromptu comedy show in later times. However, joyous moments are always fleeting. The following day, the 2 caravans, temporarily allied, set forth once more under the rising sun. Time slipped away amidst the friction of wheels against the road, day by day. Occasionally, they would find lodging in the inns of villages, and when accommodations were unavailable, they would make do with a night under the stars. As spring waned and summer approached, temperatures rose, and as long as the night watchmen fulfilled their duties, Sleeping outdoors posed little danger. During the day, Francesco would sometimes approach her and Brother Salvatore for conversation. Yet, perhaps due to her and the old monk's limited dialogue, the youth predominantly engaged with others in the caravan, quickly forging camaraderie with both groups. With the addition of this lively little sparrow to the ranks, the overall atmosphere of the caravan lightened considerably. Francesco also befriended a minstrel from another convoy, and it was said that the two found common ground in their conversations. Occasionally, Phyllis would faintly hear the melodious strains of a lute. Above them stretched an endless azure sky, as the fields adorned with crimson poppies gradually receded behind them. Ahead, beneath the rising hills, rooftops of varying heights sprawled like supplicants kneeling in reverence to the church perched atop the hill. Phyllis could not help but concede that the scenery of the Eno Peninsula, renowned even centuries later as a world-famous tourist destination, was indeed breathtaking. In the past, she had often doubted the beauty of classical landscape paintings, suspecting that the artists must have employed their imaginations to enhance reality, much like how photographs online are often adorned with filters before publication. Yet, witnessing such splendor with her own eyes, she finally comprehended that such beauty truly exists in the world. There was no need for color correction or embellishment. Any artist who beheld such a vista would be compelled to capture it, as long as the hues reflected in the eye could be faithfully reproduced on canvas. It would become the epitome of perfection, a veritable paradise on earth. Thus, when Phyllis noticed an unremarkable little mound amidst this picturesque scenery, she did not immediately sense anything amiss. However, as the caravan passed, the heap by the roadside unexpectedly extended a wooden staff adorned with a bell, producing a faint jingling sound in the breeze. Following the sound, Phyllis was startled to discover that it was not merely a mound of earth, but rather a person lying upon the ground. The garments of this individual were in a state of disrepair, even more tattered than those of Brother Salvatore. Indeed, they could scarcely be deemed clothing, resembling merely filthy rags, blending seamlessly with their dirt-streaked skin, rendering them nearly indistinguishable at first glance. The individual, whose gender was indiscernible, appeared to have lost the ability to speak. Whether from hunger or some other affliction, their parched throat could only produce rasping sounds as they struggled to raise their head towards the caravan. In a fleeting moment, Phyllis beheld the visage of the man before her. His face was marred by countless stone-like tumors, nearly obliterating his eyes, while the arms beneath the tattered cloth were emaciated, resembling a skeleton on the brink of merging with the earth. He could only muster his strength to ring the bell in his hand, seeking their attention. "Holy Mother, please halt the carriage." The elderly man, who had been seated quietly, suddenly cried out, hastily disembarking before the carriage had come to a complete stop. Leaning on his cane, he made his way to the roadside. Phyllis instinctively followed him, but was halted by the voice of Professor Phyllis. "Do not approach." The specter interposed himself before her, urgency lacing his tone. "You cannot go near. You risk contagion." Simultaneously, Francisco, having heard the commotion, rushed over. Seeing that Phyllis had not followed, he finally exhaled in relief and quickly grasped her sleeve, guiding her back to the cart. That must be a leper who originally resided nearby," the youth remarked, glancing at the roadside and turning his head away with evident reluctance. "He spoke softly when Father Tim was still with us. Our town used to send food to the infirmary outside every few days, but now he could not finish his sentence, yet all present understood his implication. Here, lepers were regarded with even greater aversion than beggars. Due to the disease's transformation of skin into a stone-like hardness, the populace firmly believed in its contagious nature. Once diagnosed, an individual would inevitably be exiled from their community. No one would dare to engage with them, and they were required to carry bells or rattles to signal their approach. Under such harsh conditions, they could only survive through the charity of nearby residents or the Lord. However, now even the local priest had abandoned his parish to flee, plunging the townspeople into panic at the onset of the plague. Those fortunate enough to evade the contagion had shuttered their doors, leaving little concern for those existing on the fringes of the town. Moreover, the figure before her, nearly one with the soil, was surely nearing death. As Phyllis listened to the explanations around her, her gaze remained fixated on that gaunt, gray silhouette. She watched as Salvatore knelt down, offering his water skin along with the last remnants of his bread to the man, whispering a prayer that was met with a sound not of this world, a mournful wail. The sun continued to hang high in the sky, and the sounds of life filled her ears, yet for a brief moment. Phyllis felt the sunlight upon her skin lose its warmth, the vibrant surroundings fading into monochrome. She felt as if she had transformed again into the wandering soul who first glimpsed this world. Numb, stripped of emotion, she was once more drawn into the carriage, helplessly watching as the prostrate figure gradually vanished from her sight. "Do not grieve, my child. That wretched soul shall surely return to our Lord." Phyllis felt a hand gently placed upon her head, a seemingly inconspicuous gesture, yet it abruptly yanked her back to reality, allowing her skin to bask once more in the warmth of the midday sun. The girl stared blankly at the back of her hand exposed to the sunlight, feeling the warmth radiating from it, and her previously uncertain speculation became somewhat clearer. "Father Salvatore," she began, noticing the elder glance her way. Her lips moved, yet she ultimately suppressed the impulse to speak further and instead inquired, "You previously mentioned that Saint Natula could communicate with all beings, even ants and whales. You claimed that was a gift bestowed upon him by our Lord. Did no one ever consider him an outlier at that time?" As soon as the words escaped her lips, Phyllis heard Francisco and Professor Peluso, seated nearby, simultaneously gasp in shock, instantly making her aware of how inappropriate her words had been. However, before she could remedy her misstep, the elder in the gray robe burst into laughter. Of course, there were those who viewed him as an outlier. Initially, everyone believed him to be mad. The elder chuckled to himself for a moment before narrowing his eyes and gazing at the girl beside him. Even after he earned the respect of the masses, established the Naturalist Society, and became a saint publicly acknowledged by the Holy See, there remained those who considered his preaching to animals merely a jest. Yet, what does it matter? He never cared for such opinions. The gray-robed elder sighed with a smile, adding, whether ordinary or extraordinary, none of this was the reason for his sanctity. He became a saint because he steadfastly pursued the righteous path. What then is that righteous path? Phyllis inquired, gazing into his eyes, her impulse suddenly overcoming her reason as she blurted out, "Who determines the standard of righteousness, the law or the Pope?" Though her voice was not loud, it carried an undeniable intensity. In that instant, Francisco, who had been gasping moments before, fell silent, his eyes wide as he shifted his gaze between the two. To his surprise, upon hearing this pointed question, the elder in gray neither grew angry nor immediately provided an answer. Instead, he lowered his eyelids and pondered seriously. "You pose a challenging question, my child," the elder mused after a moment, shaking his head. "While I ought to support His Holiness the Pope, I believe that the righteousness of Saint Natula is not wholly confined to either of these. It exists here," he said, pointing to his own heart, "and here." He gestured toward the girl's heart, continuing slowly, "Within each individual lies a unique answer to the concept of righteousness." Yet, Saint Natula was an exceptional person, for he arrived at the intersection of what is deemed correct in every heart. Thus, he is worthy of sincere reverence and ultimately received recognition from the Holy See. Phyllis opened her mouth. "And you?" she heard herself ask. "You persist in this life, aiding others. Do you too aspire to be a saint like Saint Natula?" The elder laughed once more, though this time his laughter carried nuances that Phyllis could not comprehend. "A saint is the glory bestowed by the living upon the departed. How others will evaluate me after my demise is a matter that concerns them and holds little significance for my present self." He gently caressed the girl's hair once more and said softly, "Yet, I truly wish to walk the righteous path like Saint Tula, until the day I return to the embrace of my Lord." For a moment, Phyllis gazed intently into his eyes, and with a soft murmur, she lowered her head, lost in contemplation. It was in this moment of introspection that she overlooked the fleeting emotion that flickered in the boy's eyes. As a marginalized figure in the medieval era, the plight of lepers is undeniably pitiable. Particularly now, when the average person faces uncertainty, their situation must become increasingly dire. However, the appearance of a leper provided Phyllis with a portent. In ordinary towns, such as the one where Francisco resided, even the local priest had abandoned his parish in the face of the plague, fleeing for his life. Villagers, in a bid to protect themselves, shuttered their doors and windows. In such circumstances, those on the fringes of society, like lepers who could only survive through begging, were likely among the first to perish. Yet now, they encountered a living soul, albeit in a concerning state, but still a person capable of breath, a stark contrast to the many corpses they had witnessed along their journey. Could this signify that they were soon to arrive at a larger city? This speculation was soon validated by the city walls that gradually emerged in their view. Regarding this city, which appeared to be of scale akin to Aska and Phyllis, Phyllis could not ascertain its name until she beheld it in its entirety, let alone determine her precise location. Primarily, she struggled to recall even a handful of city names within the territory of Intan, much less in a world centuries old where a single city might bear multiple names, much like the one before her. Some in the caravan referred to it as Bononia, while others claimed it was Felsna. It took Phyllis some time to realize that these two names referred to the same city. Lacking any sensitivity or mnemonic connection to these fluid names, she decided to bestow upon it the nickname Scholar City, in homage to its esteemed status as the birthplace of the first university on the Intan Peninsula, as recounted by Professor Piluso. Like Aska and Phyllis, Scholar City was also a relatively rare metropolis at this time, characterized by its substantial stone walls. However, unlike the Republic governed by councils and noble families, this city fell under the jurisdiction of the papal territory. This meant that there were no secular nobles. All upper-tier administrators hailed from the Holy See, with His Holiness possessing both the highest religious and political authority in the area. In other words, although Scholar City lay at a considerable distance from the southern papal states and did not directly border them, it nonetheless constituted a part of the papal domain. This was not an isolated case. In fact, numerous city-states or regions bearing the name of the Holy See were dispersed throughout various locations, often not contiguous and situated some distance apart, with some even lying within the territories of certain secular nobles. It was at this moment that Phyllis came to realize that during this era, a nation's territory was not merely represented on maps as a contiguous, uniformly colored shape as it would be in later times. The distribution of land across the continent was not exclusive to the papal states. Due to intermarriages and various historical circumstances, many secular nobles found their territories fragmented, a common occurrence. This was hardly surprising. Not only counts and dukes, but even the king of Mali possessed a piece of land in Roland. The young man, who had been speaking animatedly while mounted, was silenced by a stern glance from his uncle ahead, abruptly redirecting the conversation. And then there is the Queen of Nafa, whose domains include the county of Media. Inherited from her deceased husband, that place lies quite a distance from Nafa, separated by a considerable portion of Roland. Indeed, the Queen of Nafa's territories are far from insignificant. It is noteworthy that she was destined to become the queen of all Roland, interjected another member of the caravan, although she ultimately did not inherit the throne. The lands bequeathed by her parents are certainly substantial. Isn't she a bastard? Her mother had an affair with a knight, and she was executed before she could even ascend to queen. There was no execution. She merely passed away under house arrest. Moreover, the Queen of Nafa is not a mere illegitimate child. Louis X acknowledged her as his daughter during his lifetime. Otherwise, how could she have become the Queen of Nafa? What does it matter? The royal family of Roland has undergone a change. As long as the current king of Roland remains unyielding, she will receive nothing. One person scoffed, with the vastness of Campos situated in the heart of the kingdom. It would be madness for the king of Roland to entrust it to a princess of the former dynasty. Isn't it said that the old man had already exchanged it for another territory? Are you referring to Anguil? That minuscule place is not even a tenth the size of Campos. How could the Queen of Nafa possibly accept that? The gossiping continued unabated, delving into how the princess of the previous dynasty of Roland was bullied by her two uncles and a cousin, leading to a usurpation of power, before discussing how the last few kings of Roland were ineffectual, with three brothers taking turns on the throne without producing a single heir, ultimately allowing a collateral branch of the family to seize the crown. At first, Phyllis listened intently, hoping to glean more information about this era, particularly events she might recognize. Lacking a systematic education in the history of the old continent, she could only recall significant events through the fragmented lens of modern entertainment experiences. Although she was aware of the impending outbreak of the Black Death, she had no clear conception of what transpired in the old continent during that same period. She needed an anchor, a means to connect the disjointed fragments swirling in her mind. The royal gossip surrounding the kingdom of Roland, a traditional great power of the old continent, seemed an ideal entry point. Thus, she made a concerted effort to listen to the caravan's discourse. yearning to hear even a single familiar name that might help her grasp the trajectory of history. However, the result of her earnest efforts to listen was that she still comprehended nothing. Phyllis believed she could not be blamed for this. Setting aside the long and forgettable place names, it was primarily the noble names from the Western continent that proved to be overwhelmingly repetitive. Names such as Louis, Charles, Philip, Anna, Jean, and Marianne were incessantly recycled, compounded by an array of unfamiliar place names. The string of names flowed into her left ear and out of her right, cascading through her cerebral cortex without leaving a trace, almost inducing a hypnotic effect over time. Yet, the notion that 3 consecutive kings had failed to produce a male heir, resulting in the extinction of the dynasty and the passing of the throne to a collateral branch, struck Phyllis as both amusing and vaguely familiar. However, she could not conjure any specific related events. This was understandable, as the gossip surrounding the royal family of Roland, a long-established traditional power on the old continent, was as enduring as its history. This was neither the most absurd nor the most renowned tale among them. Furthermore, the inheritance of estates by distant relatives following the extinction of a lineage was a recurrent theme on the old continent. It was hardly surprising that she found it familiar, given the countless narratives that echoed this premise, persisting even into modern reality. "Hey, Phyllis, are you listening?" A hand suddenly waved in front of her eyes, jolting Phyllis back to reality. She then noticed that the carriage had halted beneath the city walls, with 2 merchant caravans ahead registering to pay the city tax. Seeing that she had finally turned her attention back, Francisco retracted his hand with a hint of exasperation. "What were you thinking? I called your name several times with no response. Apologies, I was feeling a bit drowsy." Phyllis rubbed her dry eyes, mustering her energy to lift her gaze once more. "What were you saying?" "I was saying that once we enter the city, Mr. Antonio and the others plan to visit the market. Would you like to join us?" Observing the child's weary expression, the young man ultimately shook his head. "Let us skip it for now. You should get some rest once we find an inn." Upon hearing this, Phyllis stood up and craned her neck to survey her surroundings. They had passed through other towns in recent days, but this scholarly city was the only one thus far that could rival Veles in terms of its wall scale. In other respects, it was quite similar to Veles, including the number of corpses transported outside the city. At times, Phyllis found humanity's capacity for adaptation both remarkable and terrifying. While she would have felt nauseous at the sight of corpses in Veles, now she could calmly avert her gaze from the passing corpse-bearers, unconsciously disregarding the peculiar odors, as if the goods they pushed were no different from those on the merchant caravans. In just a few days, the numbness once evident in Francisco's eyes had transferred to hers. "Will the market still be open under these circumstances?" she inquired quietly, attempting to temporarily suppress the inexplicable emotions. "Where there are living people, there will always be a need for sustenance." The voice of the youth seemed somewhat indifferent at that moment, lightly remarking, especially in the city, "No one hoards more than 2 months' worth of grain. Without a market, one would starve to death, even in the absence of plague." This made perfect sense. On one hand, Phyllis was curious about what the market looked like at that time, while on the other hand, her instinct for survival made her wary of crowded places. However, upon officially entering the city gates, her hesitation was swiftly dispelled. This was the first time Phyllis had truly entered the inner city of a large metropolis since leaving Aska. The plague had not spared this city, despite its rich academic atmosphere. Even as the carriage rolled into the main street, apart from the pallbearers clearing away corpses at the roadside, the living souls they encountered could be counted on both hands. The condition of the city itself was even more alarming than the scarcity of people, particularly the odors wafting from the streets. Even though they were not on Leatherworker Street, the indescribable stench constantly reminded them that the dark, viscous matter clinging to their carriage wheels was far more than mere mud. After persevering for a while, Phyllis finally abandoned her attempt to hold her breath and quickly retrieved a cloth, dampening it with water from her water pouch to tie around her face. After doing this, she contemplated for a moment and prepared a similar cloth for the elderly monk beside her. Similarly, Francisco, who was also seated in the carriage, was taken aback by the appalling state of the city. Just as he was about to utter something, a breath of foul air caught in his throat, bringing tears to his eyes. Observing the child's face brighten after her actions, he hastily followed suit, tying a wet handkerchief around his face, and finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. "Good Lord, this is the dirtiest city I have ever seen." The young boy leaned slightly toward Phyllis, softly lamenting. I often heard how magnificent the towers built by the Benonians were, but no one ever mentioned how filthy it is here. That's because it wasn't filthy before. Professor Peleus, who had just regained his composure from the shock, immediately retorted, I was here a few years ago, and the streets were as clean as those in Aska. It was nothing like this. Phyllis nodded slightly, her gaze sweeping across the occasional corpses lining the streets and the visibly insufficient number of pallbearers, likely grasping the situation. In a city lacking an underground drainage system, the residents' personal sanitation had always posed a challenge. Some, like Phyllis in her home in Aska, would carve out a small room against the wall near an alley to serve as a restroom, with the toilet facing an open sewage channel at the edge of the alley. Households unable to construct proper restrooms would typically dump their accumulated waste into these channels at the end of the day and each night. Designated individuals would collect and transport this refuse out of the city, discarding it into nearby rivers or abandoning it in the wilderness. Yet, looking at the current state of this city, where even the corpses could not be cleared in a timely manner, the idea of anyone attending to the streets' filth as they normally would seemed utterly far-fetched. As time elapsed, refuse overflowed from the sewage channels in the alleys into the streets, ultimately spreading throughout the city. If the city council of Aska were also to collapse due to the plague, Phyllis believed that Aska at this moment would not fare any better than this place. She had assumed that after experiencing such a foul stench, Francisco would refrain from meandering through the market. However, she had underestimated the determination of the youth. Even after being overwhelmed to the point of gagging, once their party found a lodging, the young man insisted on visiting the market. Phyllis did not fully comprehend the reason for his insistence, but respected his decision, watching him depart with the caravan members. The weather today was rather dismal. Since entering the city, a thin veil of clouds gradually obscured the blue sky, bringing an end to nearly 2 weeks of clear weather. By the time the sun was completely shrouded in clouds, the caravan finally returned with fresh supplies. Yet Francisco trailed behind the group, noticeably distanced from the main body. Phyllis observed them from her room's window, intending to greet them downstairs, but saw him dash into the backyard as soon as he entered the inn, leaving the others laughing heartily. Your friend has certainly had a stroke of bad luck, little one. A familiar young man called out to her as she descended the stairs. We all returned from the market unscathed, and he got splashed with a bucket of filth. If you wish to play with him, you'll have to wait until tomorrow. What terrible misfortune! Phyllis cast a silent glance at the group, still animatedly recounting the amusing incident, pursed her lips, and hastened toward the inn's backyard. Yet she was a moment too late. When she found Francisco, he had already stripped off his shirt and was pouring a bucket of water over himself, washing off as best he could before starting to rinse his hair. Do not bathe with cold water. Phyllis rushed forward, attempting to pull him back, but he evaded her grasp, anxiously stating, Wait for me to fetch some warm water. You'll catch a cold doing this. Wait, please. Francisco quickly shook off her hand, tugging her back by the hood of her cloak. Do you think warm water is just readily available? You have no idea how expensive firewood is outside. Phyllis intended to assert that she had money, yet she remembered the wisdom of not flaunting wealth when away from home. Before the words escaped her lips, she redirected her argument. You don't need that much hot water. You can wash with lukewarm water. A little hot water 1 tea costs too much. It is not a matter of money. Firewood is not only scarce but also costly. No matter how much one spends at the market, one cannot procure much. So who would waste it solely for bathing? Besides, I used to wash in the river. Everyone does that. Seeing that she still wished to speak, the young man swiftly turned to retrieve something. By the way, since you were here, I might as well give this to you. Phyllis felt 2 damp items being thrust into her hands. Looking down, she discovered it was a water skin and a small spinning top. Thank goodness I chose the spinning top instead of the windmill, or I would have spent money unnecessarily, he muttered while shoving the items into her hands. You should know how to play with this, right? Would you like me to teach you? Phyllis paused momentarily, instinctively inclined to refuse. Did you purchase this? She questioned. I cannot accept it. Why ever not? He countered. You rendered me such a significant favor. A mere toy is of little consequence, and it is not solely for you. Remember to deliver it to Brother Salvatore. The youth brushed his damp hair back and gestured towards another water pouch. I am aware that devout, gray-robed monks like him cannot possess personal belongings, yet he is quite advanced in years and frequently travels. Surely, he must have something to drink. Phyllis glanced at the water pouch and then at the boy's somewhat awkward expression. You aren't insisting on visiting the market just to procure these, are you? Oh, not at all. This is merely a secondary endeavor. My primary intent is to observe what is offered in this market. Francesco turned his head and sneezed, rubbing his nose until it reddened, before waving dismissively at the child before him. All right, you should return now. Aren't you concerned about catching this scent? Phyllis sensed she was being treated like a child, yet she understood she could not sway him. Ultimately, she clutched the spinning top and water pouch, glancing back repeatedly as she retraced her steps. She wished fervently that she were merely meddling. Professor, could you assist me with a favor? Phyllis looked at the items in her possession, hastily turning around the corner of the stairs, ensuring the surroundings were clear, and pointed to the ghost hovering nearby. Please keep an eye on him, especially at night. Professor Peluso did not fully grasp her concern, yet acquiesced. After all, he routinely excused himself from the ladies' sleeping quarters at night, and he bore no objection to sharing a room with Francesco, who was of the same gender. Having arranged this small detail, Phyllis returned to the second floor, clutching the water pouch made from a deer's bladder, and presented it to Brother Salvatore. The two shared a simple dinner, and she, for once, earnestly participated in the pre-sleep prayers with the monk before burrowing under her thin blanket and closing her eyes. However, it appeared that the more one frets over misfortune, the more likely it is to manifest. Upon awakening the next day, Phyllis learned from Professor Peluso of a troubling development. Francesco had begun coughing since midnight, and his fever had risen to the point where he could not rise from his bed. Now was not an opportune time for a fever. After a period of brewing, this plague had begun to reveal its potency to all. The corpses accumulating outside served as grim evidence. No one could maintain absolute composure upon witnessing such a multitude of deaths. Even though Phyllis understood that the plague typically has an incubation period of 2 to 3 days, and that Francesco had been among the trading caravan days prior. With him being the only one now afflicted, it was likely just a common cold. Yet, at this moment, his sudden illness would inevitably evoke panic within everyone. She squeezed the small spinning top in her pocket, took a deep breath, and steeled herself to descend. As anticipated, when Phyllis hurried to the ground floor room, she overheard a conversation coming from behind the partially ajar door. We should seek out a physician. Let us be pragmatic. Look outside and see if there are any doctors remaining. Even if there are some who still draw breath, how much will it cost to coax them from their homes? Are you prepared to cover their consultation fees? The meager travel allowance they provide does not encompass this. However, we cannot simply abandon him here. He is not necessarily in the grace of our Lord. Andrea, it seems you have suddenly developed an excess of compassion. One voice abruptly rose, only to be quickly subdued, speaking in a hurried and frantic manner. The caravan does not consist solely of you. Do you wish for us all to risk our lives for him? The agitated voice grew ever closer. Before Phyllis could react, a hand had already swung open the door. The leader of the caravan appeared visibly anxious. Deep furrows etched upon his brow, and the two young men trailing behind him bore similar expressions. As they passed by Phyllis, they offered not a single glance to the child standing at the threshold, each preoccupied with their own thoughts, striding purposefully as if they would soon vanish down the corridor. Mr. Molino, a rather juvenile voice, called from behind. The caravan leader frowned, turning to see a somewhat unfamiliar face. He recognized this child as the one who traveled with the gray-robed friar. However, in comparison to Friar Salvatore, the child had left little impression upon him during the journey. He only recalled that the child was the offspring of Master Giovanni's friend, and the loss of a front tooth from a loaf of bread on the first day of leaving Asca likely contributed to his reticence. He had spoken little throughout the journey and had scarcely interacted with the others in the caravan. It was likely that very few in the group remembered his name. In contrast, Francesco, who had only recently begun hitching a ride, had made a far more notable impression. I remember you, Phyllis, son of Felicio from Asca. On account of the gray-robed friar and Master Giovanni, the caravan leader finally halted his steps and inquired with patience, "What brings you down so early?" Phyllis had not entirely formulated her response, yet the man's face clearly displayed a lack of patience, so she pointed toward the door beside her. "Is Francesco unwell?" Upon seeing the three men display expressions of surprise, she let out a heavy sigh. "It seems he truly is ill. I warned him yesterday that it would be quite cold at night, and taking a cold shower would surely result in him catching a cold, but he would not listen, and now he must suffer the consequences." Her words were lengthy and rather theatrical, laden with a pronounced performative quality. Nevertheless, due to her youth, her innocent little face managed to somewhat mitigate the ostentatious emphasis. After all, she was just a child, and most people's subconscious would not perceive a 7- or 8-year-old child as capable of such cunning toward adults. Antonio, standing behind the man, immediately perked up at her words and could not help but plead with his uncle. Indeed, it might merely be an ordinary cold, perhaps with a couple of days' rest. He will recover. Was it our plan to rest here for 2 days? Are you a doctor now? The leader of the caravan could not help but exclaim. What was true before is not necessarily true now. If he has indeed contracted the plague, every moment spent in his company is a risk. Observing the young man's demeanor deteriorating once more, Phyllis could not restrain herself from speaking again. What leads you to believe he has the plague? Has he developed those dreadful black sores? Not exactly. The man hesitated, muttering under his breath before furrowing his brow. However, those black sores typically manifest later. It is quite normal for them not to appear at the onset of the illness. Then you should examine him for any lumps, particularly in the armpits and the inner thighs. If he has indeed contracted the plague, his body would already be generating heat, which would likely result in some rashes, chest pain, and blood-streaked phlegm. His tongue and throat would darken. The symptoms are not limited to mere fever. Phyllis gestured to various parts of her own body as she continued. Of course, there are instances where individuals only experience high fever without other symptoms, but such cases usually succumb within hours of onset. When did he begin to run a fever? Surely those sharing his quarters would know. Her words were evidently more coherent this time, perhaps too much so, leaving the 3 adults across from her momentarily speechless. Where did you acquire this knowledge? After a prolonged silence, the caravan leader was the first to break the quiet. Is everything you say true? How do you know so much? Phyllis had anticipated this inquiry. However, before she could respond, another voice interjected on her behalf. I once cared for a sick monk at the Reiner Monastery. That monk had tended to many plague victims prior to his illness. These are the insights he gathered, and I believe they merit trust. The gray-robed monk descended the stairs deliberately, placing a hand gently on the girl's shoulder before directing his gaze toward the 3 men. I understand your concerns, Mr. Marino, but this is a matter of life and death. Brother Salvatore stated, at the very least, allow me to take a look. If he truly has the plague, I shall tend to him in that room. If not, please grant him a couple more days to regain his health, if you would. Since you have put it that way, the man deliberated for a moment before he heaved a resigned sigh. However, I must first discuss this with Mr. Fucon. I can make decisions for my own team, but his opinions are not as easily set aside. Thank you for your kindness. May our Lord bless you. The gray-robed monk squinted at the dark clouds outside, and after a pause, as the chorus of birds fell silent, he continued, even without this matter at hand. I would advise against departing today. A heavy rain is imminent, and if you and Mr. Fucon wish to avoid soaking your goods, it will be prudent to wait until the rain has ceased. Oh, of course. I shall convey your message to him. Is that settled then? Phyllis gazed at the retreating figures of the 3 men, still astonished by the conversation and with a multitude of words left unspoken, her peripheral vision frequently darting towards the elderly monk beside her. Although she had a somewhat vague suspicion regarding his peculiar nature, in this fleeting moment, the resolute individual found himself yielding to her words. At this juncture, Phyllis felt a profound sense of relief, grateful that he was indeed a kind soul. Otherwise, cough, cough, cough. Before her thoughts could delve deeper, the wooden door swung open, and after a brief cough, a distinct sound of labored breathing filled the air. This was not the time to relax. Phyllis swiftly took out a handkerchief to cover her mouth and nose and hurried into the room. At that moment, apart from the 3 of them, no one else occupied the space. Francisco lay on a bed by the window, and with the dim light filtering through, Phyllis could barely discern his tightly shut eyes and flushed cheeks from her position at the doorway. Brother Salvatore had already seated himself at the bedside, rolling up the boy's garments for an examination. Even before the elderly monk could conclude his inspection in the meager light, Professor Peleus, in his ghostly form, had already reached a verdict. Indeed, he bore no signs of boils or sores. The specter floated back to Phyllis and sighed, stating that although he had not contracted the plague, it would be challenging to avoid complications if his fever was not addressed. On the other side, Brother Salvatore clearly arrived at the same conclusion, sighing as he tidied the boy's clothing. Just as he prepared to rise and speak, the previously motionless lad suddenly grasped his arm. I beg you, cough, do not abandon me. I still have money, cough, cough, I still have money. Please assist me. The boy's eyes remained tightly shut, seemingly still in slumber, yet his lips incessantly murmured incoherent pleas. I still have money. Please help me, he whimpered, tears or sweat streaming down his cheeks, his words becoming increasingly indistinct. Do not leave. I implore you, do not leave, mother. Fear not, dear child, I shall not depart. The hunched figure of the gray-robed monk returned to the bedside, gently stroking the boy's damp forehead with one hand. Rest easy, you'll be all right. Perhaps due to the soothing nature of his voice, the boy gradually calmed and slipped back into unconsciousness, yet his hand stubbornly clung to the monk's sleeve. Unwilling to let go. I apologize, child, but I must trouble you for a favor. Brother Salvatore glanced at the sleeve in the boy's grasp, then looked up at Phyllis with a resigned expression. Could you kindly fetch a bucket of water from the innkeeper? I must tend to him post-haste. Of course. Phyllis replied without hesitation. However, instead of immediately seeking the innkeeper, she first found a secluded corner, surveyed her surroundings, and summoned her personal ghost with a beckoning finger. Do you know of any medicine that can reduce a fever? She inquired softly. In such a vast city, there must be pharmacies, right? Even though finding a doctor may be challenging now, some fever-reducing medicine should suffice to provide some relief. Phyllis recalled that when she fell ill with a fever, it generally involved taking medicine and resting in bed. A common cold would subside within a day. In severe cases, a visit to the hospital for a fever-reducing injection would suffice. The issue lies in her complete ignorance of the constituents present in modern antipyretic injections. Even if she were aware, she could hardly concoct them herself. All she could hope for was that the encyclopedia beside her might provide some reliable medieval remedies for fever. The apothecary had what she needed. She had noticed it yesterday, while passing by. However, she had not heard of any medication capable of reducing fever. Observing the girl's expression fall, Professor Peluso hastily offered his professional insight. Medication would be ineffective in this scenario. If you were not afflicted by the plague, it must be a fever induced by fluid imbalance. In the absence of a physician, one could resort to a barber for bloodletting. Upon hearing this ancient treatment method, Phyllis nearly choked on her own saliva, momentarily caught off guard. How could she have forgotten that bloodletting, long ridiculed by modern society, was the most common remedy for fever in this era? Yet she was acutely aware of its ineffectiveness. Not only was it futile, but excessive blood loss could also lead to death. With her hopes of relying on the encyclopedia dashed, Phyllis found herself desperately rummaging through the recesses of her knowledge. Perhaps physical cooling might prove beneficial, though directly applying cold water to the body could be detrimental as well. As for medication, while penicillin could reduce inflammation, what was it derived from? Moldy orange peels? But even that was merely an extract. Even if she could procure orange peels now, chewing on them would likely yield no results. Phyllis rubbed her face, attempting to regain her composure. No, she could not continue pondering how to create modern cold remedies. With her lamentable understanding of chemistry, it would be no exaggeration to say that even with 800 years, she could not replicate those contemporary medicines. What she needed was a herbal remedy not yet discovered by this era, one that could reduce fever and was relatively common, at least available in the current apothecary. After filtering through these seemingly stringent criteria, Phyllis's spirits lifted. She indeed knew what was available in a medieval apothecary, thanks to her former employer, who relished in nitpicking. She not only knew, but had also illustrated several of the medicinal herbs. Although most of those remedies had been proven toxic and replaced by safer alternatives in modern times, one particular herb caught her attention. Ignoring the ghostly whispers around her, Phyllis suddenly dashed toward the backyard. Before she could locate the innkeeper, another youthful yet despondent figure appeared before her. Phyllis recognized this young man as Andrea, the nephew of the caravan leader, who had just suggested they ought to summon a doctor for the feverish Francisco. Hesitating at the crossroads, she decided to approach the young man, who was kicking stones with his head bowed. Mr. Andrea, could I ask for your assistance? Upon catching his gaze, Phyllis widened her eyes and endeavored to adopt a pitiful expression. Brother Salvatore was attending to Francesco and was unable to come in person. He entrusted me with the task of acquiring some hot water and, if possible, some medicinal herbs. She awkwardly retrieved a few coins from her pocket and handed them over, whispering, I only have these. I hope it is enough. Andrea exchanged a long, pitiful glance with the girl before finally sighing and accepting the coins from her hand. Speak, what herbs do you need? He inquired. However, I must forewarn you, the apothecary is likely to be low on stock, and the spices are even more scarce. There is no guarantee I will be able to procure them. Of course, upon hearing his willingness to help, Phyllis nodded gratefully and expressed her needs. We would like some willow bark. Willow bark. Andrea's previously furrowed brow relaxed in astonishment. What do you need that for? I am not certain. It was Brother Salvatore who requested it, Phyllis replied, her innocent eyes wide. He mentioned that if it is crushed and boiled, the resulting liquid can reduce fever. Is that so? I have never heard of such a use, the young man muttered in disbelief, yet he ultimately accepted the coins, gesturing for her to follow him to the kitchen. With Andrea personally requesting hot water, the innkeeper, despite his reluctance to expend firewood, agreed after negotiating a price. However, upon realizing that the young man had not stayed to oversee the water boiling, but instead left a child behind, the innkeeper hastily poured half a barrel of water into a container and placed it before Phyllis, closing the kitchen door behind him without waiting for her to say anything. Phyllis sighed. I knew it would turn out this way. Testing the temperature of the water, she found it sufficiently warm, so she refrained from knocking again to discuss the matter with the innkeeper and instead carried the water bucket back. Does willow bark truly possess antipyretic properties? Professor Piluso, who had been holding back his curiosity, finally voiced his question. I am aware it can alleviate pain, particularly during childbirth, but I have never heard of it being used to reduce fever. Where did you hear such a thing? Of course, it was in my high school health class. Although she could not recall the specific context in which the teacher had mentioned it, the story of aspirin being derived from willow bark was quite fascinating. She had also seen a medicine box at home labeled aspirin, which left a lasting impression on her. While drinking water brewed from willow bark is certainly less effective than taking tablets, considering its historical use as an analgesic in the medieval period, it should at least have some febrifuge effect. A flurry of thoughts raced through her mind, and as the sound of bells rang from outside, the inn's atmosphere grew livelier. Phyllis chose not to respond to Professor Piluso's question, biting her lip in determination as she carried the water bucket back to her room. Upon discovering that the water she had brought back was pleasantly warm, Brother Salvatore appeared somewhat surprised. Nevertheless, he did not inquire further and began to bathe the already unconscious youth. Despite never revealing his age, Phyllis felt that, judging by his appearance, he could easily pass for 80. Even in contemporary times, most octogenarians struggle with their mobility, and their strength is even less commendable. In contrast, Francisco, a robust youth of 13 or 14, possesses a notable degree of weight and vigor, perhaps sensing an underlying threat, even in his unconscious state. He exhibits a restless demeanor, intermittently flailing his arms and mumbling incoherent words. In a flurry of activity, it took until the water in the bucket had grown cool for the two to thoroughly cleanse him from head to toe. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Without waiting for the visitor to speak, Phyllis, disregarding the beads of sweat forming on her forehead, hastened to open the door. There stood Andrea, balancing a bowl in one hand and a cloth bag in the other, who stepped back in surprise at the sudden opening of the door. My uncle mentioned you would likely find it inconvenient to venture out at the moment, he said, his voice tinged with awkwardness as he extended the items toward the girl from a distance. I had the innkeeper prepare a bowl for you, and I shall bring some food and water to leave at the door shortly. If you require anything else, simply call out. I am next door and can hear you. Observing his outstretched arm and averted gaze, Phyllis instantly comprehended the concerns shared by him and his uncle. It is human nature to seek advantage and avoid peril. She did not wish to cast blame. Rather, she recognized the courage it took for him to offer assistance, knowing the potential risk of contagion. May our Lord bless us all, she thought, considering that perhaps they too believed that looks and words could transmit the plague. Consequently, she refrained from expressing her gratitude, instead nodding slightly with her head bowed before turning to close the door and return inside. This is from Mr. Andrea, Phyllis announced, preempting the old monk's inquiry regarding the source of the concoction in her hands. I encountered him while fetching water. He expressed a desire to assist, so I asked him to visit the apothecary in hopes of procuring some useful medicine. She carefully scrutinized the expression of the man before her, adopting an air of trepidation. I apologize if my actions were inappropriate. Brother Salvatore sat at the head of the bed, slowly wiping the sweat from his brow, and smiled with a resigned shake of his head. You need not apologize, my child. I understand your intentions were rooted in kindness, and I am grateful that the Holy Mother has bestowed such a precious virtue upon you. I must also extend my gratitude to Mr. Andrea. May our Lord safeguard him. For it must be a challenge to find an open apothecary at this hour. He continued, however, even in illness, one must not indiscriminately consume medicine. As he spoke, his gaze softened further, gesturing for Phyllis to approach. Come, let me see what he has brought back. Yet, even the erudite Brother Salvatore found himself momentarily speechless upon seeing the bark in the bowl. Nevertheless, he evidently possessed more patience than the professor hovering nearby, as he elaborated on the medicinal properties of willow bark to Phyllis. Ultimately, he fed the entire bowl of medicinal broth to the youth lying in bed. This may not be the most suitable remedy, he remarked with a wry smile, shaking his head at the girl beside him. But I suspect there are few appropriate cures available at the apothecary presently. We must now rely on the will of our Lord. Soon, the sound of a monk reciting scriptures resonated within the modest room. Phyllis sat quietly on another bed, listening intently, but soon grew weary and turned her gaze toward the window. Suddenly, a droplet of water fell upon the sill. This was swiftly followed by a second and a third. Within a matter of minutes, what began as a gentle drizzle transformed into a torrential downpour, showing no signs of abating even as the nearby bells tolled for the third time. Having spent considerable time under the guidance of the ghostly professor, Phyllis had learned to discern time by the sound of the bells. The first chime of dawn heralded the break of day. The second, known as the third hour, signified mid-morning, while the third marked noon, referred to as the 6th hour. The fourth sounded in the afternoon at the 9th hour, and the final evening bell tolled at the 12th hour, just as the sun began its descent. From this, Phyllis surmised that the initial chime likely occurred around 6 or 7 in the morning, the third hour at approximately 9, the 6th hour at noon, the 9th hour around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, and the last chime at 6, when people typically gathered for dinner. Yet now, under the thick blanket of clouds, the midday sun was nowhere to be seen, and the rain only intensified, rendering it impossible for the caravan to set forth. Phyllis remained uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. The heavy rain would undoubtedly delay their journey and increase the cost of travel, but for the moment, it offered Francesco a moment of respite. The dreary weather naturally induced drowsiness, and with the monk's unceasing recitation nearby, Phyllis struggled to keep her eyes open. After finishing her lunch, she succumbed to sleep, unknowingly drifting off on the other bed. She awoke to the sound of knocking, signifying that Andrea had come to deliver their dinner. Startled by the realization that she had slept for 6 hours, she was equally astonished by the dedication of Brother Salvatore, who had been reciting prayers by the bedside for 8 continuous hours since the morning. Moreover, it seemed that Francesco, having clutched the sleeve of the slumbering monk, had not even touched the lunch set aside for him. Feeling a surge of concern, Phyllis instinctively rushed to the door to retrieve the meal, forcibly extracting the old monk's sleeve from the young man's grasp. "You must eat something," she urged, her impatience stripping away her usual timid demeanor as she firmly assisted him to rise. "If you continue like this, you will surely fall ill." Brother Salvatore, likely taken aback by being chastised by a child, did not respond with surprise or embarrassment, but regarded her with a mixture of curiosity. However, as Francesco's grip faltered, he began to grasp aimlessly again. With a resigned sigh, he attempted to return to his previous position. Yet, Phyllis was swift. She pressed down on his errant hand, guiding it to the edge of the bed before seating herself in the place the old monk had occupied, leaving no room for retreat. "Hasten to have your meal, then rest," she insisted, tilting her face upwards. "I have already slept the entire afternoon, and now I am quite invigorated to watch over him. You needn't worry." Seeing her unwavering determination, Brother Salvatore found himself without alternative recourse. He was indeed fatigued, and, after a modest stroll post-meal, lay down on the bed, soon succumbing to a rhythmic breathing pattern. Phyllis observed his movements intently, and upon confirming his slumber, she finally exhaled in relief, only then noticing that the hand she had pressed down felt notably less feverish than it had in the morning. Tentatively, she touched the boy's forehead. It was warm to the touch, yet not as scorching as before. His temperature had indeed diminished. Seizing the opportunity for improvement, Phyllis hurried to the doorway to call for Andrea, her neighbor, requesting him to brew a bowl of water using willow bark, intending to administer it to the ailing patient while it was still warm. Francisco awoke, startled by the water. His limbs remained weak, and his eyes had yet to fully adjust to the dim light, allowing him only to discern a silhouette close by. "You're awake," exclaimed the silhouette in a tone of surprise, then lowered their voice deliberately. Let us keep it down. Brother Salvatore has been reciting prayers for you the entire day and has only just fallen asleep. Allow him to rest a bit longer. Phyllis? What are you doing here? He croaked, his throat parched, suddenly grasping the nearest hand with a trembling grip. Am I? You have not contracted the plague. Brother Salvatore has examined you. There are no signs of buboes or pustules. Phyllis reassured him, squeezing his trembling hand firmly. Do not fret. Since there are no lesions and your temperature has dropped so swiftly, it merely indicates a common cold. Drink this bowl of medicine and sleep again. You shall feel better by tomorrow. The more she spoke, the more violently the hand she held seemed to quiver. Before Phyllis could offer further comforting words, a few warm droplets unexpectedly landed on the back of her captured hand. Thank you, he murmured, his voice quavering. I heard everything. They intended to abandon me. Yet you and Brother Salvatore have saved me once more. In the darkness, despite his efforts to keep his voice low, his sobs resonated distinctly. I will repay you, he declared, grasping her smaller hand with both of his voice thick with emotion. Phyllis, my brother, I swear to the Holy Mother, this kindness shall never be forgotten. Francisco spoke these words with evident sincerity. Yet, his youth and recent tears rendered the moment bittersweet for Phyllis, who found herself both amused and exasperated as she watched him solemnly make such a vow while simultaneously blowing a bubble with his own tears. She reflected on her own nature, realizing she was not particularly altruistic. At the very least, she could not match Brother Salvatore's unconditional willingness to assist anyone, even those who were mere strangers to her. She would assist him simply because she could reasonably ascertain that the youth was suffering from a cold rather than the plague, and he had recently expressed kindness towards her. As a human being, she found it impossible to heartlessly watch a life, instinctively struggling to survive, fade away. Upon regaining consciousness, Francisco was no longer as irrational as he had been in his coma. In fact, he appeared quite compliant. Phyllis handed him the lukewarm medicine, without inquiring about its contents. He gulped it down in one go, managed to nibble on half a piece of softened bark, and consumed a small morsel of bread before reclining back on the bed. However, perhaps due to having slumbered throughout the day, he lay there with his bright eyes wide open, silently locking gazes with Phyllis, who had also indulged in excessive sleep. Phyllis, feeling somewhat helpless, initiated conversation. Are you unable to sleep? Well, a little, the boy replied, turning over before whispering to the girl standing beside the bed. Do you want to hear a secret? A secret? Phyllis regarded this boy, who was merely a middle schooler in the modern world, and felt a playful urge. What remarkable secret could you possibly possess? Noticing her skepticism, the boy was not offended. Instead, he beckoned her closer and lowered his voice. I was serious about wanting to repay you. I have a brilliant idea to amass wealth. If it succeeds, I will undoubtedly become the richest person in Phyllis within 20 years. Oh my, this child is truly amusing. Just then, Professor Peluso floated in from outside, and upon hearing the boy's words, he cheerfully urged, Quick, ask him what that brilliant idea is. Phyllis internally rolled her eyes at the old man, who loved to stir up excitement, yet feigned disinterest. If it is such a secret, then forget it. If someone else finds out, you might not be able to achieve your wealth. It doesn't matter to you. I trust you won't tell anyone. The oppressive atmosphere seemed to spark Francisco's desire to express himself. Even upon hearing her refusal, he continued, Actually, I did not venture to Rana City to seek refuge with relatives. None of my family have achieved such success. They are merely ordinary people residing in Proletown and Phyllis, all of whom have perished in this plague. Whom can I turn to for refuge? My mother was the last of my kin, and I knew her health had long been failing, so she was prepared for anything. Yet, I did not anticipate that at the moment she needed the priest's confession the most, not only did our church's priest flee, but even Phyllis had transformed into such a wretched state. In the darkness, the boy's low voice suddenly brimmed with uncontainable anger. I arrived in Phyllis with enough money for 10 confessions. Astonishing, isn't it? Now, even summoning a priest to one's home for confession costs gold coins. Yet, that is the reality. I am the one seeking their assistance, so paying them is not an issue. 5 coins cannot even satisfy their hunger. They demand 10. My family's in was sold off for only 50 coins, and the moment they opened their mouths, they asked for 10 coins. What could I do? To have their esteemed feet step out of the church, I had no choice but to comply. Upon returning home to retrieve some money, I encountered a throng of individuals at the entrance of the church, who swiftly assailed me, robbing me of all my belongings. The priests bore witness to the ordeal, yet they chose to shut the doors as if blind to my plight. As Phyllis listened to the tremor in his voice, memories cascaded back to the day she first met Francisco. At that time, the youth appeared disheveled, resembling a beggar, with several wounds on his face and body, bleeding profusely. Those injuries have since healed, yet in their haste, he never spoke of them again, and Phyllis, naturally, did not dwell on the peculiarities of his past, unaware of the tribulations he endured before seeking refuge in the monastery. All that has transpired is now behind us. Phyllis sought to offer words of comfort, though her ineptitude in such matters rendered her efforts futile, leading her to utter, "At least you encountered Brother Salvatore. Indeed, I am fortunate to have met you. Not everyone shares in such luck." In the darkness, the emotion in the youth's voice gradually faded, giving way to a chilling indifference. "This is a lesson I have learned firsthand, Father Felicio. Merchants, beggars, and thieves have become indistinguishable in essence. Money, 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 it is the universal standard. Wealth can compel a bishop to pray to the devil and can reform a robber. Virtue and justice. The rules of this world are dictated by wealth." Suddenly, he straightened, grasping Phyllis by the arm, his gaze piercing as he declared, "I shall amass more wealth, so much that I will trample upon those who scorn me. One day, I will achieve this." Others claim that life has grown increasingly arduous since the conflict between Roland and Molly erupted, uncertain of how many years it will endure. Yet, I perceive this as an opportunity. I will show those cowards that I can earn more than they could in several lifetimes. His words began to blur, and though his eyes remained wide open, they lost focus. Phyllis placed her hand on his forehead, realizing he was once again sweating profusely, and promptly urged him back onto the bed. "You must rest," she said. "Do not dwell on these thoughts. Sleep well, and upon waking, all will be well." Perhaps his body remained frail, or perhaps he was simply fatigued from their conversation, but Francisco quickly succumbed to slumber once she laid him down, leaving Phyllis herself wide awake. As she gazed deeply through the rain-soaked window, Paoli sighed inwardly. The corruption within the church is hardly a revelation. They continue to construct opulent cathedrals while simultaneously driving away the beggars congregating at their doors. Observing her profound contemplation, the specter sighed again. "They permit no dissenting voices. Several of my esteemed mentors were branded heretics and imprisoned for merely speaking out during lectures. Compared to those times, this pope is a significant improvement." Phyllis slowly turned to face him, opening her mouth as if to speak, yet hesitated, weighing her words carefully before finally asking, "Did you just say that Molly and Roland are at war? Is that true?" She had hardly anticipated that she would pose such a question. The ghost, momentarily taken aback after uttering a brief syllable, soon regained composure and replied as a matter of course, "Indeed, this year marks the 11th. Noticing her astonishment, Professor Peluso kindly offered reassurance. "Marley and Roland have always been prone to conflict, engaging in skirmishes every few years. This time, however, it has simply persisted for a longer duration." "Why then has this particular conflict endured for so long?" Phyllis interjected before he could finish. "Well, there are indeed numerous reasons." Professor Peluso began, taking a moment to organize his thoughts before elaborating with care. "Initially, the issue stems from the kingdom of Valen, which is a historical remnant. Decades ago, when the Count of Valen pledged fealty to Roland, the kingdom of Valen was theoretically rendered a fief of the kingdom of Roland. However, the Roland royal family has consistently faced various difficulties in collecting taxes from Valen, to the extent that mercenaries were sometimes dispatched to suppress merchants unwilling to pay. Moreover, Valen's pivotal textile industry has long relied on wool imported from Marley. Whenever tensions arise between Marley and Roland, the moment Marley cuts off the wool supply to Valen, local workers and merchants inevitably shift their allegiance to Marley. 20 years ago, they ousted the then Count of Valen for being too closely aligned with the Roland royal family, and it was the Roland army that quelled the ensuing uprising. As he spoke, a humorous recollection seemed to dawn upon him, prompting a chuckle before he continued, "Ah yes. Following the outbreak of this war, that Count of Valen was once again exiled from his own territory for prohibiting all merchants within Valen from importing Marley's wool. In a bid to demonstrate his loyalty to the king of Roland, he participated in the Battle of Pente alongside his son, only for both to perish there. Thus, While the kingdom of Valen nominally belongs to his eldest daughter, it has effectively fallen under the dominion of the kingdom of Marley and local merchants. Wait, is this the genesis of the current war? Phyllis interjected once more, attempting to steer the increasingly tangential conversation back on track. Did a mere count affinity for Marley instigate this conflict? Certainly not. That is but one of several factors. Professor Piluso unfalteringly shattered her hopes and continued narrating as if recounting a tale. The primary catalyst, however, lies in the fact that 20 years ago, the direct line of succession to the Roland throne faltered, leading to the crown falling into the hands of a collateral branch of the royal family. This new king, in his impulsive and domineering manner, took advantage of the young and newly enthroned king of Marley, subjecting him to numerous humiliations during the oath of fealty, which ultimately led to their discord before the ceremony could be completed. Subsequently, he seized upon this incident as justification to strip the king of Marley of the title of Duke of Aquila, declaring that the Duchy of Aquila would henceforth revert to the Roland crown. Please, wait a moment. Phyllis interrupted again, her mind swirling amidst the multitude of names. Why would the king of Marley offer an oath of fealty to the king of Roland and permit the confiscation of territory? Are they not both kings? To this, Professor Peluso expressed his own surprise, because the Duchy of Aquila was originally a fief of the kingdom of Roland. Although the autonomy of Aquila has always been considerable, the successive dukes of Aquila have had to pledge loyalty to the king of Roland. Otherwise, the king of Roland holds the legitimate right to reclaim his fiefdom. Therefore, one might ponder, why does King Mali possess a territory within Roland? Though the question lingered on the tip of her tongue, the thought of uttering it might unveil more unfamiliar names, prompting Phyllis to swallow her curiosity and refocus on the initial inquiry. Does this mean that the impending war between Mali and Roland is primarily due to their mutual desire for this duchy? Indeed, I believe that is the most straightforward reason. Before Phyllis could exhale in relief, Professor Peluso, who had not lectured for some time, continued with fervor. Despite the rumors circulating that King Mali claims to be the legitimate heir to the kingdom of Roland, attacking Roland to reclaim the throne usurped by a collateral branch, one can logically deduce the implausibility of such claims, even if his mother were a princess of Roland. Had Roland truly permitted female heirs to ascend to the throne, the rightful successor would, by all accounts, be the current Queen Nafa, a direct descendant of the Roland royal family, married to a member of the same, rather than the son of an outmarried princess. A sudden buzzing resonated in her mind. The most dreadful hypothesis was confirmed, leaving Phyllis momentarily stunned. She slowly crouched down, covering her face in silence. She had been striving to find a focal point to connect her fragmented historical knowledge, hoping to evade significant calamities. Now, that anchor had finally emerged. Although she had never heard of Varan, Aquila, or Nafa, the prolonged warfare between Roland and Mali during the Middle Ages, coupled with King Mali's declaration of his claim to the throne of Roland, aligned with these three pivotal historical events. The answer that echoed in her mind was unequivocal. She had heard of the Black Death and the 100 Years' War, yet she had no inkling that these two events unfolded concurrently. Moreover, if this were indeed true, they were still in the nascent stages of the 100 Years' War in its 11th year. This meant that the pandemic, rumored to have decimated a third of the population of the old continent, had failed to halt the relentless hostilities between these two nations for no less than 90 years. 90 years! What could possibly fuel such a profound enmity to endure for so long? Did these two kings have each other's entire family slain? A faint rustling of fabric abruptly jolted Phyllis back to her senses. She swiftly turned her gaze, but the dim interior obscured her vision. After a few moments of scrutiny, she discerned that it was Brother Salvatore shifting in his sleep. "Hey, are you all right?" Professor Piluso, evidently bewildered by her recent actions, inquired, "What on earth is the matter?" Phyllis stared at the bulge for an extended period, only diverting her gaze when Professor Piluso asked twice more. "Nothing," she replied in a hushed tone as she returned to the only empty bed in the room. "I'm just a bit tired." "Then perhaps you should rest. Today, you have worked hard. Take a good rest, and everything will improve by tomorrow." After repeated inquiries met with a few shakes of the head, the spirit standing by the bedside sighed softly and placed a hand above her forehead. "May the blessed Virgin grant you sweet dreams, Phyllis Lynn." Uncertain whether it was the spirit professor's blessing taking effect, Phyllis experienced a rare dream of the past. It was perhaps 2 or 3 years ago, shortly after she had completed her resignation from the company. She visited the New Lenner Museum, a place she had longed to explore but never found the time for. Afterward, she strolled in a nearby city park and ultimately chose a secluded patch of grass to lie down, basking in the sunlight that she had not felt in ages. Her close colleagues had always urged her against leaving her job. Although her immediate superior was a middle-aged man with hormonal imbalances who occasionally made things uncomfortable, the salary was decent, providing a stable income. Coupled with her freelance writing earnings during her spare time, she believed that if she persevered for another year or two, she could pay off her student loans and transition into a freelance career without delay. Phyllis had initially planned it this way, but plans often falter in the face of unforeseen changes. Who could have predicted that the old scoundrel, usually only taking advantage of others verbally, had a child who delighted in inappropriate touches? One day, while filling her cup in the break room, she unexpectedly felt someone slap her backside from behind. Without a second thought, she retaliated by splashing coffee backward, only to discover amidst the ensuing screams that it was her superior's 8-year-old son. Logically, she was in the right. The break room was not solely occupied by her at that moment. Yet, the world rarely adheres to logic. Despite numerous colleagues rallying to her side and her superior assuring her that no legal action would ensue, the insincere smile and the lack of a genuine apology from the other party left her feeling utterly disillusioned. Phyllis considered herself quite tolerant, yet she was still human, and the years of accumulated pressure required a means of release. Additionally, the extensive hours spent hunched over a computer had already taken a toll on her cervical and lumbar spine. Her grandparents had repeatedly insisted before their passing that she should take better care of herself, treating her as if she were still a child. They advised her that if her job was exhausting her to such an extent, it was time for a change. Thus, in a moment of impulsiveness, she concluded her first stint in the workforce with a single gesture of defiance. She never regretted that decision. She had initially anticipated that finding another job would take some time. To her surprise, she secured her next position within a month, thanks to a friend's recommendation. See, life is not so difficult after all. In modern times, mastering a single skill is sufficient for her to sustain herself. Even without family by her side, she is capable of taking care of herself. If she were to exert a bit more diligence and take on more freelance assignments, her monthly income would suffice to maintain her quality of life at a commendable level. Unlike her current predicament, where she finds herself pondering the absurd question of whether she might perish in the chaos of war upon reaching her destination, Phyllis stared vacantly at the dreary ceiling for an extended period, only to resign herself to the realization that the warm sunlight she had previously glimpsed was but a figment of her imagination. With reluctance, she finally rose from her bed. "Are you awake?" From the adjacent bed, Francisco sat up, while Brother Salvatore, clad in a gray robe, occupied the space beside him. Upon noticing her gaze, he smiled and waved, delivering the good news that Francisco's fever had entirely subsided. Phyllis remained momentarily stunned, locking eyes with the youthful boy whose bright, cheerful gaze confirmed the truth of his condition. Outside, the rain continued to fall, and the temperature was far from warm. Yet her heart felt as if it were enveloped in a comforting warmth, prompting an involuntary smile to grace her lips. Perhaps this state of affairs was not entirely undesirable. After all, during the 100 Years' War, Roland had not succumbed to annihilation. Instead, the Marlians had been thoroughly expelled back to their island. As for Liad City, being the capital of Roland, it ought to be the safest haven amidst the chaos of war. Although her recollections suggested that the capital had indeed been occupied by the Marlians during the latter stages of the conflict, that was a time when the maid of ORLNS, Jean, had emerged. Considering the timeline, her survival until then was uncertain, which alleviated her concerns. Most crucially, if she were to avoid Liad, where else could she possibly go? The entire peninsula of Inchueno, including Asca and Villiers, lay shrouded in the pall of plague, and this ominous cloud was steadily encroaching upon the entirety of the old continent. Given her current physical state and her 2 legs, where could she escape? Since she found herself in such dire circumstances, it might be wise to adopt a more tranquil mindset. After all, 2/3 of the populace had survived without even understanding the nature of the plague. She was already at an advantage. If fate dictated that she succumbed to the disease, then perhaps that was simply her destiny. With this thought in mind, she tossed aside the covers and leaped from her bed, offering a radiant smile to the 2 others. "You must be hungry. I should go find something to eat. Before long, news of the boy, afflicted by the plague, being completely healed within a single day, spread throughout the inn with the first chime of the morning bell. Once the leader personally confirmed that Francisco's fever had abated, that no signs of illness remained save for a slight hoarseness, and that he had regained his vigor, the modest room was soon filled to capacity with members from both trading companies. This is a miracle, truly a miracle. Among the Roland Trading Company, a leader known as Mr. Foujon knelt in excitement, grasping Brother Salvatore's hand tightly. May our Lord bless you, Brother Salvatore. Not only have you saved this child, but you have also saved us all. This morning, we received word that the Rosamato Bridge to the east of Jonik collapsed yesterday. Had we pressed on in the rain, we would have become stranded midway. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. This is not my doing. You have saved yourselves. The elderly monk assisted the leader and gently remarked, you could have easily departed, yet you chose to remain and face adversity alongside your friends. Such kindness deserves a favorable outcome. As these words fell, Phyllis observed Mr. Fouchon's plump, oil-slicked visage flush a deeper shade of crimson. Perhaps his skin had not yet thickened to the fortifications of a castle wall, for he ultimately refrained from directly addressing the statement, instead incessantly expressing gratitude and inquiring after Francis, before patting his chest and proclaiming it his honor to escort the miraculous Salvatorian monk. Upon their return to Lude, he vowed to donate a substantial sum to the Sanatura monastery in Lude. Phyllis regarded such proclamations with skepticism. After all, before their departure from Vélez, Mr. Marino had explicitly arranged for Mr. Fouchon to accompany them, intending to entrust him with the task of escorting her and the Salvatorian monk to Lude. Yet, throughout their lengthy journey, the other party had scarcely communicated regarding their shared itinerary, and even in fleeting encounters within the inn's corridors, he merely offered hollow nods and forced smiles, his demeanor starkly contrasting with his current overtures. She surmised that his sudden shift in demeanor stemmed from a genuine belief in Francis's previous affliction with the plague. With the pestilence rampant across the Inno Peninsula, and having witnessed the dire circumstances in Vélez and the academic city, the emergence of someone capable of curing the disease must have seemed like a treasure to be cherished. Contemplating this, Phyllis found herself reluctant to disclose the truth. Fortunately, Francis seemed either to have forgotten their conversation from the previous night or had ulterior motives, as he continued to accept the notion that he had indeed contracted the plague. Moreover, he recounted a vivid dream in which he was ensnared by a multitude of demons, bound by chains, and dragged toward the abyss, in a realm cloaked in darkness. He had struggled in despair until he suddenly heard a voice of prayer, causing the demons to retreat in fear. Following the sound, he eventually gathered the strength to open his eyes, only to discover that it was none other than the Salvatorian monk reciting prayers on his behalf. The tale captivated the listeners, eliciting exclamations of "Lord, have mercy!" from the crowd, with Mr. Fouchon's voice ringing out the loudest. Subsequently, as anticipated, Mr. Fouchon's demeanor towards the Salvatorian monk underwent a complete transformation, utterly bewitched by the miraculous account. During the 3 rainy days that followed, he not only came daily to inquire after the elder monk, but also implored him to recount the missionary tales that had fallen out of favor with the younger crowd, often moved to tears and showering the monk with endless praise. Phyllis had encountered her fair share of sycophants, yet she had never seen anyone so adept at flattering others. Each encounter compelled her to stifle a cringe. Thankfully, the relentless rains finally abated, allowing the caravan to prepare for departure, freeing her ears from further torment. As they set off once more, Mr. Fouchon naturally insisted on including the Salvatorian monk within his caravan. After the elder monk graciously declined several times, Mr. Fouchon, with tears in his eyes, reluctantly conceded, allowing the esteemed monk to take a seat upon the dilapidated, filthy cart. Phyllis gazed at the disorderly cart, strewn with several woolen mats and nearly devoid of any merchandise, and after a moment of silence, she helped the elderly monk to sit down. Brother Salvatore, slightly afflicted with a runny nose due to the continuous rain and drop in temperature over the past few days, found comfort in the presence of a cushion. Surprisingly, the subsequent journey unfolded with remarkable smoothness. Perhaps some unseen force was indeed watching over them, until the 2 merchant caravans departed the intentions of the Inno Peninsula. None of the members contracted the plague. Mr. Fouchon naturally attributed this miracle to Brother Salvatore, while Mr. Marino, despite finding the explanation somewhat far-fetched, chose not to dispute it. Ever since she realized that she might be amidst the 100 Years' War, Phyllis could no longer concern herself with the issue of her speech being impeded by her missing front teeth. She began to actively inquire about the current state of the war from those around her. To her surprise, the situation was far better than she had anticipated. The so-called 100 Years' War did not entail a continuous 100 years of relentless combat. There were indeed periods of truce. Coincidentally, a truce had been signed just last year, wherein the nations of Mali and Roland agreed not to engage in hostilities until at least the month of the Great Wolf this year. The Great Wolf month, which is the 7th month of the year, appeared to be approaching swiftly, yet after witnessing the horrors of the plague along their journey, nearly everyone in the caravan was convinced that this deadline would be postponed. Their reasoning was quite straightforward and blunt. With people perishing city by city, this year's tax revenue had already been declared doomed, and without funds to sustain an army, any further conflict was inconceivable. As a Rolandian, Mr. Fucon fervently led prayers, beseeching the Lord to be just and allow the plague, which had already spread to southern Roland, to also spare the Malians across the sea. He even had the audacity to invite the miraculous Brother Salvatore to join him. However, after being firmly declined by the old monk, he continued to mutter that if the plague could be transmitted to the Malians, he would generously donate more to the monastery. Ultimately, he managed to provoke the usually amiable monk into silence for 3 days, only relenting after promising not to utter such curses again. Although he appeared cordial to you now, do not be deceived into thinking him truly agreeable. Having spent considerable time with Marino's caravan, Francesco, who had not shared a cart with them for a while, suddenly leaped onto the cart occupied by Phyllis. Casting a glance at the elderly monk, who was resting with his eyes closed, he whispered, "His caravan differs from Mr. Marino's. Many mercenaries are among their ranks, and the leader of such a group cannot possibly be a benevolent figure." Phyllis blinked in surprise, but nodded in agreement, having discerned the truth over the course of their travels. Moreover, considering Mr. Fucon as previously haughty demeanor followed by his obsequiousness, she would never entrust her faith to such a person. Noticing her lack of significant reaction, Francesco anxiously ran his fingers through his hair and leaned in closer after a short while. "Well, just be cautious in your hearts. He is a person who values his reputation, and it is said that he is a relative of the president of the LD Merchant Association. Since he has promised to escort you in front of so many witnesses, he will undoubtedly fulfill that promise. A businessman like him places great importance on his name." Phyllis began to feel that his excessive chatter today was rather unusual, and she cast a puzzled glance in his direction. The youth, under her scrutiny, felt increasingly uncomfortable. "Why are you looking at me like that?" he asked. "You've been talking quite a lot today," Phyllis replied candidly, "and you've never spoken ill of anyone behind their back before." "Oh dear," Francesco quickly glanced around before continuing in a hushed tone. "We are about to arrive at Lugo City." Lugo City, located in the southeastern region of the Roland Kingdom, stands at the confluence of the Rana and Kana rivers. It is also one of the key waterways in the southern part of the kingdom. Traveling south along the Rana River leads directly to Rana City, the residence of the Pope, while heading north takes one to the capital, LD. In short, this will be the point where the two caravans part ways. Although Phyllis heard people mention various cities daily, those unfamiliar names were as indecipherable to her as a jumble of characters. Only upon Professor Peluso's reminder did she realize that their separation was drawing near, and she gradually sat up straighter. In this era of communication difficulties, every parting could potentially be a final farewell. Gazing at the boy before her, who had fully regained his health, and reflecting on their journey together, Phyllis felt an uncommon pang of reluctance. "Then, may you prosper soon?" she ventured, noticing his instant embarrassment, which indicated he remembered the events of that evening. Unable to suppress a smile, she softly advised, "But above all, remember that life is more precious than wealth. Since you are heading to the city of the Pope, refrain from speaking such words in the future." "Of course, I understand," Francesco replied, his ears reddening with embarrassment. Seeing the child smile with such pride, he couldn't resist playfully flicking her forehead. "Then I wish for your teeth to grow in quickly." At her sudden silence, he chuckled once more. "By the way, do you have a specific address in LD?" After enjoying a good laugh, Francesco finally remembered the matter at hand. He pulled out a small knife and a piece of wood he had procured from somewhere, casually asking, "In your name, do you know how to spell Follicchio?" Phyllis glanced curiously at the writing tools he had prepared, guessing his intentions. After a moment of thought, she shook her head. I only know we are heading to Kitten Town near LD. I don't know the exact address. If you wish to write a letter, you can send it to the Patience Monastery in Ketten. The gray-robed monk, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, first glancing at the youth and then smiling at Phyllis. That monastery is not far from the village, and there's also a sister convent nearby. The two abbesses are well acquainted with the local families, so sending it there will pose no issue. Phyllis immediately understood his implication, nodded in agreement, and accepted the piece of wood and knife he handed her. She carefully carved a series of letters, pausing briefly before concluding with a hasty, scrawled signature, quickly returning it to him, as if she were engaged in a clandestine act. Francisco, undeterred, promptly stowed away the wooden piece and knife. Once the caravan reached the city of Lugo and found an inn to rest, he unexpectedly insisted on dragging Phyllis out onto the streets. She was tempted to remind him of the lesson learned from their last encounter. Although the security in Lugo had not completely deteriorated, the environment was hardly cleaner than that of the academic city. She was reluctant to experience the sensation of being drenched in unmentionable filth. Nevertheless, seeing the boys' steadfastness and considering that this might be their final meeting, especially as they were headed to a nearby blacksmith's shop, she acquiesced. Upon arriving at the blacksmith's, Francisco engaged in a hurried conversation with the smith, who nodded in response before he turned back, solemnly presenting a gold coin before Phyllis. I swear before the Virgin, my words that day were spoken from the heart. I know that Brother Salvatore would not accept such a token of gratitude, but since you are the one he holds dear and trusts so profoundly, I shall extend a share to you as well. The boy stood tall, clutching the coin, his eyes earnestly meeting hers. Phyllis, you are my brother, my savior. Without you, I would not stand here today. From this moment onward, every gold coin I earn will carry a part of you, until my last breath. This coin shall serve as proof. Phyllis was taken aback by his declaration. As she witnessed Francisco's intention to have the gold coin split in two by the blacksmith, she quickly pressed down on his outstretched arm. Wait, do not persuade me. I'm serious. Despite her grasp, the boy remained resolute in his action. No, listen to me. Realizing she could not deter him, she raised her voice. Why must you divide the gold coin? What a waste. If it's merely a token, wouldn't a copper coin suffice? At her words, Francisco's struggle froze momentarily. Phyllis noticed a flicker of confusion in his eyes, soon replaced by a determined resolve as he clenched his teeth. No, I said it must be gold. But you have so little money. Phyllis pressed on. Isn't the cost of living in Ronar quite high? Then won't tea be cheap, will it? What about the entrance fee? Is there a city tax for lodging? How long do you think it will take to find work in such an unfamiliar city? The barrage of piercing questions transformed the proud young wolf into a drenched dog. Well, it can't be copper, he murmured reluctantly. It just seems too shabby. Considering his fragile pride, Phyllis did not object when he revised his offer to a silver coin. With a sharp clink, the silver coin was halved under the smith's shears. The considerate blacksmith even drilled a hole in each half for easy carrying on a string. When I settle in Ronar, I will write to you. May our Lord bless you and Brother Salvatore with a safe journey to Codon. With great care, she placed a half coin down. Francisco wrapped his arm around her shoulder and, before she could struggle to escape, whispered softly, I'm truly grateful to you for saving me, Felicio. You must believe that my words come from the heart. I've never been so thankful to anyone before. However, I hope you will cease to be so kind. The monk Salvatore, a member of the Natura order, would never be harmed unless in the most extreme circumstances. But you are different. You lack that identity. Being a kind person will only render you a target, much like I am. When useful, everyone will take a bite, and when no longer useful, they will easily discard you. Observing the resentment and discontent in the boy's eyes, Phyllis caressed the edge of the coin and sighed softly. I know, she whispered, I know you only caught a cold. At her words, Francisco paused, then burst into hearty laughter. You clever little rascal, that's how it should be. Taking care of yourself is what matters most. He laughed while playfully tousling the boy's somewhat long hair, only stopping when Phyllis firmly pulled away and they walked back together. You must live well, Phyllis. As they approached the inn, he suddenly exclaimed, You and Salvatore, both of you must take care of yourselves. Phyllis turned her head. In the glow of the setting sun, the boy was gazing at the shimmering river nearby, and an emotion not befitting his age seemed to linger on his still developing features. You too, Francisco, she replied. her gaze shifting to the river. I wish you all your heart's desires. Mr. Marlin's caravan rested for only a day in Lugo before departing. According to Francisco, Rona City lay at the southern end of the Rona River, and they could take a boat, which would be quicker and safer than traveling overland. In contrast, Phyllis and her companions faced a more complicated journey to reach Lude City. Although Lude also had a river named Porua, it was not connected to the Rona River. The fastest route involved first traveling north along the Rona River, then switching to land to reach a city by the Porua River, from where they would continue by boat to Lude. After hearing about the itinerary and realizing it was indeed the best route to Lude, with numerous caravans traversing it annually, one thought lingered in her mind. If it is so necessary, why not construct a canal between the two rivers? Hearing her question, the merchants sharing the same cabin erupted into laughter, leaving Phyllis utterly bewildered. Because it's too troublesome, a young man nearest to her shrugged, succinctly explaining. Not to mention who would fund the canal as construction. If it were completed, who would be responsible for its maintenance, considering it would span several territories? Even if the lords agreed to maintain their respective sections, if one fails to uphold their promise and the canal becomes blocked, wouldn't the others suffer? The pricing of toll booths and the number of toll stations established are indeed noteworthy. Others, reveling in the drama, chuckled and remarked in Roland language to their companions. I wager those lords will certainly quarrel over this. It primarily depends on who foots the bill, doesn't it? This road leads to Lude, and undoubtedly, Lude will benefit the most. Thus, the royal family should bear the brunt of the expenses. Oh, come now, look at how impoverished the royal family has become. The king would strip us of our very undergarments to fund his wars. How could there be any money left for canal repairs? They likely pressure the merchant guilds to pay for it, and in the end, it will be us who pays the tolls, unwittingly creating yet another avenue for taxation. Speaking of which, did you know that this year, more toll booths have been added along the Rapido River? At this revelation, the previously languid men suddenly erupted in astonishment. Didn't they just add 3 last year? How can they add more in less than a year? Wait, can you calculate how many toll booths there are now on the Rapido River? There are 5 to Agenberg, 6 to Rolandfangt. That totals almost 40. Are those Palu people out of their minds? No wonder Mr. Fuchiong has scarcely ventured that way in the past 2 years. Most of the caravan consisted of Roland individuals. And as conversations meandered, not only did the topic shift, but so too did the language. Phyllis had long since adapted. Switching languages was no challenge for her. However, listening to these well-traveled merchants chat greatly aided her understanding of the contemporary world. She was so engrossed that she failed to notice the elderly man beside her observing her intently. Would you like to learn Roland language? The unexpected question jolted Phyllis from a reverie. Seeing her startled expression, Brother Salvatore gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her, "Do not fret, child. It was remiss of me not to teach you some Roland language sooner, especially since you are about to start a life here." Ah, indeed, this child still does not know the Roland language. It was a trivial matter that need not trouble a monk. A nearby youth, having overheard, brightened with excitement and eagerly called out to his companions, "Hey, this child doesn't know Roland language yet. Who wants to come over and be a practice partner?" Traveling by water is far more leisurely than by land. The goods are secured in specially designed cabins, requiring only a few to take turns guarding them, leaving most people quite idle. Thus, upon hearing someone speak, a throng of idlers quickly gathered around, inspecting Phyllis as though she were some rare curiosity. Although first, I've never been a teacher before. A burly man with a thick beard elbowed his way to the front, striking a pose and declaring, "Come, child, repeat after me. Hello." Someone immediately nudged his shoulder. "That's too casual. You should teach her to say good day. Mind your business. If you want to teach, step to the back." A man with a scruffy beard jested with his companions before turning serious again, continuing his somewhat unrefined lessons in the language of Eno. "This is a greeting phrase. Hello. Do you understand? Repeat after me. You good." Phyllis, casting a sidelong glance at Professor Palisso, who was laughing heartily above, suppressed her embarrassment at being treated like a child and obediently articulated the word as instructed. "Hello." "Ah." The man at the forefront paused momentarily, then slapped his thigh in delight, exclaiming, "Your pronunciation is remarkably standard. I can find no fault. What can one word reveal?" Someone in the vicinity teased, "Come now, child. Let me teach you a sentence. Repeat after me. Good day, sir. How have you been lately?" "Oh dear, How can you be so unkind? The poor child has only just learned one word, and you expect him to remember all that? Let him give it a try. I find this child quite clever." The man chuckled, gesturing encouragingly towards Phyllis. "Come, I shall repeat it once more. Say as much as you can remember. Good day, sir. How have you? Good day, sir. How have you been lately?" Phyllis recited in one breath, immediately adopting a look of feigned ignorance. What does this sentence mean? Her fluent pronunciation evidently took everyone by surprise. And after a brief pause, a chorus of exclamations and admiration erupted. People marveled at how quickly youth could learn, taking turns to share common phrases with her, urging her to repeat after them. Phyllis indeed aimed to showcase her linguistic prowess, hoping to explain later why she could so swiftly master another language, without the need to feign ignorance of their speech. Yet, did these individuals not exhibit a tad too much excitement? Her voice was nearly hoarse from repetition, and they continued unabated. Was it not their initial ease that had set this all in motion? Professor Peluso, amused from above, finally addressed the crux of the matter. If I had a parrot that could learn to speak after just one lesson, I could spend 3 consecutive days merely conversing with it. At last, Phyllis, with a thunderous cough, roused the conscience of these rather tedious youths, marking the conclusion of the inaugural lesson in Roland language. Coincidentally, it was now dinner time, with no dining hall aboard the vessel. Everyone had to take a piece of bread and settle on their respective bunks to eat. Phyllis fetched the portions for herself and Brother Salvatore, carefully navigating the swaying floor back to their bedding. "You learned remarkably well, child, even better than I had anticipated," Brother Salvatore remarked, accepting the bread she offered, unable to suppress a couple of coughs. "May the Lord bless you." As he coughed several times without respite, Phyllis swiftly moved closer to support the elderly man's arm. "Are you well? Would you like some water?" "Ah, there is no need to worry." Once he had composed himself, the old monk smiled gently, shook his head, and patted her hand in a gesture of reassurance. "With age comes an array of ailments, but fret not." Phyllis, listening to his distinctly hoarse voice, remained unconvinced. "You have been coughing quite a lot lately. Are you unwell?" The last few words escaped her lips somewhat indistinctly, yet Brother Salvatore understood her concern and continued to smile, dismissing her worries with a wave of his hand. "Do you not grasp it yet? A few coughs in old age are entirely normal. Just as iron rusts over time, so too does our body. It is a natural process, my dear. Every individual must traverse this path. There is no need for you to worry about me." Seeing the unease in the girl's eyes, his tone softened further as he gently stroked her hair. "Rest assured, since I have promised Master Camillo and Giovanni, I shall ensure your safe passage to Codon. I am not." Phyllis's lips quivered slightly, but she ultimately pressed them tightly together. She understood the transformations that aging could bring far earlier than many of her peers. Perhaps a few inconsequential coughs, or a momentary stumble, might be trivial for the young. Yet for the elderly, they could signify dire consequences. Just as her grandmother often remarked that it was normal for the elderly to feel weak in the legs. She had believed it to be true. Had she recognized the signs sooner and taken her to the hospital for an examination, perhaps the beloved elder would not have departed this world so soon. "I simply wish for you to take better care of your health, Brother Salvatore," she murmured, casting her gaze upon the old man's gnarled hands. "You are a good person. I hope you live well." "I have lived exceedingly well," the old man replied with a continued smile, breaking a piece of bread and placing half into Phyllis's hand. "By the grace of my Lord, I have never lacked for wise mentors or kind souls along my journey, allowing me to live for decades without want. What more could I desire?" As she held the hard, crusty bread and glanced at the patched clothing adorning the old monk, Phyllis found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Brother Salvatore was a man of vast experience. Surely he could comprehend the unspoken thoughts that lingered in her mind. If he were truly selfish, he would not endure such simplicity in his attire, nor would he risk his life caring for those afflicted with plague, or travel miles on foot to offer confession to a dying woman, or assist an inconspicuous leper without expecting anything in return. Phyllis understood that it was precisely because he had genuinely undertaken these acts of selflessness that she had begun to trust him. Yet now, having reaped the benefits of his altruism, she found herself wanting to counsel him against such selflessness, a notion that felt profoundly shameless. Yet, like a hard lump lodged in her throat, she could neither express nor suppress her thoughts. All she could do was remain silent. This conflicting sentiment lingered even as the caravan transitioned once more from waterways to land, showing no signs of abating. She could only feel fortunate. Fortunate that no one else had fallen ill along the way, hoping that the elder's health would soon improve. However, before Brother Salvatore's cough could recover, a dark cloud loomed overhead, and the caravan was once again compelled to remain in a certain village due to heavy rain. Like many other villages they had passed, this small town had also been afflicted by the plague. The streets were nearly deserted, with only the occasional sight of corpses lying by the roadside or a grim-faced gravedigger bargaining with the living through a wooden door, their faces marred by dark sores. Most households were tightly shut, and even the innkeeper made every effort to avoid contact with guests, disappearing after instructing them on where to leave their subsequent rent. Fortunately, the heavy rain subsided after 2 days, halting by the afternoon of the third day. Mr. Fuching breathed a sigh of relief and arranged for everyone to set out the following morning. However, the next morning, a piercing scream awakened all. Phyllis sat up in bed, faintly hearing a flurry of frantic curses and cries from upstairs, a foreboding feeling rising from the depths of her heart. She hastily put on her shoes and hurried to the staircase. "Please, Mr. Fuching, let us out. The swelling is only on Galil. He is the only one with a fever. You can feel my hand. I am truly fine." Silence. Mr. Fuching's voice came down from upstairs, gritted with anger. "Block the door. Not a soul is to be let out while we gather our things. You pig of filth, Fuching. I kindly warned you, and you dare to leave like this?" Another voice suddenly erupted in fury, cursing through the door. "If you have the guts, kill us all. Otherwise, my father will know you let us die, and will not spare you. I swear by the Father God. He will pierce you 100 times and feed your entrails to the dogs." The pounding on the door grew more intense, yet besides the shouts and pleas from upstairs, there was no other sound. After a while, those standing in the corridor began to murmur quietly. "Maybe we should let Gonsar out. If his father knows he is dead, we'll be in big trouble. That's out of the question. He might already be infected with the plague. Letting him out endangers us all. We still don't know what Elda's condition is. Perhaps his father doesn't either." Coughing from behind startled Phyllis, and in the next moment, she found herself gazing into those eternally compassionate eyes. No, when she finally spoke, she realized her voice was trembling. "Please don't." The elder gently pushed away her outstretched hand with his withered, bark-like fingers, offering her a silent smile as he continued to ascend the stairs, leaning on the railing. "For the sake of our Lord, Mr. Fuching, grant me at least a few days to care for them." The arrival of Brother Salvatore momentarily silenced everyone present, followed by a cascade of enthusiastic cheers. Yes, we still have Brother Salvatore. There's hope for Gunther, Quasi. Did you all hear that? Brother Salvatore is coming to save you." Among the gathered crowd, Mr. Fauchon was undoubtedly the most agitated. By the time Phyllis arrived, he was already kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down his face as he clutched the old monk's hand tightly with his sausage-like fingers. "Please, save them. Save Galil. He is my dearest cousin. If it weren't for the need to care for the entire group, I would never abandon him." Listening to his cries, Phyllis felt a surge of anger rise from her chest to the top of her head, and before her mind could process the situation, she had rushed between the two. "If he is so important to you, why do you—" Her mouth was suddenly covered from behind, and although Phyllis initially tried to struggle, she heard a sigh from behind her. "Don't be like this, dear child. This is my duty." The old monk placed his other hand on the girl's shoulder, and though it seemed he exerted no force, her struggles ceased. "You need not do this. Caring for the sick is my responsibility as a monk of the Tula order. Even without your request, I would fulfill this duty. However, I have promised others, and I must ensure this child reaches the Patiences Monastery in Kedon safely." The old monk retrieved a letter from his pocket, surveyed the crowd, and finally helped Mr. Fauchon to his feet. "I need you to swear to our Lord that, regardless of whether I emerge from that door, you will deliver this child and this letter to Dean Renge of Kedon." I promise." Mr. Fauchon took the letter with both hands and solemnly vowed, "I swear by the Father God, the Holy Mother, and the spirits, as long as there is one person alive in my group, I will ensure he reaches Kedon." As the door closed before her, Phyllis felt that her stiff limbs and tongue were finally able to move. Yet, she remained standing there, gazing intently at the door, unwilling to leave. "Come with me, child." Mr. Fauchon approached her, slightly bending to pat her shoulder. "I promised Brother Salvatore that I would take care of you. And I shall. Feeling the reassuring pressure on her shoulder ignited a familiar sense of anxiety within her. Phyllis felt as though she had returned to the beginning. To that afternoon when she bid farewell to Cassimo, when Master Giovanni had spoken similar words. Ever since she had arrived in this dreadful era, she seemed to have become particularly timid. At times, she felt as if she were standing on a narrow bridge, with bottomless chasms on either side, the way ahead obscured by dense black fog, while fierce winds pushed from behind. All she could do was follow the wind's direction, reluctantly dragging her trembling legs forward bit by bit. But this was not sustainable. The wind at her back was growing stronger. If she did not reach the other side of the bridge soon, the only outcome would be to be thrust into the abyss by the raging gusts. Her daily struggles, her carefulness, would all be rendered meaningless. Taking a deep breath, Phyllis finally shifted her gaze to the man standing beside her. Mr. Fauchon, are you certain that only these 3 individuals are exhibiting symptoms of the plague? She lifted her head and lowered her voice as much as possible, inquiring whether anyone else might have exhibited symptoms, yet remained silent out of fear of being abandoned due to the mildness of their condition. Of course not. We are several individuals sharing a room. If anyone were to develop such an affliction or a fever, the others would certainly notice. The young man following Mr. Fauchon hastily interjected, raising his voice in defense, and quickly glanced at the now skeptical leader, saying, "This is true, sir. If you do not believe us, we can strip off our clothes for you to see. How can we conceal something so life-threatening? If no one else is afflicted, then why is it that someone in this room has contracted the plague?" Phyllis continued, "We have all been here for days without venturing outside, and the inn has not received any other guests. We have all consumed the same food. So how could they have contracted the disease?" Guided by her words, Mr. Fauchon and the others gradually calmed from their panic over the plague, their faces now etched with confusion. However, one among them seemed to suddenly recollect something, his expression darkening significantly as he swiftly approached Mr. Fauchon and whispered a few words. That imbecile who cannot control himself. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Mr. Fauchon, who had previously appeared quite amiable, erupted in fury, pointing at the wooden door and cursing, "Casside-tut, you had better pray to die in there, otherwise I shall personally emasculate you, you wretch." With this proclamation, both inside and outside the door understood the gravity of the situation. Outside, the others could only hurl curses at the individual who had brought the plague, while inside, another implicated party, a large man named Gunther, was not so easily placated. Before long, sounds of a scuffle and pleas for mercy emanated from within. "Stop! This plague may be transmitted through blood." Phyllis, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, hurriedly called out from beside the door, "If you draw blood, what was once harmless may become a dire threat. Nothing is more intimidating than the specter of death." Soon the sounds of violence subsided, leaving only faint groans. "Is what you say true? This disease can be transmitted through blood?" Mr. Fauchon grasped Phyllis's shoulders, his face betraying a mixture of astonishment and excitement. Was it discovered by Brother Salvatore? Phyllis's mind raced as she hesitated to nod, recalling that during a previous discussion in Venice with Brother Salvatore and another monk who had cared for many patients, they had mentioned that the swollen lumps were initially not large, resembling mosquito bites, albeit slightly larger. Aside from those blood-sucking parasites, I cannot fathom what other insects would actively bite humans. Mr. Fauchon nodded thoughtfully. "So, how did Brother Salvatore treat that monk?" With this question, everything became manageable. Throughout this journey, despite having spoken little directly to him, Phyllis had gleaned much information about this leader from others. Mr. Fauchon was indeed a selfish and sycophantic businessman, adept at flattering those in power, yet he possessed one commendable trait: he valued his reputation. According to the information provided by Francisco before his departure, Mr. Fauchon has, in recent years, made considerable efforts to become a representative at the Level 3 Conference of Lude. He has not only frequently donated to the churches within Lude, but has also publicly distributed food to beggars on streets. Whether it be assisting a gray-robed monk in saving someone or helping him fulfill a wish, both would make excellent material for his speech. Thus, waving the banner of the miraculous Salvatore monk, Phyllis ensured that everyone within the caravan undertook a thorough cleansing to eradicate parasites as much as possible, advising them to remain in their rooms and avoid going outside. She then took out the remaining willow bark, had it boiled, and delivered it to the fevered individual. while also insisting on providing regular meals and hot water for the 4 people confined in the isolation room. The latter could be managed with money, but eliminating the parasites proved to be a formidable challenge. While one could temporarily reduce the number of parasites through bathing, washing hair, and changing clothes, the overall environment was exceedingly filthy, and even if the fleas were eradicated, new ones would inevitably arrive from elsewhere. In fact, I haven't squashed a louse in my hair for quite some time, Phyllis overheard someone saying to their companion. I haven't bathed in over a month, and just in the past few days, I've killed 2 that hadn't had the chance to feed yet. Me too. It seems like my scalp has started itching again since we left the Inno Peninsula. It's probably from the ship. Those blankets were horrendously dirty. Phyllis brushed her now somewhat long hair and silently walked aside. The rumors about Saint Natula preaching to animals might indeed hold some truth. Grasping the tips of her hair, she glanced at the floating specter. I have long suspected that perhaps the Salvatore monk did not lie. Saint Natula truly can communicate with animals, for he possesses the same ability. Upon hearing this, Professor Peluso could not help but display astonishment. How can this be? I have never heard of such a person apart from Saint Natula. Even in his case, the notion of preaching to animals is merely a legend. Not having heard does not mean it does not exist, Phyllis asserted, pointing to herself and then at the specter across from her. Before encountering me, have you ever met someone who could converse with a ghost? Professor Peluso paused for a moment, then launched into another round of skepticism. But what evidence do you have? Just because these individuals have fewer lice, do you believe it is the result of his communication with the insects? You started combing your hair daily long before that, and I have yet to see you extract a single louse. Phyllis fell silent once more. She too had a hypothesis, yet it was difficult to substantiate. To obtain the most accurate results, she would have to ask directly. There was still time for that. Currently, only one person exhibiting symptoms of the plague remained in the isolation room. Although one individual had been beaten and their condition was uncertain, Phyllis distinctly remembered the man with the bushy beard who had been the first to eagerly teach her the Roland language aboard the ship. Gunter has yet to exhibit any symptoms. Perhaps he remains in the incubation period and thus cannot be released. However, he appears to be in good health and should be able to assist Brother Salvatore. Concerning the possibility of fleas carrying pathogens escaping from within and biting those on guard outside, after a fierce internal struggle, Phyllis resolved to sacrifice the normal facade she had maintained throughout, marching towards the 2 gatekeepers with a noble sense of self-sacrifice. I had previously learned a prayer from Brother Salvatore that could deter insects. Would you allow me to give it a try? The 2 gatekeepers, who had also taught her the Roland language, had heard that the child was to be sent to the monastery, perhaps even as a candidate for a novice monk. Therefore, even though they found the notion of a prayer to repel insects rather absurd, they readily acquiesced. What followed was a sight. The child, barely reaching their chests, took a deep breath and suddenly began to perform a series of strange gestures with palpable anger, while shouting a string of incomprehensible words at the 2. The gatekeepers, though unable to grasp the language, sensed from their life experience that it resembled more of an insult than a prayer, and it seemed particularly vulgar. Well, that should suffice. I hope it proves effective. Before the 2 could respond, the child magically transformed back into a familiar smile and waved at them. If you plan to change shifts, please do let me know. Regardless of its efficacy, it is always prudent to try. Was that truly a prayer? Upon returning to her room after descending the stairs, Professor Peluso could no longer contain his curiosity and posed the same question the 2 gatekeepers had. What language were you speaking? I didn't comprehend a single word. Of course, he could not understand. No one here grasped the modern Malire language spoken with a New World accent, 7 centuries hence. The content was merely her affectionate salutations to the charming little insects she encountered while grooming her hair. And it was perhaps best not to sully the ears and spirits of the elderly ghost with such trivialities. It may not have been a prayer, but if it proves useful, does it not suffice? She exhaled heavily and gazed at the ceiling. Phyllis did not believe in the divine. She had witnessed too many instances in the past where the Almighty failed to punish the acknowledged wicked and did not bestow any benefits upon the innocent and virtuous. Just like that neighbor who had once opened the door for her in the dead of night, extending a helping hand. They were a devout elderly couple, tirelessly volunteering and aiding everyone around them, so much so that even their constant references to the Lord went unchallenged and unresented. Yet, these 2 purely good souls ultimately lost their lives to a home invasion, and the perpetrator remains at large to this day. If indeed there exists a deity, how could he bear witness to such occurrences? If he were truly so cruel, what significance would there be in serving such a god? Phyllis stared at the ceiling and suddenly let out a short, humorless laugh. I have never believed in the existence of deities in this world. Professor Peluso, the divine has never lent me aid nor treated kindly those who have helped me. She gazed at the surprised specter, a self-deprecating smile curving her lips. Yet, if Brother Salvatore could indeed emerge safely from that portal, perhaps I could entertain a belief in the deity he reveres. On the first day of the plague's emergence in the caravan, the situation outside the isolation chamber remained relatively calm, due to some unknown measure. The good news was that while cleaning, the individuals checked one another and confirmed that none bore any lumps or exhibited fever. However, the circumstances within the isolation chamber were decidedly more intricate. The irritable Gunther, upon discovering that his roommate Quinn had brought the contagion into their quarters, mercilessly assaulted him. Although he temporarily ceased the beating under the threat of death from Phyllis, he proceeded to bind Quinn and discard him in a corner, withholding both food and water, evidently intent on starving him to death. Brother Salvatore could not idly witness such a tragedy unfold. He implored Gunther until afternoon, ultimately persuading him to grant Quinn a sip of water. Just then, they discovered that Quinn, who had been bound for hours, was also exhibiting a fever. Upon lifting his garments for a closer inspection, they indeed found a conspicuous lump on the inner thigh. That wretched liar. He deceived me into believing he was unscathed. I almost fell for his trickery. With a lump that size on his thigh, he cannot possibly be unaware. What a cursed fool. He has brought ruin upon both me and Galil. Listening to the furious outcry from within, Mr. Fucon, summoned by the guard, grew increasingly agitated, finally delivering a kick to the wooden door. Enough. What good is it to speak of this now? He commanded from the other side. You should understand why I can find you all. Heed Brother Salvatore's words. He is your only salvation. The individuals inside, perhaps eager to voice further objections, hesitated before begrudgingly acquiescing. Phyllis, having rushed upstairs upon hearing the commotion, noted his voice was still strong. After a moment as contemplation, she reiterated several suggestions through the door. When you and Brother Salvatore tend to them, be sure to maintain your distance from the sick, especially when they sneeze. If proximity is unavoidable, cover your mouth and nose with a cloth, and ensure the room is well ventilated to allow clean air in. Inhaling miasma can easily lead to illness. However, do not open the windows during cold weather. After briefly integrating modern preventive measures with the medical theories of the time, she paused, then added furthermore, fleas often lurk in hair. It would be prudent to shave your beard and hair. Mr. Fucon looked at her in astonishment and quickly inquired, is this also wisdom gleaned from Brother Salvatore? Gunther, likely still listening just a door away, made it difficult for Phyllis to attribute this advice to the elderly monk. Yet, at that moment, she had acquired a fundamental understanding of this world, and with her mindset thoroughly liberated, she could conjure lies effortlessly, without a flicker of hesitation. No, it was my neighbor, Aunt Katerina, who shared that insight. Her husband had once served a professor from the Bologna Medical School, who remarked that a miasma surrounds the patient, particularly manifesting during coughing, as the noxious vapors are expelled from the mouth, leading to illness in those who inhale them. Mr. Fucon exchanged glances with his companions, skepticism still lacing his voice. This is the first I've heard of such a claim. What is the name of the professor you mentioned? Alfonso, the Alfonso of Bologna. Professor Peluso, drifting above, quickly interjected, for he alone held significant renown within the Bologna Medical School, having passed away 2 years prior. I heard that he was in the process of translating a medical manuscript from Constantinopolis before his demise. You should assert that it was discovered there. It is indeed Professor Alfonso of Bologna, Phyllis calmly reiterated. It is said that this was uncovered during the translation of a medical manuscript, with Professor Peluso's assistance. This fabrication took on a veneer of truth, convincing both Mr. Fucon and Gunther on the other side of the door. With no doctors among the group, they dared not venture into town in search of assistance. Even if they took the risk, they would likely find nothing more credible than the fragmentary words left by a renowned physician. Thus, the first day passed amidst chaos. When Phyllis awoke from her slumber, Professor Peluso had already brought news from the isolation room. It was much as before. Galileo, the first to develop a fever, still burned with it. yet had managed to consume some food under the watchful care of others and had been lucid for a time that morning. The instigator, Quinn, had begun to show darkened spots upon his body and, in the late hours of the night, succumbed to delirium. The robust Gunther and Brother Salvatore had yet to exhibit any signs of the plague. Everything remained relatively stable, but Phyllis dared not let her guard down. She ascended once more, observing as the day's water supply was delivered, insisting that an additional packet of salt be included. She once again performed an incantation to ward off pests before the newly arrived gatekeeper, departing swiftly under the watchful gaze of the sentry. The second day passed quickly, and before dawn on the third day, Professor Peluso bore grim tidings. Quinn had died. No one knew precisely when he had drawn his last breath. Perhaps it had been yesterday evening, or possibly in the dead of night. This morning, Gunther awoke to find Quinn silent. Unlike the previous day, sensing something amiss, upon investigation, he discovered the man had perished. The news of Quinn's demise, the very instigator of their plight, incited many to bitterly curse him as deserving of his fate. Mr. Fuchion, who had previously advocated for his castration, now exhibited an uncharacteristic silence, his countenance darkening further. The deceased could not remain within the room, especially with 3 living souls still trapped in the isolation chamber. They had to remove the body. Faced with this grim necessity, he sought the assistance of the innkeeper, disclosing the concealed information that had been withheld for 2 days. According to Professor Peluso's account, upon learning that a plague victim had been in his establishment, the innkeeper was nearly driven to confront Mr. Fuchion with violence. However, the disparity in numbers rendered him powerless to even evict them. In the end, under the combined pressure of Mr. Fuchion's threats and monetary inducements, the boss reluctantly conceded, declaring that they could simply hurl the corpse out of the window into the street, after which he would arrange for someone to retrieve it. With a dull thud, a shadow fell to the ground. Passers-by, upon hearing the noise, merely glanced in that direction before hastily pulling their headscarves tighter and scurrying away, vanishing swiftly around a corner. The demise of Quinn caused a renewed upheaval within the caravan, which had only just begun to settle. Although many vocally condemned the fate of the deceased, the grim specter of death loomed close, casting a shadow over some of the travelers. That very night, an attempt to escape was thwarted when a fellow lodger caught the would-be runaway. The ensuing commotion roused everyone in the inn, compelling the leader, Mr. Fuchion, to rise in the dead of night to address the discord. On the 4th day, the atmosphere of tension continued to permeate the inn. By midday of the 5th day, further disturbances erupted from upstairs, but were swiftly quelled under Mr. Fuchion's iron-fisted control, just as tempers flared to a boiling point on the 6th day. Encouraging news finally emerged from the isolation room. Gaulier's fever has subsided. Gunther's voice resonated through the door. He has awakened and can eat and drink on his own. Though he remains weak and cannot yet walk unaided, he is no longer in danger. However, mid-sentence, the joyous announcement took an unexpected turn, leading to an abrupt silence among the crowd outside. Phyllis felt a string in her mind snap, compelling her to rush inside, only to be halted by the quick-witted doorman. "What is happening, Gunther? What has transpired?" Mr. Fuchion shouted anxiously. "What is wrong with Brother Salvatore? He has collapsed." Before the news could reach beyond the door, the spectral messenger had already provided an answer. It remained uncertain whether he had contracted the plague. They were in the process of examining him. Shortly thereafter, Gunther relayed the findings from within. Brother Salvatore exhibited no swellings, yet he did have a slight fever and appeared quite frail, leaving his affliction undetermined. Despite voicing uncertainty, Gunther's tone was thick with emotion. He said, "We are no longer in peril," and urged us to rest in other rooms. Gunther managed to say before faltering, then resolutely declared, "You must take Gaulier out. I will not leave. I intend to continue caring for him here." After a moment, the wooden door creaked open, and a bald man thrust the friar bald figure into the arms of the nearest bystander. The doorman, who had been obstructing Phyllis, let out a shriek and quickly sidestepped, nearly causing the recovering man to stumble. Seizing the moment of chaos, Phyllis slipped through the door's gap, darting inside like a little fish. Gunther was somewhat taken aback upon her entrance, yet he refrained from voicing his surprise. After securely closing the door, he returned to the bedside, gently supporting the elderly man and offering him a sip of water. "Cough, cough, I'm fine," Brother Salvatore said, pushing away the water pouch offered by the man. Upon noticing Phyllis approaching, he revealed that familiar smile once again, one filled with kindness, gentleness, and an understanding that seemed to transcend words. Their mere gaze was sufficient to soothe his restless heart. "You have arrived at the perfect moment. There are matters I must discuss with you," he said, smiling at the girl while placing his trembling hand upon Ji-Inther's forehead. "Blessings upon you, my child," he continued. "I am grateful for your kindness, yet there are words I need to share privately." Sensing the weight of his words, the man could no longer contain himself, and tears brimmed in his eyes before cascading down his cheeks. "May the Lord bless you," he said, gripping the monk's hand tightly, kissing the back of it as if it belonged to a saint. He then propped the elder up with 2 pillows, ensuring he was stable before stepping out of the room. "I have long wished to speak with you, my child, but the timing has never been right. I believed I had more time, but it appears that the Lord has granted me little left. Please sit beside me," the elderly man said, patting the space next to him with a smile. "Firstly, may I ask for your true name?" Without a moment's hesitation, upon rushing to the man, Xiaqiqi instinctively pushed off her toes. It seemed that the one named Xiu'er was entangled with matters concerning the hospital, compelling her to inquire further. Her words startled Yunza, who quickly changed his expression and hastened to send a text to his elder brother. The more Lin Xian conversed, the more she perceived Yuan Jinsheng's demeanor as an icy facade, compounded by his evident suspicion. Xiao Yuchun had just emerged from a bath, wrapped only in a towel, droplets of water still clinging to him, radiating warmth. The young boy, appearing around 16 or 17, bore a striking resemblance to Qin Shun, with a head of short hair that lent him an air of refinement. Clad in a light blue long robe, cinched at the waist with a belt, he held onto a sword with a firm grip. With this thought, Xiaqiqi shot him an exasperated glance before expressing her annoyance. Yang Yinzhong tore off the tag from Kennedy Airport, while nearby, John brandished a large hydraulic cutter. The 2 brothers worked in tandem, applying pressure with the hydraulic pliers. And with a resounding crack, the brass padlock was utterly destroyed. In the face of such circumstances, it was commendable that the players from Sage High School could keep pace with Yu's pitching, despite him being able to unleash his full strength. I was momentarily at a loss, first encountering zombies, then failures, followed by old friends, before falling under an illusion, ultimately finding myself in this bizarre place, along with the peculiar equipment. The 2 men secretly arranged by Mu Zongyuan to execute the electrical task could never have anticipated that their master, this cold-blooded individual, would show them no mercy, nor would he spare the room. Their family had just received the funds and needed to devise a careful plan. Aside from eliminating compensation and other necessary expenses, they also required a means to repay Lin Jian. Sure, Xiaoqin glanced back, only averting his gaze to Gu Beichun once Jian Mo's figure was obscured by a pillar. Ling's brow furrowed deeper. Was it possible that the Luo family's men moved with such stealth? Without any deliberate intent, they had reached the threshold of the new house before she and Mu Xuanqing even heard them. However, she had little time for contemplation, hastily lifting her red veil and sitting properly at the bedside. Everything seemed to make sense, yet Bai Shui still felt an underlying discord, as if all was justifiable. Yet nothing sat right. After Mu Jum Master spoke, he turned his attention to Mu Xuanqing, who immediately grasped the unspoken message. However, just as he departed, both Jian and Lei vanished. Then, the 2 began to scream, as the black toxin in their palms slowly spread up their arms. Nevertheless, if her child were to ascend to that position, she would become the Empress Dowager of the Daorong dynasty. Even in death, that status would remain unchanged, unassailable by anyone. The man in the green robe approached to examine Mu Xuanqing's injuries, and he was quite cooperative. From the sight of the medicine box he carried, Mu Xuanqing discerned his identity. After all, if they intended for him to perish, they would not have saved him. A destructive energy radiated from the lower levels of the Tiansua Tower, sending ripples of power across the skies above the ancient tomb sect. Previously, I harbored a deep-seated disdain for Zhang Ba, viewing him as a sanctimonious hypocrite. However, his words today resonated with me, leading me to perceive that he might not be as malevolent as I once believed. Of course, it would be even better without a certain shameless individual, none other than Jiang Yin, who had been eliminated by Lu Ruoxue, but resurrected through the loser's bracket. When I brought him before Qin Jianghao, I instructed him to lift his foot, yet he acted as if he had not heard me, completely disregarding my presence. I stood beside him with a mop, glaring at him in frustration. Judging by what Chu Xinji had said earlier, it was evident that she had been intoxicated that night. However, Sheng Beixian, who came to her aid, should have been sober. Their subsequent relations could imply that Sheng had indeed forced himself upon her, could it not? Yet, the third son of the Su family was of mediocre talent. I recall you mentioning that Yang achieved full marks on his exam, while he had never even come close. Shouldn't it be the third son of the Su family who ought to be weeping? She was a rogue cultivator from the Hong Tian continent, wandering aimlessly through its central regions. It was rumored that her demonic cultivation technique involved absorbing the spiritual energy of peers at the same level to facilitate her breakthroughs. However, upon witnessing Yu Yang strike Hua Yuyan to the ground, they realized the truth. The mastery of sword intent and knife intent was comparable, albeit one wielded a knife while the other used a sword. As the pain subsided and a lightness filled her being, Xiao Xiao let out a long sigh of relief, only to be momentarily stunned. Until the advent of the Federal era, despite enduring numerous tribulations, the two individuals remained united in matrimony, ultimately welcoming a pair of delightful twins. Bai Xiaohua was momentarily taken aback, yet soon succumbed to a fit of laughter, asserting, of course not. The oppressive atmosphere was shattered by her whimsical notion, compelling him to bend down and bestow a fervent kiss upon her, restoring the light-hearted ambience reminiscent of their days in Yunling village. Amidst the opulence and revelry, how many souls truly perceive the suffering and sorrow of the common folk? Meanwhile, those in the upper echelons continue to indulge in internecine strife, weaving intricate schemes and engaging in the same old tricks under various guises. The crowd's gaze swiftly shifted towards an imposing figure, adorned with a large string of prayer beads. Clad in peculiar attire, and topped with a conical hat that obscured his visage, a pleasure boat glided serenely across the lake, and gazing out the window, one beheld the crystal-clear emerald waters glimmering under the sun, with lotus flowers gracefully emerging from the shore and willows swaying gently. In the distance, verdant peaks encircled the scene. Lush forests thrived, the sky soared high with drifting clouds, and the day was bright and balmy, as if painted on canvas. The Valley of Death, a remnant of the brutal conflict between the Huaxia Empire and the Vatican 5 millennia ago, is said to harbor countless undead souls. On an ordinary day, a few individuals seated at the table were drowsy. Even Zhao Buju, the foremost sycophant, had succumbed to slumber. The village chief, with the aid of man, descended from his bed, appearing much the same, yet with a noticeably healthier complexion. Unfamiliar with the roads of Xi'an, the vehicle twisted and turned until he was delivered to an ancient edifice, a serene and antiquated locale. Even he, when confronted with any genuine adversary, would engage with the precision of a lion pouncing on a hare, silently delivering a decisive blow. Yun Zhu felt a pang of resentment, loathing Chao Sun for his earlier subservience and fervent desire for her, only to now coldly admonish her against enticing others. Rescue? Qin Shuyin, upon parting, had seemed entirely untroubled. How could such a brief interval lead to the urgent need for salvation? Have you ever heard of the Yellow Springs? Such a title is unequivocally indicative of underlying issues. Raising his eyes, he beheld the inscription studied diligently and strive for progress in bold letters. With a portrait of the leader at the center, Yang Xingwu gazed at the somewhat faded blackboard and the yellowed walls, momentarily lost in thought. At that time, he was unaware of the rumors surrounding his parents' mysterious disappearance, which led him, before awakening his past memories, to immerse himself in the study of the supernatural. After graduating high school, he dropped out to work various jobs, simultaneously seeking connections to the paranormal by assisting others in exorcisms at minimal cost. Yang Xingwu stood atop the vehicle, joyfully waving his hands, pausing to glance at the friendship store as they passed. Lu Fan smiled silently, inquiring, "I heard you left school yesterday?" Ko Yiming unexpectedly asked. The guard, gasping for breath as tendrils ensnared his chest, turned a deep shade of crimson. What on earth was this fellow up to inside? Yesterday and the day before, he could place bets while sleeping and playing. Today, as the betting concluded, he commenced his murderous spree. Su Tian's entire essence surged with fervent energy as he unhesitatingly refined the dark rose. Xian Yuan clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, believing her to be Zhu Yueying's mother, and conjectured that Zhu Yueying would surely rush into her embrace to recount her tales. You are indeed unfortunate, for you have become the inaugural specimen for my new ultimate technique. Sun Tian mused as he gazed down upon Zhang Feng. The formidable azure stone tablet descended with overwhelming force, casting a somber pall over the assembly as they mourned for Wang Bugwai. Even the wandering cultivators sighed in lamentation at the sight. Rest assured, when the time comes, I will certainly ensure that Brother Long takes responsibility for you. You shall henceforth accompany us. Bai Ling thought to herself, having triumphed over Xuanmeng, and cast a glance towards the distant azure dragon, or perhaps at Yishi. Her mind adrift in contemplation. The mighty army of 300,000 swept through the lands, conquering city after city. The territories previously seized by the New Lai army were gradually reclaimed by the Chu forces. Yet, the Chu army's true objective was not these subordinate cities. Their sights were set on Newer City. Regardless of your agreement, we have already parted ways, Shunzian. I have provided you with your compensation. Please know when to cease. Jin Yin coldly asserted, instinctively stepping forward to shield me, fearful of my potential harm. With his back turned to Loki, Thor's lips curled into a fleeting smile before he pivoted. However, by the time he turned, that trace of mirth had vanished from his visage. Jiang Qian hoisted Song Rong from the ground, delivering a punch that struck Song Rong squarely on the nose, causing crimson streams to erupt from his nostrils. Gong Qian's observed and contemplated intervening on her behalf, only to notice Chui Liao's fingers subtly move, a clear indication for her to refrain from meddling. As Master Gu Yi had stated, the tea leaves steeped in dragon blood tea possessed the remarkable ability to enhance one's mental acuity, a boon for those studying the arcane arts. Yet, before he could make his escape, a cacophony erupted from the entrance, followed by the door being thrust open to reveal a foreign monk leading several enforcers into the courtyard. Damn it, I arrived first. I will take it at this price. Lin Feng exclaimed, dismayed by the unexpected arrival that thwarted his bargaining hopes. Father, Jin Yin naturally called out to my father, who along with my own father, responded in unison, eliciting a hearty laughter that somewhat tempered our excitement. This sentiment confirmed Yi Siqing's earlier suspicion. He had indeed boarded a pirate ship that had already set sail, and, lacking the ability to swim, he found himself surrounded by laughter at Alice's words, while he alone felt a well of despair. Before his words could fully dissipate, a swift whoosh resonated as a feathered arrow zipped through the crowd, striking the screen behind the Chancellor. At that moment, the sun was left dumbfounded, and Hong Ling had called everyone away. However, I had already dispatched someone to issue a warning. Should they dare to speak recklessly, they would meet their demise, Xiao Ziming recounted. Tang Tian toyed with the wine cup in her hands, reluctant to return home just yet, for returning would only lead to slumber. Zhang Yinhuan noticed that Zhang Zhong'er remained silent for an extended period, beads of sweat forming on his back. He worried that if they continued to linger in this stalemate, they might miss the appointed time. Yet, upon reflection, he reassured himself that since the official was resting at his aunt's residence, they would surely meet in the morning, which alleviated his anxiety. As he weighed the situation back and forth, he suddenly heard Zhang Zhong'er request Bihu to bring some pastries and tea. On an ordinary day, both California Qingguang and Yamato Guardian nodded in agreement. One released Mutsu Guardian Yoshiyuki, while the other sheathed his sword, proceeding alongside the still trembling Mutsu Guardian Yoshiyuki. By the time he realized he wanted to break free, it was already too late. An inexplicable force held him firmly in place, rendering him immobile. Jinan smiled softly, then rose on her toes to plant a kiss on Hua Zishu's cheek. Just as she attempted to withdraw, Hua Zishu captured her lips with his, leaving her unable to escape. Aku, you just returned. Why not go upstairs and rest a while? I will have a chat with your grandfather Jiang. Master Wan suggested, mistakenly believing that Luo Sheng sought to escape the toil of labor and had slipped away to converse with others. Qiulin snorted coldly, stepping forward as a dense frost billowed forth, solidifying into a towering ice sculpture. He soared into the air, engaging in a fierce battle with Zhu Ke. Cui Jinshan's expression darkened further. Not only had Ding Chonglin stolen the spotlight, but his own dignity was also at stake. However, with Lu Taimei present, he refrained from uttering a word, contemplating how to address these matters with Li Wui later that evening, intent on setting things right with the young man. Mu Tingxian did not depart immediately. Instead, he ensured that they had all the necessities for daily life, planning to leave before the start of school. Are you planning to form a theater troupe at home? If so, I could ask my mother to appeal to Her Majesty the Queen. allowing her to perform for a couple of days to prevent her talents from being squandered. Su Qianran remarked to the two. The profound tremors resonated within the very souls of the visitors, instilling a sense of survival as they arrived at the temple fair. The original world had seen its spiritual essence dissipate, and the fundamental doctrines had been lost. After fruitless searches, they made a desperate decision. If they wished, Tai could easily depart from the multiverse, recreating an entirely new world in the void, indulging in solitary adventures. Ultimately, sprawled helplessly on the ground, Rawlings coughed up blood, barely propping himself up, drenched in cold sweat. The colossal unified stance generator and Dyson sphere were understandable. After all, it was never stipulated that summoned entities had to be living beings. In truth, any discerning individual could see this was a trap. Setting aside the age-old disconnection between reputation and power, the aggressor's demeanor was quite amiable. Not only did they take the injured party to see a doctor, but they also offered an apology. The doctor had confirmed that it was merely a bruise and nothing serious. How could the family then dare to boldly lodge a complaint? Nonetheless, he insisted on having dinner together on the last 2 days of each week. Some rules could be relaxed, but they could not be entirely abolished. It is evident that KB does not recognize Luffy. His focus lies not on Luffy, but rather on Garp. He perceives Garp as somewhat compromised in his integrity, having been a naval hero throughout his life, only to witness his grandson becoming a pirate in his twilight years. Surely, that elder must be suffering greatly. The colossal python slithers forward with deliberate grace, its soft underbelly concealed beneath its form, nearly filling the entire cavern with its massive presence, the oppressive psychological weight almost suffocating. The serpent intends to slowly torment this audacious human who dared to injure itself, methodically inflicting suffering to assuage its own grievances. He cannot comprehend why they insist on capturing peculiar running shots. Could walking not suffice? The man eagerly leads Yao, whose hands are bound, back to his home, while Yao remains unfazed by the man's frivolity and offense, merely glancing back at Su Jing, reaffirming her resolve for the evening's plan. Initially, Wang Xiang believed Wang Yang was merely posturing, inflating his status, when in fact it was only slightly superior to Wu Xiang's. Perhaps due to the prior depletion of his vitality, Ling Feng's appetite has dramatically increased since his injuries healed. Does this imply that Lu Li and Exine Heir, Qing Ling, favor Exine Heir more? I find solace in this, for though both are aspects of myself, I have long forgotten the events concerning Lu Li. I did not follow Lu Li's memories while ensconced within the wick. As long as the opponent has not transcended from star radiance to moon radiance, he can discern the fluctuations of their celestial energies. Since Mu Wan feigned death in the cold sea, prey has scarcely appeared near her, and she has maintained her concealment. For reasons unknown, this wedding has become common knowledge, prompting the prey to send individuals to resolve matters concerning her. Wang Yang approaches a black ring resting in the corner. Picking it up, fortunately, the subsequent trials of fire and earth have inflicted some pain upon Song and Kong, allowing him to experience the true might of heavenly tribulations. Although Chu Howren may ignore the state of other industries and remain indifferent to the security of his own position, he had once vowed to make EU the foremost software development company in the nation. Should Wu Yuan succeed, would that not render his promise meaningless? The Duke suspects that the north of the ranch has been attacked by the Blood Clan, with the first suspects being Larade and myself. Let us go to that shop over there to purchase some items, thus breaking the currency. I shall give you the 8 yuan. What does that sound? Zhou Chu proposed. Consequently, the two, feeling disheartened, followed the soldiers as they trudged 5 kilometers under heavy loads, before engaging in combined physical exercises. At around 6 o'clock, Li Daniu and Mu Hongling, feeling somewhat fatigued, arrived at their dormitory. Brother Leopard clumsily rose, rubbing his wrists and knees, propping himself against a stone, and replied, "No problem. I will convey your words." Then they limped away. After the chaotic hatchlings emerged from their shells, they innately understood the art of forging and the path of cultivation, which emboldened them to act without hesitation. Olikers sheathed his longsword and merely remarked to Ma Jun that they had suffered a loss before striding out. This time we were unprepared. Next time, it shall be different. After uttering these words, the lazy fish turned its vacant eyes away from Ma Jun, raising its neck in a posture reminiscent of a valiant warrior facing death. With 5 days remaining until the inaugural solo player competition, Ma Jun resolved to transform his troops over the next 4 days before settling scores with the Divine Dragon Society. As for the Blood Alliance, that was merely a matter of time. Chun Yang's lips curled into a smile as he sat cross-legged on the bed. The moment he closed his eyes, the surrounding spiritual energy surged into his body. Meanwhile, as Wu Chu quietly amassed merit clouds atop Ziyu Mountain, far to the west at the junction of the western and central lands, Jin Yuanzi was busy packing his belongings. No sooner had he spoken than her eyes sparkled with radiant light, filled with gratitude as she beamed at him, her smile a blend of shyness and joy. Since Ma Jun had entered the village with his troops, the village chief received him and his companions with respect, offering them a somewhat desolate church as a temporary resting place. However, the chief regrettably stated that he could not provide food, given the considerable number of troops they had. It was hard to fathom how Chu Yu could be so lazy as to delegate all responsibilities to Li Ruobai. Li Ling ceased his prattle. If he could not end the matter in one strike, he would attempt another, for he was skeptical of the existence of an immortal body. At that moment, the guilt that had been festering within him surged uncontrollably, prompting him to take several deep breaths to quell the emotion. However, Cao Cao waited in place for quite a while, only to observe that Yuan Shao and Gong Sunzan's armies showed no signs of halting their advance. There were likely stories behind this situation, and it should encompass the peculiar traits that shaped this rock giant, a fact that intrigued Eileen immensely. The sound of wooden arrowheads striking the ground resonated from afar as Jiang Qiu skillfully drew another sturdy arrow. A bead of sweat dripped from his chin, and he stood resolutely like the ancient archer, his gaze fixed skyward as if 10 suns hung above. The air, imbued with the scent of grass and wood, instantly soothed his beleaguered senses, tormented by foul odors. Su Yifei's heart softened, her gaze grew tender, and her voice took on a low, sticky tone. Indeed, over the past few years, Hao Chang's achievements in Magic City have been remarkable, especially after he was summoned to Jingchu Province in a time of crisis, where he skillfully controlled the spread of the pandemic, achieving a zero-case status across the province, a feat deserving of commendation. Jiang Yueying smiled subtly as she retrieved a familiar object from her bosom, the mechanical wooden lock. Unexpectedly, Xiao Longyue seemed to favor this response, perhaps because Lin Luo always managed to infuse playful wit into his teasing. On such a night, gently embraced by soft light and accompanied by the surrounding and dancing notes, nearly all diners were utterly immersed in the performance of the piece, displaying expressions of joy that surpassed even the delight of the exquisite cuisine. Without further ado, she pursued me directly. Alarmed, I held my breath and plunged into the water, for the river was likely heavily polluted, rendering visibility exceedingly low. Thus, once submerged, it would be considerably more challenging for her to locate me. Granny Lu had watched over Tiexin's mother as she grew up and later witnessed Tiexin's birth, earning Tiexin's deep respect for her. When did the king rise? Why did you not awaken me? She inquired, recalling how last time, Xikong Yanfei had deliberately put her in a difficult position, reproaching her for not attending to his morning attire. This time, even a fool could discern that this grand hotel was undoubtedly Adolf's property. Otherwise, how could he have conceived such a circular room? Moreover, he was aware of the basement's matters. Su Zuiyin curled his lip, contemplating, and then lay back down, staring at the ceiling, yet sleep eluded him. Glancing around, he finally got up and ventured outside. At that moment, Yi Kai-chung, who had been asleep in bed, opened his eyes, watching his departing figure with a smile in his gaze. At 1:12 p.m., the Huaxiat Songlong utilized a spacecraft to deploy a thermonuclear missile for obstacle clearance, neutralizing approximately 1/10 of the threats, with a countdown of 8 minutes for the hyperspace jump. Although I despise him, I shall not become him. I have not taken a life, nor could I ever do so. Lu Yang raised his head to look at Lord Jiao, tears staining his face. Yet his eyes remained clear as the long-buried secret finally emerged, a weight lifted from his heart. I watched helplessly as my father forcefully swung the knife, severing my mother's head from her body. Blood gushed forth from the neck that was now devoid of a head. Indeed, beneath the dazzling brilliance of the star map, Qin Yi's cultivation had soared to the peak of the mid-stage of condensing immortality, while his consciousness had previously transcended the shackles of the 10 realms of cultivation, reaching the terrifying domain of the early stage of Yu Yuan Immortal. Fu Yin sighed contentedly, once again lost in the exquisite art of Xuanji's kisses. Xuanji's attention had successfully shifted to me. Shiro? He gazed at me in confusion. As he spoke, Taoist Daotian gave Yifan a knowing glance. The Zhanfeng Taoist and others dared not speak against it, allowing Yifan to proceed. However, just as Yifan was about to step through the door, a white shadow suddenly darted in from outside. Did we not agree on this yesterday? Yin Isin said with a smile, watching Yin Wan swiftly rush into the bathroom. On an ordinary day, feeling the waves of energy, he flicked his wrist, and the divine damage struck out into the air, accompanied by a deafening sound, causing the space to collapse. Should he encounter an enemy again, Lin Yi would undoubtedly be confident in extracting their soul with the first whip. The power of this treasure had undeniably increased. Chu Tianshu, leveraging his speed, evaded the Bitter Sea cavalry and turned back to rendezvous with Yin Ning, entering the demon fortress together. We reached the end of the restroom, where Liu produced a key and unlocked the tightly secured squat toilet. As he pulled the door, a harsh scraping sound echoed. Illuminated by the glow of 3 mobile phones, a pristine white toilet was revealed at the center of the restroom. Wang Chao let out a furious roar, his voice carrying far and wide, prompting Yang Minjing and others, who were rushing towards him, to hear the anger in his shout. Thus, when Zhu Jianpain remarked that Zhao Zhu had no choice but to withdraw this time, it rang true, for Zhao Zhu found himself devoid of options. Consequently, when he told Jiang Sinan that there was no chance for him, everyone accepted it as a matter of course, rather than as mere arrogance. Please wait a moment. I must first enter to report to the city lord about your arrival and other matters. Kindly remain here for a while. With that, the general stepped into the palace, leaving us outside to bask in the sun. Chu Tianshu nodded once more, recognizing that Xue Bing, employing such despicable tactics, aimed to create chaos for himself. Only by disrupting his own reality could he afford to neglect the affairs of the game, thus granting Manjusaka a chance to continue existing. Was this akin to seeking a scapegoat? Zhao Zhu mused that this mirrored the paper figures he had encountered back at the axis of the earth, also serving as scapegoats. At that moment, I instructed them to wait a moment while I entered the ward to retrieve, by Xinghua's money pouch. Without hesitation, Xiao Mo dispatched Wu Ji to inquire if there were any potters available. Fortunately, there was indeed a seasoned craftsman, a veteran in the trade, which delighted Xiao Mo immensely. The old craftsman, named Li Ji, was said to be the third born in his family, and his surname was also Li, hence the name Li Ji. Several peculiar figures, crawling on all fours, along with a few towering silhouettes that had arrived later, surrounded a remarkably dignified individual. Especially when she spoke of her family, Xuechan felt a deep sorrow. Her family had long since departed, and even in her exalted position, she could not shield them from harm. Once the two stood at the sentry post, a swaying Shangwan Tianchi approached, predictably being ushered into the square. Yun Sheng sprinted rapidly into the depths of the forest, only to hear the continuous sound of gunfire from several points in the distance. He halted abruptly, turning to scrutinize the surroundings, his heart filled with confusion. Why had a firefight erupted at this moment? This seemed utterly illogical. As I was struck, a sense of bewilderment washed over me, pondering why the malevolent spirit had not transformed earlier. Why had it waited until I cornered it to launch a sudden attack? Was there some hidden agenda behind its actions? Continuing our conversation, let us speak freely, as friends confiding in one another. The second prince noted the pause in Xiao Wushang's tone, pressing on with his inquiry, eager for genuine intelligence. How did you acquire that? Yaolan Sei held the Wanxian Ling, gazing at Feng Cheng with incredulity, her eyes wide with astonishment as she asked in a daze. Resolving all matters at hand, the protagonist smiled faintly and commenced the soul-training task. Initially, she had anticipated that the journey would take a fortnight, fearing she might succumb to boredom. Now, with Lu Yuding's arrival, was there not sufficient company to entertain her? Without further ado, she expressed her desire to meet Tanshun. The individual glanced at her, but remained silent, departing with utmost decisiveness. Furthermore, Kai Wei possessed a life-preserving artifact bestowed by the Lord of Thunder and Fire, as well as the watchful protection of the Divine Guardian of the Heavenly Abyss, thus alleviating her concerns. We intend to wed, yet not in the conventional sense. My dear, can you comprehend this? Lu Yuding inquired. At this juncture, Yang Xingye held the esteemed rank of a first-class official, while Han Shizhong was merely a second-class general, a full rank below him. Thus, Han Shizhong was obliged to bow before the official, adhering to protocol. The braised pork was finally ready. During the initial notification, each beastman was required to bring their own bowl, which proved fortuitous as the leader organized 2,000 beastmen into 2 orderly lines. At that moment, a gaunt, ghostly figure emerged from the shadows, lifting a police car with its outstretched tentacles. Not to mention, the prince of the northern frontier, Sun Tzu, personally led the charge, commanding 1,000 cavalry as they surged forth against the multitude. The two conversing were none other than Yang Kong and Mu Nianzi, while the other two were undoubtedly Lu Guining and Cheng Yaojia. The lifeless body sprawled on the ground was presumably Ouyang Ku. I wondered why the thought of division had recently crossed my mind. It turns out it was instigated by the fourth brother. I had no such notions before, and now it dawned upon me that his incessant whisperings had sown the seeds of discord within me. Could it be that Yi Xiu had incurred the wrath of Lai Wu? Although the scions of the 10 great families basked in their own glory, none were foolish enough to offend a prodigy of the cultivation realm, especially one from the formidable Ghost Blade sect, a prominent and powerful school practice. Before long, one could observe her abdomen undulating in waves, yet she remained entirely oblivious to the sensations. Steward, dispose of all items belonging to Lord Yi that are stored here. You know what must be done, Wang Xin instructed as he walked alongside the steward. Yin Ruoxue's bent knees suddenly straightened, and an extraordinary force surged forth from her being. Within her irises, 2 glimmering cold stars seemed to flicker. Pray tell, when does your esteemed group plan to make the internal affairs of Xingyun Group public? Inquired the journalist. Dr. Yu recounted his experiences at Xiantong, drawing comparisons with his time at Intel. The talents at Xiantong were undeniably abundant, led by figures of immense stature. However, the harsh and ungrateful leadership of Xiao Kelly fostered discontent among his subordinates, culminating in a collective rebellion that birthed Intel. Upon seeing that Yue Han was unharmed, Qin Shue smiled again through her tears. Yue Han noted that Song Rian had been observing her intently, understanding that she was subtly reminding her not to forget the promises she had made. Upon returning to the room, Shan Yu carefully set down the heavy iron frame beside the bed. The brazier in the room radiated warmth, creating a spring-like ambience, while a wooden tub filled with hot water rested at the bedside, evidently brought in by the maidservant from the household. However, for the 8 gods, there was no alternative. Having arrived at this juncture, how could one consider retreat? As Elder Karakin began to speak, murmurs filled the main hall. Nearly all races, except for the Jiaohai tribe, began to quietly concur with Elder Karakin's sentiments. I swiftly produced the Wutong talisman, and while General Baihu was momentarily distracted, I unleashed a blazing fire spell towards him. Among humanity, the presence of formidable warriors has always been abundant, and at that moment, a deep voice from Etana echoed from afar. Roman clarified the location of the hard drive and instructed Sophie to wait in the shop across from the apartment, if he did not emerge within 10 minutes. She need not wait any longer. Amat unexpectedly passed away on a flight to Beijing, with preliminary findings attributing his death to acute gastric hemorrhage. Therefore, adhering to his own judgment, he utilized his mental prowess to manipulate the ancient seal, subtly altering the techniques of the fake Yunfeng, rendering them significantly distinct. However, at this moment, no one paid heed to the spies. Panic ensued as people fled in terror, silver blades devoid of warmth, mercilessly reaping lives. In an instant, even the sky turned crimson, a horrific aura spreading as frenzied demons indulged in slaughter, venting their wrath and howling. After reaching the backyard to summon Song Xinqing, Shurtung discovered no one remained. Not only had he vanished, but so too had his parents. An hour later, voices suddenly pierced the silence. At last, the source became clear, emanating from the woods beneath. Feeling a surge of pride, he quickly sprang to his feet, leaping into the air, channeling his full magical energy towards Zhu Yueying, who stood several paces away. At that moment, she was not only concerned for the safety of Zheng Rongzhao and the others, but also worried about the exposure of the Qinshi camp. Her mind racing with anxiety and uncertainty. Suddenly feeling a chill envelop her, she began to sweat coldly and, in a moment of distraction, fainted in the carriage. Your Majesty, this is Shui Wei, Ran Shu introduced with a smile to the Empress, having presumably mentioned her numerous times before. Mao Shuiying remained silent, a gentle smile gracing her lips. With an image reminiscent of an ice beauty, Mao Shuiying's eyes held both reproach and tender care. In his view, If he accompanied her, at the very least, he could use the primordial new beginning realm to save by Fulling's life in the event of danger. At this moment, within the Arctic stone, Mo Li's filament-like spirit had nearly severed its last remnants, while the star energy of Yaoguang had yet to fully merge with Fiona's original soul. I understand. Ao Shui replied knowingly. Upon hearing this, Gu Ming and the others were engulfed by flashes of anger and murderous intent. With his hands clenched, he stared at the sticky liquid clinging to his garment, teetering on the brink of a frenzied outburst as he contemplated smashing the door. Lin felt a sense of confusion. After turning off the power, he peered inside the machine, removed the memory stick, cleaned it thoroughly, and then reinstalled it, ensuring it was securely fitted. This is not the era of feudal monarchy. If we resolutely refuse to cooperate, can they truly resort to force? Sikong expressed his dissatisfaction. While grumbling, he hunched over, pulling upward step by step, resembling a disgruntled coachman with the demeanor of a beast of burden. He had a famous saying, humans, like animals, should not be coddled. If it were said that a bang was playfully included, it would be more accurate to state that he was chosen for his familial status, making him suitable for executing certain special tasks. Later, Su Yunhua observed that the white team's defensive player repeatedly dribbled the ball without any intention of passing it to Chao Wei-Qin, effectively ignoring her presence altogether. Lu Mei's words incited Ouyang Wudi's uncontrollable fury. Without hesitation, he lunged at Lu Mei, unleashing a deadly strike. Yan Lu repeatedly exclaimed his approval and promptly had Han Sulin assist with the card payment. Han Sulin handled the necessary car purchase procedures for Yan Lu, with the vehicle being registered by the dealership and the license plates sent directly to Lin Daoluan. Sun Jinghui hesitated, while Wang Jun took a drink, proclaiming it delightful. After a moment, he remarked that he felt an indescribable comfort throughout his body, prompting Sun Jinghui to join in, and indeed, he found it quite enjoyable. The immense pressure kept the assassins motionless. They could distinctly sense the sharpness of the energy arrows, compelling them to continuously channel their inner energy to maintain the black aura defense before them. In the beginning, the extraordinary individuals could only utilize their abilities for rudimentary slashing, engaging the enemy head-on. I don't know him, Chu Feng immediately denied, casting a glance at Ling Yi, whose flushed complexion suggested he had experienced an unusual dream. Rong Muling found it astounding, turning her big, sparkling eyes toward Xiao Yuanyun, who claimed to have seen Zhang Qingqing, seeking confirmation. A sudden gust of wind swept through the alley, a disturbance caused by the influence of the greedy wolf's power. Shiliang Bagai sneered coldly, his gaze malevolent and venomous, as he retrieved a red elixir from his spatial ring, presenting it openly before Lu Tianyi. At this moment, the fourth master understood why he comprehended the truth of that year upon seeing the city. This Billy, amidst a plethora of sorcerers in America, boasted of his divine prowess, believing no one could withstand his strike. Yet, today, he encountered an unprecedented, formidable opponent. His massive hammer appeared as a mere child's toy before Zhang Rerui, easily shattered along with him. In the blink of an eye, Uncle Gong had fled to the deepest part of the alley, just a leap away from escaping over the wall. Gryffindor, a total of 9 valiant souls, among them Fred, George, the 7th grade girl Angelina, Hermione, Neville, Ron, along with 2 7th graders and 1 6th grader. A beam of green light rushed towards Mu In, emanating from the very fairy that had just launched an attack, now wearing a triumphant and sinister expression, while the young member of the Flash clan fought against the 3 elders. The evolution of the Blood Bodhi had reached its final deadline, with the last remnants of lingering essence slowly merging into its core. Sensing the flames of desire encircled by the power of passion within his body, this very power was gradually being assimilated by the flames of longing. For those who preferred solitude, it mattered not. The Golden Hall's parking area featured a dedicated elevator passage, allowing entry without disturbance from reporters. Ent old M.O. Ethan Nas turned his head, gesturing towards the 2 individuals clad in clerical robes. Although he had previously absorbed the essence of the bloodline from the mother of Tianli, significantly enhancing his physical prowess and elevating the level of his Tianxu power to the 5th stage of the sovereign realm, he was still far from the saintly level. However, he was troubled by her perpetual inability to find balance. She was constantly demanding, never satisfied, and always comparing herself to others. After discovering the stepping stone that was Boss Chun in her previous lower-tier life, Her ever-expanding vanity led to increasing discord between her and Boss Chun. The 6 doors were divided into the outer hall and inner hall. The outer hall specialized in investigations, task assignments, and recording rewards upon task completion, while the inner hall dealt with promotions and assessments, with a clear distinction between the two. Despite Yiling having offered her warnings, she was not oblivious to the fact that Long Ziming and the class monitor were quite perceptive. I am live streaming here, fear not. Even if Su Wuhan possesses omniscient abilities, nearly 100 million fans will ensure he faces justice. Sun Zai slowly approached Mou, patting him on the shoulder. This time, let us not falter after finally utilizing the hope to uplift national morale. The affairs following Xi's mother's passing were managed by Gu Yiheng. And she was unaware of any friend her mother might have had in life, nor did she know whom to notify. Thus, only she and Gu Yiheng stood before her mother's mourning hall. However, he too harbored doubts, as such actions merely served to escalate the conflict, forcing the hidden hand, Su Wuhan, into a corner which he did not wish to exacerbate. Sun Zai, by nature a warm-hearted individual, might be perceived as a celebrity who ought to embody the persona of one, yet he often found himself meddling in the affairs of others. Meanwhile, Lu Yu, quietly savoring meat skewers, observed Sun Zai's composed demeanor amid the throngs of fans, eliciting a faint smile. Moreover, Xiuger suspected that Wei Yi's motives for joining Yinshi Company were less than pure. She had an affection for Qinghe and had even been enamored while in Anqing. Bringing her into the company to continue shadowing Qinghe would surely invite trouble for him. As for the matter of remuneration, it would be prudent to set that aside for now. First, they would secure the job, and discussions of payment could wait until later. However, the numerous cultivators, adept at soaring through the skies, evidently held the advantage. The giant ape was increasingly beset by wounds, its blood flowing profusely, and its movements grew sluggish, indicating its waning strength. Though the spirited elder Gu wondered why there was no formation in the forbidden area to impede him, he was more intrigued by the source of the radiant 7-color divine light and chose to press onward. Su found amusement in this, thinking that this delicate beauty was rather adept at conjuring imaginary foes, as if the wind were to become rain. Shun Mo nodded and ascended the staircase. As she descended, the door behind her closed with a resounding thud, engulfing the space in darkness, save for a faint glimmer of light that rendered the atmosphere particularly eerie and terrifying. This could not possibly be a dream. The pain was all too real, making her wish she had yet to awaken from slumber. In the context of combat units, a banner was equivalent to a division or regiment in the nation. "What did you say?" Murong Maching exclaimed, his face clouded with frost upon overhearing disparaging remarks. Yet, beneath his fierce demeanor, he harbored a sense of nostalgia. For although the dead toad possessed a vile temperament, it had accompanied him through many years in his previous life. The truth of the matter was that he was not a cold-blooded creature. Rather, the bloodthirsty palace simply did not permit one to indulge in emotional attachments. He could not help but swallow hard, the image of her legs entwined around his waist flashing through his mind. Song Pengfei and his companions still retained a shred of dignity. Thus, even when injured, they resolved to return. "Indeed, your loyalty is commendable, if you can consume it. I have no objections," Ning Jiang remarked with indifference. Squatting in the grass, one could still glean experience from the line. Should there be no immediate concerns, over time, Jess might even come to believe he had an assistant by his side. Lu Shuang remained silent. In truth, even if she had something to say, she was reluctant to disclose it, for it constituted the entirety of their funds within the Lu Corporation. A weight settled in her heart as she cast a complex glance at her. Even if Aunt Sue was well taken care of, it was likely that her body would never fully recover, making future childbirth exceedingly difficult. Suddenly, she deftly turned the dagger in her hand, the silver blade glinting in the sunlight as it pierced the eyes of the cloaked figure. As the day dimmed, the two rose to depart, yet Huang Mei, upon reaching the doorway, abruptly turned back. Despite his advanced age, he resolutely led thousands of soldiers to the front lines, vowing to resist the tide of monstrous beasts until death. It was clear that the old master was clearing obstacles for Jiang Huayan, using the pretext of expelling Yi Wan to further his agenda. The staff members examined their identification, noting they had only been married for a little over 3 years, and thus sought to mediate their relationship. Even if they truly intended to lift the barrier, it would not be this evening. After a brief tidying up, Lei urged Mu Duo to rest promptly. However, the moment his words left his lips, he realized he had misspoken and quietly laid down in the corner of the bed. Some alchemists at home, however, gleaned crucial information from observing the lively activities of their peers. It is indeed improbable for an ordinary student from a mere junior academy to concoct earth-grade elixirs. Yet, what if Tang Mu hailed from a different origin? At this moment, Qin had already settled matters with Cheng Tianji and returned. Upon witnessing the lifeless body of Lei lying in a pool of blood and the weeping Mu Duo, he immediately comprehended the gravity of the situation. At that instant, Mu Duo had entirely forgotten her intentions of employing any divine power against Yu. Although sealing Mo Ing within Qin Feng was a last resort, Qin Feng now found himself in a precarious state, leaving little time to expel Mo Ing. In truth, the distinction between rationality and emotion need not be so stark, for both are manifestations of human sentiment, fundamentally indistinguishable. Their gazes locked, yet Han Anren swiftly averted his eyes, unable to meet Nalan Ling's gaze. He contemplated warning them to cease their relentless search, but the words never escaped his lips. He could not bear to shatter a child's dream. Healing his sister had become the young boy's sole motivation for survival, and he could not bring himself to destroy that hope. The two of them, their foreheads veined and drenched in sweat, exuded an indomitable spirit. Even in the face of insurmountable odds and the mounting pressure from Shui Menghan, their determination only intensified. The disciple of Lord Wu Xian now occupies a high elder position within the arch-rivals of the Wu clan, the Xinglua sect. How utterly absurd! A voice echoed, immediately followed by another, coldly mocking. To defeat me, you would require another decade of practice. At that moment, Wei Zimo's furious voice erupted from the stone platform. Though the agreement of 10 battles had seen Hong Yin emerge victorious, it was due to Han Yunzhao's temperament and tactics, suggesting that further schemes awaited. The calmness in not pursuing trouble with Wu Zhao was a result of a conversation he had with Lu Tang. He possessed a peculiar visage. His ample face adorned with a pig's snout, bull's horns, horse's eyes, and goat's jawline. Emerging from the ground was Qi Yin, who slowly rose and stared blankly at Zhou Yu, rendered speechless for quite some time. Mido must overcome the talented youths of the 8 states, securing a position among the top 5 in the freshman rankings to qualify for the Guangnan Conference, all while striving to assist Hai Chuan's sect in attaining prominent standings. With each advancement in the 8 states' rankings, the supply of soul stones from the Grand Estate would increase by 10%. However, his actions were viewed as exceedingly shameless by the onlookers, who subjected him to further ridicule. The might of the wind god Bao was formidable. Zhou Yu found himself struggling to withstand its pressure. Should the wind god launch another assault at this moment, Zhou Yu would surely be unable to endure. Wang Ming's form was enveloped by the elements of light and darkness as he strode purposefully up the mountain. All the specters that collided with the radiant elements surrounding his body were swiftly consumed by the demonic energy emanating from within him, their spirits devoured in an instant. Following the dissemination of news regarding the imminent initiation of the Nicaragua Canal project by the United States Congress, the European financiers found themselves utterly bewildered. They were uncertain whether the Interoceanic Canal Company had secured the authorization from the Colombian government, nor did they know if Congress had indeed commenced the project. No problem. The properties we currently possess are more than sufficient for every member of the Springfield Company, C2 Lei remarked with undeniable pride, having managed to engage in real estate speculation that even caused Li Mu to regard him with apprehension. Truly, C2 Lei epitomized the traditional Chinese spirit. Her meaning was crystal clear. When they wed, Dan Baozhu had just encountered a mishap, and subsequently, Yun Chong had been dispatched to war. They had yet to consummate their union, but now that Baozhu's spirits had lifted and the battles had concluded, it was time to reconcile what remained unfulfilled. Never before had she so boldly expressed her emotions in front of Long Yifeng, and the sudden opportunity to yell at him brought a profound sense of relief to Yang Xiao. Make sure to cue properly to board the ship. You are the only one causing such a commotion, exclaimed the imperial sailors escorting the slaves, their spittle flying. Ai Mu intended to restrain him, pleading for her release. But when her gaze fell upon the coat draped over the sofa, she firmly closed her mouth. Yun Lanyue believed she had cleaned herself up adequately, and immediately proceeded to shovel food into her mouth. Yet, Yin Shishi hastily approached and knocked the bowl from her hands, sending it crashing to the ground. Under the fierce pressure of time, Wang Ming felt a disorienting haze enveloping his consciousness, yet his spirit remained remarkably tranquil. The only thoughts left in his mind, aside from the will to survive, were tinged with a lingering sense of longing. The valet remarked, "No problem," promptly relaying the requests of Wei Renwu's room to the hotel lobby staff via intercom. Even his mother could think of ways to help him relax. Yet, as her husband, he found himself remiss in this regard. Quan Shaoqian felt increasingly guilty towards Su Yiqing. On an ordinary day, disaster loomed as Xylin found herself in peril. Tang Seng's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing the gourd vines in the mirror, whipping and entangling Xylin, his eyes widening in alarm. Although preparations had been made in advance, and Yang's existence could never compare to that of the imperial capital, it was merely a matter of subsistence. Despite Li Xiangqian's commendable patience, why settle for vegetables when one could indulge in meat? Not only in the courtyard but also in the nearby villa, the two elders, the guards, and those laboring in the training grounds. All were within his perceptive reach. After all, what could surpass the experience of hearing one's most revered idol perform in close proximity? What regrets could there possibly be? Lu Feng was taken aback. As an ardent music enthusiast, he could typically discern the quality of a song merely from its opening notes. Heli's, needless to say, has undoubtedly attained a formidable strength, comparable to that of his Super Saiyan Level 2. Lu Xinro finds herself pondering whether she has been born in the wrong era, observing her sisters behaving almost frantically, flocking to her second brother despite the multitude of fine gentlemen available outside, under the deliberate concealment of the Tianxin Legion. The news of the annihilation of the Qingtian mercenaries remains unknown to the Kanglan army. "Come to human resources tomorrow to settle the wages," Su Jiahui stated coldly, her tone leaving no room for argument as she addressed Zhou Changsha. Fortunately, the celestial beings surrounding them were in a state of chaos, rushing to save others, and thus failed to notice Zhu Jiumei. Otherwise, trouble would surely have ensued. In such a confined space, what could possibly be accommodated? The emperor would not allow dissent. He commanded a vast empire, and all of this was to be shared with Xinyao. The dimension light slash, which shortens spatial distance and partially disregards defenses. The mindless evasion technique of instantaneous teleportation, and the space mirror that rebounds damage. After meticulously managing various affairs, he logged back into the game, where it was still early morning. He appeared at the entrance of the Fortune Manor, and Yin Baiwu, displaying remarkable consideration, had ventured out for a stroll before returning. Otherwise, relying solely on himself to navigate through the labyrinthine formations of the maple forest would surely lead to disorientation. Seizing such a splendid opportunity, Rima rejoiced, raising his long sword high and stepping forward. The moment the blade descended would mark the end for his adversary. This time, he was determined to exact vengeance for his frustrations. Xinyao stood guard in the empty outer chamber, unable to catch a glimpse of anyone behind the curtain, regardless of the angle from which he viewed it. "This is the dish I prepared during the first round of the top 10 competition," Zheng Ku stated with utmost seriousness. "Indeed," Du Yixing replied earnestly, his gaze hopeful, as he awaited the chance to share a meal with Nandi, should she not find him lacking. All eyes turned to Lu Fan and Shao Qi, as those blocking their path voluntarily stepped aside, clearing a way for them. "Chef Anqi, please do not jest. If you're not present, what will happen to Jun Kuting? After all, the existing powers of the Noble Council were exceedingly vast, rivaling that of the kingdom's sovereign. Do not fret. Once the two sect leaders return, I shall shower you with affection." Gazing at the captivating beauty before him, Hu Wei felt a stirring within. Yet he dared not make the first move against Xiao Wire, as Yang Bupo had instructed that they must await the completion of her interrogation before handing her over to Hu Wei for his actions. At present, the Chaos Divine Fire has reached the intermediate Divine Sovereign level. After forming a bond with him, Qin Yang should be able to ascend to the Upper Divine Sovereign. Were it not for his only arm being restrained to the stone bed by Xiao Mo, he would have pointed at his own head, expressing clear disdain toward Xiao Mo as he spoke. To this end, Yi Yin promptly informed the notorious Dogdan Yongkong, urging him to notify his subordinates to mobilize in search of any suspicious individuals. In the past 3 days, Yi Fei has been unable to reach Xinchuanzi, leaving her in a state of uncertainty, deprived of any crucial information. To possess the form, yet lose the essence, is indeed a lamentable plight. Gong Yingda, a luminary in the academic realm, holds the most authoritative voice. Ordinarily, she would not reject the opportunity to assist Tang Ming. However, the mere presence of Mu Zixin, coupled with Tang Ming's evident favoritism towards her during the day, has stirred a sense of dissatisfaction within her, prompting her to consider testing Tang Ming's resolve. Yifei finds herself quite unfamiliar with this General L, yet she surmises he must belong to the Dantai family. Despite being rebuffed, she remains somewhat insistent in her remarks. Nevertheless, due to the nature of the public health course, a multitude of students attended, not only from her own department, but also from the business management and other faculties. As Li Daeron's figure vanished from sight, the aquatic beings began their coordinated actions. Some intercepted Li Daoran, while others launched direct assaults against him. At this juncture, Li Wu grew increasingly unrestrained on the defensive end, stationed within the three-point line. Apart from the corner where Lyles held the ball, he aggressively targeted anyone else with the ball, rendering Kentucky's offensive strategy utterly ineffective, leading coach Calipari to vociferously urge Lyles to take matters into his own hands. A sense of shock enveloped her, followed by a moment of bewilderment. Had she truly arrived at the edge of the desert? Daoist Liu, taken aback, stumbled over his words. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would scarcely have believed the surreal sight before him. Almost convinced he had encountered a specter, Sun Bingsheng had already begun to contemplate retreat, yet Song Jiang was unwilling to let him escape. With his hands gripping the staff in opposition, he spun around, sweeping aside two nearby soldiers. Then, with a point of his toes, he chased after Sun Bingsheng. Old Sa tugged at the corner of his mouth, realizing there were no alternative paths available, whether the goal was to awaken more ancestors or to target the entity deep within the earth. The first step necessitated the disruption of the grand ritual. This was a significant event that the ancestors had awaited for countless days and nights. Nothing could rival the assassination of the Omniscient One. In the preceding 8 days, Song Jiang and his companions thoroughly cleared the perimeter surrounding the camp. And in the remaining 4 days, they revisited the previously cleared areas to ensure no beasts remained. The riverside, after such a comprehensive cleansing, was no longer a scene of myriad creatures quenching their thirst. Amidst mundane days, renowned families in the ancient martial arts world, under the leadership of their alliance's chief, had retreated from public life, only recently engaging in collaboration with the state, existing in a semi-isolated state, though some remained unchanged. However, with the onset of the apocalypse, the previous cooperation fell apart, necessitating both parties to reconvene for discussions. Yet, Chu Batian was acutely aware that with his current cultivation level, recklessly approaching the Tianlang sect would not only lead to his failure to annihilate them, but might also result in his own untimely demise. The trio arrived at Jinzun, and upon seeing Lin Feng's car approach, the attendant hurriedly approached, inquiring if General Lin had a reservation for today and whether he required a private room. In such circumstances, facing a player like Song Jiawei, adept in both mouse and keyboard, defeat was a foregone conclusion. Zhang Mengyao glanced back, her gaze falling upon the towering skyscrapers before her, feeling an icy chill that rendered her breathless. Upon hearing Zhuge Liang's analysis, the previously elated generals lowered their heads in tacit approval, discreetly giving him a thumbs up. Qi Lu tightened her grip on the fruit fork, her expression darkening further. She cast her eyes towards Qi Zian, seemingly lost in thought. After hesitating for a moment, she tentatively extended a finger outside the door, feeling the coolness without any other sensation. Once the banquet concluded, the sky had darkened. Empress Himiko, Cheng Yu, Su Yun, and others sat within the military tent, studying a map. This gesture was intended for Tuan Tuan, as even Zhu Qinyan had failed to react, let alone his dog. Tuan Tuan. Cheng Lingji had one foot already crossed the threshold when she froze at his nonchalant words, her delicate face shifting in expression. Was he truly intent on closing the hospital? What? You Russian and you Ruchuan exclaimed almost in unison. Not only the two of them, but everyone present felt a jolt of shock. Yu Russian's expression changed dramatically as he clenched his robust arm fiercely, demanding, "How did Yunyang die?" His facial muscles twitched, tears welling in his fierce eyes. This was reminiscent of the rallying cry their king had called during morning exercises. However, as Zhang Weiyu and the others stepped out of the room and beheld the expansive playground, the synchronized footsteps stirred a sense of awe within them. At such a sensitive juncture, reporting the cult's sacrifices to the church would undoubtedly garner their support and assistance. Yet it could also easily give the church an opportunity to create the impression that Silver Dawn was already poised to align with the Radiant Church. The Fengshan Grand Ceremony project in Buching seemed to be proceeding without delay. Wu Pengwei, wary of attracting attention, continued the work as usual. And he had not embezzled much from the funds. Perhaps he simply lacked the time to do so extensively. Just as Princess Alicia and Princess Eleni sat opposite each other in silence, the arrival of Lord Morowen, the court's steward, shattered the tranquility of the courtyard. Each segment and each place differed greatly. The further one ventured upstream, the more enchanting the scenery became. Upon reaching the picturesque banks of the Jiangling River basin, the breathtaking beauty nearly took Yuning Shui's breath away, and she even contemplated not returning, envisioning a life in a bamboo house by the riverbank. It was none other than the valiant cavalry officer, Hua Xiong. Though he had previously defeated Guan Yu, he had succumbed to a mysterious masked figure wielding a gun, nursing a desire to re-establish his reputation as second only to El Bu. To boast in the face of death is nothing short of madness. Huang Yun could not restrain herself from interjecting coldly as she witnessed Xie Bai's humiliation. Upon hearing Lu Guang mention that the Empress Dowager was threatening Wei Zhe with Lianhua's life, Chang Wei could not help but tense up, the words escaping her lips almost involuntarily. Ao Tian longed to rescue his beloved, yet the adversary was also a cultivator, and they had already employed their magical artifacts. Uncertain of the artifact's offensive capabilities, Ao Tian feared that a hasty move might provoke the bodyguard into action, leaving him with no recourse for lamentation. General Ling, I am aware of your melodious singing, a talent that resonates across this vast grassland where love is often expressed through song. Would you grace us with a tune dedicated to our most valiant bachelor of the northern desert? I wish to witness the depth of your admiration for him, declared Xianren Shouxiu. Observing a flicker of inexplicable excitement in Lei Yuzhengdan's eyes, she found herself exhilarated by this unprecedented encounter. Uncle Yi, a pang of trepidation struck Qin Huan's heart, mirrored in the expressions of Yin Xiao, Li Mu, and Pan Chenhao beside her. Qin Huan's voice bore a hint of restraint, the pain of her wound evident. Yet, a trace of mockery laced her words as she lifted her gaze. Casting a cold smile towards Fu Qingjue, her eagle-like sharp eyes were fixated on Su Zichuan, as if attempting to decipher the intent behind his presence here. After a prolonged silence, Sangli lowered her voice to interrogate Su Zichuan. The battle had claimed the lives of 40 to 50 brothers from the Imperial Heroic Hall, and the losses on Nan Tianming's side were scarcely better, with casualties continuing to mount on both sides. That very smile led by Xiaoyu to feel, for a fleeting moment, as if she had been ensnared by some enchantment. Her senses dulled. When she promptly bowed and apologized profusely, while Li Jun brushed her off, the director calling for a continuation. With no choice, she stood aside. 1,000,000 tons of leg kicks. Shavelin's other foot leaped forward, its speed rivaling the swift fire dragon. Apollo, brother, Athena murmured, as if stirred by some unseen force, her complex gaze momentarily brightening. Li Ming shrugged, finding himself at a loss with this exceedingly unpredictable individual, reiterating that he was not a bad person, or rather, not one driven by selfishness. Chao Yu refrained from further comment. As a brother of Lan Si Te, he and Suja placed their trust in him. Besides, he was the underworld leader of Jiangnan City, and many factions that once thrived had been eradicated in Lin Feng's ascent or had become his vassals. On an ordinary day, Qin Shi swung the axe twice, glancing at the steward. Since the meat was procured from him, it should be returned to the steward. He looked at the steward and said, "Here, this is for you," extending the axe towards him. However, Fang Yi thought little of it and proceeded directly, only to be obstructed by a man standing in his path. Zhao Yin was cutting through the Chao army, actually in search of archers, when he suddenly spotted 5 or 6 bowmen hesitating on how to act. Elated, he spurred his horse forward, drawing his spear and sword, and the Chao archers fell without even a moment of resistance. To oppose? Qi Sha sneered, unafraid of any adversary, for no one could fathom the existence of the Assassin's Guild in such a remote and enigmatic location. The previous was a white crow, and this one a black crow. What manner of creature is this that cannot be slain? Jian Yu remarked with some irritation. Seeing an old monk with a white beard seated cross-legged on a bamboo bed within a thatched cottage, He hesitated to intrude. Just as he was about to withdraw, the old monk opened his eyes. Suahua stuck out her tongue, choosing not to say more, merely murmuring to herself about how, despite being underage, one could think so far ahead. Later, feeling a chill in her lower body, she realized she was clad in nothing, hastily transforming her Rui armor into attire to cover herself. The golden staff struck heavily against the long knife wielded by the fire wolf, forcing it back several paces. Seizing the advantage, Sun Wukong relentlessly pursued, brandishing his staff. He was not merely a strategist. Under Dongzhu's command, true strategists were a rarity. He had wielded weapons, faced battles, and taken lives. His martial prowess was not inferior to that of ordinary soldiers, and when necessary, he could lead an army into combat. Han Feng, unable to accomplish the task himself, entrusted it to the pirates, employing a straightforward method to locate them. He issued a concealed announcement within the 6 degrees of space, which would only appear as an information stream, perceptible solely to the pirates. On Long interjected coolly, remarking on the exceptional nature of a direct disciple of an epic hero, noting that he had not been so fortunate in his youth. Even his brother Elong's swordsmanship had been taught by Uncle Shuwen. Yet, with his level of mastery, each step he took traversed vast distances, appearing to outsiders as if he were teleporting, vanishing with a single stride, leaving only an afterimage behind. That is well. I thank you, Brother Wang, for providing me with this information. I shall agree to the duel with Tang Wu, Yuan Futong said, bowing slightly before taking his leave. Guiyang raised his hand, sending forth a subtle yet razor-sharp blade of wind toward a certain insectoid's antenna. Huayu Yi retrieved an exquisitely packaged box from within his garments, causing Ouyang Yashin to smile brightly. This was not the first time Huayu Yi had gifted her something, but it was undoubtedly the most special, marking the first gift exchanged after their relationship had blossomed. Another initiative targeted various nobles, introducing a VIP annual card that offered year-round access to exclusive private rooms on the 2nd floor, along with complimentary, exquisite top-grade oolong tea with every purchase. Luna's eyes shimmered with mist, her hands tightening around Wang Wei's waist. Reflecting on the pain endured that day, Hua Rishu was overwhelmed with reluctance. Yet the unmistakable anticipation in the man's eyes was impossible to ignore. Gripped tightly in a rush, her fingers sank like steel into flesh, her upper body freezing while her lower half remained in motion. It must be rendered void, Sun Quan declared, commanding his men to prepare horses and lead the guards to the ferry. Observing this, Lu Su followed closely, contemplating silently. If the Lord were to march against Lu Jiang in retribution, Gong Jin would surely lose heart towards Jiangdong, should he choose to retire. Who could command the forces of Jiangdong? Lu Yin felt a sense of ease she had not experienced in many years, a long-forgotten feeling flooding her heart. The cross-shaped blade of light advanced swiftly along its cutting path, targeting the recently pierced Hanzo Hattori. Miyamoto's sixth sense warned him that the latter would not be easily defeated. Upon hearing Alpha's words, over 300 adventurers, regardless of noble or common lineage, erupted in cheers. Huajun presented a dilemma, yet the choices made by the Soviet pilots were of no concern to them. The 2 electromagnetic anti-aircraft guns displayed no emotion as they continued their relentless barrage, swiftly claiming 4 more T-72 tanks. As a fist approached, Lin Shuai retreated a mere half-inch away, maintaining that distance even as the punch reached its full extension, never making contact. Each possessed the power to obliterate the world, their deeds inching ever closer to the realm of legend. Ultimately, they would become legends. They were once ordinary individuals, emerging during the revival of the ancient Demon King. The mad demon roared the final word, exuding an overwhelming aura from his being. Upon hearing this, Zhou was momentarily speechless, while the Chao army soldiers, upon hearing Guo Jia's words, erupted in laughter. Although Zhou felt compelled to surrender Jingxiang, it remained a blemish on his life. Guo Jia's light-hearted remarks were naturally intended to provoke Zhou ire. After listening to Lu Yin, Chen Yong turned around and beckoned Zhao Fuxiang, who promptly rushed over at Chen's summons. On an ordinary day, the Luyin formation began to slowly operate, driven by the sword's radiance and Du Feiyu's innate energy. Old Du, ever the innovator, had been busy procuring his pork. Boss Chun, engaged in high-end business, found nothing unusual in his purchases. What troubled him was the unprecedented intensity of the murderous aura emanating from the soldiers below. Even with the entry of merely 200 individuals, the townsfolk would stand no chance of survival. He aspired to remain by his master's side, eager to serve him faithfully, a dream he cherished throughout his life. Lin Bai burst into laughter, finding Xie Fenghua's words utterly amusing. The two quarrelers recognized that this was not the time for bloodshed. They must suppress all anger and madness. Even if they longed to fight, the others would not permit them to engage. The chilling aura from the dragon spear informed Shursan that the illusion remained unbroken, and everything that had transpired was indeed real. The Jade Fairy attempted to strike again, but as she moved, her strength faltered, causing her to sit down with a pallid expression. Chu Yoxiang was prepared to personally instruct him in the techniques of lightness skill, including steps and body movements. Just as Lin Ming was about to unleash another talisman, he noticed that the recently shot Amin had also been dealing with 3 jumping zombies. Appearing far more adept than Lin Ming, relying on his claws to confront the zombies head-on. Qing Hong's people? Zhang Yi had a multitude of matters at hand. A voice from the shadows, low and teasing, commented on the situation. In the blink of an eye, 2 chess pieces formed and detonated beneath Hua Mulan's feet, triggering a 90 slow effect, while Zhou Yu remained in a state of retreat, causing Mulan's strike to miss its mark. Their hearts are laden with concern. Could it be that a rift has emerged between the two? It is futile. Even if one were to pursue Chu Yeqing within, the outcome would remain unchanged. Unless Sun Yinqing were to perish, she could never ascend. Su Chan was taken aback, gazing at the corpulent cleaning lady. At that moment, he was not merely experiencing goosebumps, but felt a wave of nausea. Nan Shao paid no heed to Nan Mingzhu's fate. He merely seized her treasure pouch, refraining from exacerbating the situation, yet he did nothing to intervene. After being taken by the traffickers, Nan Mingzhu returned to Yang'an Alley with her pouch. Old Masterly cast a profound glance at Lin Ming before retreating indoors to procure a pipe. Team leader Zheng hastily approached to assist the elder in lighting it. After inhaling deeply, Old Masterly began recounting tales as if lost in reminiscence. Li Chong felt elated. Although the price was somewhat steep, it must be acknowledged that the selections provided by the system were indeed exquisite. Perhaps due to a form of self-suggestion, Du was unexpectedly filled with confidence, leading the way with determination, while Su Li followed suit without hesitation. To cultivate a realm of laws to perfection requires an exponentially greater amount of time, nearly tenfold compared to achieving completeness in a singular law. Exiting the passage, one scanned the waiting area for Assistant Lin, only to unexpectedly encounter Dongfang Han. Perhaps realizing their simultaneous acknowledgement of the prior exchange, the two shot each other defiant glares before turning their heads away. Closing the panel, Zhou Shan commenced experimenting with the power of the soul-dominating technique on insects, ants, cockroaches, and mice, hypnotizing these creatures. Moreover, even Su Yao commanded cavalry. With such a meager number of infantry, he dared not make the decision to engage in battle. Indeed, throwing something into the lake is undoubtedly an attempt to poison us. The crow orcs echoed in agreement. Shi Namlin withdrew from his embrace and strolled towards the rocks battered by the waves. After taking a few steps, she turned back to wave at Fu Yinzhou. Boss, shall I send a copy to the Mu family later? No problem, right? I'll help hold the fort. Mu Silin smiled at her as he spoke. The second senior brother hailed from the Liu family, the wealthiest in Datsong County, akin to the tycoon of a prefecture-level city, while the third senior brother was the son of the county magistrate of Baisha, essentially the son of the executive deputy county head. The development at the roots has now stagnated, having merely reclaimed the title of honorary elder. I can carry luggage for my master and the king, scout the path, and assist the king in vanquishing demons, the fox spirit declared. Upon seeing the temple, Wukong noted its anonymity. Alarmed, he sensed the strangeness of the place and opted not to request any food, instead returning to Tang Seng's side. Ningxia felt she had finally discovered something that could drive Lu Xiangqin to madness in her pursuit. This was the key she could wield against her. Noticing the time was late, she decided to log off, preparing to discuss matters with Shun Qing after dinner. This indeed filled Lu Shouguang with immense pride. Possessing this talismanic power, it seemed that no adversary would be deemed worthy of his regard henceforth. At this moment, Tang Sung donned a resplendent robe of golden silk. Wielding a resplendent 9-section staff, His visage radiated the warmth of spring, and his features were as picturesque as a painting. The sheer nobility and gentle aura he exuded captivated the assembly, rendering the demons and the citizens of Hongshui country silent in eager anticipation of his teachings. Upon entering his own estate, Wan Qiyang felt a wave of warmth envelop him, courtesy of the castle's heating system, primarily fueled by the crackling of wood in the fireplace. Mei Lianyan gazed at Li Muse with surprise. He stood casually at the bow of the ship, unadorned by veils or any form of disguise. Tai Jinren was momentarily taken aback as well, loosening his grip on the whisk, prompting Wukong to leap forth and hasten to Tang Seng's side. Rong Ning began to doubt whether the princess had truly come to accept her existence. Could it be that the princess had genuinely compromised? In your absence, they sought me out, insisting on contributing to the protection of the sanatorium, and even expressing a desire to take you as their master to learn your cultivation methods. The county magistrate was acutely aware that, as an outsider, failing to cultivate a good relationship with the Gan family could lead to dire consequences, perhaps even losing his head in his dreams. Upon hearing this, Zhenning Jinren fell silent, gazing into the distance with a nuanced expression, lost in memories. Shun Linfeng swiftly ascended to the top of the pavilion, resting his hands behind his head while fixing his gaze intently on a house before him. This method was learned by Wang Huan from the Qing army. The Manchus had efficiently established a functional regime across the nation in a remarkably short time, often enticing defectors, with most counties surrendering voluntarily, sparing the Qing court any military expenditure. Zhang Renqi inquired, "Have I mentioned this to you?" Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine, as if 3 pairs of discontented eyes were fixated upon him. The Empress Dowager, Xiao Zhuang, set down a memorial, her brows knitting slightly at her son's question, and waved her hand to dismiss those nearby. Fortunately, Tian Ming possessed the clarity of the heavenly eye technique, and having consumed the 7-spirit fruit, his eyes were notably more extraordinary than those of ordinary folk. Like a summer thunderclap, this statement left everyone in the tent, including Li Dinghua and Li Tingyu, stunned and speechless, regarding Wang Huan as though he were a complete stranger. The price of bear bile has entirely detached from the era of low pricing, now having doubled compared to its former value. Jiang Yun once famously declared, "The age of low prices has become history, never to return." What is the true identity of this individual? The once cavalier gaze of the young master transformed into one of solemnity. He propped his chin and gestured dismissively. And once again, the mountain appeared. Did the general know from the very beginning that I would meet my demise? Looking bitterly at Xiao Han, Yin Dingxing raised his head and with great difficulty posed this question. At the close of 1991, the global rivalry between the superpowers of the United States and the Soviet Union came to an abrupt halt with the dissolution of the Soviet Union, leaving the United States as the sole superpower in today's world. Zhou Yi was about to utter more words when a formidable aura descended from above. Feng Yan, with a grim expression, cast a fleeting glance at Zhou Yi, causing the latter to feel a shiver run down his spine. Before he could react, Feng Yin departed the valley, carrying the unconscious Feng's son. Meanwhile, Kanyu pondered when Zuckerberg would unleash his grand move, while abroad, chaos ensued. The pavilion was devoid of the 2 figures, and an ominous premonition surged within him as he gazed upon the eerie coffin. At that moment, Kanyu stepped out of the vehicle to assess the situation ahead, followed by Sha Sha, who alighted alongside him. She surveyed the surroundings, engulfed in darkness, with only the distant, faint calls of birds piercing the silence. The Beihuan road was utterly deserted, devoid of any vehicles or pedestrians. Luo Sheng cleared his throat twice, discreetly stepping back to evade the supervisor's clammy hand. Surely, this supervisor could not harbor any unsavory inclinations. As the two conversed, Bai Li Nan so began to gather spiritual energy, followed by a sharp sound. He hurled his sword into the air, which split into 3, aimed at the wooden wolf. Yet the creature paid no heed. Thus, Su Zhu, having painstakingly prepared everything before Gu Qingyin's official graduation, was ready to seek her out when she unexpectedly shared good news. Qingming took a deep breath and approached respectfully, bowing low. The mental fortitude she had constructed moments earlier crumbled in an instant, tears nearly spilling as she relayed, "Young master, the young mistress has returned to her family." With that, Qingming knelt down. "What benefit does being a concubine hold for you?" Zhongshan Jia attempted to maintain her composure as she spoke, though urgency gripped her heart. She knew she owed the Grand Princess an apology and vowed to make amends in the future. However, this marriage could not be allowed. Yet, as he felt an excruciating pain in his arm, he glanced down, his pupils constricting in horror at the sight of his right hand grotesquely twisted and broken, the elbow bone protruding through the flesh. After bidding farewell to the elder, the family set off on a journey. Mingzi only discovered during lunch, when he brought his child to eat, that his sister and brother-in-law had gone on a trip. He resolved to travel to the capital to find them. Insisting he would not leave, what could they do? Yuan Ba was now lively and spry, much to the satisfaction of the old monkey. Amidst a hint of mystery or sorcery, Nia Wan Luo, shaking her head in disbelief, watched as meteors streaked across her field of vision, disappearing from sight. As she swallowed her food, Qin Yuning shed a tear, acutely aware of what she had lost in that moment. At this juncture, Su Yi and his companion remained oblivious to the unfolding changes, sitting in court, crossing their legs, and sipping tea while engaged in conversation. I cannot guarantee that. One said with a smirk, for those who appear flawless on camera seldom concern themselves with the accompanying visuals, focusing solely on content. Xiao Ning glanced at herself in the mirror. The soldiers lacked experience in major battles and had never encountered large-scale artillery preparations. They were generations behind in both equipment and mindset, making them vulnerable to assault. Just as Wang Xiaohan hesitated, uncertain of how to step outside, she suddenly heard a knock on the bathroom door. Without a doubt, it is Fang Yichen. After answering the question, he continued, "Your Majesty, I am filled with trepidation. We failed to contribute timely assistance during your crusade to rescue the Christians of Constantinople. This year we have prepared the tribute in advance, hoping it will suffice." Tang Xin turned to gaze at the receding urban landscape, where the opulence of this modern city intertwined seamlessly with its historical depth. Since Helen's birth, Qing'er had devoted her days to caring for Ida and Helen, while at night, she tormented Qin Ge. At that time, the phenomenon of land consolidation would reoccur, and those who had lost their land would no longer be confined to the path of becoming mere tenants, but rather would have a multitude of choices. Most officers of the Nationalist Army had military academy experience, articulating their points with clarity that was pleasing to Brigade Commander Li. Ultimately, Li Yong informed this officer, "I shall report your performance accurately to my superiors. However, how they choose to decide is beyond my control," before dismissing him. After traversing 7 or 8 kilometers, the might of the mechanized forces became apparent, as the bandits' war horses panted heavily, drenched in sweat and frothing at the mouth, utterly exhausted beyond their limits. At this moment, an elderly man approached to pay his respects, and I observed him with curiosity, uncertain of his intentions. "You are deceiving me," said Jiushi coldly, his gaze devoid of color, leaving only a shadow of gray. Su Fei's words serve as a reminder to Shi Junyue not to act impulsively. Although unafraid of the formation of 5, he should not forget his gentlemanly reputation. Struggling with the exasperatingly illegible handwriting, Qin Juanshi furrowed his brow as he searched through the comprehensive guide on kidney diseases. Hearing this, Zhang Mao nodded, descending from the wall. He had intended to report as planned, but upon touching the ground, he found himself pondering further. At that moment, Li Lixia began to regret his earlier decision. Had he chosen to stay in place instead of allowing everyone to scatter, perhaps a few could have survived. However, it was futile to dwell on such thoughts now. As memories flickered through his mind like a revolving lantern, Lu Yu cast a few glances before deciding to turn away. Such pathological behavior was rare. Yet for someone living in the royal family like Lu Yu, it was not uncommon. The emperor of the Zhao family at that time had some peculiar psychological traits, leading them to commit numerous acts that incited public outrage. Qi Yu said coldly, exerting a bit more force with one hand, causing the Black Panther to emit a mournful cry, its limbs collapsing to the ground, its eyes dimming. At their level of strength, they would be the least welcome guests on any continent. Li Rahai's voice resonated like thunder, echoing across several square kilometers. Clear enough for his army of over 200,000 to hear, as well as for Du Bian within the Dragon Fortress. Now they had arrived at the city gates, where Tsang Shu had sent people to welcome them, and they would soon be inside. What then should he do? As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Although Yang Tianbua possesses exceptional martial skills, he doubts his ability to emerge victorious against 6 simultaneous attackers, especially as he wields nothing but a wild grass plucked from the flower bed. Yet, within the palace, there are no other consorts of the Li surname left. She strives to unearth some clue from her memories, but alas, she finds herself at a complete loss. As for the esteemed physician Kong Fuming, after his disappearance, he had indeed retreated into the inner hall. Their hands had yet to graze Run Yexiao's garments when her entire being was instantaneously reduced to ashes. Should the source of the purple energy be abundant, it would pose no issue. However, the resources at his disposal are decidedly limited. Leave it to me, step aside. It will awaken shortly. Rao Jiao's gaze was fixed upon the golden toad resting in the center of the cold jade bed, the chill emanating from it rapidly spreading. It would not be long before the cold would cease to immobilize the golden toad, at which point this king of toxins would spring into action. Without requiring Su Chuan's instructions, Huangfu Qiansheng drew his treasured sword and pressed it against the neck of the young man in white robes, delivering a decisive stroke that ended his life. Shining Xianyuan power upon the white energy sphere before him, Beidou was astonished to find that his hypothesis was indeed correct. The rounded white orb was pierced by a substantial hole under the radiance of Xianyuan power, akin to snow melting away. Besides the ruler, there were also supreme kings from the outer realms gathered at the chaotic border of the primordial world, their gazes filled with burgeoning murderous intent. Should the ruler cleave through that city wall, they would be the first to charge in. "Shopkeeper, take a look at this," exclaimed Xian Yun, handing the wind-eroded stone to the shopkeeper. Due to Lin Ye's unique nature, any breakthrough must be achieved through his own efforts. Even if Ni Huang were once a peak expert in the spirit-gathering realm, she would be of no assistance. With dreams to sustain him, his body would perpetually maintain its most perfect condition, signifying a substantial extension of his lifespan. After issuing several commands, the colossal entity known as the Heaven's Path Alliance began to operate at full throttle. The shield formation had been breached, and while Lu Jin yearned to mend the gap, the royal guards surged forth, catching the spearmen off guard, let alone the shield bearers. Regrettably, just as Hong Jun believed the situation would remain unchanged, the 12 divine formation suddenly shifted, and Panga's true form abruptly unfurled its hands. Li Tao was the first to bear the brunt of it. The exquisite immortal sword in his grasp nearly slipped from his fingers as a profound shock coursed through him. His body instinctively retreated, blood surging forth from his throat, rendering his complexion as pale as parchment. With his current prowess, he faced little resistance, directly advancing to the temporary lodgings of the Fire God Prince. Upon witnessing the scene within, his eyes widened in astonishment. It was the first time he had seen Wu Shun at such close range. In his mind, the figure of his lord had always been grand and distant. He never expected that in a moment of injury, he would be afforded such proximity. This cannot be. How could this happen? Like a thunderclap on a clear day, Wang Zhangzhu could hardly believe his ears, shaking his head in disbelief. He retrieved a short dagger from beneath the soft couch, warming it over the candle nestled within the lampshade, then suddenly slashed open the festering wound on his hand, watching the mingled pus of red and yellow ooze forth. Yulin, witnessing this, felt a surge of delight. Just as the Chinquan Heart Sutra seemed destined to be within his grasp, a white shadow suddenly darted from atop a grand tree, heading directly for the airborne sutra. Upon hearing the spirited exchange between Hong Xiu and Tian Air, Su Rongrong felt a mix of joy and sorrow. It was heartening to see their resilience, yet disheartening to witness their dire circumstances. Fang Yao, sensing the skepticism surrounding his actions, removed his sunglasses, revealing a heavily made-up visage that rendered him unrecognizable to all. Wei Yefeng still donned his ball attire, and his uneven breaths indicated a hasty arrival. Yang Jiahua was elated, if his memory served him right. This was the first time Qian Chiyue had extended an invitation since they had established their relationship, and he could hardly refuse. He promptly accepted, earning a raised eyebrow and a subtle smile from Qian Chiyue. Shen Jun wished to vanish into the ground, but upon hearing the elderly man announce a class dismissal, he felt as if a great weight had been lifted and eagerly prepared to leave. Her life still stretched vast ahead. The child they had lost was simply a matter of fate. She dashed out, racing to the pharmacy across the school road, disregarding the peculiar stares from the staff as she purchased a pregnancy test and hurried back to the restroom, where 3 tests revealed 2 lines. Her hand trembled, causing the test to slip from her grasp and fall into the toilet. This served as an implicit reproach towards Yi Zhan as an elder sister, failing to care for her half-sister, while leveraging their father's reputation to pressure Yi Zhan into compliance. The young man chuckled sinisterly, pointing his sword at Shunjun. "Hand over the demon-slaying sword. Otherwise, I shall take your life." His voice was icy, his demeanor calm. Questions swirled in my mind. I was bewildered by the unfolding events. How had my third brother acquired such vast sums? If he failed to procure the necessary funds, our brotherhood's enterprise would be doomed. Not to mention the billion in collateral. We would all face legal repercussions. Meng Guangye truly embodied the pinnacle of China's jewelry industry, unafraid to showcase a necklace worth millions in such a marketplace. "What kind of formation is this?" Ren Yahan inquired of Yin, equally startled by the recent spectacle, despite her superior prowess compared to the slain, formidable foe. Meanwhile, he grappled with the current situation. He had secured his territory, yet lacked numerous essential elements. After a barrage of destruction, chaos reigned. Trees were ablaze, and the charred earth emitted remnants of smoke. Lu Jingjing, having received a harsh reprimand from Lu Dali, felt her eyes redden, yet stubbornly pouted and remained seated, refusing to leave. Before long, the captain they had been waiting for strode confidently into the training room, accompanied by 10 weary soldiers burdened with heavy military backpacks, evoking an ominous sense of foreboding. The treasure they spoke of was merely a handful of pearls retrieved from a sea, intended for a modest exchange of silver. Although the shrimp soldiers feigned nonchalance, they did not produce the coveted treasure. Upon passing through the demon-conquering pass, they would enter Sui territory, a prospect that had long piqued Pan Changming's interest. Now, amidst the turmoil within the Sui dynasty, seizing a share of the spoils seemed all the more enticing. His regiment, once boasting over 2,000 members, had dwindled to fewer than 1,000, suffering significant casualties. In truth, Churchill was drawing upon his research on the German F. Reinhardt, mirroring the strategies that had once led Germany out of despair. This knowledge, however, was common sense among martial artists of such caliber in the Longwu continent. Unfortunately, El Qiansheng could only blame his lack of exposure to this wisdom due to his origins in the commoner district. In the world of martial arts, it was customary for unfamiliar warriors to perform a gesture of acknowledgement prior to combat, signaling their affiliations to discern friend from foe, thus determining whether to engage or negotiate. Lin Feng, far from being foolish, was quite astute. Reflecting on Iverson's words, he suddenly grasped the essence of the underground boxing matches. Victory could only manifest in one of 2 scenarios. Either a participant lay incapacitated on the ground, or one was ejected from the ring. Zhou Mingho, having previously witnessed Lin Shifan's amiability, now addressed him informally as Shifan. The Lord of the City of Destiny was a formidable demigod, not just any demigod, but a descendant of a celestial king who had left behind a seal within him, allowing the release of divine power in critical moments. It was this very motivation that had led her to proactively assist the human realm rather than abduct those she cherished. After explaining how to locate the cursed necklace to Su Zhe and the others, Lao Ba departed the abyss of curses with He Ge. Outside, a gentleman's voice resonated, stating that everything has its sequence, and they had already reserved the room, kindly requesting that the lady not be troubled. The room was suddenly filled with a melodious voice, earnest and gentle, evoking a sense of warmth. It was akin to a celestial wanderer, albeit lacking a touch of ethereal clarity. If her intention was merely to conjure a massive fireball, a radius of 10 or even 20 meters could suffice. However, such an approach would be unnecessary, as it would significantly diminish its destructive potential. Mastery of martial arts was indispensable. Evidently, experience was crucial, perhaps even more so than rigorous training in certain respects. Without any unexpected occurrences, the gunfire arrived as anticipated. Despite the continuous loss of personnel, with many gunned down, AO by resolutely pressed forward. As he drew nearer to the artillery position, a cruel smile emerged upon his face, his arrogance mounting. Furthermore, beside the coffin were 5 children, tightly bound with yellow ropes. Their mouths gagged, producing muffled cries, their faces stained with tears, overwhelmed by fear and terror. Surrounding them were stacks of calligraphy, haphazardly strewn across the ground. Even the lead instructor, Li Hao, seated in the front row, turned to glance at Buexen, his eyes sparkling with approval as he gave a thumbs up in acknowledgement. Ultimately, apart from Zheng Zhilong, Zheng Hongkuei, and Zheng Jibao, the hall also housed the younger generations, Zheng Chunggong and Zheng Kai. The shadows of the plague lingered as all weapons had long been confiscated, and the soldiers lined up in a martial stance. In that instant, one could almost envision Prince Susahan and his guards, showcasing the standard combat techniques commonly employed by the Susahan military. The bullhead, realizing he could not close the distance, concentrated the malevolent energy within him, unleashing powerful bursts of spectral force. Even a thick-skinned python would likely suffer injury if struck. Thus Yi found herself both attacking and defending, matching the bullhead blow for blow. General Yin connected the call handed to him by the black man. The content of their conversation remained a mystery, though one could faintly catch words like dark forest and in a few days. This cup of wine I shall drink. Witnessing his capable subordinate, Lu Hongjian could not help but raise his cup for another hearty gulp. Suddenly, the old man burst into loud, hearty laughter, his booming voice echoing. The crew members at the ship's stern, including Malgo, couldn't help but change their expressions upon hearing the old man's laughter, for it signified not only joy but potentially fury. Could it be that the old man and the red-haired one were inevitably heading towards conflict? At this moment, Xiao Ning lay upon his bed, the effects of alcohol urging him towards slumber, when suddenly a flash of white light illuminated the room, revealing a youthful monk with a fair complexion. Later, I inquired with Zhang Chufeng, who informed me that in ancient times, during the flourishing of the celestial path, there existed concepts of yin eyes, yang eyes, nether eyes, and heavenly eyes. The so-called yin eyes could perceive the duality of existence and see spirits, yet they bore no offensive capability. Ishuehan had summoned Shimin Shui Shui for quite some time, and it was the first instance he was prepared to impart his unique skills. Individuals possessing immense strength could still act freely even when restrained by Hailu Stone. For instance, Ace, though shackled, could defeat hundreds of ordinary soldiers. Yet it was evident that Luffy had not yet reached such heights. As the gate of justice swung open, the last segment of the bridge, hidden beneath the sea, slowly emerged above the water surface. The next moment, the system responded. Host, this system can effortlessly perceive the thoughts within the dormitory. Wang Xinyuan noticed that the sheets on the bed had turned black, unwashed for who knows how many years. Now, they no longer fear these individuals. Once the practitioners from Jiangnan arrive, this place will surely become lively. Yu Ji, gazing at the pitiful abandoned child, resolved to adopt him, and thus left with the infant in her arms. Yet, not long after they departed, the baby began to tremble. A series of melodious sounds reached my ears, enchanting and delightful. Although the purpose of this competition remained unknown, it felt of utmost importance. Ultimately, under the protection of the God of Light, the majority of the Yinxia party successfully retreated to the God of Light temple, situated over 10 miles away. Shortly after Fang Chunliang and Su Mo departed, a bedroom door in the villa was gently pushed open, revealing a man clad in a suit, wearing glasses with silver rims. Yin Jinza took Ai Fei's hand, and together they descended the steps and entered the main hall, where a refreshing atmosphere contrasted starkly with the sweltering heat outside. Blood flowed between his fingers. His delicate fingers trembled slightly, rendering the pool of blood even more grotesque. Guan did not conceal the truth, directly stating that it was Yang Jiahua. Chen Shiyue had frequently accompanied Yang Jiahua into the dark fire, and his phone calls were effortless and natural. If he hesitated now, it would only arouse Qian Qiyao's suspicions further. He had driven himself into a corner, and just as he pondered a solution, another piece of good news spread throughout Wansuan City. He then raised the autumn water sword in his hand, leaping into the air, and struck towards a Liang Wang's son atop the grand carriage. 3 months later, Lord Han's indulgence in revelry attracted vengeance from adversaries. While protecting him, her father was inadvertently killed by them, leaving her the sole relative in this world, and she wept inconsolably. Zhang Liang cast a glance at his counterpart before shaking his head in resignation, then proceeded towards Qingwei residence atop the mountain, eager to express his gratitude to his masteress wife, as her 7 stars plate had aided him immensely. They were aware of Du Heng's wealth, yet the extent of it was astounding. Indeed, the world's top 10 billionaires might possess such capability, but this approach was decidedly unconventional. which tycoon would deposit all their assets in a mother-child account at a bank. Li Zixiao was startled by the sudden voice and looked up to find it belonged to Zhuge Qianxue, the one he had previously saved. Observing her, Li Zixiao felt his inquiry somewhat superfluous. Yi Meng's pupils widened in surprise, and even Yi Hua was taken aback. What was happening? An unexpected marriage proposal? To make him a prince? Luo Tsayu clearly observed Lin Han's actions, though her reaction was somewhat delayed. By the time Lin Han withdrew, she felt her fingers tremble and hurriedly retracted them. All right, don't stay too late. It's not good for the wound. After applying the medicine, it may itch and hurt a bit, so refrain from scratching it. Gu Yi nodded, delivering a light punch to Gao Xiong, advising him. The three reeds were extraordinarily peculiar. Despite the stillness in the air, the lake's surface rippled with 3 concentric circles. Bai Sha rolled her eyes at the peacefully slumbering Tian Xingyu. Although she understood that it was due to Anai's use of true energy to create a barrier beside them, significantly diminishing the noise, she couldn't refrain from voicing her frustration. She pondered why her master, despite yearning for her and possessing the capability to secretly meet her, had never taken that step. Yifei, this is not how one behaves. Mimu, biting her lip and appearing bashful, said with a hint of shyness. Given that the team from Tianqing Institute of Technology consisted entirely of substitute players, each brimming with energy, their defensive efforts were exceedingly vigorous. Huang Hong, witnessing the scene, fell to her knees in despair. In just a few minutes, her family had transformed into this state. Though in her 20s, her emotional maturity remained that of a teenager, and she found herself on the brink of collapse. Tai sect, belonging to the Wudong faction, was the reason why Miao Xian firmly prohibited Hong Xian from learning Shaolin martial arts. Miao Xian was also aware that her master, the true person Chong Su, regarded Tai's martial arts as supreme across the world, and should her master discover her actions, she would be blamed for neglecting her duties. Zhao Shi must have informed you, right? Zhao Zhouxing was manipulated by the spirit of the 6-tailed cat demon in his desire to surpass you. You needn't feel guilty. That spirit's power has significantly diminished and will not appear for some time, Zhang Fan remarked. What is your identity and why have you targeted us? The people of Emogu? Mo Fei directly addressed the matter at hand. You have 1 incense stick's time to rise on your own. Otherwise, you shall never rise again. The voice of Wu Ming echoed ominously, causing cold sweat to break out on their foreheads. This is something we should inquire of our ever-honest brother Zhong Ho. Brother Zhong, what is the meaning of this? Wan Xiu spoke politely, yet anyone with discernment could sense the underlying menace in her words. 2 hexagrams materialized out of thin air, soaring towards the forehead of a person and a beast, leaving behind a faint mark. I never imagined that in just 2 days I would achieve such a breakthrough. My magic has now reached the level of a 5th-tier sorcerer, Dong Fong Tian Bian mused to himself. His gaze was earnest, causing a flicker of fear in Lung Xiya's heart. However, after careful consideration, she ultimately nodded, saying, Yes, you strike, and I shall strike too. Her tone suggested an unwavering certainty that Wu Junwei would not dare to oppose her. After Shangwan Zixuan departed, Chen Yu, sipping his tea, scrutinized Murong Sun's expression and remarked with a smile, Sister, are you worried about the Qin Wang? His tone was not inquiring, but rather affirming. She had initially come with the intention of witnessing an exhilarating spectacle, expecting Jiang Wei and I to stir up chaos, yet found the entire banquet eerily silent. Aside from exchanging a few words with Guan Mu, she largely sat there, ignoring everyone. He Wei retrieved her pager from her bag and glanced at it. There were no messages. With a sense of melancholy, she placed it back. Nie Jingshun, when will you return? Leaving behind a gaze as profound as the depths of the river, Pu Dajiang surveyed the faces of the two before turning away. If you still crave barbecued delicacies, we can indulge ourselves after finishing the hot pot, for time is indeed plentiful. Yin Ye's regard for Lien Xining has remained unwavering through the years. The term skin and bones aptly describes him, with his murky eyes barely revealing a glimmer, their dullness reflecting the weariness of a soul that has witnessed the vicissitudes of life and is now prepared to embrace the earth. Lan Lan, shall we invite Sister Xin to join us for an outing tomorrow? Jin Yin expressed a desire to converse more with the cats and gain a deeper understanding of them. This is the efficient wound medicine I have prepared, along with the prescription for the recently concocted anesthetic. Please accept it, Dr. Hu. She presented a carefully crafted prescription alongside a vial of medicine as a token of goodwill. The cocoa powder was a gift from Jinyu, a flavor that Shirtu cherished. However, Hiwei hesitated to offer it to him, opting instead to keep it in the office for occasional indulgence. For designers, the drafts they create are akin to their own offspring. Su Lele had just tragically extinguished the creation of Lian Xining. Wang Qingqing often teased him and meticulously catered to his every need. Bai Sujin had just provided her with the fundamental details of the entire laboratory, which primarily focused on the production of artificial intelligence robots. Which should we eat first? I have decided. Let us savor them all together. The humanoid tree demon laughed boisterously, then opened its mouth wide, conjuring a purple-black magic circle that spanned nearly 100 meters above Lullabai's head. What a remarkably low-spirited fellow. I mused helplessly at Meng Yi. Though perhaps such individuals are indeed more valiant and possess greater combat prowess. Upon hearing the lady's words, Sun Yu remained contemplative, then opened the box in his hands, slowly revealing its contents. However, upon discerning what lay within, a sense of disorientation washed over him. No need. You should take you home first. I will wait a while longer. My sister is quite busy lately, so she will arrive a bit late. Her speech lacked any hint of tension. On what grounds? How Xian thought to herself, perplexed. She had no desire to converse with Xia Yinhua at that moment. Thus she chose to turn away, presenting her back to him. A colossal screen loomed before them, featuring a glass panel whose purpose was unclear, with each student seated quietly, patiently awaiting the teacher's arrival. Having spoken, Meng Bingyun cast one last reluctant glance at Hong Yi before stepping into the spatial wormhole, vanishing from sight. All right, remove your clothing. Remember, every piece must come off, Longchen declared, plopping down onto the bed with a grin. For Jingyin, the war had recently claimed her uncle, and she never anticipated that her closest ally, Tsunade, would also forsake her. A smile graced Hyline's face, for this was her first experience on the ocean. Racing across the waves on a jet ski, Wanner dashed into the shallow waters of the river, while Chao Mengde, rather than rolling up his trousers, followed suit and stepped into the water alongside her. Yang Xiaotian furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing this, yet upon reflection, it was indeed understandable. Carrying items such as storage rings into the spirit stone mine and discreetly placing a few pieces within would go unnoticed. In the afternoon, Xiao Tian initially intended to return directly to the city. However, he was unable to resist the insistence of Mo Bichi and reluctantly spent the afternoon engaging in activities. On the arena, Zheng Jian glowered at Yang Xiaotian, who had been sent flying. Although Yang appeared to be in a pitiful state, he was acutely aware that he had lost this battle. All you need to do is grant me 1% of the shares, and I assure you, we can turn the tide, Wang Xingzhan declared emphatically. It seemed, however, that Master Chiosong had miscalculated. Upon their return, the room was filled with the sounds of heated arguments, a stark contrast to the dignified demeanor one would expect from esteemed cultivators. It was indeed maddeningly blinding to Xiao Tian's titanium alloy eyes. In Lei Yuesiaft, Ayer, Nuahu, and Lu Haoer's closest companions. He wished for no unforeseen calamities to befall them. Even the most resilient spirit could not endure such devastating blows. In a bid to ensure everyone's safety, Lei Yu hastily departed, boarding a flight bound for the kingdom of Ko. What insights Master Tai Su had gleaned remained unclear to Lei Yu, yet the depth of his jealousy and resentment was palpable. It was perplexing that such a narrow-minded individual could attain the great ascension stage. Yet this was indeed a reality. Pushing open the grand hall's door, their 14 pairs of eyes beheld a throng of people, a testament to the vastness of the main hall, which seemed to stretch endlessly. Luo Tian discerned Luo Jia's intent to attack. The latter's strike was fierce, forcing him to retreat continuously to evade the thrust of the spear. As she prepared to leave with the bag from the sofa, her compliance momentarily halted Song Huaning in her tracks. Gu Xian, in stark contrast, was devoid of both spirit and strength. After quenching her thirst, she succumbed to slumber, only to awaken at the time designated for lunch. Once the troop arrangements were completed, Liang Zheng conferred with Qi Tian regarding battle strategies. In truth, there were merely 3 types of forces to discuss, leaving little room for extensive planning. Aside from determining who would lead the charge, she found herself puzzled. Given the man's status, how could his residence allow her such unimpeded freedom of movement? They seemed somewhat reluctant to part, conversing for a while longer before Jiang finally turned to leave. Anwan picked up the bamboo basket at his feet, which was filled with fodder for the cattle. In a daze, a figure entered, presenting a bowl of warm water to her lips. Hu Ying blinked awake, rubbing her eyes to focus on the person before her. The noble consort was unwilling to nod, leaving Su Shi unable to rise. In desperation, she maintained a half-squatting posture, soon breaking into a cold sweat. Yin Yixiao accompanied him to the carriage before returning to his own, instructing the driver to follow the carriage of one Ihan ahead. The white attire was indeed more suitable. He averted his gaze and pointed to a nondescript white dress with one shoulder design. What now? Susi, bewildered as she clutched the cloak, recalled that Fuma Yuan had recently gifted her a similar garment. Mu Bailey cradled the child tightly, as the lifeless body below presented a hawk. Some things are fundamentally at odds. The outcome remains a mystery to them, yet they simply protect their love. Zhao Raji gazed at Lu Shuai with a perplexed expression, shaking her head and saying, I am uncertain. I have merely heard others speak of it. I have no clue where my father is. The only thing I can do is search for that secret. Perhaps everything will become clear then. His tone was one of helplessness. They were all pitiable souls. Not only was she unfortunate, but he too felt the weight of his own sorrow. Who in this world is not deserving of pity? Zhang Fan fell into contemplation, pondering the question that seemed impossible to answer. Lighting a cigarette, he stepped onto the balcony, surveying the world. Who could be as wretched as he? Who would pity him? Gukai Yangwu addressed General Yin, inquiring about the source of his information. General Yin, the most formidable figure in Yogu City, named Yin Yinxing, was the adopted son of a prominent member of the Eastern clan, which afforded him the title of general. Thus, his speech was laced with politeness, yet brimming with barbs. The cries of Lacey marked the first dialogue since the onset of hostilities. It was not that the parties were unwilling to converse, but in the true battlefield, exchanges were rare amidst the bloodshed, especially when one was not sheltered behind cover. The portrayals in films are mere fabrications. Mu Bailey scoffed, gazing at the pear blossom in his hand. The white petals contrasted with his complexion, rendering it somewhat dull. In the dim light, his warm eyes gradually narrowed, suddenly crushing the pear blossom in his palm, which instantaneously turned to ashes. 3 years prior, the heavy price paid for an overflow of benevolence led to various challenges in the present. Yet, during the 2 years Li Jing'er had followed Chao Guo, she had learned the meaning of treachery. You will find out if you return with us. Please cooperate. Do not put everyone in an awkward position, one of them remarked. When the formation was still inscribed upon the white jade mat, Emon Ning had already grasped its extraordinary power. The white radiance emanating from it was akin to the rarest treasures of heaven and earth, swiftly healing his injuries, rendering him almost resurrected. Master Gu Tian, am I not mistaken? The master of the Tianji Tower truly imparted the transmission method of the Tianji Gate to you? Situ Bluffing inquired, astonished. Aside from him, the two at the pinnacle of transformation and the one at the primordial spirit realm were likely to face dire fates. This attire signifies that aside from your master, you are the second most esteemed in Longhu Mountain, she remarked with a smile. The eldest son of a northern king felt a void in his hands. The Emperor Qin's cauldron had already passed into Zhou Qingzhen's possession, prompting him to step forward, only to halt again. Su Miao Nadif. Although her favorable impression of Liang Xiao prevented her from finding anything amiss with his appearance at Xiefang Hall, it was still prudent to confirm. Yet, she remained bewildered regarding subsequent matters, though she was eager to ascertain Liang Xiao's current whereabouts at the residence of the Prince of Xiang. As the four hurriedly departed from the square, they raised their heads to the sky, only to realize that, in the blink of an eye, noon had arrived. Consequently, they made their way to the dining hall to partake in a meal. Being a team in the midst of reconstruction, Su Yun was reluctant to expend much energy on the League Cup. Moreover, given Borussia Dortmund's current bench depth, they were not in a position to compete on multiple fronts. The two hardly cast a glance at Wu Yan. In their eyes, he was merely a low-ranking Saint Emperor who had gained entry through backdoor means, hardly deserving of their attention. In his youth, he had excelled as a full-back, yet the 32-year-old Leskox now lacked the stamina to support such endeavors. What has happened to the fifth, and why is the chubby one in distress? Came the anxious inquiry from the main house, voiced by the matriarch, Chun. Subsequently, the Grand Tutor and officials supporting the Crown Prince took turns to present their cases. Qin Tian discerned their intentions, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him as he left the court. Although his mentor and the two deputy mountain lords, Dong and Lu, were all saints, he felt that it was far from sufficient. The statement was not only disbelieved by her, even Zhu Yuntian found it hard to accept, let alone Zhu Zhuqin. Although the second sister did not verbalize it, it was evident how Zhu Zhuyun treated her. Here, one could fight to their heart's content. Even death was merely a pretense. Much like what Natasha had just experienced. Huang Yuan, while speaking, cast a glance at Natasha, who responded with a sultry roll of her eyes. Though Zhu Yuanzhang had reigned as emperor for 6 years, donning armor compelled him to uphold a certain gravitas. Huang Yuan's arrival instantly delighted Coulson and Natasha, especially given his striking entrance. Contrary to Qiao Jingjing's expectations, he did not erupt in anger or glare at her reproachfully. As Zhu Yuanzhang followed Mao Chang's pointed direction, he discovered that the city tower concealed numerous treasures. Su Da and others, acquainted with both Yi Qing and Hu Weiyong, immediately recognized that Hu Weiyong's intentions were far from benevolent. The knight charged forth with the force of a heavy truck, instilling fear with his relentless momentum. At that moment, Gu Meng's phone rang, silencing the crowd as all eyes turned towards her. When in Bao and Lu Yin reached the first palace, they found 2 to 3 dozen children already inside undergoing tests, and they too were ushered in to face evaluations from the senior students. It goes without saying that Feng Yihan happened to take her seat beside Zhuo Qingshan, just as Feng Yuan and Zhuo Qingru made their entrance. Thus, within the entire Yangxin Palace, Feng Yihan and Zhuo Qingshan sat on one side, while Feng Lingxiao and Feng Qia occupied the opposite side. Throughout their journey, Danyu relied on internal energy to keep pace with Yang Zixing. Initially, Yang Zixing paid little heed, but after an hour of walking, it became evident that Danyu's speed had noticeably diminished. In the early morning light, the kitchen was filled with steam as the aromas of steaming and boiling food enveloped the air, while the cooks and helpers busied themselves preparing breakfast for the county office. As she spoke, she lowered her head. After all, Song Yi had previously instructed her not to let Xiahou Sun know of her presence in the kitchen, lest he raise unnecessary issues. The morale of the night raid team, who had successfully completed their last mission, was particularly high in recent days, especially for Xiaoyu, who was brimming with anticipation for the upcoming task. Gao Jia wore a flirtatious expression, her flushed cheeks betraying her excitement as her lips rested against Yi Tianyu's neck. Her arms wrapped around his sturdy waist, radiating overwhelming affection. An elderly man appeared seemingly from nowhere. It turned out that the village had often been besieged, prompting the village chief to lead the villagers in digging tunnels. These tunnels provided ventilation and dryness, allowing them to observe the outside world safely. So, what does your father truly desire? Zhao Baosheng inquired directly this time. In a world where all stood against me, only one voice was willing to defend me. Qi Ling gradually lifted her gaze, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Liu Mo did not evade the question. He felt conflicted about Lin Shi, torn between resenting her thoughtless behavior that disregarded others and worrying for her safety. Your brother performed quite well in his first semester of high school, ranking over 50 in his grade, and even brought home a certificate of merit. Chen Mu interjected before Chan Fei could say anything. Is that so? Li Lingyu fluttered her eyelashes, instinctively recalling the time she and Lin she shared in embezzling Li Mo's manuscript fees. After hearing Chen Fei's words, Chen Qian eagerly began to eat, having already salivated while watching him earlier. Director Wang nodded in satisfaction. Who says athletes are merely muscle-bound brutes? Teacher Yu Wei was quite admirable, his words bringing a sense of comfort to those who heard them. Although Qi Ling had originally intended to attempt communication with Beijing, her thoughts were directly understood. Aunt, are you foolish? Aside from Lingyu, do I have any other sisters? You're not marrying anyone to give me a sister. Lin she glared at Lin Chong, as if Lin Chong's single status at over 30 was a grave sin. Having already sipped the coffee offered by Dongfang, it should be too embarrassing for him to return her home as well. Indeed, compared to the casual attire of the other princes, his ceremonial robes were evidently more grandiose. The sword intent of the sword formation grew increasingly formidable, and the multitude of sword lights had significantly increased in speed compared to before. After inspecting the vase, Lan Zi turned his face, noticing Gong Long smiling at him. Oddly, today Lan Zi, for once, was free from a headache. What was I thinking? Why should I trust a vampire? Gerard exclaimed angrily, abruptly flinging Xiao Yuxuan away. The difficulties faced by Zhang Shangying symbolized a complete rupture in the fragile harmony that had existed between the conservatives and the reformists. Thereafter, the two factions could never coexist peacefully as they once had. His divine command coalesced, transforming into his divine soul and body, vanishing in an instant as he darted toward the ancestral hall. Secondly, the ostentatious behavior of Zhou Xingyun serves as a blatant message to the citizens of Lingdu City. I possess an abundance of food, and if you are inclined to heed my words, and I am in a good mood, I may share it with you. Otherwise, even if I were to spill the porridge, you would receive not a drop of nourishment. In summary, when Selyavinia takes matters seriously, her seemingly nonchalant remarks command the attention of all present. Fortunately, everyone here is a practitioner of martial arts, possessing an insight that transcends the ordinary. They skillfully avoid any traces of disturbance upon the ground. This is the statue of the compassionate deity of the Heavenly Way sect, which has garnered the devotion and faith of over 1 billion people across the boundless four nations. By the way, Father, Qin Yin just made me strike a pose in the bathroom. How utterly mortifying. Ma Mengshan bit her lip, overwhelmed with a mix of embarrassment, anger, and awkwardness. Shangguan Yu, indifferent to their thoughts, simply wished for no trouble to befall Shangguan Ling. The azure dragon seemed to have just awakened, stretching its claws and arching its back in the air, swirling and gliding gracefully. Suddenly, it plunged headfirst into the water, creating a magnificent splash that drenched even the northern dipper. Humph. One day, you will surely find yourselves acting according to Linger's whims. There will come a time when you will be on your knees, pleading before her. Why has everyone gathered at my home? I remarked, somewhat speechless, at the sight of several door gods at the entrance. After exchanging a few moves, Zhou Jinrong unleashed his signature technique, the chain kick, sending Yu Yang flying. At that moment, Bai Jingqi darted forward to assist Yu Yang, blocking Zhou Jinrong's advance. Meanwhile, a hint of disdain flickered deep within Shangguan Jishi's eyes, skillfully concealed so that no one noticed. A warm scene unfolded in my mind, a teacher and a group of students happily discussing their upcoming destination, sharing snacks they had brought along. It felt absolutely delightful. Although genuine engagement may be elusive, at least a superficial exchange is possible. Yet, I ponder why these past long stretches of time have been so arduous, as if obstructed by an unseen force. The red moon in Li Chen's hand momentarily paused in midair. What was initially a mere cleanup of the battlefield unexpectedly yielded loot from players that surpassed the drop rates of monsters. According to the design of the Lingzong system, upon a player's demise, not only might their equipment drop, but there is also a significant chance of losing unbound items from their inventory. You handle it as you see fit. Yan Lian understood that Xia held 5 taels of silver, wishing to assist. Yet she felt compelled to caution. Those entangled with gambling are difficult to reform. Just as I returned to the team, I heard Bird General's voice. Even one as composed as I found it rather exasperating. It seems the so-called mocking style of the Emperor of Teasing cannot be changed in the Firefly. Luo Chun, exhilarated, unleashed a powerful punch, creating a resonant sound as his fist sliced through the air. "Good morning," he exclaimed, tilting his head to gaze at her. She was adorned in a flowing beige gown, her hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders, her complexion as radiant as jade, reminiscent of a lily bathed in rain, exuding an elegant freshness. Several hours later, Zhang Han, the leader of the Snow Domain tribe, looked pale as he beheld the formidable warriors of the Longning tribe invading the heart of their settlement. He could scarcely fathom that disaster had befallen them. A formidable tribe was daring to wage war against them, an unprecedented occurrence. Though such was the case, he could not simply stand by and watch her succumb to illness, unattended. When one withdrew, another would inevitably step forward. Alas, I was just knocked unconscious by someone unknown. I thought it was an ambush aimed at me. I shall certainly be more vigilant next time. Are you all right, Ming? Lu Kaishan felt a surge of heat on his face, realizing how close he had come to endangering his son's life. However, the stone corpse revealed that while this secret medicine was miraculous, it was also treacherously potent. Once ingested, it obliterated consciousness, leaving only the primal instinct to attack. As the grand celebration of Qingyan Yuhuang's birthday drew to a close, guests from various regions began to depart. A course of events entirely reasonable. Yet amidst the comings and goings, a palpable sense of entanglement and reluctance lingered upon the faces of the assembled, an intriguing phenomenon. Ever since her sister Gu He gave birth, life had improved remarkably for her. Lin Yaozu mastered the cultivation of fruit trees and possessed grafting skills, earning a respectable reputation in Linshan County. Thanks to waterway transport, his fruits sold well, allowing him to amass a modest fortune. According to Lu Qingchuan, the two gemstones, though originating from a foreign royal family, were naturally acquired, their background and energy largely unknown to contemporary society. It seemed that their acquisition by the two women was a matter of fate. If they could indeed stabilize souls and solidify spirits, it would be nothing short of splendid. Setting aside the crowd's murmurs of resentment and disbelief, I felt a surge of indignation, recalling the overt threat directed at me by the proprietor of Wanfang Tower. My expression darkened. Fortunately, the madman had left behind a considerable sum. Recognizing him as a friend of the lunatic, I refrained from lashing out, reaching into my pocket to hand him several bills. A pair of delicate golden bracelets, round and radiant, lay nestled in a backdrop of black velvet, exuding a gentle yet serene glow that inexplicably soothed the heart. Xie Chongjin of the Xie family had dispatched individuals to assassinate Ban Huai, leaving him perplexed. When did the conflicts among the nobility become so brutishly simplistic? He made his way to Gu Boishang's residence, encountering other villagers along the way, all of whom greeted him with cheerful smiles. As we began to move, the crimson-eyed, ghostly flame wolves surged towards us from all directions in unison. In retrospect, the giant who opened the heavens was undoubtedly Pangu, while Taishang Laojun represented the true master within the re-establishment of this world and the ordained fate of the three realms. This battle was not a testament to the weakness of the Turkic army, but rather a reflection of Shun Lang's formidable prowess, which had transcended normal human understanding. Upon uttering these words, she waved her hand, drawing her grandfather, father, brother, and two precious sons into her spatial realm. When his son returned, he was naturally elated. Yet as a father entrenched in the role of a stern patriarch, he could only express his emotions in this awkward manner. Damn it, Ingjian, you have utterly humiliated Chen Yuan. He will not let you off easily, the father exclaimed fiercely. A fleeting glimmer of coldness crossed Xia Jujing's eyes. She harbored murderous intent. Should Jun Qinya dare to harm Green Lotus, Xia Jujing might annihilate them all. This description instantly conjured the treacherous figure of Cao Cao, grinning slyly in my mind. Initially, Shurzi believed that the king was merely dim-witted and incompetent, but it now seemed that ineptitude was the gravest flaw for one in such a position. Do not blame Qin Yuan. Kill! Kill! The dual-bladed orc warriors shouted in unison, their voices escalating in fervor, evidently to bolster the courage of their subordinates. Yin Qixiao raised a hand, and the Xianyuan divine sword immediately unsheathed. Under his command, it split into two, then four, swiftly transforming into hundreds of flying swords. Once this intersect assessment concluded, Lin Fan would return to elevate his dragon kingdom, establishing a dynasty and unifying Qingjin prefecture. Or rather, Wu Ding would most certainly never marry her. After all, a king must propagate heirs to inherit the throne. The torrential rain abruptly ceased, leaving a canopy of vibrant colors overhead. Although her pupils had already dilated, rendering her vision unclear, she could distinctly sense that she was enveloped. Upon hearing this, Wei Chiotai smiled wryly. If we attack Yuzhou County, would we not be openly opposing Yuzhou? Engaging the Yuzhou army head-on is not what Wei Chiotai desires. If he wished to eradicate Li Wang's forces, he need not have waited until now. Regrettably, when Lu's demise occurred, he was not present, and thus remained oblivious to this matter. As Tian Xuanzi savored his soup, he listened to Mi Zhu recount the subsequent events. It turned out that the captives from the sect had delivered the two to the town, entrusting them to Yuan Zhu, who had cared for them during their prolonged unconsciousness, which is why they awoke in the inn. Cultivators enter the path through their own bodies, soaring to the heavens by day, achieving immortality to rescue the common folk. Mi Zhu declared with righteous fervor, and Tian Xuanzi nodded vigorously in agreement, evidently in full accord with her sentiments. Yang Yi observed that King Blake appeared considerably more handsome, and others felt the sentiment even more strongly. Flattering voices rang incessantly, as if they wished to elevate King Blake to the heavens, yet their methods were painfully monotonous. repetitively echoing the same few phrases, exuding a rather pungent odor of insincerity. Noticing his response, Tian Xuanzi continued, when the time comes, simply inform the shopkeeper that you are delivering jade, and you shall find me. With that, he disregarded Bai Yu and walked away. Wang Shun lamented his misfortune. Just as we were on the brink of achieving our goal, the rain ceased, and without the lightning illuminating the sky, it became difficult for the troops to maintain their formation. Haha, the haunted cave has consistently succeeded in sealing, so it is likely that the next time will also result in a complete sealing. Thus, our excessive worry before the formation is broken is ultimately futile. Fu Yangtao's face revealed a hint of helplessness as he spoke to the crowd, evidently seeking to comfort them. Tian Xianshi recognized that this was the Kunlun sect's tracking device, the Moreau net, which Mijou had begun employing since the wolf demon had vanished. Ah, my esteemed Prince of Huai, you have finally arrived. Zhang Zhaoqi stepped forward with a renewed vigor. The previous gloom on his face softened, and his eyes sparkled with a flicker of hope, as if the person before him were his lifeline. Yet, he was acutely aware that should he falter, and should Yang Qi encounter any misfortune, he would undoubtedly be scorned by all present, and this disdain would not merely be of the ordinary kind. For any mishap befalling Yang Qi would be closely tied to him. As he spoke, he extended his hands, revealing thick, yellowed calluses. Cannon had no time to evade, and was immediately struck by the sword energy, instinctively raising his hand to protect his chest as he stumbled back, nearly losing his balance. The city gate reverberated with a thunderous sound, and it was evident that it would not withstand much longer before shattering, leading to dire consequences. The leader, who had hesitated for an extended period, finally presented a ledger before Yingwei, noting her lack of intention to depart. Su Shiya and Yu Hong found themselves in dire straits, and upon hearing of Su Taer's well-being, were compelled to seek refuge with her. However, regardless of Su Shiya's pleas for understanding or Yu Hong's desperate cries, Investigator Fong still took Su Shiya away. Even when the members of the Holy Heaven Guild were ultimately outmatched by the Glory Guild, the victor would still remain the Holy Heaven Guild. Regarding the studies of the younger siblings, though their academic performance was commendable, it was still necessary to engage several tutors to instruct them in English. Zhang Heng endeavored to ensure they learned anything within their reach. While lost in thought before the statue, Zhang suddenly spoke up, prompting Chong Xian to glance ahead, indeed seeing the cave entrance, with the outer stone walls and trees clearly visible, indicating they had reached the mountainside. On the battlefield, as long as one could vanquish the enemy, no one would question or doubt the true identity of Yushi. She sighed, inhaled deeply, and resolutely cast aside those chaotic thoughts. When a mad horse collapsed, the front of the carriage tilted to the ground while the rear rose high, resembling a toppled onion. Perhaps there was a trace of grievance in my tone, as Yixing let out a helpless sigh, turning his head away and remaining silent for a while. In the depths of winter, pressed for time, I hastily boiled a pot of water, only to find the chill unbearable, nearly freezing into a popsicle. Upon rushing outside, I quickly grabbed a hairdryer to blow warm air upon myself. Yet that meager warmth felt utterly insufficient. Before Lu Qinghuan could utter a word, Li Jingchen fiercely kissed her, his fervor far surpassing the earlier playful pecks and nibbles. Mr. Bai suggested it would be prudent to place the remains in a wooden box and seal it with talisman paper to prevent any mishaps. Subsequently, the family followed Mr. Bai's advice. The corpse was sealed and subsequently buried beneath the bridge at the village entrance, thus dealt with. This matter is of no concern to you. As soon as the words left his lips, the clan leader unleashed a flurry of silver needles. However, these needles were not aimed at Sun Xindu, but rather directed towards Luo Wanyu and Zhang Yang. The previous night, I had not slept soundly, not due to any wrongdoing on my part, but because I was awakened from my slumber by the sound of footsteps, which persisted, echoing from above as someone paced back and forth. I had already mentally prepared myself, yet when faced with the ultrasound diagnosis, she found it unbearable to confront such a reality. Should the mysterious individual deny it, Lu Qinghuan could be certain that she was indeed someone familiar to her in real life. At this moment, the audience in Huaxia and the entire Chinese community, witnessing this scene and hearing this song, fully comprehended Chun Xiaorong's prior assertion that the essence of Chinese culture is the strongest. What exists abroad we possess, yet the romance exclusive to Huaxia is deeply felt by all. It depends on how one interprets the relationship between Su Qingzhu and myself. While the company may promote us as a couple, in truth, I am not inclined towards a workplace romance. This is an honest statement, and though you may not believe it, I remain unconcerned. Meanwhile, Xia Shui was intently observing the military formations, entirely oblivious to Yang Xi's arrival. However, considering the Zhou family's stance on the black market, it seems reasonable for Shiyun Daoist to react in such a manner. The sharp claws emitted a chilling glint, potent enough to shred a second-tier ability user or even severely injure a third-tier one. After all, there are surveillance cameras at the entrance of Tainfuan, and the truth will reveal itself. They were not the least bit worried, and Yin was taken aback, then realized she must have overheard her conversation with Yu Huanzhong from behind the door. Yang Xi took a deep breath. If absolutely necessary, this would be the only course of action. After addressing the matter at hand, Zhu Gaoxiu conferred with several elders, and, as Yin Jinji noted that it was getting late, he took his leave with a group of elders. In an instant, the once lively private room was left with only Zhu Gaoxiu and his brother Zhu Gaoqi. Enough of this. You claim to ensure success while failing to safeguard your own legacy for decades, Bai Qi mocked. Once again, I express my gratitude for the opportunity to share the stories of real life. I thank my editor, for your encouragement has bolstered my confidence immensely. With a flick of irritation towards Mahjong, Feng Zhibai elegantly adjusted her slightly disheveled hair. Pei Yinyin was unaware of Zhao and Jin's current thoughts and had no inclination to consider anything else. The Zhao family lacks individuals like you. After Zhao Linran retorted, he promptly declared the meeting adjourned and departed. Yin Wanyan's voice grew increasingly cold, as if the one seeking revenge was not Lan Yin but rather herself. Yet, it was inappropriate to openly speak of other matters, given that many had witnessed the fortune-telling prowess of the one who examined bones tonight. Su Chan was entirely unconcerned by the landlord's peculiar behavior, which surely stemmed from some underlying reason. You see, there is no connection between us. Yet we have ended up arguing, haven't we? AI Zhuangxiong hastily altered his narrative. However, for Chunin, who bore the title of World's Enemy, with a staggering health pool of 465 points and possessed a vial capable of instantly restoring 100 health points, the mere 100 or so points of damage were not a matter of great concern. Witnessing this situation, Colonel Jefferson resolved to modify the plan. He ordered the Firmness and another armored cruiser to continue bombarding the defenders on the fortifications, while the remaining vessels engaged those enemy ships that were preparing to set sail. Bai Feiyong felt an emptiness within, lacking the courage to follow Shang Xiaohong into the municipal government compound. Instead, he walked to a nearby payphone, retrieved a magnetic card, inserted it, and dialed Meng Shuang's room. This man was like an unyielding fly, impossible to swat away, finally igniting a genuine spark of anger in Li Lin. Confronted with the subtle pressure emanating from Li Lin, the man fell silent. Yin Ruojuan steadied herself. If the girl had a penchant for her money, so be it. Zhu Honglin and Bai Shun were left dumbfounded, unable to answer any of the questions posed. Chu Mingqiu chuckled, mounted his bike, and rode off. After a while, Lin Baishun muttered about what this had to do with their ancestral rights, while Wei Xingcai indignantly added, "Does he even know?" Upon arriving at the hospital, Chu Mingqiu did not immediately enter. Instead, he paused outside, glancing around. Spotting a jeep parked in the yard sent a chill down his spine, and he touched the engine, noting that the hood was still faintly warm. Yu Xiuxiu recalled Chu Mingqiu's state from the previous night, her heart filled with dread and unease. While she supported his training, she had not anticipated such peril. Had she known of this danger beforehand, she would never have consented. I sought you out for this matter. Only you can assist me. And this is not about strength, my brother. As he broached the serious topic, a solemn expression settled on Alsace's face. He had heard of the Taklamakan incident, but upon confirming the absence of anomalous dark information and recognizing that both parties were native Earth beings, Duquesne merely noted it without further consideration. Due to the unfavorable positioning, he still could not seize the option to take the large piece this round. He had prepared to pack up and return to the shop for a meal. Yet he was taken aback that Uncle Li showed no intention of closing. It was already 11 o'clock, and the open sign still hung outside, while his family had yet to come and call for him. Shu Han was not just a student in the composition department. They all attended classes at the Qingmu Drama Academy. Even the composition students were required to take performance classes, albeit treating acting as a secondary pursuit. Sakurai Jun felt a profound sense of loss, inwardly cursing the notification sound of his phone, as he and Sakura Lingyin simultaneously gazed at the messages displayed. However, Shueijio steadfastly refrained from revealing the identity of her master, merely informing her that the object sought by her master resided with Jiangning, a token capable of unlocking the secrets of the Wuxi clan. In the distance, the waves surged tumultuously, while relentless rain continued to pour from the heavens, engulfing me in an atmosphere of foreboding and chill. After conducting a series of meticulous measurements, Wang Hao designated this gas as light gas, fervently planning to design a flying apparatus reliant on it, ultimately resulting in the creation of this airship. Senior, have you not yet come to a consensus? Did not Xiong Ma just mention that you contemplated opening 2 private rooms? This seems quite advantageous. The urgency and disarray stem from a fear of being unable to trace their whereabouts, leaving one uneasy about their current actions and location. She cast a cold glance at the dog emperor, swiftly removing the hairpin from her head, shedding her outer garment, skirt, and footwear. In response to your question, although it was all orchestrated by Chunxiang, she was merely a puppet. Surely you have heard of the sorcery from Shiwu. It was through the manipulation of a sorcerer that the shadow entered Chunxiang's body, controlling her thoughts and actions, Tao Ji remarked slowly. Though the scene was profoundly incongruous, they had clearly heard every word uttered by Guo Liuxiu. What caused the bile accumulation? Qi Jing's inquiry was straightforward this time. Hence, he directed it to Hu Dongsheng instead of the director seated at the head of the table. The cicada monkey contains amino acids that are essential and in high demand by the human body. Thus, consuming cicada monkeys can also promote growth and enhance physical constitution. Wei Jiashu remarked nonchalantly. However, it is not to sleep here, but rather to rest in another realm for eternity. Reflecting on the time when Xiaoyu still had flesh, she often lingered upon her true form, the world tree, in a deep slumber. Wei Jiashu pondered that if he desired to sleep, it was quite probable he would remain in slumber for many years. Ning Ji was attired in a crisp collared shirt, the top button fastened to the highest point, with neatly pressed cuffs, presenting an overall polished appearance. This also implied that Ning Ji had long anticipated the day when he could no longer protect her. It is of no consequence. Without the luxury of contemplation, Yu Chi swiftly retrieved a tissue from her pocket to apply to her injury, covering her arm as she turned to depart. Do not be too disheartened. Had these events occurred previously, I too would have found them intolerable. Those individuals are rather peculiar. Yan Kuei consoled Lu Xian. The value of the chaos treasure is undeniably immense and holds great allure, should one manage to acquire such a treasure. Their power would be significantly augmented, akin to a tiger gaining wings. She had no desire to view the surveillance footage on the USB drive. The incident had been instigated by them, accompanied by numerous provocative remarks. If Shun Feiyong were to witness it, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Furthermore, only the elderly man with the golden dragon spirit vein and Yuan Tianxing possessed the supreme spirit vein. Thereafter, no one else bore such a lineage. Although this method borders on heresy, if arranged appropriately, it could be executed without detection, ensuring absolute success. Where is this place? Lu Xian murmured, feeling an uncanny familiarity. Yet within the air, he sensed a metallic scent of blood and an overwhelming sense of oppression that surged within him. Nevertheless, he remained remarkably composed. His psychological resilience was truly commendable. Consequently, there were countless players applying for membership, each undergoing meticulous scrutiny, with only the most formidable players passing through. A golden radiance spread within Lu Haikong, its warmth causing his heart to beat vigorously. As Ting Shu departed to deal with other poachers, Bokbai contemplated fleeing. Yet upon sensing the formidable presence of a pure white nine-tailed fox guarding the black market entrance, it was instantly paralyzed in shock. Feeling the immense pressure emanating from the nine-tailed fox, compelling Bokbai to timidly wave its hands and retreat with an innocent expression. The army of specters advanced relentlessly, their forms continuously shifting. No significant progress? Does this include that single-person flying device? Mo Wang's primary concern remained that very matter. It was one thing for him to be matched with this individual, but astonishingly, he was also compelled to eliminate him. Following this was the explosive news of Li Shiro's sudden emergence on the forum. The pure white aura illuminated the heavens. The roar of dragons and phoenixes echoed. seemingly venting their fury, as crimson flames enveloped the sky, swept by wild winds. Yet Li Shiro exhibited an unwavering determination to ascertain the truth, persistently questioning within the team whether Jin Jiaqing was his sister in reality or merely in the game. In the course of their conversation, myriad inner demons and obstacles of life manifested within this dream. What does this mean? Ting Shu was taken aback. Why was the opponent suddenly posing such a question amidst battle? You are Tang Yen, aren't you? I recently took the time to watch a few of your films. After shaking hands with Jackie Chan, Qin Muqing extended her hand towards Tang Yen. While the entertainment industry boasts many handsome men, few can rival the combination of purity and allure embodied by Mo Xuan, who, upon debut, generated an immense fanfare. The tug-of-war of time intensified, and Xiang Qing kept her head bowed, too timid to raise it. Her once long hair, now cut short, no longer concealed her expressions, and every subtle detail was captured by that man's gaze. During the opening ceremony of their 3 lifetimes of love production, it was indeed inappropriate to utter such impassioned words, as they deemed each other unworthy even of lacing their shoes, for such fervent declarations would only elevate the other's status. Shen Xuanguang's shoulders trembled, his arms firmly braced against the bed, nails digging into the wooden surface. Yet, what astonished Yizhan even more was the Tianhua guard responsible for the perimeter defense. Surveying the area, there was not a single soldier of acquired realm, but rather all were innate, with captains and leaders being experts at the micro and channel levels. Tang Jingcheng did not sleep well on her first night in the Guanzhai, as the unfamiliar environment proved unsettling. Without the aid of medication, insomnia would have undoubtedly ensued. The other 2 banks, having collaborated with Su Fan for many years, began to navigate the situation cautiously, as Defeng's withdrawal prompted them to issue frequent reminders for repayment or adopt a watchful stance. In essence, they found themselves entangled in a supernatural event that eluded their understanding, compelling them to seek assistance. Consequently, Yizhan was acutely aware that the brutality of this contest was far more severe than any championship bout or underground fight. A simplicity of understanding he believed the Yi family representatives would not overlook. With a sigh, he was reminded of his purpose upon witnessing Wei Yan's feat. Swathed like a zongzi. Emotionless words had plunged Ning Yan's heart into despair, as he perpetually summoned her to seek rebirth amid hopelessness, only to see her descend into the abyss of reincarnation anew. There is something you may not yet know. Do you recall the primordial spirit I mentioned? Murong Shui said earnestly. As the door slowly parted, Jin Dong's face subtly morphed into a cruel visage, his lips remaining unmoved, yet seemingly adorned with a heart-wrenching grin. The Qin gang maintained silence while the northern underworld began to stir restlessly, their anticipation of the southern fertile lands palpable. Meanwhile, the major southern factions were preparing to welcome the newly emerging gang, the 7 Paths, which had bloodily purged the Qilin society overnight. Hate Fuxing observed that the young disciples were nearly exhausted, fearing significant casualties amidst the beast tide. Li Xing inquired, "What does that mean?" "It means the coach is worried you might say something indiscreet before the reporters, thus deliberately keeping you in the locker room while concocting an utterly unconvincing journalist for the press conference," Barnes remarked nonchalantly as he clipped his nails. At that moment, Du, upon hearing his subordinate's report, was taken aback. Incredulity etched across his face as he shouted in disbelief. "Villager, such words are unnecessary. Your allowing us to stay is already a tremendous help, and moreover, the local game may be just as delectable as the mountain delicacies." Although Chu Feng was once an emperor in his past life, he always showed respect to ordinary, kind-hearted individuals. "I feel a bit warm. Could you assist me?" Qin Feng blinked, only to have a basin of water poured over his head. The 13th Bureau had invited spiritual individuals to combat the Dusk Church, yet such incidents unfolded. A clear slap in the face, setting aside the potential of Lowry and Dragic. Even Martin, despite a rating of merely 83, displayed capabilities surpassing DeRozan. As soon as the video connected, Shun Liang beheld Gu Jian pressing his face against the camera, presenting a rather pronounced male perspective on screen. Now, with Zhu Yong providing them an opportunity to showcase themselves, they naturally wished to relish this moment in the spotlight. Otherwise, their expenses would indeed be in vain. When there is space in the paint, James emerges as a formidable dual-threat player, capable of making the right choice when opponents hesitate or double-team, forcing them to bear the consequences. Zhang Mingzhu recalled the day when Yun Shihan protected Zixin, and an ominous feeling surged within him. However, in this crowded setting, as a member of the Longhu group, he could not overtly eliminate Xiaofeng, for doing so would inevitably entangle him in the consequences. He had not anticipated that besides Murong Shuer, there would be another who could rival him, even surpass him. Such an occurrence seemed utterly inconceivable, yet it had manifested before his very eyes. He sighed softly, shook his head, and left the forensic department, returning to his office. He understood that he too needed rest. But at this hour, he could hardly sleep for long. It was preferable to rest briefly in the office. Currently, he had not yet signed a professional contract with the club and was still receiving a youth team stipend. Indeed, it was a stipend, not a salary. Zixin turned around to find Yun Shihan pressing firmly against her chest, her complexion significantly pale. Wang Xuanda finally comprehended why Gui Chen had ignored him all the way out. It was due to this situation. Dan Ro possessed considerable strength. Clutching my neck tightly, and with a forceful tug, I was pulled from the hot spring room. Escaping to safety, the leading bodyguard responded, exchanging glances with several others, and together they lifted Ba Song out. The red light signaled to stop, while the green light allowed movement. The accelerator pressed down hard, accompanied by the sound of sharp friction as the speed soared. Silence was taken as acquiescence. Zongyang exhaled a breath of stale air, crossing his arms, astonishingly closing his eyes in a moment of confrontation. The ground was already strewn with 4 fiery forms. While 2 others, Yuan Ben and Chun Ding, had dealt with theirs, yet the Fire Dan remained elusive. She yearned to inquire of Han Chengqi, asking him, "Chengqi, why did you seem so agitated and furious at Su Jiaojiao's audacious claim of being the wife of 20? Your expression resembled that of someone whose cherished possession had been bullied. It appeared that King Qi desired to extract something from me." Rong Xian met his probing black gaze with a slight smile, yet that smile did not reach her eyes. The brilliance in her gaze was overshadowed by darkness, glimmering with a chilling light. Zongyang was astonished by Tian Jiu's father's actions, as being a brother would suffice, yet Tian Jiu retorted, "Those from the unjust city mature early." The two traversed one long corridor after another, and in the distance lay an enormous artificial lake, teeming with sizable carp weighing over 10 pounds, as well as many turtles, each particularly massive, with some reportedly having lived for over 1,000 years. Embracing her now felt like a dream. Upon seeing her alone and helpless on the road, his heart seemed to cease beating, wishing only to pull her into his arms, to comfort her and wipe away the sadness from her eyes. The emergence of the formidable undead beings, transcendent in their grotesque forms and radiant with colorful luminescence, was truly astonishing. Among the 4 demon hunters, their attention was drawn solely to a nearby figure of a celestial being whose appearance bore striking resemblance to their own kin, presumably a revered ancestor. Indeed, the notion within the dragon realm that slaying a certain dragon king would confer power is utterly preposterous. However, Su Xiao was a different matter. After observing her for a while, he noted that she was not only unafraid, but was also eagerly admiring the picturesque scenery below. Caesar contemplated undertaking certain maneuvers. During this Holy Grail war, while not impossible, such endeavors would undoubtedly prove exceedingly challenging. As the adage wisely states, it is better to teach a man to fish than to simply give him a fish. Once one masters the art of crafting a key, the arduous search for one becomes unnecessary. It was akin to the ice cream made by Gu Sunyun that caused the refrigerator to explode. Even Mao Mao found it indescribable. Han Yu yearned to caress the cheek of Fan Rong, yet the excruciating pain radiating from his shoulder rendered him immobile. Nan Gong Rue Air, upon hearing Chun Chen's words, regarded her with skepticism, feigning ferocity as she spoke. Yet, the tone of her voice belied the seriousness of her intent, making it sound less like a quarrel and more akin to playful banter. A sharp reprimand was followed by the swift crack of a whip, leaving a gory mark upon the pristine white attire of Han Qingying, a crimson streak slashing diagonally from her left shoulder to her abdomen. They had all retreated to a safe distance, their eyes filled with terror as they gazed at Aou, no longer daring to advance even a single step. Suddenly, the medicinal hoe appeared, striking directly at Zhu Jiuxian's throat, while Huadong Lai's usually gentle gaze now brimmed with murderous intent. The strength of the Tiger Fierce Mansion was confined to the northern region, but now it had ventured into the eastern river, continuing its relentless march into Chang'an, seeking to dominate the Guangzhou area and subsequently encompass the entire northwest, including the Sichuan and Jinghu regions within its sphere of influence. This was akin to a serpent attempting to swallow an elephant. Although not entirely impossible, the time frame was far too brief, risking the serpent's own demise. Upon exiting the nameless valley, the geopolitical landscape of the Three Kingdoms had shifted dramatically, for they had spent nearly 2 months within that enigmatic realm. Enough of your nonsense. I am occupied with serious matters. Lin Ruo, she chided, casting a disapproving glance at Jun. Is that so? Then let us see, Long Wu replied, his eyes narrowing at Dongfang Yijian's words. In an instant, a flurry of throwing knives materialized in Long Wu's hands, delicately grasped between her slender, pale fingers. Just as she prepared to strike, a voice intervened. Suddenly, a large hole appeared in the tree, and the body of the ninja was bisected in an instant as a shadow emerged, a glimmer of cold light aimed directly at Huiyan's back. I am Chen Gong Tu, the newly appointed head of the Shanghai military station. Are you Zhan's son? The man in the suit inquired expressionlessly. On the third day, Wei Xian instructed his guards to temporarily reside at Wei Jiazhuang while he ventured into the Great Yin Mountain with his 2 disciples. Though they were not yet ready to cultivate in the Baihan pool, the surrounding low temperatures were conducive to training. Are you confident in eliminating this person? Yang Guang mused to himself as he dismissed those present in the hall. However, it is genuinely quite warm, wrapped in this bear hide. One could sleep in the snow for an entire day and night without succumbing to the cold, regardless of whether Su Qing is truly aware. Li Chongfeng's words at this moment are undeniably embarrassing for Su Qing, seeming as if he intentionally seeks to curry favor. Moreover, he exudes an alluring fragrance. His breath as fragrant as orchids, utterly captivating. He, Jean, deeply agreed, and thus conferred with the others on strategies, specifically how to seize control of the court following the death of Emperor Ling and eradicate the power-holding officials. The two engaged in over 1,000 exchanges, yet neither gained the upper hand. Although Zhou Batong employed even the art of mutual combat with his own hands, he could not prevail. You all, despicable! Shaoan forcefully hurled the plate to the ground, shattering it and splattering the bright, spicy sauce of the mapo tofu onto the surrounding onlookers. Upon sighting the great-eared wolf, the 6 ghosts' eyes turned crimson. They had no intention of surrendering, howling as they brandished their cleavers and axes, charging forward. At this moment, though Tang Weining had lost much of her demon form, the remnants of her scales and bony wings still instilled fear in ordinary people. In truth, many reporters had visited that office. As she described, it was so rudimentary that it could bring tears to one's eyes. He remained aloof towards others, yet was excessively courteous to Yi Xiaowu, beaming with a smile and showing utmost hospitality. When he unfolded the quilt that had been rolled up, he was taken aback. How strange, was there not warmth? Why was it merely a rolled quilt? Afterward, she remained motionless for a long time, allowing him to embrace her, perhaps still not having fully recovered from his words. It was not just her heart that was shaken, but even her soul was stirred. Why would one she loathed so deeply utter her name with such sorrow and helplessness? As the space twisted to its utmost limit, a beam of purple light suddenly burst forth from the center of the dimension. Shortly thereafter, a cultivator, 8 feet tall with a white cloth covering his face, materialized amidst the yellow sea of sand. With the advent of this cultivator, the distorted space returned to tranquility. You all go ahead. I will paint a little more before I leave. Zhou Jiao sat diligently on a ladder chair, engrossed in his artwork, not turning his head. That is good. Let us head back. He will be anxiously waiting. Li Mo, stepping into the vehicle, found his mood inexplicably lifting as well. Are you certain it was a chance encounter? Xiao Ran, observing his increasingly radiant smile, grew more suspicious of its authenticity, questioning him doubtfully. After Yi had reached level 1, a surge of experience from 2.5 years of dual-wielding weapon practice flooded his mind, and his body underwent subtle changes alongside this influx of knowledge. I didn't expect you to be quite sharp-tongued. I shall not hold back, Wang Xiuwu declared, instantly launching himself towards Lung Yu with a fierce demeanor. Resembling a robust black bear, the Qinkuan transformation pill having reached the pinnacle of royal-grade elixirs, once formed, would surely manifest a phenomenon that would astonish the world. Chang Zhang's account swelled by 300,000, his mindset somewhat elevated. Tonight, he had confidently gauged Su Cheng, fearing he might cease to play, thus inquired casually. Luo, he was merely a fetus of 6 or 7 months, with other talents and abilities merging, including the 7 maternal insects deeply slumbering. At this moment, an increasing number of rangers have fallen, even with the restorative effects of the ranger formation. They have fought for 2 consecutive days and nights, utterly exhausting their spirits. Thus far, he has encountered only 4 second-tier advanced beasts, excluding the 3 iron-eating beasts before him, although both parties remain on Blue Star, making open hostility unwise. He does not wish to miss this opportunity to irritate the opponent. The Vietnamese have indeed shown their capacity for action. Over 20 years, the entire country was ravaged, leaving nothing but the people behind. Though he is young, he possesses a remarkable maturity, remaining quiet and observant, watching over the slumbering row without a fuss. Sagar glanced at Sebastian's exaggerated mechanical claws and promptly motioned for Fenrir to step aside. Furthermore, the advanced techniques of the threaded wood art have added several wood-based spells. Yet she has not mastered them. She refrains from engaging in serious matters. The evening breeze has returned after the training session was dismissed. Why is she here again? Sagar asked, bemused. How can I not serve, my lord? It is our honor. Pei Ji replied with a smile, bowing deeply to Li Yuan in a gesture of fealty. The 5 medicinal herbs he had previously selected through touch bore an identical resemblance to those he had just seen, causing him to smile knowingly. Almost all bounties from the Lingfeng sect are announced in this plaza, with the contents of the current bounty clearly inscribed on the prominently erected stone tablet, ensuring that all visiting cultivators can read it with clarity. Now that both sides' competitors are seated, our match will commence shortly. Jimei's voice resonated softly. Under the guidance of Yishiyun, the group arrived at their destination in a remarkably short time, the Jade Unicorn Mountain in the eastern continent, the site of the Ascension Conference hosted by the 7 sects. Since the resurgence of conflicts between the 7 sects and the evil faction, the Ascension Conference has not been held again. It appears that the conference hosted by Hua Tian has become a swan song. He cannot fathom how, after merely a brief unconsciousness, Ling Xiao had managed to turn an enemy into a friend with Waterold. You've gone too far. Now we've become famous. Beichuan Irin placed a cup of coffee, sweetened with numerous sugar cubes, before a young man. Once, she had scarcely regarded Ling Xiao, even too indifferent to spare him a glance. Asakura Kyoko scratched her head, averted her gaze, and her voice dropped to a whisper when she spoke of friends. At the same time, as the 2 giants collapsed, a crisp sound rang out, indicating that their energy reserves had dwindled as the colorful lights on their chests flickered in unison. The translucent reincarnation jade tablet soared from the hands of the reincarnation sovereign, suddenly expanding to an unimaginable size, descending upon Zhou Xian, Hong Meng, and the Dao ancestor Hong Jun like a celestial canopy. Zui Chen's eyes brightened. This overwhelming sense of advanced technology reminded him of the culinary system fragments he had encountered. What left Yifeng utterly bewildered was the sight of a gigantic blood-red skull flag fluttering in the wind atop the towering sail. With a resounding crash, after another intense downpour, the relentless leveling enthusiast successfully advanced to the mid-stage of the 3rd tier. The once ceaseless flow of celestial essence finally came to a halt. What could this mean? Sister, Kate exclaimed in astonishment, her voice startling Tina and Kyle, who hurriedly emerged from the confines of the house to ascertain the cause of the commotion. With a soft pop, Yifeng, bewildered, touched his face and opened his palm to reveal a bloodied mosquito, shocking him to his core. Perhaps I was being overly suspicious. Even now, Lu Ying still bore an air of hesitation and doubt, questioning whether he had been too anxious. This was precisely the opportunity that Yin Baihu had been waiting for. Without further delay, he personally led the 1st Legion, comprising 80,000 troops, departing for Shochuan and heading straight for Lujiang. This was merely a physical injury. The moment Qianlong was engulfed in flames, he immediately sensed a terrifying resentment surging toward his very soul. Fortunately, the feared outcome did not materialize. The liquid metal swiftly coiled around his neck, forming a thick collar that shone like a grand golden chain. Please sit. I will handle matters here, Yin Rongyu said. Her face darkened as she nearly ground her teeth in vexation. If what he claimed was true, then it meant that the Empress had been aware of the events from years past, yet she had chosen to remain silent, treating him with the same care as always. Regardless of her motives, the fact that she had protected him so thoroughly for so many years was undeniable. What do you take this place for? You cannot simply come and go as you please. Yi Qianyu's tone grew increasingly severe and domineering, radiating a palpable air of oppression that instilled a chilling sensation. There were two individuals in total, both appearing to be around 40. The one in front possessed a handsome and composed demeanor, exuding an undeniable aura of nobility. The man behind him, however, appeared somewhat lacking, with a robust physique reminiscent of a tiger and an unrestrained intensity etched across his muscular face. "May I be invited to this year's Mountain Flower Festival?" Li Wuxin inquired with a smile, her nonchalant demeanor belied by the clenched fist hidden beneath her sleeve, revealing an unintentional seriousness. "When you called me that day, it was not as simple as it seemed," Gu Dad directly questioned Guan Qinji. In the meantime, a glance at the corner revealed the star puppet still meditating in a cross-legged position. However, judging by the increasing intensity of its aura and the armor enveloping its body, it would not be long before it achieved complete integration. The eyes that had just opened seemed unaccustomed to perceiving objects in such darkness, yet faintly. He could discern numerous items hanging around, exuding a chilling and oppressive atmosphere that was quite discomforting. After obtaining passage permission from the sentry, he entered through the gates, ascended the staircase, and opened the door to the reception room. Inside, a gentleman in his 30s or 40s was elegantly sipping red tea. All 9 of these individuals possessed the strength of upper-tier dragons. However, later on, these 9 children, empowered by the secret techniques bestowed by the dragon god and their formidable strength as ascending dragons, came together and wreaked havoc in the demon realm, engaging in duels and slaying countless renowned masters, inciting widespread resentment among the demon populace. "How fares the task I assigned to you, Wang Ying?" The Mingwu sect leader sat upon the throne, his expression grave as he gazed upon the kneeling figure before him. "Please, there is no need for such formality. You may simply call me Sun Ruo from now on. I have slipped away, and as we are not in the kingdom of Feudy, the title of princess is rather inappropriate. This is neither the time nor the place for disputes over right or wrong. I seek to understand the unfolding of events." Wang Weidong interjected. "Mr. Zhuge, the great Ming dynasty still has hope, even if it requires the sacrifice of one's life." The atmosphere between the two men grew increasingly tense, drawing the attention of those present. These 2 spies were dispatched by the 6 prominent families of the capital, eager to ascertain the reason for Longman's arrival and the status of the primordial celestial. Su Chuan surmised that their interest lay with the primordial celestial, likely sent by the organization behind the 6 families rather than by their direct request. Thus, he retrieved a splendid set of garments from the Buddhist bead realm and donned them before making his way towards Xiao Yuroa. Murong Bin recognized his inferiority and attempted to retreat, but stumbled and fell to the ground. Earlier, when Elder Gu was pursuing the leader of the Blood Sea gang, Su Chuan had sensed that the man was not easy to deal with, and indeed, his predictions held true. The middle-aged man, having traversed perilous paths, relied upon his extraordinary offensive techniques. Although during Tang Mingyuan's lifetime, the Wanding group was largely managed by Tang Xia, the presence of Tang Mingyuan kept the elder board members in check, preventing any upheaval. "Wow, Chengge, you can't be serious. Living with Qing Xue and Aili every day. Nothing has happened." Lei Yu expressed surprise, aware of my brotherly demeanor towards them, yet curious about what might transpire behind closed doors. At this moment, Jiang Yun summoned the entire thunder of the Daoxing world, a multitude beyond counting, transforming the space into a realm dominated by lightning. Qi Xiaoxiao's company was set to take a half-month break, while Qiao Xija's school had already commenced its winter vacation, resuming studies only after the Lantern Festival. Chun Danxing suddenly felt a jolt as he realized that the precious orb had fused into his brow, merging with the original reddish-brown mark, becoming one. Indeed, it is crucial to note that the majority of those invited to the wedding by the Nangong family were individuals with favorable relations to them, naturally inclining their sympathies towards the Nangong clan. Could it be that Director Wang is planning yet another melodrama? To be honest, under normal circumstances, I would have accepted the offer, as there is certainly financial gain to be had. However, at present, I prefer to spend more time with Qing Xue and focus on earning a living later. Now, they are tormented beyond recognition, Yet their spirit remains undaunted. They have not succumbed. Even when imprisoned like death row inmates, they still exude an indomitable vigor. She too is curious, striving to linger by the spoon, yet allowing herself no action, only to feed on blood. How clever am I? Lansheen is my maid, and if my elder brother were to marry her, he would indirectly become my bodyguard, and, consequently, yours as well. Tang Tang counted on her fingers, calculating. Since Fong Do is willing to venture into the fruit market, it provides Li Xiang with a lifeline, alleviating his concerns. Regardless of his company's fate, at least his parents shall not suffer from hunger. Xiao Bing yearns for that moment. If he were to kiss her then, even if just a single kiss, Lin Yumming's pride would vanish, and all those unnecessary rationalities would surely scatter like summer flies before the first drops of storm. At that moment, the brothers Wu Gang and Wu Lai, along with the two elder shadow guards, found themselves ensnared in the encirclement of the golden-armored guards and Zhu Shan. The stars twinkled, the moon perched upon the willow tips, its silvery light gently cascading down, blanketing the ground in a shimmering white. In the night sky, the azure expanse held a few white clouds drifting leisurely, imbuing the vast city with a touch of tranquility amid the clamor and splendor. Following them were the 53rd and 55th Infantry Battalions of the Jaden Alliance's 14th Regiment, aligned in parallel on either side. Between the two battalions, there were engineers, artillery, and Zhu Pingjin's central forces. The three companies of the 5th Battalion merged with the reorganized Reserve Company of the 14th Battalion, forming an inverted triangular formation alongside the 53rd and 55th Infantry Battalions. This sinister blade, indeed worthy of its ominous name, exuded a terrifying aura that unmistakably revealed it as a weapon steeped in countless bloodshed. This time, Yi Tian did not evade. He unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks, relentlessly assaulting the unicorn from every angle before casting it aside. As a commander of the Jinyui, this man, apart from duty at the Northern Pacification Office, must also provide close protection for Emperor Chongda. To be so favored by the emperor is considered a tremendous fortune in the eyes of others. Yet Shi Jun wishes that Lien Su did not bear such honor. His wounds had only just healed, and the consequences of another injury would be dire. Outside, the snow had long ceased, the world now draped in pristine white. The cold wind howling, mingling with crystalline flakes that shimmered like shattered glass. At this moment, Duan Hongyu was about to scale the wall when he was abruptly interrupted by conversation from the other side. The voices so near they seemed but a wall apart from him. When the mealtime arrives, the military camp will naturally issue orders, and you need only to follow. Moyu said, "Do not be anxious, second and third brothers. He is still a man burdened with sin at present and must await the king's revocation of his sentence, so that he may be exonerated and one day return to his princely status, winning over his sister in splendor," said the eldest brother of the Lan family, with a serious demeanor, as if it were of utmost importance. Upon acquiring the essence of vanilla oil, Liao Yuer's fingertips trembled delicately. Her visage was irrevocably marred, and though the wounds had healed, the grotesque scars left upon her flesh remained truly terrifying. In her fury, she shattered the mirror in her chamber. Yet the haunting images in her mind were indelibly etched and could not be banished. Suddenly, the pupils of the three individuals constricted as they hastily turned their gaze toward the nearby woods. The horse came to a halt, and a flicker of confusion crossed their faces. If they were not mistaken, that was Sherlon. The bridal attire she wore was quite substantial, for it was already late September, and donning something too light would risk exposing her to the chill of the wind. "Mother, Father has pondered the situation in the northern territories for quite some time. Perhaps we should send Huier in person to scout the area. I could disguise myself and infiltrate the enemy camp to ascertain whether the Hu Rong and Bei Di truly harbor treacherous ambitions," Xin Yuan Hui proposed. "What do you mean by that?" Chui Xiang inquired, furrowing her brow as she stepped forward. However, the current state of Yong Yi had not reverted to its former self, compelling her to strain her neck further to glimpse the face of Xing Xiong Yong Yi. Nwomi Toanzi handed her the map and dismounted from her steed, while the others gathered around them, casting curious glances at the map in Bei Shi's hands, pondering why the town of Lindelair was absent. Old Fu's face displayed skepticism, and a sudden spark of curiosity ignited within him as he activated his spiritual sense to scan Shinfang. The worst outcome seemed to have materialized, causing Ling Meng to become anxious. Although she had never utilized such high-tech devices, It was evident that this was something her impoverished self could not afford. I will not allow Ling Meng to take such a risk, Yakumo Z interjected, her brow furrowed, interrupting Hakuto Iron's words. Zhang Yuanzi and Kong Qiu had not truly engaged in a full-fledged battle. Otherwise, with their prowess, they could have turned the solar star upside down, affecting the three realms. Yet, they refrained from doing so, merely tailoring a wedding dress for another, as it had not yet escalated to a life-and-death struggle, exhibiting remarkable restraint. Only by maintaining fairness and justice could the disciples avoid harboring animosity toward one another, fostering mutual affection and support, and unifying the disciples of the Tianhao sect. They had endured the most arduous times, and Yen Su held confidence in adeptly managing the ever-growing Tianhao sect. After a brief interval, another figure plummeted from skies. This time, it was by Methria, who had lost the terrifying aura he previously exuded, now drenched in blood, lying motionless on the ground as if lifeless. In a sudden rush, Biaozi lunged at the scarred man, delivering a forceful kick to his chest, the very spot where Xiao Feng had previously struck, causing Xue Biao to cry out in pain. The panda, possessing limited understanding of these supernatural concepts, quietly inquired about the nature of this creature. We shall face it together. Yet, Xiao Yi did not retreat. As she spoke, she had already exited the barrier created by Ron, raising her sword to strike at the sky, unleashing a violet aura toward the giant wasp. However, as my eyes scanned the first line, I found myself momentarily bewildered, realizing that my previous assessment of Old Tan had been somewhat misguided. In the pinnacle battle of Li Shengzuan, he faced off against two formidable elemental beasts. Such strength and resolve left this old man feeling inadequate in comparison. Richard patiently uttered some platitudes. Upon hearing this, Count Perusi and Grace were momentarily taken aback, while Ron also exhibited a hint of surprise, casting a puzzled glance at Joy. However, the effect was profound. The two formidable beings were rendered fearful and immobile, their bodies beginning to crack. I shall speak to Mr. Fu. You shall not be held accountable. Jing Ning empathetically expressed her distress. Excellent. The banquet company in Los Angeles is remarkably professional, as long as one can afford it. Even lavish gatherings of over 1,000 attendees are entirely feasible. Nevertheless, Jiang Ji's understanding led him to believe that Jing Jian could not possibly mean that, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Guo Dehan's remarks were unexpected for Yao Fei's father. It seemed a contract had been tentatively agreed upon, yet this incident compelled Guo Dehan to reconsider, momentarily leaving him in a daze. The sign of the wealthy merchant number 63 wavered but was not raised again. He deemed it unnecessary to bid higher for an insignificant item. After all, this trinket held little utility for him. Purchasing it on behalf of the gardener was less appealing than acquiring fresh flower seeds throughout the year. He shivered, though not frightened by Xen Xiui. She remained wary of such unpredictable tactics. Where there is poison, there is surely an antidote. The universe is vast and full of wonders. I refuse to believe no one can unravel his soul-sucking orb. Murong Lianhua remarked dismissively. Over the past few days, Lin Tian had remained by his parents' side. As they were newly arrived in Zhongzhou and unfamiliar with their surroundings, necessitating his companionship for leisurely strolls and excursions into the city for relaxation. The group continued their journey, moving intermittently, until they finally arrived at the vicinity of Huangsuan by nightfall. From a distance atop the mountain, they observed Huangsuan ablaze with light, seemingly under the occupation of officials. The truly authoritative individuals are often those who speak the least. They can make significant decisions with a mere nod and instill pressure with a furrowed brow. Undoubtedly, the leader of the Dao Guardians, a major force in their ancestral land, exemplified this type of person. Qi Teng and Ye Haichun were startled, quickly distancing themselves and flanking Lin Bin, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. Mr. Lin? Mr. Lin? The middle-aged man noticed Lin Tian's silence as he focused solely on his tea, prompting him to inquire further. Later, Emperor Yongle, growing impatient, instructed Hu Guang, either find Zhang Sanfeng for me or perish. Mr. Ailfu, after a series of in-depth discussions within our company, the president has authorized plans to expand into your esteemed country and establish a company on your soil, Ihailuan succinctly stated. Due to the previous massacre conducted by such fighter jets over Kunming, the site of one incited chaos among the citizens, who began to flee in panic. Upon hearing the words of the fiery gun emperor, Yuni resolutely made up her mind, her inner spiritual energy surging forth like a tidal wave. Jiang Quan sensed the intense fury within Su Fan and, without hesitation, unleashed his attack. The flash of the Qingniao flying sword was barely perceptible before the overseer behind Shirley's back met his demise. Faintly, one could hear the voices of condemnation echoing from the conference room, causing Xia Yinyu to break into a cold sweat. After all, both had recently experienced Xian Yuan's formidable prowess. No matter how resentful they felt, they dared not oppose him again. In that moment, their only desire was to preserve their lives. In the library, the raccoon spirit, witnessing the stone door being breached, swiftly hurled a multitude of poison darts shaped like maple leaves. Su Changxian and Marshal Yisheng had no time to evade and fell victim to the poisonous projectiles. The clerks in a lingerie store, engrossed in their phones, were busy adjusting their selfies. The art of transformation proved insufficient against Yi Fantian, who possessed the ultimate 9-9 heavenly demon eye. Although his true visage remained obscured, it was evident that he was not in the form of a mere youth. "Rise," commanded Lung Shui in her icy tone, as she gracefully took her seat, lapsing into silence once more. The first two items were weapons of evidently fine quality. The bow could be gifted to Bai Li, though it remained a mystery why she was in such haste to flee. Strangely, the whale had ventured inland, wreaking havoc at the dock of Pearl Harbor. "I am Tung Quan, also 17 years old." "Hello, everyone," announced a voice that was earnest and slightly jovial. The boy, somewhat pudgy with cherubic cheeks, evoked an inexplicable urge in Jiang Lan to pinch them. As the sun descended slowly, the already perilous Devil's Valley became even more treacherous. The group halted their advance, leaning against one another, cautiously drifting into a light slumber. Moreover, the endless sky was teeming with flying demons from the sixth layer of the endless abyss, each possessing formidable powers. Qihao found himself perplexed by the situation. Speaking of night charm, with its 17 distinct personalities, had those identities formed bonds of camaraderie? Upon entering the North American garden, a myriad of colossal shadows emerged. Among them a towering 2-meter-tall Taishan monkey demon, who emitted a piercing whistle. Hayumi understood that Zeet was considering her feelings, yet a misdeed remains a misdeed. She realized she was still too young, having foolishly heeded the coaxing of Zeet's senior brother despite his prior warnings against meddling in such matters. The venue for the banquet appeared somewhat distant. After leaving the palace, Yin Shun and his companions noticed several carriages awaiting outside, and they promptly boarded. Initially, Yu Qian found Lu Zhen's enigmatic behavior rather peculiar. A gentleman should be forthright. However, after hearing his strategy, even the audacious Yu Qian felt a chill run down his spine, his expression shifting in alarm. Yet, Lu Zhen was well prepared. With a smile, he said, "Deputy Minister Zhou, please remain calm. I have not yet finished speaking. The threat posed by the Mongols had always been a significant concern for our great Ming. Thus it cannot be left unchecked. The situation of the northern frontier troops is indeed dire, compelling the court to take measures to rectify this predicament. It is akin to a moment when dust settles, as crystalline tears cascade upon the naturally smooth stones, their dazzling colors refracting only to vanish in an instant. What is there for me to fear? It is merely punishment, of which I am indifferent." Qiu Xian chuckled lightly, for he was genuinely unconcerned, having never contemplated that such events might befall him. Naturally, he was unconcerned since he would not be the one to suffer in the end. The dilapidated city gate bore the weathered inscription of Da Huang Cheng, exuding an air of antiquity. The spirit of the East Yin flying sword was an intellect-type spirit, which lost its connection the moment the sword's body struck the tree. Within this desolate expanse, a tempest of wild, barren energy permeated the atmosphere, and in the distance, a seemingly endless gray line stretched across the heavens. Within this space, enormous storms of desolation occasionally erupted, rampaging mercilessly. Indeed, in this sweltering summer, mere movement induces perspiration, and the dancers were already drenched in sweat from their performance. With long hair flowing in the wind and clad in a black robe that rustled, he stood stoically, his expression as calm as a tranquil pool, gazing coldly at the ravaged land before him. In the serene atmosphere, he resembled an unyielding rock, eternally steadfast, with profound eyes quietly surveying the distant horizon, as if tracing back or lost in contemplation. Through the narrative of the master of the demon tomb, Lin Xiao gleaned a glimpse of the long-buried history from a millennium past. Though he had not experienced it firsthand, he could sense the lingering taste of blood within the words spoken by the master. Throughout, he maintained an unhurried demeanor, while those around him were anxious, yet hesitant to urge him. Within the grand formation, fissures in space were ubiquitous, and the violent forces of space could almost shred any object. Moreover, a potent aura of malevolence enveloped the entire formation, even more potent than that emitted during the birth of the demon god Beast's blood. This malevolent energy was highly corrosive, arising alongside the spatial rifts that could be deemed apocalyptic. Warmth parted her lips, pondering whether it implied that Qin Xian had pursued Ku-Er from the very beginning with intentions towards Wenjun. Su Jin's expression was indifferent as she descended the jade steps, while Su Yin felt a jolt in her heart, a wave of unease washing over her. In truth, she was more curious as to why, given such deep-seated grudges, the Liu family had entrusted her to her grandmother for upbringing. Observing the outcome, Chun Feng felt utterly speechless. He glanced at the results of others, contemplating whether anyone else would draw an entire rematch, only to find that everyone had rolled a 2 or higher. Yet, as Su Wan remarked, Yu Pingsheng was inherently suited for darkness. If properly directed and utilized, he could indeed be worth 10, coupled with the Zhang family's backing. The advantages he could provide were exceedingly tempting. Thus, even if it required taking risks, they were determined to draw him into their ranks. She suddenly recalled the illustrious Cui Zhan from her past life, a figure of great renown wielding immense power over the court and the realm. Indeed, such a man, even in his current state of decline, would never swallow the humiliation of being repeatedly confronted by Su Ruan regarding the dissolution of their engagement. Yulan had initially thought she had spared Li Chuanfa's pride and would inevitably face his wrath upon returning, only to discover that Li Chuanfa was a thoroughly despicable man. The more she displayed her weakness, the more tyrannical he became. Yet, when she stood her ground, he transformed into a craven coward. The old man stared blankly for 2 or 3 seconds before rushing to the front of the stall, immersing himself in the fervent work. Meanwhile, those who failed to secure a weapon or a spot began to queue under Bu Su's direction. While speaking, he habitually lifted the corners of his mouth, exuding an aura of sincerity that effortlessly bridged the gap between them. If by Su's affability stemmed from the system's endowment, then Jiajia's charm was purely a matter of innate talent. Indeed, it was unnecessary to inquire further, as everyone knew it was recommended by my esteemed elder. Thus it could not be lacking, responded Tang Xuanan. Only in the northern region were there no significant projects regarding the 3 statues due to limited space. They were now dispersed. In the future, when the number increased, each area could accommodate 1 or 2. This task is entrusted to you. My spectral beings are too conspicuous and may attract the attention of other ice apes. Liu did not employ his most proficient combat method, instead opting for a rather reasonable excuse. To go against the current would undoubtedly lead to trouble. Such instances are all too common, and in severe cases, may even result in famine. Qiu Chuji and his companions sat not far away, and their discussions, lacking any restraint, were overheard by the Chuanjin Taoists, rendering their expressions exceedingly grim. However, as a testimony to their acquaintance, exchanging contact information had become a matter of considerable importance. Such an uncle has been nearly diminished to the extreme compared to the peak of the mythological era. To wield even half of his strength now is already commendable. Yet, in the afternoon, Gu Lanshan had concocted an excuse for Sheng Shi, mentioning her menstrual period, using it as a shield, only for her cycle to perhaps genuinely be displeased. Arriving a month early for a visit, Li Huai stared blankly at the bruised marks adorning her bare skin, astonished at how delicate her complexion was. Yes, he had remembered everything since awakening from his faint in the stone chamber. Sui suddenly lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Jun Wuxia's deep black-purple orbs, causing her to involuntarily shiver. I cannot eat. Yi Qingcheng suddenly recalled that she had not consumed anything all day, explaining her profound fatigue. Luo Biao, on the verge of fainting from the pain, felt her injured hand was broken, her entire body tingling, with her head pinned down, making her breath shallow. She truly could not recall what deep-seated enmity existed between them. Senior sister is formidable. Qingqing excitedly followed behind me, skipping back to the office. Before him lay not only a passage that extended forward, but also a deep chasm descending vertically. He was in a state of high fever and unconsciousness. And it was Lu Xiangyi who summoned the doctor, tending to him with care, administering medicine, and expressing gentle concern, much like she was doing at that very moment. Lao Ding fell into contemplation. Upon hearing Mr. Huang's words, he realized that they were undoubtedly protecting the tomb's master, which explained their pursuit of them. Suddenly, Lao Ding turned around, gazing at Xiang Xiu and Feng Dai, his eyes filled with terror. Ran Xingyin managed a bitter smile. Both Rao Pei and Chu Zicheng had high expectations of him, which only intensified his pressure. No, that is not what I meant. What is your perspective on the cause of his death? Huang Yun inquired. Having encountered such a capable and benevolent mentor, how could she ever forget her brother? Her voice was incredibly melodious, a perfect blend of soft grace and masculine magnetism. Feng Hua stumbled, the feigned sorrow and disappointment on her face having long been cast aside, replaced by profound shock and disbelief. The He family possessed an ancestral rattan whip. It was said that both his grandfather and father had been struck by it, and he too had not escaped its wrath. However, He Dongfeng had not faced such punishment, as he would never allow it. Yet today, He Nan, you must receive a beating, for some individuals only awaken through such discipline. Although even that may not guarantee clarity, one must at least attempt it. Then you go to the hospital first. I will take a car home later. She turned to him with a slight smile, glancing around for any passing vehicles before directly opening the door and leaping out of the car. What do you know? How do you know? Lu Yisang Pu Lucy wondered when he had become so devoid of privacy. Closing the lid, he shook the gourd, listening to the clinking sounds emanating from within. And Xiaoming nodded in satisfaction. What is it? Have you discovered something? Zhua Yingyin asked in confusion. Could it be that the monster's attributes are excessively powerful? Qian Tian Yu scratched his head. Well, I would like to ask you to act as a matchmaker for me. You need not concern yourself with the marriage arrangements, as long as he possesses some good intentions. Observing the still-poised Jin Xing Wang and the ever-smiling Shui Muxia, Qian Tian Yu gently slapped his own cheeks, pressing his lips tightly together and pinching them with his fingers, signifying that he would remain silent. Upon reaching the door, Chekhov gestured for his guards to remain vigilant at the entrance, then pushed open the wooden door and stepped inside. After closing the door behind him, Chekhov sensed that something was amiss in the room. Following their punishment, Ding Yang and Feng Fei found it increasingly difficult to speak, as uttering words would involve the injuries on their faces, causing them to gasp in pain, often requiring multiple attempts to convey a single sentence. After finishing lunch, Chunhao had already set off, preparing to meet with the higher-ups to discern the nature of the urgent task that necessitated Old Wei's personal involvement in discussions with him. The old man wore a silver chain around his neck until his last breath. It was the gift Yang Xian had presented to Yang Wang, symbolizing Yang Wang's promise to him. Boss Qin, are you all right? At this moment, Jiang Hua entered the hotel, assisting the astonished Boss Qin to his feet while expressing his concern. He felt a pang of guilt for not having come to Boss Qin's aid earlier. After departing from a Jiulong Grand Hotel, dusk gradually descended. Chunhao shook his head in resignation, dismayed at the day's wasted time. However, he was relieved to have grasped the general situation in Nandu, providing a solid foundation for future plans. Si Kongming and the others had begun their descent. Yet the group of weeping maidens from the Snow Goddess Palace found themselves unable to move. Nevertheless, Yu Yangchun was not to be trifled with. My full-strength lion's roar had utterly no effect on him. The bench, unaffected, continued its trajectory towards me, compelling me to close my eyes in resignation. Ma Teng was undoubtedly doomed. If he was to meet his end, Elbu would naturally be the one to deliver the fatal blow. The exceptional equipment acquired during the slaying of Han Sui stirred Elbu's desires. Others who defeated Ma Teng would not reap such rewards. After a fruitless search lasting over half a month for news of Duan Tianheng and Duan Mengqing, both Giki and Heiyun felt a sense of despondency. Yet they understood that this stagnation was unsustainable. Ma Chao, witnessing the faltering assault, bellowed, "All troops, hold your ground." As soon as the words left his lips, he disregarded the gushing blood from his wounds, unleashing even greater ferocity. Each thrust drew upon the utmost strength his body could endure. Gu Qingyan strained herself, channeling her true energy into the curved blade suspended in the air, entangling it with the eagle claw conjured by Duan Meng. perhaps due to having absorbed an excessive amount of spiritual energy and life essence from Liu. When her hand once again touched the stone door, it effortlessly swung open. Yi Tianxuan nodded. Regardless of any potential energy leakage, he held the energy in the nurturing elixir pool in low regard, merely allowing the Tianxian sacred crystal to absorb it for amusement. "Who is your junior sister?" "Step aside." Gu Qingyin, her temper flaring, placed her hands on her hips and cried out. Ascending 300 zhang into the sky, she surveyed the battlefield at the banks of the Mo Shui River below. Upon witnessing the scene, Yi Su Lung and the shadow guards were struck with alarm, their expressions darkening significantly. Seeing this, Gu Qing made no further delay, reverting to her true form, springing off her toes and vanishing into a void. After Yi Guqing entered the water, he transitioned to internal breathing, closing his eyes tightly, his right hand gripping the sword while his left pressed down upon the sword's spine at his chest, patiently awaiting his moment. I had long perceived that Zhang Bailing did not genuinely accept me. His amiable demeanor during my pregnancy was solely for the sake of the child. The cruelty and repulsiveness of humanity were truths I had already discerned. It was uncertain whether the employer had gleaned some information. But following a series of high-profile actions by Che Taixio, the attitude of the boss's son's original company had taken a dramatic turn. Upon returning to the mangroves, Zhang Minglang suddenly became enthusiastic, insisting on wrapping me in his coat despite the cold and pushing me to stroll through the mangrove park. I resisted, yet he persisted stubbornly. As the two individuals departed from the grand hall, one following the other, Song Yiji leaned back in her chair, raising her hand to rest against her forehead. Typically, the relationship between a contractor and the contracted entity is symbiotic. Whenever one party experiences a breakthrough in cultivation, the other can instantaneously receive a reciprocal enhancement through their bloodline and contract. After stating this, I prepared to take my leave, casting a cool and aloof silhouette for him to ponder over. Perhaps preoccupied with driving, Zhang Minglang ceased further conversation, prompting me to turn my gaze towards the scenery outside. In the midst of this frigid winter, the landscape was a tapestry of vibrant greens intermingled with withered yellows, stretching endlessly. Ultimately, I returned home unscathed, intending to take a shower and catch up on some sleep, when I unexpectedly received a call from Lin Qiqing. After donning the sensor, Leah, with her eyes tightly shut, suddenly felt a jolt coursing through her body, as if an electric current surged up her spine, soon followed by a complete loss of bodily sensation. The plant energy had indeed increased slightly, so this was the mechanism. Lucian suddenly comprehended that the use of demonic vines could store plant energy. Yet, Qing'er's soul could not withstand the assault of my yin-yang eyes, retreating instantly back in a Lu Feng's body after being struck. Although her physical form evaded the bloodthirsty demon corpse's attack, the helmet of the Taurusane armor suffered significant damage. However, despite the firmness in Jianshan Huangquan's tone, there lingered an impression of insufficient confidence. Have some self-respect. You become a diva in singing, yet still wish to contend for resources in our entertainment sphere. Lu Yin retorted with an eye roll. Nevertheless, the recent casualties, though in the double digits, failed to dampen the spirits of all the professionals, semi-professionals, and even the contractors who came merely to spectate. The toll was of little concern to them. After all, the stakes were nearly equal on both sides, making this round of high-stakes gambling capable of determining the ultimate outcome of the wager. Emperor Fushi expressed, although the barrel noodles are exceedingly precious, not long ago, I savored a spicy strip from the god of food and discovered it to be my most favored flavor. As the Mukin arc commenced the countdown for teleportation, 10, 9, 8, Lu Xian, seated in the captain's chair, felt the safety belt that emerged earlier secure him. Soon after, he experienced a tremor throughout his body and the entire vessel, followed by a sensation of weightlessness. Zhang Mama gazed at Jinyang with bright eyes, a genuine sense of satisfaction swelling within her heart. This was the true demeanor of a matriarch. In comparison to a princess, she was undoubtedly superior in many ways. A person in a position of power must possess resolve, the courage to break from antiquated traditions, and a certain ferocity. Weakness only invites oppression. Considering this, Yu Xia must have long anticipated her death and resurrection. Perhaps this cycle of death and rebirth was merely a facet of her grand design, with myself serving as but a pawn in her elaborate scheme. As the effects of the elixir waned, He Inua suddenly felt a wave of weakness wash over him, leading to another bout of unconsciousness. Consequently, Yin Tianming stepped forward, grasping Meng Shanshan's arm and disregarding her struggles as he pulled her away. You must speak up, or you shall perish. At this moment, Chun Jiao's face flushed with embarrassment, wishing fervently to find a crevice in the ground to conceal herself. Observing Lu Xiaoran, who had not ceased her use of chopsticks since the dishes were served, a smile inevitably crept onto his face. Upon hearing Chun Zhonghong present the introduction to his company, Zhu Hongwei's heart raced uncontrollably. Having caused the demise of innocent lives, she was destined to descend into a realm of malevolence. The path to rebirth would not be easily traversed. However, the reality show format was currently in vogue. Unlike acting, it did not require extensive procedures or prolonged waiting times, nor did it present countless uncertainties. Thus, Ning Dai resolved to prioritize promoting Qin Lingyi onto the variety show. Fortunately, they were not adversaries. These individuals secretly rejoiced and vowed not to oppose Qin Hong. The blood coffin began to stir. Cracks appeared in the crystal glass, and blood gushed forth from within. Despite the sound of a fist, large enough to match a human face, cracking loudly, they remained unfazed, even laughing more heartily. Gao Ze released Yuan Shao and approached Ding Yin, though his concern for the injured Yuan Yu was overshadowed by other thoughts. As footsteps faded outside, the two finally donned their attire, and Yu Haoyang opened the door, leading the trio outside in unison. Alas, with so many witnesses seeing Yi He, covered in blood, burst from a room, any attempts to explain or evade were futile. Evidence was indisputable. Even without the incitement of the departing song, the populace was already filled with righteous indignation. The massacre spared none, not even infants still in the cradle. Such heart-wrenching cruelty was intolerable. Yet, Lu Tong found herself at a loss. Each time she attempted to communicate with Chu Haoshuan, he showed little inclination to engage, leaving her feeling despondent. When Inchang was taken away, she cried out vehemently, cursing Yun Li. Yet Yun Li cast her gaze elsewhere, surprisingly directed towards me, as if ready to pounce and tear me to shreds. Mu Qing stood there, her fingertips brushing her lips, her brows knit in cold disdain, while her eyes glimmered with a blood-red light. Her face, slightly rounded, now appeared as if a mass of dough had been placed atop her head. Once fond of laughter, her smile had always revealed two shallow dimples. And with her crescent moon-shaped eyes, she was often regarded as adorable, radiating joy even in the simplest of smiles. Chu Haoshuan awakened Chu Xiaofei from her slumber, preventing her from leaving. Now, Chu Xiaofei could sit and play independently, yet she remained heavily reliant on Yi Li. Sometimes, if he was out of sight, she would burst into tears. Frankly, there was nothing particularly captivating about him that could draw Mu Chonghao's admiration. Why maintain contact? Meanwhile, Yao Shunin sat alone, admiring the flowers and water, her thoughts drifting back to when she was effortlessly seized by that young man, recently drawing her attention, her eyes swirling with memories. Once she finished speaking, she suddenly realized the weight of her words and quickly raised her hand to cover her mouth. Ha ha ha. I said ha ha. Please, my lord, grant me the antidote. Lu Zhang struggled to articulate his request, gazing earnestly at Ling Ling, as the effects of the potion continued to churn within him. He was confident that Xian Hui would comprehend his intentions and adeptly manage the affairs concerning Long Qingjue. Very well, I shall entrust this matter to you. Let us see if Uncle Changshi will present you with a pig's ear this year. Dong Ling placed the strips of glutinous rice cake into a basin beside her. The warmth of a winter quilt and the summer rushes, out of season, only served to enhance the desolation, I remarked coldly. Yet, Ying Shui remained silent, allowing Ling Ling to fuss over him like a butcher preparing a pig for slaughter. He was acutely aware of the pain, but the concern she displayed brought him a peculiar sense of satisfaction. This matter is hardly insurmountable. I can simply take her with me wherever I go, can't I? Zhang Chun thought to himself, having awaited that very sentiment. Had he suggested leaving with her outright, she would undoubtedly have wept and protested to keep him. Guchen spent the entire night gazing at her sleeping visage, not once diverting his gaze. However, as the once pitch-black sky began to brighten and the horizon shimmered with increasing light, he realized that time had come. Chu Haoran and the others were taken aback, only to witness those under his control suddenly bleed from the corners of their mouths and lose consciousness, suspended in midair. After finishing his drink, Bailicio glanced at Chu Howren and then at Sitiru, offering a faint smile before turning to leave the main table. The master of the Dan, gripping his sword, relaxed as he regarded those around him, while Kuka, puzzled, observed the unfolding scene. He Jun's expression was grave and somber as he approached Lei Ming, hands cradling a wooden box. Is Qin Feng coming to Lake City? Rinning Shuang suddenly inquired, having overheard most of the conversation. As the hospital doors swung open, a procession of black commercial vehicles, shrouded in stringent security measures, slowly entered the premises. Qin Yuhan wrapped her arms tightly around Lin Fan's waist, burying her head in his shoulder, holding on with fierce intensity, as if fearing he might vanish from her sight, revealing her utmost concern. Sun Luo had suffered several broken ribs from a kick and was now being carried away by medical personnel. In such a scenario, she would undoubtedly sense the tumultuous yearning within her heart for the promises made, yet unfulfilled. It was as if they knew it had returned, but were oblivious to its concealment, entirely unaware of its current state. At this moment, they struggled to move, a feat in itself. Even Lei Ming silently admired their composure. Most significantly, Qin Fan's actions implied the continued retention of Huang Huanqi at Star Media. I discerned a plea, helplessness, confusion, and reluctance in Kai Yan's gaze. I understood that she did not wish for harm to befall her father. Yet she also did not wish to place me in a difficult position. The battle, which seemed devoid of victory, gradually extinguished the flames of his fighting spirit. However, an inexplicable strength surged within him, fueled by a profound anger born from betrayal. In the preceding moments, her inner turmoil rivaled the dramatic twists of a palace intrigue, as she wavered between retracting her hand and persuading herself otherwise. While singing, she mentioned that her home was filled with such timber, and although she spoke truthfully, at that moment, Pu Yiheng and the others were equally unrestrained, reveling in Chun Yang's embarrassment. As Wei Lao departed, the smiles of the five transformed into expressions of bewilderment, glancing at one another before bursting into hearty laughter. Though third brother was no slouch in strength, he was not particularly remarkable, even if he were to choose freely. He likely would not procure any exceptional weapons, much to the indifference of His Highness, King Qingguang. According to Yuan Qingqing's usual biological clock, she should still be nestled in bed, indulging in slumber. It was decidedly abnormal for her to be awake at such an early hour. Survived? Icarus hazily lifted his head, gazing into the orange-red glow before him. Due to the proximity of two large light industrial factories, the area was rife with migrant workers, and, at this peak hour, the affordable restaurants naturally attracted a bustling crowd. It is well known how many large conglomerates have flocked to Ding Guiyuan's new plan for the East China market, with countless authoritative figures predicting that the Ding Group would surpass the Qin Real Estate Company in 2 years. The beeping of the security scanner pierced the air as travelers observed the sudden activation of the alarm's red light, prompting those in the back to halt, awaiting the attending officers for inspection. Upon hearing Lan Lan's words, Yu Jianba's face contorted in disbelief. Why should it be taken out again? Just moments ago, he had painstakingly conquered his inner fears to open the coffin, and now it appeared he was being toyed with. Surely, the person the adults sought was that individual named Gao Qing. The shadowy figure remarked softly. Meng Qi waited restlessly in the hall for Sitakana, her heart sinking with each passing moment. Esteemed heir, we have searched both inside and outside the residence, yet there is no sign of him. Surely we cannot send the guards on a grand search throughout the city? Zhuang Lian discreetly cast a glance at Mei Zian, who sat nearby, and the mute servant standing behind her. Within the entire courtyard, if Sha Zhu were to take charge, he would only heed Yi Zhonghai. No one else would dare to reprimand him without consequence. Consider yourself fortunate. Yet this time, there is no escaping, including those 2 pigs in the woods. A flicker of malevolence crossed Lei Budong's face. He had misstruck, and this would surely provide fodder for their ridicule. He was excessively reclusive, possessing striking looks, preferring solitude, and avoiding interaction with the villagers. Had it not been for Lin Ming bringing Xylin into this tranquil realm of the soul society, she might have been spared such torment, never encountering Eisen, and would not now exist in this half-alive state. Upon my utterance, the monstrous creature known as the Sin Mirror Beast furrowed his brow, indicating that he was indeed aware of the feline demon's miraculous escape from death. Would it not suffice for you few to test the waters yourself? Lin Feng perceived their intentions as benevolent. After all, it would be unreasonable to unleash his wrath over such matters. Thus, allowing them to experience the full extent of his capabilities seemed a fitting response. Nevertheless, truth be told, Lin Hao exhibited a refined taste in furnishings. The sofa was undoubtedly splendid, offering utmost comfort for repose. The clash between the two combatants in the arena was indeed commendable, showcasing a sheer contest of speed and strength. It is not uncommon for corporations to witness a staggering evaporation of 60 to 70% of their shares in a single day, plummeting back to levels reminiscent of 1997. As capital fled, so too did the confidence of the investors, with the exception of those ensnared in their positions, yearning for a resurgence to former heights. The majority have abandoned hope altogether. A playful yet melodious call of senior sister rang out, though astute observers could detect an undercurrent of aloofness. "What are your plans for today?" she inquired, her once bright voice unexpectedly dulled. Simultaneously, being targeted by two heroes caused a cold sweat to instinctively bead down Wang Yao's spine. These two champions resembled the unyielding gaze of ancient colossal beasts fixated upon him, as if poised to engulf him whole in the next moment. Delia raised her hand, gesturing for silence towards Beihai, who then realized that Delia was engaged in a phone conversation with another. The riverbed of the Blackwater River was not composed of the usual soft silt, but rather a peculiar, hard black mud, seemingly capable of absorbing light. Beyond that, it possessed other properties useful for alchemy. Beihai closed his eyes, seeking to replenish his mental energy before re-engaging in his lucrative endeavors. Just as he was on the verge of slumber, disturbances arose. Upon hearing the words of the prankster, the light-hearted atmosphere within the Moon Goddess battle team dissipated, and Ma Yin commenced preparations for the selection process. Official participants attended to their personal needs, replenishing hydration and sustenance. Xiaomin reassured herself internally, reminding that as long as one's mindset remained resolute, solutions would always outnumber the difficulties. The makeup artist attended to Demuti, washing his hair, changing his attire, and refreshing his look. Shortly thereafter, reporters and photographers from the magazine took their positions, initiating an interview with Demuti, bearing the entirety of Pang Dudu's illustrious career. The trading of team members was executed at a remarkably low price. Why is that? He pondered. Is he no longer an investigator of the second division? If so, he must adhere to its regulations. At that moment, a figure wrapped in bandages, Xiong Wani, entered, followed by the colorfully adorned Lao Mo and Shimin Lian. All three were directors of the second division, adhering to protocol as they took their seats at the front dais. Tang Ching'er listened in astonishment to the bestowed rewards. While she had encountered many fine treasures, such generosity from Kangxi was indeed rare. It seems this particular establishment is not easily endured. They say the college entrance examination is akin to a multitude of soldiers crossing a narrow bridge. If you were to ask Tang Ching'er, she would assert that the imperial examination is the true challenge. What significance does the college entrance examination hold? Should the poison Deloa discover that someone is intentionally gathering intelligence on him, the consequences would be beyond Hai Lu's imagination. Yevang, enviously gazing through the splashes of water at the reflection in the mirror, found himself adorned with subtly defined muscles cultivated through years of combat training and sparring, an aesthetic not exaggerated but undeniably appealing. The overturned tables and chairs were restored to their rightful positions, and the disarray on the floor was meticulously cleaned up as new dishes were served one after another. Though Quan Tianyu felt a tinge of disappointment at the failed experiment, after decades of crafting zombies, he remained unfazed. Shi Poyan looked at Xue Hao with regret. The reward for success was substantial. "You can go if you wish, but I have no desire to embarrass myself up there," Xue Hao retorted, casting his gaze back towards the stage. As the music swelled to a rousing crescendo, she surprisingly released the microphone stand, raising her arms in exuberance and dancing vigorously, her ever-changing form exuding an irresistible allure. The shadow initially intended to eliminate Sun Zhou, but, upon realizing that Sun Zhou's prowess was not significantly inferior, opted instead to deliver a powerful punch that sent him flying before charging towards Hidachao. Yuqin had already bathed and lay on the bed clad in a white gauzy garment, engrossed in a game of Snake on an ancient mobile phone. Even if one were to ascertain the approximate timing of the impending chaos, Being too deeply entrenched to leave before its arrival would still be deemed unfortunate. The sudden assault momentarily startled Luffy and the naval soldiers, with 3 warships sustaining considerable damage, even suffering gaping holes in their hulls, while those engaged in combat paused to cautiously survey their surroundings for potential torpedoes. Yu Yu's slaying of Huang Ling was not as the likes of Dongfeng Luo and others imagined. It was not reliant on the power of formations or other external forces. This fact was clear to the deceased Huang Ling. A voice rang out as Nangong Xingyuan and Qian Lixing burst through the door, their anxious expressions prompting Shui Hao to chuckle at their vigilant demeanor. Yan Ziqiao had met Zhou Keshuang and was aware of his identity. Should he dare to impose unwelcome rules upon her, it would be necessary for the likes of General Sun and Manager Tan to suffer a misfortune. Contemplating this, Yan Ziqiao chose not to linger on the topic and instead reflected on her experiences during the past 3 months in Fengwang City. The Hell Garden must not be shattered. Otherwise, it would spell catastrophic disaster for the Tianhu clan. After the Crowwood list was concluded, a spell was cast, astonishingly transforming the Golden Dragon into 5 entities that swiftly surrounded Long Pingfan. Zhang Riyun was perplexed by her intentions, but nodded an acknowledgement upon hearing her words. Realizing her sister's words were indeed true, Shi Ming'er furrowed her brow, filled with reluctance, yet ultimately addressed Zhang Riyun, saying, "Thank you in advance." However, her tone was awkward, lacking any semblance of genuine gratitude. It seemed that no man in the world could suffer as Chinibai did, tormented by the passionate kiss of a beauty as radiant as a celestial being. The prospect of perhaps the last life-giving sacred tree recognizing a master was unfathomable to the tree god of longevity, leaving him to ponder the extraordinary fortune possessed by the young man before him. Aowan feared that he had yet to master the art of swordsmanship. The unique quality of the serpent sword made it challenging to retract the azure serpent unleashed from its blade. Any misstep could result in harm, causing him great anxiety as he urged Zhang Riyun to cease. The most astonishing sight was the cultivators emerging from the celestial domain, their eyes reflecting awe. A figure stood in the eastern position, a colossal azure dragon flickering above his head. With a mere gesture, a long blade soared forth, its shimmering light cascading through the air like drifting snowflakes, the blade's aura cutting through the atmosphere with ferocity. Yet, would Feng Wuqing truly dare to devour this adversary? That would be far simpler than sending it to the icy realms. Tang Sung, within the hall, was taken aback, realizing that today's events had drawn the gaze of so many, compelling him to meet with Guanyin Bodhisattva. Lingling had lost her father at 3, her mother at 8, and both grandparents at 9, rendering her a tragically orphaned kin. Thus, 8th mother resolved to entrust the woodworking workshop to old Liu, confident in his expertise and ability to manage the craft, while also possessing the skill to mentor a cadre of exceptional carpenters. Moreover, the bond between the father and son was one of trustworthiness. Netherzees, seeing Ziviel's decision to rest, bid farewell to the 4 and assured them he would return the following day. The man in the red robe spoke with a gaze as deep and unchanging as a still pond, his words laced with indifference. Chu Tiandi felt a momentary pause in his breath, realizing his suspicions had been correct. Despite his overt and covert defenses, he had ultimately fallen into their trap. He lamented his failure to detect the anomalies surrounding them sooner, his heart troubled for the Black Emperor. After the golden fish water monster in the maternal river was slain, the river's once crimson currents began to fade, now revealing a verdant hue. The banks, already bountiful, now flourished with vibrant life. At this moment, Qinghe wore a face of icy despair. Despite her pride, she was no fool. How could she not perceive the affection 8th mother once held? Yet, she still wished to test the waters. Wouldn't this merely lead us back to the quandary we faced earlier? If we could indeed procure provisions, we wouldn't find ourselves in this predicament. Wushu appeared somewhat perplexed and unconvinced. Since learning of Qin Yao's situation, Jiang Huairan had been troubled, his mind preoccupied. Upon returning to the Lin family, he departed with Bear De, appearing 100 miles from the sword sect. Shen Lu let out a soft sigh, as Feng Wuqing's principal soul ascended, remaining silent in the air. The frenzied Feng Wuqing, with disheveled hair, clung desperately to the last vestiges of hope as the shattered heart slowly emerged. After a song concluded, the audience did not exhibit the same fervor as when Yushur had performed, instead remaining quietly seated. The window-side seat afforded him a commanding view of the entire venue. Should he encounter his destined adversary, he could swiftly escape through the window. The famed sword's edge was enhanced by the final seal within its blade, imbuing it with the strength of a treasured artifact, which required materials from the natural world that resonated with the sword's attributes. At the inception of the creation of the Roshue sword, a suitable treasure for sharpening the blade remained elusive. As if piercing through a balloon, the light shield before Zhang Tian dimmed momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, he leapt into its confines, only for the shield behind him to blaze back to life, restoring its original brilliance. Yet, it seemed impervious to external intrusion, gradually fading into obscurity once more. How else could one explain the existence of such an enigmatic method as the Tao of soul summoning, akin to a necromancer's call to the spirits of the deceased? According to the historical records and prophecies left by the dragon totem, the dragon race draws ever closer to its day of reckoning. Qin Yun, I recognize your kind heart. You're not truly malevolent and wish to prepare gifts for your sisters. However, perhaps it is best to postpone your intentions for today and present them on a more opportune occasion. Lowering oneself may invite the possibility of a price reduction. But Su Haomin remained unfazed. Compared to the closure of the factory, what did a slight price negotiation matter? As long as there were orders, the factory could survive. During the relatively quiet summer period, merely in its first season, viewership astonishingly surged toward the 10 million mark. Watching Claudia Schiffer, who had usurped her position, suddenly regain prominence in the fashion industry sent Cindy into near madness. The gourd baby felt disheartened, shunned, and pitiful in its existence. Soon, it would require 3 substantial bowls of rice to mend its wounded spirit. It was precisely through the reckless schemes of these fervent youths that Emperor Shi successfully shed his burdens, establishing himself as the singular savior and earning the gratitude of both the angelic legion and the indigenous people. Exiting the city meant confronting zombies with their strength. Any encounter with the undead could only lead to demise. His passing ability was already subpar. A hasty long pass could easily result in a turnover, which would be deemed a mistake. Thus, Huang Yu disregarded him, instead executing a sudden stop just past half-court to toss the basketball to Darren Collison, who had just crossed the line. Through the interrogation of the 2 Japanese individuals, it became clear that they had engaged in multiple transactions within Lushan, involving over 7,000 people. This reminded Li Wujie of his own slave trading plan with the merchant Hazm from the Dashi kingdom. Unbeknownst to him, his scheme regarding Yuan Wujing was concurrently in progress. Mu Chanfeng suddenly recalled the bittersweet expression that graced her face upon learning of the abandoned manor, leading him to a conclusion. As an outsider to Hollywood, even with Bill Spielberg's prior preparations, it would be arduous to articulate such profound insights without thorough investigation and contemplation. Thus, any grand sorcerer, be they from a prestigious family, sect, nation, or a lone wanderer, would dare to join the fray. In the earlier years when the Yin family conglomerate was in its prime, there had been an incident driven by a few uncles' dissatisfaction with the distribution of shares, covertly undermining other shareholders until their spirits waned and they surrendered their stakes. He rose and approached Chi He, yet before he could bridge the remaining distance, another tall figure interposed, arriving ahead of him to stand before her. Yin Moli suddenly felt a twinge of embarrassment as she recalled the times she had approached Yin Ran, whether to boast or to borrow money. Yin Ran had never once refused her, fostering a misguided impression that she was easily manipulated. She still harbored dreams of mastering all martial arts in Huaxia, aspiring to become a singular sect unto herself, correct? Allow me to offer you a suggestion. Why not leap from there? He Jiao gestured toward the corridor, indicating the guilt-ridden Zhou Yu. The buzzcut man was still deliberating whether to eat when Tang Tian's bodyguard, Liuzi, along with several clerks, forcibly dragged him into the street. The commercial district of Yanjing, upscale clubs, and even the vibrant scene of a media conference were all rendered tense and anxious due to this incident. Chi He appeared quite famished, solely focused on her meal, while Jiang Yun conversed, and she responded politely with her head lowered. He mused that his childhood friend had indeed become exceedingly bold, capable of actions she would have never dared undertake before. Meanwhile, the atmosphere on the other side was lively as they engaged in games. Though Chi He paid little heed until she heard someone jeering that Jiang Yun had lost and must face a penalty. Must your thoughts not be a touch more innocent? Song Ro's face flushed deeper, not least because the two rascals were becoming increasingly risque in their remarks. It was easy to imagine that those imprisoned here had long forgotten the passage of decades. The frigid hell held notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million, including those sentenced to a staggering 999 years. As Chun Yusin admired the combat of the superhumans, a middle-aged man with a thin mustache on his upper lip, representing the samurai spirit of Japan, smashed his phone in frustration. As a custodian of the samurai ethos, he would not permit his disciple to perish under such unclear circumstances. Of course, this is your territory. You hold the authority, Han Shizhen articulated fluently in English. Once news of Zheng Zhilong reached them, Shui Ringue would dispatch troops, striking Huayan and launching a pincer attack on Lu Ziqing, leaving him with no chance of escape. The trio of Swan Kingzi found themselves at a loss. While they had indeed conspired with the church to sever ties with the Heavenly Machine sect and the Heavenly Machine Masters, they also harbored intentions to replace the sect. Something peculiar seems to be happening over there, they remarked as they collected the materials for the magical artifacts. Among the last pile were jade stones and other unidentifiable, bizarre objects. This intelligence was undoubtedly accurate, and neither the Quan Wu Empire nor the royal family of the Great Wu had concealed their intentions. They were preparing to launch a full-scale assault on the Sun City. The scout nodded affirmatively. The Shidi Group's malls in Huaxia were closing one after another, with the company actively engaging in public relations efforts to mitigate negative impacts. However, their attempts proved futile, as the malls continued to shut down due to various unforeseen incidents. And the sentiment among Huaxia's netizens to boycott Shidi was only intensifying. Others mock me for my madness, while I chuckle at their inability to see through the facade. Savoring Zhao Yi's verses, the originally melancholic pale moon raised a cup before me, emitting a bewitching, light-hearted laugh. As the saying goes, an unsteady beam leads to a crooked pillar. This all commenced with Yi Lei, whose demeanor has been emulated by many. At the forefront stands the Eastern Emperor Tai, the first court master and demon emperor, with the nine-tailed holy fox by his side, assisting in managing the affairs of the demon clan disciples. With a gleeful shout, he waved his right hand, commanding, "Lads, shoot arrows towards those foreign lands." Yes, the kind of arrows forged by you gang. Ignite them and release them immediately. He referred to none other than fire arrows. At that moment, Wang Long had grown somewhat accustomed to the agony of impacting the dragon vein, gritting his teeth resolutely, refusing to utter even the faintest sound, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his entire being. The most incredulous of all was Wu Xiu herself. The prince's sword had pierced her abdomen, yet she had not succumbed to death just yet. "Brother Yizong, what lies between us?" Naruko's words resonated with Yizong, for they shared similar experiences and sentiments, a mutual understanding akin to that of Ai and Gara, though their paths diverged, a lamentable reality indeed. However, if Yenji were truly an informant or undercover agent for the police, his troubles would likely become endless, a point of moral clarity he undoubtedly possessed. Before Bang Bo could react, a barrage of flames descended from the mountaintop, igniting the fire with renewed fervor. "Why did you not move?" Lu Da's axe did not strike Yizong, but instead felled a tree behind him. "Of course I am willing." Wu Fei seemed to have been roused by Shui Songhai's words, nodding repeatedly. How many wealthy individuals sought the protection of the underworld, yet could not find it? From this moment onward, he not only possessed wealth, but also a formidable backing. What joy is there not in that? Foolish one, the Mu family now stands as the foremost among the four great sects. He Bai Nian, facing death, still did not forget to boast for his master. "There is no rush. I prefer my prey to be proactive. I never force anyone. It is entirely voluntary. I have ample time. The potion will not dissipate in less than 5 hours. Let us see how long you can endure." If you were to experience a year of incessant knocking at your door only for it to vanish, or chaotic scribbling, I believe you would act the same way. Qi Shun remarked coolly. "Come with me." Qin Shi's eyes were slightly red, forcing a smile as she attempted to reassure Yi Huayan. Thus began the current situation, where everyone commenced the refinement of the demonic cores within them, marking the first step in the process of demonic shedding. Li Yinhui felt a jolt at the mention of this, and suddenly, the visage of Fengya appeared in her mind. She had not made enemies in the capital, and the only one with a motive to act against her was Fengya. Connecting this with Fengya's words before her departure, her certainty intensified, prompting her to urgently seek guidance. Gao Qinghuan took 2 steps forward, placing the food box filled with buns onto the ground. Using the tip of his boot to lift a mud-stained bun, leaning forward to retrieve it. The beggars, having endured hunger for days, could no longer resist the allure of the aroma. Exchanging glances, they rushed forward eagerly. The high-definition figure stepped forward, grasping her wrist, his voice suddenly urgent. "Did you forget to bring your asthma medication? An asthma attack could be fatal. Do you not understand?" He splashed cool water from the river onto her forehead, while his other hand gently rested on her back, guiding her to regulate her breathing. Su Junkun rose from the ground, his cries mingled with tears, and he charged once more at Liang Shan, embodying a spirit of resolute determination. For those expecting, emotional fluctuations are inevitable. Once the child is born, things will naturally improve. Feng Miao casually agreed, though her doubts deepened. Gao Zhaorong was not a person of weak will. How could matters have escalated to this extent? Regardless of the underlying motive, if the child were truly harmed, it would be a grave loss. The young man, surnamed Ma, immediately began to flatter, his thoughts drifting to the evening's alluring escapades. Licking his lips with concern. Upon hearing Shangguan Han's remarks, Ben Qi felt a twinge of discomfort, yet knowing that he held no feelings for Yi Mingming, he still managed to feel a sense of joy. I was taken aback. Wang Mo had previously received a severe reprimand from me, and I expected he would have mended his ways. After half a month of silence from his end, I had relaxed my guard, only to discover that he had grown even more ruthless. Nevertheless, she wished to leave some beautiful memories for the regent, not wanting his recollections to be solely stained by the cruel red of bloodshed. "Sistering, what has happened? You cry like a distressed kitten." Feng Miao assumed it was merely homesickness, entering with a smile to tousle her fine hair, bringing out the assorted snacks she had prepared. At precisely 9 a.m., the sound of firecrackers erupted, and the procession slowly departed from the farm, marking the official beginning of the wedding ceremony. Passers-by turned their heads in curiosity, wondering which esteemed figure was marrying. So grand was the spectacle. They secretly hoped to achieve such a milestone in their own lives, feeling that it would be a life fulfilled. This time, the ghostly Yalong was hindered by severe injuries from fire talismans, moving slowly and being struck by a bolt of lightning the size of a water barrel, causing his skull to shatter into fragments as the crackling electric serpent fell helplessly. The most comical aspect was the 2 Shaolin monks trapped inside, Xianming and Xuani, their noses held high, completely ignoring their surroundings as they engaged in idle chatter. Yet, their eyes did not miss the happenings within the estate. Upon witnessing the servant's utmost respect towards Qi Zhen, she finally felt reassured. Realizing that her 2 years of guidance had not been in vain, she had indeed established herself within the Wei household in such a short time. "Is there something amiss?" Yinji asked, perplexed. "Didn't Ti great-grandfather suppress the poison within you?" Tang Yu inquired. Without hesitation, Xia Zhifei immediately commanded his landmine vehicles to charge forth and eliminate Zhang Peng, subsequently planting several landmines near the subbase, while 3 landmine vehicles began their assault on Zhang Peng's under-construction subbase. Upon listening to Song Simin's explanation, Chun Feng finally understood. The origin of the secret realm's jade key was indeed as such. No wonder even the prominent Peng Jun from the Qingqing sect had set aside his noble demeanor in a bid to seize it. The Buddha statue is located here. After Mr. Liu waited for everyone to pay their respects, he led the group around the central Buddha statue, moving towards its rear. Even after receiving a slap, the eager Aquarius displayed little emotional change until the moment he heard that name, when his expression transformed immediately. At this moment, he dared not entertain further thoughts. Hastily rising to his feet, his right hand gripping the magic sword tightly, his gaze piercing through the wall hole he had just created, fixated on the figure in the black robe approaching him. It is no wonder that Zhang Xiang and those in the palace felt compelled to take severe measures against Tang Housen, who would willingly allow their neck to remain ensnared in another's grasp. Zhang Mengjun wished to say more, but at that moment, the wail of police sirens pierced the air, a sound that resonated profoundly in Lao Yang's ears. After receiving a few stern glares from Princess Ao Shui, the elders could not help but reveal faint smiles of resignation. They all understood how troublesome this princess could be, and once ensnared by her, extricating oneself was no simple matter. Meanwhile, in the lair of Zhang Peng and Wu Yingda, Zhang Peng was delivering his final declaration for battle. An elder approached Luo Tian, channeling a surge of spatial magic, placing his hand upon Luo Tian's head, intending to forcibly break through the meridians and hexagram within him. As he infused the magic, he felt no resistance from Luo Tian, and thus nodded to Wang Shuwen, indicating that the release could proceed. What was he observing? And, with such an expression, Xiong Xiaobai followed in Wei Chen's gaze and, upon seeing it, gasped in surprise. The Emperor Yanwu intended to ask something further, but swallowed his words upon noticing Yao Bei, who appeared to be on the verge of speaking, and thus withheld his inquiry. The immense power of the mixed energy column, combined with the nearly destroyed temporary spatial barrier bombarded by energy projectiles, penetrated through upon contact, crashing heavily upon the ceiling formation. Should my forces continue their assault? While he could not intervene in the matters of the nation, Huang Qin was most reluctant to send many subordinates to their demise. After uttering these words, Lin Outyan appeared to age significantly in an instant. Long Tian was of the Lin family, his own grandson, and moreover, he was the most promising individual for the revival of the Lin family after centuries. To not feel sorrow or regret would be utterly disingenuous. As his feet met the ground, the solid connection with the earth brought a sense of relief to Long Tian, soon followed by being embraced in a warm hug. Let me give you a glimpse. Wang Haitao gently lifted a foot, allowing the nearby Yi Shiqin a glance. The beauty inclined her head and looked down, her fair, delicate face mere inches from his lips, and he could not resist bestowing a soft kiss. Brother Haitao, why have we come here? Yi Shiqin glanced around. The darkness enveloping them stirred her thoughts. Lin Dong's azure eyes grew serious as he turned to Xilan, icy words escaping his thin lips. Sun Wan's heartfelt accusations were poignant, each word dripping with anguish, while Hua Mingyang trembled, tears streaming down his face. The great Xia dynasty, standing majestically on the celestial fallen continent for millennia, occupies a central position within the land, despite being surrounded by adversaries from all directions since its inception. This has not hindered its prosperity in the slightest. Of course, she is a teacher at our school, and even after her resignation, she continues to receive compensation. Shortly thereafter, Cheng Long presented the information regarding Li Yu to Lin Ran. Tong Lele smiled, her joy radiating brighter than ever in these many years. She ardently wished to visit the sacred palace and request the esteemed monk there to aid Zhang Sand in reclaiming his lost memories. Rest assured, Prophet, I shall dedicate myself fully to fulfilling your final wish. Letian exclaimed, picking up the severed hand from the ground. A surge of water elemental energy erupting forth to cleanse the dark lightning flames from it. Oh dear, how embarrassing, she thought, realizing that her fatigue had led her to utter such impure words. Indeed, the internet can be a corrupting influence. Among the many corpse kings he dispatched, one possessed a mid-stage, true essence realm, who is now the leader of the five. Although Su Su maintained a polite smile towards me, I could distinctly perceive a hint of disdain in her gaze. Drink! The lone city cried out, as a formidable and fierce aura surged within the body of the seven fiends' doppelganger, akin to a raging tsunami or the horrors of an Azura hell. The sky seemed to unveil horrific scenes, with remnants of shattered bricks and desolate ruins strewn across the landscape. Whenever the United Alliance needed to deliberate on significant matters, they would convene at the Tiandu Mountain Villa. Your body cannot sustain you much longer. Follow me, and I shall ensure your survival, spoke the indifferent nameless. How can this be? Jialan continued to flatter the elderly matriarch, having neglected her own grandmother in pursuit of red envelopes over the past few days, feeling she ought to offer some form of reparation. After all, when dealing with the elderly, sweetness of tongue is the only approach. No flattery is deemed excessive, especially when it pertains to one's own grandmother. His voice reached the ears of Yao Ming first, and only then did she realize that a sharp object was pressed against her spine. Are you crying already? Black 13 remarked, and upon releasing Elia, she swiftly darted behind, peering out with her large, pitiful eyes. Even ordinary folk recognize the falsity of the situation, yet, in pursuit of celebratory cheer, they do not mind spending a mere 10 or 20 coins to partake. As he embarked once again on the path of cultivation, uncertain of the tribulations that lay ahead, Suwin took precautionary measures. Eventually, he fell in love with the Gu family, but whenever he attempted to take his hand, he would always be intentionally brushed off. Pampet, once a champion of every martial arts competition in the world except for the grand tournament of the world's best, was evidently a proud and haughty individual. This was also the first time Shun Kuo witnessed the lively scene of matchmaking beneath the rankings. Upon seeing the fervent atmosphere, he too was left momentarily speechless. Then stay close to me. Time is tight. If we chat any longer, the battle outside may conclude before we know it. Heaving with urgency, Haishizan seized Phyllis and began sprinting towards the outside. Suddenly, the atmosphere surrounding Shunyu, who held the black banner, shifted dramatically. The radiant sword light that had enveloped her vanished, replaced by swirling, gentle breezes. Marissa delicately unraveled the strands of magical power from her fingertips and exchanged a knowing glance with Alice. Without uttering a single word, both understood what must come next. However, due to a lack of timely release, the flames consumed her, leaving her in a state of confusion as vitality ebbed away, ultimately leading to dire consequences. As he spoke, Wu descended the city wall without a backward glance, his unsteady legs nearly causing him to tumble down, fear rendering him oblivious to the fact that he was a formidable golden elixir cultivator capable of flight. His father's wife hailed from the illustrious Tianhuxin family, the daughter of the D clan, D Minci, as the Lord of Jinglei Valley pointed out. Is the call over? What uses that hand now? Wang Yong exhaled a cloud of smoke nonchalantly. Meanwhile, a pungent scent of blood assailed the senses, so thick it was nearly suffocating, filling the lungs with a visceral aroma that led one to question if they had been submerged in blood. Well then, pray tell, on what ground should I trust the two of you? The county magistrate inquired, turning towards Yu Piampian, who replied, because. She glanced at Fu Yunwan, who shook her head slightly, leaving Yu Piampian puzzled. The elder, once helped to his feet, coughed up blood in response to the younger's loud outcry, his hands hanging weakly, trembling with immense pain coursing through them. This remark left the crowd momentarily stunned, casting bewildered glances at Daoist Qingfeng, their minds racing with questions about whether this Daoist harbored some hidden identity. In a roiling sea of magma, a tranquil area emerged centered around a great cauldron. Not only does one require favorable conditions, but one must also seek a substitute. While the latter is easily found, the former is elusive. How could Yin Tian have grown to such an extraordinary level in the great Yin kingdom, with a growth trajectory so traceable? I implore you, esteemed master, to exercise your grace and restore this weeping blade to its former glory. Hong Guozi said respectfully, unable to suppress a surge of excitement within. Wang Yu is the direct disciple of Zhu Yuyin, but had never revealed his true cultivation in front of the world. The instinctual choices of life are generally correct. Who can thwart the human desire for survival? The exposure of this news brought the sordid undercurrents of the South Korean entertainment industry into public view, capturing societal attention. Yin Tian bent low, his movements swift as a leopard, covering hundreds of meters in an instant to stand before his opponent. Jiang'an raised his head, believing that this could alleviate the intense bitterness, and over time, it would wash away the tears welling in his eyes. He wished to escape the enveloping atmosphere of sorrow. That is well and good. Legally speaking, the assets of a husband and wife are indivisible. Thus, my share of Zhun Fei's holdings is as much mine as it is yours. Kindly bestow upon me half of the shares. This feels akin to outright theft. Dong Shui has appointed his elder brother Su Huang as the prefect of Hanyang County, tasked with commanding the military forces therein. Henceforth, Su Huang began to take true charge of affairs. Before me stands my mother's grave. Bing Air gazes at the unmarked tombstone, her expression tinged with melancholy. Chun Shaoran entered the living room, poured himself a cup of warm water, and casually settled onto the sofa while turning on the television. He looked at me, his initial surprise giving way to joy, mingled with a hint of sorrow. These emotions intertwined, his joy stemming from my longing for him, and his sorrow from his abrupt departure from my life. Observing this, Luo Hao remained silent, swiftly wielding his long sword to sweep towards Chun Yen, unleashing waves of sword energy that radiated from the blade. The imposing Yin Mountain, with its vegetation and every stone, emanated an almost palpable aura of darkness, hinting at the profound depth of its malevolence. However, on the other side, Zhang Liang faced a rather challenging situation. After delegating his demands, the initial days had been promising, with numerous guilds complying with his directives. For the sake of caution, Xiang Gang Tian had already formulated a plan targeting those beneath the 6th rank of the sacred ancestor. 1,000 taels of gold, equating to 50,000 grams, with gold possessing a density of 19.3 grams per cubic centimeter. In the face of a mid-tier practitioner who had opened a second spiritual grid and assimilated a second miraculous life form, he instinctively recalled the coursework from his Clan S studies. All was in readiness, yet my heart was not in it, especially since matters with Zhang Jun remained unresolved, necessitating a delay in commencement. Yu Jingxian had just plucked all the black fungus, with Mo Shi trailing behind her, incessantly uttering unpleasing remarks. In the next moment, she heard the half-orc calling out to her as he returned, relying solely on this gossamer-thin bodysuit. Even if she ultimately succeeded in vanquishing her opponent, she would surely be gravely wounded and lifeless by now. It must be noted that Bantanda could only seek refuge under the assault of monstrous entities, while this city had begun to actively nurture such creatures, indicating its formidable strength compared to Bantanda. This primary world, beneath its veneer of peace, indeed conceals aspects unknown to the common populace. Once Lu Rian finished her meal, Lu Ruoling adorned her face and had several shadow guards disguise themselves as ordinary citizens, then led Lu Rian out the door. Zhou Yin observed Wu Wanqing's current appearance, perhaps as a male. His entire battle armor seemed far sturdier and more powerful than Luo Xian's delicate attire. Throughout the morning, Yu Jingxian followed closely, offering guidance. When the first complete wooden house was constructed, all the orcs erupted in jubilant cheers. However, upon further reflection, it dawned on her that even the soldiers on Earth endure a burdensome training of 30 to 40 kilograms while traversing. Yi Xiang observed the newcomer, who, rather frivolously, extended their arms. Just as she was about to speak, the little girl Kiki, whom she was holding, suddenly released her grip and leapt into the stranger's embrace. Nevertheless, the internet is replete with rich content and boundless imagination, making it quite enjoyable for leisure. She resolved to retire early for the night. Although she had decided to withdraw from Zhejiang University, there remained numerous matters to attend to, and they would reunite at the onset of the new semester. Langya gently wrapped Qin Yu's blue and white scarf snugly around her neck. With the likely ascendancy of Yang Xueling in Zhejiang, Langya would inevitably engage more profoundly with this affluent region. Yi Hua, believing himself to possess extensive knowledge and experience, maintained a condescending attitude typical of urban dwellers towards migrant workers, swaggering into the management office of the 43rd camp. In this post-apocalyptic world, everyone cherished the tranquility of the present. Particularly after the cataclysm, many had suffered the devastation of broken families. Those who managed to survive and remain together had recently ignited a wave of matrimonial fervor at the base, which profoundly moved Yi Qi, prompting him to propose. Niescu glanced at the clumsy waiter, shook his head in disdain, and chose to remain silent, letting things unfold as they may. Qingbo instinctively looked up. Her face instantly flushed like a splash of rouge, for she caught a glimpse of herself in the rearview mirror, disheveled and wild-haired, resembling a madwoman. How mortifying it would be if others were to see her. Zhang Riyun, caught off guard, did not evade. Upon feeling the warmth of her palm, he noted a stark contrast to her usually frosty demeanor, and though he sensed an epiphany, he allowed her to continue without retreating. Wang Yong leaned against the pavilion's pillar, casually grabbing a handful of peanuts, cracking one open, and tossing the red-coated kernel into his mouth. Do not fret. Once I have taken care of matters here, I shall accompany you to visit the lady. I assure you, once she sees me, her condition will surely improve. Lin Wanrong proclaimed confidently. Can I switch shifts? I have somewhere to be, he exclaimed in a flurry, hastily standing up to retrieve his bag, preparing to leave for some amusement. Mu Shui suddenly noticed Captain Jelly's expression was remarkably calm, as if he had anticipated everything. When he finally opened his eyes, he was met with glaring sunlight, indicating it was already midday. He emerged from the tent, stretching lazily, despite having overslept and disrupted his schedule. A night of deep slumber had restored much of his strength, and the internal injuries from the previous night had healed significantly. Across the street, not far from them, Jiang Bufan and Sima Runin were exiting a restaurant, and their side-by-side stroll suggested a remarkably close relationship. Indeed. Just look, Catfish exclaimed, gleefully swinging the bomb in his hand. Why ask such a foolish question, while our candidates may arise from either evil or good intentions? It is only in the final battle that we shall discern the true nature of their essence. Moreover, whether good or evil, one must merge back to their true self. Otherwise, they shall not embody a complete heaven or be replaced by another candidate, the man in black remarked. As the divine barrier of the god ruins halted the Hongmeng battleship, the commander of the First Universe's operation, the Sub-General Hong Lin of the 30,000 elite guards under the Holy King Hongzhu, was aboard his flagship, observing several beautiful nuns captured from the Qiling Star performing a dance. Then I shall not stand on ceremony, chuckled the old man in black robes, who with a casual wave of his hand, stored 3 swords into the box of all things. Yet, he felt a sense of unfulfilled ambition and bitterness in his heart, lamenting the many regrets left in this life, hoping that in the next he might realize the aspirations of this existence, thus justifying his life's ambitions. Su Nao, with a pale face devoid of color, silently cast a glance at Liu Changhe, then resolutely grasped the hilt of his sword once more. Yi Xian, caught in a dilemma, could not abandon her, but found the current resting place perilous. Thus, he bent down to lift Wu Yinfu and began to ascend the steps, intending to settle her in a safer location. At this moment, Li Yin fell silent, staring blankly at Fei Zhu, unable to utter a word. I see. The 6-eared macaque remarked, his admiration evident. Your intention to seize the diamond bracelet is but a pretense. Your true desire is to reveal your true form. How intriguing. The man's wisdom was truly remarkable, combining courage with strategy, daring to risk his life and face peril. Fear not. Such circumstances befall anyone. Minister Fong need not reproach himself. Lin Liang reassured, lightly accepting the pill offered by Fong Yu, swallowing in one gulp, and gradually restoring the color to his face. However, the subsequent words plunged him into despair, as Kexino coldly declared, "Everyone must follow me. To refuse is to oppose me, Kexino." This statement was akin to delivering a resounding slap to Xue Wuqing's face. Though anxious, he dared not meditate to cultivate his qi, for doing so would release spiritual energy, potentially revealing his advanced cultivation to any who might be watching, thereby jeopardizing his concealment. Observing the tall figure of Tu Ying gradually receding, Lin Yong could not help but sigh. His partner was far more formidable than the average individual. Though she was as unyielding as ice, he was not the sun. Upon hearing these words, the celestial Lord Zishan furrowed his brow deeply. Although Nan Feng's expression was crude, it was also forthright. While his motivations may have been personal, his actions were undeniably selfless. The innkeeper, undeterred by conflict, had been waiting nearby ever since the burly man slammed silver onto the table, and now, hearing the call for change, he prepared with a beaming smile. Erlang Shun Yang Jian, the sea god Yanzi, the innate treasures of the 10 witches of Ling Mountain, and the unknown dangers of the deepest offerings to heaven. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Yang's heart ached profoundly. He had only ever seen Tu Ying's steadfast demeanor. Never had he encountered her in such a state. After dodging 2 bolts of heavenly thunder, he focused on the position of the stout man, employing the earth escape technique to reappear amidst the chaotic battle, retracting his primordial spirit and hastily rejoining his physical form. In truth, this magical effect would not last long. The 8 gods, sensing the timing was right, snorted coldly and retracted the spell, restoring the original state. Had he truly arrived 2 years prior, he might not have received such generous treatment from Du Guoqing. In this instance, Du Guoqing's flattery towards Dong Menqing was primarily motivated by his own gain. And Yinrong led Luo Min into a hospital room. In the center of the room, there lay a hospital bed connected to various electronic devices, upon which rested a patient wearing an oxygen mask. All that could be seen from Luo Min's vantage point were the sparse, unkempt strands of the patient's silvery hair. Dong Menqing subsequently produced a box of exquisite rouge as a reward for her, jesting with her for a moment, and attempted to lift her chin with 2 fingers. However, Gur interjected, saying, "Enough of this nonsense. Go amuse Jiunyang with your antics." She then exited, closing the door behind her, and took up an embroidery frame, stitching while keeping watch. Observing the lively chatter in the hall, and Yinrong slowly shook her head, her tone icy. Bai Yang, in pursuit, felt his heart thundering in his chest, contemplating what he should say when he encountered Tong Jing. He found himself at a loss, as Tong Jing's silhouette reappeared in his line of sight. Consequently, following the bloodbath at the Eight Gods Temple. A tumult that was destined to ripple across the Tianyuan continent was inexplicably suppressed. Many within the divine clans were oblivious to the underlying reasons, which were understood only by the principal deities. What concern is it of yours? In any case, you cannot go today. If you dare to, do you believe Tong Yao would be so furious that my teeth would chatter? He swallowed his harsher words, fearing that if he uttered them, his sister Tong Jing would truly never return. In midair, a violet glow lingered like a monochromatic rainbow, persisting long after the figures of Lin Shu and the other vanished. Although not explicitly stated, Lin Shu and the esteemed Chancellor of the Alliance, Lord Truman, shared a remarkably similar perspective on this matter. However, the military strength of the Wild Goose Star could not possibly deploy such a vast advance force as the Cosmic Alliance, merely for reconnaissance purposes. The individual was drenched in blood, rambling deliriously about magical artifacts, elixirs, and celestial techniques. As the first half concluded, Manchester United, bolstered by Rooney's 2 goals and modest strike, led AS Roma 3-0 at halftime. Practitioners required time to perform their spells, which often placed them at a disadvantage against martial artists of the same realm. Although he could easily slay opponents of the 5th realm, he feared that encountering a master of the 7th realm would likely result in a swift demise. Perhaps the atmosphere had been too tense at that moment, preventing anyone from contemplating the backup situation. Watching the Mercury Corpse King, now half its head severed, lying motionless on the ground with only its eyes visible, Xiao Tianchuan exhaled deeply. Uncertain of the cause of the fire, he lamented the uncontrollable blaze that had erupted, exacerbated by the strong winds of the evening. Is this a sign of the supernatural? Qin Lisher muttered to herself. For her gratitude towards Qiao Yang had always remained steadfast. From the moment I encountered Qiao Yang, to the gradual deepening of our acquaintance, and ultimately blossoming into a cherished friendship, Qiao Yang has consistently been a pillar of support for me. Therefore, Imo Wan's gratitude towards Qiao Yang has always remained steadfast, naturally wishing to prevent any misunderstandings with her benefactor. As Li Wuxin sipped her tea, she suddenly spewed it out, choking for a considerable time before regaining her composure. He gently lifted Li Wuxin, meticulously cleansing her by the warm springs in the dimly lit room, wiping her down with utmost care. Had it not been for Li Wuxin's near-unconscious state and her overwhelming fatigue, he would have been consumed by an overwhelming desire to devour her in that very moment. Zhuizi and the others had yet to depart, gazing in stunned disbelief at his handsome visage, struggling to accept the reality before them. The sisters by Yin Qin exchanged glances, a flicker of surprise illuminating their eyes. Upon reflection, they recognized that this man indeed possessed an extraordinary aura and presence. After Qing spoke, he closed his eyes to meditate, while Zhao Fuxin felt an overwhelming urgency within him. He longed to return home swiftly, lest his mother grow anxious. Although he was restless, he refrained from pacing, wary of disturbing Qing Wen's tranquility. Upon arriving at the hospital, Bai Shui remained unresponsive, prompting the group to grasp the gravity of the situation. Gao Yuan was reassured by the doctor that his injuries were merely superficial, yet Bai Shui's plight seemed far more serious, indicating a condition beyond a typical fainting spell. The boxes, shimmering with a golden sheen, appear to be crafted from gold, approximately 1 meter in diameter and square-shaped, providing ample space for various items. However, for the disciples of the Deer Mountain sect, these treasures represented an immense temptation, as they were acutely aware of their value and significance. Li Bingran felt a wave of discomfort wash over him as he observed Li Wuxin's serene expression, one that seemed to encompass all matters within her heart, causing his own to flutter. Coming from a noble lineage, he wished to avoid any further risks, harboring no grand ambitions, only desiring a life of peace and safety. Cheng Yibin had long surpassed the achievements of his predecessors within the Cheng family, firmly establishing himself as a figure of dominance, even eclipsing his father's authority. In response to Cheng Yihai's wrath, Cheng Yibin remained unfazed, although Pei Shirin's complexion paled noticeably. Shuiyu appeared exceedingly agitated, having witnessed the cowardice of those men the previous day. However, Pang Tong instantly shot her a glance, effectively suppressing her emotions. It was no wonder the old prince was so incensed. Anyone in his position would struggle to maintain their composure, as the events were utterly preposterous and dramatically surreal. Although the Americans had achieved advancements in the form of pseudo-third-generation super soldiers, They were but ants in the face of Mengda. After relentless assaults over the months, the outer city walls had not collapsed, yet had suffered damage from the South-used spectral army. Fortunately, after a day of hasty repairs, the city gates had been temporarily sealed. Yi Qinyu's gaze wandered in boredom, and whether it was mere habit or something else, Chenru also glanced over. Their eyes meeting in an instant. Zhang Ren promptly steadied him. Pang Tong slept soundly until the afternoon, and upon awakening, Zhang Ren seized his hand and delivered a swift cut. After a moment of contemplation, he trembled and exclaimed, "Heaven has eyes," before exhaling in relief and reclining onto the bed. Meng Dai chuckled, expressing that he required no compensation, which left Amy Shida perplexed. What scheme was he concocting? From the second year of Chongjin to the present 17th year, Li Zicheng experienced numerous triumphs, yet faced even more failures. He chuckled twice, striving to disregard the gazes directed at him from the conference room, and returned to his previous seat, casting a resentful glare at Li Yunza. Once the wind godleg was unleashed, evading the collective assault of the crowd, one could see the fiercely determined Xiao Feng delivering a powerful kick towards the elite warriors leading the charge. At that moment, the Thunder God expert seized the opportunity while Xiao Feng was signaling, and suddenly slashed his sword toward the Emperor's sword. Fu, she turned his gaze, only to find that his father's black dragon had awakened, appearing exceedingly frail, as if uttering even a single word would exhaust all its strength. To be precise, Xia Ziki was completely unprepared. She had never anticipated that Feng Yi would utter those 3 words to her. The most critical aspect was that within this icy valley, the ice flowers merely represented the surface-level threat. Jiang Yu was somewhat concerned that such a violent onslaught might provoke something far more formidable. Yet in the next instant, Nangong Feiyu's index finger was seized and forcefully bent upward, producing a sound akin to cracking bones. Qian, she donned his shoes, not for any other reason, but because he himself found them odorous and wished to avoid the unpleasant scent. Seizing the moment before the mantis god could pursue, he refined the blood crow's source pearl, forming a new heavenly gang seed, which he then placed within the wild boar's guise. Oxygen was equally crucial. If a source of fresh water could not be located, the thin underground oxygen could swiftly drive a person away. Not to mention the existence of these torches, as fire requires ample oxygen for combustion, which also depletes it. Currently, Xiang Hao faced formidable adversaries from extraordinary clans, much like the Dragon-Elephant clan, which appeared as a terrifying family atop the pyramid in the eyes of most. Such a threat could momentarily stabilize everyone. Yet should anything go awry or change, they would instinctively assign the blame to Liao Ma. Su Xingguang pursed his lips, gazing at Yu Jie, and shook his head, saying, "This is not your fault. You should rest well at home. I will return to keep you company after work." Following his words, Su Xingguang hurriedly entered the kitchen. Wang Chang observed, anxious in his heart, already envisioning the hundreds of grass mud horses bowing in respect within Lu Zongyuan's mind. Really? Nico Robin expressed her confusion, wondering if the world government truly intended to eradicate Wu Ye. Of course, it's to teach you what you do not know. He shrugged, indicating that she had posed an exceedingly foolish question. Around 6 o'clock on weekends, the courtyard was most crowded. What if Gu Minglang came to pick her up at that time? Liao Qingmei quickly shook her head. Her concern was not excessive. In truth, Liao Qingmei could not clearly articulate whether it was worry or something else. Even though ninjutsu held the advantage, the 5 Shadows elite forces maintained their speed without any reduction throughout. By the way, anxiously and unwillingly, Lu Chishuan's eyes brightened. If we return immediately and notify Pingzi, Pun, and Kazuki, we shall naturally have no fear of the hollow faces and can achieve success. The realm of carbon and blood is indeed enigmatic. Could the method of resurrection of the Empress Mother encounter any unforeseen circumstances? The deity of the Western Emperor Tower inquired, for it appeared to believe that even the spiritual treasures were on the brink of transcendence, and the resurrection technique might also be subject to change. Very well. You should rest. I too must sleep, as you have awakened me just as I was slipping into slumber, Chui Hong lamented. The dean retrieved a cigarette from his drawer, placed it between his lips, and with his right index finger raised, murmured softly towards the cigarette. To his astonishment, the tip of his finger ignited like a lighter, producing a blue flame that lit the cigarette. After all, there was nothing pressing today. He could simply take a moment to relax. Just as Su Yang lay down on his bed, yearning for a brief respite, the phone rang, indicating that he was indeed a person who could not remain idle. Upon noticing that the call was from his master, he felt a familiar sense of urgency. This year, Su Yang was well aware that the final competition would indeed be a duel between the 8 gates and the 1,000 doors, a fact known to very few, with him being one of them. As expected, Lu Xiu found herself unable to withstand the sword spirit-esque floral chain and was forced back within mere moments, unable to advance any further. Faced with an opponent she could not strike, she felt utterly helpless. In Wuzhong, Lu Yunting arrived at the Qianglong Mountain Villa area, guided by the coordinates provided by Chen Zhongze. There, he encountered Elder Chun and Chen Zhongze, along with 3 high-ranking military officers. A smile spread across Chu Zhong's face. If this were true, he would save an immense amount of time. With Lu Tianyu's assistance, Sui Zilu approached the fire dragon. The crimson light was on the verge of extinguishing. The black demon ape roared, and in an instant, the winds howled within several miles, striking terror into the hearts of all present. The students were utterly astonished as they witnessed the black demon ape's right eye pierced in succession by 9 flying knives. The knives, retaining their momentum, transformed into a row embedded in the ancient tree. At that moment, a black gun barrel emerged from a round hole in the partition wall, and those familiar with mobile warriors would recognize it as the standard shoulder-mounted 40 Gauss machine gun of the new Asian military, seemingly to validate Captain Morgan's words. On the flagship of the mobile army, Su Yuanqing sent the recently retrieved data to Major General Pank. She appeared to be the executive deputy county head of Jiuan, named Huang something, Huang Yunxin. Ling Qi smacked her forehead. Her father had once encountered this member of the county committee during his tenure in Jiuan. And among the uniformly male officials, Huang Yunxin stood out with her remarkable appearance and demeanor. Meanwhile, Old Frank's selection of tea seemed even more diverse and precious, exuding a sense of lavishness intended to please his guests, raising the question, what exactly was his ulterior motive? After exchanging their grievances, Yen Rian continued to introduce the information about the 11 unusual beings of Shangyue. This marked the first encounter of the skeletons with a formidable organization of extraordinary beings, which not only exhibited remarkable strategic prowess but also possessed formidable means, compelling the 6 gates to pay a hefty price equivalent to an entire mortal realm. In this inaugural clash, the 6 gates suffered a calamitous defeat. The essence of immortality hinges upon the unyielding spirit, requiring rare items such as courageous fruit, tenacious heart, and indomitable liquid. In pursuit of these rare treasures, Xiao Jiao found herself with little time to tend her own skin. And during a recent outing to a certain rendezvous, she faced unwelcome remarks that left her quite disheartened. The 3-headed firehound, boasting an initial rank of 5, possessed combat prowess that surpassed the combined might of 3 high-level 4-tier summoned beasts. Astonishingly, all 3 colossal heads collided simultaneously with an unidentified object, only to be met with an equal and opposite force that rebounded upon themselves. Have I truly weakened to such an extent? Despite being a young special police officer, Ling Qi felt the weight of years of rigorous training dissipate in an instant. The stark contrast leaving her pride severely wounded as her right hand clenched into a furious fist. Deploy the demon mecha. We possess a fundamental understanding of this city's information. Yet the mechanical lowly poses an extreme danger. Su Lin, we should consider evacuation. The suggestion troubled him greatly, as he pondered whether this individual could truly execute what he claimed. Amidst the tremors of heaven and earth, the 10 Buddhas of Buddhism united to establish the Bodhi Great Formation, which abruptly shattered. As calm returned, one beheld Jin Yuanzi, his flowing sleeves billowing as he stood majestically in the clouds, while the likes of Rulai and others coughed up blood, their faces displaying shock and a pallor of despair. What? Dong Ke has succumbed to corpse poison? Does that mean he is now a zombie? At this moment, I could no longer wait for Chan Xian to speak. I hastily interjected, astonished, as I directed my inquiry towards the elderly woman. The waters of the pool shimmered in a soft blue hue, its depths sparkling as if filled with countless luminous pearls. Unaware of the consequences of their actions, it seemed that, without a lesson, they would never comprehend who it was they had offended. With a disdainful snort, Zhang Kuang prepared to leave a lingering impression on the thunderous ground beneath him. Dijun, endowed with wisdom, understood the intentions of Fushi and Ji Xinyuan. Their strategy was simply to employ a circuitous approach, utilizing the strength of humanity to assail the Western Heavenly Court, thereby exerting pressure on Di Jun in the underworld. In this manner, Di Jun's concern for the Heavenly Court would prevent him from focusing entirely on Confucius. Contemplating this, Gu Sha Baby felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, tinged with an unusual pang of jealousy. Su Ying remained silent, channeling his vital energy as he surged towards Uncle Zhong. Li Xiaoyi's heavenly filth crossbow was fortified by his magical power, rendering it nearly impossible to defend against. Once he was eliminated, Li Xiaoyi would pose no significant threat. Upon arriving at the central street of Hancheng, Su Ying encountered Hong Hai, Su Feng, and an elderly man. Noticing this, a cold smile crept upon Su Ying's lips as he suddenly flickered, the next moment finding himself amidst the battlefield, stepping into the realm of the black-robed. Upon hearing Ho Yusin's words, Xiao Etian discerned that her anger had somewhat dissipated. Otherwise, she would not have uttered such sentiments. Who, then, could have leaked this matter? Might it be the celestial Chang'e? Xiao Etian deemed it improbable. Another figure, with eyes sparkling with desire, gazed upon Ruina, whose unparalleled beauty and frosty demeanor incited their yearning for conquest. Although he ultimately remained a mere dragon carp, not yet attaining the status of a true dragon. The formidable power of the Qinglian Diyue Sutra was evident. Sun Wukong summoned the Nimbus Cloud, eager to ride it in search of the final Dragon Ball. Realizing something was amiss, Jiraiya hurried over, shaking his head with a smile, and regardless of Bai's consent, he lifted her and pursued. Those who approached Park Shun-hee, without exception, held leverage over her urgent need for cash, pressing hard to negotiate lower prices. Sir, do you imply that Prince Fu has military backing? The troops surrounding the capital support Prince Fu? Zhang Tianhao instinctively inquired. However, the restraint displayed here merely indicated a lack of lethal intent. Yet the marksmanship of the killing godmaster was indeed formidable. In truth, Su Ming's predicament was akin to Zhang Wei's. Both had recently ascended to the role of regional manager, and failure to excel in their positions could lead to displacement by more seasoned store managers, necessitating notable achievements from both. The two, one mature and beautiful, the other innocent and charming, resembled sisters. However, were it a few years ago, perhaps Qin Shui would have mirrored Princess Tianyi. They are not here to attack us. We have been deceived. Suddenly, Subud forcefully struck his own head, his strength excessive and his frustration palpable. The force of his blow nearly rendered him unconscious. Yingchuan lay 500 miles southeast of Luoyang. Zhang Han and his companions traveled by day and rested at night, swiftly reaching Yangsheng and entering the territory of Yingchuan. On this day, while on the road, Wu Zifang observed Zhang Han's distracted demeanor and inquired. She had never witnessed such desolation in Fu Tingshan before, apart from the moment of her death. This was the second instance. He said nothing further, merely fixating his deep-set gaze unwaveringly upon Yao Shiqi. Had Yuan Qingwei remained silent earlier, allowing such a deity to sense something awry without discerning the specific issue, the gravity of the situation was unmistakable. On the street leading to the Academy of True Knowledge, one could frequently spot young mages clad in black robes, walking in pairs. She was utterly at a loss for words. His smile was so captivating that she reluctantly declared him unattractive. Yet, gazing at his stern expression, she dared not voice the truth. Zombies. These are crafted from powerful corpses that once held significant status or authority. The greater the power and standing of the deceased, the higher the level and attack prowess of the resulting zombie. They possess a degree of thought and can independently execute the tasks assigned by their host with remarkable efficacy. Within that place, there were quite a number of Chinese individuals. Coupled with the American's somewhat vague recognition of Chinese faces, Lin Yi felt that there would be little issue, thereby extending her stay for a few more days. She searched for the lounge, the restroom, and her office, yet found no sign of Fu Tingshan. However, as she reached the stairway on the second floor, a faint fragrance of flowers wafted into her nostrils. Regardless of whether Yao Yao would become a human or a ghost, what mattered was the chance to live enduringly in this world, as long as there remained an opportunity for cultivation into humanity. Su Sin opened her mouth, for she had signed a contract of servitude with Qian Feng. Without him, how could she obtain her monthly stipend? Doubt regarding a certain matter compels one to incessantly seek evidence to substantiate their beliefs, while hatred conveniently blinds one's vision. allowing only the desired evidence to be perceived, thus reinforcing their conviction. Ultimately, it was proven that his approach was commendable, given the current defensive prowess of the mixed-element heavenly pearl. It effortlessly withstood the recent tempest of force. It was only after the storm dissipated that he made his appearance. The two saints unsheathed their long swords from their waists. These unadorned blades exuded no formidable aura, resembling mere trinkets procured from the marketplace. In comparison, Jiang Ming's radiant sword appeared rather ostentatious. Recalling the distorted face seen in the end, Mo Yufan still felt a twinge of trepidation. The corpulent Yin lay upon his bed, igniting a cigarette, eyes closed, inhaling deeply and ravenously indulging his craving. Lady Fu's praise was misplaced. Minister Wang Mang was merely alleviating the emperor's burdens. Moreover, Lady Fu was sagacious and wise, effectively governing the kingdom of Dingtao. The prosperity of Dingtao was not inferior to that of the imperial capital, Chang'an, Wang Mang flattered. Tianming exhaled a sigh of relief, then turned to glance behind him. Although the crimson maple forest echoed with the cries of bloodbaths, they dared not emerge. Su Minghai, serving as Han Yu's homeroom teacher, was leisurely seated with reading glasses, perusing the newspaper. Upon hearing her slightly weighted words, Fu Yi felt a sense of comfort. The true person of shaking light not only harbored noble aspirations, but also valued individual sentiments. Had it been a stricter true person, they might have resorted to coercion or temptation, compelling her to swear an oath to vanquish the demons plaguing the 3,000 domains. Ding Chang stated, "I should go take a look. You all wait here." Utilizing lightness skills, he traversed the rocky terrain, scaled the cliff, and entered a cave, discovering beyond it a serene and picturesque landscape. On the hillside, there seemed to be thatched cottages and a pavilion perched upon a ridge. Hao Bai was equally unreserved, taking a seat beside him, as the two engaged in conversation while savoring tea. "Swear, on that day when I was intoxicated, I truly have no recollection of what transpired. I assure you, it was unintentional." Situ lay clarified. Wan Ningzhu pondered whether he genuinely had not rested in ages, or if he simply required no sleep at all. "Very well, let us remain here today. Oh, do have someone bring and chun over, and seize assault does not bode well. It seems that today, that individual remains unaware of his identity, thus oblivious to who has set their sights upon him. Wan, remain calm. Allow him to finish speaking." Lan Hanyan shouted fiercely, forcefully pulling back Wan Ningzhu. Although her tone was stern, there was no mistaking the urgency in her eyes. 3 years prior, Shilu's father committed a grievous error. He not only deceived the innocent and kind-hearted girl, Xin'er, into losing her virtue, but also intended to abandon her irresponsibly, executing a cruel plan. The location they were in was close to Huangguang City, and if hordes of magical beasts truly appeared nearby, Huangguang City would be in grave danger. Contemplating this, she softly declared, "Let us go," and set off toward Huangguang City. The masked figure gaped in astonishment at Wan Ningzhu, watching as she gradually shed her disguise. It was as if this secluded retreat had allowed her to train freely at her own whims. Otherwise, how could she be unaware of her own level? "A stone?" Long Qianxuan exclaimed in surprise, realizing after such a lengthy pursuit that it was merely a rock. Nevertheless, regardless of its nature, the assembled formidable beings had no intention of letting this treasure slip away, and chaos quickly ensued. Her concern for the safety of King Hui left her unable to focus on nurturing her own health, resulting in her catching a chill. In truth, Tony had long recognized Natasha's extraordinary nature. Her formidable combat skills and sense of responsibility suggested she was far more than a mere hired security guard. "Yes, we hail from Guangdong, and we are also part of the Four-Leaf Clover, here for the concert of the Three, but due to certain circumstances, we are compelled to study in Chongqing." "Here, I must clarify that we are not the vixens described by the Four-Leaf Clover," Kaixin responded. Unexpectedly, Xiangbao merely smiled in silence. And when Jin Ming could hardly contain himself, she finally moved the corners of her lips. "Very well." Although her words were ambiguous, Jin Ming sensed a certain danger in her gaze. Bing Han listened quietly, her golden phoenix eyes partially obscured by her lashes, wearing an expression that hinted at a blend of resignation and subtle exasperation. There was a noticeable shift from her usual aloofness to a newfound softness and compliance. The appearance of the three formed a formidable alliance, encircling Wu Lei and Xian Yao in the center, seemingly poised to execute them at the slightest provocation. However, upon seeing Xian Yao's breathtaking beauty, they instantly froze. I believe that those who truly grasp the truth would never wish for such individuals to face judgment. For in our country, it seems unnecessary to clarify. Everyone knows that often, even with irrefutable evidence, the wicked go unpunished. This time, however, true justice might finally prevail. The three formidable members of the Tiger Clan, despite their menacing aura, treated Wu Lei and his companions with utmost courtesy, evidently impressed by Wu Lei's earlier display of strength, which had similarly won their respect. Thus, they had no objections to Xian Yuan Ho seeking collaboration with Wu Lei and his group. What is this? How could they not include us, these treacherous scoundrels? Kai Xian exclaimed in anger, fearing she might suffocate from his kiss. Insija temporarily suppressed his desires and gently released her crimson lips. A profound transformation has occurred. After swiftly eliminating 2 members of the 9-character divine clan, he barely sensed any depletion of his celestial energy. Typically, such residences are not acquired for affluent families, but rather for young masters to host extravagant parties. Zhou Changyin strode into the outer chamber, selecting a set of room key card from a gift box beside the model of the property, and tossed them directly into Jiang Shu's hand upon his return. The middle-aged leader cast a discontented glance at his son in the tribe. Those with robust physiques and formidable strength are more readily accorded respect. Despite the stoic nature of man, Guan Yu could not restrain his tears upon witnessing Liu Bei's current state. He had not anticipated that I would pose such an unrelated question, mentioning that Qin Yu was ill and required care, thus alternating leave with her mother to stay at home. Upon noticing Qi Beihan's pause, Shangguan Anxue did not wish to miss such a splendid opportunity and moved in to attempt capturing him. He began to peruse the script, which was likely too intricate and captivating, perhaps even inadvertently misplaced. However, he remained unaware of this information as he personally led the main force to Nian. Just as the beam of light bound Jiangheng completely, 5 elders of the divine clan finally arrived at Iron Star. Subsequently, he picked up some dry twigs and leaves, placing them aside, positioning the focus orb above the leaves and branches to gather energy upon them. Yuan Zhilu pondered for a moment, then glanced at Gu Shijin, contemplating that she had maintained her position for quite some time. Surely she had not fallen asleep, or else she might have already dozed off at her desk were it not for the supervising teacher's presence. He was uncertain of what Jing Ci fancied, seeming rather indifferent to desires until he encountered Yao Yao. After bathing, Sun Wukong donned a vibrant red training outfit, soaring into the sky, transforming into a streak of light that vanished beyond the horizon. Simultaneously, Bai Yujing and Beiyuan Qinxiu, who had just descended the mountain and were yet to exit the Deer Island Shrine, found themselves encircled. He genuinely feared that some alchemists might cut corners. Although they could produce elixirs, the efficacy might be significantly diminished. Shen Yugu aimed to recall the tone of his voice from 6 years past, feeling it was somewhat unrecognizable, and then he realized what he had just said. Shen Yugu turned back, gazing at the increasingly approaching man. When he descended, he had a designated spot against the wall of the rooftop garden. This is the contract he signed. Take a look. Jing Ci, unhurried, retrieved a document from his desk and handed it over. He quickly returned the wine gourd to Bai Yujing, exclaiming as a strong aroma of alcohol escaped his lips. What a potent drink! His once dark complexion now bore a flush of crimson. Shen Ziyu felt helpless. Zhang Chun had just confidently assured that he would fulfill the task admirably. Sitting on the sofa, Zhang Yiqin found amusement in Zhang Niu's distressed expression. The matters that had been troubling him for days had markedly improved. Yet how could he speak up about returning? He could only watch Zhang Niu depart. A headache plagued me. How could I not see the child resembled Li Ge? Rather, the child bore a closer resemblance to Feng Shuiyin, a beautiful offspring who inherited all her mother's virtues. Her large phoenix eyes were adorned with exceptionally clear dragon brows, the delicate arch of which bore a certain resemblance to Chu Yi. The individual with whom he conversed was shrouded in darkness, cloaked in a black cape that obscured any discernible gender. However, the timbre of his voice revealed him to be a middle-aged man. The crowd erupted in applause, casting aside their chess pieces to engage in a game of blind chess in the stream. The Earth-rank spirit elixir had become a rare treasure in the world today. Though scarce, The three great sects of the Xianmen and Qingqiu Mountain titans of the cultivation realm could still refine it. For instance, the qi-condensing pills awarded to the top 10 from Qingqiu Mountain were indeed Earth-rank 9th grade elixirs. Despicable and shameless? You may have misunderstood. Chu Feng offered a cold smile, twisting the true energy in his hand, resulting in a resounding thud. Although there seemed to be some discrepancies here, through the dialogues of the master and others, Yin Mei could vaguely sense that something significant had transpired back then. Thus, the only course of action was to ensure that his son shone with excellence before the elders. For this reason, he decided to send his son on the quest for the ancient jade fruit, accompanied by Yuan Wu for added safety. The poison had been neutralized. Though effects lingered, the situation had improved considerably. Ganyan nodded with a smile, and then turned his gaze sharply towards Qi Lian. This voice was all too familiar to him. It belonged to none other than Long Fei. Since arriving in the Yunyu continent, Gao Xian had lost all contact with his companions. The crowd displayed expressions of confusion. After all, warriors were not required to kneel before a worldly prince. They bowed only to the heavens and their parents, completely disregarding the prince. Thus, after an indeterminate period of descent, Gao Xian and his companions began to perceive a faint light gradually emerging before them. Song Yi Sirach Hadhit, Distrisit. How could she have once thought that Xiahou Su was somewhat of a gentleman? She assumed unity would prevail, but instead, she found herself ensnared. Gu Meng seemed to have lost her earlier smile since boarding the plane, her demeanor growing markedly cold and silent. Guanshan observed this closely, but chose not to comment, silently accompanying Feng Xinzi. In a fleeting moment, the butterfly effect ignited. Everyone exchanged glances, and under the influence of a leader, a substantial number began to waver in their resolve. Without so much as a glance at the man before her, Li Wu Xen turned away discreetly, displeased, and prepared to leave. After a week of rest, Gu Ming returned to her usual routine at work. Guan Shenji's life gradually fell into a rhythm, at least no longer resembling the previous state of inaction, which brought a sigh of relief to Li Ziliu. As for the supplementary benefits of the side story, perhaps they might be written if time permits, though it seems unlikely that I will have the opportunity to do so. The speaker, the formidable Wu Jin, appeared oblivious to the fact that this incident was instigated by them, instead placing blame on the Song people. Xiao Jingyu looked up in surprise at the elderly eunuch before him, whose dark eyes glimmered with an eerie light under the illumination, his weathered face resembling dried orange peel, casting an unsettling shadow. Lin Jundai held a crimson invitation in her hands, and, seeing Li Wuxin's bewildered expression, explained that the previous note was merely a token of entry, while this document was the genuine invitation to the martial arts assembly. As her gaze danced with grace, the gentle smile on her face radiated warmth. After concluding a phone call, Yi Qianyu had already discerned the intentions of Feng Wenxin and Bai Xiong. All that remained was to validate his assumptions. With the mention of meat, Zhou Qiba felt his stomach growl, a sensation that involuntarily triggered his memories. Upon hearing this, Lu Yingzhao instinctively retreated 2 steps, aware that the presence of this devilish youth would surely herald misfortune. Meng Yuan remained in a daze, while eunuch Li, exasperated, stamped his foot and hurried after Ning Hanmei. Facing the furious monarchs, Wei Melang remained composed, fully aware that the Ming dynasty was not one to harm envoys. The moment the shadow appeared, Yi Xiaotian recognized the identity of the other party, Huan. Although clad in dark attire, the penchant for emerging from the shadows was a hallmark of his presence, and the figure only reinforced Yi's certainty. Chu Xian stroked his chin. As the master of the time gem, such an object held no significance for him. With a wave of his hand, a nearby screen projected a world map, vivid red dots illuminating various locations. Everyone was striving for the future of humanity. Even amidst the divisions of doves and hawks, the essence of their beliefs remained aligned. How could Chu Xian contend against a first-tier hero equipped with omniscient vision and 6 divine artifacts, not to mention the ability to summon allies? Throughout the day, Shun Xuanxin found himself somewhat distracted, even failing to notice when a newcomer misstepped during training. Perhaps the cleaning nurse had been inattentive, leaving the tiles damp after mopping. As Qi Yinan finished fetching water and prepared to carry the basin out, she suddenly stumbled and slipped to the ground. Chu Ruoyu shot a resentful glare at Mu Yi. It was clear that Lei Yufeng had made his decision, but it still depended on Yi's stance, a rather lowly position for her to adopt. In that case, you may leave first. If you trust me, I will ensure these chaotic matters are resolved, Elder Qin said gently, as he could not bring himself to interfere in romantic affairs, taking a sip of tea and speaking softly. Images of Yuan Baonyang, weeping inconsolably, kneeling at the courtyard entrance with her head bloodied, flashed through her mind. Yet, a few men resolutely decided to sell her. Finally, Shi Jianhai tightly closed the office doors and windows, straightened his collar, and sat expressionlessly in his chair, eyes shut, awaiting the inevitable moment. You may be curious as to why I refrained from pursuing this matter. Fong Sun observed him, his countenance grave. Damn it, if you take my kindness for weakness, I shall break your arm today. How Weisawa, angered by Fong Zheng's stubbornness, erupted. Thus, before departing, Lu Man instructed her confidant to hide the deposed emperor and poison him with a concoction unique to her, one that only she could neutralize. For Zhou to restore the deposed emperor, Lu Man must remain alive. After a brief conversation among the group, Nivea did not forget her priorities. She rose to bid farewell to Yi Luo, intending to gather land and return for inspection. When Ling Yunhao arrived at Minghui Tower, he found the alchemy room already bustling with individuals. Upon entering, he recognized two familiar faces. One was Yi Najiao, and the other was none other than Shui Guangwu. The Roifai Bay, being the sole sacred ground located in international waters among the four great sanctuaries, stands in stark contrast to the remaining three, which are solely protected by the laws of one nation. The master of Yuan San once stated that in his absence, all matters would fall to my judgment. Do you have a poor memory, or do you simply disregard his words? Luo retorted with a smile. The first to take the stage were the youths from the Lin and Qing families. The Lin family, possessing superior strength, ousted the Qing family youth, securing victory in the initial match. As the long spear approached, Fong Zheng deftly stepped aside, narrowly evading the lethal thrust. He then produced 4 portraits, one for each individual, whom they had never seen before. These likenesses were personally drawn by Shun Haoshan and bore a striking resemblance. Violet's greatest concern was the dissenting voices within her family. Such actions would likely meet with disapproval from all, and if everything were sold off, the Angus family would become a mere shadow of its former self, losing its last vestige of foundation. Although known, he remained silent with a smile. His interactions with Zhou Fan heightened Lin Tao's perceptiveness, allowing him to discern the cold smirk hidden beneath known he's fade. In this modern age, the existence of takeoff and landing machines, albeit currently accessible only to large enterprises, has instilled considerable confidence in many regarding this floating technology. This sector is poised to attract investment from numerous families once the technology becomes widely available. 2 years prior, Yi Tian entered the Zhou Empire, already demonstrating his unparalleled talent. Chaos erupted on the streets as numerous individuals watched these gang members apprehending people from house to house, those ensnared by addiction. Or perhaps this son is indeed lacking, but after a sound thrashing, he might emerge significantly improved. Lin Tao nodded in agreement, for in the future, due to the onslaught of colossal insects, humanity was compelled to retreat back to Earth, where he was born. After traversing a distance, they were astonished to find themselves back at the location of the stone chamber. As they pressed forward, they discovered they had returned once more to the stone chamber. Within the planet's interior, over 100 creatures resembling gigantic serpents wreaked havoc, their terrifying maws capable of devouring entire mountain peaks in a single bite. After consuming a mountaintop, the colossal insects lingered, seemingly awaiting digestion. Since arriving here, Lu Xiaofei had remained silent, but upon witnessing Fong Buhui's intent to rush forward, she hurried to intervene. The Chinese dream, the dream of the people, the dream of reunion, the dream of prosperity. Dreams are the commencement of life. Only with dreams can one attain a beautiful existence. Linan caught the dagger thrown by his brother and, upon closer inspection, noticed a distinctive square pattern engraved on the hilt, adorned with a cross. He found a large jar of salt in a cardboard box, scavenged from the 8th floor. Contemplating marinating the tenderloin in salt, he realized he was unfamiliar with the specifics of the process. Therefore, he could only act on conjecture. Resolute, he proceeded step by step, first calculating the position of enmity. As the leader of the gang, Yun Feiyong was not without capability, yet like many nobles, he succumbed to the temptations of a glittering world, his heart devoid of the passion for battle. The arrow feathers they currently employed were so lightweight that they could not even strike a target 50 paces away, suggesting something peculiar about these arrows. Jin Chuanjiro, fueled by malice, violently yanked Ruihui's hair, lifting her from the ground. Here, Zhang Do handed 2 fruits to Tsang Yin. I cannot go to the dining hall. He usually avoided going out as much as possible, for whenever he did, he would be besieged. In the western part of the Chu state, southwest of Zhongzhou Mountain, at the northern foot of the Great Snow Mountain, lies an obscure place known as Linheizu. The celestial signs indicated that the path of the two would be fraught with obstacles, and within that journey lay a calamity. Qin Zhu's heart was heavy with worry, fearing that their reckless actions might plunge Jiu Huang into peril. I placed my hands before me, gently nodded, and recounted the events of that morning, which set several individuals into a state of urgency. At that moment, her words were so convincing that those unaware of the truth might have mistaken her for a professional bodyguard. Donned in a suit, she would have appeared even more so. Yi Qingtan, renowned as the supreme being of the Tianling continent, mused that his strength had now surpassed that of Yi Qingtian. Yet he found himself perplexed as to why the third task had yet to be declared complete. Although they dared to voice their grievances in private before the Sword Supreme, they could not muster the courage to admit their discontent. In the later stages, Angela merely had to cast a single skill, and the bald Liu Ban Kaheo would lose half of his health. Even the likes of Yan Ling, Li Yun Xiao, and Baiming Lingyun wore expressions of perplexity. Upon hearing Yang Yan's words, others felt it futile to comment further. However, many harbored grievances, while some, with shrewd glances, discreetly exited the Qishir workshop. The entrance of the ice-blue mercenary corps resembled a grand edifice sculpted from frost itself. Opportunity? What a jest! Were it not for this lingering soul. Given Wang Xian's innate talent, he would have long since transcended to the spirit fusion realm. Yet here he is, regressing to the transformation realm. Is this truly what one would call an opportunity? Jiang Tianshan expressed his disdain emphatically. This is the world these individuals have entered. It requires neither years nor months. Their research will soon bear fruit. I'm not trapped for a mere day, but rather ensnared within a 30-minute time loop, Lucas stated. As Zhang Xiang sprinted, he consciously glanced back at Han Gang, who pursued him with fervor, his face etched with frustration and determination, yet his resolve remained unshaken by 1 or 2 setbacks. Zhang Xiang maintained his decorum, offering a friendly nod to his foreign companions, who reciprocated with smiles. Upon the arrival of Wu Kai, the two quickly masked their anger, behaving as if nothing had transpired. However, when they reached the car, they found themselves once again at an impasse over who would sit in the passenger seat. Exchanging glances of mutual challenge, uncertain of how to proceed, Wu Yinyan smiled radiantly and said, "Very well, if there is anything you need me to coordinate at work, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." With that, she personally escorted Wu Kai to the office door. Zhang Xiang rose from the ground, noting the advantageous position of the free kick, approximately 23 meters from the goal, perfectly centered. With the score tied, this kick was crucial. It became imperative to determine who would take the penalty after Yi Feng exited the field. "All right, Assistant Zhang. I shall wait for you at the entrance of the party school," Sun Jiang respectfully replied. Longhuan Island is among the more proximate of the 72 immortal islands in the East China Sea, a property of the Wuyang Tianzhou. In the days that followed, Dualuo students would come to realize the sheer terror and strength of their teacher. Upon reaching the shallows, Wu Jing ceased to advance. Observing Lin Feng and Wu Wenwen frolicking joyfully in the deeper waters, a faint smile gracing her lips. Wasn't he her husband related to Zhang Mengmeng? How could she be unaware that Zhang Mengmeng had an older sister? Uncertain if it was merely her imagination, Yu Yao felt an inexplicable familiarity emanating from the man's captivating obsidian eyes, as if she had encountered him before. This colossal dragon-slaying platform was a sight to behold for Ning Yao, who, given her current strength, could not possibly hope to carry away even a fragment of it. I am indeed a rather easygoing person. Last time I fell for your trick, but this time it shall not happen," he resolutely thought to himself. The cinematography, color grading, and the protagonist attire in the film were all exquisite, exuding a warm, vintage aesthetic. Chui Ren was tormented by excruciating pain in his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Incited by anger, the Crown Prince's behavior was utterly unpredictable. The executives present, upon hearing this, displayed expressions of delight, hastily retrieving their mobile phones and laptops to make calls, send texts, and write emails. At that moment, the slender and elegantly delicate Zhang Liang approached at a leisurely pace from afar. Liu Bang, vising personally, greeted him warmly with a blend of familiarity and respect, leading him to kneel beside the strikingly handsome Chun Ping. However, as he walked, he noticed patrolling ninjas pass by, causing Lin Mo to suddenly lift his head, raising an eyebrow. No, why should I join you? What if you become a liability? Wouldn't tea that make my demise utterly unjust? Xiao Haoran replied coldly. This was the final match of the season, and the choice of Atletico Madrid was primarily due to his previous tenure there as a legend. Claiming he did not wish to earn accolades in Europe would be disingenuous. Of course it's true. Have you not seen how dazed I am? Lu Jiaxiang leaned closer, her fragrant presence leaving Yi Feng feeling parched yet oddly at ease. Wang Peng's soul merged with the dragon bone arrow, and with a resounding twang, the fierce arrow, infused with the spirit of the dragon, swiftly struck ahead of the dual hammer-wielding red-skinned figure. Each nanomaterial contained a wealth of information. Could this truly be possible? Dong Xian expressed disbelief, wondering who would invest such effort in creating a robot of this caliber. Fortunately, the essence of martial arts, refined into thought, detached from the physical body, drifting through the sea of consciousness. Lu Yong merely observed from a distance as he accompanied Ko Feng to the outer valley, not due to any lack of beauty in the scene, but rather to avoid suspicion. The leader of the attendants did not retreat, wielding a massive axe to cleave through the silver light. With a clang, the brilliance dissipated, revealing a crystal-clear spear. Consequently, Xiao Feng, after receiving a flurry of slaps from Song Hanyan, found himself transformed into a swollen visage, urgently dispatched to the military hospital for emergency care. Just then, Daros furrowed his brow, sensing an inexplicable aura approaching from behind. He turned to see a man entering leisurely, cigarette in mouth, hands in pockets. Ma Tong did not continue speaking, but cast a glance toward the north, the implication clear. The very center of the universe, reputed to be the origin of all, have been explored by countless individuals, yet no secrets have been unveiled. The newly arrived Wolf Clan cultivator, with disheveled hair and piercing eyes, was evidently formidable. Most notably, Old Zhu recognized him as a former subordinate of the Mantis god, known as Firewolf. Thus on that day, a graceful arc traced the sky between Tianzhu City and the Tsangyu secret realm, accompanied by a peculiar roar. The steward had calculated the cost of a horse heart and communicated the amount to the elderly matriarch, who nodded in agreement, affirming the steward's calculations. Meanwhile, Su Tao and Zhang Yidao revealed their unique weapons, poised for action at any moment. The Great Capturer, the mechanical right arm of the Windwalker, raised in synchrony with Wuji's movements, then curiously traced a semi-arc inward, encircling the right palm of the fire mecha as it charged forward. Swiftly, with a backhand grip, it seized the wrist of the fire mecha's right arm, leading it gently aside, allowing the body to glide past the fire mecha. At that moment, the effect of the starry sword chi had already descended upon my form, striking me squarely. I had initially believed I would be swiftly vanquished, yet the outcome was far from that. Great Chief, I have something to share with you. In exchange, I asked but one thing. Despite being struck, the individual persisted in his attempt to speak, only to be met with the fists and feet of his guards. Song Kai, proficient in Muay Thai and a national runner-up in the 68-kilogram category, had previously served in the Special Forces of Thailand. He introduced himself loudly to Zhou Jiping. His English somewhat stilted. Is what you say true? Li Meiyu's voice trembled, brimming with both excitement and disbelief. Following this revelation, I paused in confusion. When did the Crimson Flame Wild Wolf become my guardian beast? My thoughts became increasingly chaotic, leaving me bewildered by the situation. With that, the furious figure brandished a long spear and charged once more at the Black Qilin, which was enveloped in a cloud of black mist once again. Wuji's and Qi Guanmadong exchanged glances. They noticed a hint of color returning to Qi Guanmadong's previously frosty, resplendent visage. Why look so lovely? Are you here solely to beguile men? Yet, in this age, Su Zhuizu's ability to grasp such matters to this extent was indeed commendable. A soft sound arose from the bed as the infant kicked his legs, punched the mat, rolled over, and lay on his stomach, gazing up at his father with coos and babbles. Xiao Bin was indeed the cousin of Xiao Za. his father Xiao Zong being the youngest son of the Emperor Gaozong of the Liang Kingdom, a brother to the founding emperor. This man, though of mediocre talent, harbored lofty aspirations. After a failed rebellion, he fled with his wife and children to the Wei Kingdom, where he was sheltered by Emperor Xian and titled King of Liang. Moreover, a warning was issued beforehand. Once the battle commenced, the gang channel would not permit any meaningless exchanges. Anyone who spoke would have to finish their fight and withdraw from the gang. Li Chong, the other prisoners? When Shi and Li Qigong exchanged fearful glances, both silently pondering. This is bad. We are doomed. After explaining his intentions to the guild's overseer and presenting 3 million taels of silver, they proceeded to the naming phase for the gang, which left Zhang Li perplexed. Each time they reached the stage of distinguishing characteristics, his scalp prickled with anxiety, overwhelmed by choice. In recognition of merit, the emperor appointed Guohong Lei as the Zhaoshan cavalry lieutenant, awarding him 6,000 taels of silver and bestowed upon your wife Jiang the title of special envoy to the military reserve of Shiping Warehouse. Thus decreed, the proclamation concluded as the imperial envoy sealed the edict. Upon comparison, I found that the one chaos stone I possessed required meticulous consideration to integrate into my myriad of butterflies. Perhaps, having acknowledged the master's methods long ago, the teacher no longer voiced opinions on subsequent matters, harboring little hope for Qishan's approach. He sent the second senior brother down the mountain, possibly sharing a similar sentiment. An hour later, within the Zixiao Hall, beneath the statue of Jinwu, Zhang Sanfeng sat cross-legged on a mat, accompanied by 5 others also seated on mats, while one individual, confined to a wheelchair, was none other than the valiant Yu Lianzhou, grievously injured by the great strength of a draw finger. Unbeknownst to the Imperial Academy, perhaps out of indignation, the first to step onto the stage was the sole emperor-level captain who had drawn lots for them yesterday. Su Guo did not anticipate that upon colliding, striking the opponent's chest with a cat-headed hammer, he would obliterate the dark culinary system he had just created. However, in the next moment, Lu Mofeng furrowed his brow, set aside the bowl in his hand, and began to retch violently. Regardless of declarations to sever ties, the law would not support such a stance, and blood relations cannot simply be severed. Moreover, Uzumaki Masayoshi considered that the 9 taels was undoubtedly the 9 taels of Konoha, and the host must also be Konoha's Jinchuriki. Consequently, the child sent to become the 9 taels Jinchuriki would inevitably become a ninja of Konoha. Based on this reasoning, Uzumaki Masayoshi initially hesitated to send particularly gifted children. Steve was ignited with fighting spirit, yet he remained oblivious to Lu Qingzhu's true nature, which was far from the valiant figure he envisioned. Lu Qingzhu, merely testing the suppression of the curse through concentration, had inadvertently thrown himself into battle, entirely forgetting the original plan, leading to Steve's misunderstanding. Shu Zian inhaled sharply, her expression seemingly pained to the point of death, despite the absence of actual pain. No need. Make yourself comfortable. It's not as if you've never visited this princess's residence before. Why have I never seen you so courteous? Shu Zian scoffed, filled with disdain. Even with the need to control development costs, the label of Chinese manufacturing had become synonymous with low-end, counterfeit, and poor quality. In the distance, Aina, upon spotting Belle and the others, immediately waved to greet them. Days and months melded into one in the pursuit of cultivation. Lu Qingzhu, immersed in his secluded enlightenment, lost all sense of time. It was only after he broke through to the golden immortal realm that he realized over 4 centuries had elapsed. Calculating his time in this dimension, it had been nearly 500 years. Vibranium robots were no longer reliable. Ordinary robots, regardless of their number, were of little use, merely causing minor inconveniences for the Avengers. Thus, Ultron decisively resolved to retreat. If victory was unattainable today, preserving oneself for the future was paramount. Chinchou focused intently on his words, piecing together the sentence with precision. Where the magical light beam met the halo, it was continuously eroded. Yet the speed of the purifying halo began to slow, ultimately dissipating into the void. Upon closer inspection, the hand continued to move, and its owner was none other than Su Mo, whom Lung Lian had presumed to be in dire straits. With gritted teeth and a steely resolve, the handsome youth charged towards the white Yuan demon tiger, wielding his battle blade with determination. Yishu's expression remained calm as he stepped onto the head of the man beneath him, his toes pressing into the latter's mouth. In truth, Lord Su was not faring much better. As a spirit weapon, each of his exertions drew from the accumulated essence he had gathered over time, lest he be plunged into slumber once more. After listening to Chun Chen's words, Chu Yu couldn't help but admire the insightful air of the alchemical family, whose thoughts were remarkably profound. Yet, stepping into the world of Jianghu, who among them could remain unscathed in this realm of cultivation? The 300-blooded Luo met his demise. In Lin, she unleashed a skill that rendered the sword maiden unconscious. Upon awakening, Su Wanqiu was beset by severe back pain, rendering her incapable of driving. Residing in a villa district where private vehicles abounded within a 10-mile radius, there were no taxis in sight. Had Lin she known from the outset that Duan Yijia would stoop so low for money, he would never have considered bringing him back. When Chu Yu withdrew from his introspection, night had already fallen. He glanced around, noticing a few leftover white lotus pastries on the table, which he took and chewed thoughtfully, suddenly questioning the purpose of his introspection. Peering cautiously outside, he saw no signs of life. The night was deep and dark, suggesting that few would be wandering about. Huang Di deftly wielded 3 talismans inscribed with the image of a hunting saw, unleashing them as 3 enormous saw blades soared through the sky, slicing towards the roots of the trees. Mi Qian and Yi Huang had calculated every possible scenario, anticipating that he would summon various obstacles from the realms of humanity and demons. Yet they overlooked the precariousness of the divine realm. Wei Dongrun furrowed his brow, pondering when and whom they had captured without his knowledge, and whether Ma Siming would comply with his request for release. The airport exit was teeming with fans eagerly awaiting arrivals, their fervor rivaling that of the summer heat. The Japanese are not foolish. They would not employ someone who had been doubted on multiple occasions, especially someone regarded with suspicion by their own kind. Even if they did, trust would be elusive, much like the current situation with Liu Yaohui. Consequently, they tightened their grips on the stirrups, racing ahead with fervor, and indeed, they had covered over 20 miles. The ground beneath them grew firmer, the dust diminishing as they exited the area shrouded in thick mist. However, the atmosphere was still dense, compounded by the sunlight obscured by clouds, casting a glow from west to east. Hearing Xie Jiai's remarks, Su Mianmian mused that she and Xie Jia must indeed be siblings, as their values seemed remarkably alike. A surge of power coursed through me. Upon testing my abilities, I discovered that not only could I cultivate, but I also possessed strength rivaling that of a deity. As Su Mianmian dashed towards the falling snowflakes, she took a few steps before being blown back by the biting wind, realizing that she should have donned a down jacket. As Rongzhan had brought her to this frigid locale, Lu Feng, upon the city walls, was evidently unaware that Zhao Shu had already discerned his true nature. Observing Gu Huai accompanied by a ragtag band of disheveled soldiers, he harbored no suspicions. After all, Gu Huai had once served as the governor of Shanyang. It would be unwise to bar the gates, so he issued a few commands, leading to the soldiers opening the city gates. It appeared satisfactory, though Water Mother was oblivious to the fact that Qing Yi was still in a state of semi-consciousness. Despite their fussing, Qing Yi understood that the customary rites must be observed, and it was better to cooperate fully to avoid distress. Guan had regarded Yingbo, finding him as exceptional as Qing. His gaze towards Gu Yinyan and Yi Zhenting shifted, yet the burdens in his heart seemed to lighten. Perhaps the vital matters entrusted by his adoptive father could finally see fruition, and a glimmer of hope shone in his eyes. Although the ancient Xian clan leader's recounting of past events was somewhat sorrowful, Mu Yun was puzzled as to why the leader chose to share such tales at this juncture. Was it merely to inform them that the so-called sacred beast was not easily vanquished? Was it truly the case? The more Sima Yi pondered, the more he felt trapped in a lack of options, ultimately exhaling a long sigh and declaring, Zhao Shu is undoubtedly the most treacherous and cunning individual I have ever encountered. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice interjected. Why must the general bolster others' ambitions while diminishing his own prestige? Sima Yi raised his eyes to see that the speaker was indeed Zhang Ai. In our shared quarters, I did not permit them to set up. I instructed the accompanying cameramen to take their leave, ensuring no one was present. You are truly mischievous, brother Yu, I remarked. Ah, my apologies, I misspoke. Jing Yan realized he had uttered something inappropriate, becoming increasingly curious about Mu Wenin's identity. Oh dear, look at me. Forgetting in the midst of chopping vegetables. Hua Zi and Ming Zi have returned. Yet what about the two of you? Chun Xiu expressed her concern about leaving the two alone at home to prepare a meal. Hey, he exclaimed, trying to snatch the phone, utterly devoid of any semblance of a handsome demeanor. At least in the face of a lesser opponent, third brother still dared to measure himself, showcasing commendable courage. Through the exchange of pleasantries, Bu Qianyao became acquainted with numerous individuals, many of whom she had previously known but rarely encountered. Today marked a genuine introduction. Yi Yu and Wang Xiaomin declined to request living expenses, prompting Li Kong to propose, "As today marks our first day of acquaintance, shall we celebrate together with a meal?" Jing Yan nodded, stepping forward to grab a broom and sweep the floor, noticing the muddy footprints marring the otherwise pristine surface. Had they entered barefoot? Jing Yan shot him a disdainful glance, raised her hand to deliver a playful slap to his palm, and turned to leave. Earlier, she had feared being caught by her family, hastily fleeing home, and was anxious about being recognized by acquaintances, clad in layers on a sweltering day. She only relaxed after boarding the train and feeling it depart. Lin Tian had not anticipated that divine beings could not casually descend to the mortal realm. Nor did he realize that if the god of misfortune were to descend upon Suzhou and Hangzhou, calamity would surely befall the cities. Yin Xuelyo furrowed her brow, sensing that Lin Tian was concealing certain matters from her. However, since Lin Tian chose not to speak, she refrained from inquiring further. Lin Fei surged forth like a tempest, carving a bloody path through the shards of ice, and was on the verge of reaching Lisanzu. The concept of space-time ninjutsu was an elusive one. Many scholars devoted their lives in pursuit of developing such a technique. Initially, upon hearing from the old demon about this extraordinary martial art, one could not help but feel a pang of envy, which was undoubtedly genuine. Even the method of cultivating this technique was acquired from the old demon after much pleading. The talisman could recognize its master. Only the owner could unveil it, and if anyone else attempted to force it open, the talisman would detonate, annihilating the treasures within. It was no wonder that the cunning old demon insisted that the other party surrender the Jinping order willingly. Indeed, this seemingly weak giant crab was, after all, a ninth-grade monster and not so easily vanquished. There was simply no comparison. A kindergarten could never be equated with a university, Wu Tian remarked with a shrug. King of ghosts, today grant us a favor, and we shall surely repay it in the future, echoed the voice of He Wuchang. Upon seeing Lin Fei, they did not launch an immediate attack, but rather basked comfortably in the sun. This place was a veritable melting pot, and Zhang Liyun and Fan Jian did not strike one as individuals adept at such affairs, drawing the attention of a certain onlooker. One must be cautious not to stir up any trouble that might adversely affect business. Just as the yellow-turbaned generals, stifled for quite some time in the grand tent, began to passionately propose strategies and advice, a personal guard suddenly announced from outside the tent, "I am the great god of the three altars. Neza, you, a rebellious scoundrel, dare to defy the heavenly order. Now my celestial army has come to capture you, yet you still resist. How utterly contemptible! Before the crown prince, you shall not act recklessly. Witness the might of my fire spear." Upon finishing his words, Neza brandished his fire spear and lunged forward without waiting for Pangu to respond. There are indeed many people ahead. Xiao Yi squinted, gazing into the distance where a throng of players gathered, at least over 30, though he knew the number was likely greater. He crouched in the grass, pondering his next move. Zhang Xiaofeng, upon seeing Zhao Fengxing's disheveled state, mused that had he known earlier, he would have dealt with him decisively at Wang Lan's home, preventing the current predicament where Zhao still schemed against him. Truly despicable. He resolved to confront Zhao later and thwart his designs on Wang Lan. Pangu, my friend, with Li Dan possessing the Linglong Tower, he is already in an invulnerable position. Do not be overly fixated. The three of us shall hold Li Dan at bay, while you undermine Yuan Shi's facade. And then come to our aid, shouted the Zhuan Ti Daoist, wielding the seven treasures mysterious tree with all his strength toward Laozi. Everyone beheld a flash of red light beside Yiruoli, as the vermilion bird swiftly reached Xi'an. With a thunderous roar, flames erupted from its entire being, consuming Xi'an in an instant, leaving not even a trace of dust behind. Unbeknownst to Zhang Xiaofeng, after expressing his astonishment, he was gently escorted outside by the police. What vassal? Are you speaking of a relationship akin to that between you and the burly man as well as the slender one? Wang Bing pondered in disbelief. The earth trembled. Apart from Ryan, who was swiftly eliminated, and the simultaneously emerging bear paw, the remaining 3 members of the Calamity were caught in the wake of this formidable attack. At that moment, Qing Xing retrieved a square object from her close-knit bundle, its surface adorned with intricate, interwoven patterns resembling a blossoming jade flower, the petals tinted with a stone-like azure hue. Shanghai, a bustling metropolis, still bore low and fragile city walls. Though 3 to 4 meters high, they were exceedingly thin, likely to crumble with just a few impacts from the enemy. The next moment, a one-sided massacre commenced. As a vanguard troop forcefully divided the Xianbei, Gao Shun waved his command flag, leading the vanguard to raise their shields while thrusting their long spears at the Xianbei cavalry. The cavalry had no opportunity to retaliate, one by one tumbling from their mounts. Once all the formation patterns became apparent and merged into the white light, the luminescence emitted by the frost spirit tree gradually diminished, eventually returning to its original state. Robert gestured for me to follow him, and I trailed behind as we exited the shooting room. As tranquility began to envelop the surroundings, Wang Ting returned to the valley entrance with his men, his mission incomplete, naturally intent on continuing. Zhao Si observed the returning Wang Ting from a distant platform, deeming him quite commendable, at least possessing a modicum of courage. She approached slowly, wishing to discern what the others were saying. As she drew nearer, her body stiffened upon recognizing the voice. Where could Mother possibly be? Where could she go? In this unfamiliar place, what if something were to happen? Subsequently, under Zhao San'er's guidance, Captain Zhang led a contingent of 20 officials to accompany Qing, Yuking Beio, and Tang Jian as they ventured towards the remote mountain river of Phoenix Town. Observing the emptiness around him, Hu Cheng realized that Li Xueqian would undoubtedly not return today. Thus, he reluctantly took her bag and prepared to head back to the classroom. Granny, Su Bei raised a hand, summoning her last ounce of strength to call out at the window, before collapsing once more. How terrifying! It is utterly horrifying. No one can ascertain, amidst so many with duplicitous intentions, who is a friend, who is a foe, or who might, in a moment of cold trepidation, slice their throat with a sword. My connection with 96 is purely nonsensical. Liang Liang is my true love. At the mere mention of 96, Yang Dong felt a headache coming on. What on earth has 96 been thinking? Since that day in Qingtian, he's been infatuated with me. Could it be that my charm is so overwhelming that he cannot extricate himself? These 6 paths, which are indeed the 6 paths. Did you notice that there's a handle beside this great roulette? The Buddhist envoy inquired. After 3 days apart, one should regard each other anew. Qi Long Song has truly transformed, astonishingly defeating Qi Long Hai. Impressive indeed. The behavior of the chestnut-colored horse bears little resemblance to that of an ordinary steed. Perhaps its pride, once belonging to the wild horses, has been utterly vanquished following its defeat by the snow-blue mare. Deep down, it recognizes that, as the heir of the He family, it could never emerge as a disciple of the medicine sect, particularly since it possesses none of their heritage. Of course, Matt is not foolish. He understands that Zeus may act with unwarranted confidence, yet he cannot relent without making an attempt. Helian Sheng grasped Mu Xiang and brought her to a halt 5 paces before the Emperor of Tang, releasing her hand before bowing deeply on one knee. Yang Guang was enveloped in a luminous azure aura, a natural phenomenon when the Emperor makes a move, though the radiance soon dissipated. If they cannot simultaneously eliminate these monsters, creating an ultimate creature later would spell disaster. Upon realizing that their adversaries were the Junyuan army, the coalition's first reaction was one of ambush. Most scattered in immediate flight. Even those who wished to resist found themselves unable to form ranks amidst the chaotic collision of comrades, with resistance only leading to death. Mu Ying sat silently, her long legs drawn together, lost in thought without uttering a word. Li Jingxing felt a conflict within himself, uncertain how to express his feelings. Yet his demeanor only deepened Lan Ruaxi's confusion. Over 200 cavalrymen from Zhao were relentlessly pursuing more than 30 scattered Qin soldiers, occasionally claiming 1 or 2. As Prince Chen's body ascended more than a meter above the ground, he gradually spread his arms, turned, and stepped forward with his left foot. As if a force beneath him was lifting him, he found himself suspended in midair, beginning to walk forward. Could the opening of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan reveal even deeper truths? Tsunade gasped. Xianu pressed on with vigor, conjuring a gale that sent the massive eagle reeling several meters away. He swiftly retrieved the sharp sword from his spatial ring, advancing with haste to decapitate the eagle and extract its inner core. After their intimate moment, Lu stepped out of the house, while Mimi waved goodbye and returned her makeup. A sudden celestial sound brought the two back to their senses, prompting them to release each other. Xian Yuan Yang's lips flushed slightly, while Yunyi appeared as if he had indulged in a fiery, spicy dish. Liu Bei could manage Zhang Fei, but found it challenging to control Elbu nearby. Although Liu Bei treated Elbu as a brother daily, he was acutely aware of Elbu's prideful nature. While he maintained composure most days, the provocations from Yuan Shu had previously unsettled Elbu, and witnessing Yuan Shao's misfortunes would not escape his notice. The soldiers were taken aback by Ying Lu's sudden outburst. They wished to reprimand him, but restrained themselves, casting glances toward Duanmu Rong and her companion. Fortunately, their gaze met, or else they would have faced reprimand from the superior, as Duanmu Rong, hearing the commotion, stepped out with a smile. Lan Hai fared slightly better. However, it was unfortunate that this child was inherently capricious, with an abundance of unconventional antics and an excessively active mind. Handing over the future to the youth is undoubtedly a noble endeavor. Yet for a professional athlete who holds a deep affection for their vocation and the arena, it can feel akin to a form of torment. Although the young man may be at odds with his biological father, to the extent of severing ties completely, he still finds himself questioning his ability to reach the heights of a Sima Qinyan. When the purpose of the invitation is articulated by the one in need, it is likely that everyone present will feel a sense of discomfort. Naturally, Song Duanwu is no exception. While he understands that his intentions must eventually be revealed, the distinction between voicing them himself and having Xiang Yu articulate them creates two entirely different sentiments. Yi Chengji's voice is gentle, yet laced with an undeniable undertone. She turns to Yi Changxian, her sparkling eyes sending a silent plea for assistance. Zhao Dashan hurriedly rushes to the entrance to move the large stones, but they remain immovable, as though they are welded to the threshold, unwavering. Exhausted and alarmed, he breaks into a cold sweat. To create a renowned brand? Such ambition is staggering, and Yang Lu momentarily finds herself at a loss for words. Ling Yu employs a tang sword to parry, lightly stepping forward as golden light flickers. In the next instant, it appears as if by magic, a tang sword is aimed directly at Xiong Saihu's neck from behind. Taken aback, Xiong Saihu hastily raises his firearm in defense. However, should this illusion be conjured by the abyssal demons or their puppets, the situation would become dire, as they would show no regard for humanity's stance, capable of inflicting tremendous damage, precisely what they desire. Contemplating her weakened state, which could collapse at any moment, Ruo Yu feels an indescribable sensation well up within her. After Du Rulin's passing, he refrained from criticizing her actions, instead planting several begonia saplings in her courtyard. After a hearty breakfast, the beastmen set forth, shovels in hand, bearing bamboo baskets filled with rice seedlings, heading towards the paddy fields to till the soil. Upon arriving at the gates of the left manor, the eldest son, Li, greeted Su Peiing with a radiant smile, and after exchanging pleasantries, they entered the flower hall. The members of the Yi family, being the closest to Shi Xuan, are well aware of her whereabouts during the year she departed. Why be shy? I shan't devour you. Truly, she kindly leaned closer. Heaven knows she rarely permits anyone to approach her, unaware of their own folly. The words were clearly heard by everyone on the first and second floors, as Jimeng's voice resonated like clear wine, bright and melodious. Then, she lifted her gaze to meet Mu Feng's eyes, where her reflection was evident. In that moment, Zhang Anxin's face turned as red as a cooked shrimp. The crowd in the hall settled into various postures on the sofas, some sitting upright, others lounging with legs crossed or reclining. Luo Qiangwei awoke just past 7 in the evening, and Mo Huangyan ensured she had dinner. Coincidentally, the servant they sought also arrived, bringing Ning Ning back with her. This silver hue is truly terrifying. The chilling aura emanating from the open portal atop the Chiwu Academy is dreadfully intense. Yet in this moment, it seems that the coldness in Xiao Yu's eyes surpasses it, cutting to the very bone. She scarcely has time to wield her pincers before a silent blade has already sliced through her chitinous exoskeleton at the chest. Yulin, noticing the peculiar gaze exchanged between the two, suddenly realizes he is still holding her hand, a flush creeping to his face. As he intends to release her, it feels overly deliberate, and only upon approaching does he discreetly let go and perform a bow, introducing the three of them to one another. Ma Baogua feels a wave of dizziness, stumbling a few steps before falling backward, his head striking the ground. The founding emperor cherishes his son, Prince Qin Yi, and grandson, Qin Ji, as precious jewels, while the loyal old Tong Ho remains steadfastly devoted to the emperor. Naturally, it is best that nothing untoward occurs. And Suen is not troubled by this matter. Perhaps that individual is genuinely afraid. The Great White, possessing a second sea of consciousness, equates to the body having an additional growth template, allowing the acquisition of skills from other systems, embarking on a different evolutionary path. I implore you, the child is innocent. I am willing to wager my life as the price. Oda K. Getsu does not fully comprehend the man before her, yet she must risk everything on this gamble. It has been 15 minutes since she entered this room, and the agents may well be on their way. The fundamental premise posits that the basic units of the universe are not various point-like particles, but rather a multitude of linear strings. Princess Qin Mingwei of Hengshan sports a radiant red snakeskin whip at her waist, harmonizing beautifully with her pomegranate skirt. It is a creature with two fleshy wings sprouting from its back, covered in scales, resembling the legendary flying dragon. At that moment, Xia Ling inadvertently approaches the stall of the two brothers, picking up a string of spirit stone bracelets and examining them closely, inquiring about the price in remarkably fluent English. Suddenly, three short swords of varying forms and colors shoot forth, merging into a triangular formation, as if the space has been locked. An invisible killing intent immediately pricks the skin of several individuals. Li Chong does not speak much, yet he communicates an authentic Hangzhou dialect, which here serves as the language of the royal aristocracy. Those not of royal or noble descent cannot learn or speak it. It is only later that Li Chong comprehends this. Moreover, the scholarly politician Shimunari Akira has even begun to actively experiment with photographic technology and telecommunications, as well as explore the analysis and application of chemical substances. The Shushan sect has now revealed its true form, its expanse comparable to Kunlun, floating in the air and exuding a powerful sense of oppression. The guardian formation of Shushan and Kunlun has long been synchronized. Now, all that remains is to await Li Guo's return, and then accompany Mo Cho into the abyss below. More importantly, her aura has undergone a remarkable transformation. If the former Xia Ling resembled a sword sheathed and yet to be unsheathed, the current Xia Ling stands as a formidable heavenly sword. The essence of her weaponry is increasingly palpable, emanating an indescribable aura of lethality with every subtle expression and gesture, neither harsh nor overt, yet imbued with a vibrant pulse of energy. Even without uttering a word, Song Qingxi can discern the profound bond and rich history shared between her two younger sisters. Indeed, the common folk often indulge in such pastimes, casually sketching for amusement, the young man replied nonchalantly. Furthermore, it was noted with a hint of exasperation that last night alone, the expenses for drinks at their table exceeded 10,000 yuan, truly a remarkable feat, as one individual downed 8 bottles of red wine. Though Lei Ao possesses the ability to fly, he, along with his companions Xu Fei and Mu Xiujie, opted for the military helicopter to reach the southern Lushan Forest Park, conserving their energy, while the Sword Peak remained shrouded in darkness. The area around Gu Chun radiated with clarity. The divine creature cradled in his arms, akin to the previous giant egg, continued to emit a crystalline, snow-like luminescence even in the night, its pure light illuminating a radius of 10 feet, as if it were midday. With complex and sorrowful emotions, the group gently laid their former class leader, now their most formidable adversary, to rest in the embrace of the sea. Junhui contemplated the outcome of the wager between Gu Chun and Xing Yun, concluding that no matter how one analyzed it, Gu Chun was destined to lose. And quite miserably at that. Upon uttering a single phrase, the guard felt an intense chill seep through him. He quickly stepped aside, distancing himself from Wang Xian. Yet, a flicker of curiosity stirred within him. How exactly did Bai Yulan manage to ensnare all of the prince's subordinates within the confines of the room without a sound? Bang! The air rippled slightly as an invisible force struck sharply against the swiftly approaching Chiu-yi, the clash of opposing forces rendering his countenance pale. However, Qin Feng held a different perspective. He persisted in his efforts, striving to excise the appendix completely. Meanwhile, Qin Jiaxian, noticing Mo Haoyan's silence and his inexplicable smirk, felt an unsettling premonition. He hastily advanced several steps to the side of the giant egg, cradling it in his arms, intent on departing. At this moment, not only was Qin Jinyi's reaction evident, but Eve Jiushi also exhibited a notable response. She was not one to easily speak on behalf of others, especially regarding matters of significant importance, indicating that this individual indeed held considerable weight in her heart. Manager Bai indicated that he could subsequently provide Bai Qiao with a detailed list. Upon verification, Bai Qiao would transfer the funds online, allowing the shop to proceed with the arrangements. Among them, there was the eunuch Zhang, the crown prince, and the late empress, each representative of a significant figure. The enemy's tactic was rather insidious, financing the common people to act as informants, showing no fear of guerrilla attacks on these watchful villagers. Today, Lu Yin'er felt particularly famished, and the two of them finished the dishes before ordering 2 more servings. Mu Luoluo gazed at the departing figure of Qin Surue, exhaling a sympathetic sigh before turning her attention to Si Mu Bai. Her genetic ailment remained unmanageable despite medication, and although some drugs could stimulate her nerves, their side effects were quite pronounced. At that moment, Su Haijin observed the menacing demeanor of Mo Haoyan, feeling an inner chill and confusion. To be precise, this sentiment resonated throughout the entire United Earth, at least within the integration department, where such views were deemed politically correct. As you are aware, Eurasia and East Asia share a common destiny with us. Dan turned around, gesturing seriously with a finger towards the individual seated in the chair. In these past few days, even the most esteemed young masters had to pay homage to Yang Shui, who never anticipated being confronted by someone clad in such inexpensive attire. Seated upon the wooden floor, Light contorted his legs into an odd, intertwined shape, resting his hands upon his knees as he began to meditate, channeling his energy towards the heavens. The pomegranate blossoms were not particularly rare, cultivated in the royal palace's back garden, yet their significance derived from the fact that this flower is Spain's national emblem. Witnessing his classmates being picked up by their parents, he felt a pang of discomfort in his heart, yet he forced himself to feign indifference. As was expected of a man, Naruto Uzumaki resolved to adopt the familiar wind release technique as his foundation, intending to incorporate 2 powerful chakra attributes into his attacks. For now, however, he would first learn how to merge different chakra attributes through these bloodline limit ninjutsu. Comrade Obama, do you believe that a simple apology suffices for those who err? If uttering "I'm sorry" could resolve issues, shouldn't those who consider themselves the world's police return home to till the soil? Chen Balong disdainfully remarked to the camera. Subsequently, Xuejin reinforced the alloy shield, ensuring its impeccable integrity inside and out before departing from the Atlantic, returning to the sacred Chinese headquarters with 5 Atlanteans confined within the metallic cage. The entire city was constructed adjacent to the sea. 3 sides were landlocked, while one side faced the boundless and magnificent Azure Sea. Mr. Hua, there's something I am uncertain whether I should disclose to you. The impeccably dressed man hesitated. Anji's intentions were simple. She merely wished to preserve these precious moments, allowing the outside world to witness the unknown aspects that diverge from the sensationalized news footage. Hooray! Master is the best, she exclaimed, rushing to tidy the room. Lung Yuer had already paused her sail of the left foot when the old man began to speak. Upon hearing him conclude, a smile had long graced her face. Yu Jinyuan suddenly let out a cold laugh, as if he had heard a particularly amusing joke, his gaze toward her dripping with sarcasm. Nga lay on the bed, her complexion pale and devoid of color, clearly unwell. Just as she finished speaking, her phone rang, seemingly in perfect timing. The screen flashed the name Zhou Papai repeatedly. A gentle breeze began to blow, and the flowers and trees on either side exuded a refreshing fragrance, unconsciously instilling a sense of serenity. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught Yu Jinyuan observing her leisurely, as if he had already discerned her thoughts. You can't defeat him? Yin Mei let out a cold snort. How could Tianming possibly stand a chance against Simu? It was evident that he harbored no confidence in himself. The carriage had traveled for about half an hour before returning to the Qin Emperor's palace. Within the palace, it was common knowledge that Princess Wu was the most favored by the king, even surpassing many princes. Aside from her, only the second prince, Fu Che, enjoyed similar affection. This was Yu Sheng's first visit to this place at night. Even in her previous life, she had never been here, as she had been overwhelmingly busy, juggling multiple jobs without any leisure time. Old Zhou, I shall no longer call you that. Yang Tian laughed heartily, addressing a middle-aged man seated beside him. I nodded, suggesting he find a place to hide, and then swiftly raced toward the village's end. They had anticipated a spectacle, eager to witness the clash between Zhou Yuan and the Witch clan, intending to take advantage of the chaos to eliminate the latter. However, to their astonishment, the Witch clan not only refrained from troubling Zhou Yuan, but also issued orders against encroaching on human territories. Once everyone had nearly finished their meal, Bai Yin carried a plate of untouched mung bean cakes to the rooftop. When it came to speed and agility, the mercenary Corps Meteor Frost ranked first, with Bai Yin undoubtedly in second place. In the Sky City's training grounds, Bai Yin had faced off against the Wing clan used countless times. Lei Ting was indeed exceedingly self-assured. It was no wonder, for he was a renowned, undefeated general in Zhongzhou, commanding the finest cavalry in the region, often exuding great pride. A hovering martial emperor gazed at the silent throng of thousands of martial sages, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes as he spoke coldly. At this moment, it was worth noting that not only had Run Yuan and Nu Hua entered the quasi-saint realm, but even Bai he had successfully broken through to the great Luo Golden Immortal stage. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Lilan et Glim Zoifu Li, overwhelmed with pride as she embraced Li Tian in front of her. It's fine. If you don't want to lose money, we can simply wait it out. At worst, I'll find a reasonable place to discuss this. Yi Chun shrugged, adopting a nonchalant attitude. Upon hearing the Buddha's words, I was momentarily taken aback. It became clear to me why he had treated me in such a manner. He had already discerned something unusual about this individual. I was suddenly filled with elation. My greatest fear was isolation, and now that someone was backing me, my troubles seemed manageable. That day, Su Yao returned from shopping for some maternity and baby supplies, and Aunt Zhang remarked on the recent happenings in the city. Mr. Liu had called several times to inquire whether she had returned, constantly thinking of her. As for their combat prowess, it was undoubtedly unparalleled at the 13th tier of the Dao realm. There was nothing above it, only beneath. Long Zhun shot a glance at Xia Feng, then nonchalantly turned her gaze elsewhere, speaking to Xia Feng with indifference. Qin Yang had some lingering questions regarding the underground center, but it was evident that there was no opportunity to ask them now. He would have to wait until lunchtime to inquire. Upon seeing the newcomer, everyone raised their weapons. Zhu Yinhao even gritted his teeth as he pronounced his name. Among his brothers, Zhu Yinhao harbored the deepest resentment towards Zhu Yanjiu. But why? Bai Hua gazed at Liu Mo, his expression morphing into a tapestry of complexity. 3 parts sorrow, 2 parts disbelief, and 5 parts embarrassment. The beef soup chuckled, sweetly and warmly. Cooking was my true vocation. I merely dabbled in other pursuits from time to time. The main cabin comprised 8 exquisite rooms, adorned with intricately carved doors fitted with bronze handles, exuding an air of opulence and elegance. In the distance, the merchant ship had already set sail, gradually vanishing into the horizon. Ling Shi took a deep breath, revitalizing his spirit, as haunting images of ancestral slaughter and torment flickered through his mind, an indelible hatred etched in his very blood. Alongside the secret he had yet to disclose to Hua Jiu regarding the fate of the 3-headed hellhound. After all, the bond among the 3 siblings had endured for an eternity. Prolonged separation would indeed feel disconcerting. Fortunately, this barrier proved ineffective against the 2 of them. Otherwise, a mere rebound could have led to a most embarrassing predicament. Xia Feng chuckled softly, noting the multitude of ordinary people around. While cultivators were but a drop in the ocean compared to the masses. Although the fire Qilin stood at the pinnacle of the soul-nurturing realm, formidable as it was, it still paled in comparison to Wang Xian, especially with the latter possessing the coveted Haoyan mirror. As Xianda reached out to retrieve money from the box for inspection, Li Darren firmly closed it, pressing both hands on the leather cases. In the following days, despite Chen Chu's reluctance to draw undue attention, numerous media outlets caught wind of the situation, particularly international journalists, who proved to be even more intrusive than their domestic counterparts. The traffic in Kyoto was appalling. Here they found themselves stalled, while distant shouts and curses echoed from elsewhere. Would they then confront mechanisms ahead? Bai Lixue listened as she spoke of such a formidable challenge with apparent ease. Surely, the traps within would be far more difficult to navigate than breaching the outer defenses, she voiced with concern. Incorporating advertisements, soliciting user donations. Whether this industry can flourish remains uncertain. For now, it serves merely as a promotional channel, Chun Chu remarked, somewhat conflicted, in response to the myriad questions posed by the reporters surrounding him. Bao Yueqiao offered what insights he could, deftly sidestepping topics like equity rewards and independent listings, which he dismissed entirely. Such overt expressions of affection bore no fear of being overheard or reprimanded by others. Furthermore, as a member of the royal family, Liu Yu held no fear of retribution from the powerful within Yudu. Did he? Indeed. However, it seems this contract was abruptly terminated a few years ago, leaving everyone free of such constraints. Lilith remarked. Jun Feiyu inhaled deeply, dispelling his inner turmoil, and turned to descend the steps, his figure lost in the embrace of the night. This was, after all, someone else's domain. The neighbors were close by, and she had no desire to become the center of attention. Yet, before Yi Qingcheng could finish her words, Imo Yoshuan decisively pressed his lips against hers, his restless hands wandering over her form. The second-floor window stood ajar, and peering down from above was rather daunting. She shook her head and withdrew her neck. Upon glancing at the long table in the center of the dissection room, Su Jianjian immediately tilted her head aside and began to retch violently. Fang Yue pondered for a moment, fastened his seatbelt, and started the car. The Land Rover sped forth under the bright white sunlight like an arrow. The only destination he could take her to, apart from number 18 Bachi Min, was nowhere else. This thought ignited a flicker of resentment in M.O. Zhang's eyes as he gazed at the busy stranger, suddenly feeling a pang of gratitude, regardless of who he was. He was at least better than her own parents, for he took her to seek medical help and had saved her life. To the left sat a group of old officials, some having served 3 generations of monarchs, claiming to be lofty and unyielding, adhering to tradition and antiquity. The nature of Shi Ri was inherently capricious, which led to this misunderstanding, as he casually explained. The initial few stars to appear, though not particularly famous or renowned, were met with a flurry of cameras as reporters, having waited for hours, raised their devices to capture the moment, regardless of their obscurity. Li Jinghua assisted his son M.O. Jiang into the room and removed his shoes. M.O. Jiang looked at the soiled pillow, its color indiscernible and glistening with oil. His expression darkening in distress. Upon seeing the quilt, he felt an overwhelming urge to leap away immediately. The man emitted a cold, harsh sound, twirling his bright silver gun as gracefully as falling pear blossoms, causing the bandits who surged forward to clutch their necks and collapse to the ground. Kai Yong nodded after hearing this and remarked, "That is well and good, but what does my esteemed nephew think of this matter?" He then winked at Zhang Xiao. "Xiaoya, your aspirations lie among the stars and the vast oceans. Your mother and I are short-sighted, merely desiring a stable and mundane life. Your dreams, you must strive to pursue them," Qin Dingtian declared. "Ha! Finally is truly over. Ha! I, Wang Kezi, am no longer a cripple. My leg is genuinely healed. Ha! Wang Kezi laughed heartily, tears of joy streaming down his face. As for whether the path ahead led to heaven or hell, Sun Songlong had no time to ponder. He sought only to overcome the immediate challenge. The indifferent youth paused momentarily, but did not even turn his head as he entered his courtyard. A series of piercing sounds sliced through the air, followed by explosions against the palace walls. Was this the sign that the lower-ranked star sorcerers had entered, having removed the barriers? Concurrently, calls echoed from above. Yet at that moment, who had the mind to admire the scenery? The sun was splendid, but escaping danger took precedence. Everyone possessed commendable agility, finding many points to leverage at the treetops, and they darted through the ocean of leaves, swiftly fleeing. The camp appeared orderly from a distance, yet the patrolling soldiers within seemed lethargic and apathetic. In one corner visible to the eye, several soldiers gathered to gamble, while passing officers turned a blind eye. Some soldiers wore their armor askew, lacking the semblance of disciplined troops. The winds shifted dramatically, howling fiercely, as a brutal aura enveloped the skies. casting an oppressive weight upon the entire space. The Northern Luzon Garrison Division, ascending the cloud ladder, launched an assault that, within a mere 2 hours, resulted in multiple breaches along the eastern city wall. Had it not been for the preemptively prepared rolling logs, boiling oil, and a contingent of archers, it is conceivable that the Northern Luzon Garrison Division could have seized a section of the wall by mid-morning. In a certain sense, this stretch of defense, approximately 1.5 miles in length, could be regarded as the primary offensive front of the Amon Kingdom. Is there something here that obstructs your path? Or is there a matter that necessitates your presence at a specific location, especially in mountainous regions where the government forces are conspicuously absent? One can traverse the border area with considerable audacity. My correspondence with teacher Meng Tian was conducted in secrecy, precisely to prevent my father from harboring suspicions. Not to mention Li Si. The bandits, displaying keen perception, realized they could not catch up with Chunyu. Upon catching sight of the Tang army ahead, they sensed impending doom. The leading bandit whistled, prompting a retreat for the group of 180, who swiftly turned and fled. Chunyu exchanged a few light-hearted words with Li Er, yet noticed Li Ji stepping forward again. This individual, typically reticent, signified that significant military matters were afoot within the Tang. Upon seeing Li's disheveled hair and dazed expression, Chunyu could no longer contain himself. Disregarding the 2 encounters he had already had that evening, and swiftly dove into the warmth of the blankets. It should not be, at least thus far. Everything aligns with the narrative of the myth. Even if a Jing Tianming were to appear, it would not imply much, especially since this clearly diverges from the plot. As Qin's moon is merely an anime with an astonishingly high power level, making it implausible. Yet, she relished the thrill of wielding power borrowed from others, finding great satisfaction in observing those who were clearly unwilling yet powerless to confront her. What enormous sweet potatoes! In mere seconds of gazing at the 2 large tubers, Teresa's mind instantly conjured 5 or 6 methods of preparing sweet potatoes. The bone-tempering pill, the venom-quenching pill, the detoxification pill. What a mishmash of odd concoctions. Alas, lacking trade currency is not currently an issue, so I shall set them aside for now. Xiaohan glanced at the information provided by Lien, sighed softly, and murmured to himself. After a moment of contemplation, he stored the items in his system backpack and placed the storage ring on his left middle finger. Zhao Rudian's eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy, while Lu Sanxian patted him and pointed to the excavation site, where several bone-skin beetles sprang from the earth as if they could fly. The sound of gunfire, however, sent them retreating, unable to reach the operator atop the excavator. Her heart raced, as if it might leap from her chest. Paying no heed to her discomfort, Xiao Liar spat out the thermometer and changed her clothes. Her immediate priority was to annul the engagement. Otherwise, falling into Mu Zhonglin's hands would certainly lead to an unpleasant fate. Yi Wu did not linger in thought. He surveyed his surroundings before hastening toward the exit, shamelessly taking the storage bag hanging from the coat rack as he departed, though she was reluctant to admit it. The furry tail behind her left her with no room for denial, though the memories of the demons have yet to resurface. The sound of the shattered barrier echoes deep within my mind. Arriving at the place where the human trafficker had vanished, Qing Yao cast a 94 she held onto the ground, discreetly instructing 0393 to collect the blood left behind by the fleeing trafficker. The surrounding crowd, filled with grumbling voices, had risen, unsure of who had pushed whom, and every face seemed suspect. I cannot fathom how Zheng Xiaoga endured back then. If it were me, I would have crumbled and succumbed to despair within mere moments, Zheng Xiaohua mused. The fall of the talisman path had been anticipated by Situ Xianming, yet he could not help but extol the virtues of Sima Zhenzhong, praising him as a remarkable nephew. Did he truly foresee such an outcome? You are indeed a formidable individual, Kakashi reflected, contemplating everything as he gazed at Ming Chao. Is it truly wise to let this opportunity slip away? The once muted yearning for confession surged anew. Such favorable conditions, should they really be forsaken? Some enforcers and guardians armed with longbows took their positions atop the city walls, activating their inner sight abilities and vigilantly patrolling the area. After responding to each edited message, Li Xinjia turned and entered the kitchen, retrieving the sashimi he had previously stored away and never consumed. Moreover, although Mephisto had transformed into the source of all malice, its chaotic core was not entirely complete. Zhou Qiang pondered. If he did not speak the truth to himself, he would only apply his former insufferable demeanor to his partner. Grandpa Blue Sky hurriedly assisted old Wang and his wife onto the Kong, where his wife lay as if in a deep slumber, unconscious save for her breathing. The despair of myself and my fellow aspiring teammates was palpable as we listened to the company's discouraging news of our bleak prospects. Yizzy, has time delayed too much? Do you need me to call Tian to take you home? Lei Jun observed the anxious expression on Yizzy's face. If, at this moment, one could resist the invasion of the Master's realm, enduring the trials of decades, then those individuals would indeed be utterly inept. The once golden hair instantly turned pale, the pure white aura transforming into a hue akin to blood, roaring with unrestrained fervor. The battle flag danced wildly in the wind, and a colossal crimson shield materialized before the gaping crack in the city wall, solidly blocking it amidst a sea of horrified gazes. In a low yet gentle tone, devoid of any politeness, Nangong Yi trembled slightly, as Meng Yibai snapped shut the folding fan in her hand. The crowd lifted their eyes towards the grand hall's entrance, where a silhouette stepped into the light, casting a shadow within the chamber. Thus, the two nestled together, embarking on their enchanting reunion journey, leaving those behind to exchange bewildered glances, uncertain of what had transpired. Having acquired Adolf's plan, Charlie executed it without hesitation. Now, he found himself in an impasse. Adolf had a solution that appeared remarkably reliable, and so he could not dismiss it. However, this plan would require considerable time to implement, and at present, what Shaolin lacked most was indeed time. As twilight approached, Shaolin urged the two individuals to accompany him outside the city. They sought a secluded spot and unloaded the contents of the cargo box. Methodically, they examined and organized the items, categorizing them with great care. The origins of these possessions were not to be disclosed. They could not be revealed in plain sight. What could this mean? Is this a form of targeting? Zhang Yu pondered silently, yet he was primarily filled with confusion, unable to recall any grievance he had caused this person before him. Although Zhang Yu often appeared indifferent, it was more a reflection of his laziness than a disposition of good temper. Yin Xiao turned to see the elder of the Jiang family, gradually regaining consciousness. Despite his gaunt features, the old patriarch's complexion had improved significantly under the nurturing effects of the moon goddess's ice essence, now radiating a subtle rosy glow. This live broadcast was presented from the first-person perspective of a flamboyant male host, with a deliberate time delay of approximately 10 seconds, rendering the audience's astonishment somewhat belated. Receiving no response, the sun and moon concubine buried her face deeper, prompting a resigned smile from me. Since she was unwilling to rise, I had no choice but to gently dab her face with the water and towel brought by Shur, without changing her clothes, and carried her out. In the room occupied by the wet nurse and old Hay, the two were engrossed in their headphones. For an extended period, they maintained vacant expressions while gazing at each other. After some time, old Hay snapped back to reality, abruptly tearing off his headphones, which jolted the wet nurse back to awareness as well. Impatiently, I swatted them away, and they collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood, their eyes filled with sorrow. As they struggled against their shackles, I had learned from past encounters and chose not to confront those guarding outside directly. Instead, I made a hasty escape, burrowing underground while they soared above. Yet, at their core, they were no different from the rest of humanity, subject to the whims of fate, experiencing joy, anger, sorrow, and the bittersweet pangs of life. Upon hearing this, Qin Susu raised an eyebrow slightly. Did he not realize she was the newly appointed concubine of Baili Tsangming? In 10 days' time, the prince's official ascension to the throne would commence. Over the past few days, the old emperor, Baili Yuntian, observed Baili Tsalian's performance with immense satisfaction, feeling reassured about passing the throne to him. Seeing that Chun Long had not heeded his advice, Starini obeyed his instructions and issued commands to the team on the field. However, Ji Yuchen was a decisive individual, and he would not let such a person escape. In his own words, those who sought to kill him would all meet their demise at his hands. After all, the adversaries had arrived, and given our own relatively weaker position, a direct confrontation was not feasible. We had to resort to cunning strategies. Long Xiao, however, exhibited remarkable prowess, valiantly contending against 3 golden core stage practitioners. Although he was limited to defense, he was not significantly harmed, demonstrating the impressive strength of Long Shao. The energy sealed within him. Could it be that Hong'er had once sealed a portion of energy within you? Su Zhan exclaimed in astonishment. Yet, it seemed that Zheng Weifei was not easily dissuaded, frequently visiting Yanning Palace, though she refrained from mentioning the wedding of Prince Qi, instead bringing various soups and pastries. The youth did not respond to Ji Yuchen's words. Instead, he merely gazed at her as she nodded incessantly, which sent a chill down Ji Yuchen's spine. With a sigh, she turned away, her eyes sweeping across the stands, where she met the gaze of Lang, who subtly nodded to indicate her presence and conveyed that everything was prepared and ready for the surgery. Feng Shi, filled with anger, lowered his head to glare at the newcomer, who was a security guard pointing at him and shouting, "Where did this beggar come from? Get down here!" The guard, seeing Feng Shi clad in tattered robes and wearing a conical hat, mistakenly assumed he was a homeless vagrant. The antimatter bomb, brimming with explosive energy, trailed along. Pale green light, reminiscent of a budding shoot reaching skyward from a spring tree, as it soared toward the radiant energy shield before him. Despite the myriad of questions swirling within her mind, she understood that this was not the opportune moment to voice them. Suddenly, a gust of air stirred, and Goda turned to see a softly glowing tennis ball materialize from the darkness. He instinctively picked up his racket, ready to chase down the ball, but abruptly halted his steps. "Amitabha, I believe the person you seek will surely reveal themselves," the monk stated. "How peculiar. Pen Montag untersteht Liu Ying's Implikation." A light smile gracing his lips, laden with meaning. However, Yi Tian recognized that greater mastery often obscured age, and as the two approached, he was astonished to find that one of them was a familiar figure, the senior he had encountered just the previous day. "Old Fan, be silent," Lin Hongwei suddenly shouted, interrupting Fan Dazhuang's words. Lin Hongfei locked eyes with Jessica, eager to discern her reaction and contemplate whether he could offer her more opportunities in the future. This situation led the five of them to ponder a pressing question. If everything continued so smoothly, was it possible that they might eliminate all the remaining teams? Liu felt compelled to invite the royal into the estate, but decided it prudent to first meet the future emperor and his mother. Otherwise, he would be disinclined to engage in any other matters. Lan Di was taken aback, realizing the depth of insight she had not previously considered, feeling both astonished and enlightened by her own clarity. She suddenly recalled that Bai Zhou had once mentioned her alias in the Demon Palace, known as the Hand of Fate. Most film critics have praised this movie from a positive perspective. However, a few cynical voices have emerged, critiquing it from alternative angles. Some have claimed the film is opportunistic, not only mimicking Hollywood techniques, but also deliberately catering to American sensibilities in both its choice of events and protagonists. Hua Zizai readily agreed to block the god of compassion, having discerned that the god's influence and destructive power were far more formidable, while the neutral true sovereign merely resorted to defense, and, even when attacking, would not easily unleash their lethal moves. In that fleeting moment, though the energy from the black girl had awakened him, it ultimately failed to completely dispel the effects of the aphrodisiac. However, upon seamlessly merging with the essence of water, he virtually attained mastery over one of the 5 elemental forces, water. Thus, he exerted little effort in effortlessly suppressing the fire element within the materials, allowing him to concentrate fully on the alchemical process. After gathering all that could be collected, Zhu Jiuyin took a deep breath, gazing at the world before him, and sighed deeply. Fortune, for Zhu Jiuyin, was indeed a monumental opportunity. While he had seized it, regrettably, he could not linger here any longer. The artwork outside was not particularly vast, and the onlookers were scattered. Yet, he distinctly observed an individual from the Middle East, utterly captivated, nearly prostrate before an oil painting, as though entranced. However, the hidden octopus creature lurking underground was exceedingly ferocious. His mission was to provide cover for the guards to escape. Once his comrades had fled, there was no need for him to continue fighting. Yet, the figures were overwhelmingly vast. Even Morpheus, after days of calculation, had not obtained detailed data. Upon witnessing this, Gu Tianchuan and Gu Yu exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. These guests were the very ones who had troubled the Gu family for days, coming to collect debts. Rest easy, General. If the 2 thieves truly intended to attack us, they would have struck while you were asleep, leaving us no time to rest. This was also why Yang Biao remained unhurried. Had they truly meant to act, Li and Guisi would have already initiated the assault, not waiting for Su Huang to awaken. At the entrance of the Pipa Mountain Park, 84 contestants had automatically divided into several teams, each selecting a captain. They even sought to accelerate. What use was speeding up the internet and reducing fees? Within the system of the smart city, they were indeed the glorious martyrs, still viewing all issues through an outdated lens. Mo Chi shook his head, discreetly using the hem of his cloak to conceal the shallow, bleeding wound on his ankle. Shrouded in black smoke. If I told you that your true love has been severed by me, would you believe it? The donkey brother's lips twitched slightly, deciding to keep this secret buried within. Returning to the Jiangnan district, Qin Ming wandered aimlessly, not returning home, meandering about without a clear destination in mind. The blazing sun's true flames ignited, stirring the accumulated sins within them, gradually incinerating their flesh and souls. After all, this year's college entrance examination questions were exceptionally difficult. Many found their estimated scores significantly lower than usual. For the sixth-generation directors, this outcome was a bittersweet affair. The film market had expanded, making it easier for them to attract investment, yet their influence would inevitably wane amidst the flourishing film industry. And most critically, they would have to accept subjugation. Bai Yu turned to assess the situation and beheld a skeletal soldier brandishing a rib, thrusting it toward him. The blue rose spider waved its sharp, long legs, its grotesque eyes fixating on its dual pincers, intertwining, as yet another blue halo burst forth, exploding and transforming into a giant web. The earlier barrier remained unbroken, yet a second emerged. I glanced at the crowd, and they all offered me encouraging glances, which caused me to break into a cold sweat. Sun Shangyun's words struck Sun Weidong's spirit like a demonic echo from the depths of hell, under the flickering lights. His countenance transformed into one of sheer dismay. Yet they were two, and I was but one, transformed into human form, making choices exceedingly challenging. Binutamacht. The old Taoist Bai Yun staggered away from the purple garden, and a distant rumble echoed, reminiscent of the archway before the nursery. Could it be that this old man truly possessed the power to seal the purple garden? Wanyan Honghu seemed unable to withstand such a blow. He had been so certain of his success. As for other matters, such as photography, lighting, and personnel, after the previous trials with the film piracy incident, Park Chushi had dismissed those who did not meet the standards and supplemented the team with a new batch of professionals. This working group was now capable of withstanding scrutiny, and thus Park Chushi felt unperturbed. The following day, Park Chushi and Zheng Xiuyan departed from Hong Kong early. They were driven by Quan Ningyi. This photograph will be transmitted to Korea, igniting new waves of anticipation. However, that was not a concern for the present. Yi Duowei finally ceased her weeping, forcefully wiping away the remnants of tears from her face. Her mother had been right. It appeared that the path with Yin Xian was not viable. Fortunately, she was still young and had many opportunities ahead. While lacking in defensive capabilities, it possessed a unique utility, the ability to absorb spiritual attacks. Are you capable? This challenge was at the late stage of the nascent soul, far more formidable than the likes of Jibei and Mei Qi. Although a significant temptation lay ahead, Hong Xia felt uncertain, rushing forward while muttering to the wood-type spirit seed. At that moment, Su Yu, who was keeping watch outside, pushed the door open and informed the two that someone was seeking an audience. Xin, Saran exchanged a puzzled glance with Shun Hao, both clearly unaware of the origin of this unexpected visitor. I was taken aback, fixated on Taoist Qin Xian, my mind consumed by his earlier declaration. He may perish, yet you must survive. Upon witnessing this, Duan Mengxue gasped. It's a meteor. So beautiful. Its radiant, jade-like visage exuded allure and enchantment. Su Wen continued towards the gravestone, her path strewn with the ashes of the deceased, a palpable aura of death saturating the atmosphere. This peculiar entity, approximately 3 centimeters high, bore resemblance to dogtail grass. Yet if one were to label it a plant, its color was oddly identical to that of the soil, making it nearly invisible to the untrained eye. In this short span, Mishur Xian had discerned Wei Ilian's self-sacrificial vulnerability. As expected, before his words had fully escaped his lips, Wei Ilian had dashed forward, employing a shell to shield him from harm. The things that Zheng Qiuping had done filled me with a bubbling rage, and I longed to deliver a sound thrashing to relieve my frustration. All this money came from Shangwan Xiao, whatever Shangwan Xiao instructed him to do. He felt no fear at that moment, but rather an invigorated sense of purpose. Perhaps it is due to the unsuitability of the crucian cart for grilling. Perhaps her tastes have evolved, or perhaps the company of those indulging in the grilled fish was simply unfit. The fish tasted far less delectable than she remembered. Mu Guerin found it quite perplexing. Wasn't a noble consort of higher rank than a concubine? How could a noble consort, having offended the concubine's associates, be demoted to mere Guerin? Alas, he lacked the audacity to provoke the two cold-faced deities beside Sheng Shi, each capable of reducing him to mere fragments with a single stroke. As Mo Ning emerged from her bath, Yin Xinyan had already departed, leaving only Guan Yiqing seated on the sofa, seemingly awaiting her return. In contrast, Yishua exhibited a far more tempestuous temperament. Any mischief from the twin dragons would be met with immediate correction. I refuse. Even if you offer me 100 ice creams and popsicles, I will not take the medicine. Do not presume that her love for food could be used to entice her. For her, the thought of consuming medicine instilled a terror beyond all else. After gathering the fruits, she instructed several male classmates to deliver them to the dining hall while the others continued to explore the garden. Be good. I will help you dress. Otherwise, you shall go out like this for inspection, understood? Choose one. Which will it be? Li Jinya's voice brooked no dissent. Compling su mian mian to ultimately. Lu Mingxian and Luo Qing Yin directly escorted Luo Yi to the storeroom with the secret passage, prioritizing its occupation. Yet, it had developed a profound attachment to the spiritual herbs upon its shell. Throughout the years, the herbs had unwaveringly accompanied it, and during moments of injury, they would infuse it with potent life force, mending its wounds. Whoever incited his wrath would face his retribution. Once that pressure was released, all would be well. To sulk in silence was utterly foolish. The history of Huahua football boasts numerous extraordinarily talented players who were destined for illustrious careers, reaching unparalleled heights. Yet due to injuries, they became synonymous with unfulfilled potential. Certainly not. The heavenly sword had already tested the waters. Unless they forcibly breached the entrance, they could not gain entry. Su Yuan silently materialized in the void. It was his first glimpse of the true form of the Dragon King. To describe it as a mere sight would be an understatement, for the human perspective could not truly fathom the Dragon King's enormity. It was so vast that the surrounding planets appeared as mere beads on a necklace. The steel-quilled hedgehog was a treasure trove in itself. Its flesh could be crafted into sustenance, while its hide could be fashioned into armor. Thus, everyone collaborated to gather these bounties. Bao Yin, having called Yi Yuan master, finally achieved her desire by obtaining the ice staff from his hands. Yamazaki Ryuichi found himself momentarily speechless by his words, uncertain whether to express gratitude or resignation. Yet, this was a contraption devised by the former sage Guanzhong. Regardless of its faults, its application would likely escape harsh censure. This life, stripped to its bare essentials save for leveling and battling, undoubtedly alleviated many burdens for the players. Rest assured, we have already spoken with Uncle San, instructing him to replace that finger when he is out. I have found him a set of alternatives. Qi Weiran watched Lu Qingshan's departing figure, unable to believe it. Does his silence imply consent? When the sun rose and they returned, they learned that Wu Wanyun had agreed to accompany them to the modern era. See, I told you. The young master would surely win Xiang Yin's favor. Yi Qi remarked with an air of prophetic insight. Ning Yuzhu commented just a moment ago. He declared he would kill his own sister, and now he claims he is not one to harm his kin? These two locations must be heavily guarded. Given her current condition, it would be exceedingly difficult for her to break through. Therefore, it is best to employ cunning. Nan Mufeng sustained only superficial injuries and was relatively unharmed. However, Edward was less fortunate, having suffered a severed arm and a head injury. She understood her thoughts to be overly naive, yet the education received at headquarters had taken root in her mind. She had not even registered how they had attacked moments before. A powerful instinct warned her of their danger, preventing her from acting rashly. In the sewing room, the matron took measurements while Shiri observed, personally selecting fabric for Shu Yingying. As they continued their ascent, the trees grew sparse, giving way to grassy slopes, which ultimately transformed into barren rock. During this time, Ella sustained several injuries, but fortunately, her pact with Drago allowed for swift healing. In truth, this was also the expectation shared by him and Master Zhang. Otherwise, why would they toil so hard to cultivate Yishio? It was almost like a monitor, devoid of imagery, but capable of revealing everyone's location. Upon the arrival of this individual, a collective sigh of relief echoed throughout the hall as everyone turned to pay their respects. He glided over the lake's surface, parting the water to reveal himself to the crowd. Observing Ding Ziqiang's flushed face, veins coursing with anger, he quickly placed a hand on his shoulder, halting his urge to charge forward. "Has our 6th Legion stolen your belongings?" "Wait, I will inquire with Han Yuanshan," he said, departing and leaving Zui Jing in a state of bewilderment. After numerous encounters with this elderly man, he had grown increasingly accustomed to the pressure exerted by the terrifying figure, who could no longer overwhelm him as in the beginning. Now, the elites among the southern guests had unknowingly fallen into Yin Beichuan's hands, and he was utterly oblivious to it. "Madam Lu?" Bei Qingshan asked, perplexed. "Is it necessary to expel all of you? No need for bathing and changing." He glanced at Lu Qinyang, only to find him equally confused. Given Yishio's current fame and status, it might attract unwarranted scrutiny, which would bring no benefit to either him or the affiliated hospital. The bloodstains beneath them had long since dried, yet the faint traces they formed resembled a crimson spider's web ensnaring the lifeless body within. Her voice had shattered, and she trembled in response to the child's reaction. Her eyes filled with pleading as she gazed at Su Liuyu, the only one who could assist her after all the time they had spent together. Regrettably, in the absence of harmony with the Earth's pulse, his strength was evidently insufficient to harm the peculiar beings of the Su clan. "Ninth Master, this Nangu is a man of great talent. I should have submitted to him from the start instead of engaging him in conflict. I am truly wretched." Sun Eru, following closely behind the Ninth Master, found his understanding of the world utterly transformed by recent events. To demonstrate his sincerity, he boldly allowed an enormous red truck to enter directly. Just as the crowd was caught off guard and scattered in panic, a carriage departed from the general's residence, soon vanishing into the tempestuous storm. His heart brimmed with rage and disappointment. He had not anticipated that the demon-like figure would prove to be so untrustworthy. If you insist on this course of action, then you shall be the villain," she murmured, biting her lip, summoning the courage to maintain her verbal composure. The musicians amidst the colorful clouds began to play, their melodies far more elegant than the refined notes accompanying the entrance of Xueji. In an instant, the billowing sea of fog receded to either side, revealing a sky full of silver stars and boundless darkness before Zhao Lia's eyes. A low hum resonated as his spiritual energy flowed into the blade, and whether it was merely a figment of his imagination or reality, he sensed the god-slaying sword emit a thirsting tremor. Subsequently, an immense force emanated from the blade, drawing his blood and spiritual essence into it like a rushing river. Meanwhile, Gu Qingquang, still a student, had complete autonomy over her working hours, which was far more advantageous than what Yi Chunming and Ding Leswang experienced. Jamie suddenly erupted with enthusiasm for teaching, insisting that both the big duck and Lyde stay behind. At that moment, consumed by anger and unable to contain his fury, he faced the scarred man when he appeared, slowly approaching her under the dim light of the corridor. "That is only right. He is my man, and I bear responsibility for his current state. I see how he clings to you. Before you depart, do visit him often," Zhu Zhe remarked. "Ding Li's mother is in that hospital room. Let's go and see her," Tao Xiu suggested to Gu Qingquang. Cold, he suddenly became aware of Du Gu Huai behind him and hurriedly stumbled to his side, demanding answers. Jin Yu drove, his right leg adeptly shifting between the clutch and accelerator while his left leg trembled incessantly. Zhao Qingran recalled her previous thoughts, her expression shifting as she pulled a stern face and remained silent. "Bagale, why did you not inform me of the plan to encircle the mountains?" The speaker was none other than the French foreign minister, while the newly entered figure was the left-wing parliamentarian Bagale, who also held the title of deputy minister, one among many, with Bagale being merely one of them. Regarding Nie Chen's Wujishura body, Ing Qinshi's beastly visage displayed a look of disdain as he coldly remarked. Following his words, Ing Qinshi's wings fluttered, stirring up a tempestuous wind, and his figure subsequently vanished from the sight of the onlookers. Xian Yuan Shao, wielding the wall gold sword, swiftly darted past, shattering 3 beams of light with a single stroke, aimed once again at Zhu Rongong. Indeed, Lord Xian Yuan has traveled a considerable distance to arrive here, which must have been arduous. The item you seek resides within my clan. I kindly request you to accompany me. Yuzhan gestured politely, inviting Xin Yuanshao to lead the way. He then exchanged glances with the other 5, signaling them to deal with the transgressors below. Upon seeing Xueling, Xuefutu momentarily froze in disbelief, exclaiming as he forcibly retracted the dark energy waves he had unleashed. You flatter me, Lin Xiao. Your earlier performance was equally astonishing. Truly remarkable. Your singing is also exceptionally melodious, exhibiting the potential to become a star. On the surface, Wu Xianming was praising Lin Xiao, yet in reality, he was seizing the opportunity to undermine him. The matter of the rebellious battle clearly referred to his own undertaking to teach Tang Chung a lesson, although it ended unexpectedly. He firmly believed he could attempt it once more. Subsequently, Xin Yuanshao produced 2 Qinquan bags, endeavoring to manipulate his spiritual power to open them. After several attempts, he finally managed to pry open the bag left by Ning Kai. Tang Chung widened his eyes, hastily attempting to retract his hand, only to discover that it felt as though some iron pincers had gripped it, rendering any withdrawal impossible. In terms of physical defense, it seems that no player currently possesses the capability to breach Tang Cheng's defenses, which stand at 200 points, unless someone has acquired equipment that ignores defenses. Such artifacts are akin to divine relics, and no player has yet reached such heights. General Groves, what is the progress of our Manhattan project? Roosevelt inquired of the hastily arriving veteran general within the White House. EMO had no particular demands regarding food and was weary of queuing. Bored, he rested his hands atop Emma's head. Her shorter stature, approximately 160 centimeters, made a perfect fit. This thing looks rather cool. Should we give it a try? Zhu Ziming suggested, pointing at the mech ahead. Fang Zheng grasped Shun Feiyun's neck. Receiving no reaction, he tightened his grip, yet still, there was no response. Did he truly care so little for the old man's life? Sun Fengzhao floated leisurely, observing the surroundings, and the more he looked, the stranger it seemed. Most of these creatures were spirit beasts. Furthermore, many resembled the ancient spirit beasts he had encountered in the delayed hatching layer beneath the ancient battlefield. All right, Hebei struggled to calm his racing heart, which had been uncontrollably stirred by Su Mubai's words, and spoke slowly. Fang Zheng, naturally, did not hold back. Putting away the items, finding a room, entering, closing the door behind him, and stowing the elixirs into his spatial ring. Guang Masi, skeptical, ritortid, this scene. You won't answer my question, yet if this delays matters, you'll be the one to bear the brunt of the punishment. With that, he prepared to step inside. As he lifted his foot, several soldiers who had just entered rushed out in a similar frenzy as Li Si, collapsing to the ground to vomit. Had they been sent back? Upon hearing this, I sensed something amiss and stood up to accompany my elder brother outside, where we discovered the second-in-command's tattered clothing, his body riddled with signs of death. Furthermore, throughout history, fools have always considered themselves more intelligent than others, and the living often presumed that the deceased were merely careless and inattentive. It appeared he had begun to carve out his own domain, and by calculation, he was merely 28 years of age today. Richard, incapable of resistance, could only helplessly close his eyes. He never anticipated that the Mensa family would audaciously flout the rules of dueling, completely disregarding Emperor Philip's presence. Just a glance at Gotzi reveals that when Feng Jun brought him out, he hardly considered Gotzi's feelings, believing he was acting in his best interest. Su Yang was eloquent, with a clean appearance, and his charming smile endeared him to many within just a week, during which he successfully sold numerous tea sets. Although the location was not far from tourist attractions, others sold their goods based on their understanding of the items, whereas Su Yang managed to seal deals with just a few words. This creature, named the Servant Ant by the Norlanders, is the weakest of the Daxotas on the battlefield, primarily tasked with constructing fortifications and clearing the battlefield, sometimes serving as cannon fodder. You are correct, based on his various actions. He genuinely seems to have no desire for the Ming dynasty, Wei Shiming remarked. These words struck Ji Jianfei's heart like a heavy hammer, rendering him speechless as he stared intently at Chen Ling. How do you intend to deal with me? Yitsong's tone was calm, as if speaking to an ordinary friend, devoid of any consciousness of being captive. Her current state epitomized the notion that there is no greater sorrow than a heart that has ceased to feel. Caesar did not directly answer his question, but turned and left the tent. In truth, he had the means to save Lena. He simply did not wish to reveal his cards in this matter. It was akin to a rain of swords. Lu Qianyu never anticipated she possessed such a formidable trump card, leaving her utterly astonished. "Oh, you need not carry it. Just rest assured and return for now. I will have someone deliver it to you shortly," Manager Fan said with a smile to Lu Xiaozai. "Hey, there are some noteworthy aspects among the warriors of Xuanwu," Shang Tian said disdainfully. Memories began to surface in her mind, as Ruo Xin recalled the moments before losing consciousness and the extraordinary relationship with her master. Perhaps this is what they call fate. He was uncertain whether he was comforting himself or Jiangyu. "I think, but I am afraid. I fear that Su is still just a child." He gritted his teeth, tears streaming down his face. Ruo Xian's words were distinct for what he typically heard from his mentors at the Guozijian, as in Hongxian's eyes widened in surprise. When Shi Jia informed her of the storage bag's purpose, her eyes momentarily sparkled before dimming. Zuoban was momentarily taken aback. She had long discerned the tricks played by Shi Hong. Yet, why did she willingly indulge him? Was this what her sister had once described to her, the essence of love? Suddenly, a familiar face appeared. It was none other than the individual known as Lime Hank's Rum. While waiting, Huang Yuyu exhibited remarkable composure, navigating his flying vessel through the void multiple times until he arrived at a planet rich in spiritual energy, not uttering a word throughout the journey. Is it truly possible for someone as exquisite and affluent as her to pursue you? Zhang Qi scoffed, disbelief etched across her face. In a short span, the green-clad subordinates gradually became less engaged. Meanwhile, Lu Bu, filled with mounting rage, brandished his Fangtian Huaji and bellowed, "Chen Dao, I shall surely slay you." He then attempted to storm into the encampment. Unfortunately, before Wu De could fully utter the word "I," he felt a sudden chill in his chest. Bewildered, he lowered his gaze, only to discover that the place where his heart should have been was now an empty void, encircled by swirling azure light. As his words faded, he patted his storage bag, and with a wave of his hand, he seized 2 flying inkstones, presenting them before Xiaoyan. Bai Mingzai cradled her gently, kissing the crown of her head softly, his voice dropping to a husky whisper. Gu Jingtong returned to her senses, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Fortunately, Rong Rui's was focused on driving, his gaze fixed ahead. Otherwise, she would have sought a crevice to hide in. Nearby, a middle-aged general clad in golden armor shouted, rallying the surrounding warriors to confront the frenzied enemy troops. Upon returning to her room, Ling Shi first sipped a cup of tea and then gathered her thoughts. It seemed that both Xiao Mo and Zhao Jingxian were headed towards the palace. Yet logically, Xiao Mo should have informed her in advance, but he had not. Why was that? It defied reason. Perhaps he was merely teasing her. "I want you to help me choose," Qin Tian declared. He had no affection for anyone besides Ling Shi, and when it came to selecting attire, he was even less inclined to let others decide. Boya wore a perplexed expression. What is the situation now? In his view, the performance by Zhao Min and Wang Yin was just reaching its climax. What was the meaning behind Z Heir's intervention? However, while ordinary spiritual roots could not cultivate wind-based spells, they could settle for lesser alternatives, giving rise to magical techniques. With a sudden cry, the whip that had been aimed at Ling Qingxue was abruptly repelled by an unseen force. In Ji Tianxin's courtyard, a multitude of snacks and toys had accumulated in just a single day. With slight practice, one could wield them with ease. Yet, magical techniques were not so. They were creations of later generations, and some spells, due to their high ranks, were too challenging to replicate, resulting in the absence of their corresponding techniques. All efforts proved futile, for Tang Zheng's figure had vanished after firing his last shot, having disappeared from the brick. The further he walked, the more astonished he became, as the number of serpents before him multiplied, all of them flicking their tongues in anticipation of a meal. Under the lantern's glow, the 2 fangs of the snake were distinctly visible, a sight both chilling and unsettling. I, a humble practitioner from Taoyuan village, often found myself traversing to the East Sea for various reasons and took the liberty of divining the fate of the shrimp soldier in the Dragon Palace. The swordsman, exuding an air of modesty, waved his hand and spoke with an air of feigned humility. As the classical figures arrived, nearly everyone bowed their heads in reverence. Yet Feng Lin remained seated, seemingly indifferent. When the soldiers of the party entered the ceasefire zone maintained by both sides, the machine guns stationed at the barricades of the Wave Army immediately opened fire upon these uninvited guests. Guanyin had initially intended to seek out the Tathagata to discuss the transformation of the monk Tang, but upon hearing those 4 lines, she felt a sense of calm wash over her. It was then that Oliver recalled the expeditionary forces had sacrificed their heavy artillery, which could not traverse the Norwegian mountains, in pursuit of a swift resolution, forsaking their firepower advantage. The beasts remained motionless, and he realized they were acutely aware that even their lives were insufficient to compel them to advance. However, he lamented, if we encounter you and do not consume you, we shall be left hungry. The swordsman hesitated, his tone tinged with difficulty. From that moment, Zhao Hichu understood that although Guo Yi could not cure his ailment, as long as Guo Yi was present, his health was secure. In such circumstances, how could a Zhao family disregard Guo Yi's whereabouts? We bid farewell to His Highness, the King of Qin. The news of Li Yunfei's poisoning had become nearly an open secret after being widely circulated. Thus, these individuals did not expect Li Yunfei to accompany them to the banquet. At this juncture, the gentleman Hao, under the guidance of Tan Yuanba, arrived directly at the entrance of Lu Mingyao's private room on the 2nd floor. Simultaneously, the divine thunder from the heavens crashed down, unleashing such immense power that it cleaved through the void, leaving gaping wounds. Even those of the transformation stage would risk being rendered crippled. Lin Yu smiled indifferently. Even facing a Yuan Ying practitioner, he regarded them as mere trifles. He raised his hands, halting time, as the soul-destruction finger of the Tiansha sect shot forth like a venomous serpent, striking the demonic cultivator's spiritual platform, transforming him into a cold corpse in an instant. Jiang Chen's physique radiated a bronze hue, a testament to his rigorous training, which had sculpted his muscles into a formidable form. It is noteworthy that while the strength of the was considerable, their numbers were exceedingly scarce under the heavenly dome. The 2nd generation of disciples barely numbered a score, the 3rd generation slightly more, yet still few, while the 4th generation had many, though most lacked prominence. 1,000 miles of red earth. Upon this expanse, not a single living creature could be found, save for the occasional clusters of shrubs and the cracked, blood-red soil. Let us try this path, she declared without hesitation. The seldom-trodden route often held the promise of discovering rare herbs. Shi Yizhen confidently determined the direction, and the 2 men were not at all surprised by her choice, as it aligned with their shared reasoning. Previously, in a bid to contend for the earthly fortune, the Heavenly Lord deliberately ventured to the supreme clarity heaven to discuss matters with Tong Tian, ultimately leading the 2 to reach an accord. During the great conflict between East and West, the demonic sect pledged their full support to Tong Tian, and its followers would also lend their aid to the disciples of the. Yuju's fingers lingered longingly upon the heated skin, her thoughts drifting to some unknown reverie. On Zhao's almost glistening cheeks, a hint of enchanting laughter danced as her jade arms gracefully circled her form, gliding to the delicate features of her nose and lips. Before pausing abruptly, Feng Wanli's sharp brows furrowed slightly as he waved his right hand, capturing the droplets of water suspended in midair. As he gently squeezed, an icy chill enveloped him entirely. Gao Se, having teleported several thousand meters, found that the sense of oppression still clung to him. They remained within the confines of the Archangel's domain. No one anticipated his reaction to be so intense. Gu Er's brows knitted in concern. After exchanging a glance with Ji Bai Liao, she stepped forward to gently assist Miao Runbua aside for a conversation. Observing his frivolous demeanor and listening to his equally frivolous words, Gu felt a mixture of exasperation and amusement. She feigned dissatisfaction with a playful glare before nestling into his embrace, her arms tightly encircling his waist. Song Lingshan also took note of this, fully aware of Luo Jun's secret affection for her. Today, Luo Jun had indeed garnered her admiration. Yet witnessing him approach Sito Ling stirred a sense of discomfort within her, though she chose not to dwell on it. In moments of vulnerability, one often recalls that which is most cherished. The loving visage of Li Junyang surfaced in her mind. She had once believed freedom lay just ahead. Settling in a village within Beiding, she envisioned a future where perhaps after the birth of her child, she could navigate a route to Junwang, seeking an opportunity to bring Li Junyang and Xiang to her side. At this juncture, Jingning could only hope for Luo Jun's safe return. The 20 minutes of waiting felt both interminable and fleeting. Meanwhile, dozens of chefs had lined up, ready to procure ingredients and showcase their culinary skills. Suddenly, Su Kin's words halted abruptly, and he turned with a look of bewilderment towards Chu Fei Yin and Chu Shi Fei, who were staring at him with peculiar expressions. Before casting curious glances into the depths of the cave, their faces reflecting confusion. Often, there are times when one wishes to remain silent and inactive, yet ultimately, it is impossible to pretend that nothing has transpired or to refrain from action. Because dreams persist, so too does the desire to pursue them. If that truly is the case, then you possess the right to engage in discourse with me. Nodding faintly, Lin Tian adeptly settled onto the sofa, retrieving a teapot from the tray to brew tea. While his methods may not be exceptionally refined, his tea-making skills were undoubtedly superior to those of the foreigners present. She pondered little, feeling that the immediate priority was to leave this place without delay. She didn't even contemplate where to go next. Returning to Feng Ran Palace was clearly out of the question, as it would be tantamount to a futile escape. However, all decisions would be made once she had successfully fled this location. Luo Jun was not merely speaking nonsense. When had Van Anu or embarked on shopping excursions or chosen to retire, this was all intelligence provided to Luo Jun by the members of the National Security. No, something was amiss. Monkey King, please channel your spiritual energy once more, Diu Yin said as she grasped the monkey's hand. All right, I have a general understanding of the situation now. So, until I find my way home, I shall remain at the Super Divine Academy, serving as a teacher here, correct? Zhang Xiaofei inquired. After speaking, Pu Xian waved his sleeve, and a grand door opened in the cliff of the Buddhist realm. A colossal white elephant with yellow tusks galloped forth. With a resounding trumpet, the white elephant transformed into a portly middle-aged man clad in white armor and a helmet. His face adorned with an intimidating countenance and large gold hoop earrings that caught the eye. Outrageous! The usually composed Tan Lang finally erupted in fury, wielding his knife and striking wildly at the peacock. She had just been on the phone in the elevator. Was this rogue not supposed to be waiting for her in the office? Why was he outside the elevator? As Lin Tian hung up, an overwhelming fatigue engulfed him, akin to the aftermath of a severe illness, leaving him utterly drained of strength. He rolled off 2 stones and found himself plunged into an abyss of darkness. Shieling Jun casually selected a bottle from the center, pouring out a single grain and inspecting it closely in the palm of his hand. The bell tolled without further ado, and an agreement was reached with the leaders of the 7 sects to hold an alliance conference on Shinnong Star a year later, during which he also provided guidance on their cultivation techniques before departing from Minshan Star. If Ji Tianma brought Xuanqing Hao home, the theme of tonight's birthday banquet would undoubtedly change. All right, but you must first deal with Morgana. I can't have made this trip in vain, Cal stated, setting forth his condition, reclining comfortably in his archangel throne while observing Zhang Xiaofei. What's the matter? You cannot possibly arrange a betrothal for me. That should be for your son. Guan Yinfei remarked with evident dissatisfaction regarding the engagement, though inwardly, she felt a surge of delight. Suddenly, Blake felt a chill envelop his body, instantly jolting him awake as the imminent thoughts in his mind quieted. Understood, everyone waved at the pilot, maintaining contact as the helicopter whirred away. With this thought, he muttered a curse at himself for his poor judgment while scolding the unscrupulous merchants, preparing to depart. Abruptly, a cacophony arose from behind him, a deep voice laced with shrill cries, piquing Gu Luo's curiosity, prompting her to turn around. Shinduo had not yet returned. I mentioned to him that we were inviting Lu Xing today, and he likely wished to afford us some time alone, hence his absence. Hello, I am Ash. Ash smiled warmly at Dean, naturally stifling a yawn, exhibiting none of the demeanor expected of a prisoner. Gu Luo, evidently the one filled with joy, thought to herself, truly, fortune favors me. With this, my spiritual energy should secure these 10 contests. Yet, I must not become overly arrogant. A well-conceived strategy is essential. He gazed thoughtfully at the 16 platforms ahead. As the icy, bitter liquid coursed down my throat, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from within me, accompanied by a piercing pain. Once Lu Fan meets his demise, the Shiliang army will disintegrate into mere fragments. At that moment, our forces can retaliate and eradicate them entirely, proclaimed Woolidge's 4. Tao Qing, with a sharp exhale, unleashed a barrage of punches. 2 shadows of fists, imbued with formidable strength, spiraled towards Luo Hao, who was enveloped by a torrent of sword energy. After all, this is the Tianshu sect, and should I be accused of disregarding the sex regulations? Even the most justified actions could be deemed disrespectful. I must find a way to provoke the opponent into action. The beggar, unable to decelerate in time, was on the verge of colliding with Wei Wu, who, moving with an almost imperceptible speed, swiftly sidestepped and intercepted the beggar. As Wei Wu grasped the beggar's hand, pulling him closer to inquire about the jade hairpin, he gasped in astonishment. Above the arena hovered hundreds of large mirrors, allowing spectators to observe the competitions across the 4 major sub-arenas, an arrangement indeed meticulous and comprehensive. Lin Hongfei sneered coldly. Now that my comrade is here, how could your nefarious plot succeed? What are you doing? Do you intend to push me to my doom? Lord Yuan clung to Qin Jifan, utterly convinced that the trouble stemmed from that troublesome dog Sheng. Inside the Yunlai treasure ship, 2 deep voices resonated as 2 massive axes suddenly flew from within, cleaving directly downward. Chi Chu lay on the ground like a soft-bodied creature, unable to flee or even shift, already sensing the scent of death. Brother, I have now mustered 30,000 elite yellow turbans. Let us together storm the Liao Shi army camp, Zhang Bao declared with a cold smile, insisting that brotherly vengeance must be avenged. Is it truly impossible to defeat them? Is the Indian Red Army that formidable? Chun Xinrui, who had been silent until now, could not resist interjecting. After speaking, Lin Hongfei slightly shook his head, donning an expression of reluctant sorrow. Indeed, Fu Qijuan should be grateful that the resentment in his eyes conveyed hatred rather than malice. Otherwise, Lin Hongfei's response would have differed significantly. A faint darkness suddenly manifested on the wrist of Yueying, emanating the ominous aura of the Demon King. The flower burial man remarked, "It's nothing. I simply believe you are indeed a calamity." With a bewitching visage, an innate air of innocence, coupled with an unassuming cultivation, combined with such an eccentric personality, how could you not be a source of trouble? Gong Jun gazed excitedly at Di Beichun, who had been feigning mining in the cave daily, utterly bored, yearning for his leader to extricate him soon. Yes, not everyone possesses such fortuitous luck, nor can everyone wed their beloved. Huan Hua produced the jade plate, instructing Feng Yin to discern where the long pei was, where the Feng pei had been, and where the antitoxin rhinoceros hairpin lay. Mo, I'm speaking to you. Did you hear me? The esteemed lady has ceased to refer to Gu Qingwan as daughter, signifying that her patience has reached its limit. While the term this lady embodies the unparalleled authority of the Ningguo Marquisate's inner court. Alas, the embarrassment has become unbearable. Xiao Jai covered her eyes, unable to bear the sight of Sheng Lingyao's teasingly handsome visage. A closer inspection would reveal that there are indeed more than 4 sources of energy surrounding him. Yet, these 4 are the most potent, overshadowing the others and suppressing their visibility. Luo Ishio and Luo Yu, though differing in temperament, share a similarly obstinate disposition. It seems rather unjust for her to return home in such a disheveled state, filled with fury. Su Wei is known for his amiable nature, well regarded by the common folk in the streets. Although Wei Ling and he followed different paths, they exchange greetings when they meet, maintaining a cordial relationship. Su Wei, with a cheerful demeanor, shared a drink with Wei Ling, their camaraderie noticeably warmer than in previous encounters. After suffering a setback, Tai Gongqi huffed and took a seat next to Ling Jiu, who was still in an atmosphere devoid of any healing presence. The oppressive aura instilled by the Grand Princess had yet to dissipate, making the tension between her and the prince consort readily apparent. Clad once more in white gauze, her cascading hair, though not as purely golden as Anfina's, exuded an air of nobility, complemented by the exquisite lace adorning her forehead and ears, the name of which eludes description but is undeniably beautiful. Li Weijing's family currently resides in Liaodong. His father and stepmother were relocated there in the 27th year of Hangu, and the entire family dwells in a grand residence within Jinshanwai, a fortified stronghold teeming with high-ranking officials of the Liaodong army. Ah, indeed, what is the current situation? Are there any cultivators from a 9-9 tribulation period appearing? Biyanun inquired. The fighting spirit is the ultimate power possessed by every warrior who has attained the rank of swordmaster or above. While the dark fighting spirit is said to be utilized by the demonic race, though none have ever witnessed it. As expected, a subtle change flickered across the eccentric's face. His brows knitted together, and the pallor of his visage began to gradually flush, his lips tightly sealed, yet puffing out as if he were a fish. Tong Jing crouched down, offering her garment to Yang Pu, remarking casually that Su Ning would wear it better than she would, her tone light and nonchalant. One cannot be certain, sighed Yang's father deeply, uncertain of his son's current state. Subsequently, this place was entirely sealed off by the divine beings, transforming it into the sole passageway between the sealed divine realm and the demonic realm, now referred to as the demon god domain. Thong Jing gazed et Yang Beu, feeling an indescribable warmth within her heart, as if the sensation of being cared for had drifted far from her. It stirred gentle ripples within her soul, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, delicate yet profound, reminiscent of tender spring bamboo shoots, accompanied by a subtle fragrance. This is a customary wedding ceremony. She cannot allow her personal desires to disrupt this occasion. Although the supporters are few, it still necessitates the blessings of others, does it not? How do you come to know of such matters? The names of Zhen Yuanzi and Donghai Linghua Island elicited a slight surprise from the Queen Mother of the Jade Pool, accompanied by a tinge of secret delight. It was precisely due to this journey to the east that he successfully encountered magic and, owing to his innate talents, became an exceptional wizard. Now, having returned after his studies, he had ceased practicing medicine and instead assumed the role of a consultant. The first rays of dawn broke upon the sea, illuminating the ship's sails as if they had suddenly lifted the curse that bound the vessel. The wind stirred, causing the sails to rustle, and the ship began to move. He intended to locate the helm, but soon realized he was uncertain of which direction to steer, resigning himself to drift with the currents. I will manage this, so you can rest assured and return, Huofeng reassured Yimingly, wishing to alleviate her worries. However, for the time being, the two had many endorsements to fulfill together, and the company requested that they refrain from making any public announcements, as the upcoming film by Zhuang Haoyu required their relationship for promotion. Zhuang Haoyu agreed, and naturally, he had no objections. Furthermore, everyone could enter the cabin of the flying vessel. Aside from the cultivators at the helm, others could practice or attend to their own matters within, emerging to steer when their turn arrived. In a brief span, Tang Pan and Lu Mai bore numerous injuries, indicating their comparable strengths. Yet, Tang Pan harbored a resolve that, even with Lu Mai's assistance, would not falter in the short term. Damn it, I care not whether you hail from the Star Palace or whatever nonsense. Perish. With that, Lei Li appeared behind Yen, a formidable thunder god's golden blade materializing in his right hand. The vessel continued its rapid advance for a short while before coming to a halt in a rarely trodden area after an hour. Bai Ruaji, disinterested in Xiao Rang's prattle, huffed and pulled Tong forward, while Xiao Rang scampered behind eagerly. Tai Yi hovered in the setting sun gorge, transforming into a crystalline form, effortlessly conjuring waves of glass-like flames with every gesture. This fire possessed the might to scorch mountains and boil seas, enveloping the gorge in terrifying heat. Under the piercing gaze of Zhang Ziyu, everyone involuntarily shivered. Such a gaze was dreadfully intimidating. The opposing Hun Tian was momentarily taken aback, utterly unprepared for Xiao Rang's shamelessness. Beside him, the Nameless One and the Flowing Cloud swordsman erupted into hearty laughter. Both Arya and I were left astonished and uncertain, the scene resembling a magic trick. The face revealed beneath the human mask made us recoil several steps until we were pressed against the vehicle, with no room left to retreat. I was the one who brought him out alive. At that time, it was just the three of us. If not you, could it be the Nameless One? I retorted, pondering how this conversation had circled back to the same issue. Meanwhile, the three individuals, Lingxi Shangren, Qingshu Zhenren, and the notoriously Lao Guai, were struck with alarm as they launched their assault against the Ghost King. The Ghost King's power was overwhelmingly formidable. Should he manage to escape the trap, the consequences would be dire. 3 magical artifacts shattered the void, aiming to bring the Ghost King crashing down in an instant. I have awaited this moment, the arrival of my happiness. What the trials I have endured. Yi Zhan and I took our seats, and as Li Jingyang glanced my way, prepared to speak, I interjected directly. I was already aware of the impending troop withdrawal. Hudwa Luo eagerly grasped his knife and fork, ravenously shoveling large pieces of braised meat into his mouth, the tender and spicy morsels almost causing him to swallow his tongue. Lu Zhe, ever the attentive one, urged moderation. Yet Hudwa Luo indulged heartily. Meanwhile, Lining cast a sidelong glance at Mao Qingrui, asserting, "The purse belongs to us, and we owe you no proof. Should you wish to stir trouble, ensure you do not misplace your ire." There was a hint of anger in his tone. It is a common understanding that servants never dine alongside their masters. Such is the norm. However, this oppressive existence found a termination within the Wu residence. "Chungjun, your timing is impeccable. You may witness the fate that befalls those who betray me," Liu remarked with a smile, yet Hu Chengjun discerned the bloodlust hidden beneath that grin, causing him to shudder involuntarily. In comparison to the Han army, Sun Quan's troops from Jiangdong and Liu Biao's forces from Jingzhou were considerably farther from Sichuan. Guan Yu and his 4 legions advanced in unison, capturing several outer defenses surrounding Sichuan. Alerts poured in from Shaokai, Ping'e, Dongtu, Yicheng, and Yinling. Upon receiving the news that Bai Migong, who sought to end his own life, he sent Zhuge Liang 20,000 able-bodied men in exchange for 10,000 sets of Han army equipment. The soldiers of the Dog Slave Kingdom, now armed, commenced a fierce assault on the evil Madai. Of course, this was not the sole reason. The primary cause lay within the court itself. Yet, if even the military generals lack ambition, then even should the emperor equip you in full armor, your return is far from guaranteed. Yun Ling spoke candidly until her thoughts were fully expressed, only to notice Hu Chengjun and Yun Se gazing at her. She instinctively took a step back, only to see Yun Se give her a thumbs up, leaving her momentarily at a loss for whether this was commendation or reproach. Zhao Yuzhu, uncertain whether the shadow before him was human or ghost, found himself rendered voiceless with fright. He gaped, unable to utter a word, feeling the piercing cold of the wind and an ominous dread rising within him. Trembling, he steeled himself, searching through the darkness for that shadow, but despite his vigilant scrutiny, he found nothing. Support is futile, Su Lifeng mused, believing that if Han Huan were to suffer, the first to blame would be Han's father. Yet, Han Huan directed her ire solely towards herself. "We do not require her esteem." Liu Yani regained her focus, glancing down at Fang Yan, who obediently held her left hand, and together they looked up at Liu Yani. The effect of the flower nectar was one of hallucination, while the pollen added an aphrodisiac quality. Upon this realization, Su Gulan fell into a contemplative silence. Tianyan suddenly spoke, carefully sensing the aura of the 2 martial kings who had entered the teeth-devouring abyss alongside the Shadow Mouse. "What mysterious person?" Huli inquired, her face a portrait of confusion, clearly unfamiliar with the concept of a mysterious individual. However, places capable of generating profit have almost all been absorbed into the city. The essence of each city lies not in its superficial splendor, but in its role as a concentrated economic hub, akin to a capital. A ghost ship capable of self-combat, given humanity's historical response to the robotic crisis, is likely doomed. After the dealer divided the dough into 2 portions, he swiftly covered one with a short-handled wooden lid or a short-handled copper lid, while the other was shrouded with a piece of dark, opaque cloth. This lid is referred to as a stamping lid, and the cloth as a stamping towel. He had already humbled himself by personally summoning his son to the palace. Should not Mo Yin express gratitude and call him Father Emperor? The individuals surrounding the Left Chancellor's wife could only be her daughter-in-law, who now also resides in the Left Chancellor's residence. Seizing the moment while others were distracted, Zhou Mo swiftly slipped away, hiding behind a towering cake tower. Taking a moment to catch her breath, although she could not discern the man's appearance, his brows and eyes were exquisitely formed, embodying the essence of sword-like brows and starry eyes. Among them, Boss Qian was the most prudent in business, remarking, "What Mr. Gu says holds merit. However, fortune often favors the bold, and some among us have ventured to Mongolia." Gumin took a stroll through the kitchen, noting what was available for lunch. The cook indicated that the food could simply be reheated, as Xiao Lang presented his carefully prepared gifts, including exquisite wine vessels and fine spirits. Xiao Yang offered a hand-painted album of the 5-animal play, hoping that even away from the battlefield, his grandfather would not forget the importance of health and physical exercise. The anxious demeanor of the man was vividly apparent to Hua Qingsheng, who was equally perplexed by her own condition, feeling a severe headache and a heavy heart. As if she were an ordinary mortal long afflicted by illness, resigned to endure the torment of pain without remedy. However, before Hu Tong could voice his reprimand, a whirlwind seemed to sweep through the lounge, accompanied by the resounding thuds of fists colliding and the muffled grunts of officers. Although the faith contained within each statue was minimal, each town possessed 4 statues, and with 45 directly governed towns, this amounted to a total of 180 statues. Phyllis, who rushed back to Rome, did not personally intervene to reclaim the statues. By the way, my Nirvana flame was obtained by merging with a stone that absorbed the blood of a phoenix during its rebirth. You might want to seek similar items. It could potentially save her life, Chun Xian remarked with a smile. Is there any need to mention it? I simply wish to enhance my spiritual power and become a yin-yang master, Qingzi replied calmly. Some opted for product from France, while others chose those from the United Kingdom, as items from these 2 nations are considerably more affordable than their German counterparts, albeit with slightly inferior quality, often at half the price. This song, lasting 5 minutes and 33 seconds, unfolds with little variation, embodying a serene and lyrical style, which many listeners find overly plain and drawn out. However, a select few particularly appreciate it, discerning a profound artistic essence. The 2 individuals approached the well, and Perona glanced inside, observing that the water level appeared indeed higher than the well she had previously encountered on the farm. Yet, the terrain here is somewhat lower, which accounts for the seemingly elevated water surface. Cody, the head of the Peru district, feared an outbreak of violent unrest among the populace. Following the withdrawal of the South American Federal Army from Peru, he hastily summoned all available military, police, and militia forces to his stronghold in Lima, imposing martial law. The last summoning had brought forth Hades, the supreme commander of the original Lamenting Warriors, who now serves as the foremost leader of the White Peaks web organization. According to White Peaks strategy, when the opportune moment arises, Hades will be reassigned to lead the Lamenting Warriors in this realm. Of course, White Peaks' audacity to convey such a staunch stance to the Imperial military stems from his formidable qualifications and capabilities, as well as from Ames revealing to him a recent scandal that had caused quite a stir in the Imperial capital. The group trudged through the Second World, alternating between deep and shallow steps, occasionally having members stumble into muddy pits, only to be swiftly rescued by vigilant companions. Meanwhile, at the largest airport in Sardinia, the last flight from the Continental Federation had just landed. Upon her agreement, Phyllis relaxed and smiled, which in turn elicited a smile from Li Shuer. Her son appeared more youthful, handsome, noble, with a resolute gaze and an imposing demeanor filled with irresistible charm than he had been just a year, a month, a day, or even a second prior. Turning around, Mr. Liu remained with his eyes closed, murmuring to himself, still unprepared, yet inexplicably holding an ancient manual that had appeared in his hands. In the distant chaos, 2 cultivators from the heavenly and divine realms led a formidable force of nearly 200,000, crashing through the chaos with overwhelming momentum, exuding a murderous aura. Glancing at the despondent faces of several individuals, Phyllis, accompanied by Uncle Zeng, ventured toward a nearby grove. Du Yun, it is well known that the human court seeks your demise. For your safety, it would be prudent to hide, the demon child remarked, his gaze flickering. What do you intend to do? Lin Xiaoyan, brimming with youthful exuberance, failed to mask his emotions, whispered to Lin Xiaozhuo beside him, but received no reply. Despite having anticipated the trajectory of the ball, it inexplicably fell into his blind spot, leaving him powerless to retaliate. When the smoke cleared, several obsidian waveguide crystals lay nestled in a large pit. The tactically successful Minas and the blazing horse continued their quest to gather the waveguide crystals. At this moment, due to a positional exchange with Ninzu, Yuer moved to the ball's landing point. During the Tokyo Metropolitan Tournament, Ye Cloud had employed this very tactic against Ekis and Ryoma. Yinshi's head collided painfully with the iron plate, causing stars to dance in her vision, rendering her unable to attend her injured hand. Yima struggled to regain his breath, nearly losing consciousness, but he inhaled deeply, steadied himself, and clutched his chest in disbelief, revealing a bruise beneath his torn shirt. The Sambao trio affixed the final characters before carrying glue and couplets to redeploy at the entrance. Wan Xian produced a sword from seemingly nowhere and tossed it to Qin Changsheng. Upon closer inspection, Zhou Ning recognized it as the very sword Qin had danced with before. The proctor could no longer endure the chaos and shouted, quelling the fervor of the gathering. Enru followed Lu Ling's lead, surveying the surroundings but finding nothing amiss. However, Lu Ling's expression conveyed an unmistakable unease. Indeed, vampires possess a heightened sensitivity to blood, making Anru feel it was entirely normal not to detect anything amiss. A gentle breeze carried the fragrance of blooming flowers, heralding the arrival of spring. "It is spring now," Nian Shui remarked while assisting her. In the mid-1970s, while laboring at a hydraulic construction site, the production team steamed large buns using water, with each half-kilogram yielding 1 bun. "I could consume 4 at a time, and some could manage 6. Baron Pullman bowed and retrieved a magical orb, instructing the robotic soldier to deliver it. Yet, had Ling Yue not already uncovered the truth? Would there not be tensions and misunderstandings between them? Long fingers extracted a bamboo tube from the pigeon leg, revealing a slender note within. The group took a bus. The site of Tianjia Village had since been renamed Shuguang Village, with nearby villages also constructing homes in the area. Since the high-rises were completed, this region had flourished significantly. Once barren with yellow earth on both sides of the road, it now buzzed with new buildings. After experiencing a peculiar dream, she seemed to take root in his heart, ensuring he would remember her. Aji shot him an irritated glance. "Can you let me finish my sentence? I've never met someone so impatient. It's clear the Emperor's decision not to select you was justified." Shiqi's reluctance was evident, yet Chang Guanyin appreciated her ability to candidly acknowledge her feelings. Her thoughts mirrored his own as he lightly tapped his fingers, leaving a series of coded symbols in the palm of Shiqi's hand. Empress Mingsu's words were a command, impervious to rebuttal. Having determined that Liao Piaoying belonged to the 9th Prince's residence, she would not permit any further contact with outside men or public appearances. Furthermore, the act of kneeling and bowing was merely customary. Today, however, for reasons unknown, Wanru insisted she would not comply. Once again, several generals from Guanshan Ridge accompanied Tang Shihan northward to Diang, achieving a resounding victory. Their complexions appeared more radiant, their faces broader, and their laughter notably brighter. Ling Mo's original form was the ancient banyan tree by the Tianhe River. Thus he was fortunate enough to become a listener, privy to many heartfelt secrets of Lingxi. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered the mischievous Quan Jinling crouched at her bedside, playfully tousling her hair with his chubby hands. The Qi family estate was in need of laborers, so Lord Yin might as well entrust the two to my care. Lord Yin did not refuse and nodded in agreement. Time passed, though it was uncertain how long, until Jin Zhoming finally collected himself and returned to the temporary hospital room. By then, Xiaoying's family had all arrived and were engaged in conversation with her inside the ward. Li Xiaomon and Xiaoying's manager had naturally taken their places on a bench outside the room. Embracing Ada's shoulders, Zhou gently sought to soothe her emotions. He recognized that he sometimes failed to consider their feelings, yet he had not anticipated the magnitude of their concerns. The conference room stirred momentarily, but merely for an instant. After all, it was filled with high-ranking individuals, and the number of attendees was limited. The atmosphere was composed, as these were seasoned figures with a fundamental level of decorum. The live stream resumed, yet this time Park Rugi unexpectedly maintained a notable silence, allowing the male lead to meander and improvise. However, before the news anchor could utter more than a few words, the live broadcast was abruptly interrupted, requiring a connection to the scene. Concerning the crucial matter of acquiring the second team, San Xiao promptly informed Binggue after receiving Lu Yi's confirmation, although the true owner, Zhu, was not in Shanghai. Despite the challenges this posed to his mission, which would result in punishment from the Cosmic Elite training camp, Su Chun had assessed the situation and deemed it bearable, rendering it inconsequential. The battle erupted instantaneously as squads of fully armed soldiers strode forth, their boots echoing with a resounding thud. After dealing with a few adversaries, a multitude of alien eggs was delivered through the Void Gate, marking the commencement of a new round of alien incubation based on these extraterrestrial beings. Upon hearing Qin Chang's words, the soldiers halted, turning their gazes toward Lang Bing, reflecting their mutual inquiry. However, before Yuli could express more, Jin Zhoming immediately released his grip, allowing her to indignantly take the note. The observer meticulously scrutinized the martial arts techniques of this group, arriving at a remarkably precise conclusion: military close combat skills. After uttering this statement, the two fell into an unexpected silence, momentarily devoid of conversation, creating an exceedingly awkward atmosphere. Yet, the senior brother understood that turmoil was impending in the mortal realm, and they would all require his assistance. The immortal physician also discerned Qianjizi's intentions and hastily spoke up. However, due to the absence of barbs on the fishhook, the fish, upon landing on the deck, managed to spit it out and struggled desperately. I have not succumbed to darkness. Once I help you regain your sight, you shall know at once. Wait here. I will summon the immortal physician to assist you with your eye. Facing Jiangshan's confusion, Qianjizi spoke gently. The two meandered to the souvenir shop, which turned out to be quite spacious. Inside, it was filled with an assortment of plush toys, including polar bears, walruses, and whales. One might easily mistake it for a toy store. There were also pure wool blankets, commemorative shirts, antler specimens, ship models, and much more. Brother, is the news we received true? Did Shah really encounter trouble? Upon speaking, tears welled in his large eyes, as if they were poised to fall at any moment. The environment here was vast, devoid of any cover, and the overwhelming presence of the empty realm posed significant disadvantages for Konoha and others. At 9:50 in the evening, the alliance was suddenly ambushed by the Mongolian Hongmen. The initial skirmish led to devastating losses. Kushina glanced at the fleeing Yuli, preparing to instruct her to remain still. But it was already too late. The sound of mechanical gears grinding echoed as the trap was activated. At that moment, Li Zicheng led his army to the west of the city, swiftly encircling Zhu Zhan, attempting to annihilate him at the city's gates. Under the assault of hundreds of thousands of troops, Zhu Zhan began to reveal signs of defeat. After making some simple preparations in Kanglan City and purchasing a magical map of the Sky Continent, the trio rested for the night before setting off the following day. Heavenborn looked towards the luminous source, revealing a crystal pillar as thick as several people could embrace, inscribed with the words Land of Departure. Mo Rant's words, though seemingly cordial, were laced with malice, as he expressed a desire to host me, clearly intending to drown me. What madness was this? This iron pot is of such poor quality. I reforged it with some magical metal. Now, even if you breathe dragon fire upon it, it shall not melt, the grand alchemist proclaimed, stroking his beard with pride. Observing the lingering black mist at the city gate, the East City Lord approached with a complex expression. At this moment, Zhao Wei's helpers realized that their weapons had not struck Su Yang, but had instead pierced Zhao Wei's body. Is the reason the wound does not bleed due to its spiritual energy healing together? Momo turned to inquire of Lady Bai. Yuang was startled, but the process of channeling true energy was exceedingly gentle. Though slightly uncomfortable, it did not adversely affect the body. The alchemy, crafting, and talisman making of the Tai sect were closely tied to cultivation. Even failure would not provoke a backlash of true energy. Huang Cuizue felt somewhat displeased at being called by her childhood name in front of Tian Sheng, casting a reproachful glare at Ling Juechen. She remained silent, merely sizing up Tian Sheng with a smile in her eyes. Drink! With a thunderous roar, Tian charged forward, swinging his battle axe with tremendous force, causing a resounding impact. This was quite normal. Regardless of the truth of this tale, it instilled a glimmer of hope in Li Kuhai, who was immersed in the profound path of talisman crafting. Xiezheng lowered her gaze, her eyes resting upon the verdant expanse before her. Her movements were somewhat rigid, yet she managed to extract a handful of spirit stones from her satchel. As she prepared to send alluring photographs to Xiang Li, while simultaneously gearing up to report some business matters to Shiyun Zhao, Yusheng recounted the events to Shengge. Otherwise, should Shengge embark on an investigation herself, given her temper, it was unlikely she would let the matter rest easily. At that moment, Gu Shaoan exhibited an expression of deep concern, seemingly perplexed by how Gu Jingchen had devolved into such a state. The posed question was rather unfriendly. She had the means yet lacked the necessary tools. Just as Jiang Chong and contemplated an alternative path, Feng Shui understood that the sect leader aimed to punish Nalan Xin for fleeing from the Wuxiang divine sect, while also severing any lingering affections between Feng Shui and Nalan Xin. Raising her head, she noticed 2 drops of paint splattered on a colorful lantern. Xiang Li pulled over a ladder, climbed up, and retrieved the lantern. Recently, the hot topic in the capital was the Sun family branch's Moonlight Brocade, produced in collaboration with the Li family, which had won first place in the latest brocade competition and was sent to the palace as a tribute alongside the original Sun family brocade. The massive corpse of a demon mammoth was unceremoniously tossed into the system's backpack. He needed to level up quickly and had no time to deal with such a large beast's remains. thus he would have to wait until he had the opportunity. What else is there to discuss? A murder, of course. Lao Fei spread his hands, instructing them to remove the body. A detailed examination of the corpse would have to wait until they returned. Puff, puff, puff. One after another, individuals were reduced to ashes by the blade's aura, and soon the remaining personnel of the Longwang cave heaven would be annihilated. It was known that his kick could shatter mountains, yet it could not prevent the coagulation of flesh and blood. At this moment, he finally comprehended the terror of the immortal realm's formidable beings. Feng Xian's cultivation and innate talent were the reasons they valued her. If Feng Xian were to become incapacitated, would not all previous efforts be rendered futile? The dog scratched its head, uncertain. All the dog knew was that it could fight again. This was a violent dog. Initially, Mu Yuqing was filled with fury, but the more she listened, the more her heart lightened, as if the spring in her eyes could thaw all things. Yang Li dropped the gun from her hands, staring blankly at the blood-soaked man before her, as if in a daze. Her heart trembled, her soul quivered, and the pain within her was even more profound than Chun Nan's gunshot wound. After a while, Han Mengsha and her family arrived, exceedingly joyful upon seeing Li Lei, chattering incessantly. The scene within the cave made Chun Nan feel somewhat anxious. The cavern was vast, spanning hundreds of feet, with a stone chamber entrance on one side, while in the center lay a colossal centipede, measuring over 100 feet in length. As for the events transpiring in the city of Sin, Xing Lin had yet to receive any specific news. How could he possibly know? Aware that Qin Feng was establishing his authority, Shintu promptly issued instructions and even booked them a hotel. Feng Wuqing could be deemed guilty. However, even if he had no nefarious intentions, Zhao Ji would not let him off the hook for failing to acknowledge the identity of the white-wood dragon soul. After all, what did he take the dragon soul for? Feng Yian patted Dingu's shoulder, offering no excessive words. He contemplated for a moment and directly distributed some jewels among the three, ensuring they had something to rely on so that even if he were to fall into misfortune, they would not face starvation. Had it not been for those black apes who possessed only brute strength and charged recklessly without any tactical skills, their predicament would have been far more dire. Du Luo raised his cup and took a sip. The winemaking techniques of this world were passable and not unpleasant. Mu Qi and the others were unaware of the true name of the shadow, Luo, Immortal King, only knowing the title by which he was called. Shangguan Weiyo referred to Bai Mu as pure out of curiosity, having heard that Bai Mu had once confronted Lu Shujing, a fact that stirred the hearts of several men present. After a lengthy pause, he suppressed his fervent emotions, shook his head, and mused that as a newcomer, without a clear understanding of the situation, it was unwise to act ostentatiously before his true form returned. Instead, he should focus on enhancing his strength. When Kair appeared, Hector instinctively felt the urge to argue with him, but managed to restrain himself. "What did you say?" Madame Shi's face darkened as she raised her hand, ready to strike, prompting Shi Muyang to once again shift his position. The leader slammed his cup onto the table with a resounding thud, simultaneously releasing the beauty he had held in his arms. However, behind the Black Hole Band stands us, a second-rate music company. In terms of resources, can you rival us? Ran, we are all sisters here. During this festive season, you ought to show some goodwill, while you indulge in meat. Shouldn't you at least allow your siblings a taste of the broth? A man with green hair and a lewd demeanor approached, his hand reaching towards Shirrant's neck. Completely lost in thought, Yi Wuji seemed oblivious to whether his current focus was strangely misdirected, paying little heed to others. Zhang Lang instantly fixated on the individual wearing the ghostly mask, detecting a familiar aura emanating from them. "Don't leave yet. Allow me to take another look." The pilot, his eyes gleaming with excitement, gazed intently at a short sword perched atop the shelf. "I speak only once. Do you wish to cause trouble?" Su Ping's gaze turned icy as he regarded him with cold intensity. Gossip is a peculiar phenomenon, although often lacking in veracity when uttered by the esteemed Yu family. Such rumors acquire an added layer of authenticity. Today marks the official enrollment day for new students, who will proceed to their assigned classes to begin their education under the Academy's guidance. One could not ascertain its height, only observing it stretching across the heavens, its branches disappearing into the clouds, concealing the crown of the tree. Moreover, the fall of the Wang family served as a formidable deterrent to the local officials and powerful factions, bringing order to the district. Wealth beyond compare, indeed. Extending his right hand, all 5 fingers adorned with golden rings, each a magical band. He waved, and dozens of jars of wine materialized upon the ground. The lack of value was evident in their sheer quantity. 3-ring and even 4-ring magic scrolls appeared one after another in this trial space, while 2-ring scrolls seemed to manifest in units of 5. When quality falters, quantity compensates, and they often serve a purpose. Cigars, for instance, retain their flavor and pose no harm when smoked in the game, a true blessing for many smokers. Lin Ao nodded, leading by Ying and the others to the adjacent room for rest. In the presence of Naruto Uzumaki, true competition was nearly non-existent, save for that individual named Ji, whom Naruto relentlessly pursued. Now, the fruits of their clandestine training finally bore significance. Niji gazed at the 3 shattered stone spheres within the cave, his Byakugan gleaming with a unique brilliance, all unfolding as he had calculated. The Sword Saint's body was but a vessel. His consciousness had departed with the sword energy. Otherwise, who would dare to pierce his chest before him? Observing Dongzhi would dispatch cavalry once more, Guan Yu smiled faintly, then led his 10,000 horsemen towards the infantry behind. Having returned, why quibble over a few hours? They would inevitably return to their residence. So patience was the order of the day. The audience erupted in a cacophony of noise upon witnessing Xiao Qiqi's relentless punches from above, and as Tang Zian curled into a corner of the arena, hands crossed over his head to shield himself from her onslaught, a wave of indignation surged within all of Tang Zian's admirers. Limmy watched the two embrace tightly. A seemingly ordinary scene radiated a sweet and beautiful aura. The young man from the Chong family appeared quite simple-hearted, and despite being treated with condescension, he showed no sign of anger, only a bashful gratitude. Yi Qingqing added, "I am fine now. You all should return to rest." With that, she turned away, a hint of melancholy in her demeanor as she retreated to her own room. The matter concerning Mr. M.O. was one she could not disclose to anyone, lest it bring her trouble. Xiao Yong'an clearly frequented this place. Upon entering, a beauty in a red Chong Sam greeted him, stating she had reserved the finest wine house for him. The old matron understood her ire and felt compelled to express it. Her own heart was heavy, yet she realized that keeping a Jean-S matter under wraps depended on her. Thus, she could only offer gentle reassurances. "Very well, may your word hold true." Agio gazed deeply at him before releasing her grip. It was evident he was a man of straightforward character. Though vexed, he harbored no hatred. The searing warmth enveloped her skin, coursing through her body like an electric current, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Yet her mind remained remarkably clear. I watched him depart, momentarily at a loss for words, though instinctively I knew he was lying. Murong-yu lowered his gaze, fingers caressing a piece of jade pendant, polished to a smooth sheen, revealing a mind rife with contemplation, yet shrouded in uncertainty. Having gauged Lin Fan's formidable strength, Qiuren found himself devoid of any desire to continue the confrontation, only yearning for a swift escape. His bewilderment grew as he removed his clothing, discovering a multitude of alarming red rashes covering his body, save for his face. At this juncture, the true monarch of red silk could wield spiritual energy. Thus, even in silence, he conveyed his thoughts to others. This instinctively reminded Roman of Teresa's decaying heat-like magic and her image fission. As he spoke these words, Lin Fan silently recited the curses directed at his adversary, seeking to exchange them for experience. "I can only say that I shall do my utmost," Yin Huang replied tersely, elbowing Shi Yong, who was clinging to him. Yet the latter remained unperturbed. The power of Super Scion too vastly eclipsed that of its first state. No one had ever dared to belittle him, the son of death. Not even the direct disciples of the god craftsman. Although Chu Xiao sensed no hostility from youth, he remained wary of the immortal beings from other realms. Fortunately, the moment was promptly intervened by Jing Liu, who halted the two combatants and, as the representative of Galdro Bay and the Five Pillars, issued a protest to the kings of both nations, declaring the duel null and void. Within the grand hall, a multitude of several hundred esteemed alchemists congregated, each a leader of their respective alchemical factions. Baishan smiled calmly, his lips moving as he transmitted a message to Yongjue through a technique that resonated within the soul. However, he was perplexed to witness the imperial capital amalgamating the Taiji diagram with the heavenly opening divine axe, a feat deemed impossible. The Taiji diagram, an innate treasure, remained mightier than many artifacts, even in the absence of its source, and could not merge with others. The moment the Azure Lotus Emperor made his move, a formidable killing blow emerged, causing all present to freeze, sensing an indomitable will while simultaneously grasping the Emperor's immense power. Perhaps the choral students, even Mia herself, were oblivious to the abnormal decline in her performance. Yet, the seasoned and top-ranking Qianhui discerned the underlying issues. It could be said that none among the top 3 pearls was without their complexities. Both Naiyu and Qianhui concealed their depths. In a bid to rescue Feng Hong, Mo Tian resorted to the desperate measure of employing the soul-capturing technique, nearly exhausting himself to the brink of unconsciousness. Ultimately, he managed to place thousands of flame-burst crystals within the tomb of heaven. Xiao Huanhuan was no less formidable. At this moment, the two were evenly matched. As she observed the approaching assailant, her whip struck fiercely, prompting the deputy lord Bai to evade, only to be showered with a fine white powder, compelling Xiao Huanhuan to retreat swiftly. The events recounted by Bai date back 3 years, when the Azure Dragon ascended to the divine realm. Upon emerging from seclusion, Bai and others were starkly aware of the terrifying pressure exerted by the powerful beings of that realm. Witnessing the Grand Prince effortlessly dispel malevolent spirits with a mere wave of his hand, exuding an air of utmost grace and poise, the onlookers, particularly the beautiful maidens, found themselves entranced, their eyes shimmering and their lips murmuring words they scarcely comprehended. Even the intervention of the esteemed Princess Jingji proved futile in curbing their admiration. Tomorrow, we shall depart for the Great Zhou due to some pressing matters, Su Qingxiang remarked to Xiao Huanhuan. Upon hearing this, Xiao Huanhuan's movements faltered, and she turned to regard Su Qingxiang, placing the teapot down. A flicker of realization crossed her eyes. Was this yet another test? The majestic eagle trembled slightly before abruptly turning, its fierce gaze locking onto Xiang. Having never encountered such a situation, Xiang felt her heart race as she retreated step by step. He had acquired the ability of the scent mouse, capable of detecting the fragrances of various herbs. Even the elusive moonshadow grass could not conceal its scent entirely. The moment it emitted even the slightest trace, it would be captured by him. The Empress Dowager gazed in astonishment at Minner's pronounced belly, realizing that, as a mother-in-law, she had been oblivious for months. Reflecting on the past few days, she noted how the Empress had faced the ministers alone, bearing immense pressure, while she had remained sequestered in the Longevity Palace, consumed by sorrow. Having lived thrice Minner's years, her existence felt utterly wasted. A collective gasp fell upon the room, with Daguda utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the conversation, while Sudan began to grasp the situation, exclaiming incredulously, "Are they accusing me of stealing Daguda's money?" With a flick of her left hand over her storage bracelet, a blue shield materialized before her, swiftly expanding in size. As Wang Xianlu scoured the area for beastly flesh, the demonic army had already arrived at the foot of the 9 Heavens Divine Peak, a mere 500 paces from the front lines of the 8 legions. Her smile brightened considerably, the delicate curve of her pale pink lips revealing a subtle allure that was breathtaking beneath the glow of the lanterns. Without hesitation, Guyu advanced, leaping atop the Eastern Emperor Bell and promptly casting a spell. Damn it! Wu Yong struck the wall with a fist, the rough surface tearing through the disposable glove on his hand. Jiangyu, I plan to buy a lottery ticket tomorrow. Unlike you men, I don't have a penchant for smoking, so I consider it an investment. Shun Sishua held her bowl, her expression one of hopeful anticipation, as if she were destined to be the next winner. The demon queen dabbed at her face, her makeup intact. Yet a mischievous thought crossed her mind as she summoned her divine power. All right. Lin Yan has had her struggles these past years. When she returns, you, as her mother, should strive to grow closer to her. Wei Sang cleverly shifted the topic, using Lin Yan's vulnerabilities to endear himself to Madame Wei. Of course, this depended on the cooperation of the 2 maidservants, particularly if Zhu Wan were to discover anything and choose to inform. For her own safety, Yi Shuiying would have to take action against her. Before Bai Weiwei could react, he had already secured a grip on the nape of her neck, compelling her to lift her gaze as he leaned down to capture her lips. In the midst of the blazing conflagration, the God King brandished his divine scepter, while the Demon King unsheathed his infernal sword, both poised to counter the assault of the Azure deity. Gong Yishuan arrived just in time to witness Fu Yunxi struggling to emerge from the pond, cradling the unconscious crown prince in her arms. She pushed aside the eunuch supporting her and hurriedly unwrapped the swaddling cloth, only to find the crown prince seemingly lifeless, devoid of breath. I spotted a whole crate of those ink ingots with that old man. I intend to collect them, Jiang Jun declared candidly without any attempt at concealment. A sharp sound echoed, akin to a blow to the forehead, followed by a piercing scream. For them, engaging in clandestine activities behind closed doors held little significance. However, indulging too openly in certain matters before the public could tarnish their reputation once they parted ways with these men. As night fell, Lung Che insisted on sharing a bed with Fu Yunxi, who, unable to oppose him, reluctantly acquiesced. In March of 556 BC, Princess Chong of Eastern Wei accompanied the Eastern Wei envoys into Longyan. After a month-long escapade of evading marriage, the princess's flight came to an end. The Emperor Xianjing of Eastern Wei, Yuan Shan, specially summoned the princess to participate in his selection. Meanwhile, Villiers approached and gently patted Vic on the shoulder, offering no words of consolation. Yet, this simple gesture compelled Vic to clutch herself even tighter. The crystal was transparent and pure. Those who could embrace the children of the angel's garden without disdain surely possessed a heart of genuine purity, Feng Ruhan remarked suggestively. A thought flashed through Winch's mind like a brilliant lightning bolt. Since the demon mother Hilo had transformed him into a toad, why not seek refuge with the opposing side? However, upon hearing Li Yuyun's mention of the final, terrifying thunder, they could not help but feel a surge of anxiety for her, despite her having successfully weathered the tribulation. Suddenly, Lu Qi sensed a formidable aura and mused to himself. What an imposing energy! This individual's fusion level must be at least that of a first-tier fusion sovereign. After the meal, Lu Qi made his way towards his room, his thoughts consumed by the upcoming competition. According to the regulations of the Gladiator Alliance, to participate in the unrestricted death matches of the arena, one must pay 10 holy crystals and pass the qualification assessment to become a gladiator. Once recognized as a gladiator, each individual would receive a base score correlated with their assessed strength. Another stone shattered, and, at that moment, approximately half of the stone before Li Yuyun had crumbled into fragments. In a clear space, she swung her sword, and in an instant, it was as if the ocean roared. A surge of heat surged forward, mingled with fierce flames, creating a crater several yards in diameter upon the ground nearby. The expenses on the payroll were not substantial, including the contributions for several employees' social insurance. The monthly expenditures amounted to merely 20 to 30,000 yuan. Shan Xiongxin hurled the golden-spiked spear again. Luo Cheng tightened his grip on his spear, pressing his Zhaoyang spear aside, and countered with a swift thrust aimed directly at Shan Xiongxin's face. Iase was momentarily taken aback. Her charming visage slightly flushed as she realized that her demeanor might have appeared somewhat intimidating. A multitude of 3,000 chaotic demon gods perished beneath the Pangu axe, leaving only a select few, such as Hong Jun Daozu and Yangmei Daxian alive. Huh, that's the spirit. Just what I wanted to hear. Iron Dragon Gajaru burst into hearty laughter, an overwhelming surge of azure magic emanating from his being as two formidable waves of magical energy radiated outward. Yet, the dialogue between the two rendered the specters speechless. After such a fierce confrontation, was it merely a test? The power of these two individuals was truly terrifying. Shortly thereafter, Lung Ying exited to find a throng gathered outside. Among them, he immediately recognized a familiar face and, in shock, approached. The head of the Ling family was cradling several sheets of paper as if they were precious treasures, merely nodding in acknowledgement without even sparing them a glance. Thus, without hesitation, Li Lingyi resolved to act, unperturbed by potential consequences, even if it led to the Stark family severing ties with Leisha and himself. Once they finished their lunch, Meng Yao engaged in a game with Ming Chun for a while before the delivery of placenta and rooster arrived. Not at all, but I possess some knowledge of medicine, Yi Tian candidly stated. He was indeed not a doctor, yet he believed that healing was not solely the domain of physicians. If you trust me, I could take a look. Upon seeing his uncle's call, he was jolted. After all, this old fellow had not reached out to him in many years. The ability to submit a fourth-tier spirit beast could also earn him a managerial position within the Loose Cultivator Alliance. If he could present a fifth-tier spirit beast or an ice spirit fruit, the position he would attain would be even more exalted. Such is the nature of enlightenment. Fair maiden, behold, with the transformation of the turtle treasure technique, a surge of spiritual energy manifested from his being, first revealing quintessences of 5 elemental colors, which then harmonized into a verdant hue. According to the principles of physics, the closer water is to its source, the slower its flow becomes. A phenomenon related to gravitational potential energy. Indeed, the God King possesses a remarkable breadth of vision. You too have traveled from afar. Shall we enjoy a cup of water, wine in the mountains? The monkey-faced man smiled. The crowd looked up, their souls nearly scattered in terror, as a hand, covered in short white hair and slightly longer and thicker than an average person's, emerged from the coffin's head, rhythmically tapping upon it, producing a series of deep, resonant sounds. A painter like Zhang Ziyu, who demanded utmost authenticity, could never hope to depict Hainan's hat within the Qingming river map. Before His Majesty the Emperor decreed who would continue to lead the eastern land, he must first eliminate Chiba Koichiro, although, according to traditional customs, as a descendant of the Fujiwara family, the brother of Fujiwara Masao, he had a 99% chance of becoming the new president. All of this seemed to suddenly deviate far from the people's expectations. What, indeed, were their true intentions? Observing that both of Songyang's treasures were restrained, Wang Chan could no longer suppress the flames of battle igniting within his heart. With a fierce shout, the dual swords of azure and violet emerged, transforming into a rain of blades that surged toward Songyang. His weary gaze lifted, and upon seeing me, a glimmer of vitality sparked in his eyes. Yet, the designated time had not yet arrived. Elder Chun, he had chosen to wait, having noticed your absence. You all must strive to perform better this time. Fang Shuren stated solemnly. She possessed only a meager amount of money, uncertain how long it would suffice. After finding a modest ramen shop to satiate her hunger, she wandered aimlessly toward the bustling city center. However, the figure at the interrogation room's window flickered by, and from the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the 3 snipers emerging once more from the boiler room. The original intent today was to secure Lu Ran, thus further propelling the development of the Panda Project. But alas, the ensuing discussion was far too astonishing. Pushing the suitcase that the steward had placed at the door, Mo Qian approached the wardrobe and carefully hung her clothes. The tombs plundered by Hu Shandiao and his companions belonged to individuals of the 9th-tier sacrificial level, indicating that the Taiwan continent once boasted an abundance of skilled practitioners before the prohibition of cultivation. The diminishing concentration of life energy has consequently lowered the ceiling of power, explaining why none of the ascendants from the 4 sects have reached the 9th-tier sacrificial rank. Seated on the sofa, Song Siu, captivated by Mo Qian's melodious voice, was taken aback and quickly turned her head, witnessing the formidable man being rendered unconscious by the electric shock. Rong Yan's handsome face darkened as he turned to look at Xiao Xian. After the doctor finished speaking, he picked up his medical kit and left, passing by Jiang Shursin and his son, offering a brief expression of condolences. In truth, Luo Ji's condition was not as dire as reported by the imperial physician, nor as unhealable as she had initially feared. It was merely an injury to a few meridians. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming fear. She had not anticipated that such a seemingly adorable and harmless little wolf could be so fearsome, her desire completely extinguished by the white wolf's actions. If this continued, he would either see the effects of the elixir fade or his source energy be utterly depleted. Lu Meiru, could not suppress my anxiety and nervously bit my lip, intending to speak, but upon catching a warning glance from Lung Qingxue, I quickly refrained. It truly opened Ryan's eyes. Every exquisite building on campus and the classrooms imbued with magical essence spoke of profound heritage. Lin Xiaoqiu, advancing before him, displayed a strength that was evidently superior compared to other young chess players. There was no need to collect much, just gathering everything would suffice, as the endless space had been tainted following the apocalypse, making it better to benefit oneself. Under the counterattack of the white pieces, the black pieces suffered immensely. What was once a robust formation had been trampled into a pitiful state, a sight utterly unbearable. Ryan could distinctly feel the ambient magic in the air being drawn towards the circular opening, the light at the entrance transforming into a kaleidoscope of colors. Perhaps due to prolonged, inadequate nourishment, everyone appeared gaunt, their arms unnaturally thin, as if they could shatter with the slightest tug. Without granting Hong Yu's Davali any opportunity to react, he swiftly approached from behind and seized her by the neck. Though the action was undeniably alluring, her made-up visage rendered it almost unbearable to behold. "I sincerely apologize. My friend possesses this unfortunate flaw." Su Zuiyin courteously addressed the two attendants. Outside, the cacophony was relentless, at times shaking the very foundations of the headquarters, with dust and debris occasionally cascading from the ceiling. I raised my gaze to see him retrieving a broom and dustpan positioned at the kitchen entrance, sweeping up the shattered dishes. Meanwhile, he conversed gently with Tian Xinghua, exuding an air of innocence, assuring him that he would lend his utmost support in dealing with the Xiang family's affairs. Following Outyan's retreat, the bond between Yi Feng and Madame Outyan blossomed. Yet scarcely had a few days passed before a momentous report echoed through the martial world. The Sword Saint had perished in his duel with Xiong Ba, leaving behind only devastation, while Xiong Ba and his three disciples, Nie Feng, Bu Jingyun, and Qin Shuang, were grievously wounded by the Sword Saint's final strike. Simonjin was the first to enter, her heart instantly leaping to her throat upon witnessing the scene. Yang Yu tapped the edge of the table, concealing her worries to regain her usual composure, then produced a black insignia crafted from an unknown metal and handed it to Xiao Chun. In truth, her emotions ran deeper than mere anger. She felt a profound sadness. "That scoundrel Yi Kaicheng, please cease this torment. It is far from amusing." Han Jinhan remained frozen in place, even neglecting to respond when questioned by those nearby. This was indeed a shocking revelation. The princess of the Rue Kingdom, whom he had only interacted with twice, was now with child, a bombshell that reverberated in Han Jinhan's ears. To his astonishment, the instigator before him displayed no remorse. Her expression impassive as she countered with a question. Lika seemed equally unperturbed, calling out, "Princess," before collapsing. This situation was undeniably awkward. After all, the truth of parental love versus an unexpected child was difficult to articulate. Ma Gang and Wang Zhanheng's entourage fixated on the so-called ruffians within Yang Wang's faction. Chaos erupting as individuals brandished machetes and steel pipes, swiftly transforming the battleground into the gymnasium of Diamond High School. A surge of spiritual energy coursed through me, enveloping the life-and-death needle in my grasp, as the temperature in the room appeared to plummet. However, Kaixingnan's aura around Wang Lin felt more grounded, accessible, and exuded a genuine beauty. In the dimly lit corridor, the two exchanged a glance, each detecting a flicker of delight in the other's eyes. Tao Gongyi remarked, "Young Master Cheng, do not rush. We must first adorn ourselves before we act." He summoned his subordinates to bring forth numerous sets of Tang soldiers' uniforms and a great Tang dragon flag, instructing everyone to don them. "Yes, leader." The two brothers responded eagerly, swiftly subduing Chun Qikong, pinning him to the ground and binding his arms. Su Ming sensed that this matter was far from simple. A glance at Lung Fei revealed that he was no ordinary adversary. This wealthy heir was even more ruthless than Ji Tongfei. After being assaulted, he had driven his opponent to bankruptcy. Subsequently, Anna departed without revealing her intentions or agreeing to accompany me to Yanjing. She had always been fiercely independent, and I could not pry any further, so I chose not to dwell on it. Regarding the words of the Ghost Face Rider leader, Ko Sun, Hui Ju let out a quiet sigh and shook his head, opting not to respond. After cultivating this technique, its execution was like treading upon a soaring dragon, capable of soaring to the heavens and burrowing into the earth, a true marvel. Li smiled and turned her head, noticing the large school gate. She promptly unfastened her seatbelt, grabbed her bag, and pushed open the car door to exit. Hua Fengma squinted, filled with indignation. Despite the time elapsed, he had been unable to unite with the two death spirits to eliminate Jun Wuxia. Ultimately, he could only blame his earlier impatience. Susan understood that others were bouncing around energetically while she was rolling about, unable to match their speed and disregarding any semblance of dignity. She targeted the opponent's groin, rolling towards him and simultaneously lifting her foot to deliver a kick. Bai needed to reflect deeply as well. He retreated to the inner room, leaving the outer space for the others and the children, allowing them to handle the matters at hand. Despite being adept in many areas, he found himself unable to resolve this entanglement of romantic affairs. He was unaware of when he had attracted so many, and if it continued, He would soon have a football team of complications. He hoped they would not be too odorous. After all, at this moment, several individuals bore considerable amounts of crystal, making it easy to expose themselves if they congregated. Once this wealth was revealed, the situation would become quite intricate, especially for Luo Qingyue, who pressed her lips together, her ordinary countenance devoid of expression as she observed everything that had just transpired. Throughout this entire process, Lin Yi remained silent, akin to a bystander, incredulously watching Dong Wanqing defend him so fiercely. Despite her unwavering affection for Lin Yuan, it did not guarantee that his feelings for her would remain unchanged. Having just engaged in a lengthy conversation with Yi about various topics, including Zhang Yao's gossip, news from Zhang Yao soon reached them. Yi Mengxi chose to play as the Dark Knight, the same role she had in the mysterious realm, while Xian Yiming opted for the Black Priest of Autumn Rain. However, the nature of their experiences remained unaffected, as their primary focus was the wedding system. Don't stray too far. Our time is limited. Following the usual protocol, being trapped here implies either a thirst for wealth or a desire to take lives. This expression did not linger long, as demonic energy surged once more, causing Zhang Xuanyuan's visage to twist into a grimace. Nevertheless, the danger zone was still teeming with dimensional creatures, predominantly lower-level beings that lacked intelligence. Estimating the duration of their stay in Fengyu City, it seemed they would be there for an extended period. The journey to the western continent required careful planning. Gazing out towards the sea, one could see countless corpses floating in the water, predominantly those of the marauders. Before they even set foot on land, the marauders had already suffered significant casualties. The remaining ones perished in the fierce battles on shore, leaving their captors with but a handful of survivors. Each day, Fan Siren ascended the tall tower to observe the movements of the Lu Ba individuals, witnessing firsthand the vast expanse of trees being ruthlessly stripped bare. Just moments prior, he had witnessed 2 bodyguards from the Shui family approaching Tang Qianji, only to have their hands inexplicably rot away, resulting in their convulsions and subsequent demise. Suyu had become quite accustomed to such occurrences, displaying no signs of embarrassment or remorse, as if devoid of any guilt. Dongfang Yi, wary of the Ning family, refrained from provoking them but harbored lingering resentment towards the instigator who had funded the Ning army with a staggering 700 million. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaoxia pressed her lips together, contemplating that since she could not visit the O family residence today, it would be best to postpone for another time. The boy gently cradled her last memento in his hands, and after receiving a silent nudge from the man behind him, he reluctantly exited the room. Tang Shan prepared a poorly cooked pot of rice, lacking any appetite himself, and generously offered it all to the elderly man. As the leading figure of the Xianmen, Kunlun had only 8 cultivators in the celestial immortal realm after the defection of their second-generation disciple, Situ Yi, with 7,000 in the earth immortal realm and over 10,000 in the loose immortal realm. While the influx of new blood in the innate and acquired realms barely exceeded 10,000. 10 minutes later, upon hanging up the phone, Naoki Ji tore at his collar, waving his arms and cheering loudly like a madman. However, much to everyone's surprise, Fu Yi also stepped forward, crossing beyond the protective barrier. After a thorough cleansing, Mo Chan effortlessly swept Reninan into his arms, leading to a fierce melee that ensued. Although her inner strength was currently diminished, it merely indicated a transformation of her physical essence. Her mastery of the spiritual realm remained intact. Last night, she had certainly caught the tone of his voice, and besides, she had already assured him that she would refrain from posing such foolish and absurd questions again. Considering the arduous task Zhao Qiming faced with grocery shopping, cooking, and commuting between the hospital and home to deliver meals, Zhao Ningming had returned, finding that while she might not be adept at other tasks, she could certainly handle the cooking and shopping. Any assistance she could offer would be welcome. Truly, it is nothing of significance. Qin Jinshin edged closer to Bai Xiao, still restrained by her seatbelt, fumbled to unfasten it while attempting to evade him and respond to his inquiries, resulting in a flustered demeanor. The mighty Tiger Gang, situated in the heart of the West District, had adopted a more subdued stance since the sudden upheaval months ago, which resulted in the demise of both the gang leader and his second-in-command. Under Hu Bucho's leadership, the gang gradually became less conspicuous. The denizens of Devil Island were all exceptionally powerful, each a monstrous force to be reckoned with, instilling fear even in the governments of various nations. Even grandmother Nangong halted her actions upon the appearance of the great dragon, her face betraying a look of excitement. Indeed, a true man should possess such spirit. The elder stroked his beard lightly, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. In a myriad of circumstances, individuals can learn. The crux lies in the manner of their learning. The methods of learning have always been paramount, yet those who truly master the art of learning are few and far between. As he stood still, surveying his surroundings, Hua Yuling lowered his head in contemplation, sensing an underlying disquiet. The call had indeed come from Rong Yunxi, who found himself in a bit of trouble and, in haste to extricate himself, reached out to him. This was not a premeditated act, but rather an unforeseen incident. A wealthy heir in Binjiang Park had lavishly arranged a live broadcast by a television station and spent a fortune on fireworks for his grand proposal. However, the situation took a swift turn, and Tang Biao found himself in a desperate predicament. In such a nation, who would dare to privately possess firearms? Having resolved the technical issues with the signal, Ling Zhou began testing the aerial drones that had been prepared. Tang Zai's eyes flickered. The deep green armor appeared far from complete, with many joints exposing bare skin, rendering movement cumbersome. Furthermore, the absence of magical inscriptions on the lower half meant that the armor could not be fully harnessed. That evening, Zhao had initially planned to stay at a hotel, but since there was still space at Li Yi's home, he was persuaded to stay. To think you can instantly activate a rudimentary secret formation. You are no longer merely a secret scholar, but a secret master, exclaimed the dwarf immortal in astonishment. Upon seeing the multitude of soldiers from the kingdom of Moses, the Golden Kingdom's soldiers were instantly devoid of combat spirit. They had never been warriors, and their deployment was entirely coerced. Witnessing the sheer number of Moses' soldiers, they immediately panicked, seeking to flee. They soon discovered that the system had numerous classifications, ranging from Chinese cuisine to Western dishes, presenting an overwhelming array of options. The secret swallow-s return, one of the most formidable flying super techniques, had long been the subject of hearsay, yet the instances witnessed failed to demonstrate its purported might, indicating that the practitioners had not fully mastered it. After preparing for a mere 10 seconds, Sha and I duo broke through the spatial blockade and vanished from sight. Bai Yuling was acutely aware of the decisiveness of these subdivine beasts. He promptly spoke candidly and produced the 7 5-star fire treasures. The gathering of malevolent energies would grant one new powers, enabling mastery over the essence of life and drawing closer to the throne of the Lord of Greed. Every situation has its causal chain. Sometimes unraveling the source first can lead to a more efficient resolution of problems. Rushing in with reckless abandon often yields not efficiency, but rather complications. Suddenly, in the distance, 2 teams clashed at the coastal edge over a contested point. The steward nodded without uttering another word, quietly leading the way. No one knew what thoughts occupied his mind. Perhaps he was earnestly considering Liao Qi's words. At this moment, Ji Fan's external consciousness seemed to contract, as if his field of vision was narrowing and his perception was on the brink of succumbing to complete darkness. Yi Jihan had clearly bid farewell to his inner turmoil. As his outstretched hand gently reached forward, fingertips delicately brushing against Yunxi's cheek. The following morning, Ling Feng slowly opened his eyes after surveying his surroundings. He rose and walked to the window. To his surprise, Team 1 performed poorly, ultimately being eliminated with a 7th place ranking. At the summit of the verdant mountains, Ji Fan sat cross-legged atop a colossal rock, resembling a venerable monk in meditation, his spiritual energy surging and filling the air, bare-chested as the mountain winds gusted around him. Throughout the past year, Ji Fan was acutely aware of the malevolent aura generated by the power of life and burial, yet he refrained from restraint. What has transpired? Lu Dai? Yang Jie inquired urgently upon sensing the unusual tone of Lu Dai's voice, as the proprietress trembled while draping a black cloth over Wang Huqing's eyes. He finally quieted, covering his face with his hands. "What would you like to eat?" he asked, removing the exquisitely crafted menu from his face, his eyes gleaming brightly. "It's not that I strike at everyone. I merely blame her insufferable mouth." Roshu huffed, casting a glance at Danju, but ultimately chose silence. The audacity of the ancient words was not due to an extensive network surpassing that of other clubs, nor from exceptional financial backing. Rather, it stemmed from the emergence of a formidable individual within his club 4 years prior. having been subjected to brutal treatment, Yuan Shao, let alone justifying herself, had managed to temper her anger significantly. Unrepentant, are we? Then how would you prefer her demise, by dismemberment or slow slicing? A middle-aged man pondered while stroking his chin. I tightened my injured hand around the white cloth stained with vibrant blood, 1,000 words swirling in my heart, yet I remained silent in response to his inquiry. Thus, Zheng Yuan began to remove her clothing, and soon she stood completely unclothed. The sight of Zheng Yuan, bare before him, was indescribably exquisite. Without allowing his appetite to linger, Wang Yu had already entered the attack range, unleashing nothing but basic strikes. Meanwhile, perhaps hindered by Chu Weiwei, the four spirit pillars finally began to restore themselves. The immense virtual divine palace rising anew, on the verge of breaking through the surface. Simultaneously, a sense of confusion arose. Wasn't this supposed to be a safe house? A secure rear? How had they arrived at the Silver Hand? Then why not simply arrange for me to fly back? Infected individuals cannot fly, Li Jie remarked, gazing at the aircraft overhead as he continued to question. His role was undeniably significant, as the first step was to dominate the town of Xinjier before contemplating further advancement. By expressing his thoughts today, he had effectively opened his heart, which would prove beneficial for the Xing family's development within the town. After regaining his composure, he smiled at the portly mayor. The divine blood, said to originate from the Lord of the Six Paths and reputed to be an unparalleled divine artifact capable of forging an immortal platform, was not something Guan Mingyu believed to be mere coincidence. The vanguard engaged in a fierce skirmish with the inhabitants of Floating Mountain, resulting in considerable casualties on both sides. However, as the numbers of Floating Mountain were few, they gradually succumbed to the relentless onslaught of the demonic forces. The issue of piracy must be eradicated, for its impact on the industry is far more severe than one might imagine. Thank you, young master. Ziyun accepted the soft sword with great delight, for it was not merely an exquisite weapon, but also a token of the young master's affection for her. At that moment, Feng Ran, having tidied her hair before the mirror, gracefully emerged from the inner chamber, smiling as she called out, "Ning Ning, what brings you here?" She then turned to Zisu, sweetly addressing her as Sister Su. Su Ying sensed the subtle provocation from Thomas. Her smile dimmed slightly as she glanced at the man beside her. Though his expression remained impassive, the proximity allowed her to feel the faint aura of tension emanating from him. In recent days, she had learned that Sang Ji had a cousin and 2 brothers, all of whom possessed commendable talents. Bai Ji and Gao Mingzhong, being mere servants, refrained from vocalizing their disdain, yet internally they held great contempt. She had given you this task as an opportunity. How could you be so oblivious? Moreover, did you not notice the multitude of people outside? Not far away, amidst a throng of figures, Zhao Gang, bloodied and battered, stood defiantly before 3 elderly men. He had been washing dishes in a restaurant when he accidentally shattered dozens of plates, resulting in the owner kicking him out. According to the game's design, hidden quests are typically of great reward, and those involving multiple players present an even higher level of challenge, thus yielding even greater rewards. Song Yakian suddenly had an epiphany, springing to her feet as she finally understood why Shan Xiaxia had ordered 3 drinks and 3 portions of pastries. After discerning Yi Jiuxiao's intentions, he promptly contacted Qin Zhen by Yuanzhong, Luo Huafu, and others. Qin Ran, too, bore a heavy heart, yet time was of the essence. She spoke softly, her gaze shifting elsewhere. Hyder had known Zhou Nan since he was 16, initially not paying much attention to the somewhat introverted and shy Eastern boy. Startled by a voice, Huang Lei quickly concealed the hammer behind him and glanced toward the door, where a middle-aged man in police uniform glared at him, accompanied by 2 downcast detectives. No sooner had the words left his lips than Nersa's arrow was unleashed, striking the elven dignitary who had just begun to speak, causing him to cry out in agony as he fell grievously wounded on the brink of death. Fortunately, Zilni had mastered healing magic, managing to salvage a life just in time. Song Weili's expression darkened considerably. After several inquiries, he finally ended the call. How detestable, how utterly abhorrent. How could such a vile man exist in this world? When Xin was so incensed she could hardly contain herself. Had she been able to overpower him, she would have surely dealt a few blows to Wei Su by now. Upon arriving in Amsterdam, she found herself in the residence of Madame Camprad, who had returned to Arnhem only after her husband's imprisonment left her without a home. Audrey reclined against Jo Nan like a boneless figure, gazing at him as he steered the boat, occasionally breaking into a silly smile. Today, with Jo Nan's return, she indulged in laziness, refusing to attend the performance. Within the cavern, tranquility was initially absent. My spirit surged unexpectedly, ultimately transcending the cinematic veil and merging into the essence of martial arts. The Kwafu group was not a military force. Its ranks were mere trifles for internal amusement, unnoticed by outsiders. However, this did not imply that the ranks of senior officers could be traded like commodities. Lorenzo's mental acuity resembled that of a nimble mouse, while his opponent's mental prowess appeared as clumsy as a lumbering elephant, evidently yet to master the finesse required to navigate the array of formations. It is a common phenomenon that the more intelligent individuals are, the more prone they are to fall into misconceptions, Linyu remarked with a smile. I have arrived at the restaurant. Remember to indulge in the steak. Li Hao sent this message before slipping his phone into his pocket. Almost every pedestrian on the street turned their heads towards the direction of the Bugatti Veyron. The thunderous roar of the engine stirred even Yulu, who had no knowledge of cars, igniting within her a fervor that made her feel as though she possessed the entire world. The moment Lin Feng boarded the plane, a call from Ouyang Ren came through, informing him that he had acquired evidence regarding the real estate crimes of the Nian and Dou families. What do you require of me? Carnos did not believe that Sal had summoned him merely for casual conversation. The entire army of the Jurchen was thrown into chaos, their formation wavering slightly. Nurhasai was infuriated, however, witnessing the loss of morale among the banners and the absence of fighting spirit among the leaders, especially with Mangertai injured and Ajaj's fate uncertain. He hastily commanded a retreat. Due to the high-end luxury apartments featuring direct access via elevators, as soon as the elevator doors opened, the scene revealed the opulent living room of Li Hao's new residence. The intelligence system within the house had preemptively adjusted the air conditioning and lighting upon Li Hao's entry with his access card. She merely lingered under the wing of the Green Gang, living a life as a mere drinking companion, her status even inferior to that of the gang's chief, making it entirely plausible that she was unaware of such clandestine matters. The sound erupted like a decree from a celestial sovereign, reverberating with ominous thunder, as if the very heavens were imposing retribution. Approaching the bedside, I produced silver needles and punctured Huang Pu-yi several times. Instantly, Huang Pu-yi was drenched in cold sweat from the pain, yet, out of respect for the prince, he dared not cry out, inwardly lamenting why he had not consumed the vial of medicine earlier. Upon entering, I stowed the dwarf shield, although the skeletal soldiers continued to shoot arrows. None struck their mark, most landing harmlessly upon the stone walls. Subsequently, Feng Lian and Zhang Kuo rushed off to dine at a tavern, where they reveled in hearty drinks while discussing the rogue Lin Zaiwode. Rather than acquiring such knowledge through this means, Wang Feng felt it would have been better to remain oblivious. This way, she could still believe that Qin Yu regarded her as a friend, even in her ignorance. Within the confines of the stadium, there are quite a number of individuals engaged in their morning exercises, along with a handful of students who have gathered to observe the unfolding events. Following the recent discussions on the school forum concerning Lin Dongyang, Xiaya, and Bai Yuran, the number of curious onlookers has surged over the past 2 days. At this moment, the crowd has swelled to nearly 40, and individuals in other areas of the square have taken notice of this congregation. Although many are unaware of the reasons behind the gathering, their curiosity compels them to converge, eager to witness the spectacle. Wan Jing attempts to manage the parachute's tether to steer its course. After a period of trial and error, she finally manages to exert some control over its direction. Spotting a fishing boat in the distance, she diligently guides the parachute towards it. Xia Hua's eyes widen in astonishment as she observes the gentle flutter of his eyelashes, captivated by the proximity to his visage. Though he is not an ordinary person, she hesitates to recklessly approach and touch the portal. Mr. Zhang, may I inquire how you came to know our young master would return here? A young man poses the question. Zheng Peng feels somewhat disheartened and dares not confront Li Longji for clarification. Instead, he follows the crowd, bowing respectfully as they escort the emperor of the Tang dynasty back to the palace. Perhaps it is the ancient remnants of a bygone species that compel Shen Yun to take a deep breath slow down, and continue forward towards the grayish-black expanse. Zhao Jian grinds his teeth in frustration. He is acutely aware that Zhang Ruofeng's abilities are inferior to his own, yet he feels powerless to intervene, forced to watch him flaunt his bravado. If he were to train a spirited eagle, combined with his secret weapon, a telescope, it would be an unparalleled advantage on the battlefield. The debate surrounding the 8th and 9th rankings is quite contentious. The 8th is Yushan, and the 9th is Sui Tianbao. In truth, these two have clashed multiple times in the Yinyu and 16 prefectures without determining a clear victor. However, Li Ruyu is no longer the inexperienced youth he once was. In the fleeting moment before Duan Daoxing's sword would have pierced his back, he swiftly executed a backsword stance, using his rusted sword and sheath to deflect the impending strike. Aunt Zhou is well aware of Li Ruyu's precociousness and intelligence, and she can easily discern his thoughts. She gently shakes her head, signaling that her niece's innocence remains intact, urging him not to worry. "Hey, Yingning, are you still there? Why are you silent? You cannot intimidate me." Chuing weakly speaks up, completely oblivious to the fact that she has already revealed her fear. The ragged individuals surrounding them look on with expressions of innocence, ultimately resigning themselves to silence. From a statue of the 3 fortune gods, a stream of purple aura emanates, enveloping Li Yun. Presently, the luck of the god of wealth stands at 20, the god of blessing at 15, while the god of longevity's luck registers at 0. Just then, the sound of approaching vehicles is heard as a luxury car races past, accompanied by several taxis, swiftly arriving at the roadside of the construction site. "Zian, although you may be reluctant to confront He Qixin directly, I have heard that he is preparing to kick your behind at Yongdong University." Li Yeshu resolves to stoke the flames once more. However, just after uttering those words, Zhao Zi noticed that Nikuin and his companion were gazing at him with expressions of sheer bewilderment, leaving Zhao Zi utterly perplexed by their thoughts. "Damn fools! If you don't take this match seriously, prepare to toil and struggle for rebounds," AC muttered in a curse. In stark contrast to the inland cities like Lepin, Haixia City exudes a unique charm. Every corner seems infused with the ocean's embrace and beauty. The residents here embody a certain maritime grandeur, with a refreshing sea breeze carrying a hint of saltiness that evokes countless memories for Luo Hong. It was the second time he had been subjected to such a stare, and Mu Yi awkwardly scratched the back of his head. He had initially intended to invite Zhao Zi and his friend to join him for breakfast, but considering they might not yet be awake, he opted for a more gentle approach. "You should know my rules, Lei Hu. One hand each, resolve it backstage," Lei Hu said coldly, showing no sympathy for the other's pleas. With Lan Jia absent, Ping Fan found it challenging to contend with and simultaneously analyze the distribution of elements. Nonetheless, he meticulously documented the peculiarities before him. Outside, Wu Yo swung his dual swords, clashing fiercely with the Iron Turtle Bade. Given Bade's already superior combat prowess, coupled with his Death God battle armor receiving a continuous energy supply, he swiftly overwhelmed Wu Yo in their first encounter. The two hunters, swallowing their tongues, hurried ahead to lead the way. Not far along, a cheer erupted as a group of 20 or so villagers emerged from the woods, brandishing pitchforks, bows, knives, and guns. Encircling the area, Li Yong closed the door and took a seat, surprisingly next to Xia Zishuan, the chief of police, who had come personally to drive. He certainly remembered this fellow, A.O. Lai, the third son of the Dragon King of the EC, the very one he had flayed and impaled with a rocket gun at Chuntang Pass in his youth. How could he possibly be alive now? Occasionally, other sacred beasts would soar into the sky, joining the fray, further complicating the scene. The mournful whinnies of horses rose and fell, and suddenly, one of the galloping steeds let out a loud neigh before it stumbled forward, crashing down, propelled by immense inertia along with the soldier atop it. Yet, the finest of all was the paper from Chengxin Hall, as smooth as spring water, fine as a silkworm's cocoon, more resilient than shoe paper, capable of reaching lengths of 50 feet, uniformly thin. Earlier, we had conferred with brotherly June, expressing our lack of options and suggesting we join the Liangshan band. Little did we expect today to find him and several heroes arriving. Qin Chuan had resolved to take action, aware that the opponent's cultivation was likely far superior to Qin Qing's, and any misstep could spell trouble. However, before he could leave the Xianpin space, a pink figure suddenly appeared, and with a mere sweep of her sleeve, the swirling tempest came to an abrupt halt. Upon hearing Yin Litong's response, Master Mieju's thoughts intensified, and she disregarded everyone else, fixing her gaze on Mu Qingxiao in the battlefield without even blinking. Before departing from Yinhua City, the invincible system bestowed upon Cheng Feng a rather troublesome task, compelling him to inflict a significant amount of blood damage within a span of 3 days. Today marks the final day of this daunting requirement. Failure to accomplish it would result in unimaginable repercussions. You should be the principal contributor to the apprehension of the criminal. Yet Captain Long has dismissed it outright. Guilin expressed her indignation. At the moment the ball sailed into the net, an eruption of euphoria swept across China. Countless fans, who had stayed awake in anticipation, erupted into ecstatic shouts, indifferent to the comfort of their neighbors. Fireworks echoed through major cities, while the sound of firecrackers resonated far and wide. As the crowd dispersed, windows were flung open, allowing the fresh outdoor air to sweep away the lingering scent of smoke. Uncle stayed behind, his earlier straightforwardness giving way to a troubled demeanor. 60 seconds later, aside from 5 sturdy men who remained behind and Shan Lin, who had just emerged from the truck, the armored jeep and a heavy-duty truck roared to life and surged forward. After considering these developments, when Lu Sha was helped up by his subordinates from woods, Duan Tianxing and the others had long vanished into the vast expanse of the forest, taking with them the wolf Fong, which had been reduced to a pitiful state after its target was suppressed by overwhelming firepower. After leaving the medical room, Wei Feng drove swiftly towards the Murong family to discuss pertinent arrangements with the elder Murong. Huang Wan offered a bittersweet smile, acknowledging that solutions were not absent. She had contemplated them while drifting on the lake. What illness did you contract, and why did you not seek my help sooner? Qin Ming inquired with customary pleasantries. When the third disciple reached the summit, all eyes widened in astonishment, as if they had encountered a ghost. The clash of fists produced a dull thud, and those nearby felt a fierce gust of wind, a consequence of the two forces colliding. Meanwhile, in the city, several incidents erupted. A notorious thief hidden within the divine city was apprehended, and the minions of the divine race executed a merciless oppression. A collective gasp of astonishment arose as they beheld the youthful visage concealed beneath the black cloak. Although many had never seen Chu Tian, this youthful countenance lent credence to what Jing Hai had claimed. What she desired was a heroic figure to protect her, yet regrettably, such a hero had yet to materialize. Many players exhibit a detrimental habit of relying solely on mobility skills to pursue others, clinging desperately to their flash abilities, unaware that even if they manage to catch up, it proves futile. The fact that Jiang Qingyun could be deemed the senior brother of the Fire God Temple attests to his extraordinary prowess. Otherwise, it would be implausible for Gu Peng, Feng Wu, and Chen Kuan to be so easily overshadowed. You foolish girl, if they intend to lure me over, let them do so. I am not afraid of them. So why must you resort to such drastic measures? Lin Huan said, half-heartedly comforting and half-heartedly moved as he stroked Shun Jiai's head. Upon contemplating these matters, Zhu Mo felt as though he had just ingested 2 cups of poison. A wave of burning anxiety surged through his heart. Ha! To think that a being without a corporeal form could be so audacious. Truly, times have changed, sneered Shuiyu. Each time I awaken, it exacts a tremendous toll upon me. Provide me with a reason not to eliminate you. Qin Shi Huang intoned slowly. Wang Longjian, Lu Qingfeng, and Yin Wudi arrived at the southern side of the Xuanwu Gate, encountering a scene that mirrored their previous journey, with an array of stalls lining the way. After a moment of bewilderment, the 3 of them rushed towards the stalls with fervent anticipation in their eyes. Do you harbor doubts about the cultivators guarding Shurju? He retorted fiercely, implicating the guardians of Shurju. The cultivators overseeing Shurju were of considerable prowess. If anyone had infiltrated without paying the requisite fees, it would be their dereliction of duty. However, not all shared this sentiment. Lien Ji's expression revealed little joy, instead tinged with a subtle worry. Peach blossom porridge. This delicacy can only be savored by those of the peach garden, and fortuitously, there are many peach petals available at this moment. Are your eyes twitching? Would you like me to examine them? Shuiyu seemed to sense the disquiet in the atmosphere, hesitating before uttering a phrase. Suddenly, the half-step domain of cold winds emanating from the demonic claws engulfed the surroundings in an endless chill as the winds continued to coalesce. the mountain demon leader, witnessing the demise of his kin, let out a piercing roar. With a gory ma agape, he tore apart another entangled Transmigrated, then charged towards Yang Sansi. Likely due to Yang Sansi's earlier summoning of the Transmigrated that drew considerable ire. As for now, Jiang Yin was oblivious to what lay within. He merely recalled what he needed, and by silently uttering a thought, the object would materialize. Should he refrain from invoking it, he would find himself in pursuit of it. This portended an ominous sign. The emergence of such thoughts spread like a contagion, akin to malaria, until someone could no longer restrain themselves and sought to inspect whether other prodigies possessed relics from the immortal garden. At this juncture, all inhibitions vanished, and the desire to enter warranted a fierce confrontation among all. An orderly procession had already passed by. Yili calmly withdrew her gaze, gradually narrowing her eyes. In the following days, Rose familiarized herself with the Prince Yong's residence, primarily to understand the routes he would take upon his return. Wu Yashur sensed the emperor's suspicions towards her. Otherwise, why would he choose the favored consort over her? This was a signal, clearly. I must refrain from any actions for the time being, lest I lose the emperor's favor. Very well. Jiang de regarded the unfamiliar man with increasing unease. Luo Zongshan ceased his speculations, accepting the wooden box from Luo Yuyu. Upon opening it, a rich aroma of medicinal herbs wafted forth. Nagato was momentarily taken aback, recognizing the validity in the words of his predecessor, Feng. Their alliance with Hanzhou stemmed from the latter's considerable influence, which could directly impact the 5 great nations. Additionally, they intended to pursue dialogue in hopes of persuading the 5 hidden villages to abandon war, with no inclination towards violence whatsoever. Qin Shangsheng summoned all his energy to its zenith, enveloping himself in the power of the stars, and unleashed the erratic and chaotic martial arts inherited from the Star family's ancestors. They had no desire to become the target of Karl's full-scale destruction. Hence, they meticulously concealed this technique and maintained a remarkably low profile throughout the cosmos. The members of the Twin Dragons gang realized that even if they all joined forces, they would still be no match for Maji and could only attempt to intimidate their opponent with the name of their gang. After a night had passed, the corpse began to emit a foul odor, and it wasn't long before the grim-faced Li Hu arrived at the scene. Instantly, the old man trembled all over, spewing blood from his mouth, and staggered backward. "Why have you stopped speaking, my dear girl? What is there to lament?" Bao Yuan inquired, rising to stand before me, his gaze piercing with curiosity. The 3-edged blade was thrust into the ground. Yang Erlang, observing Xian Chun squatting and fiddling with this and that, feeling quite useless, leapt towards a nearby tree. Su Shu looked at Su Jing's swollen eyes, yet her expression was filled with vibrant spirit. She pondered that although Su Jing had once harbored hatred towards Su Hui, with his death, she had since let go. Yet, a chasm remained in her heart, an insurmountable divide she could not cross. Su Shu promptly addressed Wan Feng and Yu Man, instructing, "You both should accompany Xue Ying to find 7th brother. I will ascend to seek grandmother." She gestured for Xue Ying to lead the way upstairs, with Wan Feng and Yu Man hastily following behind. "Brother, I never anticipated that this collaboration would unfold so smoothly," Elbu remarked, gripping his Fang Dianua halberd, a rare smile gracing his face. He shielded his face with his hand and turned to glare at Fan Jinhua, exclaiming, "How dare you strike me?" in an irate rebuke. In essence, the purpose was to discern what elements were lacking or in excess in this realm, whether it was an area of extreme yin or extreme yang. This time, Chang Lei did not merely shake his head. Instead, he spoke with a complex expression, denying the claims. With every statement I made, the old man's demeanor began to shift, from indifference to a growing sense of dread. Wu Yong nodded deeply, his eyes gleaming at the mention of drinking, prompting an internal monologue of exasperation from Su Lijing. Was it the case that every burly individual harbored a peculiar fondness for alcohol? Such was the case for Xing He, for Su Chun, and now for this senior brother Wu Yong from the Dragon Hall. The most significant blunder was calling out Pei Xiuqi's name without truly knowing him. "I concede that my physical strength is inferior to yours, just as I acknowledge your intellect does not surpass mine," Qin Yi Lin retorted with a cold smirk. "Within 3 days, a marriage must take place." Yi Yunjua's voice resonated with the finality of a hammer striking an anvil, leaving no room for any rebuttal from Yi Qingjue. Meng Liao finally caught a glimpse of Su Qingyun without his sunglasses, only to suffer the misfortune of having two panda eyes. Coupled with his bushy beard, she still found it difficult to form a concrete impression of his appearance. Bai Miao rushed forward, using both hands and feet to block him, exclaiming, "Old phone, you madman! You deliberately keep me from sleeping." After a considerable struggle, she resignedly abandoned her efforts, gazing at the damp hay that exuded the scent of alcohol. Qin Yilin was directly involved in the incident, one of the perpetrators who persecuted Watanabe To. At the time, she felt no particular thrill or distinction about it. A voice, more astonished than Hua Can's, resonated. It was Yin Long, who had now made a breakthrough and transformed into a being with three tails, looking even more enchanting. A solitary black sedan was visible from afar, parked at the school gate, and as one approached, an aura of sophistication enveloped them. Yin Zhong finally uttered a phrase he once held dear to Chang Qian, leaving Su Ruiyao ecstatic yet at a loss for how to respond. However, when the matter of the third lady arose, there was no time for joy. Su Ruiyao felt guilty about using the red flower on the third lady, as it was her doing, yet she could not divulge this to Chang Yin Zhong. "What? Do you wish to retract?" Xian Yuan Wu's voice, once cold, now bore a warmth that perhaps even he was unaware of. Yi Qingjue seized Luo Wuxing's hand to check his pulse, finding nothing amiss. At that moment, Luo Wuxing was lost in a dream, murmuring, "I await you." Yi Qingjue's eyes narrowed suddenly, as if recollecting something. Observing the peacefully sleeping Luo Wuxing, Yi Qingjue gradually relaxed, though his brow remained furrowed. The scene did not resemble the Imperial Guard searching with torches, as thick smoke billowed simultaneously, as Pei Qing clashed with Qi Xiaoho within the Xinghua Duke's residence in Qingstone Alley, and Qi was respectfully presenting a reply letter to Yang Qian for Luo Jingxian, who had long remained free of scandal. Any news of her dating a man would come as a shocking revelation to many. After an outburst of righteous indignation, the youths of Royport and Rockyport fell into disgraceful despondency, as if struck by a heavy blow that weighed down on their very souls, tears nearly spilling forth. Indeed, that night, Gongsun Wuchang's casually conjured wall of vengeful spirits had almost perfectly blocked the spell of the Jindan cultivator Sima Chaofeng, who, despite lacking finesse, was still a practitioner well-versed in magic. Sang Ruo had waited a long time without seeing any movement from the Star Alliance, uncertain whether they had genuinely overlooked the situation or deemed it too grave to disclose. The Wei Emperor had also fought his way through numerous brothers. For him, there were many means to usurp the throne, but secretly nurturing assassins and brazenly attacking a prince near the palace was indeed crossing the line. Aji was no longer the ineffectual Aji of old. His heart was in turmoil like never before. His mind was filled with images of that spirited youth. And now he simply wished to lie quietly for a while. He could not help but wonder how the child had fared over the years. Surely he was thriving, like the sun rising in the east. The prisoners narrowed their eyes, the chains adorning them glimmering faintly. However, upon the sweeping gaze of Amos and several senior officials from the academy, they quickly averted their hostile stares. In the bustling heart of Lin County, the finest residences commanded a mere 3,000 yuan per square meter, half the price of those in the provincial capital of Mingxi. In the eyes of Fu Ruji, it was inevitable to perceive Lan Pei's fainting as merely a stratagem for affection. A torrent of sanguine light surged into the enormous shadow, and soon, two crimson beams emerged from the shadow's visage, resembling a pair of blood-red eyes. Instantly, the pervading aura of malevolence surged dramatically. Though they held disdain, they could not help but acknowledge the formidable nature of the human Tao system. Mo, along with Dongfang Chun, restrained her restless hands, planting a gentle kiss before retrieving a card from the bedside drawer and discreetly placing it beneath her pillow. Xia Yiding, feeling a tad bashful as she tidied her hair, nonetheless accepted it and subsequently escorted Xia Zimo and her son out, even requesting contact information from her. "Thank you. I won't disturb your rest any longer. Goodbye." Su Xiuyun greeted with a smile before preparing to take her leave. Please do not be angry, Princess." Mei Xiang nervously followed the furious Ming Yue, fearing she might lash out and break something in her wrath. Although the monthly expenses were considerable, they were insufficient to cover the items she might destroy. She would have to bear the cost of any damages. However, When they all finally ascended to the mountain's peak, their mouths fell agape, utterly astonished. The senior brother of the Fontian sect expressed mild displeasure at the old man's dismissal, yet the earnest disciple beside him tugged at his sleeve, urging him to depart. CC retrieved her phone, accessed a web page, located the news article, and handed it to Xiaoyang. Just as Yin Huang found the situation peculiar, he suddenly heard a gust of wind behind him. Turning around, he saw a man clad in a black Spider-Man suit propelling himself with webbing, his feet landing squarely against Yin Huang's chest. Despite harboring some resentment towards Jiang Damen, and Cheng Yu could not deny the latter's unwavering dedication in assisting him. Thus, although he was annoyed by Jiang Damen's incessant inquiries, he mustered the energy to respond to each one. As he embarked on his journey to the realm of cultivation, Wang Tian pondered when he might return, his greatest concern being Qian Qian. He longed to gaze upon her one last time, wishing to etch her image permanently in his heart. And Ning is correct. Sure, Tianting is indeed in our grasp. However, he is not dead. After this matter is resolved, I shall return him to you. But for now, we have pressing matters to attend to, and I kindly ask Officer A.O. Qing to grant us passage. Mu Xiaofeng urged hastily. That evening, after a hearty feast, old friends who had escaped from prison city number 13 gathered before Di Guya's residence, which was filled to the brim with various rare materials brought by Xing Yang through his ring. After Yin Poyu and Xiao Yunjia washed their faces, the basin of water had turned a grimy black. It was only after replacing it with a fresh bowl of water that they managed to achieve a semblance of cleanliness. However, the acrid scent of gunpowder clung stubbornly to them. Puff! Xingyang was momentarily choked by the words of the other party, causing the food he had just taken into his mouth to spray all over Li Xuanwan's face. Alas, what a foolish girl! Wang Tian, somewhat helpless, gently caressed Zhou Xiuna's hair. Meanwhile, the pitch-black infernal king's divine garb materialized around Wu You, while the ancient Zanpakudo, Yume Fu Xin, was gripped in his hand. In his left eye, the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan opened on its own. Duan Rumeng nodded in agreement, signaling that there were no issues. And Zhang Lia then rose to make his way towards Huang Rini. On this night, Yi Tian and numerous security personnel were poised and alert, remaining in a state of utmost vigilance, always ready to spring into action. The old woman agreed and hurried out to relay the message, while two attendants quickly caught up with Master Yao, shortly thereafter dragging the terrified and anxious Master Yao into the tea shop. At this moment, Dilong set down his wine cup and beckoned a worker. Come, everyone, let us sample the house specialty, the roasted duck pancakes. As he spoke, Dilong led by example, demonstrating how to enjoy the dish. A sudden, untimely cough disrupted the atmosphere, causing Bao Bei to flinch as if struck by lightning. She quickly released Mo Xianan and turned away. Almost immediately, everyone witnessed 5 medium-sized helicopters roaring in from the east, heading straight for the ancient pyramid. When Sky finished and emerged, Wang Kai dashed into the bathroom, eager to wash himself thoroughly. Otherwise, he felt a persistent discomfort, particularly after traversing a graveyard. Wang Kai advised her, mentioning that thanks to the ultraviolet bomb developed by Andires Taris, Selena could now bask in the sun, the bomb's potency being lesser than that of a standard bullet. As spring approached its end, the scent of incense wafted through Potai Temple, with the harmonious sounds of bells and drums resonating as solemn chants emanated from within. Li Danruo and Lady Sun Xiangong Xing knelt on the mats in the Mahavira Hall, hands clasped, eyes lowered in earnest prayer. Inside the main deck lounge of the Brave and Fearless, Betty watched the live broadcast, her face radiating a brilliant smile. As Zhao Gongming retreated, the 9 gold kings maintained their formidable presence, exhibiting immense strength. There were countless boasts claiming that within 100 moves, fierce opponents would meet their demise, with many cultivators awaiting Qin Yu's challenge at the Battle Immortal Tower. Sun Buki continued to sing passionately, transporting the audience to the realm of the soul. It was as if they beheld an elderly man, his face etched with stories, fervently recounting past romances and reminiscing about shared moments with the beloved. However, these thoughts she kept to herself, as she dared not voice them. The notion that her son was under his wife's thumb was too embarrassing for her to admit. Suppressing his inner excitement, Sun Qian rose, moving slowly towards the restroom beside him. In the stillness, there were no sounds other than the heavy breaths of the crowd, each more labored than the last. In his recollection, Zombies were merely sluggish, bouncing corpses. Severing their heads rendered them utterly motionless. Typically, such an assault would incapacitate an ordinary person. Yet Zhang San appeared almost unscathed, his complexion showing no signs of distress. This was quite remarkable. In the corner, Yichin couldn't help but click his tongue. The opening auction item commanded such a high price that he felt embarrassed to even consider parting with his spiritual stones. The desert ghost domain, since a millennium ago, had been tainted by the Western malevolent deities, transforming the once sacred realm into a desolate wasteland. If you dare to perish out there, I shall marry another, Chu Linger proclaimed, tears glistening in her beautiful eyes. Yet it was already too late. Zhirong's body grew lighter, beginning to dissipate from his feet. Many, upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, felt their cheeks flush anew, their grip loosening as they held on gently. Previously, I had tracked the traces left by Nyonyo and her companions, believing they were in search of the large-faced cat. But I never anticipated they would seek the more ferocious hyenas. You all should tread carefully. This is no trivial matter, Yichin reminded, noting the enthusiasm of the crowd. It wasn't merely that Gu Hao was fortunate, nor that Fang Shanmu placed excessive trust in him, but rather that Fang Shanmu had not foreseen the systemic flaws within a well-structured corporation. During this time, have you not been pilfering the antiques and paintings from our home to sell? He questioned, assuming I was unaware. The garden tree merely wished to glimpse the elder once more, not intending to divulge the plans for the conflict. After all, even if the sky were to fall, it would not affect Chiuyue town. As long as he was present, it would not impact the Chiuyue dojo or the Qingdu house. If Ning Onping chose to have Song Xiufeng escort her home, it indicated a significant possibility of reconciliation. Lu Rushi's family in Zhang Yinsu's maternal home received particular attention from tax officials. In her despair, Zhang Yinsu had no choice but to step once more through the gates of the county office under the sympathetic guidance of the officials. Knowing full well that this visit might be her last, Jiang Fuyu remained silent, something glimmering in her eyes as she leaned against a tree. Why was there fabric here? And why was it white? A sudden chill of foreboding surged within her. Clad in his coat, Gu Yinchuan still felt insufficiently warm and decided to wrap the blanket from the bed around himself. Did your sister perhaps wear the wrong attire? Should we remind her? Yi Chu was well-liked, and everyone was willing to do him a favor. He had intended to absorb the strength of that individual to discern specifics, but was caught off guard by a misstep. The time traveler fled, leaving him with no energy to pursue. Was the third aunt seeking my assistance for advice, or did she wish for Yao Xia to conceive once more? Yao Jing inquired with a calm demeanor, casually sipping a mouthful of water. While Jun Shang had yet to express his stance, Su Zhan enrolled in the exchange group under the auspices of the Rong Family Consortium, leaving the Xuanjin University silent. Upon reaching the entrance, Xie Zhao approached, presenting a rice sieve, laid flat upon the ground within the doorway. The sieve bore the auspicious double happiness painted in red lacquer, with a small stove atop it, upon which rested a slice of raw pork, accompanied by a bundle of green reeds and a ruler nearby. Before uncovering the truth, I opted to refrain from questioning. If there were indeed an issue, inquiries would likely yield no answers. Qiu Feng remarked. As for the rumors surrounding Qin Fengyi's origins, it seemed that, regardless of whether they emanated from the royal palace or the court, only Qin Fengyi herself remained oblivious. At that moment, the head of the guards, wary of further provocation, clasped his hands and stated, "Your Highness has safely returned to the palace. We shall return to report." After bowing once more, he departed with his subordinates. In truth, the Crown Prince perceived this reprimand as quite trivial. Nevertheless, he understood that until his father passed, his ascension to the throne would be fraught with difficulty. He could not broach the subject of imperial succession while his father still mourned. "Your Excellency, are you certain you wish to employ the dandelion flying apparatus?" Lei Fei inquired solemnly of Qing Zhu. Luo Yu, however, remained unperturbed, surveying the surroundings. It must be said, the improvements were commendable. The environment was significantly enhanced compared to before. As she gazed around, Luo Yu nodded in approval, silently expressing her satisfaction. System prompt. You have received Song Wei's token, a tattered animal skin skirt. When encountering someone who may be his master, present the skirt to advance the narrative. Shaking her head, she dispelled these thoughts and instructed Qiulan and Hua Ping to assist her with her grooming. Exiting the garment workshop, as she turned past a pavilion, Emmy came to a halt, Wu sensed that she had something significant to convey and awaited in silence. After vanquishing Hog, he returned to the stronghold, exchanging the medium-effect Spirit Spring Potion for an endurance elixir. Those fortunate enough to return to America had gone months without bathing or haircuts, appearing disheveled, in tatters and gaunt, as though they had emerged from the depths of hell. Due to the exceptional prowess of that master, the team's natural mages had minimal healing needs. Thus, he brought himself along as well. Initially, it had merely been a casual chat with a student during a break, but fate had unexpectedly intertwined their paths. The bloodline of the exorcists is indeed stratified, with varying degrees of awakening, leading to differences in strength. It may sound somewhat esoteric, yet it is quite comprehensible. For instance, some voices may induce fatigue, while certain melodies can enrapture, all stemming from the resonance between one's soul and the sound waves. The art of sound attack harnesses and amplifies this ability. To everyone's surprise, the second brother Qin Yang returned in glory, and upon inquiry, it was revealed that he had secured a position through the new governor of Haiyan, Zhao Jie, as a minor official of the 9th rank. Well then, He Jingxian relinquished his protests after a couple of attempts. If they truly feared rebuke, how could these bandits possibly organize such a criminal syndicate? It appears that the feudal society's control over localities remains exceedingly fragile. The prepared angelic mice and Morgana's time struck with explosive force at the very first moment. Those who had already fled the tomb were utterly terrified, daring not to look back, and simply rushed desperately along their path. Even if the next wave of minions arrived, enabling them to forcefully demolish the previous tower, they would still not dare to continue assaulting the crystal. Jing Xiaolong was compelled to retreat hastily, simultaneously unveiling a black gourd, striking its base, from which a thick black beam of light emanated. As Celia cast frequent glances in her direction, Mylan Shah stifled her laughter and endeavored to conclude her remarks, urging everyone to commence their meal. With the Chi-Min Zhu Xian array dissipated, the scenery transformed, and they found themselves within the martial arts hall, while outside, the wails of spirits mingled with the thunderous echoes of explosions and the clashing of magical artifacts. Yang Shulin was indeed startled. This could prove beneficial. Through Old Wang's communication with Yang Shulin, it might yield unexpected results. Old Wang seemed intent on playing both sides. It appeared he wished to become a double agent. No matter, let him be. For 2 months, Su Xiu had not intended to deceive Qian Yun. Yet now he found himself compelled to weave this lie. Firstly, to protect her from causing herself further harm, and secondly, to utilize her. The face of the Heavenly Gate Taoist was already fearsome. Now it appeared even more terrifying, and seeing his visage transformed thus stirred a pang of guilt within me. Chun Langya's expression changed again. At this juncture, should he be struck by the blood slave's fist, he would truly meet the king of hell. Chun Langya slammed his palm onto the ground, rising into the air, where the wind swirled beneath him, and he formed another seal with his hand, unleashing a torrent of energy. The vampire queen's lips curved coldly, her eyes brimming with murderous intent, the crimson depths of her gaze flickering with a ghostly glow. Wu Zhan showed little concern for her and had never inquired about her origins. However, her mother had once sought him out of the market, speaking with great authority and an air of arrogance, regarding him, a mere hunter, with utter contempt. In that moment, Ru Shui found herself at a loss for words. Though her expression betrayed reluctance, her feet, disobeying her will, unconsciously moved towards Yi Gu Chun, obediently resting upon his back. For master, a single second is ample to accomplish numerous feats. Moreover, this fleeting second was Chun Zhoujian performing a mid-air somersault, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. For as he retreated into the air, even his center of balance was completely destabilized. How could he possibly respond to the assault from Gongsu and Sakita? Human propped her elbows on the edge of the pool, gazing at Yi Ji, pondering how she knew this. She realized that being in the company of such individuals was quite beneficial. The many connections she made rendered her more familiar with the people of Chongling. Sister Lunyan, my father was truly slain during a prosperous era. Why do you not believe me? Huang Shanshan suddenly inquired, her voice laced with agitation. 30 million is a sum that stirs the heart. Even a wealthy woman like Diyu Jiao could not resist reaching out, let alone Diyu Jia, who would never part with her money without a fight. Speed has always been the Achilles heel of this muscular figure, regardless of its strength and lethality. What good is it if the speed is lacking? If he does not arrive by 11, you might as well go to bed, for he certainly does not wish for you to lose sleep. Ling Mo nodded and ascended with a glass of milk. I fear I might disturb you, she said, and upon hearing her tone, Zhang Fei became flustered once again. The situation with the blood is under Wang Jin's complete control now. Yet this is not the most crucial step. The subsequent actions are of greater importance. As expected, upon entering the office, Han Yu was greeted by a beaming face. Even the wrinkles that had sprouted from recent worries had vanished in the joy of the moment. Zhang Fei Huang went upstairs to change, stating that she must dress simply to avoid disappointing her aunt. Lin Chen understood without needing to be told. Her aunt was undoubtedly not faring well. What? I knew he couldn't be so kind, Ling Jiejia said, sitting up with her blanket, warily eyeing Gu Weiran. The atmosphere, initially pleasant, began to falter as the conversation diverged. One was adamant about thievery, while the other sought to uncover who had invited Sikong Zhaixing to steal. The failure to reach an understanding inevitably led to the establishment of a new wager. Perhaps I could teach you a few self-defense moves, lest my junior sister overpower you, she remarked, noticing his lack of appreciation, mentally lamenting that all men are alike. Hao Tsongming, burdened by the weight of his own failures, mockingly addressed his doppelganger. Soon after, Zhou Juhui found himself in hell once more, only to discover that the entire infernal realm had undergone a transformation. Do not act rudely towards our guests. Takla coldly surveyed the group, prompting the resistance fighters to withdraw their firearms. Perhaps it was a bit reckless to intrude upon the combat arena. Yet Athena had previously secured approval from both the Star Wars company and the federal government. In a sense, this could be considered a pre-battle surprise. That is good, Mr. Taichu. I have just seen Master, and he seems to have changed somewhat. Might you accompany me to assist in his healing? Gu Tiano inquired respectfully. Tang Feng listened to Pippi's words, feeling overwhelmed by the information. Before he could pose any questions, Pippi was abruptly pulled away by Sun Quan. The tourists followed their guide to the grass skiing venue. Grass skiing is considerably slower than sand skiing, and the slope is not particularly steep. Afterward, the visitors unanimously agreed that sand skiing was far more enjoyable. Subsequently, they proceeded to kart racing. Jean Heidi reluctantly glanced at Ming Yi, saying, "Rest well. We shall take our leave first." She then turned and exited the ward, fearing that if she lingered any longer, her compassion would once again overshadow her rationality. Bayan looked at my suddenly flushed face with an expression of innocence, then helplessly lowered his voice, saying, "What is wrong? I merely wish to avoid those people overhearing." "Is that so? I thought Bayan was never afraid of anything. Why are you suddenly cautious?" Since Mo Xin mentioned his connection with the system, affirming that he is indeed sent by it, there is no reason to doubt his words. She gazed down at her expression calm, showing no sign of fear despite the grotesque features on her face. He remarked that his sister bore scars similar to hers, only hers were stained with blood. The boy did not respond to Jean Yeshuan's inquiry, but glared at him with fury, exclaiming, "I wish I could eliminate you right now." He uttered this with a light scoff. Were it not for the organization's regulations prohibiting harm to Jean Yeshuan, he could have easily silenced him in broad daylight. Everyone, including Jean Tianxua, looked at me with curiosity. I puffed my cheeks in indignation. Had my glare possessed lethal power, I would have dismembered Chen Nemo without hesitation. Then, the owner of that face turned around, gradually flushing red, little by little, as Zhu Lu observed the bearded man's reaction and burst into laughter. Upon reaching the picnic spot, everyone halted. Zhou Lihua distributed bread and snacks. The cervix had already dilated to 3 centimeters. The progression was swift, and as long as the fetus was in the correct position and not oversized, the delivery would proceed without complications. It's nothing, she thought, unaware of why he was tormented by nightmares every night, feeling utterly helpless during those times. She did not meet Mo Sheng immediately. Instead, she had her assistant fetch water, freshened up briefly, and then allowed Meng Lu to bring Mo Sheng into the room. Yet, Gan Yin persisted in disturbing his tranquility, her meddlesome nature refusing to relent even for a moment. Suddenly, Luo Xia halted, furrowing his brow as he shone his tactical flashlight ahead. Before him lay a dead end. Yet the hunter's tracking indicated the presence of humanoid dots nearby. Luo Xia narrowed his eyes, deducing that there must be other hidden passages in the vicinity. Expanding into the international market, Allowing more foreigners to witness the prowess of our domestic smartphones is essential. What is the theme of this advertisement? Zheng Rue inquired after expressing his support. In her recollection, she and Liu Weishi frequently quarreled. Yet, why did she come here to inflict self-torment? The high priest's response was so definitive that Murong Jiu felt there was little more to say. Besides, she had yet to recover from her confinement, tiring easily from standing too long. So she excused herself to return to her dwelling with Mu Xianhuan. She even brought her sister a box of cookies, knowing she must be famished after having vomited up her lunch. Observing the expressions of the other members of the Tang family, there was no trace of concern. If Tang Lingyun had not yet been accounted for, surely her parents would not remain so nonchalant. Yet, she plotted to frighten the stubborn girl into renouncing her words, ensuring that the villagers remained unaware of their plans to sell people. However, she also understood the risks involved. Colluding between officials and businessmen could not only attract significant controversy, but might also tarnish her own reputation, and even that of the Shen family. Yesterday, I heard that Xiao Yu was recruiting guards, offering food, shelter, and a stipend. Without hesitation, Wu Gang followed suit, now serving as a crucial defensive force under Xiao Ye's command. Should anything happen to her in the upper spirit realm, her family would undoubtedly level the entire realm for her. Liu Sixian, Zhao Mucheng, and Xiao Jirui exchanged glances, sighed, and turned to leave. They stood in stunned silence, their eyes darting between Chu Tian and the guards, utterly bewildered by the sudden betrayal. As someone touched the floating stones, they began to move, the distance between them fluctuating unpredictably, seemingly chaotic yet governed by an underlying order. "Don't be afraid, my child. I'm coming to save you," Hua Xuanji exclaimed as she lunged forward, only to be forcefully yanked back by the tightly bound ropes, causing her to crash backward, a metallic sweetness flooding her mouth. "Mother, why do you worry about this?" Shun, he had little time to spend with her. "I thought to myself, there are countless charming figures outside, and if I were to tell you about every single one, it would surely drive you to despair." Though Dong Xingfang accepted that Wang Nuo could not be transferred to the marketing department, as Wang Nuo genuinely seemed qualified to remain, the inability to relocate Liu Haijia was unacceptable. Such fundamental constraints appear to greatly diminish the value of artificial intelligence. As the purpose of developing AI is to have it perform repetitive tasks and organize vast amounts of data on behalf of humans. A long-awaited reunion should be a joyous occasion, especially with Jack's health raising many questions for Yusier. However, the next day, her coachman mysteriously vanished. It was not until half an hour later that Li Yuankong hurried back to Qin Boyang's residence, bursting through the door with excitement. Ningyu recalled the techniques of the blood-sucking vine. The purple flower was likely the key to the iron-horned rhino's defeat, for the vine possessed a skill known as poisonous aroma. In the dungeon, feeling the presence of the lawman beside him, who had his arm draped over his shoulders, the previously exasperated Mio could only roll her eyes in resignation. At that moment, as the sound of a wandering singer's guitar filled the air, Lin Feng began to sing. Shinzaku, the master of the myriad toads of Miamu Mountain, held a status second only to the great toad sage and was the direct teacher of Jiraiya, imparting the skills and powers of toads. Having coexisted with nature and cultivated chakra for over 8 centuries, he was a paragon of virtue, respected and revered by the many toads under his command. All right, let us not dawdle. Garen, come out first. I'll arrange a room for you." The gentle voice of the magazine bug echoed in Chi Ye's mind. Seeing that she had yet to return, Sona began urging herself to go home for dinner. The bees were not foolish. They understood that Lin Feng's reason for allowing the robbers to release them was to alleviate future concerns, enabling him to engage with the bandits. It seemed inevitable that a confrontation between Lin Feng and the robbers would soon unfold. She approached the wardrobe, her trembling hands grasping the drawer's pull, inhaling deeply several times before summoning the courage to yank it open. "Did you forget to put in the bag?" Ati walked over and opened his treasure pouch, revealing only a medley of miscellaneous items. The West Wind would not consent, nor would the Gu family. Li Jingqian remained fixated on the villa's entrance, his expression placid. Observing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle softly, while Audrey was momentarily taken aback, soon allowing a slight smile to grace her lips, though she consciously restrained her amusement. Mindful of her current filming, in this moment, it was clear to all present that shopping for items the following day was secondary. After all, none among them lacked such trivialities. The crux lay in having Lin Feng by her side. Yang Mi's request essentially conveyed her attachment to him. The Luo clan could procure resources from the Gaiyun sect at a low price, and their stores could proudly display the sect's insignia. They covertly sought out the village's great yellow ox to collect tears, as well as experimenting with willow sap, pomelo tree juice, and the midnight dew. Though she had not succeeded in her endeavors, she steadfastly believed her mother was nearby. The more she pondered, the colder her heart felt, a chill creeping from her toes to her head, freezing her very soul. Recently, the Hua family has encountered numerous troubles. My father and Jingwan have conflicts. Incidents like last night will undoubtedly recur. I wish for Jingwan to leave, so the Hua family may find some peace. Hua Qingyang declared. Despite her inebriation, her voice was soft and mellifluous, drifting over him like a feather. He glanced at her, his eyes reflecting emotions she could not decipher. For reasons unknown, she sensed a weighty sorrow and a hint of compassion within Shun Hanshi's gaze. Wang Yi felt a pang in his heart at this juncture. What did they perceive themselves to be? Invisible figures or mere victims of farce? After all, his father was a dignified official in the Ministry of Rights, albeit of a lower rank, yet still possessing some renown, and here they were, disregarding and humiliating him. Oh, has the date for Jin Yi sect's recruitment been set? Has that phone returned? Luo Yuying thought of the two individuals she had encountered in the heavenly prison, narrowing her eyes. Blood flowed past my feet, and I even glimpsed white substances emanating from strands of hair. At that moment, both turned their gaze towards Taishian. They perceived a figure before them exuding an ethereal aura, his demeanor exquisite, akin to a pine and crane, his presence graceful like a towering bamboo, enveloped in a mist of celestial energy. Observing Gu Lingyue's appearance, the elderly man with white hair furrowed his brow slightly, unease swelling within him. He understood that he could not allow Gu Lingyue to continue summoning, lest it lead to his demise. Laughter ceased abruptly, and all eyes turned to the tall figure at the entrance. The girl, once beaming with joy, froze in place upon turning her head, and as realization struck her, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. The gaze of the two individuals shifted to the face of the Dragon King of the East Sea, and in that instant, an immense pressure enveloped him. The Dragon King understood that he could not afford to hesitate any longer. A decision was imperative, for the longer he delayed, the more his anxiety would manifest. This time, he had indeed been careless. Had he brought along a servant or a formidable subordinate, he would not have found himself in such a passive predicament. Swiftly, they submerged behind a few drowsy sentinels, covering their mouths and noses with their left hands. Almost simultaneously, a short blade appeared in the right hand, swiftly gliding across the sentinels' throats, resulting in a sudden eruption of blood. Rest assured, I have already dispatched individuals to ascertain the situation and have given the necessary instructions. News will arrive by tomorrow. However, Cao Cao's words were once again interrupted by Yadai. The phantom sensed the surrounding circumstances, and his expression twisted into a ghastly grimace, prompting a series of chilling screams. Aside from a few polite exchanges between Coulson and the others, the rest merely nodded, clearly uninterested in conversing with these politically ineffectual figures, as Coulson was more than capable of handling the communication. After such extensive preparation and calculation, Jiang Peng's grand scheme was on the verge of fruition. How could he not feel elated? The individuals who had covertly struck in the towns surrounding the Shiyuan clan just moments ago raised concerns about whether Elder Bai Qing had managed to stabilize the situation. It was prudent to return and verify. With a flick of her hand, she unleashed the essence of ice, encasing the howling mutated flame tiger in a frozen embrace. Silencing its cries, a young man, clad in attire reminiscent of the pharmacy staff from the previous day, seemed to be calling out for assistance. Surrounded by a throng of people, Yuling Jing closed her eyes, pondering for a moment. Any news from General Yi? Since the last correspondence was sent, Yi had not responded. Yuling Jing was acutely aware of the peril of a single misstep leading to total defeat, and the thought weighed heavily on her mind. Regardless of the underlying circumstances, as long as a compelling narrative was spun, the investors would rally around, drawn in like moths to a flame. How could he possibly find himself in her bed? She vaguely recalled being outside the villa on the left bank, imploring it to reveal the whereabouts of Thunder. And then she seemed to have lost consciousness. Previously, he had used his family to threaten Xiao Yan. Barring any unforeseen events, he He had merely elevated his own status. He must find a way to cleanse his name. Otherwise, he would face a grim fate, unless he eliminated Xiao Yin immediately. In Dungeon 3, the Zheng family had completed their arrangements, and the banquet had dispersed. The ladies and gentlemen were invited to Yuan Temple, situated in the northern part of the city, somewhat remote, bordering the outskirts. We hail from the human realm, seeking the path of immortality. Is this not a land of deities and demons? Zhang Ziheng bowed respectfully. At this point, even Guo Jinli began to feel flustered. Who had intruded with such swiftness? Just then, as the two sides were poised for a catastrophic collision, a figure suddenly surged forward. In the next moment, the only sound that pierced the air was the whisper of blades. As Lin Tian and Zhou Jishan were simultaneously sent flying backward, after I'd finally finished greeting the last guest and personally escorted him to the living room, I asked Feng Huan to attend to the guest while I made my way to the restroom. A cold wind howled, and knives flew through the air like leaves swept away by a tempest. These flying blades danced around Lin Tian and the others, sometimes floating gently up and down, and at other times sweeping in like a fierce wind, howling along with dust toward Lin Tian and his companions. Lin Tian opened his eyes, filled with the chilling glint of steel. Yu Qing took the two children to freshen up, while Liao Shirshan went to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Whenever Liao Shirshan was at home, he was the one who cooked, and not only Yu Qing, but even the children relished his culinary skills. Yu Feng and Sheng Jiahui hurriedly arrived at the waiting room, and before long, the boarding queue began. Wanner, while picking vegetables, listened quietly. Tang Hongfei was heading to the frontier with no set date for his return. If fortune favored her, perhaps she could be redeemed in a few years. If misfortune struck, she might face a life of solitude, far less fortunate than those around her. Liu Yidao's emotions were a tumultuous mix, torn between belief and skepticism. Wei Dahua's previous actions had been so furtive that they aroused deep suspicion. Even the seven peak masters, Tian Shu, Tian Xian, Tianji, Tian Quan, Yu Heng, Kai Yang, and Yao Guang, had emerged. I had no choice but to bring my uncle back into the house, and throughout the latter half of the night, I remained by his bedside, unable to sleep. Dr. Sun, tell me, is this appraisal result false? Did Jing Zhengyang pay you to provide me with a fraudulent report? I felt a touch of madness creeping in. She had tried nearly every method to subdue this dog, yet there had been no progress. After nearly 20 years of life, it was the first time she had experienced such a sense of defeat. Given this situation, it implied that someone among them had survived. Thus, their true intentions had yet to be revealed. They were merely waiting for others to act, ready to reap the benefits like a cunning fisherman. At this moment, Ho-E seized 4 arrows and knocked them on his bow, his gaze locking onto the figures of the 4 golden crows, his body radiating with surging mystical energy. With a fierce roar, he released the arrows towards the 4 golden crows. I was no longer playing mind games with Gao Ming, although I was aware that he remained far from virtuous. The source of power erupted in an instant, and the boulder was reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. The force was so overwhelming that no being could withstand it. The crowd responded in unison, then fell silent. Suyi no longer focused on Yan Lingyu, yet the tightly gripped sword sheath indicated his current sentiments. Yu, that man does not harbor feelings for you. Can you not see that? Shu Lingfeng's face darkened. At present, his strength posed no threat to a formidable opponent like Zhang Wuhan without relying on the tribulation of thunder. Once settled, the two requested a table of food and drink in Qing's quarters. Qingze, feeling ravenous, devoured an amount sufficient for 3 people, relishing the chicken, fish, and vegetables. Winding through the undulating peaks of the Not-So Mountain, after a considerable duration of wandering, Wu Dao finally halted before a valley. At that moment, the valley was enveloped in swirling clouds and mist. A sweep of spiritual awareness revealed a vast emptiness, which one might have easily overlooked had they not ventured into it. Although the distance rendered their conversation inaudible, both Yu Lu and Bai Jiao were overtaken by an ominous feeling, prompting them to contemplate an immediate escape. Yet, they found themselves surrounded by a throng of vampires, leaving no avenue for retreat. A master at the pinnacle of the 7 stars, possessing the prowess of a peak Yuan Shun realm practitioner, such strength was exceedingly rare within the Qingyuan Empire. Here, however, it was as commonplace as cabbages, a testament to the empire's unrivaled status. The reason behind this eluded her. Perhaps it was the gentle radiance that fostered a flicker of hope and fantasy within one's heart. Zhao Yi remarked upon witnessing Hu Lei, her trepidation stemming from a fear of potential leaks from those nearby. Not only was she concerned for him, but even Hu Lei himself harbored worries, acutely aware of the number of traitors and spies that might have infiltrated during his absence. Should the proprietor inquire about their orders, it was customary, aside from retaining the selections of draft beer, to include peanuts, edamame, sweet and sour pork, and stir-fried potato shreds, as these were staples due to their generous portions and affordability. Wang Jian erupted into laughter, tears streaming down his face, as he reveled in the surreal nature of the past 20 years, finding the absurdity of their endeavors in this game of power to be akin to the moon rising just yesterday, rekindling faith in the youthful spirit he once cherished. It felt as though something of immense value had been discovered by another. Coincidentally, that very thing was also of utmost affection to the other party. A profound connection akin to fate. However, not far off, a tempest loomed ominously, as Ning Yi's sea of consciousness was fraught with myriad entities. Beneath the shimmering surface of the mirror-like lake, a calmness gradually unfolded, devoid of any excessive reactions, neither exhilarated nor trembling, to evade the will of heaven. The elder of heavenly mechanisms retreated to other realms, occasionally gracing this world with his presence. Thus, I assert that this matter is exceedingly challenging, almost devoid of hope. As Autumn Wind plainly stated, and I wish to visit his repair shop, Shiwan declared with newfound resolve. After another day of waiting for news from that side, she received information that was far from what she desired, proving to be fatal for her. It is possible, but at the very least, they appear to be more affluent than the two of us. Olgun nodded in agreement. The dragon's head, emerging from the Ming Wang spear, appeared still drowsy. The ethereal visage of the dragon groggily opened its eyes, surveying the array of elixirs and spiritual herbs. Ling Yiming found the situation utterly incomprehensible, as the call had come from the powerful air of the Hai Jin Grand Hotel. As he spoke, the demeanor of the individual transformed abruptly, as if a ghostly mask had swiftly enveloped his visage, obscuring his face entirely. Initially, she found the salary astonishingly high, and she contemplated the possibility of it being a scam, or perhaps she had fortuitously encountered a patron of talent. Yet, she never anticipated Tang marching. Despite being accustomed to the biting sarcasm of the Spirit Lord, Xiaoche felt a surge of irritation that made him want to lash out. However, upon recalling the recently subdued ghost bat, he realized he had acquired an additional ally, which significantly lifted his spirits. The current state of unrest in the realm of cultivation rendered matters precarious. Although Elderbu was adept in strategy, he was ultimately a person devoid of cultivation. It was only with the assistance of Zhuge Xiaosheng that he could ensure no mistakes were made. What? Even you cannot discern his cultivation level? How could that be? Is there someone with a cultivation level surpassing yours apart from Long Xiao? Jean Lie inquired. Astonishment etched upon his face, a rare expression for him. Not all. Last month, the rumor of the boiled fish from the palace surfaced, said to be a delicacy of the mortal realm. Would you allow me to treat you to a meal at Long Fortress? Bao Er asked with a humble demeanor. The prospect of entering the immortal palace alongside a formidable practitioner like Han Yu filled Wang Xian with quiet elation, as it assured his safety. After surveying the soul of 10,000 corpses formation before him, Qin Yang pondered briefly before shattering a piece of high-grade spirit stone. This is the consensus reached after I reported the matter of Luo Qiu. The higher-ups have deliberated and unified their stance. In recent days, Tao Yun has come to understand that although Lu Qiushi does not vocalize his thoughts, he has tacitly accepted collaboration with the police. Thus, she is unafraid to candidly inform Lu Qiushi that she has been relaying his situation to the bureau. The ancient sorceress snorted coldly, summoning the path of demons. And instantly a realm of yellow springs enveloped her and her two remaining disciples in a myriad of demonic shadows. Qin Yang's 3 high-grade celestial weapons struck a 6th-level primordial demon, annihilating it in an instant. Lu Qiushi held a piece of chicken in one hand and a slice of pizza in the other, yet his eyes frequently darted towards Meng Yao, hardly tasting the food. This was the first time he had dined without focus. His university friends would undoubtedly find it hard to believe. Lin Sheng wielded his spear, skillfully deflecting the opponent's gathered ice shards. The icy projectiles, upon striking Lin Sheng's dragon-slaying spear, sparked with fire, the sound of sizzling echoing through the air. He also proposed the concept of unity of knowledge and action. What does this mean? In simple terms, it is the connection of theory with practice, a concept familiar to any Chinese individual who has taken a political science course. Liu Yukai and the others finally came to their senses, cursing as they drew their waist knives, surrounding Li Xuanqing. In times past, they could still team up for missions. Now, however, the disparity was too great, and forming a team had become a hindrance to one another. As the members of the Blizzard battlefield initiated their ultimate technique, Hao Xiaoman unleashed a water attribute skill in an instant. Gu Shizhen displayed an expression of complete bewilderment, leisurely observing the flustered Gu Xiao, her mood delightfully buoyant. Moreover, while at the dilapidated temple, Imo Ning recalled that the less reputable practitioners had mentioned the owner of Yinlin Villa had deep ties to the demon sect. What is merely a broken chapter? What is so remarkable about that? A disdainful sound emanated from the nose, reverberating behind the serene figure. Qi Lu and Wu Yu, one the aggressor and the other the defender, had both suffered significant losses in their previous skirmishes. Jin Cheng, as the most resilient party, bore the brunt of this predicament, a burden that was far from justly his to carry. To exchange a few lives for the awakening of an entire elite class was indeed a lucrative transaction. The black-haired figure let out a frenzied roar, desperately attempting to shatter the energy shield. It was now too late for any action. In contrast, Pei Jingxiu had been nurturing herself during this period, practicing her dance, and her physique had greatly improved, radiating vitality. He Gu was taken aback by her behavior along the way, and upon seeing her smiling face, felt as if confronted by a formidable foe, vigorously shaking her head. Xiao Chuliang gazed at the slowly opening metallic door with a solemn expression, silently following Wan Miao into the narrow passage. Luo Yi was stunned, as were Yao Balian and He Yashan. During the day, Elder Xiezhen had been brimming with confidence, proclaiming that he would surely breach the dragon rising formation by night. The other guards widened their eyes in horror, turning to look back as the five-star martial king lay incapacitated, having fainted and buried beneath shattered stones. Then, Yuan Shun lowered her gaze and spotted a splash of crimson upon the sheets. Biting her delicate lips, her cheeks flushed deeper. If indeed the ancient beings have intruded, I shall ensure they pay dearly. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to my esteemed status as a Saint Yuan Emperor, the fierce Shunfeng declared. Indeed, I shall not only torment this wretched being, but also sow seeds of malevolence in Long Tongue's heart, rendering his thoughts forever obstructed. Xie Xing nodded in agreement. Mu Fei had once entertained similar thoughts, yet reality proved otherwise. He had investigated the Book of Life and Death in the underworld, where records of Wang Mang were inscribed. If Wang Mang were a transmigrator like himself, the book would not bear his record due to the absence of antecedent or consequence. Thus, Wang Mang was certainly not a transmigrator. Upon entering, Ku Xiangbao sat at his desk. Several newspapers spread before him, their imagery instantly recognizable to Jin Ming at a mere glance. We stood beneath the flag-raising platform, observing as three figures ascended to take their seats on the judging panel. Why did she feel her face flush and her heart race when Yi Ling styled her hair? Qian Yunxing clenched his fists, poised to charge into the Zheng residence, his eyes ablaze with fury, akin to a demon from the depths of hell. As a result, Cici found herself in a predicament, having stirred up some trouble in the capital, prompting the elder to summon back the eighth son. Cici had specifically come to see Xiaomo, eager to discern her thoughts, and Ru Chu was being pulled downstairs by Qing Qing, and by the time they reached the ground floor of the company, a throng had gathered, seemingly engrossed in discussion. Di Feng, Yinli felt quite displeased. How had she become a mere side character this time? However, the truth is indeed, as by I Ching Xian stated, the 17-character Divine Emperor has usurped the primal forces of at least 4 worlds. While the Imperial Realm stands as the pinnacle of the Divine and Buddha worlds throughout countless tribulations, the punishment meted out by the Phoenix Empress's master to the Elder is still a considerable gap from both. Has Bodo fallen under your control? Fong Laoda regarded the unperturbed Bodo with a tone of derision. Old Tin had already received the message and returned just before the ship's departure, bringing with him Kikich. As both families set forth in grand procession towards Jiangnan, Chun Mingzhua was increasingly astonished. Over the years, this individual had made such significant progress that it wholly exceeded his understanding. In a moment of distraction, The tip of his long sword was sheared off by a short sword. As for Baizun, having lost his talent and the powerful life energy he once seized from others, he returned to his previous state, an elderly figure with white hair. Aged to the extreme. Is that power truly formidable? Shimizu Yang inquired, perplexed, of the great wooden Kagaya. In truth, Shimizu Yang harbored a desire for others to ambush him, for such encounters would yield a continual influx of experience points. Presently, he harbored no fear of most people's sneak attacks. As long as Uchiha Madara and Kurizetsu did not intervene, he retained his confidence. As he spoke, he gazed into the distance where birds had taken flight in alarm, indicating the approach of something. Simultaneously, a terrifying transformation unfolded, plunging the inhabitants of Earth into dread as entities began to surface from the corners of their normal world, eroding existence in a corporeal form. Yisnt Lin Fei, treating my grandfather with his exceptional medical skills. At that moment, Li Ku anxiously addressed her mother, Yi Qin. Sheng Rong scoffed, "You chatter excessively. My master has stated that we can activate this switch. If you're so capable, why didn't you decipher this echo mechanism just now?" Ignoring Lu Xiaoxi's warnings, he forcefully pulled the switch. Auntie Jiang and Auntie Chen's eyes nearly fell to the ground. This was no mere daughter of a noble family, but rather a fierce entity emerging from the depths of hell. The three strands of half-step nascent soul terror converged and surged violently towards Beijir. He glanced at Onkel Kong, who also wore a furrowed brow, seemingly agreeing with some of Wang's assertions. After bidding farewell to the boss, a Feng followed Zhu Xiao ahead, harboring numerous questions. Yet Zhu Xiao remained focused on his path, leaving a Feng no opportunity to inquire. Driven by goodwill, Zhang Bieji tightened his trousers and stealthily approached the window of that individual, intending to unveil the truth. Moreover, they had yet to encounter the so-called upper realms, where a multitude of tribulation-crossing powers resided. Perhaps there, someone could cure Lin Yan. I refused to go. Li Yuliang firmly rejected Hu Gongshan's request amidst his profound anguish. However, under Hu Gongshan's relentless persuasion, Li Yuliang was eventually dragged out of the drunken immortal tower and onto the carriage bound for Baiyun Temple, begrudgingly embarking on the journey to congratulate Wu Xiao and Sumalagu. Though this formula is indeed a recipe, it is exceedingly rudimentary, falling vastly short of what constitutes a complete alchemical manuscript. The document lacks any meticulous details concerning the refinement process, offering only scant information that vaguely indicates the direction of the concoction and the name of the elixir. The conditions proposed merely transformed Death's broad net into a precise, targeted catch, yet Death still achieved his aim. Consequently, Uncle Kong escorted me to Hengrentang, reputed to be the only century-old apothecary in the southern part of the city. Upon encountering Mo Jiao, Mo Lang's expression was profoundly intricate, yet his words were exceedingly polite. However, Mo Jiao bestowed upon him not a hint of cordiality, leaving Mo Lang in a state of palpable awkwardness. Once Mo Jiao turned away, a flicker of deep-seated malice and intense murderous intent glimmered in Mo Lang's eyes. In a fit of rage, Chu Ming's entire being quaked, and in an instant, the previously quiescent 365 meridians began to tremble violently, while the imperial meridian at his brow transformed from gray to a resplendent gold. His forehead bore an eye-like symbol, rendering him as if he possessed three eyes. He held no particular bias against the Buddhist sect, despite his slight aversion to the methods employed by its practitioners. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that whether cultivators, demon tribes, or those within the Buddhist order, all are seekers of the Tao, and fundamentally, they share little disparity. Before the youth's words could fully resonate, a jolt coursed through him, a chill wind enveloping his body, causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end. Before he could discern the situation, a heavy slap struck his face, propelling him away while the faint echoes of his companion's warnings lingered in his ears. "Boss, what did you discover?" Upon hearing their leader's alarm, the remaining thieves instinctively brandished their weapons and encircled the area. He intended to strike against the Ice Celestial. Countless individuals gasped in terror, their eyes turning crimson. The Ice Celestial's breakthrough into the realm of heaven and earth was the last glimmer of hope in this world. Should it be interrupted at this critical juncture, they would irrevocably forfeit their chance. One more strike. Qin Mu's gaze turned frigid. With a mere thought, the black hole blade surged forth like lightning, cleaving the dark creature into hundreds of fragments in but a few breaths. "Greetings, everyone. I am Chung Weiliang." He addressed the audience with a smile and a wave. A flash of brilliance struck the chain of laws, the void trembled, and time and space shattered, severing continuity. The chain of laws quivered, breaking apart inch by inch, while the primordial light of chaos erupted and dissipated. Li Si slammed his palm against the ground, propelling himself backward with several strikes. He managed to fend off the violent gust that surged toward him. "Is your drowsiness due to cultivating the ice, true qi, allowing the chill to infiltrate the sleep acupoint between your earlobes and occipital bone?" As he spoke, Lu Nu's tone grew increasingly resolute. Later, as Lucio reached this point, he encountered a fork in the road. The tower had been dismantled, yet the name of the place remained preserved. Upon reaching the Sentinel Fortress, one could essentially consider oneself within a secure zone. Now, with such a substantial entourage approaching, entering Yishan City would render all worries obsolete. Just moments ago, Lu Xingyu unleashed his most formidable strike, having transformed the essence of his combat experience into the advanced technique of extreme cold sword intent. As the crowd beheld the calm and composed Yi Chun, a profound sense of reverence burgeoned within their hearts. Wang Huamei lifted a dark, unremarkable bag, a pungent odor wafting forth. Although she had not engaged in agricultural labor, she was aware that spring was the season for planting trees. With winter fast approaching, the notion of transplanting a tree now seemed implausible. Her purpose in this estate was to captivate He Yuzhang, naturally requiring a thorough understanding of both herself and her adversary to ensure victory in every encounter. He deemed it prudent to clarify matters beforehand, to avoid any embarrassment once they arrived. Yi Yutong, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, did not refuse and rested upon her back, preparing to alight and walk on her own after a while. "It's all fine now," Su Daoshan mused, glancing helplessly at Sister Xing, sighed, and dismounted the carriage. The two found themselves in a two-on-two predicament, rendered powerless as they watched Su Yin being besieged from all sides. After breakfast, gratitude was extended to the prince, Commander Feng Min, and Madame Dantaoff for the sumptuous repast. "We have been here for quite some time. We shall return early tomorrow morning, and I kindly request Commander Feng Min to facilitate our departure," said Xiao Jinhua. In a brief moment of jest and ire, followed by moments of deep concern, one could also find proclamations of supremacy. Indeed, following the premiere of her new drama the day prior, this morning's confirmation had drawn more scrutinizing and curious gazes toward her. Zhao Duo Bao, lively and extroverted, was a unique presence within the royal family, rarely at rest aside from sleep. The elderly man appeared disheveled, clutching a wine gourd. After taking a swig, he wiped his mouth and beamed at them. Before his words could settle, Situ Yuandong had already descended from the rooftop, adorned in a gown of golden-threaded butterflies and floral satin, exuding a delicate charm that captivated the air. Sin Xiao leapt forth, springing from his desk, executing a mid-air turn akin to a golden dragon probing the sea, complemented by a formidable kick. Inside the chest lay an array of exquisite glassware, vases, bowls, and other tableware, alongside bracelets and bangles, some transparent, others vibrant and resplendent, a visual feast of beauty. What terror would arise from so many missiles detonating simultaneously upon this so-called evil deity? Jialu? Conversely, he felt displeasure at the negligence of his subordinates, having always wished for their diligence to intensify, adhering strictly to discipline, ensuring that no errors or oversights occurred. It was indeed spectacular, truly breathtakingly so. A voice, aged yet piercing, resonated from within the cabin, carried by the wind. However, Yang Kuang remained indifferent to the peril he faced. He had come merely to pay his respects to the man who had valiantly defended Luoyang against Yang, whose relentless onslaught in his absence. This man was his lifelong confidant, his right hand, the vagabond known as Chun Long. Thus, amidst the biting cold and falling ice crystals, as time raced forward, a young man, tattered and bruised, soaked and shivering, struggled to advance through the snow, aware of the bond shared by the three blades, which transcended mere rivalry to encompass genuine friendship. The gatekeeper chose not to raise the alarm, but rather to grant passage. Blood-red garments adorned the likes of Gao Xingqian and others, who swiftly formed a formidable defense while engaging in fierce combat with Zi Yinkong and his allies. The ground trembled with their clashes, the sound of explosions ringing throughout the valley, echoing for miles around. As the warm sun bathed the land, life stirred anew, vibrant and flourishing in shades of green. Wildflowers in hues of red, yellow, and pink swayed gracefully in the breeze, their subtle fragrances wafting through the air. All players continuously learned from each match, honing their skills by studying their opponents, amassing experiences that, when sufficient, empowered them to engage boldly in battles against all heroes, an embodiment of the adage that knowing oneself and one's adversary leads to victory without peril. Zhang Hai know that? Acknowledging that the opponent's attempt to capture him was undoubtedly a threat, cooperation in this instance would be prudent, enabling them to await rescue. Western medicine presents a cohesive and scientifically rigorous system where right and wrong are distinctly defined, whereas traditional Chinese medicine is imbued with ambiguity, granting ample imaginative space for many domestic authors. Individuals possessing a particular spiritual affinity are often drawn to elements or gases of corresponding attributes. To all appearances, Yang seemed unfazed by the illustrious names of Paul and Billups, maintaining a calm demeanor as if he were merely facing two ordinary adversaries. The sound of a coin clinking against the ground resonated sharply in the stillness of the desolate expanse. Why? Had they inadvertently trespassed into the underworld? Here, there was no day, only night. Lingering for another day could very well cost him his life. He was human, not a ghost. To survive on this deliberately perilous train would inexorably transform him into something spectral. Before him lay a formation reminiscent of a teleportation array, yet far more potent than any he had previously encountered. Moreover, the arrangement of the pathways suggested that it resembled a deep well that had suddenly emerged on a flat expanse, concealed beneath a cover. Yang effortlessly cradled the defending Vigna Li with one arm while deftly flicking the basketball into the hoop with the other. Following this, he embraced Vigna Li, positioning her gently before him. I never anticipated that my grandfather possessed such prowess. He had even learned of Su Jiayang's untimely demise, a feat not easily accomplished. As the lifespans of individuals are inscribed in the book of life and death, accessible only to those with the means to uncover such secrets. The Empress Dowager observed the composed Roan Wanshi and deemed her indeed quite intelligent. She had candidly expressed the truth, demonstrating sincerity, while simultaneously indicating that their family was aligned with Prince Chun. This was due to the Crown Prince stating that the message was sent on behalf of Prince Chun, thereby preempting any potential inquiries she might have posed. Nevertheless, she remained perplexed by the peculiar sound uttered earlier by Qi Jiao. Should this matter be successfully resolved, it would alleviate a multitude of complications. There would be no need for the previously contemplated perilous methods to terminate Wu Qingluo's pregnancy. Hong Yi departed, leaving only Shi Yao to weep inconsolably before the house, heartbroken and desolate. While an ordinary official might hastily assume their duties upon receiving an imperial edict, Zhao Yi was an exception. Furthermore, others could not hold any incriminating evidence against him. Zhujian was also within the territory of Yuzhou, and the governor of Yuzhou possessed the authority to appear in various locales. After a brief interval, an ancient bronze palace unexpectedly materialized before the two. This grand hall resembled a primordial beast coiled upon the ground, instilling a sense of trepidation. Yet lacking a truly intimidating aura, it appeared rather serene and majestic. She never anticipated that she would suddenly gain two disciples, both strikingly handsome young men. The ultimate destination, where Jun Rongfan's vehicle halted, took Ji Shengyue by surprise. It turned out to be a nightclub, a renowned den of iniquity, where indulgence reigned supreme, and the atmosphere was far from innocent, rife with suggestive performances and, covertly, transactions of a more intimate nature. Hearing this, Xiao Yin smiled gently, his words causing Jia Luo's cheeks to flush, her gaze dropping, yet her eyes sparkled with delight. An elder with a bushy beard grinned widely. Cui Yu had previously shared his conjectures with him, and the formidable strength of the invading thieves was, in fact, a boon for the decomen. The struggle between humanity and disease commenced almost at the dawn of human existence, with malaria being one of the most enduring afflictions to ravage mankind. Shangguan Ruoxia, without hesitation, seized a bundle upon sight, only to realize it had become somewhat heavy, prompting her to stop and address the shopkeeper, instructing him to count the contents of the bundle. Subtly complimenting the other party, Bai Chang'el noted the slight easing of their brow, confirming her intuition. Xie Yun consoled his mother, oblivious to the events unfolding nearly 150 to 60 kilometers away. Yin's face paled. Where she had once brimmed with anticipation, she now appeared somewhat disheartened. However, upon witnessing Jia Heng's anger, she chose not to persist further. Zhou Fanyuan calculated the time and initially believed the game would not launch until year-end. Upon arriving domestically, it seemed it would not be until the following year. These entities, resembling creatures formed of mercury, were akin to the water ghosts of folklore. However, perhaps due to the peculiar nature of this river, they not only drained the vitality of living beings, but also possessed potent toxins. The first, second, and third shifts must be arranged in rotation, ensuring that breaks are appropriately managed. During the pulse examination of Sima, Yisheng noticed something peculiar about his spiritual roots. A realization that struck him just as he was about to act against Sima. "I am preparing to purchase a necklace for my fiancée," he remarked, a gentlemanly smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. Chun Enin, who was hidden behind a vase, witnessed this exchange and met Aunt Huang's gaze. Aunt Huang shook her head subtly, prompting Chun Enin to retreat, feigning ignorance. In a mere moment, Xiao Chanhai was immobilized at the riverbed, the strange current almost vanishing entirely. The faux madman continued to stoke the flames, while Harry's gaze shifted from trust to suspicion. During this time, Madame Chun specifically called upon Tao Ruan to toast the distinguished guests. As she had become the Chun family's daughter-in-law and would inevitably need to interact with prominent figures in the future, this opportunity served as her first step into that world. However, she did not anticipate the unbreakable bond between Fu Yanzhou and Shi Nanlin, during which Kai Xiang's attempts to intervene only resulted in her witnessing an abundance of romantic displays. Were it not for his cunning and deceptive short video, which he used as leverage, she would never have acquiesced to such an unreasonable demand, becoming ensnared by him. Reflecting on her status as a leading lady of high society, she dismissed the socialites, who merely feigned sincerity in their attempts to ingratiate themselves with her. The right side of the school gate boasted a food street, lined with stalls offering students' favorite delicacies, barbecued treats, spicy and sour noodles, and various other mouth-watering options. If a large contingent of dark flame soldiers were stationed within the city, Tang Lang would have no choice but to bide his time. However, upon entering the city, he had already ascertained through the system scan that there were currently fewer than 300 guards. The rest had gathered towards the Emperor's royal city as per the orders of the Henji Legion. In truth, with just a phone call from Jingxian, tickets could be secured in an instant, yet the usually averse to trouble and school bully found himself oddly relishing this hassle. Presently, Qin Yuanxing required neither reeds nor assistance. He strode across the river's surface, his boots remaining dry, prompting exclamations of marvel from onlookers who beheld his extraordinary prowess. Qin Yuanxing struck the tree shield with a powerful punch, infused with immense internal energy, causing the shield to dent profoundly, providing no resistance whatsoever. The fifth prince, holding a dagger, hesitated to act. Observing this, the fourth prince threatened to wound himself, and the fifth prince, who held the fourth prince in the highest regard, could not bear the thought of his elder brother being harmed. Thus, Huang Xining fell silent, choosing to refrain from any reaction to avoid provoking his displeasure. With no one attending to him, he could not fathom what further anger he could summon. Yet at that moment, he found himself devoid of any hatred, even mocking his own indecisiveness. After Linger spoke, she scanned her surroundings, locating a concealed vantage point. She then extended her palm, launching a silvery steel wire that spiraled around the towering structure, securing itself firmly. In Chun Fan's perspective, it ought to be regarded as a peculiar arrangement, a constraint imposed by a significant figure upon this realm. Whenever there exists a potential threat to its dominion, this beam of deathly light manifests. As she articulated, in that moment, she felt that if Commander Liu believed in her capabilities, then she was indeed capable. In truth, regardless of their understanding, Zhang Yi must proceed as he ought. Any dissenters should promptly depart. William, fueled by an insatiable yearning for the English throne, harbored reservations about Edward and the power of the Wessex family becoming excessively formidable. He also wished for the Godwin family's influence not to be diminished too drastically or uprooted entirely. Additionally, the sight of the wind deity's leg that day rendered the broken army enigmatic in his mind. Duke Andrew's perspective garnered considerable approval among the Norman nobility. Rather than sharing Spain with other nations, it would be preferable for the Norman Empire to possess it solely. Assistance? Is this not something you wish to accomplish on your own? It seems that assistance is no longer necessary, remarked the nine-tailed fox. The most powerful venerable of the three-step nirvana, even within the temple. Barring a few hidden antiquities, the high priest possessed such prowess, and publicly, only one deity surpassed him. Yet, even such formidable beings face slaughter. Upon hearing Fu Yongshan's reprimand, the members of the society fell silent, each casting venomous glares at Tang Feng, wishing to immediately inflict 1,000 cuts upon him. Following the reconnaissance team alert, as the vanguard, Yu Xinqing's battalion assumed a combat-ready stance, all rifles loaded. Machine guns prepared, ready to retaliate at the first sign of an assault. Simultaneously, a terrifying, searing aura, imbued with a sense of destruction, forcefully repelled the ancestral being 30 paces away. There's nothing of note here. Let us depart, Lin Tian declared, striding towards the restroom exit. In the city of Chaoga, the figure of DXN materialized above the nine-dragon throne, with 9 divine dragons roaring, dominating the heavens and earth. Behind DXN, a crimson, 3-legged golden crow soared. In the fluctuating brilliance of the divine halls emanated an aura of oppression from his form. Moreover, regarding the prowess of this mountain beast, no further detailed information had been acquired. Now this adept of the earth rule, having reached the Tao-seeking realm, finally allowed Feng Hui to witness the sheer terror of an entity fully wielding its power in the Tao-seeking realm. Among these provisions, the majority had been deliberately reserved by the Fire Elder at the behest of Feng Shishan for their small party, though some were intact remnants allocated to members of the Feng family who could not finish their meals. Within the eastern wilderness, even as Quafu sat cross-legged, he appeared as a mountain towering 2,000 zhang high. Bloodlight emanated from his hands, his gaze glimmering with icy intent as his mind delved into the art of spellcasting, quietly comprehending the myriad changes, a secret technique of the Witch Clan inherited from Pangu's divine ability. I implore Taoist Guangchengzi to intervene and suppress D.E. The Western Prince, Ji Chong, respectfully articulated. Feng Hui was perplexed. He had never encountered Mao Dunyi's grandfather, so why would he offer his assistance? It seemed improbable that it was merely due to Mao Dunyi. Do not make a fuss, Chao Gu said in a hushed tone, fearing that a sudden loud noise might attract unwarranted attention. The prince chuckled, realizing that Lin Qingxue was genuinely inclined to assist him. It was not a matter of great consequence. Everyone was already aware of the assassination plot. They were simply confirming what was already understood. Your celestial order is of a low rank, and your wisdom is incomplete. When you return, the celestial order will reassess your standing. So do not be troubled about the possibility of not being able to return, Gaia patiently explained to Meliodas and the others. Li Xuan brought Beeching back to the Lingyin temple. Just as he was about to enter, a rotund figure pushed past him. Meliodas suddenly felt the weight of a scrutinizing gaze and turned to see a robust man clad in an iron mask and a blue cloak sitting at a nearby table. Upon noticing Meliodas' glance, the man, feeling guilty, bowed his head and took a sip of his drink, pretending that nothing was amiss. Half a month prior, the Ghost King sect had attacked Qin Yun, and when Tian Bai and his companions encountered the disciples of the Ghost King sect, they naturally did not hold back. Combat was imminent, and they sprang into action. What's wrong? I truly adore this gift, exclaimed Yi Waner as she donned the necklace that Lan Xiaoyu had purchased for her, continually admiring her reflection in a handheld mirror. There was little to be done. The dormitory, rented by the school, was free of charge. Although it was not too shabby, it was hardly luxurious. Zhao Hao, feeling helpless, had to follow Zhao Shoujing and the 2 elderly men to the Weng Hall outside the Gathering Treasure Gate. Young Master Zhao commanded the continued slaughter of cattle and sheep, urging the arriving fleet to hasten their shift and take time to relax in the hot springs. Then, Su Zhe and Shangwan Furong jointly shook a bottle of champagne, and with a pop, the cork was released, sending champagne spraying forth, eliciting delighted gasps from the guests. Initially, the village head had assigned them to stay with local families, but Fan Xiaowei, not wishing to intrude and preferring not to feel constrained, opted to reside at the school, arranging desks to create a makeshift bed. Upon seeing Ziba leap down from the high platform, the two immediately rushed forward. The real man Wu Wei affixed a blue talisman onto his sword and spat a drop of blood from his tongue onto it. For reasons unknown, he felt an overwhelming urge to kill him. However, to challenge someone at the pinnacle of qi refinement with his own cultivation at the late stage of foundation establishment, Chen Hao sighed inwardly, shaking his head in bitterness. However, this strategy was evidently not one that the king of the south had devised beforehand. If he had, he would not have waited until now to retrieve the Grand Emperor's coffin. As Chen Hao surveyed his surroundings, the lights on the podium in the hall suddenly brightened, and a middle-aged man with a goat-like beard stepped onto the stage. The inherently lively and exuberant youth fell silent, inexplicably drawn into a realm of soft, enchanting dreams. Before me, the rat folk are scarcely adorned in armor. They are clad solely in their own fur, wielding a motley assortment of weapons: forks, cleavers, kitchen knives, and even iron rods. Only the first wave of fewer than 3,000 rat folk brandish curved blades. With a slight exertion of his arm, Yi Feisher recalls the furious pacing of Siem Mao outside the painting hall and the profound joy he felt upon hearing Siem Mao's voice amidst his predicament, as if clouds had parted to reveal the moon. "I thought you would not come, my lord," she expressed, her delight evident as she beamed. "Now that you are here to see Shir, I am overwhelmed with joy." Li Shir's smile dispelled her previous worries. "In a few days, when things settle, I could arrange for Sun Jiao to join us for some company. What do you think?" Jin Si, with a twinkle in his eye, suggested. Who could have anticipated that this individual could traverse eaves and walls, covering great distances with ease? Upon witnessing Yun Qing's casual gestures conjuring a road from thin air, Shui Pan stood in astonishment, his mind rendered blank as he gazed in disbelief. This chest contains the essence of the vast world, where the scenery is exquisite. The perspectives of those who behold it, shaped by their varied emotions, give rise to a myriad of beautiful verses. Please compose a line of poetry about love. Presently, their master lies gravely wounded and unconscious. Their concerns extend beyond the threat of beastly assaults. They fear the very individual who inflicted the injury may pursue them, seeking to annihilate them all. She had undergone rigorous training, her auditory and tactile senses far superior to those of ordinary folk. After consuming the ginseng fruit twice, she could almost hear the distant sounds of chickens and dogs fighting. As for the ability to conceal oneself, it aptly implies the capacity to mask one's presence, thus minimizing the likelihood of detection by formidable creatures. Yi Xiao and Yun Qing were well aware of the nature of this flower and held it in deep disdain. While rushing, Yi Xiao gestured to Yun Qing, expressing his intention to eradicate these poisonous blooms, to which Yun Qing vigorously nodded in agreement. The following morning, Song Qingjun indeed received a call from Wei, and 10 minutes later, a set of pure white feathers arrived, exquisitely tailored. Lung Wushuang attempted to search the area, but ultimately found nothing, not even in the concealed compartments, and was compelled to return to the place from which she had come. In the realm of cultivation, few resided in Leaf City. Were there more, the members of the Crimson Group would find themselves in considerable peril. Should such a disturbance arise, it would likely attract the attention of beasts, resulting in immediate peril. Ji Anong and Lu Yali were the most outstanding recruits upon their enlistment, sharing a dormitory that left a lasting impression on them. However, in the depths of the water, the abyssal beasts had established a defensive membrane, preventing any water from touching their bodies. Moreover, in the water, the abyssal beast's powers were significantly diminished, allowing him to collaborate with the dragon turtle to vanquish them. Feng Baobao unleashed her true energy with reckless abandon, while Chun Duo's ordinary poison proved ineffective against her. The protective talisman she possessed at home rendered her unable to counter Feng Baobao's assault, leaving her in a predicament of considerable difficulty. Even with equal strength, Ding Qing now possessed the confidence that she could easily triumph over her former self. Evidently, if one solely considers high-end combat capabilities, these few dozen individuals would not pale in comparison to the previous expedition to the ancient city. "Will you treat me to a drink?" I grinned shamelessly. Recalling the saying about fate being akin to something elusive, one must learn to embrace it when resistance is futile. Observing the formidable skills of the Corpse King, I thought that even a few of his techniques would be immensely beneficial. I momentarily quelled my thoughts and addressed him. Lu Deong was reluctant to divulge the nature of his gift, and the other person hesitated to press further. However, the lack of clarity in each instance would inevitably lead to discontent among the villagers, who might suspect Lu Deong of withholding a profitable avenue from them. What does it signify to be at the late stage of the Golden Core? In the realm of cultivators on the mystical continent, it represents a position of considerable strength. While on Earth, a land scarce in spiritual energy, it likely denotes a true pinnacle figure. What? Is it him? Upon recognizing the individual in the photograph, Tang Jingxin could not contain his astonishment. It became evident that although Bai Su's earlier words had provoked Ji Li, they also led him to a profound realization. He had never truly forgotten Wei Qingqing and was unwilling to relinquish her from his heart. The ground resonated with the thunderous steps of the towering figure, akin to a fierce tiger descending a mountain, exuding an overwhelming presence. Yin Yu harbored a strong desire for Xia Fan to teach Yin Ke a lesson, compelling her to understand her place in the world. Duvon grosped on Kion's sleeve, shaking her head in a gesture of restraint, but Han Xinyu shrugged off her hand and stepped forward amidst a sea of astonished gazes. El Xiosher could hardly believe his eyes and ears as he witnessed Zhang Panyi bowing respectfully to Lin Shui and heard her address Lin Shui as master. The shock within him was beyond description. What has changed? Gu Chun chuckled as he leaned in and pecked her pouting lips, his eyes brimming with affection. Cradling her as one would a baby, he advanced forward, oblivious to the envious glances of onlookers. Qing City, do you know who painted this? It isn't that girl, Piao Xue, is it? The elder, who had survived, discerned from his grandson's expression that he was indeed aware of the artist behind the painting. Observing El Xiosher's sincere demeanor and hearing his apologetic tone, Sihoran nearly spewed blood in exasperation. Had it been anyone else, he would have torn them to shreds to vent his pent-up rage. Silong, what brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be in class? Chinon narrowed her eyes, yet felt compelled to inquire about the sudden appearance of Silong. At that moment, the seventh elder was in high spirits, with Deborah's arrival. The outcome for Jiang Hai was unmistakable. He would either be incapacitated or have his limbs severed. The young master's methods were well within his knowledge. The aloof beauty, Gu Meirin, cast a disdainful glance at her newlywed wife, silently belittling her. With a look of disbelief on Hu Yunlong's face, the basketball was unexpectedly swatted out of the court by Aining, landing directly in the audience. The Heat maintained their roster from the previous year, opting not to alter anything, as their lineup was already formidable. It is incorrect. It is the explosion that precedes the tremors. Attila astutely detected the inconsistencies, with his hands clasped together. Hua Changjun reflected on the lotus lanterns of the July half-month, which always illuminated the vast expanse of the lake with their flickering candlelight. Previously, he could not fathom why so many individuals entrusted their longing to these ethereal lanterns, unaware of where they might eventually land. Yet now, he found himself among the multitude, a mere part of the throng. The resignation of Yu Changping indirectly signified the emperor's stance. It was at this moment that the people realized Shao and had not yet lost the emperor's trust. The faction immediately regrouped, determined to reclaim their lost territories. The lights on the second floor flickered to life, prompting a chorus of astonished gasps from the students outside the tower. No one doubted the reluctance of the guards to engage in battle any longer. The recent sound had confirmed everything. Wang Yin understood the significance of the numbers, as Qiulong reported that he had taken 27 days to complete his task and return. She was escorted to a palace named Wangchun Pavilion, which had been meticulously prepared for her arrival. The bull-eyed lad was about to unleash his wrath. This was the Duke's residence, and not everyone could run rampant here. If the Duke were indeed guilty of misconduct, it should be addressed with imperial edict, not with such brutishness. Report, Your Majesty, the martial trials have concluded with Liang's victory. The messenger's tone was filled with excitement. For a soldier, nothing was more exhilarating than triumphing over the Xixia and Nanxing in martial contests. Langhua, what is your birth name? Xue asked languidly, sipping the tea offered by Tao Xin, her expression impassive. In contrast, Zhou Xueran continued to relay letters from Hualing to her, yet he still refrained from disclosing his exact whereabouts. However, from his letters, which occasionally alluded to the brutal regime of the Japanese, it was evident he remained in some northern locale, likely still under occupation. Mo Jinyuan shifted the conversation, a flicker of fervor igniting in his gaze. But I shall retaliate. The Chiyuan army of 100,000 advanced westward without encountering significant resistance. Halfway through their march, scouts reported that the ruler of the empire of Shasha had already disbanded 8,000 of his elite monk soldiers. And even the resident monks had been provided with travel allowances to leave the territory. Rinpain promptly summoned a nurse to remove the foreneedle and then assisted the weeping Gulan, who was utterly fatigued, to her bed. In the encircled city of Elda, Shuezu was evidently no match for Ma Shaotian, who relentlessly pursued him with boisterous laughter, displaying a lack of respect for age. With his hands sweeping through the air, beams of crimson light relentlessly struck at the beleaguered Shuezu. The latter dodged desperately, his arms and legs continuously severed, yet rapidly regenerating. On the watchtower, a stone table bore the remnants of a game, the dust-covered chessboard and pieces lying still, reminiscent of soldiers slumbering amidst the ceasefire. Across the way, one could see riders galloping in small groups on the training grounds, playfully performing tricks as if in a game. Ultimately, the arm cannot outmaneuver the thigh. Throughout the Ming dynasty, the descendants of the convicted families had three choices. Song Duanwu mischievously remarked, and his smile instilled in Cheng Lulu a sense of shyness. That is good. Burying her head in his embrace, she gently wrapped her arms around his waist, feeling reassured that he remained unharmed. Dressed in male attire, she secured her coin pouch and jewelry, swiftly making her way beyond the city limits. The allure of the wilderness far surpassed that of the courtyard, resembling 1,000 enchanting beauties. The wound on his back remained conspicuously visible, as if a piece of flesh had been brutally torn away. Xiao Yin recalled the energy orb he had acquired within the Divine Summit, which had once assisted Luo Ying in regaining her consciousness. Perhaps it might prove beneficial to her now. Is it the one about 50 meters to the right of the school? A boy interjected. The most favorable outcome for the two families was this arrangement. The Shui family was restrained by the Pei family, and the second prince's influence would not grow so formidable as to elude the emperor's control. Even if he were to ascend to the throne in the future, the maternal relatives would not pose a threat. The esteemed master of the far mountains spoke solemnly. Your vision is remarkably broad, dear disciple. I am humbled. However, I wish to propose a slight amendment to your suggestion. Li Ping'an felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. At such a young age, he was already being likened to an old bureaucrat. Do you think Deputy Minister Liu is openly inquiring about the situation with Fong while covertly investigating maritime trade? Li Jing pondered. After nightfall, the guests, under Jean Fu's soothing presence, managed to navigate through the formalities and took their leave. What is wrong with father? Observing Ning Feng, who appeared unperturbed, Ning Ro let out a subtle sigh of relief, then inquired with a hint of confusion. Although the outcome was better than she had initially orchestrated, she wondered if Pei Jinyan would blame her if he found out. As the head of Qianmen, no one understood Wang Ting's value in this variety show better than she did. The impressive results Qianmen achieved were largely due to Wang Ting's diligent efforts behind the scenes. In the realm of Huanggu, those who were aware of the existence of the Yuming Ghost clan were few and far between, for that was a tale over 100,000 years old. Xiao Mo's gaze flickered as he directed the soul ghost puppet to shield against the flying swords targeting the luminous portal. Meanwhile, he grasped Ming and Yu's hands, darting away from the incoming assault, reappearing before the radiant gate. Zhao Jing's expression shifted dramatically as he faced the ferocious punch, though he wished to evade. The space was too constricted for escape. In a moment of urgency, he could only muster his blue inner strength to coalesce in his palms, positioning them defensively before his chest. Lin Rongwei opened his mouth, struggling to articulate an apology, the words failing him, which incited a cold huff from Wang Fanghai. 3 zhang away, the fallen Qin Feng sword trembled slightly, emitting a resonant cry as it transcended the space and landed in Chun Xiling's grasp. With a hint of urgency, Ming and Yu wasted no time, seizing Xiao Mo's hand and sprinting toward the medical area. Every sword strike was executed with a terrifying precision. To avoid even one could lead to potential defeat. Alas, shrouded in a mask, any attempt to expel his frustration would only result in a mouthful of his own saliva, which was decidedly unacceptable. Ji Longjun had no choice but to forcibly suppress it, swallowing back his saliva. Harrison was surely finished, yet Alice was likely still alive. The embryonic beings possessed an almost abnormal regenerative ability. Here, in this very place, Zhalongjun hastily retrieved the brass token from his bosom and presented it for the warrior's inspection. Surprisingly, Yuji displayed a remarkable nonchalance regarding matters of her past life, brushing them aside with an air of indifference. She gazed intently at Su Weixiao, observing the pallor of her bloodless cheeks. The explosive force that erupted was akin to a cataclysmic power, relentlessly surging outward. Upon hearing this sound, the black-clad man felt a tremor within his spirit. The half-formed Xianling Yuan-Tian body instantly shattered by the sharp, piercing cry of the Puyuan. Just as the celestial star sought to break free from that pulling force, the soul of Fu'er within her embrace suddenly lightened, transforming into blue, starry fragments that scattered into the ether. The old Lama spoke briefly with Zhuamu's father, but after their exchange, both the Lama and Zhuamu's countenance shifted dramatically. Shaking their heads in dismay, Tianxing nodded, stepping towards the sovereign, once more raising her silver needle to pierce the back of his hand. This time, the flying sword merely fluttered against the sovereign's chest before settling into stillness. She had declared that anyone daring to appear before her would meet their demise. Now, those audacious enough to scheme in their presence would face death. From the shadows of the jungle, it leapt forth, poised to ambush its prey. But Yang Li's keen eyes spotted it, and with a swift arrow, he pinned it to the ground. It was assured that if one adhered to the written instructions, even a pig could produce fine wine. However, patience was required, for good wine necessitated a period of proper storage and fermentation, as Jin Ling noted. Wu Tian, smiling, nodded in agreement, yet internally pondered. Why did such actions elicit no sense of guilt? Was I truly suited to be a villain? Their exchange was overheard by others, who were intrigued by this somewhat unfamiliar face seeking business with the constable. Given that this was 16th or 17th century Europe, it was highly likely that a church would be present. Upon hearing Meng Yi's voice, the Xue family fell silent, casting a fierce glare at Xue Shi before departing in their carriage. The slight haze of dust could not obscure her vision. She missed not a single detail of their battle. She and her father encountered Li Pingyan at the entrance, and upon noticing he had no dance partner, Christine signaled to her father. The ancient mirror continued its pursuit from the heavens to the earth, still suspended aloft, its power undiminished. After neatly stowing the unopened array of luxurious prizes into the Yulong ring, Su Cheng quickly tidied himself before heading directly to school. Meanwhile, Zhao Fan, having turned the corner, abruptly hit the brakes, seemingly less decisive towards Yang Yuqing than he had previously claimed. At that moment, the laughter of Jiang Cheng and Shunyu echoed down from above, rendering the atmosphere particularly distinct. In his hand, the blade of the Kusanagi still shimmered with a faint divine light, though its potency appeared considerably diminished. He cast a binding spell upon me, and the disparity in our spiritual powers was immense, particularly following my illness. Despite my struggles, I found myself unable to break free. Jiang Cheng held me down and stepped forward to gaze at Ji Romong, smirking slightly as he did so. The major radio stations and television networks in Ningchuan began to fervently promote the film New Dragon Gate Inn. After exiting the Qianxing Palace, Nian Mo did not feel the joy she had anticipated. Even though she had avenged herself, the one she cherished was gone. She looked up at the sky, wiping her tears away, and in that moment, it seemed as if everything had been resolved within her heart. Huh? A bank? It seems that in ancient times, there was a place for saving money called a money house, wasn't there? Right? How did she not think of making money work for her? The emperor raised his cup in a toast, and everyone stood, bending slightly at the waist, respectfully lifting their glasses. Nian Mo glanced around, mimicking the others, and, without having poured any wine, raised an empty cup. The crowd turned to see Yunbu smiling at them. Yet that smile possessed an indescribable peculiarity. Time passed, and after a considerable while, they still had not found what they sought. Tang Rou began to grow anxious. My lord, all the soldiers drawn from various departments have assembled, along with the cavalry from the original 5 houses of the Imperial Guard, totaling 30,000 troops, currently training at several sites over there, Ma Jiu reported to Guiqi. As she spoke, she turned to leave, eager to escape this stifling place, or rather, this stifling person. Upon hearing the name Mo Xiaoyuan, the expression in Lang Li's eyes shifted dramatically, yet he remained impassive, allowing Tang Rou to rack her brain in silence. All right, we shall take our leave now. If you have any news, seek us out at the Qianjia Tavern. Luo Feng rose and departed with Gudong. The classmates erupted in cheers, celebrating Dana's victory. But Qing Yishui, Yu gazed in confusion at the horizon where Dana had departed. Dagu looked at the divine light staff in his hand, completely oblivious to the sneaky figure lurking behind him. Ahei froze, turning to glance. The vehicle had parked conveniently, and not far outside was indeed the police station. Luo Hanyu walked beside Lu Xiao, sensing that the pace of the person beside him was slowing, appearing burdened with heavy thoughts. To achieve this is somewhat surprising for me. The Huaxing Group is a genuinely advanced technology company, with cybersecurity measures only slightly less stringent than those of the nation's core positions. Yet I have succeeded. However, this issue could not be articulated directly, nor could it be commanded. It could only be subtly hinted at, much like Emo Hylon did, allowing one to comprehend it personally. I understand, Master. I shall go down to take a look, the drunken man replied, his form vanishing mysteriously. Little did he know that he awaited Chuyu, which sparked his desire to join this team, and thus conclude his solitary, gaming existence. A fleeting contemplation crossed his eyes, as the doubts and anticipations in Hei Gu's gaze quietly vanished, replaced by a pure and chilling intent to kill. The armored vehicle jolted, nearly causing a cold arrow to be released as it moved from the flatlands onto the towering sand dunes. Ha! Truly, the ignorant are fearless. Emboldened by the power of the sacred liquid, they dare to challenge me. The corpse saint? The corpse saint laughed maniacally, halting 100 meters away. 300 soft armors, worth less than 1,000 taels of silver, adorned the body of Chang Yu, who possessed but a little over 100. According to our customary practice, the remaining funds would be handed over to Yang Wue later. Drawing from past experiences, Jia Daji refrained from idle chatter this time, instead lamenting why he had not encountered Chang Yu sooner. Just as he began to savor the sweetness of success, he was forced to withdraw, his words tinged with regret. Witnessing this scene, Amin could not help but wear a bittersweet smile, as he had gone to great lengths, sacrificing his allies and exhausting all his trump cards, only to unleash what was heralded as the most formidable single attribute attack magic, which merely transformed into a dazzling display of lights and sounds. Indeed, the ruins of that kingdom had been explored numerous times, and Hua Qingkong, a spirit summoner, had grown immensely over the past 6 months, her strength now unfathomable. A plume of white smoke erupted, catching Li Qiangjuan off guard. He groaned as his muscles tensed instantaneously, instinctively biting down on his tactical gloves to stifle any sound. Long Qingshan flipped his palm, dragging the pink energy sword behind him, also employing the sword-dragging technique. Nie Xing cast a cold glance at him, and as soon as he spoke, he moved behind Li Qingshan, delivering a powerful strike that channeled immense, true energy into Li Qingshan's acupoints. Nearby, the siblings Wang Yizai and Wang Rulin mirrored his actions. A colossal tree was planted beside the Lord's castle, its leaves sprawling like a canopy, adjacent to the towering energy-gathering tower. Retaining the 3 major sects held significance. Should extraterrestrial forces invade Blue Star one day, they could serve as a bulwark. Thus, the two traversed the void together, arriving at the coordinate location reported by Long Ziju, materializing within a vast expanse of the purple lightning star system. One could only wonder what preparations Qian Chengxue had made prior, as she seemingly united the majority of rogue cultivators, hinting at a targeted approach towards the immortal sect. Shun Wanbai felt her legs weaken under his kiss, grateful for his arms that held her steady, preventing her from falling. Could it be that those obsessive fans had leaked the news of Su residing here? Yet, had they not failed to capture anyone? How could they be so certain? The copper coin sword trembled beneath the eerie totem, yellow-white energy emanating from the coin, continuously infiltrating Han Zhao's nostrils. As he inhaled the energy from the copper coins, his body fluctuated between black and yellow, unstable. Well then, I concede. I truly cannot fathom why the beautiful ladies brought him along. Mi Wugu felt a headache coming on, but understood that since he was already here, he might as well make the best of it. A dead pig fears not boiling water. Overthinking would lead to naught. It would be better to stir up trouble and endure the consequences. The pair of eyes submerged beneath the water, and soon a tall, burly man clad in a black robe emerged on the shore. "Return my phone." Tang Man angrily approached her, snatching the phone from Yuan Fang's grasp. Shun Zi's magical prowess has approached the initial stage of the void refinement. It was unexpectedly absorbed by a formation set up by a mere crow, executed in a remarkably brief span of time. This indicates that the crow's mastery of the arcane arts has reached an unparalleled zenith. Song Lingxue, having noticed Aunt Lu's unease, managed to alleviate her tension by sharing a few light-hearted quips, thereby redirecting her focus. Could it be that these creatures possess the ability to read emotions? They must be aware that I currently wield a level 22 martial soul, far exceeding their own, which may deter them from provoking me. Yuan contemplated this possibility, deeming it quite plausible. Is it truly so? Young Master Ben seems to indulge in such frivolity. Perhaps he should consider a career as a matchmaker instead. Yinzhua felt a bead of sweat form involuntarily on his brow. He surmised that his trusty Thresh-esque skills had likely cooled down by now, and he could not allow the adversary to emerge. Shuiyu hesitantly placed her hand on her mask, seemingly reluctant to remove the black cloth that served as her shield. Lu Chun would undoubtedly oppose this, instinctively pulling his granddaughter into his embrace. Without his consent, even the approval of her parents would be futile. During the filming process, Zhu Yunqing received several calls, yet he paid them no mind, choosing instead to share a moment of silence with the others as they watched the video unfold on the large screen, his eyes betraying a hint of profundity and sorrow. The Chancellor, frightened, knelt down, murmuring, "I dare not, I dare not." His intention was not to pry into any secrets. Rather, he simply wished to comprehend the Emperor's will. Yet he was met with the couple's tender words. Mao Lian bid farewell to Lu Yi and sat on the stone steps before the hall, lost in thought. Originally, her purpose in entering the palace was rather straightforward, but now it appeared that many matters were veering towards unforeseen directions. Once departed, could one truly not return? Mao Lian maintained a stoic expression as she approached him, leaping onto the chair beside him, her piercing gaze scrutinizing him. All who survived, including Pang Tong, fled into the city tower. The door was shut, and behind it, prepared stones were stacked high. Though it seemed the door could be breached at any moment by those akin to wild dogs clawing at the panels, the presence of these stones provided a sense of security. Wait. Just as an awkward silence enveloped the room, Guan Mao hurriedly burst in. Another beauty emerged from the mist, a captivating figure, the elder of Dan Lingling and Dan Lily, known as Xian Shun, a prominent figure among the sea folk. With a mid-stage ancestral cultivation, formidable in battle and quite impressive. At that moment, several employees approached Su Wan, who lay on the ground, writhing in pain as he clutched his broken fingers. After this dramatic exchange, the afternoon had already settled in. I grasped the slightly heavy food box, intending to return. Any encounter with a spectral being would result in their soul imprint being recorded upon their demise. They would immediately sense it and could trace the lingering essence of their soul to its source. The transport of souls into the netherworld is typically handled by a local martial judge, coordinating with the specters of the Ghost Gate and the enigmatic beings known as the Black and White Impermanents. Before long, the malevolent spirits that had surged forth were vanquished entirely. Xiao Bai sheathed the Seven Fiends' extermination blade, for prolonged manipulation was indeed exhausting. Unexpectedly, a sharp sound echoed as Duan Jingqi abruptly closed the door to the room. While she typically could engage in playful theatrics with Conan, today he appeared in the guise of Shinichi. The kiss came with an urgency. He seized her lips, his tongue tentatively grazing her lower lip, a starry breath mingling in the air. The husky timbre of his voice resonated like a call deep within her soul. Yang Lingxing parted her lips, eyes closed, surrendering to Nie Yun's passionate advance. Indeed, this matter is as you say, Elder Binyan. Just then, a figure clad entirely in black emerged, bowing to report. Lust dined first. We are bound for America. Zhan Tian's countenance remained unchanged as he spoke, then retreated into the room. When Do Jinwen attempted to say something further, Mu Lian had already seized Duan Weining and pulled her outside. The vibrant medicinal essence had been left behind by the ancient transforming pill consumed upon entering the ancestral land of the Chulong. Originally abundant within the Golden Mother Furnace, it had dwindled significantly due to various expenditures. Ming Feng gazed at Ning Fan, her expression a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty, while those around them were equally dumbfounded, their hearts quaking as if shaken by an earthquake. However, as the saying goes, when the soldiers come, we shall meet them. When the water rises, we shall build a dam. Although it was a logical sentiment, Long Yicheng knew he must be prepared from the outset. As they traversed the inner city, they discovered that many seemingly collapsed structures were, in fact, accessible due to the enormous size of the stones. A single boulder could weigh 20 to 30 tons, thus diverging from their initial perceptions. "My dear wife, my car has exploded. Well, might you provide me with another?" Ning Fan approached Mu Bing, a sheepish grin on his face as he patted her shoulder. As they descended, the softest part was brushed by his tongue, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. Glancing down, he noticed Huajidu's dark head lodged there, occasionally stirring. Shueyu, serving beside the young master, possessed some skills. However, the individual before her appeared even more formidable. As soon as she descended, she was struck back by a powerful palm, collapsing at the corridor's entrance. The disgruntled Lu Rinjia unleashed a punch with 60% of his strength, witnessing the show-off, the saber-toothed tiger victor, being sent flying by his blow. Lu Rinjia swiftly pursued him. Yet, the warships of the 224th Star Domain Legion resembled fireflies, congregating together and illuminating the surrounding void, casting a glimmer of light upon this dark world. Ouyang Qinshin's melodious voice once again echoed in Wu Zheng's mind, this time penetrating the very essence of his being, akin to celestial music. At this moment, Yao Yu, following the demise of the previous head of the Earth Division, Lei Outyin had, with the full backing of the Yao clan and her demonstrated capabilities, ascended to become one of the two giants of the guardian deities, leading the Earth Division. Yet, their greatest concern was not the fierce Zhang Fei, but rather Cao Cao, who had just returned from Dingtao. Lin Ying was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the meaning of his words, as her English education had yielded little proficiency. Tightening her leather jacket, Charles, the renowned professor of the future, and Eric, the formidable Magneto, exited the vehicle. "Who are you? What brings you here?" Upon seeing Lin Ying, both men paused in surprise. Zhang Fei promptly commanded the destruction of the floating bridge over the Jishui River. Sima Zhu led the troops westward along the river for 60 miles, confronting Guotu, who was stationed across the river at Wen County, as Zhang Nan's forces stood in opposition. This formidable skill was overwhelmingly powerful, annihilating 3 snow demons. The remaining snow demons, startled, hastily retreated. Although the nature of the energy was entirely opposed, the formidable spiritual force remained unchanged, as profound and potent as ever. Upon emerging from the bathing area, he felt the pervasive sense of malaise and dampness dissipate entirely. It was precisely the destination that would facilitate the departure of the Golden Divine Dragon and his companions, a palace atop the mountain, housing a super teleportation array capable of transporting them away. Without further ado, Su Wuyo was unsurprised by this outcome, as he had anticipated that merely manifesting divine abilities would be too simplistic. At that moment, standing not far from the entrance, Han Dong meticulously observed and contemplated the intricate details of terrestrial operations, as if his body and mind were in perfect harmony with the extraordinary state of the universe. The senior management and the highly skilled technicians clad in white uniforms were all Japanese. The locals were merely responsible for peripheral documentation and security tasks. The overweight proprietor, evidently inebriated, wore a jovial expression as he spoke incoherently. Khan was in hot pursuit of the celestial apostle, his unleashed energy unwavering, revealing an intent to obliterate. Once his thoughts were clarified, Han Dong drew back the curtains and gazed at the darkened building opposite, his emotions suddenly becoming complex and inexpressible. Yicheng, holding a waste token issued by the emperor, passed through the scrutiny of the Golden Guards during the curfew. This token allowed him to summon 20 Golden Guards for his service and possessed the authority to breach the curfew, granting him unimpeded passage through the capital. Xiaer displayed remarkable courage, rising to speak, but under the collective gaze of everyone present, she faltered. "Young master, you must take good care of yourself in the future." Li Luo did not leave, but uttered such words to Li Yulong, leaving him utterly bewildered. The heavenly emperor, moved by Yun Zhijing's actions, deposed the mountain god and elevated Yun Zhijing's soul to become the Tea Fairy, governing the mountains of the realm. Indeed, Bing Ling and Qing Li exchanged glances. One slowly retreated while the other turned to present hot tea. Xia Shui smiled reassuringly at the elder. "Rest assured, we will take good care of Qing Zi and will not impose difficulties upon her." The speaker was a stooped elder clad in gray, his eyes reflecting a cold indifference. as if dismissing all matters. Having been preoccupied with laughter moments earlier, he had neglected the itch on his back, which now intensified as he regained his composure. Helan Jean departed from the vehicle, her bodyguard parting the way, allowing her to drive off, narrowly brushing past the presidential motorcade. At that moment, a figure emerged from the resting area behind the president. To her surprise, Park Sure lamented about the rigidity of cold loyalty, expressing her frustration that he always found various excuses to decline her invitations. It was only when she mentioned that Xia Shui would also attend that he acquiesced. A chant was uttered, accompanied by a cup of tea, the essence of Buddhism and tea intertwined, embodying a singular unity. Descending from the Golden Summit, Nong Tian coincidentally arrived on the day of the Buddha's birth, which falls on the 21st day of the second lunar month each year. Enough, go find that crocodile gang, Li Huan thought, as it was his first encounter with the most degenerate hell in existence, leaving him profoundly unsettled in the memories of his previous life. The sword hunter god king, Jia, was absent from Nandu at this time. It should have been only Chan Hai Chuan leading the expedition into the secret realm of the third hospital, confirming her unwavering loyalty to her bamboo matriarch. She frowned and shook her head, prompting Qi Fei to fall silent. Shen Miao Miao and Qi Zhe, accompanied by a photographer, headed straight for the largest closed door within the factory. The old pipe in his hand gleamed with a dark crimson light before shattering into fine powder, vanishing without a trace. After a long wait, she finally heard his deep voice through the phone, raspy yet tinged with fatigue. After making over 20 calls, Lu Cheng had become so impatient that he had smashed the room. Now that the other party finally answered, his furious breaths seemed almost palpable through the screen. Moments later, Li Jiayin appeared disheveled, escorted by two matrons, one on each side, to the venerable old lady song. The old man's voice erupted in anger, addressing Lin Meng with a deliberate tone that left no room for dispute. The elderly gentleman, uninterested in celebrity culture, might recognize a few frequently appearing stars, but would struggle to accurately name them. The cold tiles beneath me pierced through my thin clothing, gradually crushing my dignity. Witnessing the Empress Dowager Cixi's head roll onto the ground was profoundly shocking for the surrounding army. The clan elders exchanged glances, rather than negotiating conditions. The Dragon clan preferred to make a direct purchase. However, with no room for negotiation, she had no choice but to acquiesce to any terms. Thus, Wang Shueli, accompanied by 3 combat personnel, piloted a dark green war chariot, soaring into the depths of Wujiang City. Gu Hao possessed a respectable alcohol tolerance, remaining sober, while only Yi Biao, despite his good capacity, flushed red, though he too remained unaffected by the drink. He was the master of the Blackhorn Snake, deeply attuned to its fluctuations. Abe the Wizard, the last time we were here, we were unaware of the presence of a redstone monster, and we nearly didn't make it back. We lost several skeletons to escape, the half-elf Leon quietly reminded Abe. To his dismay, Zhang's next words extinguished the flickering flame of hope ignited in Sha Wujing's heart. The villa's interior was adorned in exquisite luxury, featuring thick carpets that provided an extraordinary coolness. Siefan hastily waved his hand, saying, "I appreciate the sentiment, Captain Su. Xie Zhang is currently a favored individual in Xie Donglai's circle. He has always been a rogue in Jinling City, spending his days with a group of martial artists, indulging in mischief due to the Xie family's connections with the authorities. Although you're also an official, you are ultimately an outsider." Seeing that Xian Nuo remained silent for an extended period, Yifur, with a puzzled expression, could not help but speak up. When Man Tiangang regained his senses, Wu Jizi and Huang Yi had each secured half of the ice block, while he stood empty-handed. Man Tiangong's eyes widened in fury as he scolded the two for their shamelessness. Once they entered the Fishman Island, he was determined to reclaim his dignity from that group after this humiliation. The sensation of traversing through the air with lightness was one that Su Zhaoning had experienced several times before. She had not anticipated that her next encounter with such an exhilarating feeling would occur under these circumstances. "I certainly have my methods. Besides, if I cannot escape, then so be it. With so many people backing me up, even death would be worth it," Murongze remarked nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. "One day, we shall host a pre-wedding celebration to commemorate your successful transition into singlehood as you approach the altar of marriage," suggested her close friend, Xiang Hongdo. noting that the group had not gathered for quite some time. And Yutong was now certain of her stance regarding Qianlong. She needed to contemplate further, as she was not yet ready to embark on a relationship. At this moment, a little personal space was essential for her to consider the matter. Qin Hao ate with utmost seriousness, and even though he did not utter a single word during the meal, he felt no embarrassment. When he spoke, Qin Hao's voice was laden with rage, as if he intended to chew and swallow the very essence of humanity, though the source of his anger remained elusive. Eliza expelled a murky mist of magical energy, a testament to the suppression and subsequent release of her power. Who does not wish to lead a good life? Everyone desires it. He too constantly thinks about providing a better life for his wife and children, wanting to attain whatever they wish for. Yet, such aspirations cannot be realized merely through desire. These individuals truly have nothing better to do than gossip behind others' backs, grumbled Hao Shuai with indignation. After Yi Qiuer's health improved, she seized a sunny afternoon to bask in the warmth. To her surprise, upon stepping outside, she overheard a discussion taking place in the corridor. "Stop your prattling. If there is an afterlife and I possess a spirit, I will not spare you," Yi Xiong declared fiercely. Though Wang Jia did not request the butler to prepare juice, the butler took the liberty of placing a refreshing glass of freshly squeezed orange juice on the table to complement the meal. Without a hint of preamble, Mo Wenjian summoned his Li Hua sword, which instantly materialized in his hand, transforming into countless crimson motes that swirled like a dust storm. Rushing towards the 9 scattered cultivators opposite him, Mo Shaodai, filled with rage, unleashed various spells and divine powers, all converging upon the effeminate man. However, due to her limited training time, she was effortlessly subdued, causing her to cry out in frustration, nearly on the verge of tears. At this moment, the land of Waterfall had succumbed to the encirclement of the Justice League. Yagami Taier had erected a barrier around the nation, effectively sealing its populace within. Subsequently, he dispatched Yahiko and Nagato to negotiate with the people of the hidden Waterfall village, demanding the surrender of their Jinchuriki. Although he outwardly seemed to harbor disdain for Shioji and Chuchong, in her heart, Jian held no contempt for them nor underestimated their capabilities. Marishizai, Shinohara Yukiki, and Hei Panyan were already acquainted with the earth-dwelling entities in the laboratory, and their gathering facilitated smooth communication. "What grandiose claims! I wonder who left behind this stone tablet." Su Xian gently tapped it, producing a crisp sound, and with a light push, it surprisingly shifted slightly. "What? The realm of swordsmanship, where a single sword births myriad techniques? Su Xian has comprehended this realm? How is that possible? He is entirely unaligned. How could he possess such a profound mastery of the sword?" "Disciple, surely you are not deluded?" the ascetic monk exclaimed in astonishment, utterly disbelieving Jian Wuhan's conjecture. "Why is it that teacher Su's temperament stabilizes when he finds a boyfriend?" asked Xinghejun, bewildered. A decade prior, on the night she first arrived at the training camp of the Special Forces, a tempest raged outside, with thunder and lightning illuminating the sky. B-rank ninjutsu is already sufficient for your needs. No matter how powerful the jutsu, without adequate chakra and control, it would be futile, Saratobi kindly remarked. She was acutely aware that Yang Shirlei had incurred several million in debts to purchase the building where the stone nest resided. Given such circumstances, his desire to provide her with shelter from the storm was undeniably touching. However, Chu Dingtian had successfully brought a favor from a prominent figure and arranged a meeting at 6 in the morning. "I have come to see you off and to deliver some items," Ronghua said, a gentle smile gracing her lips, having unexpectedly timed her arrival perfectly. "Familiar as we are, should you dare to pat my shoulder, I will undoubtedly sue you for defamation," I jestingly proclaimed. "Are you implying they possess further evidence?" Kan Xiao suddenly experienced a moment of enlightenment, grasping the implication. Shi Tian gathered his energy for a powerful strike. Each move he executed was formidable, with punches that echoed like thunder and palms that cleaved through the soul. Song Yang understood Coral's intention and nodded in agreement. He extended his hand but hesitated, lowering his head as his fingers remained immobile. Coral gazed intently at him, showing no inclination to avert her eyes. Beyond the mirror wall lay a vast courtyard, the trees bearing the marks of fire, yet meticulously maintained, appearing neat and tidy. Stone basins, mortars, and slabs were piled to one side, presumably used for extracting floral essences and grinding powders. Thoroughly cleaned, albeit with slight charring that did not impede their function. A heart's knot? What could be the source of Mo Linghuan's turmoil? Gazing intently at her heart, the image of Wu Shixuan surfaced in his mind. Could it be that Shixuan had indeed provoked Mo Linghuan? Yet, his countenance remained adorned with a smile. Indeed, after years immersed in the political arena, his fade had become impervious to scrutiny. However, this time, his heart felt somewhat unsettled. This residence was the labor of love from Mother Yin, and I intended to utilize it for the affairs of the Shangan faction. If the faction were to prosper, I could share the profits with Mother Yin for her retirement. Was it too extravagant to consider it for personal use? Although Ming Yi was genuinely delighted with the grand estate, he still felt it lacked a sense of righteousness. The Audi slowly approached the fork in the road, decelerating as the driver seemed to hesitate over which path to take. He had always yearned for his master's favor and recognition, believing his talents rivaled those of Yan'an. From a distance, he watched as the rotund figure dismantled the siege equipment, which was notoriously difficult to construct and costly to produce, now being destroyed before his eyes, filling the invincible divine clan with dismay. The momentum was commendable, yet the attacks and damage had evidently diminished, inflicting only 4,000 to 5,000 points of damage each time. Regardless of what Gu Beichun had communicated to Aunt Luo, her tone reflected a strong resistance, indicating that it was not a favorable matter for her. Under the attentive care of those around him, the man who had previously struggled for life finally discarded his cane. It was a drizzly day, the sky resembling a somber scene from a black and white world. Dressed in sleeveless leather armor, Dianwei held a large green leaf as an umbrella, while another individual beneath it bore a heavy heart. The surroundings buzzed with unrest, as everyone felt a sense of unease. The Run clan and the Fireblade clan believed this individual would never agree, and that these dangerous figures would be utterly vanquished. Yet now, they were considering joining the Run clan, which seemed like a cruel jest. Had he not called me here, would I have ever returned? Chao Pai's words carried a hint of sorrow. Similarly, in the past, even when Li Yunze was with Chu Weiwei, he never took the initiative to show concern for her. Despite everyone knowing of their relationship, they displayed no intimacy akin to that of a couple. What's wrong, senior sister? Li Shigao, noticing her hesitation, assumed she was unwell and inquired with concern. However, he was accustomed to navigating such situations and had a thick skin, promptly retracting the rouge, feeling embarrassed to present it, deciding instead to take it back to his mother. Pei Shireen collapsed into Cheng Yiben's embrace in mere moments, her face flushed with embarrassment. Zhou Tingyu was far more challenging to deal with than others, and she found herself at a loss on how to confront him. Upon seeing that Chu Tian was a practitioner, Long Xingchen immediately instructed others to arrange auction rooms for him and his companions. Zhao Hui harbored significant vanity, torn between her intentions and the desire to fully immerse herself in the luxurious services of the spa. Su Yiming refrained from responding, understanding the competitive spirit residing within Lu Lihan, who sought to outdo Lu Qingji in all matters. At that moment, all the participants were incensed, eager to witness Luo Jiuxiao suffer humiliation after being defeated by Shi Changlong. After the silvery moonlight faded, it transformed into a deep azure hue. Within the profound and heavy hues of dark azure lies a formidable pressure emanating from the bloodline of the demon clan, an unknown force that causes the heart of the king of the golden dwarves to quicken involuntarily, tinged with a hint of panic. Observing the formidable prowess of Zaiyaozi, the remaining disciples of the soul-refining hall, realizing the tide has turned against them, deem that survival is their only recourse. With a shout, the few remaining disciples hastily withdraw. Although Zaiyaozi yearns to eradicate evil entirely, his concern for the safety of his brothers and sisters compels him to hasten towards the altar. As their gazes meet, an unspoken emotion begins to germinate. Su Yiming breaks free from Lu Lihan's grasp and returns to her seat with decorum. Consequently, in recent years, the UEFA Champions League finals have garnered increasing attention. Many media outlets have boldly pierced through the veil, asserting that the UEFA Champions League is indeed the pinnacle of football competitions worldwide, with the finals eclipsing even the World Cup in terms of caliber. Upon reaching Chenvania, Han Jumin revealed a signature smile, cheerfully articulating his thoughts. Han Yun's lips curled in disdain. Despite being an ancient warrior spirit, he possessed a mere 10,000 superior spirit stones, an amount that paled in comparison to his usual affluent dealings. The young man was taken aback by Qin Tian's audacity in addressing him so boldly, raising an eyebrow and shifting his gaze towards Qin Tian. Han Yun paused momentarily, observing the earnest expression on Qi Hao's face, which stirred a subtle tumult within him. For reasons unknown, the echoes of furious roars resonating from the void suddenly ignited a peculiar sensation in Han Yun's heart. Outside the city of Luoyang, above the Jingnian Zen temple, Tai Xian held Master Feishuan in his right hand and grasped Su Xiling with his left, surveying the entire temple from above. As the bell tolled, a multitude of black-clad figures wielding extendable batons surged forth from the corners of the Grand Hall, each exuding a fierce aura and cold gaze, converging towards the buffet area. All right, you've purchased enough. If you buy more, you'll have to carry it all back yourself. I'll just take Fei with me. Zhao Lingling observed Wu Bin's intent to continue shopping, even as the cart brimmed with items. East of Zizhou, the air thickened with demonic energy. While the demon realm was somewhat comprehensible, the intentions of the ghost realm seemed to exploit the chaos. Is it colluding with the demon realm? Yet, ancient deities can incite at will, whereas a child's resentful spirit requires the cost of 500 years of cultivation to utter a single word. It is conceivable that a person with resolute will or a carefree disposition might dismiss such utterances as inconsequential. Discussion sur un ding qui s'en abonde. For it is not uncommon for a best-selling artist to gain recognition through one or two popular songs. However, Qin Shizhen possesses an abundance of singular distinctions. In the face of the frenzied divine wind's assault, Li Chun found himself powerless to retaliate. Any further resistance seemed futile, rendering all efforts starkly inadequate against overwhelming might. Mr. Goodman, please stay close to me. Leah Darlene's voice, as warm as the sun, suddenly resonated, causing Lon Los to momentarily pause before promptly responding, nodding eagerly and mounting his chocobo. A fleeting glance at the ever-watchful one Lessa led him to adjust his hat's brim, and with a smile, he advanced forward. Along the way, the rogue witnessed the formidable prowess of the tigers, who felled a magical bull from half a kilometer away with a single strike. Notably, following this year's Double 11 event, while the sales of the culinary powerhouse may not have soared into the top 10, its ranking within the top 15 of kitchenware was undoubtedly secure, thus broadening his circle of acquaintances. If one were steadfast in their principles, I could hardly impose upon her to remarry under the guise of a champion's name. Tarnishing her reputation, Zheng Peng remarked, a look of difficulty etched upon his face. Subsequently, Yi Luochen hurled his unfinished cup noodles into the air and began to pummel Makamuki Yoshihiro. His students were merely those he could best. The others, well, they were a different story. Although Dagu had never truly undergone training under Yi Luochen, he had come to regard him as an instructor. When the devourer absorbed the divine sword's thunderous true art, the clouds parted, the light faded, and tranquility returned. Do you wish for my presence to save humanity? I regret to inform you that I am not one to sacrifice my life for such a cause, Yin Xin stated, setting down the report as he departed from the kingdom of Kark. At that moment, another voice emerged to place a bid, offering a price that even Yang Yu found astonishing. Despite never having encountered any divine weapon, he was nonetheless struck down by an invisible blade that shattered his heart. At 7 o'clock, the square dance ladies had yet to gather. In their midst were a group of young skaters. The disciple, stripped of his heart, collapsed in terror upon old Su, while Yi Luochen cast not a glance at the two of them, abruptly crushing the heart in his hand. Blood dripped onto his black cloak, cascading to the ground. I believe it prudent to lay an ambush before they arrive, ensuring a decisive victory, suggested the elder with flowing white hair. That girl, resting her head on spring, appeared familiar, reminiscent of one who once served Empress Zhuangyi. The empress cherished Princess Fufeng, viewing her as the last hope of the Wen family. He then excavated a pit in an open area and procured a freezing coffin from the shop system. Opening it, he laid Yin inside, sealed the coffin, and buried it. Yi Luochen was not one to forget his gratitude. The reason he retrieved Yin's body was to ensure a dignified burial, preventing his remains from being scattered. The terrifying sounds of explosions echoed from the French army's position across the river. Trees began to splinter, and the earth churned as if boiling water. Upon hearing this, Hairue's lips curled into a faint smile as he raised his arms, clasping fists with Wang Yongqi, honoring his own choice. Soon, cannon fire erupted. This barrage was initially intended to cover the main force's assault on Dead Man's Mountain. According to the plan, they would have captured the Kaobu forest the previous day and today advance on Dead Man's Mountain alongside the main forces. The visceral sensation, the warmth of blood, and the weight of the corpses served as stark reminders that this was no mere game. It was a war wherein one must prevail or perish. The effect, as implied by its name, entails the expansion of a domain, wherein one confines oneself with a specified number of adversaries while simultaneously igniting countless explosives, ceaselessly detonating until her demise, with flames that refuse to be extinguished. The man's words immediately provoked discontent among those present, leading to a surge of murmurs. The governor of Xi'an, the highest military and political authority in the regions of Xuanfu and Datong, is responsible for the military defense and administrative affairs of these two areas. If she had previously been uncertain whether her earlier learned skills in floral punches and embroidered legs fell into the category of medium or below average in this alternate dimension, she could now ascertain her standing following her brief confrontation with Fu Xing frankly. In recent days, during her spare time, she had attempted to call her brother, only to find him occupied with physical training. Furthermore, regarding livestock, it is evidently not the trend to flee from famine at this moment. Many still cling to the hope of forthcoming rains, thus the number of those fleeing is not substantial. She contemplated seizing the opportunity to acquire a horse and a mule, ideally one livestock per household, to avoid the subsequent need for politeness, which would leave everyone feeling uneasy. As Wu Yu's voice trailed off, the palace gates gently parted, revealing two exquisite beauties who emerged from within. Wu Yu's ability to slay a demigod can be attributed not only to her formidable cultivation, but also to her extensive combat experience, along with the existence of a demonic form capable of contending with beings of her own level, as well as 2/3 and 4th avatars of the 9 Heaven Star Monarchs. You dare to speak nonsense, Qian? My Zheng family descends from the King of Adventurers, a legitimate lineage of the Adventurers Hall. You and Yuan Tian Gang are treasonous conspirators. You are nothing but a rebel. Today, as I stand here, you shall not step 1 foot into the divine hall. As long as Bin refines the ancestral avatar, I shall ensure your rebellious soul is scattered to the winds, roared King Zheng with a chilling voice. Tightening her police uniform jacket, Su Xian's gaze wandered momentarily as she gently linked her arm with his, saying, I am the stone coffin. I am drawn to the essence surrounding you. I have languished in solitude here for countless months. Lu Yu, while speaking, pointed at the dazzling Diao Zidian, which wore an expression of agony as it gazed at Haley's eye, clearly yearning for him to take it away. Upon uttering these words, a swell of pride surged within me, perhaps due to my youth, as I lacked a clear distinction of urgency in many matters. In my eyes, saving the child at that moment was the utmost priority, leaving no room for further contemplation. Combined with her fair and beautiful visage, a mere glance incited an overwhelming desire to conquer her. No, senior sister, with my current abilities, I cannot wield the divine sword. This iron hammer serves me well. I cannot accept your possessions. Wu Yu promptly declined. Although the peculiar odor emanating from cultivators has lessened significantly, it has not vanished entirely. In recent days, she instinctively distanced herself from others, fearful that the scent surrounding her might be detected. He had long known that the innate talent of the 6 ghost demons surpassed even the top-notch prodigies that emerged from the sands of time in this era. In the realm of celestial beings, the esteemed Tianbu Yanxi has never been subjected to slaughter or even humiliation. More so, it is unfathomable that he could be vanquished by a mere subordinate of an inferior celestial department. However, as the sword's aura descended upon Jiang Wei, it did not elicit a spurt of blood, but rather pierced through him with an unyielding force. The moment Su Ling stepped out of the Mo family, she recognized that her life would likely be forever detached from tranquility. She once believed that Mo Tsangyun was the harbinger of her salvation from suffering, yet in the end, he unwittingly became the catalyst for her nightmares. Yulong, your idea is rather commendable and merits a trial. She could not overly praise him, for rewards must be bestowed gradually to ensure obedience from the hound. When the maidens departed, all crucial documents had been obliterated, leaving no trace behind. Upon the border guard's takeover, some equipment was also retrieved, rendering the base eerily desolate. Suddenly, The once pitch-black underground space was illuminated by flickering starlight, resembling ghostly flames that emerged out of nowhere, striking terror into the heart. She frequently encountered the despairing and mocking gaze of Shun Jiangchen, often recalling her inability to avenge her sister despite facing the situation repeatedly. A pair of exquisite beings, akin to celestial lovers, conversed casually, embodying a tranquility that was both ordinary and enviable. Yet, the moment her hand grazed the table, she inadvertently knocked over a vase, producing a sharp, crystalline sound as shards scattered across the ground, some mingling with the remnants of human bones. Regrettably, the two did not shatter the barrier, but instead collided and returned, bruised and battered, to their human forms. Understood, mother. Huang Tian and Nian Yen were equally exhilarated. Despite their numerous battles, this monumental conflict was a first for them. How could they not feel elated? When Yang Jian suddenly brandished his weapon, a flicker of confusion crossed my mind, yet I dismissed it, summoning my old companion, the Rui Jinggu Bang, which glimmered in my grasp. It turned out that after parting ways with Duke Yi Huan, Zheng Zhong, guided by Master Zhu San, made his way directly to the country of Bachi. I continued to soar alongside Sei Lilong Lian, uncertain of her destination. To be candid, I was utterly unfamiliar with the Shura battlefield, despising the aimless wandering that accompanied my companion. The bovine clan revealed its true form, a black bull, not only lying at the foot of Tongtian, but also nuzzling against him. Rui Shui fetched a cushion, assisting Zhao Shiho to sit down, presenting dinner, a bowl of bamboo shoots braised with meat and bamboo shoot soup. He gazed at Zhu, clad in a resplendent red wedding gown, with a hint of sorrow, as if he were on the verge of losing something precious once more. His sisters, who used to visit often, had not graced him with their presence in quite some time. Upon learning that she had ventured to the mountains again, the Zhang family elders could not help but berate her. Yet, upon seeing the fish she brought back, their joy was undeniable. Rest assured, nonsense. You immediately changed the company name. How can I be at ease? If something goes awry in the logistics department, I will bear the brunt of the responsibility. It's on me. Do you comprehend? Wang Heng meticulously reviewed the list provided by his father, promoting individuals such as men known to temporarily assume official duties. Subsequently, he drafted a memorial for Emperor Jinkong, enumerating the talents and merits of these individuals, as well as the injustices they had previously suffered, advocating for their elevation within the Ministry of Personnel due to their profound familiarity with Huzhou. Wherever vacancies arose, those brought by Shiqing promptly filled the positions, resulting in a seamless cooperation among the government, police, and military. The chaotic scene at the school gate transformed into tranquility in an instant. Not to mention the victims who had yet to reunite with their loved ones. For those who had, the scars inflicted were irreparable. In an effort to ascertain the correct height from Huangbo and Sha Bei, Sun Honglei unceremoniously removed his shoes, prompting Sha Yi to do the same. As the two posed for a commemorative photograph alongside Chen Mubai, Feng Meiwan, seething with rage, contemplated shattering dishes and chopsticks or even overturning the table. But upon realizing that she would ultimately bear the burden of cleaning up the mess, she reluctantly restrained herself, pounding the table in frustration and weeping softly. I made countless attempts to reach my grandfather by phone, all to no avail. The last attempt revealed that the number had been deactivated. A foreboding sense gripped my heart, leading me to fear that my grandfather may no longer be among the living. This led Yang Yi to refrain from utilizing any soul skills from his soul bone throughout the year, rendering it one of his hidden cards. Those willing to purchase goods, particularly high-end items, were indifferent to the prospect of walking an extra 10 miles. Thousands of miles away, various reclusive families gazed upon the events, in unanimous agreement that this was divine retribution. Observing her concerns, Yuya implored the matron, "But can you arrange for someone to bury my dear aunt?" The plea in her eyes was palpable. The three young men beside Li Luo had struggled to suppress their laughter, and upon witnessing the scene, they could no longer contain themselves. Anyang City, indeed, is bustling with activity. "Sir, we can return at a later time," Wang Liang nodded, reminiscing about the taste of honey-coated treats. Upon entering the Qihua Palace, Lin Yunluo faced the disdainful jeers of the scions from prominent families with great reluctance. Dedicating herself to rigorous training, her vigor shining forth, surpassing her peers. Frankly, aside from the still naive and unaware Princess Rohue, The other betrothed princesses all aspired to marry Kai Dao. Once Tang Huang's figure completely vanished, Ji Qianling slowly rose. Turning to gaze at the enormous water curtain that had silently emerged on the fleet's side, a subtle smile gracing her lips. At that moment, the vehicle drove into Longcheng Villa, arriving outside the villa where Wu Yonbai resided. From her words, Lin Shihao discerned her deep-seated loathing for such a scoundrel. When he regained his composure, one of his superior protective talismans had shattered, while the remaining azure light continued to target his vital points. Even becoming the second captain merely meant being the captain of the revival, and had it been anyone else, they would not have displayed such exhilaration. At times, Zhu Yuning feels as if she is merely a target set up by her grandfather, akin to a whetstone, with her grandfather consistently placing her in opposition to the other sons of the Zhu family, using her to refine them. Yang Qingji's gaze flickered momentarily as he glanced at Wang Zilong and the others, questioning whether they intended to purchase low and sell high. Su Lin's heart grew increasingly perplexed, her mind echoing the shamanic spells she had witnessed previously in the villa. How fortuitous! Mo Qianshan had not anticipated Yi Kong's formidable prowess, revealing that he had concealed his strength during their previous duel, now unveiling it to catch his opponents off guard and seize the advantage. At that moment, an elderly man clad in rural attire, leading an old yellow ox, ambled toward them. I say, no need for that. Su Hong, let us proceed according to the contract. I have found employment, I remarked generously, producing the 1,000 yuan given to me by the golden-toothed man, stating that I would first pay 2 months' rent. Just moments ago, Ying Long had indeed faced some setbacks, plagued by a persistent headache and dizziness, as if struck from behind. The ancestral shaman's supernatural abilities could not match those of a Qi practitioner, who relied solely on physical strength, leaving him uncertain of how to alleviate his suffering, though he recognized it was caused by the Six Souls banner. You insolent wretch! Su Chu continued to hurl insults, as if leading an army into battle, confronting the adversary single-handedly. Listening to this, and reflecting on the actual circumstances, Chun Ling was enveloped by a sense of melancholy that left her at a loss for words. She sighed and withdrew, instructing him to return and inform Liu Bei, Lord Xuanda, that the following day, regardless of injuries or other matters, she would engage him in a decisive duel. Thus, Tang Song inhaled deeply, longing to savor Qiao Lin's essence before seeking her out. Tang Song calmly explained, though his expression grew notably somber as he gazed at Shirshia. When I gradually realized that the breath resembling a sudden awakening from a nightmare emanated from within myself. The dark pond had already settled into a mirror-like tranquility, and all scenes had vanished without a trace. Jian showed no inclination to join his mother at the door. Had it been him, the door before him might have been demolished. Observing the two about to converse, Su Lin hastily produced a fiery red crystal the moment it appeared. The entire room became somewhat stifling. The red crystal resembled a flame that had yet to extinguish. Yet, confronted with such a wealthy heiress, Lin could not conceive a particularly effective means of offering solace. General Jing, murmured Shen Jixing, clad in a simple outer garment, seated by the window in his wheelchair. Fortunately, though the hunger pangs were intense this time, they were significantly less severe than before. What do you mean? Sugu suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, as the world he had inhabited for decades was declared an illusion, a revelation that shattered his worldview. What were you discussing with young Master Yin just now? Shen Jixing inquired, casting a glance at the departing Yen Qing. This is an exceedingly rare occurrence for Shu Yin, and concurrently, her resolve has grown more steadfast. Having already resolved the issues in Fu City, there is truly nothing left to concern herself with. At this moment, Shu Yin must simply contemplate how to manage the affairs of state. Naturally, Tong Do Do cannot utter a word about Ma Yu Jiao, that shameless individual, who devoured all the snow cotton red bean paste. The Heavenly Emperor and the 8 Thunder Clan Emperors, including Lei Xiao, all directed their astonished gazes towards the colossal beast cocoon, their faces etched with disbelief. Thank you. Luo Bin now finds himself utterly bewildered upon hearing Zhang Yi's words. It dawns on him, and he quickly covers himself, setting aside whether one can successfully cultivate. Practicing the profound martial arts is an enormous waste of time. With that time, one's martial prowess could have been significantly enhanced. However, due to the presence of two conflicting voices within the demon and human clans that have never harmonized. This esteemed one has chosen to adopt both perspectives. Liang Yongbai observes the expression on Zhang Yi's face and instantly feels that his third brother has changed. Yet, he cannot articulate how. Such an outcome would likely leave even an ordinary person discontented, wouldn't it? Though one knows that effort does not always yield reward. To toil diligently only to receive such a response is a feeling that could plunge an ordinary individual into despair. The moment the formation manifested, the morale of the Courage Legion's soldiers surged, and as hundreds of warriors rallied their strength, a thunderous roar resounded, shaking the heavens and the earth in an instant. The battlefield became a scene of horrific carnage.